Xuanhuan, is the water temperature okay? Do you need me to heat it up? In Shun's villa, Lin Shun stared intently at his naked wife, Shun Bingxue, who was in the bathtub. He gently wiped her snowy white back and asked, Lin Shun, let's get a divorce. Shun Bingxue's sudden words made Lin Shun feel a shock coursing through his body, as if he'd been struck by lightning. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Xuanhuan, don't joke like that. I know you won't do this. I'm not joking with you. The divorce agreement is already written and placed inside the bedside drawer. Shun Bingxue slowly turned around, her exquisitely beautiful face gazing at Lin Shun. Her skin was snowy white, her figure perfect, and her delicate collarbone exposed. Beautiful enough to take one's breath away, Lin Shun was no exception. For years ago, Lin Shun and Shun Bingxue met in university. After graduation, they started a business together, their feelings rapidly growing deeper. Their lives improved quickly, and less than a year later, they were married. But good times didn't last long. Just half a year after their marriage, Lin Shun had an unexpected accident. He was involved in a car crash and suffered from a brain disease. Doctors informed him that he needed long-term rest and could not overwork himself. Thus, during the days that followed, he took care of washing clothes, cooking meals, and serving Shun Bingxue at home, while Shun Bingxue managed the company. In just 4 short years, Shun Bingxue transformed a small company into one of the most promising companies in Rongtian City, increasing her net worth from 3 million to 30 billion yuan. She became one of the most famous female presidents in Rongtian City. Because of this, Lin Shun was very happy for her. What she did not know was that the development of the company over these 4 years was not solely dependent on Shun Bingxue's independent wisdom, but relied on Lin Shun's quiet support behind the scenes. Back when Lin Shun was hospitalized, during a sleepless night, he sat alone on the hospital balcony looking at the stars, worrying about his own health. Suddenly, a mysterious meteorite fell from the sky and hit his head, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. When he woke up, he found that he had a special energy. This energy allowed him to see through other people's physical conditions with a glance, and also enabled him to help cure illnesses through this power. By chance, he saved a terminally ill senior official in the hospital. It was only later that he discovered that man was none other than Jiang Chengxin, the richest man in Rongtian City. To express his gratitude, Jiang Chengxin promised to fulfill any request Lin Shun might have. At that time, Lin Shun thought only of Shun Bingxue, so he asked him to quietly support her all the way. With the resources of the Jiang family, Shun Bingxue climbed the corporate ladder and succeeded today. Originally, Lin Shun believed that he would soon be able to cure his brain disease and accompany Shun Bingxue to dominate the world. However, for unknown reasons, the energy within him had no effect on his illness, and to this day, his brain disease remains untreated. Why is this happening? Is there something I haven't done well? Lin Shun gradually adjusted his emotions and asked seriously, Lin Shun, do you know how much suffering I endured for you over the past 4 years? Do you know how much humiliation and sarcasm I faced every day? Do you know how many cold glares and mockery I had to endure every single day? All of this happened because of you. If it wasn't for your dragging me down, I would definitely have climbed higher. Lin Shun, I am really tired. Shun Bingxue deeply sighed, slowly stepping out of the bathtub. Her snow-white body emerged fully, and her prominent bosom revealed a look of endless disappointment in her eyes. Getting a divorce might be the best choice for both of us. After you sign the papers, I will give you a villa, 5 million in savings, and a luxury car. You won't have to worry about this household anymore, and I can be free as well. I hope you will grant me my wish. Shun Bingxue spoke each word deliberately. Every one of her sentences stabbed sharply into Lin Shun's heart. Lin Shun's love for her was like an unending river, unchanged and consistent over the past 4 years. But he never imagined that Shun Bingxue now considered him a burden due to her pursuit of power and status. Over these 4 years, Lin Shun humbled himself at home, always fearing that he would anger her. Not only did he meticulously manage the housework, but he also arranged surprises for her whenever possible. Even when Shun Bingxue brought her mother to live with them and Lin Shun faced daily ridicule and humiliation from her, he never said a single word. As long as Shun Bingxue was happy and he did not cause her trouble, it was enough for him. But now, she actually wanted a divorce. I know you don't want a divorce, after all. In these 4 years, you've enjoyed endless wealth and honor without having to work a day, because I have been working tirelessly behind the scenes. If I were you, and every day all I had to do was sweep the floor and cook meals to enjoy riches, I wouldn't want a divorce either. But you have to face the reality. You are no longer on par with me. We are no longer people of the same world. So whether or not you agree, we will get divorced. Each word Shun Bingxue spoke cut deep into Lin Shun's heart. She wrapped herself in a bath towel and went back to the bedroom, taking out a divorce agreement. She then placed it in front of Lin Shun and handed him a pen, saying, Sign here. I'll have the 5 million transferred to your account tomorrow. The properties and luxury cars will be fully transferred within 3 days. From today on, we will no longer have any marital ties. As soon as she finished speaking, a drizzle began to fall outside. She gazed at the scenery outside the window, her heart filled with bitterness. Making this decision had not been easy for her either. Shun Bingxue, in your eyes, am I really less important than power and influence? Do you realize what consequences your actions might bring? If it weren't for me over these past 4 years, how could you have possibly grown the company so big? Lin Shun picked up the divorce agreement, his fingers trembling. In no time, he crumpled the paper into wrinkles. Despite this, Shun Bingxue remained unmoved, shaking her head helplessly. She knew Lin Shun would make one last effort, but she hadn't expected that he would take credit for expanding the company too. It was truly disappointing. Good. Seeing that she had no reaction, Lin Shan finally nodded and said, I agree to the divorce. I admit that I'm unworthy now, but I hope you remember, you will regret your behavior today. As for the houses and money you mentioned, I don't want them, and I won't come bother you anymore. Afterwards, Lin Shan signed the divorce agreement with a flowing hand. After putting down the pen and paper, Lin Shan turned away and left the house without looking back. Shen Bingxue watched his retreating figure, shivering slightly. A sudden pang of inexplicable sorrow swept through her heart. But shortly thereafter, she recovered her previous composure, went alone to get dressed up, and left home. Lin Shan, meanwhile, walked silently through the streets, drenched by the rain, his heart full of indescribable bitterness and grief. For years of love, what a mistake. He planned to go back to their old matrimonial home once more, pack up his belongings, and leave. But just then, his phone suddenly rang. Pulling it out, his brows furrowed tightly. Chapter 2. Canceling the invitation. Lin, forgive me for disturbing you. Lin Shan picked up the phone. A familiar voice of a middle-aged man came from the other side. He was none other than Jiang Changshin, the richest man in Rongtian City. What's the matter? Lin Shan felt confused, wondering why he would call at this time. It's like this. In a couple of days, it will be your wife's birthday. I am at the jewelry and gift store now. What kind of present do you want me to help pick out this year? Jiang Changshin asked earnestly. For the past 4 years, he had always carefully helped Lin Shan choose presents for Shun Bingshua's birthdays. Lin Shan's requirements were simple. Gifts should not be overly extravagant, but they still need to show thoughtfulness. Even though Lin Shan could get whatever he wanted, he thought it would be better not to reveal his relationship with Jiang Changshin. If revealed, Lin Shan would have to explain how he knew how to cure Shun Bingxue. He certainly couldn't say that he got hit by a meteorite and gained some sort of mysterious energy inside him. Given Shun Bingshue's character, she definitely wouldn't believe it. Gifts. I didn't realize how quickly time flies. Her birthday is coming up again. Lin Shan sighed deeply, reminiscing about the past. Every year at this time, he also needed to prepare gifts for Shun Bingxue. But this year, there was no need. I don't need any help. I have my own plans. Lin Shan firmly declined. At this moment, Jiang Changshin in the gift shop was carefully inspecting a bracelet. Upon hearing Lin Shan's words, the hopeful look on his face disappeared. He sensed that Lin Shan might be preoccupied with something. Could it be that he already knows about that event? Mr. Lin, did Ms. Shun tell you everything? Based on my investigation, the recent troubles that Shun Group has been facing are due to someone intentionally inciting trouble behind the scenes, trying to trap Ms. Shun. But please rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will find out the truth as soon as possible and identify the real culprit to help Ms. Shun through this difficult period. Jiang Changshin continued. The Shun Group is encountering difficulties? Lin Shan remained composed on the outside, but inside, he was wondering if these events had come so quickly. In the past, at this point, he would have been extremely worried and immediately asked Jiang Changshin to step in to solve the crisis of the Shun Group. But now he wasn't fazed at all. Yes, Mr. Lin. In order to assist Ms. Shun, I've sent people to invite her to tonight's Xuanhuan banquet. I will then entrust a major project to the Shun Group. Jiang Changshin has served Lin Shan wholeheartedly over the past 4 years in gratitude, helping the Shun Group rise to the top in the city, sparing no expense. Even so, he feels like this favor can never be fully repaid within his lifetime. If it weren't for Lin Shan, he would have been dead long ago. Mr. Lin, we'll keep to our old arrangements. I'll send people over to pick you and Ms. Shun up this evening without letting her know the extent of our relationship. Jiang Changshin continued. Cancel the invitation for her. From now on, I have no more ties with her, Lin Shan said after a pause, his tone ice cold. For the past 4 years, he had devoted himself to Shun Bingxue. Everything he needed to do, he had done. It was time to let go. What? Cancel the invitation? Jiang Changshin was greatly shocked and asked incredulously, Mr. Lin, what happened? Did something occur between you and Ms. Shun? I've already divorced her. Lin Shan replied indifferently. Divorced? Is this true? Jiang Changshin was momentarily unsure whether to be surprised or delighted. Truth be told, he hoped dearly that Lin Shan and Shun Bingxue would divorce. This way, his daughter would have a chance to marry Lin Shan. A man as outstanding as Lin Shan, if he became the son-in-law of the Jiang family, would surely bring them unprecedented prosperity. It wouldn't just be the richest person in Rongtian City, becoming the wealthiest nationwide would be within reach. Mr. Lin, there's no need for sorrow. I will follow your every arrangement. I will cancel tonight's invitation for Shun Bingxue right away. Moreover, from now on, all cooperation between me and Shun Group will cease entirely. Jiang Changshin, having regained his composure, stated seriously. Since Lin Shan had severed all ties with Shun Bingxue, there was no longer a need for him to continue supporting Shun Group. The future is your decision. You don't need to call me anymore. These 4 years, you've helped me immensely, and I'm content. We're even. After finishing his statement, Lin Shan hung up the phone coldly. Boom. Jiang Changshin felt as if a heavy stone had dropped in his heart, filling him with sudden anxiety. He wanted Lin Shan to help him significantly in his career. Lin Shan possessed unmatched medical skills and was an unparalleled prodigy across the world. Under no circumstances could he lose touch with him. Dad, what happened? Just as he put down the bracelet and prepared to personally search for Lin Shan, a young woman in her early 20s walked through the door at the doorway. This beautiful woman had striking features and a slender figure, around 5'7" tall, adorned in a white dress which made her appear ethereally graceful. Her entire being radiated a noble aura, as if she were a famous movie star. She was none other than Jiang Changshin's daughter, the #1 beauty of Rongtian City, Jiang Lanyu. Lan Yu, you've come at just the right time. Father has something to ask of you, Jiang Chengxian said, his eyes glinting with calculation. He had originally planned to go and renew his friendship with Lin Chen himself, but upon seeing his daughter, he changed his mind. What is it, Dad? Jiang Lan Yu approached, curious as she asked. Do you know, Lan Yu, Mr. Lin has gotten a divorce? You've always had a liking for him. This is your chance. Jiang Chengxian spoke earnestly. What? Big brother Lin got divorced? This is truly fantastic news. Jiang Lan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. With a face full of joy, she asked, where is big brother Lin now? I need to find him. He must need someone to console him right now. Shin Bingxue is truly ungrateful to have divorced such a great man as big brother Lin. I've long suspected Shin Bingxue isn't a good woman. She's been recently getting too close to a rich second-generation guy. It must be her who initiated the divorce. I think Mr. Lin probably went back home. He's a man of deep sentiment. After the divorce, he would surely return home to pack up his belongings first. Jiang Chengxian analyzed deeply with a profound gaze before issuing instructions. Mr. Lin now has nowhere to stay. Go and bring him to Jinhao Villa. Offer him the best possible conditions, and ensure he settles in comfortably. Understood, Dad. You wait for my news. Jiang Lan Yu excitedly finished speaking and immediately ran out of the shop, heading toward Lin Chen's home by car. At the same moment, inside Shin Bingshua's office, she sat there blankly on her chair, expression cold, lost deep in thought about her recent divorce from Lin Chen. She was unsure whether her decision was ultimately right or wrong. Over these 4 years, she knew well the love Lin Chen had shown her. Ms. Shun, Mr. Feng has come to see you. While she was lost in her thoughts alone, a beautiful assistant dressed in black silk walked in, her assistant Zhang Qian. Let him in. Shin Bingxue snapped out of it and calmly replied. Zhang Qian smiled faintly, walking to the door and opening it just as a young man stepped in, holding a bunch of flowers that looked extremely extravagant. He was none other than Feng Xuanhuan, the eldest son of one of the 4 major families in Rongtian City, the Feng family. Chapter 3, All Roll Out. Shuer, good news. As soon as Feng Xuanhuan walked in, he rushed to Shin Shuer with great excitement and told her, tonight's Xuanlong banquet hosted by Jiang Group, I have managed to get you an invitation. Really? Shin Shuer's face lit up with joy. She had been worrying about the impending disaster of Shin Group. The company was about to go bankrupt, and the funds in the account were almost depleted. Unexpectedly, at this time, young Master Feng brought her a pleasant surprise. It's true. This invitation was obtained by my father after much networking, from Mr. Jiang himself. Tonight, wealthy people from all over will be gathered at Jiang Group, and Shin Group will be saved. Feng Xuanhuan said confidently. Great. Young Master Feng, you've really done a commendable job this time. Your fondness for young Master Feng is like the stars accompanying the moon. You should properly repay young Master Feng. Zhang Qian also revealed a look of extreme excitement as she looked at Shin Shuer and said. A hint of a smile appeared on Shin Shuer's face as she looked at Feng Xuanhuan with gratitude and said, thank you, young Master Feng. Your kindness will always be remembered. Shuer, why are you saying these things to me? Don't you understand my feelings for you yet? As Feng Xuanhuan spoke, he suddenly grabbed Shin Shuer's hands and solemnly said, I just hope you can give me a chance. I will treat you sincerely, and I will not let you suffer any injustice. Young Master Feng, please respect yourself. Shin Shuer's face turned red instantly, and she quickly pulled her hands back. The anticipation and joy on Feng Xuanhuan's face disappeared instantly, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He had pursued Shin Shuer for a long time, hoping to win her heart, but so far it remained hopeless. Shin Shuer's heart was like an unfathomable block of ice. Seeing this, Zhang Qian smiled suddenly and stepped forward, looking at Feng Xuanhuan, and said, young Master Feng, don't rush. Our CEO is already making an effort to accept you. You probably don't know this yet, but CEO Shun has divorced that waste of space Lin Chen today. Divorced? Is this true? Feng Xuanhuan's heart became passionate again, turning around with joy to look at Shin Shuer and said, Shuer, it turns out you have been putting in effort. I apologize, I was too hasty earlier. Nothing. If there's nothing else, young Master Feng, you may leave first. I would like to be alone and think for a while. Shin Shuer's mind was now in complete turmoil, extremely anxious. All right, then I'll leave first. I'll come to pick you up later tonight. Feng Xuanhuan readily agreed and happily turned around to leave. After Feng Xuanhuan left, Zhang Qian glanced at Shin Shuer, smiled, and walked over to her side, saying, CEO Shin, what's wrong with you? You should feel happy about parting ways with that useless Lin Chen. I think you should try accepting young Master Feng now. His sincerity towards you is unflinching. Anything you want, even if it's the stars or the moon, he would fetch them for you. He surpasses Lin Chen by leaps and bounds. Zhang Qian, do you also think that divorcing Lin Chen was the right thing to do? Shin Shuer asked with bewilderment. Of course, Lin Chen is just a lazy good-for-nothing. Think about what he's done these past 4 years. Besides doing household chores and cooking, did he do anything else for you? Whenever you encounter trouble or when the company faces crises, it's always young Master Feng helping you. And what does that useless Lin Chen do except ask you for money and indulge in pleasure? He is incapable of anything else. Zhang Qian urged decisively. And you have already supported him for 4 years. It could be considered as having fulfilled your duty with utmost sincerity. Even if you divorce him, you owe him nothing. Well, we won't talk about him anymore. What has passed is in the past. Let's not bring it up again. After being persuaded this way, Shin Shuer felt more disillusioned towards Lin Chen inside. She had just sat down to work when the phone on her desk rang. It was a call from her mother, Li Qin. Daughter, I heard you divorced Lin Chen, and you promised to give him 5 million plus a villa? Let me tell you, this absolutely cannot happen. That waste of space must leave empty-handed. As soon as the call connected, Xuanhuan's mother Li Qin roared from the other end. Mom, that's what Lin Chen deserves. Even though we're divorcing, I still have feelings for him after these 4 years. Consider this as my final farewell to him. Xuanhuan explained. What kind of feelings? That waste of space is at best a dog in our home, lazy and good for nothing. Giving him 3 to 5 10,000s in divorce is already being generous to him. I'm currently with your brother. He's about to get married and buy a house, and I think the matrimonial home you and Lin Chen have is pretty good. You should quickly reclaim it from Lin Chen. Otherwise, we'll personally go claim it. Li Qin continued. Mom, stop causing trouble. That house, Lin Chen paid for it at the time. It doesn't belong to us. Xuanhuan frowned and said, I don't care. He has freeloaded off us for 4 years. The money he's owed is already evened out. Since he won't take it, we'll go ourselves. If he dares not to give it, I'll break his damn legs. After saying this, Li Qin immediately hung up the phone. Shun Bingxue immediately became anxious, furrowing her brows and saying, How can Mom do this? This will only make things worse. Miss Shun, should I go once? To reason with your mom and brother? Zhang Qian asked worriedly. Yes, you go on my behalf. Make sure they don't cause any trouble. Shun Bingxue nodded in agreement. She just wanted a peaceful parting with Lin Chen. If her mom caused a scene, it would complicate matters. At that moment, Lin Chen had already used the key to open the door of the matrimonial home and was alone packing his belongings inside. He looked up and saw their wedding photo still hanging on the wall, recalling the happy scenes of their marriage day. He had once promised Xin Bingxue that he would never leave or abandon her. But unexpectedly, their relationship only lasted 4 short years. It had been a long time since he last came to this house. Dust accumulated thickly inside and outside the wardrobe, as well as on the bed and table. Since he was leaving anyway, he decided to clean it up, preserving it as a final memory of their past. After tidying up his clothes, he picked up a broom and began cleaning the room thoroughly. Lin Chen, you useless son of a gun, open the door for me. Just as he was halfway through cleaning, heavy knocks were heard from outside the door. Lin Chen immediately recognized the voice of his mother-in-law, Li Qin, frowning and feeling puzzled. Why did she come here? I've already divorced Bingxue. Does she have something else on her mind? Out of curiosity, he put down the broom, walked to the door, and opened it with a respectful attitude. Mom, why did you come? Don't call me Mom, you wimp. You're already divorced from my daughter, trying to get close now. Li Qin glared fiercely at Lin Chen, spitting out curses. I'll tell you, don't think you can keep this house. And that 5 million your ex-wife gave you? Hand it over right away. It's all my daughter's money. So that's why you're here. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh coldly, shaking his head as he said, You've got the wrong person. I didn't take Xin Bingxue's house or money. I'll leave after finishing packing. Before I'm done, don't disturb me. All of you get out. Chapter 4, The Price of Arrogance. What is he talking about? Li Qin and Xin Jun thought they had heard wrong. This wimp, Lin Chen, actually dared to tell them to get out? In the 4 years since Lin Chen married Xin Bingxue, he had always been obedient at home. If Li Qin told him to go east, he would never dare to go west. But today, the situation had suddenly changed. Xin Jun immediately became incredibly angry, pointing a finger at Lin Chen's nose and scolding. Lin Chen, you piece of garbage, how dare you act defiantly against my mom? Have you forgotten who's in charge here? Don't think that because you divorced my sister, you've suddenly become someone. I'm telling you this, even after the divorce, you're still just a useless piece of clay that can't be shaped into anything. You'll be despised wherever you go. I warn you, apologize to my mother right now, or I will cripple you today. Previously, he had always looked down on Lin Chen at home, but restrained himself out of consideration for his sister's face. However, now that Lin Chen had already divorced his sister, he no longer felt any need to save face. Disable me? Do you even deserve it? A cold gleam flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. He stared icily at Xin Jun, who was now showing his true colors, realizing that from this moment on, there was no more familial affection left in this house. All that remained was resentment. For years of humiliation, he was going to settle all new and old grudges with them today. This good for nothing. What was wrong with him today? Why did he seem so overwhelmingly commanding? Xin Jun, looking at Lin Chen's terrifying gaze, felt as though an icy blade had pierced his heart. He couldn't help but feel a shock inside. Could this useless man have been emboldened by the blow of his divorce? You damn dog, how dare you glare at me? In this house, you are meant to serve us. You were born with a lowly destiny. Today, not only am I going to beat you, but I'm also going to cripple you, forcing you to live the rest of your life completely under our feet, utterly useless. Regaining his composure, Xin Jun shouted furiously, pointing at Lin Chen. After shouting, he swung his fist towards Lin Chen's head. Growing up spoiled, Xin Jun had always been overbearing and could never tolerate any insult. Lin Chen's gaze grew slightly colder. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Xin Jun's wrist, twisted it sharply, causing Xin Jun to scream in pain instantly. Painful. You worthless bastard daring to provoke me, let go. Cold sweat dripped profusely down Xin Jun's forehead, yet his mouth didn't stop its insolence as he kept yelling. Bang! Lin Chen, without any mercy, kicked him hard in the chest when he released his grip, sending Xin Jun flying several meters away. At this sight, Li Qin standing nearby was dumbfounded. She had never expected Lin Chen to lash out against her own son, and with such force. She'd never seen this side of Lin Chen before. Regaining her senses, she rushed over to Shunjun's side, helping him up and anxiously asking, "Son, are you okay? How do you feel?" "Mom, my arm might be broken. It hurts so much." Cold sweat poured continuously from Shunjun's head as every slight movement of his arm felt like a knife piercing into his bones, making him yell nonstop. Li Qin looked tenderly at her son, her eyes flashing with vicious hatred. Her trembling hand pointed at Lin Shun as she angrily barked, "You wretched coward! Are you defying me now? I order you, kneel down immediately and apologize to my son." "This wicked old woman, I've endured you for 4 years. Now that your daughter has divorced me, you still dare to boss me around? Today, I'll teach you how to behave properly." Slap. Finishing his words, Lin Shun stepped forward and slapped Li Qin's face with a loud crack. Li Qin spun twice in place. A bright red palm print appeared on her face, which soon went numb and began to throb painfully. "Lin Shun, how dare you? That slap is payback for the 4 years of humiliation I suffered from you. You deserved it." Lin Shun's face was stern as he grabbed her collar, raising his right hand high and striking another merciless slap across her face. Slap. The sharp sound echoed, throwing Li Qin backward onto the ground, scattering her hair wildly as her face swelled high and red. "This slap is to teach you how to treat others respectfully. Remember, don't be so arrogant around me in the future." Lin Shen's gaze was cold and sharp like a blade, as if his eyes alone could cut through someone. When Li Qin looked at Lin Shen again after being struck, she saw him as if he were a mad devil, causing her entire body to tremble, her expression full of extreme terror. "Lin Shen, you're crazy. Even if you don't care about our family's reputation, could you really not care about Bingshue's dignity?" Seeing that she couldn't discipline Lin Shen, Li Qin played the emotional card. "Reputation?" Lin Shen found it laughable to the extreme. Continuing to approach Li Qin, his steely gaze fixed on her, he said, "What reputation does she have? I took care of her at home for 4 years, as well as you two for 4 years. During these 4 years, did I ever do anything to offend you? Now that she's become successful and wealthy, she treats me as a burden, dismissing me with just a few words. Is this what she calls her dignity? And you too, what have you done to me in these 4 years? In your eyes, I Lin Shun am nothing but a waste of space. Am I supposed to just die?" The moment he finished speaking, the veins on Lin Shen's face bulged and his fists clenched tightly. Li Qin was utterly terrified, her face pale. She feared that Lin Shun might act impulsively and do something even worse to her. "Halt!" Just as Li Qin felt panic-stricken inside, a woman's sharp voice cut through. Following closely behind, Zhang Qian rushed over. Upon seeing the situation unfold, she glared furiously at Lin Shun and said, "Lin Shun, how dare you? These are Mr. Shen's family members. How could you raise a hand against them? I recognize you. You're Miss Shen Bingshue's secretary, aren't you?" Lin Shun asked coldly. "That's right," she responded. "Miss Shen sent me here, and she actually spoke kindly on your behalf, preventing auntie and uncle from coming here to confront you. Yet look at what you've done, attacking them. Clearly, Miss Shun made the correct choice. A useless piece of trash like you is not worthy of someone as accomplished as her. Only a distinguished gentleman like Master Feng is fit to be her ideal partner. Who are you talking about?" Lin Shen's brows furrowed. Deep down, he wondered if perhaps Shun Bingshue divorced him because she'd already found a new love interest. "Humph, didn't you know? Young Master Feng of Feng Corporation has long been expressing affection for Miss Shun. Otherwise, why would she divorce you?" Zhang Qian explained. "You don't stand a chance compared to Master Feng. You're not only utterly worthless, but also deserve to be thrown out of Miss Shun's house sooner or later." Zhang Qian sneered disdainfully. So that's how it is. Realization dawned upon Lin Shun, making him realize how naive he'd been. Since their marriage was already over, there was no point lingering further. Who said Mr. Lin is garbage? Right after Zhang Qian finished speaking, in the distance a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth tens of millions approached. As soon as the car came to a stop, bodyguards quickly leapt out to open the doors. A tall, elegant beauty in a white dress stepped out gracefully, heading directly toward this place. Chapter 5, Meeting the Beauty. Slap. The beauty walked over and slapped Zhang Qian directly across the face. Zhang Qian, covering her face, glared angrily at the woman in front of her and said, "Who are you? How dare you hit me? So what if I hit you? Even if Shun Shuebing were standing here, I'd still slap her." The person who arrived was none other than Miss Jiang from the Jiang family, Jiang Lanyu. Her gaze scanned arrogantly around the room as she looked down contemptuously at the Shen family members, snorting coldly and saying, "You have a lot of guts. Mr. Lin has already divorced Shen Shuebing, yet you still dare to cause him trouble. I warn you, Mr. Lin is someone you cannot provoke. You must not come after him anymore. Otherwise, I will ensure all of you suffer unimaginable consequences. And if you don't roll out fast." As soon as the words fell, the bodyguards accompanying Jiang Lanyu stepped forward, roaring angrily at them. These few people trembled all over with fear. "Quick, let's go." Li Qin saw that this woman was dressed luxuriously and her vehicle was an extremely rare Rolls-Royce Cullinan that only a select few in Rongtian City owned, thus deducing that this woman had extraordinary status. Even with the Shun family's power, they would absolutely be no match for her. She hurriedly rose and supported Shinjun, fleeing without a second word, no longer daring to make any more trouble. After barely walking far enough to get in the car, Zhang Qian received a call from Shen Shuebing. Shun Shuebing asked on the phone, "Qian Zhang, did you see my mom and younger brother? Did you stop them?" "Miss Shun this." Zhang Qian didn't know how to explain to Shen Shuebing. Just as she was about to truthfully recount what happened, unexpectedly Li Qin snatched the phone and said to the person on the other end, Xu Weibing, you have to stand up for us. Lin Shun, that good-for-nothing, assaulted me and your younger brother. His arm is broken now. Mother, are you saying Lin Shun hit you? That can't be true. Xu Weibing was shocked. Based on her understanding of Lin Shun, she thought Lin Shun wasn't the type to assault others easily. Miss Shun, it's true. Just now I witnessed Lin Shun hitting your aunt and your younger brother with my own eyes. Now I'm taking them to the hospital. Zhang Qian took back the phone and explained the situation roughly again. Upon hearing this, Xu Weibing's expression turned extraordinarily cold, and her disappointment in Lin Shun deepened. Lin Shun must be dissatisfied with the divorce, thus harboring resentment and releasing his anger on his mother-in-law. This Lin Shun is truly despicable. By the way, Miss Shun, Lin Shun isn't as honest as you think. After I got there today and scolded him for a few sentences, a woman arrived in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan to help him talk. It seemed like their relationship is very close. Zhang Qian then continued by explaining the incident involving Jiang Lanyu, though she did not know Jiang Lanyu's true identity. Xu Weibing furrowed her eyebrows tightly, incredulously asking, are you sure that woman came to speak on behalf of Lin Shun? How could Lin Shun possibly know such a person? I'm not sure either, but I think Lin Shun has long been hiding something, perhaps being someone else's kept lover behind your back, Zhang Qian speculated. Boom. Xu Weibing's heart shook violently, as if cut by a knife. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied coldly, I see. You don't need to deal with him for now. Hurry and take my younger brother to the hospital. I'll be there shortly. Understood, Miss Shun. Zhang Qian finished speaking and hung up the phone. At this moment, Shen Jun let out another painful scream. His arm had completely snapped, causing pain even with the slightest touch. He endured the pain while shouting angrily, Lin Shun, you wretched son, I'll make sure you pay dearly. Son, endure it for a little while longer, we're almost at the hospital. Li Qin comforted him constantly on the side, urging Zhang Qian to drive. The car sped swiftly along the road heading towards the hospital. Gradually, the drizzle in the sky stopped, and the sun emerged again from behind the clouds. Lin Shen's dark mood gradually returned to normal. He brought Jiang Lanyu home, and, after sitting down, poured her a glass of water, saying earnestly, Miss Jiang, why did you come? I made a fool of myself just now. I'm sorry. Big brother Lin, don't be so formal with me. I've heard everything already, about your divorce from Xu Weibing. I just feared you might be troubled, so I specifically came to counsel you. Who would have expected Xu Weibing's family to be so vile, still daring to cause trouble after you divorced her? If they dare do so again next time, I'll make sure no one from the Shun family can stay in Rongtian City. Jiang Lanyu clenched her delicate fists in anger and declared furiously. She often treats Lin Shen well, helping him quietly many times. Every time she sees Lin Shen being bullied by the Shen family, she gets angry inside and wants to teach them a lesson on behalf of Lin Shen. She couldn't have imagined encountering this herself today. Lin Shen is very clear about how good she is to him. These favors he deeply remembers in his heart. Miss Jiang, thank you, but you don't need to help me anymore. I've severed ties with the Shen family, and I'll handle my affairs myself, Lin Shen said with a smile. Big brother Lin, I see that you don't want me to go and teach Xu Weibing a lesson for you. You're a man of deep affection and righteousness, but Xu Weibing is heartless and indifferent. If I had such a wonderful boyfriend as you, I would never let him go. Jiang Lanyu pouted and soon broke into a joyful smile as she looked at Lin Shen and said, by the way, big brother Lin, now that you're divorced, you must have nowhere to live, right? After you've finished packing your things, come with me. My father has prepared a villa for you. I'll take you there shortly. In the future, if you stay with us at the Jiang family, I will surely take good care of you. No need, Miss Jiang. You and Master Jiang have already helped me enough, and I am perfectly content. Lin Shen refused casually, not wanting to owe any more favors to the Jiang family. Big brother Lin, you don't need to be so formal with me. Don't you understand my feelings? Jiang Lanyu blinked her beautiful eyes as she spoke, and then placed her delicate hand on Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen's heart raced instantly, and he quickly pulled his hand away as he turned to look at Jiang Lanyu and said, Miss Jiang, what are you doing? I just consider you a good friend. I hope you don't overthink it. Just a good friend? Are you sure that's all? Jiang Lanyu blinked her lovely eyes mischievously, saying with delight rather than anger, regardless of how you feel, I won't abandon you or leave you when you're in the most difficulty. Now that you're single, if I pursue you, it doesn't count as harassment, does it? Miss Jiang, I'm not as good as you think. Besides, you are the young lady of the Jiang family, and I'm just an ordinary person. We belong to different worlds, Lin Shen continued to persuade her. In fact, he was unwilling to accept Jiang Lanyu because of Xu Weibing on one hand, and on the other hand, he didn't want to repeat past mistakes. Big brother Lin, you're not just any ordinary person. With your abilities, becoming the richest man in Lontian could be achieved very soon. I'll tell you honestly, this time I came here because of my father. He wants to cooperate with you. Jiang Lanyu declared straightforwardly. Cooperate with me? Lin Shen was taken aback and asked in confusion. Chapter 6 Misunderstanding. Jiang Lanyu's eyes sparkled with mischief. That's right, cooperation. Brother Lin, my dad said that as long as you're willing to marry me, all the companies in our family will be handed over to you, and you'll be directly appointed as the vice chairman. The 20% of shares I hold will all be transferred to your name for free. Lin Shen slightly frowned after a moment of hesitation, then calmly replied, Are you sure? Jiang Lanyu's eyes lit up even more. and she quickly nodded before throwing her arms around Lin Shun. The warmth of her small hands tightly embraced him. Lin Shun could clearly feel the moist and full sensation. He somewhat awkwardly tried to withdraw his arm, but any movement caused Jiang Lanyu to scold him softly. Her eyes shimmered like autumn water, almost melting him entirely. Not moving was better. Slight motion only made her hug tighter. That elasticity and softness sent waves through his heart. Hurriedly pulling himself together, he revealed a faint smile on his face. You know my situation, plus we are just friends. If there's nothing else, you should go back first. These 4 years, on the contrary, I owe you much gratitude. I won't forget it. If I can help, you can call me anytime. A flash of disappointment flickered across Jiang Lanyu's eyes, but she quickly recovered herself. Her tender small hands didn't let go, instead, tightened even more. Feeling Lin Shen's stiffened arm and remembering the tingling sensations from before, Jiang Lanyu nibbled her lips lightly, her eyes filled with deep affection. Brother Lin, when my father fell seriously ill, our family was about to disintegrate. Countless people had ulterior motives. It was you who stepped in at the critical moment and saved me from trouble. We have known each other for 4 years. From being friends initially to surpassing the friend relationship later, perhaps you still don't fully understand my feelings towards you. Lin Shun sighed bitterly. My mind is very chaotic now. I don't care whether your mind is chaotic or not. What you need to know is that I want you to be my boyfriend. From the moment I saw Shen Bingxue, I knew you two wouldn't last. And finally, I've waited for this opportunity. You're not allowed to reject. If you think it's too early, I can wait longer. If necessary, I'll find another way. Anyway, I like you, regardless of your wealth or status. I am determined to stay by your side without regret for the rest of my life. The last sentence pierced Lin Shen's heart slightly. Memories of the past seemed to appear before him. That pure girl had also said, regretless and forever, wishing that the two would always accompany each other. Those words surpassed countless declarations of, I love you. A flicker of memory passed through his eyes, making his mental strength grow stronger and sharper, with a gaze clear and profound. His eyes shifted to look beside at Jiang Lanyu. When their eyes met, Jiang Lanyu looked at him with an endless depth of affection, as if wanting to completely melt him. Lin Shun felt a strong stir within his heart, that gaze so familiar. But soon he smiled gently while shaking his head. Time heals everything. I'm not as good as you think. Perhaps you're just unattainable now. When you truly possess something, you'll find it tasteless. If your concept of cooperation is like this, then, never mind. Jiang Lanyu tightly bit her red lips. The disappointment in her eyes soon turned into determination. Her beautiful appearance revealed radiant laughter. She lightly let go of Lin Shen's arms. Just as Lin Shen sighed in relief, those gentle small hands wrapped around his neck, and she suddenly sat in his lap. He was stunned. With astonishment on his face, he hadn't yet reacted. Suddenly, he felt something like an intuition deep inside him. The energy deposited in his dantian began to rapidly circulate. It was like being famished for 3 days and suddenly encountering a feast. His eyes sharply contracted, his gaze looking below Jiang Lanyu's collarbone. At that moment, Jiang Lanyu could feel Lin Shen's breath hitting her neck, causing her face to flush, but she realized this was her best chance. She recalled every detail of her 4-year relationship with Lin Shun. Loyal and deep affection. This was her understanding of Lin Shun, someone who for Shen Bingxue could resist all sorts of external temptations. She thought highly of herself and believed she wasn't inferior to Shen Bingxue. She could even sense the unease Lin Shen exhibited during every interaction with her. Whenever she got close, Lin Shen seemed fearful of her boldness and kept his distance. And the more he avoided her, the more excited her heart grew. As the saying goes, a frog with 3 legs isn't easy to find, but men with 2 legs abound. However, men who are both capable and loyal are few and far between. She didn't ask for Lin Shen to have only her all his life. She just hoped to always hold a place in his heart. Especially at this moment, feeling Lin Shen's gaze upon her. Her pupils revealed a hint of joy, but more was the shyness within. This rogue had finally reacted. At least when facing her now, he wasn't as cold as before. The fervent look in his eyes made her heart pound like a little deer going wild inside. But at this very moment, what Lin Shen thought of wasn't these feelings. He sensed the jade pendant Jiang Lanyu wore. It emitted a peculiar energy that resonated with a special power within himself, as if drawn by an unseen force. His heartbeat quickened. He wanted to take out the jade pendant, but it was wedged tightly between her proud, snowy white cleavage. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed certain thoughts within. Yet the hot breath he exhaled caused Jiang Lanyu's body to tremble slightly. Brother Lin, isn't this too fast? Jiang Lanyu's voice grew softer toward the end, slightly trembling. She noticed how Lin Shen raised his hand, but when it was still 10 centimeters away from her treasure, he restrained himself and put his hand back down. That tension though, she saw it clearly. Lin Shen was indeed nervous. The energy he had accumulated in his dantian hadn't increased during the past 4 years, yet now this stirring transmitted him a message. If he touched that jade pendant, his energy could grow rapidly. If the special energy within his body could increase, would his brain condition be curable? He recalled the time the meteorite struck his head. That special energy has always been inconsistent with him, sometimes beyond his control unless confronting illness, when the energy surged for treatment while also devouring those maladies to strengthen itself. But such enhancement seemed minuscule, like drops in a bucket. The special circumstance made his inner resolve unstoppable. Lifting his head, he encountered Jiang Lanyu's tender, burning gaze, as if it aimed to consume him. His brain buzzed continuously. Could it be a misunderstanding? Chapter 7. Inheritance. Xuanhuan had already made up her mind, having waited a long time for Brother Lin to finally show a reaction. If she didn't seize this opportunity now, there probably wouldn't be any other chances in the future. Brother Lin was perfect in every way except that he was rather stubborn. If it were any other man, even within marriage, they might not have let an opportunity like this slip by. There's no such thing as a cat that doesn't seek adventure. It could only be said that her brother Lin was extraordinary, and his dedication and depth of feeling made her genuinely admire Xin Bingxue. Now that this rare chance had come, if she didn't grab it, she would really be foolish. Xuanhuan's personality was naturally passionate about love and hate alike. Especially when her father was critically ill, everyone pointed fingers at her, all thinking about how to take over her father's wealth. Back then, it felt like the whole world was her enemy. But Brother Lin saved her father, pulling him out from the abyss. From that moment on, she developed special feelings for Lin Chun. As time went on during their interactions, she found more and more virtues in Lin Chun. Comparing him with the second-generation rich kids and those who were once considered young geniuses around her, she realized how immature those people truly were. Brother Lin, do you like watching? Then wouldn't you want to see more clearly? I've never had a boyfriend until now. You are my favorite person and will always hold a place in my heart no one else can replace. You have taken up everything in my heart. You're my first love. I sincerely hope that my first love will end beautifully. Even if I have to give everything up or face destruction, I feel it's worth it. Saying these words, Xuanhuan actually undid one button on her blouse. As she was preparing to undo the second one, Lin Chun finally came back to his senses. His expression became awkward, and he quickly grabbed her soft little hand. Coughing lightly, he said, I'm actually looking at the jade pendant you're wearing. It seems this jade pendant is quite extraordinary. Can I take a look? Xuanhuan immediately rolled her eyes at Lin Chun and then shook off his hand forcefully. The buttons popped open 3 or 4 of them. The violent throbbing made Lin Chun's own heart race wildly. At this moment, he didn't know how to describe what he was seeing before him. He wasn't naive and had experienced things like this before. He had to admit that the Jiang young lady before him was indeed stronger than Xin Qingxue in comparison. If Xin Qingxue was an apple, then this Jiang young lady was at least a Hami melon level. And that whiteness, along with the gentle slide just brushing past his touch, reminded him irresistibly of Xin Bingxue's first time. That very night, right at this moment, she gathered all her thoughts back inside herself, tears welling in her eyes with mixed emotions. You misunderstood. I was really. However, before she finished speaking, Xuanhuan directly grasped his hand and placed it against her bosom. Her delicate face turned crimson red, as if dripping blood, and her tender lips moved close to Lin Chun's ear. Her voice flowed softly like water, completely submerging Lin Chun. Lin Chun could clearly feel the boundless warmth, but right now, he didn't want to be drowned in it. The past events kept playing vividly in front of his eyes. He wasn't someone whose thoughts were governed by desire. If he were, he wouldn't have remained true to himself for so long. Sister Lanyu, if you want me to see your jade pendant, why don't you let me take it myself? If I take it, I can examine it freely. Lin Chun now wanted to pull his hand away. He felt there was no need to continue, otherwise something unexpected might happen. Moreover, he understood he was a real man, especially when that energy surged within him at that moment, faster than his blood, causing his heartbeat to quicken dramatically, thumping like a drum. But before he could say anything, Xuanhuan reached behind her back and dexterously loosened a few strands with her fingers. Lin Chun sensed that restraint being released. At this very moment, his heart became somewhat restless because he knew he couldn't withstand such temptation. He took several deep breaths. Hastily taking the jade pendant in his hands, he noticed its cool smoothness carrying an intoxicating aroma. At this point, the special energy inside him started to circulate rapidly, and he distinctly sensed a wave of power coming from within the jade. Suddenly, his brain exploded with a thunderous sound. It was as if he'd been struck hard on the back of the head. All went black in front of his eyes, yet his brain brimmed with knowledge, like vast oceans of information overwhelming his mind. At this moment, blood streamed directly from his nose as a result of the tremendous impact to his brain. Those memories surged like an overwhelming ocean, crashing against his fragile mind. He could barely process the inherited memories. At this instant, they seemed to be sealed deep within his mind. He had only grasped a small portion of these memories, but even this fragment was enough for him to understand the root cause of his brain condition. And finally, he saw a chance to cure his ailment. The current situation genuinely frightened Xuanhuan. She hadn't anticipated that Lin Chun would suddenly start bleeding from the nose, with a deathly pale complexion. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though Lin Chun were on the brink of death. Lin brother, what's wrong with you? Xuanhuan's anxious voice quivered, carrying traces of tears. You need to hold on. I'll call an ambulance right away. We'll go to the hospital where they can surely treat you. Lin Chun gently shook his head, still feeling somewhat dizzy. It felt as if his brain capacity was limited yet stuffed with infinite knowledge, leaving him in a dazed state. My illness has flared up. There's no need to panic or call the ambulance. It wouldn't help anyway. Even at the hospital, they wouldn't be able to cure me. I know my condition well. Please help me back to my room, and I will rest there. At this moment, Xuanhuan had none of her previous composure and immediately supported Lin Chun into the bedroom. Lying down on the bed, Lin Chun took several deep breaths. Although his mind now felt clearer, the inherited knowledge flooding his consciousness allowed him to truly comprehend that the meteorite from before wasn't an ordinary one. After all, how could anyone survive being struck by a real meteor? He had actually received an inheritance, and this inheritance dated back to ancient times. That peculiar energy was merely the key to unlock the inheritance, whereas the true reason behind receiving it was due to the jade pendant. Chapter 8. Cooperation. There were too many pieces of knowledge flashing through Lin Chen's mind, and the inheritance from ancient times had truly let him understand the horror of Chinese medicine and how powerful the people of that time were. People in the ancient times fought against heaven and earth. Back then, there were so many incredible things. Even many of the mythical beasts he'd read about in the Xuanhuan Jing actually matched reality. This wasn't merely a product of ancient imagination. These creatures had truly existed. At this moment, he was overwhelmed by the vast amount of knowledge in his mind. But soon, he also felt something was off. A gentle hand was lightly wiping away the nosebleed from her nose, and that small hand had also helped take off his shirt. He immediately opened his eyes, his breathing becoming heavy as he said with a trembling voice, "You should go back first. I need to rest now, and your presence here prevents me from resting properly. After all, you're too beautiful, especially looking like this right now." Lin Chen didn't know how to put it. His gaze couldn't help but linger. By this time, Xuanhuan had finally realized what was happening and looked down. Her clothes had already been discarded somewhere earlier when she was helping Lin Chen wipe his blood. She hadn't thought much about it at the time. With the embrace open, even the shirt couldn't block the grandeur. Her face turned scarlet, and she quickly turned around to button up her blouse. Without the constriction of the layer, it was equivalent to removing her armor completely, and Lin Chen could clearly see the pink hue under her white shirt. At this point, his heart was pounding faster, particularly after gaining full control over his inherited energy. The energy within him no longer acted unpredictably, but could be completely controlled by him. When his emotions became intense, the most natural response from his mind caused the energy to flow directly between his kidneys. The overwhelming surge of blood made his eyes slightly red. Soon, he came to his senses. After taking several deep breaths, his face flushed as he said, "It's not that I don't feel anything for you, but I simply cannot indulge in those actions now. If I did, it would be akin to plunging myself into an abyss. You've seen the situation just now." He stopped explaining further. Xuanhuan understood immediately, nodding hurriedly despite the deep disappointment showing on her face. But she then adopted a resolute stance and managed to force a smile. "Brother Lin, whether or not you can do those things doesn't matter. Regardless of how you're physically, I like you, and only you, not anything else. My affection is pure and isn't based on appearances like some other women. If you think I'm not trustworthy enough, I can wait longer. If we still cannot proceed in the future, I'll find a way. I will definitely show you my sincerity. We have plenty of time ahead. You must take good care of your body. I won't act rashly anymore." Her voice trembled by the end, for she really didn't know Lin Chen's condition was this severe. Naturally, she knew Lin Chen suffered from brain disease since she had investigated everything about him after he cured her father as a gesture of gratitude. Regret flooded her heart at this moment. If only she hadn't acted recklessly just now, maybe Brother Lin wouldn't have to endure such pain. Lin Chen felt a faint pang of guilt inside. Despite how well Xuanhuan treated him, he still wanted to use an excuse to send her away. Deep down, he indeed had a slight resistance. Having sustained minor injuries recently, he truly couldn't soothe the wounds in his heart within such a short time. At that very moment, Xuanhuan's phone rang, and seeing the incoming number, she hastily held back her tears and forced another smile. "Brother Lin, I'll go home first. I'll come to bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. Don't move around recklessly or overthink things. Rest early. I will certainly let you see my sincerity." After saying this, Xuanhuan left immediately, closing the door behind her. Lin Chen sighed deeply, letting out a long breath. It had been truly unbearable. If she had stayed any longer, he feared he might not have been able to hold himself back. The special energy, after unlocking the inheritance, slowly replenished his whole body like light emitted by the mysterious jade in his mind. However, his brain disease couldn't be completely healed by relying solely on that special energy. The side effects from the brain injury he suffered in the car accident were simply too great. It was akin to a cultivated crop having a large chunk bitten off. Restoring the original vitality would require external aid. The knowledge that surfaced in his mind already detailed what materials were needed. In reality, the first thing on his mind was how to earn money, as none of the medicinal ingredients required were anything less than treasures of nature. Among them, even one considered relatively ordinary was significant. That would be a wild ginseng, nearly 1,000 years old. He had once heard about such a root being auctioned off for over 20 million yuan, and that wasn't even the full 1,000-year-old kind. It was only 600 years old. A millennium-old wild ginseng, however, could save someone's life for 3 days with just a single slice. A miracle drug like that, no one would willingly give up. At this moment, a shadow of disappointment crossed his mind. But more importantly, another possibility occurred to him. His strengthening power might gradually cure his brain ailment. Coupled with gathering the medicinal ingredients, perhaps he truly had the potential to progress further. Who knows, he might even reach the level of the ancient qi cultivators. At this thought, a faint smile graced his face, but before it could fade, he heard the sound of the security door opening. Xuanhuan's pretty face appeared at the doorway. "Brother Lin, there's something I must tell you. My father sent me here not to joke around with you, but to seriously propose a collaboration, to open a medical clinic. It would specialize in treating and nurturing some important figures. My father said that with your abilities, you can definitely manage all of this well. Diseases others can't cure, you can. Your reputation will rise dramatically, and it'll bring you even more benefits in the future. And right now, no one collects connections better than doctors. With enough influential relationships established, doing anything will become extremely smooth. Lin Shen initially intended to decline, but then he thought of his condition and the many valuable herbs he'd need to gather in the future. After pondering, he smiled and said, "You just tell Chairman Jiang that I agree to this matter. Let him proceed with the arrangements." Chapter 9. Banishment. Jiang Lanyu's expression turned extremely surprised when she heard Lin Shen immediately agreeing. Her pretty face flushed red, and with a hint of shyness, she said, "Big brother Lin, then I'll be your secretary from now on. You mustn't refuse me. I really want to stay by your side." "It's settled then. I'll head home first. You rest well." After the meal, he quickly closed the door. His face felt as if it was burning like fire. His heart felt as though a fawn had taken up residence within him, thumping away incessantly. Especially when he thought of his bold actions that evening. He felt even more that he might have been too forward, but in order to secure Big Brother Lin, it was all worth it. Lin Shen didn't think so much about it, instead carefully running through the cultivation techniques inherited in his mind at this moment. The ancient Qi cultivators were supposedly able to ascend to immortality, and the inheritance he had obtained was even more incredible, finally making him understand why the jade pendant carried by Jiang Lanyu caused a stir in his heart. It was an artifact over 2,000 years old, and also a jade token once worn by Qi cultivators, containing an extremely rich sense of cultural resonance. Cultural resonance referred to the beliefs in people's hearts. It was similar to the power of incense offerings. When people burned incense and prayed at temples, they hoped to gain more blessings. This was incense power. Incense power required the fulfillment of the supplicant's wishes, and after their wishes were fulfilled, they would need to make vows, involving many steps. However, the cultural resonance accumulated on some ancient objects was pure. For example, the legendary imperial seal, symbolizing a non-trivial meaning, a form of national cohesion. It could also be called cultural resonance. Lin Shen also understood where his shortcoming lay. He and Shen Bingxue started from scratch, starting their business together. One might even say they hadn't touched any antiques, dedicating all their energy to entrepreneurship. Even now that they had money, he often did laundry, cooked meals, and cared for Shen Bingxue at home, never having come into contact with real antiques. Only now did he discover that the key to unlocking this inheritance was so simple. He gave a bitter smile. Perhaps this is what they mean by misfortune depending on good fortune. At this moment, he suddenly twitched his ears slightly. Jiang Lanyu was changing clothes outside, while also making a call. "What do you want? Haven't I already told you not to call me unless there's something important?" The voice on the other end of the phone made Jiang Lanyu pause momentarily. "What did you say? Shen Bingxue is being targeted? Please elaborate clearly on the situation." Lin Shen listened and unconsciously thought about ways to resolve the issue, but soon discarded those thoughts. A trace of coldness graced his face. Once broken, mirrors are hard to mend. Old habits indeed made him think first about how to solve problems rather than maintaining indifference. Within his heart, the emotions remained unbreakable. But when he thought of Shen Bingxue's cold indifference, it was as if his inner being was struggling. From university dating, all the way to marriage, adding up to 6 or 7 years of shared feelings. Could they be forgotten just like that? Moreover, he had sacrificed so much over these years. Many people thought he washed clothes and cooked meals at home, doing nothing more than a nanny's work. But who could know how much he had sacrificed? Closing his eyes, he took several deep breaths, deciding to ignore these matters. And at this very moment, Shen Bingxue stood at the entrance of the Jiang family club. Her gaze also turned toward Feng Haoxian beside her, confusion clearly written in her eyes. Feng Haoxian's face turned slightly red, his tone filled with anger. "You should look again carefully. This invitation letter explicitly invites our Feng family group to attend this banquet." The receptionist, wearing a polite commercial smile, handed the invitation back to Feng Haoxian. "Feng young master, sorry. Your invitation cannot bring other guests inside unless it's your family member. Furthermore, you might not be aware, but Ms. Shen has already been added to the blacklist of the Jiang family group." Upon hearing this, many people immediately shifted their attention over. They looked at each other in disbelief. Many knew that, in the past few years, the Jiang family group had been wholeheartedly supporting Shen Bingxue. And precisely because of the Jiang family group's influence, Shen Bingxue's development had skyrocketed. Sometimes, after hearing too much flattery, it can make one lose oneself. Shen Bingxue felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured down over her, leaving her feeling icy cold inside. Her body trembled slightly. How could this be possible? Did you make a mistake? Our Shen family and the Jiang group always. However, before she could finish her sentence, a cold voice came from inside. "You heard me right. Starting from this moment, in this place, our Jiang group will no longer have any cooperative relationship with the Shen family. All previous collaborations are hereby terminated, and you can come directly to me for the penalty fee. However, some things must follow procedures. And since we're severing ties, you should reflect on what mistakes you've made. Also consider if there were any issues in your previous collaborations." The speaker was none other than Jiang Chengxian. His face was cold, his gaze sharp as a blade. As he spoke, everyone present fell silent. The looks directed at Shen Bingxue were now filled with obvious mockery, while many more chose to distance themselves, fearing any association that might draw the ire of the Jiang group. Shen Bingxue was struck as though by lightning, her complexion turning deathly pale. She hurriedly asked, "Chairman Jiang, is there an issue with our collaboration? You can tell me directly what's wrong, and I'll make immediate corrections, ensuring nothing." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chengxian gave a cold snort. "You'll never realize where your mistake lies. I was willing to tolerate your errors because I wanted to support you. but I cannot allow you to keep making them repeatedly. As they say, third time's the charm, but not here. You've lost yourself, believing yourself above others, but you've forgotten your original intentions. You no longer deserve cooperation with my Jiang group. Additionally, I'll remind everyone present that anyone blacklisted by my Jiang group certainly has significant problems. Do not underestimate this. After finishing his speech, his eyes turned toward Feng Haoxuan. That gaze was sharp like a knife. Feng Haoxuan tried to force a smile, but it came out looking far worse than crying. Inside, Feng Haoxuan cursed Xin Bingxue endlessly. What had this woman done to enrage the richest man to such fury? And for him to outright ban her in front of everyone. Jiang Qingshan's words effectively sealed the fate of Xin Bingshue's company. Just surviving without bankruptcy would already be considered a stroke of luck. Feng Haoxuan hesitated. Should he give up? Chapter 10, rejected at the door. Feng Haoxuan's expression was unpredictable. He was really hesitating now. If he had chosen to support Xin Bingxue without hesitation, it would inevitably bring about huge trouble and might even directly anger the Jiang group. It's not that he couldn't bear such consequences, but simply because he didn't need to pay such a high price. Opposing the Jiang group even required his father's careful consideration. Xin Bingxue was completely dumbfounded at this moment. His expression became somewhat unbelievable as he looked again at the receptionist. His voice trembled violently. Is there any misunderstanding? Xin Bingxue and your chairman Jiang have always been very cooperative. Today's important meeting was personally invited by Chairman Jiang. If you don't believe me, you can give him a call directly. I'm telling the truth. The receptionist still smiled gently and shook his head softly. Mr. Shun, hope you leave some dignity for yourself. Many people are watching here. If they find out that all cooperation between you and our chairman of the Jiang group has been severed and that you have angered our chairman, the consequences will be very serious. He said these words intentionally as a reminder. However, Xin Bingxue only felt bitterness in his heart. If they truly cared about his feelings, then what was just said wouldn't have been so loud. Many people were paying attention to this side now. If he couldn't get in right now, the consequences were predictable. Those people would immediately see him as a lamb ready for slaughter. How did the company develop? He was very clear about it inside. It was entirely reliant on the Jiang group that brought them step by step until now. He didn't have any powerful backing behind him unless it was directed towards Feng Haoxuan. Feng Haoxuan was merely a tool in his hands, intending to utilize Feng Haoxuan to achieve greater purposes and let his own company grow better, hoping for a day when he no longer needed to rely on anyone, making himself the strongest support. But before reaching such a goal, such bad news arrived, striking him like a bolt from the blue, making him dizzy. Feng Xiaoye. Xin Bingshue's voice trembled slightly as he wanted to ask Feng Xiaoye for help. If he relied solely on himself, he might not even be able to enter the door. Feng Haoxuan quickly said, Bingxue, don't panic yet. I've already gotten through. My dad managed to get an invitation. I'll make a call to my dad's side. He pulled Xin Bingshue's side. Xin Bingxue, being pulled by the hand, didn't react for a while. However, with so many people present, it wasn't proper for him to simply pull away the other person's hand. The only one he could depend on right now was Feng Haoxuan. The phone call was soon placed. Feng Haoxuan didn't make the call in front of Xin Bingxue, fearing that any word might be overheard. He needed to inform his father of everything. Merchants chasing profits is their nature. Without bringing any profit, instead dragging them into it, and even potentially causing significant losses. Both his father and even he disagreed with this idea. After all, the future phone group would also be his business. After he had done all that, there was silence on the other end after that. A few seconds later, a reply came through. You wait a little, I'll make a call and find out what happened. Chairman Jiang is not a ruthless man. Perhaps Xin Bingxue unintentionally offended him. After hanging up the phone, Feng Haoxuan's face once again showed evident joy, his voice filled with confidence. Bingxue, don't panic yet. My dad has already made the call to Chairman Jiang. If there is any misunderstanding, my father can also help mediate. Moreover, my father is quite satisfied with you as my future daughter-in-law. My father said that as long as you're willing to marry me, the entire family in the future will be under your management. You know my commercial talent is extremely limited. I'm not suitable for managing the company. As long as you marry me, you will become the senior member of our family. He was trying to lure Xin Bingxue into agreeing at this time. Although the development of Xun's group over the past 2 years has been soaring, although it was helped by the Jiang group, Xin Bingshue's talent was certainly evident too. Feng Haoxuan understood from start to finish who his eligible partner should be in that circle. It was difficult to find a woman who was both beautiful and capable, especially those young misses in those families. Each one was treated like an ancestor. Such women like Xin Bingxue are hard to come by. It was a long while before the mobile phone rang again. Feng Haoxuan, upon seeing it was his father calling, did not hesitate to answer. He moved aside and immediately heard the voice from the phone. Haoxuan, there's been some trouble with this matter. Chairman Jiang is extremely disappointed in Xin Bingxue for some reason. He said something along the lines of who has been helping him all these years. Does he have no idea at all? Behind Xin Bingxue, there must definitely be a very powerful backing. This person could possibly take great interest in him. For now, do not explain too clearly about this incident. Persuade Xin Bingxue to leave and tell him not to participate in this meeting. Also, you must pay attention. Don't expose yourself under any circumstances, especially about your identity switching incident. After a long conversation, the call finally ended, but Feng Haoxuan had doubts lingering within his heart. He kept guessing that there was a powerful helper behind Xin Bingxue, but he couldn't figure out who this person was. He originally thought it was always the chairman of Jiang Group, but now things seemed strange. At this moment, Xin Bingxue quickly approached, eyes filled with anticipation, What did Uncle Feng say? Feng Haoxuan sighed softly. Even my dad isn't quite clear on this matter. But my dad mentioned that it has always been him mediating and helping behind the scenes. He needs to discuss further with Chairman Jiang. What exactly happened? You may have done something wrong, and you need to check carefully after going home today. This could likely be a small warning given by Chairman Jiang to you. I won't attend tonight's meeting either. I'll go back with you and investigate carefully what's going on. Shen Bingxuan knew that there was no hope left for this meeting today. This was supposed to be a time to gather with celebrities from various fields, enhancing his own fame and also promoting numerous cooperative relationships at this meeting. He prepared a lot, but never expected not even stepping into the door. Chapter 11. Too many nice words can spoil. Shen Bingxue returned to her company and had someone investigate the situation inside after a self-examination. Her face was already looking very grim. At this point, Feng Haoxuan sighed. Bingxue, I think the main reason isn't with your brother or your mother. What they've done at most only affects some of the company's interests. They're not even close to being considered as the blood-sucking pests in the company. So it could just be counted as a small impact on your company, unable to influence the cooperation relationship between you and Chairman Jiang. I guess there is a strong likelihood it has come out in other aspects. For example, Lin Chun, Shen Bingxue subconsciously asked. Feng Haoxuan nodded, his eyes becoming very solemn. I have uncovered some clues. Some information sent to me earlier shows that Lin Chun met with Chairman Jiang, and it appears Chairman Jiang was quite enthusiastic. But take a look at Lin Chun's attitude. Upon hearing these words, Shen Bingxue saw the short video Feng Haoxuan sent over. It was a scene in the hospital. Chairman Jiang's face was filled with an enthusiastic smile, yet Lin Chun looked as calm as water, as if ignoring the other person entirely. Lin Chun turned away without the slightest hesitation, while Chairman Jiang still maintained his enthusiastic demeanor. Feng Haoxuan exaggeratedly said, Bingxue, put yourself in his shoes for a moment and you'll understand. If some suppliers rely on your company for survival, and when you warmly receive their families after meeting them, if they then coldly snub you, will you still have any good impression of those families? Although you and Lin Chun have chosen divorce, clearly Chairman Jiang doesn't know this yet. Perhaps Lin Chun told the chairman something outrageous, which resulted in the chairman being so annoyed that he kicked you out of today's banquet. Even if facing the anger of the Jiang group, I would resolutely stand by you. At this moment, as he spoke, he secretly let out a long sigh in relief. It was just an excuse, letting his father go over there to feel things out. Although he didn't attend the banquet tonight, his father went personally. Their goal was very simple, to swallow up the entire Shin City Group. Shin City Group was flourishing, especially in certain industries. It was like a stepping stone. As long as they took control of this group and made it part of their own business, their industry position would skyrocket, and they might even directly become one of the top players. Of course, his true intentions could not be revealed at this time. His real purpose was to sow discord. Shen Bingshue's eyes grew increasingly angry. When was this video taken? It was today. Possibly Lin Chen deliberately sowed discord. He must personally apologize to Chairman Jiang. I know, Bingxue, you may find it hard to swallow this star, but don't worry, I can take you along. Feng Haoxuan could say tonight. Shen Bingxue took several deep breaths, and her gaze became very resolute. Especially, the disgust and anger in her eyes intertwined and burned more fiercely. This matter is none of your concern. I'll handle it myself. I'll make Lin Chen personally go and apologize. After saying this, she stood up hurriedly and walked out without further acknowledging Feng Haoxuan. She knew Feng Haoxuan's motives were not simple, just mutual use. She wouldn't really fall for this guy. Deep down, she still remembered the moment she first met Lin Chen, remembering the sweetness when they were together, and also the joy they shared in their successes. But at some unknown point, they had drifted apart. This feeling made her heart struggle as if in anguish, for some unknown reason, especially thinking about Lin Chen's former face, compared to the coldness when they parted ways. Her expression worsened increasingly. She was an extremely strong-willed person. From the day she met Lin Chen should have known her character well. Even if Lin Chen suggested not divorcing this time, as long as she rejected him, she would no longer insist on continuing within herself. Too many things are out of one's control in life. Too many people have forced her. Her inner view of Lin Chen has also become more contemptuous over time. Her mind was tangled like a mess. Driving quickly, she arrived at the house they bought when they got married. Lin Chen had just packed up his belongings, preparing to leave. He didn't know where to go tonight, but he would absolutely not go to the villa arranged by Jiang Lanyu. Otherwise, it was unpredictable who might consume whom in the end. Just as he walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, he saw a car stop right in front of him. This car was so familiar. His eyes instantly turned cold, and without saying anything more, he quietly waited. He was only carrying one suitcase. Shen Bingxue got out of the car. Her gaze was filled with complexity, but soon those complex expressions were overshadowed by anger and resentment. When she looked at Lin Chen, there was an unprecedented fury. Why did you do this? Is it not enough for you unless you destroy me? I know the company's development also couldn't have been possible without your help in the beginning. But that was just the start after all. How much did you actually contribute back then? We started from scratch, and most of the time, it was me who was doing the work. You merely provided some plans and did insignificant things. Lin Chen suddenly broke into a smile. His expression seemed to relax as he spoke indifferently. You can think whatever you want, but I don't wish to have any more entanglements with you. I don't want to argue here with you because it's utterly meaningless. Ever since we signed the divorce agreement, we no longer have any ties. Or we could say, we're the most familiar strangers now. Shen Bingxue suddenly erupted like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, her voice becoming slightly shrill. I won't allow it. There can never be no connection between us. Don't you understand what I've done is for everything I hold in my hands? There are too many people comparing themselves to you. They constantly speak ill of you around me. Every time I hear it, doubts creep into my heart about whether I am just a total waste. Don't you realize yet? All I've done is because I can't help but hate the iron for not being strong enough. If only today, when I mentioned divorce, you had resisted or refused it, I wouldn't have continued bringing it up. But you agreed. That made me feel like I no longer mean anything to you. Chapter 12, Deepening Misunderstanding. Lin Shen's face still bore a faint expression, his voice even more indifferent. You've already said everything there is to say. Is there really anything else you want me to explain? You just go ahead and talk. Good words repeated too often can turn sour. They've already badmouthed me so much. Now that you're leaving me as they wish, isn't this exactly what they wanted? And if you choose to live up to their expectations, how does it concern me at all? I once said that the day you feel we no longer suit each other, I would quietly step away without causing any further trouble in your life, and would have no feelings left for you. Before receiving the inheritance, Lin Shen would not have felt any regret either, no matter how deeply heartbroken he might have been inside, choosing only to curl up and conceal his wounds, showing no vulnerability before others. Moreover, after gaining the inheritance, his resolve had only grown stronger. The technique passed down through the legacy focused on relentless advancement. His way was absolute dominance. Since betrayal has been chosen, and even tangled up with Feng Dashi from within, why should he bother holding on any longer? At this moment, all those words seem utterly laughable to him. He continued with a cold tone. You keep insisting that if I refuse you, then I wouldn't continue to force myself on you. But have you ever thought about your own words? Let me tell you, you stay at home taking care of the children every day, offering me absolutely no help. Using these kinds of excuses, I could directly kick you out of the house. And not just my family, but also everyone has criticized you severely. I think you don't deserve me anymore. For such simple and laughable reasons alone, you've been cast aside by me. What kind of feeling do you think you'll have? Shen Bingxue instinctively retorted. It's different. Double standards? Lin Shen chuckled humorlessly. What you've said sounds incredibly ridiculous to me. If I were given a chance, why wouldn't I prefer staying at home? Do you think I have some sort of masochistic tendency? And concerning how your parents treat me, didn't you have a clue? To the extent where one maid held a higher status than me, everything in your household fell solely on me, while maids were neglected entirely. The doctor specifically warned against me overworking, but since the day I got discharged from the hospital, what attitude did your family have? When I ended up in the hospital due to overwork, the person I was most grateful to wasn't you, nor your parents or family members, but rather the nurse at the hospital. She took care of me, helped with meals and water when I was too weak to move around. You merely came rushing to the hospital briefly, arranging a nurse instead. Isn't a caregiver enough to help? You should know it was a crucial period for the company's development. Shen Bingxue quickly countered. Lin Shen smiled, his expression growing more peaceful. You should remember that time your mother went to the hospital, right? By the time I got discharged, I heard her calling me useless and not worthy to hire a caregiver. And weren't those funds she claimed from you supposed to be in her hands? So in the end, I didn't hear a word. These matters I could overlook, and I even thought back then that you were too busy, while I turned into an incompetent person who contributed little to you. I actually felt guilty. 3 feet of ice doesn't freeze in one day. Have you ever understood what this means? Lin Shen voiced out a few things that had been on his mind, because of unresolved grievances. He shook his head smilingly. Some things become too sentimental to say, or too stifling if not said. And now we have no ties left between us. Speaking these things makes my heart somewhat lighter despite the numerous issues at the company, especially your mother forcing me to manage all household matters and handle the housekeeping alone. We live in such a big villa, yet neither hired helpers nor sought assistance. And even worse, she creates garbage every day. Yet a slight mistake leads to her assaulting or berating me. And speaking of your dear younger brother, what do you think he is like? Aren't you clear on that? All this I could endure. After all, both sides need tolerance. And most importantly, don't forget that it was my investment that started the company. If I wanted to take legal action against you, the entire company could fall into my hands, but I chose to let go. Shen Bingshua's complexion suddenly changed. She had completely forgotten about this. The initial establishment of the company was entirely done by Lin Shen. If Lin Shen had retained evidence on this matter. Furthermore, since they were married, their assets were considered joint property. If Lin Shen wanted to fight for it, she probably wouldn't stand a chance, especially given that the company was now facing a crisis moment. Wasn't this why she had come to Lin Shen? To resolve the company's crisis? She hadn't expected that the conversation would turn to these matters. Perhaps it was precisely because their relationship had become so entangled with emotions. Realizing this, Shen Bingxue took several deep breaths, her expression growing increasingly serious. Her voice carried an icy tone as she said, Lin Shen, I no longer wish to argue with you about all these things. Since you've already declared that there's no connection between us, could you possibly help me one last time before you leave? Lin Shen furrowed his brows, replying in a cold and indifferent tone. Wasn't what I just said clear enough? There is already no relation between us, and I've explained everything clearly before. Preserve your dignity and stop Jiuchan. He sighed inwardly, finally understanding why Shen Bingxue had come to him and uttered such ambiguous words. She needed his help. Could it be that she knew about his connection with Chairman Jiang? As he was lost in thought, Shen Bingxue interrupted sharply. Lin Shen, this is entirely your fault. You were the one who first offended Chairman Jiang. If it weren't for you, how would I have been rejected tonight? It has already become a laughingstock in others' eyes. If I cannot secure Chairman Jiang's materials tonight, I will never be able to collaborate with Jiang Corporation again, which means my career will be completely ruined. Why did you do this? Is it merely out of hatred towards me? Lin Shen scowled deeply, his face turning even colder. With your self-centeredness, you aren't even worthy of my hatred. In fact, I find myself rather amused right now. So, all your remaining feelings for me were just for asking me to smooth things over with Jiang Corporation? Chapter 13 Doubt. Shen Bingxue slightly hesitated, but quickly understood. She was very aware of what kind of personality was involved. When the two of them had met just moments ago, he first blamed Lin Shen. Then he asked Lin Shen for help. The transition was too abrupt, so Lin Shen misunderstood and thought that his final moment of coming to find him was only for the purpose of asking for his help. You've misunderstood me. I really didn't mean that. I was just... Lin Shen waved his hand, interrupting her words. His voice became increasingly cold and indifferent. I've already said long ago that there is no longer any relationship between us. And this wedding house I will give to you as well. You can say that I am leaving with nothing. If you still think it's not enough, then I have nothing more to say. Who are you to make me bow down and apologize to others? On what grounds? The last three words made Shen Bingxue feel as if a needle was piercing her heart. There was a stinging sensation, causing his breathing to become somewhat halted. Her voice faltered slightly. Lin Shen, why are you being so ruthless? Isn't it because of you? A smile appeared on Lin Shen's face, growing more pronounced. He didn't bother explaining because it wasn't necessary at all. There was no longer any chance for them to start over. There couldn't possibly be any more chances for them to start again. At this moment, his expression was cold, and he turned around to leave. Shen Bingxue fell directly in front of him because this was the last chance. If Lin Shen did not go to apologize to the chairman of Jiang Group, by tomorrow their company's issues would likely spread through the streets and alleys, and there might even be someone who deliberately targeted them. At that time, the troubles brought about would be immeasurable. Lin Shen, why don't you deal with the trouble that you yourself caused? The Lin Shen I used to know wasn't like this. You make me feel as though you're a despicable person. What exactly did I do to offend you? Why must you cause me so much trouble before you leave? Moreover, you beat my mother and my younger brother. No matter how big their mistakes were, they shouldn't have been beaten to that extent. And I also arranged for my secretary to come and try to mediate, preventing my mother and younger brother from bothering you. I've already taken matters this far. What else do you want? Do you want me to apologize to you or remarry you to satisfy you? Lin Shen stopped his steps and turned around indifferently, saying, your secretary has probably told you all kinds of malicious words. You should be careful. Use your brain more when doing things. As for me offending Mr. Jiang, while I don't know where exactly you heard such news, I can only tell you that thinking carefully benefits you. Don't act foolishly. As he finished speaking, he walked straight toward the street, intending to hail a taxi. He hadn't yet decided where to go tonight, so he planned to find a hotel to get by for one night. Then he realized that he seemed to have little money on him. When he was hesitating, suddenly a car stopped in front of him. A person got out of the car, and Lin Shen recognized this person. It was the manager of a hotel. This hotel belonged to Jiang Group. Manager Zhou looked surprised. Mr. Lin, are you going out? If you don't mind, you can take my car. Coincidentally, I'm free now. You are our most valuable member. If we see anything troubling you, we would unhesitatingly offer help. Not providing assistance might make our chairman dissatisfied. I hope you'll allow me the opportunity to serve you. Lin Shen actually understood that it was highly possible manager Zhou had already been waiting for him at the entrance. It could very well be this young lady's order, but he didn't refuse. A faint smile appeared on his face. You're too polite. Thank you for the trouble. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou's face was filled with excitement. He immediately opened the trunk and helped Lin Shen place his luggage inside. Then he personally opened the door of the passenger seat. Mr. Lin, our chairman mentioned during your last banquet. These words lingered in the air, and the vehicle had already driven far away. At this moment, Shen Bingxue couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Just now, she had heard that the chairman of Jiang Group once personally invited Lin Shen to a banquet. What's going on? The number of times she herself had met the chairman of Jiang Group was limited, let alone being personally invited. There were fewer than 5 people in the entire city who could be honored in such a way. What gave Lin Shen the right? Could it be that there's something I don't know about? At this moment, his mind involuntarily recalled the words Lin Shen had once said to him. The development of his current company owed an indelible contribution to Lin Shen, and he couldn't help but think about how their company had inexplicably garnered the favor of Jiang Group over the years, being helped along without any expectation of return. The pursuit of profit is a merchant's nature. Yet, Jiang Group made no demands for repayment and spared no effort in helping them. What was the reason behind all this? He had asked Chairman Jiang before, but the answer he received was vague and unclear. At this moment, it seemed like all the answers were unraveling, yet it still felt impossible in his mind. Lin Shen was nothing more than someone who had been involved in a car accident and could only do housework at home, a waste of space. How could he possibly have connections with someone like Chairman Jiang? As these thoughts crossed his mind, his facial expression kept changing. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the number on the screen, his expression darkened. The caller was none other than his secretary. The moment the call was picked up, a nervous voice came through from the other end. Mr. Shen, something has happened to our company. Someone just came to investigate, saying there are serious issues within our company, and our financial department has been sealed off. We didn't even know about this matter. When I got the call, I rushed to the company immediately, but they wouldn't even let me into the finance room. That side has been completely locked down, especially the situation with your younger brother. Upon hearing this, Shen Bingxue could no longer contain herself. She hurriedly rushed to the company. All her previous thoughts were cast aside. There was only one thought in her mind now. It might be that someone was deliberately targeting them, and the targeting was extremely severe. At this moment, his face had already turned very pale. Chapter 14. Big Trouble. Shen Bingxue hurried to the company and happened to meet those in charge of auditing the accounts. And they were from the Jiang Group. At this moment, the financial manager of the Jiang Group had a cold expression on his face. He looked at Shen Qingxue and sneered with ridicule. Director Shen, I didn't expect that you would be so overbearing in our cooperation. No one has ever duped the Jiang Group before. You passed off inferior products as good ones, causing us a lot of trouble in our future development and cooperation. It's one thing to use substandard products, but it's another thing to accept kickbacks and even threaten us. This matter must be resolved by the employees of the Jiang Group. Otherwise, this financial report will be directly submitted to the supervisory authority. Let them handle this matter. I believe you. The chairman might not get into too much trouble, but the person who caused this. The words were left unsaid, but the meaning was already clear. If this situation continues, it could create immense trouble for their company. It might even lead to the company's reputation falling drastically. Who would dare to cooperate with them? Moreover, the Jiang Group is now effectively blocking all their opportunities. Thinking about this, Shen Bingshue's face turned pale, and her voice took on a tone of pleading. I knew nothing about this matter, and I will thoroughly investigate immediately. I will absolutely give the Jiang Group a clear explanation. The financial director scoffed coldly. I've just called our chairman, and he gave us the result. You check it out yourself. Then he threw a document directly onto Shen Bingshue's desk. He stood up and left directly with the finance team. Moreover, this time the audit was very sudden to prevent Shen Bingxue from hiding the real accounts. Additionally, every aspect of this account tampering was meticulously examined without any loopholes. It was like they had firmly grasped all the evidence in their hands. When the financial director arrived at the underground parking lot, he saw Xuanhuan waiting there. Miss, all the original accounts are here, and we took them away without interference. It's been confirmed that these substandard products were handled by Director Shen's younger brother. If this matter gets bigger, we can definitely send him straight to jail. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lanyu's face remained cold, only slightly nodding without giving any opinions. We'll go back first. Brother Lin said he doesn't want me to deal with him, but there are some things I have to do. This isn't dealing with him. The Jiang Group needs an explanation. Moreover, his younger brother used to bully my brother Lin countless times. Brother Lin doesn't want to hold it against him, but I'm different. As a woman, I need to deal with him and make him suffer. The car drove away. Meanwhile, in the company, Shen Bingxue looked at the content written on that piece of paper, turned pale, and swayed her body. She almost fell down right there on the spot. The compensation written above chilled her heart. Their cooperation project was worth more than 500 million yuan. Their company alone couldn't handle such a large-scale project. It was entirely brought forward by the Jiang Group. Now, due to the poor quality products provided in this project, it has resulted in substantial losses. The other side has proposed solutions requiring compensation and specifically stated 2 billion yuan. After all, the rework needed by the Jiang Group and subsequent damages amounted to at least 50 million yuan, and making them pay several times the amount of compensation is already considered polite to them. There were no complaints in her mind towards the Jiang Group. She suspected more and more that this sudden attack by the Jiang Group might be because of this incident. Thinking about it further made her feel increasingly colder inside. Her company was already in its high-speed growth phase. To successfully complete this project, she borrowed tens of millions from the bank. The suspension of the cooperative project meant that loan repayments would be impossible, and the capital chain could break. Adding 2 billion yuan in compensation, it was truly a disaster atop a catastrophe. For reasons unknown, at this point, Lin Chun was the first thought in her mind. If such a thing had happened in the past, whether or not the group leader could help, he would always say, as long as I'm here, everything's fine. But now he no longer had someone by his side. Suddenly, she realized that when wanting to find a shoulder to lean on, she couldn't. Tears silently flowed down her cheeks. Zhang Qian had long been scared pale. As the secretary, when those people came to cause trouble, he originally intended to stop them, but ended up being slapped across the face. The person who slapped him was from the Jiang Group, and Zhang Qian didn't dare make a sound. Meanwhile, the other staff in the company were unaware of the truth, and the finance department members looked grim. The people in the finance department had colluded with Director Shen's younger brother to create false accounts. At this moment, Shen Bingxue abruptly turned her gaze toward Zhang Qian, her voice trembling slightly. Tell me what exactly happened. Why are there such enormous discrepancies on the financial account? Who passed off inferior products as good ones? Up until now, he couldn't quite believe that his own younger brother could have committed such an act. In cooperating with the Jiang Group, she had always been cautious, striving for perfection because only by doing so could they continue working with the Jiang Group. But never did she expect someone would target this aspect. This was like cutting off the foundation, catching her completely off guard. Zhang Qian kept his head low, his voice trembling. It was your younger brother, and Director Shen. You personally signed off on handing all responsibilities over to him. Also, when finance made the disbursement, they sought your signature and reminded you. Previously, Shen Bingxue hadn't thought much about these details. But now, upon reflecting carefully, her expression grew increasingly grave. Exhausted, she slumped in her office chair and waved her hand at the secretary. You may go out first. Don't tell anyone about this matter, or it will lead to panic within the company. Zhang Qian hurriedly nodded, feeling a sigh of relief inside. As long as Director Shen didn't bother him, everything would be fine. Because certain matters, he actually had hinted at, even skimming through important parts while reporting. Furthermore, his relationship with Shen Jun wasn't ordinary. As soon as he left the office, he immediately called Shen Jun. Shingu, something bad has happened. You'd better not meet Director Shun, or else push this matter onto someone else. Otherwise, things will get very complicated. Chapter 15. Adding insult to injury. Shen Bingxue sat in the office for several hours until late at night, his face becoming pale and haggard. He believed that Zhang Qian would definitely tell Feng Haoxuan about this matter. However, so far, not a single person had called him. He had originally thought that if Feng Haoxuan called, he could use this opportunity to borrow some money from Feng's group first, at least to deal with the current situation. Otherwise, Zhang's group would deliver a heavy blow to them. It might even send his younger brother into serious trouble. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to take the initiative to call Feng Haoxuan. The call went through, but no one answered on the other end. He thought a lot. It was very likely that Feng Haoxuan was deliberately avoiding him, or he himself had lost value in Feng Haoxuan's eyes. At this point, his heart felt colder still, and he naturally thought of his good younger brother. His eyes grew increasingly angry. After calling his mother and knowing his younger brother was still at home, he immediately drove back. Normally, this younger brother often roamed around outside in the middle of the night, living among pleasures every day, and they wouldn't interfere with company matters unless projects were being conducted. Unexpectedly, today he returned home early. Just upon arriving home, he saw his mother sitting in the living room. Li Qin sighed with feigned sorrow, saying, Bingxue, I never imagined such a big incident would occur in the company. This is entirely your brother's fault. He didn't anticipate being deceived. The products others provided were substandard, and since your brother doesn't have much experience in this area, it's normal for him to be deceived. This matter should not blame your brother. It should blame Lin Shun. It seems Lin Shun has long wished something bad happened to your brother. Back then when you informed Lin Shun about the matter and pointed out your brother lacked experience, you asked Lin Shun to guide him more. But what did Lin Shun do? He just neglected your brother completely. Shun Bingxue couldn't help but retort. Mom, don't you know exactly what happened? Do you think I don't know anything? Li Qin's expression became ugly, and she burst out yelling. Now your wings are hard, feeling like you're the boss. Is that how you disrespect me, your mom? Now you dare to yell at me. Am I wrong? Treating your mom this way, if people find out, how will they look at you? Why did I give birth to a daughter like you who becomes arrogant and neglects her own mother once she gets powerful? Shen Bingxue, rubbing her temples due to headache, realized that this lecture was coming again. Every time her mother couldn't reason logically, she would resort to crying, making scenes, and threatening to hang herself. When such incidents happened, the one who usually comforted her by her side was Lin Shun. Considering Lin Shun, who clearly suffered a great deal of Veichik, after arguing a few sentences with her mother, ended up with such a result. She felt desolate inside, even slightly regretful, wondering why she divorced Lin Shun. Even if they didn't have as much wealth, even if she supported Lin Shun herself, wasn't she lacking for money? At least when she returned, she could find solace in someone's arms. Since when had she started disliking Lin Shun so much? Seeing her mother there, crying and making scenes while sneakily glancing at her with evident meaning, wanting to protect her good younger brother and handle the situation. She suddenly laughed, a bitter laugh. Mom, do you think this matter can be resolved so easily? Zhang's group has directly issued an ultimatum to me. This is their document. Take a look yourself. Compensate 2 billion yuan, or send my brother directly to jail. Since he's the responsible party, many employees of the company will probably also blame him first. If we send him to jail, all the company issues can be solved, and there's even a possibility that Zhang's group might resume cooperation with us. Upon hearing this, Li Qin immediately flared up. How can this be allowed? Your brother is the only male descendant in our family. Your father, before he passed away, instructed you to take good care of your brother, and under no circumstances should anything happen to him. He is young, and making mistakes is common. Let him reform in the future. In the future, he won't make such mistakes. Can't you give him a chance? You're his elder sister. Shen Bingxue slammed the document on the table, her voice trembling slightly. At this moment, she suddenly felt an overwhelming chill in her heart. Her mother always showed favoritism towards her younger brother, especially after incidents occurred. Anyone in this situation would feel extremely uneasy. She forced herself to maintain a poker face despite her inner torment, and said expressionlessly, Who's going to compensate for 200 million yuan? Do you think we can come up with that much money? The company's liquid funds have already dwindled down to just over 10 million yuan. Moreover, we still owe more than 50 million yuan to the bank. News about the cooperation with Zhang's group has already been released, and it won't be long before the bank comes knocking for debt repayment. Not to mention where to borrow the money from. But even if we do manage to borrow some, our company's situation will only worsen. If the company collapses, I'll be burdened with over 200 million yuan of debt for the rest of my life. That would ruin me. Li Qin instinctively suggested. The legal representative of the company is Lin Shun. Why don't you just return the liability to him? Or we could withdraw all of the company's remaining liquid funds, sell everything that can be sold, take the money and run, leaving Lin Shun to shoulder the blame. Shen Bingxue was outright angered by this suggestion and didn't even want to utter a single word in response anymore. She suddenly realized how foolish it was to attempt reasoning with her own mother. She felt so exhausted that she felt as if her back was hunched. Her usual dominance seemed entirely depleted in this moment. She didn't even want to bother with her brother's trouble anymore. She couldn't possibly send her own younger brother to jail, not unless absolutely necessary. At this point, Li Qin's eyes darted rapidly, as if an idea had struck her. Her eyes brightened instantly. She hurriedly ran to her son's room and lightly knocked on the door. Then the mother and son whispered to each other animatedly. The next morning, Lin Shun woke up with a clear smile on his face. After the divorce, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He had slept very comfortably during the night. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Seeing Manager Zhou standing outside, Lin Chun greeted with a smile. Is there something wrong? Chapter 16, Divine Dr. Pavilion. Manager Zhou's face was filled with a flattering smile. Mr. Lin, our chairman wants to pay you a visit. He is waiting outside. I wonder if you have time. Lin Chun was somewhat surprised. How did Jiang Chengxin come over? I'm idle right now, so what's the matter? Let him come in. Lin Chun genuinely felt grateful towards Jiang Chengxin. Although technically Lin had saved his life, the sacrifices that Jiang Chengxin once made were already enough of a repayment. But Jiang Chengxin always had unwavering trust in him and offered boundless help. Soon after, he saw Jiang Chengxin arriving, his face also lighting up with a warm smile. Chairman Jiang, is there something you need from me? He preferred straightforward communication and disliked beating around the bush. Jiang Chengxin understood Lin Chen's personality and immediately laughed. Yesterday, I sent Xiao Yu, that girl, to discuss a cooperation project with you, but she said she forgot. This girl, who is usually so outgoing, is already starting to be distracted. He joked lightly, noticing that Lin Chen didn't show much resistance, which brought him inner joy. If Lin Chun could become his son-in-law, it would mean having a true golden partner in the family. He approved of this immensely. Still, he hoped his daughter would make more effort, given that Lin Chun had just gone through a very failed marriage, possibly developing great resistance towards women. As a man, he understood such feelings. Thinking back on all these years when Lin Chun had tirelessly helped Jiang Chengxin without any acknowledgement or recognition, he believed this kind of man was absolutely trustworthy. Moreover, Lin Chun was truly an extraordinary person outside the mundane world. Lin Chun smiled. Chairman Jiang, Miss Jiang did mention the cooperation yesterday. Just that later on, it slipped my mind. You can explain what the specific cooperation project is. It was then that he recalled that yesterday Jiang Lan Yu did indeed talk about a collaboration project, though she intentionally changed the subject, attempting to charm him. Had it not been for the initiation of his heritage, he might have actually succumbed. After all, with a breathtakingly beautiful woman sitting in his arms, he wasn't as composed as xuanhuan, incapable of resisting temptation. Jiang Chengxin immediately smiled. Mr. Lin, if you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Jiang directly. Since we've known each other for so many years, I sincerely admire your character from the bottom of my heart. Honestly speaking, if it were me, I couldn't possibly bear those silent sacrifices either. No matter how noble it seems on the surface, it's equally cruel. Even now, Shun Bingxue doesn't know what you've done for her, and her company is fundamentally corrupt. If it weren't for Mr. Lin, we would probably have cut ties with them long ago, especially in this project, where their products are substandard. At this point, Jiang Chengxin deliberately chuckled awkwardly. In fact, he also wanted to gauge Lin Chen's attitude towards Shun Bingxue and see how far he himself could go. He still held some regard for Shun Bingxue deep down inside. Unfortunately, she lacked self-awareness. However, when he saw Lin Chen's calm and indifferent gaze, he felt a glimmer of delight, realizing that Lin Chen likely harbored no particular feelings for Shun Bingxue anymore, perhaps even truly hurt. Let's stop digressing. From now on, I won't mention Shun Bingxue anymore. The main reason today is to ask Mr. Lin whether you're interested in opening a medical hall. With your skills, it won't take long before your name spreads throughout the land. My condition was incurable. Those top hospitals in the world had already pronounced my death sentence, yet you cured me effortlessly. I know you shouldn't work too hard, so I will arrange everything beforehand. We'll only see 10 patients per day. Those patients are all people with status from various backgrounds. I can introduce them to you, and we don't necessarily need to publicly advertise. The primary goal is to help establish networks for Mr. Lin. He had his own private thoughts. This move was entirely to pave the way for his daughter. If one day his beloved daughter married Lin Chun, everyone would be happy. Even if Lin Chen didn't end up marrying his daughter, they would still gain a solid ally relationship through Lin Chen. Regarding Lin Chen's character, he had observed it clearly over these past few years, someone who values emotions and righteousness and would never betray friends for profit. Initially, Lin Chun intended to refuse but paused slightly, thinking it over before nodding with a slight smile. All right, you handle the arrangements. It won't take up much of my time, and I do need something to keep me occupied. I don't want to work for others or manage a company myself. It's just too troublesome and would waste a lot of my energy. All he wanted now was to cultivate as soon as possible. Only when his own abilities were absolutely enhanced would it truly belong to him. As for external matters, what good is having money? When faced with grave illness, they'd still have to seek his help. And in this day and age, one couldn't afford to offend doctors. At the moment, he also needed to develop his network of personal connections. He couldn't always rely on Jiang Chengxin to help him with everything. Besides, he owed Jiang Chengxin quite a few favors. Although Jiang Chengxin kept insisting that it was all to repay the life-saving grace Lin Chun had once extended to him, grace that could never be fully repaid, he knew better. The more people helped each other, the closer their relationship grew, and Lin Chun trusted Jiang Chengxin's character enough to put in the effort. Since it was a win-win situation, Lin Chun naturally wouldn't refuse. Jiang Chengxin's face lit up with surprise. After chatting for a while with Lin Chun, he immediately began making preparations. Lin Chun lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. Isn't the name Divine Dr. Pavilion a bit too high profile? Never mind. Anyway, we won't be seeing many patients daily. Plus, more antiques will be required to absorb the cultural aura, and absorbing the disease sources from patients can also nourish one's own primal energy. A disease source was also a kind of energy. To Lin Chun, anything that could be absorbed to strengthen his primal energy was worthwhile. Previously, he hadn't been able to fully control that special energy because he hadn't practiced any cultivation techniques. After inheriting the legacy, those cultivation techniques were imprinted deeply into his soul. Moreover, within the inheritance lay the art of healing and practicing medicine, an almost divine-level method of treatment. Even someone on the brink of death could have their life prolonged with just a few silver needles. These skills far surpassed the ones he used before when he treated Jiang Chengxian. Chapter 17. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Now, Lin Shun could be said to have almost no money left in his bank card, as it had been depleted long ago. In the past, whenever he spent money, Shen Bingxue helped him by transferring funds. All the expenses big or small at home were covered by him. Although Bingxue felt that she had given him plenty of money, she never realized that most of it was spent on his mother and younger brother, leaving very little for himself. Of the monthly allowance she gave him, there was now only a 3-digit sum left. If it hadn't been for bumping into Manager Zhou yesterday, he might have had to resort to staying at a dingy motel. After having breakfast at the hotel, Lin Shin prepared to go and buy some basic herbs first. Chinese herbal medicine was very inexpensive, but even simple and cheap herbs could be combined to create astonishingly effective pills. The knowledge inherited from his family lineage was like a sharp blade hidden within its sheath at this moment. He seemed like a sunny and carefree young boy on the surface, but when his presence burst forth, it was akin to the release of a divine weapon. And just as he stepped out of the hotel, he suddenly received a call. Upon seeing the caller's number, he immediately hung up without bothering to answer. Shin Jun couldn't get through and kept calling persistently, so after being blocked, he was silent for only a few minutes before a strange number dialed again. Lin Shen frowned tightly, knowing it was very likely Shin Jun. He had nothing good to say to this guy, and the conflicts between them due to previous events had become increasingly fierce. He didn't believe that this guy would still have any good intentions to reach out to him. It was definitely something malicious. If he didn't pick up, this guy might continue calling endlessly, so in the end, he pressed to accept the call. He spat out indifferently. Did your mother not teach you manners? Don't you know what it means when I hang up on you? The breathing on the other side of the phone paused momentarily, then followed with gritted teeth full of anger. Lin Shen, are you accusing me of being rude? I never said that, but it seems you're becoming more self-aware lately. That's all, I'm hanging up now. Don't call me anymore. There's no relationship between us anymore. As for the divorce settlement your mom mentioned, I didn't take anything, so stop bothering me. With that, he was about to hang up the phone. At that exact moment, Shen Jun's voice came through again, filled with anger and biting resentment. Though clearly holding back his fury, it was evident in his tone. Lin Shun, let's meet. There's an extremely important matter this time. My sister is walking a tightrope over a 10,000-foot cliff right now. You'd better persuade her, otherwise, she might really fall. My mom and I can't convince her. Only you, perhaps, still have a chance. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Lin Shen's face. It was obvious to him, even if he thought about it with his toes, that this guy must not have good intentions. He replied coldly, what does your family's affairs have to do with me? If your sister falls into the abyss, it's her own problem. People who make mistakes should pay the price for their errors. I no longer have any connection with her. Don't bother me anymore. Things are already crystal clear. But before he could hang up, angry roars erupted from the other side. You're utterly heartless. My sister is in great danger, yet you choose to turn a blind eye. Is this how you act as a man? In my opinion, you're a real piece of trash. Also, let me tell you this, if you don't come, you'll regret it. I will definitely have every single person close to you severely beaten up. Don't forget, I know some big brothers on the streets. With just a few calls, I can easily find troublemakers to deal with them. Haven't you forgotten about those good friends of yours? They are still in the company. Surely, you wouldn't want them to suffer because of you. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. His voice grew even colder. Send me the location. 2 words were uttered indifferently, followed by the sound of laughter filled with satisfaction on the other end. I knew you'd come, my friend. Lin Shen didn't respond, and simply hung up the phone. He didn't want others to be implicated because of him, especially those friends. During the early days of the company's establishment, they had shown unwavering support. There were times when salaries weren't paid for 2 whole months, but those people remained steadfast by his side without hesitation. Without their encouragement and backing, there probably wouldn't be the Shun Corporation we see today. When he initially withdrew from the company's management, these few friends tried hard to dissuade him and warned him not to hand over all of the company's management entirely to Shin Bingxue. Back then, he had put absolute trust in Shin Bingxue. It seemed that the friends were right, and perhaps he was too blinded by the situation. However, the past is in the past. He naturally didn't want those few friends to suffer because of him. Besides, he had already made up his mind. Things might be tough for those friends at the company, especially after their divorce. It was time to find them a better place. Just as Chairman Jiang said, the company was rotten to the core. When Chairman Jiang spoke to him before, it was clear that he was testing his stance. By not making any indication, he gave the best response possible. Now, he glanced at the location, hailed a cab, and came directly to the suburbs. Surprisingly, this location turned out to be an entertainment venue. A glimmer passed through Lin Shen's eyes as he thoughtfully approached the entrance, where he saw a few gangsters leaning sloppily against the wall. They also noticed Lin Shen. One of them couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, just as Brother Shen said, this fool actually showed up. How dare you talk about someone like that? This person isn't a fool. He's Brother Shen's brother-in-law. We should respectfully call him brother-in-law. The speaker seemed clever, flashing a smile, and quickly leading Lin Shen inside. Brother-in-law, Brother Shen is inside. Please follow me. Lin Shen remained silent, paying no heed to their titles or the obvious mockery in their gazes. There was no need for him to squabble with such insignificant individuals. Soon they arrived at the top floor of the entertainment establishment, where there was an office. Upon opening the door, they found Xinjun sitting with his legs on the desk. Upon seeing Lin Shun, Xinjun looked extremely pleased, revealing unmistakable excitement. "You've finally come. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 18. Taking the blame. Lin Shun walked over and sat directly across from Xinjun, his expression as calm as water. In an indifferent voice, he said, "Speak up. What exactly do you want from me?" Xinjun did not respond, instead smiling cruelly as he clapped his hands. Instantly, more than a dozen burly men walked into the private room. Their appearances were menacing. All of their eyes locked onto Lin Shun. Lin Shun merely glanced at them, then calmly remarked, "Is this it? Planning on forcing me to do something? But maybe you're overthinking it. Haven't you learned your lesson from the slap I gave you before?" Bringing up that incident didn't help matters. Xinjun nearly exploded in anger, hatred filling his gaze. His teeth ground together audibly. If not for needing Lin Shun to take the blame for him, Xinjun would already have ordered these men to beat Lin Shun half to death. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, Xinjun said, "Lin Shun, I know how tough you are, but your bones won't be tougher than a hammer. Today, I'll give you one chance, after which all grievances between us will be settled once and for all. I can also choose to forget about the fact that you hit me earlier. However, you must help me with one thing." Lin Shun's eyebrows rose slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he already guessed Xinjun's intent, the purpose behind finding him. He wore an ambiguous smile and remarked, "I've heard there have been significant changes within the company recently, especially the severance of cooperation with the Jiang family group. It's all because during your collaboration with them, you substituted inferior products to deceive the Jiang family group. If Shun Bingxue found out about this, she probably wouldn't let you off easily. There might even be a chance your mother was being unreasonably difficult, leaving Shun Bingxue no choice but to find ways to compensate the Jiang family group. The compensation is quite flexible. If you can't pay up, you may end up inside, unless you find a scapegoat willing to take the fall." Upon hearing this, Xinjun's face revealed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Shun to be so perceptive, guessing his intention right away. But almost immediately, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. His eyes filled with cruelty. "Lin Shun, you're truly smart, smarter than I imagined. Since you've already guessed my plan, there's no need to say more. Right now, I'll give you another chance. Sign this contract immediately, and then publicly declare that all my actions were under your orders. As for me, I was merely assisting you, knowing nothing of the matter. You will bear full responsibility for everything. At most, you'll spend a few years inside. Rest assured, it won't be too long. Once you take this responsibility, I will thank you and help manage things so you don't spend the rest of your life locked up. However, if you refuse to sign, I'll cripple you right now. Do you want to lie in bed for the rest of your life as a high-risk quadriplegic patient? I'll be straightforward with you. Our company simply doesn't have enough liquid capital. We barely have over $10 million, yet we still owe the bank tens of millions in loans. It's as if I've already been abandoned by my sister. And as my good brother-in-law, shouldn't you take on this responsibility?" At this point, his gaze grew even colder, especially as the rage in his eyes burned fiercely. Rather than helping Lin Shun, Xinjun considered it a great act of mercy not to stab him in the back further. Lin Shun couldn't trust any of Xinjun's words, not even the punctuation marks. Wearing an enigmatic smile, Lin Shun replied coolly, "Your sister and I have signed a divorce agreement. She agreed to the terms first, clearly stating that I leave with nothing. If you attempt to use this situation to make trouble, I see no reason not to take you to court. If you intend for these people to act." He stopped speaking mid-sentence, his demeanor becoming extremely cold. These individuals weren't worth a second thought. Though his mind was still sharp, overexertion wasn't ideal due to severe nerve damage. Still, nerve damage didn't affect his physical strength in the slightest. In fact, after acquiring the legacy key and receiving its inheritance, his physical abilities had been enhanced to an entire new level. This power was now fully under his command. Even if he were to punch a steel plate, it would likely bear the imprint of his knuckles without any harm to himself. Before, he tested his durability by lightly cutting his skin with a blade, only to leave a faint white mark. The pain struck only when he exerted force, but it was clear that his strength now far surpassed what it used to be. An ordinary person with a knife might not even be able to draw blood from him. The malevolence on Xinjun's face grew more pronounced. "You damn brat. Looks like you're choosing the hard way over the easy way. You don't seem to know your own strength. Remember that slap you gave me earlier? I've been keeping track of that. If you're asking for death, then let me grant you your wish." As he said this, he grabbed a bottle of imported liquor from the table. The sturdy bottle wouldn't likely break upon hitting someone's head, but it would definitely knock them out cold and could possibly even cause a skull fracture. At this moment, all Xinjun wanted was to brutally beat Lin Shun into submission, preferably forcing him to beg for mercy on his knees. Only seeing his opponent groveling in front of him would ease the fury bubbling inside Xinjun. Moreover, Xinjun didn't believe Lin Shun would dare retaliate against him with so many burly men around. Holding the bottle high above his head, Xinjun stepped up in front of Lin Shun, and with a swift swing, he brought the bottle down hard toward Lin Shun's head. The spectators wore smirks of amusement, having witnessed similar scenarios too many times before. They thought nothing of it, instead laughing loudly as they watched the spectacle unfold. But just as the next second began, Lin Shun calmly lifted his leg and delivered a light kick. Sitting there as he kicked, his action seemed effortless. Yet, an agonizing sound of shattering bones rang out, causing everyone's teeth to grind uncomfortably. Crack. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and stare at Xinjun's leg. Shun Jun's leg had twisted unnaturally. The bones beneath his knee fractured, piercing through the skin. Blood soaked through his white trousers, staining them crimson. Then came a piercing scream of agony. It was only now that the audience fully grasped the situation. Frantically, the henchman rushed forward to support Shun Jun, whose face contorted in pain, his eyes reddened by fury. Waves of anger and hatred spread uncontrollably as he shouted frantically, "Son of a bitch, how dare you break my leg? You're looking for death. Kill him." Chapter 19, Applying Pressure. Shun Jun's mental state was nearing madness right now. At this point, he didn't care about finding someone to take the fall. However, one of the leading tough guys quickly regained his composure and immediately stopped the men who were about to attack by the wall. Not so fast. Upon hearing these words, everyone stopped their movements, though Lin Shun was already surrounded in the middle. Their gazes were filled with confusion. They had already beaten Brother Shun into such a state. If they refrained from action, wouldn't it make them look like they lacked clout? Their reputation could also be damaged, and afterward, who would come to them for help? The leading tough guy smiled faintly and said, "Brother Shin, your main goal this time is to let this guy serve as the scapegoat. If you cripple him now, the consequences will certainly be severe. It might end up being you who has to bear the blame yourself, since there's no better candidate than him. I guess that's why he dared to strike you, because he knows you can't harm him too much. Also, this kid isn't an ordinary fighter. He's not easy to handle." Shin Jun snapped back to reality, grinding his teeth audibly, his eyes full of malice as though he wanted to devour Lin Shin alive. Still, he managed to rein in his anger, glanced at the leading tough guy, and nodded lightly. "This matter is left in your hands. If you help me resolve it, I'll hand over 1 million without hesitation." The leading tough guy showed a cruel smile, nodded lightly, then turned his gaze toward Lin Shun. He picked up a hammer next to him, with a ferocious expression. "Kid, you heard what we said before. I know you're fearless because you need to play the role of the scapegoat, but if you remain stubborn, consider carefully the consequence of Brother Shin's anger. I guarantee it. I will break every bone in your body slowly, making sure you can neither live nor die. Your fingernails will have steel needles inserted into them. We've done this plenty, and it's second nature to us. Take some time to consider my offer." With those words, the hammer slammed down on the wooden coffee table in front of Lin Shun with a loud thud. The leading tough guy's face adopted a highly mocking expression. People like Lin Shun, he had seen many. In the beginning, they seemed fearless, but as soon as a little force and manipulation were applied, with a mix of threats and promises, they'd cave and sign whatever document was put in front of them. And after they accomplished this deed, Lin Shun would also vanish from this world altogether. After all, dead men tell no tales, and living people are bound to make mistakes eventually. Dead ones were always the most compliant. At this moment, Lin Shun's face remained calm, and his tone was cold. "If I sign this paper, it's probably when you'll start getting serious with lethal moves, right?" The leading tough guy raised an eyebrow, surprised at how sharp this young man in front of him was. However, even though the situation was revealed, he chose not to admit it. With a smirk, he said, "You're overthinking things. Why would we kill anyone? We merely take money from others to resolve their problems. Murder? That's something we never do. During this time, we just need a brother to apply some tactics against you. Even if you reported this brother afterward, Brother Shun would ensure sufficient funds as compensation. All of us who walk this path cut ties with everything for the sole purpose of making more money. As long as the money is good enough, there's nothing we won't do. Don't force our hand, young man. You're smart. Save yourself some dignity and don't make things ugly." Lin Shun chuckled. His smile was as if he were looking at a clown. He didn't say a word, but his meaning was clear. This angered the leading tough guy, who finally understood why Shin Jun was so infuriated earlier. No matter what, the sight was maddening. He grabbed the hammer with a cold face. "I've given you an opportunity. Grasp it while you can. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unfriendly. When I start, there won't be any chance for regret. You have 10 seconds to think about it." Lin Shun stood up, lit a cigarette, and his expression grew increasingly scornful. "Have you ever considered whether it's even wise to think I can easily snap a bone of his, but not deal with all of you standing here? If I'm being honest, no matter how many times more numerous you become, even tenfold your current number, you're still like ants to me. If I wanted to kill you all, it would be as easy as turning my hand. However, simply killing you would be letting you off too easily. Just like you said, these kinds of things you've done many times, and the reason why I'm telling you this is to leave some evidence. There's no direct evidence, or else crippling you all might impact me." Upon hearing these words, the leading tough guy paused momentarily, then noticed Lin Shun holding a phone. It had been recording the entire time. This was also to prevent them from extorting Lin Shun over the matter. Never did they expect that the man in front of them would be so meticulous. His face turned completely dark. They absolutely couldn't let Lin Shun take that recording out, or else all their brothers would be doomed. The people in the Six-Fan Gate weren't ones who handled things carelessly as they used to. They were now dutiful and responsible. Especially some among them, upon learning about such a situation, could possibly uncover every single detail of their past misdeeds and lock them all up. "Lin Shun, since you want to die, I'll oblige you. Brother Shun, forgive me. This guy is too infuriating. Your matter today might not work out because of him. If this kid doesn't die, I'll have difficulty swallowing my anger." As he spoke, it was also an attempt to put psychological pressure on Lin Shun. Shin Jun didn't say much. These tactics were commonplace. A cruel smile spread across his face. "Don't make him die too easily. Torture him for me until he wishes for death, but cannot find it." At this moment, his facial expression twisted, resembling a demon straight out of hell. Meanwhile, Lin Shun's smile became even more prominent. He had already discerned the meanings behind their exchanged glances, but chose not to reveal anything. The leading tough guy, seeing Lin Shen still unyielding with an air of superiority, grew angrier, almost laughing out loud in irritation. He decided it was time to act, aiming first at taking away Lin Shen's phone. The hammer swung violently toward Lin Shen's shoulder. An ordinary person struck by such a blow would at least suffer broken bones and torn tendons. The man attacked with all his strength. He had to show the other side who was in control. The hammer flew through the air. Chapter 20, Dog Bites Dog. Lin Shen's face carried a contemptuous smile. Just as the sledgehammer was about to hit, he sidestepped and grabbed one end of it with ease. His eyes fixed on the burly man leading the group, his smile growing wider. The burly man froze, not expecting Lin Shen's immense strength. How could Lin Shen dodge so precisely and grab his weapon? This greatly irritated him. In front of so many underlings, he had lost face. Let go. As he spoke, he kicked forward. However, before his kick landed, Lin Shen delivered a swift kick to his knee. Crack. The sound of breaking bones rang out again. The pain elicited a wail from the man, who also loosened his grip. Holding the sledgehammer tightly, Lin Shen followed up with another powerful blow. It struck the shoulder of the burly man. Another crunching sound echoed through the air. Lin Shen didn't stop there, delivering 2 more blows, shattering both shoulders of the man, but leaving only slight bruises on the surface, some bruising slowly appearing. At this moment, his gaze turned toward the remaining men. Their mouths hung open, clearly stunned. Lin Shen, however, gave them no chance, swinging the sledgehammer like it was part of an impenetrable wall. Each person struck suffered broken bones and torn ligaments. The cries of agony rose and fell. In just a dozen seconds, Lin Shen had already slammed the sledgehammer into the ground. One end of the sledgehammer was deeply embedded in the floor, the heavy thud causing everyone present to widen their eyes in terror. Their gazes were now filled with deep panic. Even those cries of pain came to an abrupt halt at this moment. With each strike, Lin Shen showed no mercy, a smile lingering on his lips. That smile sent shivers down the spines of all present. It felt as if they were being stared at by death itself. Xinjun finally reacted, taking several steps back. Fear consumed his expression, despair overtaking his mind. He never imagined that Lin Shen would be so ruthless, showing absolutely no mercy in incapacitating others' bones. He did not wish to become handicapped, nor did he want the enmity Lin Shen clearly bore because of his previous taunts. Lin Shen said with a smirk, "I'm simply repaying someone else's method with their own medicine. Yet, when it happens to you, you seem unable to handle it. But don't worry, I'm sure you can bear it. So my strikes will be measured. I won't make you truly dead. Instead, I'll leave you paralyzed for the rest of your life, confining you to a hospital bed. Given your sister's character, she will undoubtedly take care of you for the rest of your life and will use every method to protect you, ensuring you are not thrown inside. But even if you survive, you'll only manage as a quadriplegic." Xinjun screamed in terror. "Lin Shen, you can't do this. If you really do this, my sister will never forgive you, and you'll never be able to reconcile with her. That proves you must still have feelings for my sister. Otherwise, you wouldn't endure such drudgery, quietly serving us like a slave." As he said these words, he realized something was amiss. Quickly, he corrected himself. "Sorry, I got it wrong. It's that you've tirelessly served our family far too much, and it's my own impulsiveness that led to this. I never anticipated anything like this happening, and before, I was deceived. Someone told me that using inferior products instead of good ones would be completely fine, but it never crossed my mind that the Jiang Group would find out. The company is almost ruined, and I only wanted to help my sister. Moreover, the way you treated us before wasn't ideal either." At this point, his facial expression revealed extreme fear. Yet in his heart, he detested Lin Shen bitterly. If Lin Shen was this powerful, why had he pretended to be weak? It had given the impression that he was easy to bully. Now, bringing in over a dozen street brothers, they had all been defeated by Lin Shen within a few seconds, and each of them had at least 3 to 5 broken bones. This didn't feel like something Lin Shen could pull off. Perhaps even the street brothers couldn't display such ruthlessness. Lin Shen asked with a half smile, "Are you done talking? Don't forget, I've got evidence here. You not only wanted me dead, but also aimed to make me the scapegoat by signing this contract. And then, you intended to silence me forever. Even though you haven't admitted it, doing such things is definitely not your first time. I remember once someone caused a disturbance in the company, claiming it was your fault, and afterward, that troublemaker just vanished without a trace. Then, after half a month, the girl's mother came to the company accusing you of ruining her daughter. At the time, I didn't think much about it, but now, it seems like you are highly involved in this incident. When the time comes, I'll report it to the authorities and have them thoroughly investigate everything." As he spoke these words, his face showed a sarcastic smile, and mockery became more evident in his eyes. Xinjun never imagined that Lin Shen would bring up this matter. His expression suddenly turned extremely frightened. He shook his head vigorously like a wave dog. "This is a misunderstanding. I didn't do it. The person responsible is him." Then he shifted his gaze toward the burly man leading the group. The burly man originally planned to pretend to be dead. He had already figured out that the ominous figure before him was someone he could never mess with. Once truly enraged, this person might slaughter everyone present. And even if they were killed, they'd still die without any justice, because Lin Shen would be deemed in true self-defense. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with furious burning. "You damn liar, stop fabricating nonsense and splashing filth on me. It's obviously something you did yourself. That woman kept joching you, so you sent her straight to your partner's bed, and then she started making trouble for you. It's your own mess. What does it have to do with me?" You accidentally beat her to death and then wanted us to help clean up. I refused at that moment, and I don't know who else you contacted. Lin Shen slightly squinted his eyes. He didn't interfere in the argument between the two, instead allowing them to fight each other like dogs biting dogs. Chapter 21, An Eye for an Eye. Lin Shen was still expressionless, his gaze locked on the two people. Xin Jun gritted his teeth and said, "Don't talk nonsense here. I actually kept some evidence back then. Do you think I'm just the son of a landlord with more money than sense? I've worked with you for such a long time. How well do I know your character? If something went wrong, it's quite likely that you would throw me under the bus to take the blame. So, I kept the evidence earlier. Lin Shen, if you don't believe me, I can show you right now. It was this guy who suggested it, and he planned for that woman to vanish without a trace. The most important thing he aimed at was getting her to sleep with him. At the time, I disagreed, but he threatened to expose some things we've done in the past if I didn't comply. He has been threatening me all along. I had no choice." By the end, his face was full of virtue. Seeing his expression, Lin Shen felt nothing but disgust in his heart. His voice was cold and indifferent as he asked, "Just tell me, were you involved or not? What I want is the result, not the process. Don't bother telling me all this useless stuff. Also, hand over all your evidence. Furthermore, I can give you a chance to live. Otherwise, if I kill you, it will only be considered self-defense. You'll die for nothing. You should know that the bond between your sister and me has already broken long ago. Our feelings have frozen deeper than 3 feet thick ice. It's not something new. Even if your sister was here, I wouldn't give her any face. I'll let you die." Upon hearing these words, Xin Jun dared not defy Lin Shen any longer. He quickly took out his phone and presented some recordings and videos from before. The leading figure never expected that Xin Jun would truly retain evidence. His eyes burned with anger, even desiring to hack this man into pieces right away. They had indeed cooperated on many things, and sometimes the big man also needed more funds from Xin Jun. Both sides held each other's evidence. His teeth ground together audibly. There is also evidence against this bastard. It was originally prepared to extort another sum of money from him before running away. But since today's the day, I might as well bring it up now. People like them are those who make money by risking their heads every day. They may need to run away anytime. So being prepared ahead is also a way to leave themselves an out. These were his last cards. Lin Shen seized those pieces of evidence, his smile becoming increasingly apparent. In a tranquil tone, he said, "Good, I can spare your life. You seem quite reasonable, though I promised not to touch this guy. Letting him off like this makes me feel uneasy too." The unspoken words didn't need to be said. He knew the leader would understand his meaning. Sure enough, as Lin Shen had guessed, the muscled leader's arms were disabled, yet he managed to stand. The goons understood what Lin Shen intended to do. They didn't want to become Lin Shen's punching bags, nor did they wish for Lin Shen's displeasure to cause them extra blows. Though no one would die, having a comminuted fracture would mean being incapacitated for life. At this moment, everyone's hearts brimmed with boiling anger, all eyes fixed on Xin Jun. There was just one thought in their minds. Beat this bastard who almost got them killed so severely that he'd never be able to get out of bed again. Xin Jun couldn't help but widen his eyes. His look was filled with disbelief as he shouted loudly, "Lin Shen, how could you do this? Why don't you keep your word? Just now you said, as long as I provide the evidence, you wouldn't lay a finger on me." Lin Shen showed a half smile, half sneer, mocking tone. "I did say I wouldn't lay a finger on you, and I didn't. It's them wanting to beat you up. After all, it's because of you bringing them here, which led to their current tragic state. And when I slapped you earlier, didn't you feel anything? I even suspect that this guy might have a grudge against you. So you deliberately brought them to me and enraged me, using my hands to eliminate the threats they posed to you. It's entirely possible that you knew they already had your evidence, hence why you wanted to use someone else to kill them. Not completely impossible." Lin Shen's gaze, half laughing, half serious, shifted directly to the leading brute. The mockery on his face became increasingly evident. "I feel that you should be extremely angry right now, but I won't intervene in your disputes. At most, I'll just watch you dogs tear each other apart." When hearing this, the leader nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Through gritted teeth, he said, "All able-bodied brothers, stand up and fight hard. He has caused us severe injuries. Let's make sure he can never get out of bed for the rest of his life. Smash all his limbs bone by bone and drive steel nails into his fingernails. Let's deal with him using the harshest means, making him realize how wrong his actions were." Everyone sprang into action immediately. Even though each one was severely injured, Lin Shen had already planned the outcome before he acted. He wouldn't personally go so far as to kill them. Holding the evidence on his face would ensure these people couldn't accuse him, which was the result he wanted. After all, what he disliked most was trouble. If they used underhanded tactics against him, their demise would only be more brutal. At this point, Xin Jun truly began to panic. His eyes, filled with entreaty, looked at Lin Shen. "Brother-in-law, please save me. I'm begging you. I really made a mistake. I will absolutely never dare to do such things again." Even if he was foolish, he understood that the only person who could save him now was Lin Shen. His voice became even more frantic. "Brother-in-law, as long as you save me, I'll immediately have my sister remarry you upon my return. I promise we will treat you like an ancestor from now on. Please, don't let them beat me. I really know it's wrong. I will absolutely never dare again." He kept crying out for mercy like a howling ghost. Lin Shen, however, remained coldly indifferent. With a detached look, he glanced at the leading burly man. The man instantly understood what he meant. "What are you waiting for? Get your hands dirty quickly." At this moment, all of them endured the pain of their broken bones and pressed Xin Jun to the ground. Dozens of burly men, even just by lying their weight on him, could immobilize Shun Jun completely. Shun Jun's face twisted into an expression of extreme panic, contrasting sharply with his previous demeanor. Fear continued to spread through his heart, unchecked. Chapter 22 Interrogation. Shun Jun's face turned ashen with fear. If these people really decided to take his life, he wouldn't stand a chance to defend himself. After all, they were desperate individuals who would dare anything for enough money. Now that their lives were at risk, how could they possibly show mercy? Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, please don't. His wailing cry echoed through the air. Hearing his anguished cries brought an inexplicable sense of relief to Lin Chen's heart. He wasn't a saint. In the past, he could tolerate Shun Jun because of Shun Bingshua's sake. He didn't want to make his own woman uncomfortable. But now, there was no longer any connection between him and Shun Bingshua, especially when she had already been romantically entangled with Feng Haoxuan during their marriage. That was a betrayal that broke his heart completely. Though years of affection couldn't vanish overnight, he had already locked his heart away. Shun Jun was usually arrogant and tyrannical, but now, he was pinned to the ground and brutally abused. A few fingers on one hand were already broken, the nail beds ripped off, his facial expression twisted in spasms like a demon come to life. Panic engulfed his entire countenance. Just as despair overwhelmed him, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open, and several suited bodyguards walked in. Release Lin Shun. A cold and angry voice came from outside. This voice was familiar. Sister, save me. Shun Jun instantly recognized whose voice it was, and didn't hesitate to shout out loudly. Inwardly, he deeply regretted his actions, never imagining Lin Chen's strength was so overwhelming. Those thugs' methods were well known to him, yet offered no resistance against Lin Shun and were now used as tools against him. As panic and regret spread within him, anger quickly took its place. Since his sister had already arrived, Lin Chen would be unable to harm him again. After all, Lin Chen's feelings for his sister weren't lost on him. Sister, Lin Shun is hurting me. He lured me here, claiming to help solve the company's troubles. For your sake, I personally rushed over here. Although I initially wanted nothing more to do with him since you're divorced. It's embarrassing, but then this guy said he had a plan to help you, so I immediately came over without hesitation. However, I had no idea he'd set up a trap. His only intention was to beat me mercilessly. Look at what he has done to me. While speaking, tears streamed down his face even more profusely. Lin Shun, this is revenge. Pure revenge. His words startled Shun Bingshua significantly, especially seeing her beloved younger brother reduced to such a pitiful state. Compassion immediately surfaced on her face, discarding any previous thoughts she had harbored. Her gaze turned intensely furious as she looked toward Lin Chen. Why did you do this? Why so cruel? What exactly did he do to offend you? Even if his past behavior towards you included some insults, it doesn't warrant beating him until crippled. Look at what his hands have become. Although she was enraged by Shun Jun's deeds internally, she had always been overly indulgent with her younger brother, even surpassing her mother's favoritism. Despite this, her affection for her brother remained unfeigned. Hearing Shun Bingshua questioning Lin Shun made Shun Jun even more agitated. The burly men surrounding Shun Jun stopped their assault. No matter what, Brother Shin had provided them with plenty of benefits. They couldn't really disable him entirely, not to mention outsiders were already present. At this moment, they just wanted to leave while Lin Shin dealt with his opponent. If they could slip away unnoticed, that'd be ideal. Shin Jun managed to break free from their grip and scrambled to Shun Bingshua's side. Fear and sorrow clouded his features. Sister, look at my hands. Lin Shin went too far. Earlier, I still addressed him as brother-in-law and begged for mercy repeatedly, yet he completely ignored me. All along, he kept complaining about all the weiqi he suffered in our home. I admit I treated him somewhat harshly, but only because I hated seeing potential wasted. I didn't want my future brother-in-law to turn into a waste of flesh. All we've done was meant to inspire him. But see how he repays me now. It's outrageous. He isn't worthy to be called my brother-in-law. I was actually thinking about whether I could persuade the two of you to get back together, but now I feel that Lin Shin doesn't have any qualifications to be my brother-in-law. He hides too deep, it's just too scary. By the end of his speech, he even squeezed out some tears, and they were genuine tears of pain. He had never suffered such rejection before, and though his anger hadn't fully erupted in this moment, he harbored all his resentment and hatred deep inside, all to drive a wedge between Lin Shun and his sister. More importantly, he feared those burly men might hurt him again. If Lin Shin truly didn't care about his sister, then those thugs would act on his orders, and they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. At this point, the appearance he was putting on couldn't fool Lin Shun or the desperate thugs, but it did successfully deceive Shun Bingshua. Shun Bingshua's eyes brimmed with fury and profound disappointment as she gritted her teeth and said, I just received a message from my mom telling me about your meeting with my brother, and she said you wanted to help take responsibility for the situation. I knew this matter wasn't simple, but I never expected you'd try to harm my brother. They may indeed have treated you badly in the past, but he is still your brother, and my mom is also your mom. Could you so easily turn your back on the family bond as if it were just a joke? Her questioning caused Lin Shin to laugh, a laugh that carried an indescribable emotion. Instead, this laughter made Lin Shin feel as if the heaviness in his heart had lessened compared to before, especially when facing Shun Bingshua. The complexity of his feelings seemed to gradually fade away. Some say that after breaking up, the hardest part isn't hatred. It's the fear of being ignored and becoming indifferent. It's like transforming into complete strangers, where mentioning Shun Bingshua no longer stirs the slightest emotion. That's the true sign of forgetting this relationship. Lin Shin wanted to reach this point, but clearly, he wasn't there yet. You always mention what my mom says, what your brother says, but when have you ever listened to what I have to say? In your mind, whatever my mom and your brother say, even if it's false, becomes true, while whatever I say, even if it's true, becomes false. Chapter 23. The Last Shred of Dignity. Lin Shen's voice suddenly turned icy cold. Since you don't believe a single word I say, then why do you even bother to ask me? Besides, we are already divorced. There is no longer any relationship between us. What I do has nothing to do with you. Our relationship was never based on blood ties. It was merely love by association. When I liked you, I could hold you in the palm of my hand and cherish you as a treasure. But when I no longer care about you, what does it matter who you think you are? At this moment, his voice had already become as cold as frost. Shen Bingxue had never imagined that Lin Shen would say such things, and her anger exploded without restraint. Her furrowed eyebrows and the mixture of dreams and agitation she harbored deep inside finally burst forth at this moment. It was only in front of Lin Shan that she held back nothing. There was no need for pretense because she knew that Lin Shan would never betray her and would never harm her. She could recklessly hurt him without worrying about any consequences. At this moment, her anger completely erupted, and her voice became sharper. Lin Shan, so my brother was right all along. You have always harbored resentment against them. I truly believe in my mother and my younger brother because they are my blood relatives. After I got into trouble, they did indeed make mistakes, but they stood firmly by my side, even thinking of ways to help solve my problems. But what about you? Are the years of our relationship worth nothing in your heart? When I mentioned divorce, you didn't even hesitate before agreeing, as if you had finally thrown off a heavy burden. Don't forget, for all these years, I've been the one supporting you. All expenses were covered by the money I gave you. What have you ever done for our family? Lin Shen no longer wanted to argue because he felt it was all futile, which would only cause his own inner frustration. In a detached tone, he said, think whatever you want. At this point, there was only one thought in his mind. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a great mountain. No matter how much you argue, it's impossible to change their minds. He also began to question how they ended up together in the first place and where the person from the past had gone. Could money corrupt someone so quickly? By now, he was no longer interested in continuing this entanglement. Leaving Shun Bingxue with a little dignity was his last act of kindness. Turning around, he walked away. However, Shun Bingxue blocked his path, trapping him inside the private room. Those burly men had already fled, fearing Lin Shen would take revenge on them again. Now, only the three of them remained. Lin Shen's voice grew colder still. Move aside. I don't want to waste more time talking nonsense with you. Because we've long become strangers. Strangers? Shun Bingxue clenched her teeth so tightly she felt like they might crack. Her gaze directly met Lin Shen's eyes, disappointment growing stronger, and even an icy fury started to manifest. She didn't want to test him in front of her younger brother. Go out first. Shin Jun had long been eager to leave the private room. If Lin Shen could beat those people to screaming and groveling, it would be easy for him to deal with him too. He was also afraid that Lin Shen, in his rage, might use him as a punching bag. He hurried out of the room and closed the door behind him. The doors of the private rooms in the venue had excellent soundproofing effects, but Shun Bingxue no longer cared about anything else at this point. The expression on her face grew increasingly angry. Without hiding it anymore, her once beautiful and noble face lost its charm. It seemed that Shun Bingxue was looking worse and worse at this moment. Lin Shen, aren't you afraid your conscience will ache when you say these words? When you had a car accident, who took care of you? When you suffered from brain disease, who stayed by your side unwaveringly? When you felt depressed and unfulfilled, who was there beside you? Shun Bingxue spoke more and more, and although Lin Shen didn't intend to get further entangled, hearing her words pricked his heart like needles piercing through. His tone remained calm, showing no visible emotion. But in his heart, it was getting colder and colder. He felt the ice encasing his heart wasn't enough. It needed to grow even colder to completely sever the feelings of the past. You asked if my conscience would hurt, right? Now, I'll answer you. Lin Shen took a deep breath and said in a voice cold as a blade. All the money in the company came from my personal investment. I worked with a few partners and went through the toughest times. You said I was depressed and frustrated, but that was just because I was too exhausted. And I do appreciate your comfort at the time. This is giving you the last bit of dignity. Since you don't want this dignity, then I will speak clearly to you. Your mother came here, and you have seen everything she has done. When I married you, my company was already well established. But after I brought you into the company, what did you do? At this moment, it was as if he had cast off all his reserved emotions. The expression on his face became increasingly relaxed. His voice grew even colder. Do you have nothing to say? Then let's talk about your family. Did you forget where all that money came from? All the financial records of the company belong to me, and your development only surged in recent years, while the foundation of the company was built entirely by me. The company's market value once reached nearly tens of millions. But where is that money now? Was it simply handed over to your family for free? If I gave it to a dog, wouldn't the dog wag its tail loyally? But what was the attitude of your family? Your mother, fearing I might waste money, kept stirring things up in your ears, making you give me an allowance every week. That allowance was only a pitiful few $1,000s per week, while you and I both know what kind of person your mother is, so I kept detailed financial records. The monthly expense accounts were filled with everyday trivialities, yet you never paid attention to where that money went. But because of one word from your mother, you chose to ignore everything. Even in front of you, your mother would treat me poorly or curse me. Can you imagine her attitude when you weren't around? Can you also understand how your brother ended up like this? Haven't you realized anything at all? Lin Shen calmly revealed everything that had been buried deep inside him. Shun Bingxue was speechless. She realized at some point she had forgotten so many things. Chapter 24. The Truth. Lin Chen's voice grew colder and more distant. Hearing certain things over and over can alter your thoughts, as well as the ideas within your heart. Everyone around you says I'm a good for nothing. But do you know how much effort I've put in? I didn't bother to argue because I thought everything would speak for itself without words. But later I realized that the woman I once knew was slowly changing, becoming someone who felt increasingly unfamiliar to me. The freezing of 3 feet of water doesn't happen in one day. When you mentioned divorce, it seemed like a burden was lifted from me. And indeed, it was a great weight off my shoulders, because afterward I will be free again. I won't need to quietly help others or endure the pain caused by someone I love, nor deal with those baseless calamities, and I won't have to hear the daily insults calling me worthless or even stupid. My old self truly was foolish. There's a phrase I least wanted to say, but now I must tell you this. After my car accident, you claimed you were busy with company affairs and sent a secretary to take care of me. Zhang Qian is someone you brought on after college, and you considered her as your sister. But do you know what she did? Her so-called care meant I, an injured patient, had to go hungry for 2 out of every 3 meals. Xin Bingxue couldn't help but widen her eyes, disbelief evident in her gaze. Impossible. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, then said indifferently, I knew you'd say that. If you really cared about me, you should have visited the hospital more often. Had you been there, you might have heard the nurses and doctors discussing how pitiful I looked. Do you know how it feels when someone calls you pitiful when you're deeply distressed? You don't feel warm inside. You only feel sorrowful. But I endured all of this. I didn't want to talk about it, nor delay your growth. However, I became more and more disappointed with you. By the end, he fell silent, smiling faintly with indifference. His tone was calm, yet composed. If you feel wronged, please tell me exactly where the injustice lies. Is it just because running the company alone made you feel wronged? I've already told you that you could entrust the company to professional management teams. We don't need excessive wealth. A peaceful life would suffice. Life doesn't have to be grand and tumultuous. We've already earned enough money. I can buy villas for your younger brother, give plenty of money to your mother for spending, and even allocate 80% of the company's profits to them. But they are not satisfied, and neither are you. A greedy person's desires can never be met. Having said that, he walked past Xin Bingxue and left the private room. Xin Bingxue only felt as if thunder had struck her ears at his final words. She was in a daze, unable to comprehend that Lin Chen had suffered so much. She'd never thought about the kind of life Lin Chen endured at home every day. If it were herself, she might not have been able to last even a few days. But Lin Chen had silently borne all this for 4 years. The fragments of their memories resurfaced in her mind. The things she had forgotten now vividly returned to her thoughts. From the moment they first met until they stood together at the altar, their happiness was simple. But somewhere along the way, many people appeared in her life, none of whom spoke well of Lin Chen, only criticizing him. Was it just because she blindly trusted their slanderous remarks, which gradually altered her feelings toward Lin Chen? Xin Bingxue refused to admit it. She firmly believed Lin Chen was nothing more than a failure. Even during their breakup, Lin Chen had stated that everything went smoothly because of him. It was clearly her own hard work. There was still a shred of hope lingering deep in her heart. Hospital. Just as she uttered these 2 words, she turned around to find Lin Chen gone. Her anger surged within her chest, making her resist believing Lin Chen's words. Still, she wanted to prove him wrong, to expose his lies. Running out of the club, she saw Lin Chen already hailing a taxi, while beside her stood her so-called dear younger brother. Chen Jun feigned fury. Sister, why do you even care about him anymore? Lin Chen has lost his mind completely. You have no idea how inappropriate he acted just now. At this moment, the burly men also approached, trying their best to maintain polite smiles despite their awkwardness. Especially the leader among them lowered his voice and apologized. Ms. Shen, we apologize sincerely. We were just doing our job for whoever paid us the most. Mr. Shen used to be a good friend of ours, but Mr. Lin simply offered far too much. Because I've endured too much injustice, I want to get revenge for everything. We don't actually intend to go too far, but if we break the rules, we won't be able to survive in this line of work anymore. I hope you can understand. It's not easy for us either. Xin Bingxue didn't want to offend these dangerous individuals and merely nodded without saying much. She took her younger brother and rushed toward the hospital. It also happened that she wanted to investigate some past events at the hospital. Back then, she thought she had been extremely caring and considerate toward Lin Chen, even making time late at night every day just to visit him. However, most of the time Lin Chen was already asleep. She still vividly remembered the nurses and doctors from those days, especially the doctor who performed the surgery. She had slipped him a substantial red envelope, hoping there would be no complications for Lin Chen. After arriving at the hospital, Xin Jun went for treatment, first while she headed to the orthopedics department. At this moment, no one accompanied her. She was completely alone. The former head of the orthopedics department had since been promoted to deputy director, though he still served as the department's part-time head. He enjoyed an impressive success rate in surgeries and was highly skilled. Upon arriving, she coincidentally met this once familiar doctor. When the deputy director saw Xin Bingxue, he clearly appeared surprised but quickly flashed a smile on his face. He still remembered the events from years ago. If it weren't for his successful rescue of Lin Chen back then, he wouldn't have been promoted to deputy director. However, some aspects of what happened back then were still mysteries in his mind. Mr. Shun, I remember you well. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. What brings you here to the hospital today? Xin Bingxue took several deep breaths before directly asking for the truth. Deputy Director, congratulations on your promotion. But there's something I wish to know the truth about. Chapter 25, Turn a Blind Eye. The vice president never expected that Shun Bingxue would actually want to know the truth. With a mixture of doubt and bewilderment in his eyes, he hesitated for a moment before nodding and said, "There is indeed something I am also very puzzled about. But since I learned that you and Mr. Lin are a loving couple, perhaps there has been some misunderstanding." Shun General Manager can ask your question first. Without hesitation, Shun Bingxue directly asked her inner question. She was curious about what exactly had happened back then. Deep down, she still harbored a faint Xiaoxing psychology of hope. If Lin Shun was lying to her, then her heart would be completely dead, and she would never have any pity for Lin Shun anymore from now on. Up until now, she still thought she had absolute compassion for Lin Shun, and not because they still had feelings for each other. Upon receiving this question, the vice president's face clearly showed surprise, and there was astonishment in his eyes as well. General Manager Shun, it turns out you didn't know these things. Back then, weren't you the one who arranged for someone to take care of Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin said that the person you arranged was too busy, always helping you, so he didn't bother you all. In fact, at that time, I only delivered meals to Mr. Lin several times. I felt he was indeed pitiful. After all, he had such a serious car accident, and even underwent several surgeries in succession. In the end, not even a family member cared for him. If it hadn't been for our nurses noticing carefully, Mr. Lin wouldn't have eaten properly for 2 days, and we wouldn't have known the real situation. When Shun Bingxue heard this, it was as if thunder exploded in her mind. She couldn't have imagined that everything Lin Shun had said about their separation was true. She had initially given him a large sum of money and arranged for her secretary to take care of Lin Shun, ensuring he received the best nursing possible. She spent no small amount of money on this endeavor. However, despite the money spent, neither adequate nursing nor proper eating arrangements were secured. What exactly had transpired within the hospital during that period? The vice president, looking puzzled, asked, "General Manager Shun, were you listening?" Shun Bingxue nodded awkwardly. "I did arrange for someone back then, but I never anticipated that person embezzled all the money. I gave him a great deal of it, and this ended up being the result. And me and Lin Shun have already divorced. I truly didn't know that this incident had occurred. This might be the genuine reason why Lin Shun wanted a divorce. It seems I've wronged him." Upon hearing this, the vice president's expression quickly turned somewhat cold. "General Manager Shun, I don't mean to scold you. A man like Lin Shun, why would you give him up? Lin Shun has been accommodating enough towards you, and also very forgiving toward your family. You may not know, when your family came to the hospital and heard about Mr. Lin's condition, some of their words were unbearable to listen to. You should open your eyes and look closely at the people around you. If there's nothing else, you can go back. I don't need answers from you. Now, I've realized some people are worth cherishing, while others are not. And those people around you will cause you more trouble. Reuniting with Mr. Lin will bring you significant benefits in the future, but leaving Mr. Lin." He didn't finish this last sentence. He had heard about how Lin Shun helped cure a billionaire, and he was aware of the details. A doctor cannot heal himself. Even Lin Shun could not treat his own brain disorder, let alone the rest of them. By now, this was all the advice he could offer. Shun Bingxue never expected to hear such words from this vice president, and as she stood there, dazed, just before she could say anything, the vice president left the office, clearly unwilling to further engage with her, almost as if he didn't want any more entanglements with her. What on earth happened? Why did it turn out this way? Her mind was in turmoil. As she was thinking about this, she received a phone call. It was from her mother. After a brief hesitation, she pressed the answer button. She immediately heard an angry, abusive voice. "I heard that Lin Shun, that son of a bitch, beat my son. Moreover, he broke several bones. His hand bones have even shattered. This matter must not end without consequences. I will definitely call the 6 famine authorities and make them arrest him, throw him inside prison, and let him stay there forever. I hate him to death." As the other side kept talking, the voice grew even angrier. Shun Bingxue clenched her teeth tightly, and after a few changes in expression, she directly questioned, "Can you tell me what exactly happened back then? And if I'm not mistaken, you also mentioned that my secretary arranged for excellent caregivers for Lin Shun, giving him the best care. What is really going on here? Can you tell me?" There was silence from the other end of the phone for a few seconds before an awkward voice sounded. "How would I know what happened? I just casually brushed you off back then. Right now, the priority should be your brother. He's already been so badly injured. Why are you still asking me about Lin Shun's affairs? Do you still have some sort of relationship with him? Look at how he injured your brother. If you continue to harbor feelings for him, then you truly wouldn't deserve to be called a person. He's your own flesh and blood younger brother, while Lin Shun is just the husband you once married. Now Lin Shun has no connection with you anymore. You've already divorced, yet you're more concerned about him than your own flesh and blood younger brother. Do you even think about us, your family? At critical moments, it's we who have always been offering you support, we who have always cared about you. What has Lin Shun done? All he does is cause trouble when things get serious." By the time the speaker finished, the tone had become even sharper. At this point, Shun Bingxue no longer wanted to say anything more. She fully understood the kind of person her mother was, and deep down, she had already vaguely guessed what might have happened. She intended to call her secretary, but hesitated slightly and ultimately decided against it. It wasn't as if she didn't know about the inappropriate relationship between her secretary and her younger brother, something that couldn't withstand scrutiny, and talking too much about certain matters would only wound others further. Things had reached this stage already, and Lin Shun had even physically assaulted her younger brother so severely. He couldn't possibly pretend like nothing happened. Chapter 26. Crisis. After a brief hesitation, Shun Bingxue sighed. "Mom, those things have already happened. I don't want to dwell on the past anymore. I just want to know the truth about what happened back then. I'm piecing together something. If this puzzle is completed, it could bring earth-shattering changes to our company. I hope you will tell me the truth. It's unclear over the phone, and I'm coming over now. After finishing her sentence, Shun Bingxue directly hung up. She quickly drove back home. Her younger brother was still in the hospital, but she no longer had the mood to care for him. Given the big trouble he caused, he should get some punishment. It's time for him to learn a lesson so that he won't dare to do whatever he pleases. When Li Qin saw her daughter, her eyes darkened slightly for a moment, but she quickly smiled. Since you've come back, it seems your brother's condition isn't too serious. Earlier, that kid called me and said his hand was broken. Did he come back with you? Where is he? Why doesn't he come see me? How could he cause such big trouble, bullying Lin Shun to that extent? We can't just stand by, considering that Lin Shun is still your ex-husband. These words were deliberately spoken to align with her daughter's thinking. After all, her daughter controlled the entire company. If she angered her daughter too much because of past actions, her daughter might really send her back. She didn't want to return to her hometown again. Shun Bingxue took a few deep breaths and then asked directly, Mom, how much does Lin Shun spend each month? And how much do you and my brother spend every month at home? I need an exact figure. Oh, by the way, Lin Shun has already printed out all the detailed receipts because when I asked Lin Shun for money before, I wanted to say that he had taken too much from me these years. Lin Shun kept a backup plan. Upon hearing this, Li Qin couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her gaze was filled with anger. That despicable man has clearly been preparing for this day. He even went to the bank for detailed records. How could he spend so much money each month, and not all of it was spent on me and your brother? He's completely making excuses. You can go to the bank right now. You gave him several 10,000 yuan each month. How could he possibly? Shun Bingxue shook her head. I followed your advice, and I only gave him a few thousand yuan per month, which totaled just over 10,000. I think this is enough as normal expenses. After all, in many places where money needs to be paid, I directly pay from my bank card. The rest of the time, Lin Shun manages the family's eating and drinking. Hearing this, Li Qin obviously paused. Subconsciously, she asked, how does he manage himself? What do you mean? Shun Bingxue felt an ominous premonition. Without saying much to her mother, she quickly ran into the room. Lin Shun had mentioned to her that certain places still held the printed documents. When she saw those sheets, her pupils violently contracted. Although she knew Lin Shun shouldn't work excessively, beneath those receipts were notes indicating that Lin Shun worked odd jobs to earn extra income. However, these jobs were temporary positions. Sometimes the monthly allowance given by the family wasn't even enough for daily expenses, so Lin Shun had to supplement from his own earnings. What have I been doing all these years? Shun Bingxue couldn't help but tremble inside. Thinking about everything Lin Shun had endured, she wanted to call him, but her pride wouldn't let her. In the end, she only sent a text message. Even if life at home was simple, you could have told me directly. Why did you bear all of this alone? And why are you seeking revenge? Are you really hiding something, as Mom says? When Lin Shun saw the message, he smirked coldly and threw his phone aside, sitting cross-legged on the bed to begin cultivation. At this point, Lin Shun no longer entertained any thoughts about Shun Bingxue. Deep down, his impression of her started to fade gradually. Mentioning her evoked none of the anger he once harbored. There was merely a faint sense of regret, since that woman brought him so much joy in the past. Emotional ties cannot be erased instantly. He didn't know what Shun Bingxue was thinking right now, but he voiced everything he had wanted to say but hadn't. Some things sound overly sentimental when said, while keeping them bottled up inside brings frustration. Once, he had been most considerate of Shun Bingxue's feelings. Now that there was no longer any relationship between them, he didn't need to consider anything anymore. Why should he suffer wage for that woman? At this moment, although his face still carried a calm and indifferent smile, he did not reply to any messages. However, Shun Bingxue's message soon came through. I have your bank card number. I've already transferred money to it. Sorry. The last few words made Lin Shun frown. He felt like Shun Bingxue had changed. Her attitude toward him was no longer one of questioning, but directly compensating him. But what could money compensate for? Did he really need money? The night enveloped the entire city, the weather hot and oppressive with low air pressure. Not long after, a sudden storm lashed the city. Lin Shun had been sitting in meditation cultivating, but suddenly he opened his eyes, a cold and severe gleam flashing through them. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Through his ears came distinct sounds of footsteps, gathered outside the door of the hotel room. He was somewhat surprised as to who would come looking for him at this hour. This room was on the topmost floor, belonging to the highest VIP standard, so usually no one should disturb him at this time. But hearing the sound of the footsteps, there were at least a dozen people. His first thought was Shinjun. It was only himself and that guy who had unresolved conflicts and hatreds. But then he dismissed the idea. That person wouldn't dare trouble him again. Then who else could it be? The door wasn't knocked on, but was directly unlocked with a card and opened. The action was very light, as if they were afraid of waking him up. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Shen's face. There was no emotion in his gaze, as he quietly moved away from the bedside. He was curious to see where these people were from. Chapter 27 Provocation. Lin Shen looked at the group of more than 10 people. Their movements were extremely subtle. After they came in, they quietly closed the door. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shen hid in the corner. The group immediately gathered around the bed and thrust daggers towards the quilt. When Lin Shen got off the bed just now, he did so without making a sound, simply placing a pillow in the middle to make it seem like he was still asleep, especially in a dark room where it would easily confuse others. When the knives went down and pierced through, the leading bald Hulk's face expression changed. Something's not right. Turn on the light. He promptly gave out this warning. Someone immediately turned on the light. The leading tough man lifted the quilt, seeing the pillow underneath. His expression grew darker as he quickly looked around. Only then did he notice that Lin Shun was standing in the shadow in the corner, almost impossible to detect while the lights were off. Now that Lin Shun appeared before everyone, their faces turned angrier. This person obviously had detected them long before, laughing at their attempt. Now everyone harbored only one thought. They had to get rid of this guy. Lin Shun said with a half smile. It seems we've never met. Why are you trying to take me down? We have no grudge or enmity between us, yet you come directly wanting my life, as if we have blood debts to settle. This fills me with curiosity. How have I possibly offended any of you? He couldn't quite figure out who he'd crossed paths with such deadly vengeance. Even the Shin family wouldn't need to kill him like this. He just beat Shin Jun, and as for Long Go, Lin Shun didn't consider him worth paying attention to at all. These reckless desperados aren't ones that money alone can find. The Shuns didn't even have the credentials to connect with such people. The bald man leading them revealed a cold expression with a smirk of derision on his face. Since you're already awake, there's no point wasting time with you. You will understand clearly when you meet your end on the road to the netherworld. We merely follow the principle of getting jobs done for payment. Haven't you ever wondered why someone would pay us to do this? There's no need for extra talk. You only have one path left, death. None of us here has ever failed in our endeavors. As he spoke these words, the others already positioned themselves in readiness, each holding a dagger aimed at delivering a fatal blow. They mustn't allow Lin Shun to raise an alarm now, or if anyone heard them, they might be in trouble. A faint smile appeared on Lin Shun's face as he responded evenly. Regardless of where you're from or what you want to do, since you wish to kill me, I won't be polite anymore. To all of you, this is your chance. If you don't want to cooperate, things may turn nasty. He couldn't help but remember some knowledge from the heritage he had received. He slightly narrowed his eyes, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. But he was still considering how to experiment with the inheritance knowledge inside his mind. Right now, these rats being sent straight to his den were given absolutely no respite, with him launching successive strikes continuously. The bald giant didn't expect Lin Shun to dare to attack first, and a derisive sneer showed up on his face. But before he could counterattack, his eyes widened in shock. He found himself unable to keep up with Lin Shun's speed. His moves seemed to carry residual shadows when executed. That young master had earlier told him that Lin Shun was nothing but a sickly individual whose ailment hadn't been cured. How could someone with uncured illness be capable of something like this? If it wasn't for the fact that the young master was currently waiting outside for a car and provided them directly with the key card and location, they would probably have started doubting whether they were being tricked into walking straight into a trap by him. Lin Shun paid no heed to those thoughts, his smile growing colder and colder. I'm not bothering you, yet you dare to come to my place head on. Then let's use this opportunity to drag out the venomous snake lurking behind you. He wanted to know who exactly he had offended. And at this moment, the group couldn't even muster a cry of agony. Every time Lin Shun pointed his finger at them, it felt as if a paralyzing spell was cast upon their bodies, immobilizing them completely. In their eyes was the unrestrained terror, with only the leading bald boss still standing quietly. His hands, however, were trembling slightly. Even if one were foolish, it was clear now. He understood that he was in deep trouble, and the other party was evidently a true recluse master. If he were to dare make a move, he probably wouldn't even know how he ended up dead. His heart now brimmed with regret. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his voice trembling as he said, "We truly have no grudge against you. We're just doing someone else's bidding for their money. Please give us a chance, and we'll leave immediately." Lin Shun's face was filled with mockery, as he replied indifferently, "Do you think these words mean anything? Or do you think I am some selfless saint?" The bald giant's lips quivered slightly, his grip on the dagger tightened, but his palms were soaked with sweat. His underlings weren't any ordinary fellows, yet now they had absolutely no ability to resist. He wanted to say something, but Lin Shun cut him off with a wave of his hand. "Tell me who sent you here? I want to know their purpose. It doesn't seem like I've offended any major figures, right?" The bald giant felt a sigh of relief in his heart, but immediately responded, "It was Master Feng who sent us. Master Feng says your presence has already severely impacted him, and there are signs of a revived connection between Shun and you. So he must have you eliminated. Otherwise, you will interfere with many of his upcoming plans." Upon hearing this, Lin Shun's face lit up with an expression of understanding. He thought of many people, but didn't consider Feng Haoxuan. After all, Feng Haoxuan hadn't made any moves against him before, only throwing sarcastic comments his way during their encounters while completely disregarding him. To directly choose to eliminate him meant that Lin Shun had already suspected the possibilities. After a moment of slight hesitation, a sneer appeared on his face, and he immediately pulled out his phone to send a message to Shun Bingxue. "Please ask your dear mother for me. Does she think instigating Feng Haoxuan to meddle with me, or even attempt my death, is a consequence he can bear?" Chapter 28, The White Rat. Lin Shun could easily guess what the Shun family had done, even if he thought about it with just his toes. At this moment, his expression was extremely cold as he looked at the bald giant. "I don't want to bother him. After all, there is no real blood feud between us. He is merely being manipulated by others. You will suffer misfortune because you are the ones who want to directly attack and kill me." Words can be said so well. Those who assist in evil are more hateful. If I didn't have great power, I would have let you succeed tonight, and I would die by your hands. With such serious things already happening, do you think I would forgive you easily? There's no need for redundant talk. Now I'll give you only one choice. You want to live? Then you have to cooperate with me." When the leader heard these words, his head nodded vigorously like a chick pecking rice. His voice trembled slightly, but internally, he also relaxed a little. As long as he didn't die, there would still be opportunities. He was just a ruthless man on the road and not someone full of righteousness. After this happened, his first thought was to sell Feng Haoxuan outright without even considering taking the hit for the other side. He vaguely guessed Lin Chen's thoughts and quickly smiled while saying, I know you must definitely want us to harm Master Feng, since you two have such huge conflicts. I heard Master Feng stole your wife. The hatred of losing one's wife is a grave vengeance. Now we'll help you find Master Feng and eliminate him directly. We can act as if we saw nothing. Even more, we can help you deal with the aftermath, making Master Feng disappear completely from the world. Then you will get your wife back. Lin Chen glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint curve. However, his voice carried an even colder tone of mockery. When did I say I wanted to find trouble with him? I already mentioned earlier that I don't care enough to go after him. What you need to cooperate with me on is feeling your own conditions. I am currently researching something, and once it succeeds, I won't need your cooperation anymore. The time won't be too long. Just bear with it a little. Even if you scream in agony, try to suppress it as much as possible. Don't wake up anyone else. I want to be viewed as an interesting pet by others. Do you understand my meaning? Upon hearing this, the bald giant paused for a moment, but quickly reacted and nodded immediately. As long as he didn't have to deal with Master Feng, it would be better. If he truly offended Feng Haoxuan and caused severe consequences, who knows what immense troubles might arise. Now that Lin Chen has already spoken, it is equivalent to giving him a real chance. Lin Chen showed a clear smile on his face. He knew that this person didn't take his words seriously at all, but it doesn't matter. Currently, he wants to experiment with the methods he inherited. In fact, he condensed a strand of primordial energy between his fingers. Then this energy directly pressed against the bald giant's acupoints following some of the inherited techniques. Very quickly, this energy had already been injected inside. As Lin Chen observed the bald giant, the latter was about to say something when suddenly his face twisted sharply. His eyes bulged, and the red blood vessels spread rapidly. He tried to open his mouth and cry out in pain, but he found himself unable to make any sound with his mouth open. The silent scream and facial muscle convulsions/spasms made the subordinates present couldn't help but widen their eyes. Their expressions were filled with unprecedented panic. They all thought to themselves, isn't the guy before them a devil? What kind of inhumane pain is their boss going through to show this kind of reaction? At least they believe it is absolutely not an act. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. It seems the pain I inflicted on you is quite strong. Bear with it a little, it will pass soon. Now I will chat with your little brothers. I think they will definitely support my research as well. In the future, it will greatly benefit me, and it may bring a lot of benefits to you as well. Holding on proves that your spirit and willpower are very tenacious. Regular practice will also bring you more benefits. At this moment, everyone wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, their whole body was as if bound by a spell. They couldn't even make a sound. It was naturally Lin Chen's intention, because he knew that the pain in the heritage was beyond what an ordinary person could endure, and even cultivators might not be able to bear it. Now, applying those methods to these people would make them burst out with screams, even if they couldn't vocalize. This could paralyze their resistance beforehand. When Lin Chen applied these techniques, the bald giant finally could no longer withstand it, convulsing right there on the spot. His whole body had lost all control. Urine, feces, tears streamed down uncontrollably, and snot ran out as well. He seemed to have reached the brink of complete mental breakdown. Once his mind thoroughly collapsed, it would be equivalent to becoming a vegetable. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he walked over, delivering a heavy slap on the man's shoulder. His voice remained calm as he asked, Now, you can tell me exactly how you're feeling. I sense that you've endured immense suffering, but it shouldn't have been enough to cause your total collapse. Could it be that I used too much force just now? Right now, he was treating these people like guinea pigs to experiment with his techniques. If one day he encounters trouble later on, and those individuals confess willingly, it's fine. But if they refuse to disclose everything truthfully and choose instead death over betrayal, then he'll need some methods ready. These methods must be mastered now, or else in emergencies, he risks going too far and accidentally killing someone. He didn't want to kill anyone directly yet. Having lived his life obeying the law since childhood, he never did anything excessively wrong. And given the current situation, he realized he needed to grow tougher. Yet truly taking someone's life still presented an insurmountable barrier for him. The bald leader's mentality had already shattered completely at this moment. Sobbing and weeping, he struggled to his knees before Lin Chen, banging his head repeatedly against the ground, making loud thuds. His forehead turned blood red after more than 10 consecutive hits. His trembling voice echoed, Grandpa, I know I've done wrong. Please forgive me. Chapter 29 Misfortune. Lin Chen suddenly frowned, a cold expression appearing in his eyes. The displeasure on his face grew even more apparent as he said, I already told you what to do and that you need to cooperate with me. You readily agreed at the time, but now you want to go back on your word? Haven't you considered just how severe the consequences of breaking your promise would be? I've given you an opportunity, and you must know how to cherish it. Are you still trying to make trouble for me? When Lin Chen got to this point, his eyes turned even colder. Seeing this look, everyone present couldn't help but shiver. If they fell into Lin Chen's hands, it would probably mean certain death. Now everyone was shaking uncontrollably. Even though they couldn't move, the pain they were enduring wasn't any less than the bald leader's. The bald leader trembled all over but managed to say, Please kill us. Give us a quick death. We truly don't want to endure this kind of pain anymore. Even if we die, we don't want to bear another second of it. I regret it. I never want to cooperate with you again. I'd rather die quickly. As he said these words, he began knocking his head on the ground repeatedly. At that moment, by the door, xuanhuan could no longer wait. He had been waiting outside the hotel earlier, but there hadn't been any movement since then, and neither side had responded. This made him anxious. Had something gone wrong? After all, this hotel didn't belong to their family. After hesitating for a brief moment, he decided to take a look personally. When he reached the door, he heard screams and cries coming from inside. His eyes lit up immediately, remembering how Lin Shun had previously disrespected him. At this moment, he felt extremely relieved, so he directly knocked on the door. In his mind, Lin Shun was likely lying on the ground, beaten and possibly screaming in pain. Inside the room, everything quickly became quiet. Lin Shun already guessed who the man was and smirked slightly. If you let me out now and find me someone new to vent my anger on, I might consider letting you go. All I need is one person to cooperate. I don't need everyone to serve me. These words caused those people to widen their eyes in disbelief. Their looks revealed unprecedented excitement. He was like a drowning man grabbing onto the only available straw, without hesitation, jumping up and rushing to open the door. And standing right outside was xuanhuan. His eyes gleamed brightly like a light bulb. xuanhuan was briefly surprised upon seeing the bald leader, whose appearance seemed particularly strange. His forehead was completely covered in blood. Still dazed, xuanhuan's brain buzzed loudly with confusion. Before he could react further, the bald leader yanked him inside forcibly. The door slammed shut. It was only then that xuanhuan noticed the scene. Everyone was lying on the ground, looking utterly wretched. Their expressions twisted painfully as though they had emerged from the pits of hell. Their muscles spasmed and twitched uncontrollably, as if every inch of their body were experiencing cramps. Witnessing this horrifying scene, xuanhuan trembled uncontrollably, sheer terror flooding his heart. Instinctively, his eyes shifted towards Lin Shun, noticing that Lin Shun sat there with a faintly amused smile on his face. xuanhuan realized then, he'd come at the wrong time. Had he stayed below instead of barging in without thinking, perhaps Lin Shun wouldn't have targeted him. But now, having entered the room, he had fallen under Lin Shun's control. What awaited him next would undoubtedly be far worse than what had befallen the others. The bald leader couldn't help but shout tremblingly, "Grandpa, I've brought this guy here. Can you spare us? We truly don't want to endure such agony. It's too much to bear. Please give us another chance. Spare us. We don't want to suffer anymore." By the end of his plea, tears streamed down his face. The other people present couldn't speak. If they dared, they too would be kneeling on the ground, sobbing and crying for mercy. Such torment had almost driven them mad. Now, whenever they saw Lin Shun, it filled them with a psychological shadow they knew they couldn't overcome. Lin Shun revealed a hint of a gentle smile and said in a calm voice, "Don't worry. Since I've said it, I won't break my word. But this guy isn't cooperating very well, so you can lend him a hand." At this moment, xuanhuan finally came to his senses. Fear spread across his face, and disbelief filled his eyes. He shouted loudly, "You'd better not do anything rash, or there will be severe consequences that you can't afford. The people from our family will absolutely not let you off easily. You should know just how powerful our family is. If you mess with us, the consequence will destroy you. Even Xin Bingxue will suffer misfortune along with you. You'd better not take any action. Don't even think about it." Upon hearing these words, Lin Shun couldn't help but laugh. His gaze turned toward xuanhuan, his voice growing colder. "Does Xin Bingxue's situation have anything to do with me? We are already divorced, just as you wished. I didn't intend to get entangled with you in the first place, yet you arranged for people to try and kill me in the middle of the night. Did you ever stop to consider who I've offended? You love Xin Bingxue. After we got divorced, you could have directly pursued her without any interference from me. But simply because someone persuaded you a few times, you're now determined to kill me. Don't you think this is extremely unfair to me? For something so unfair, why should I help you? And you should have an idea of what you've done yourself. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Even if I were to kill you right now, I'm sure everyone present would support it. Even if I don't lift a finger, just a glance from me, and they will fight to the death against you." When he heard this, the bald leader immediately stood up, snatching up the dagger in his hand, and glaring ferociously at xuanhuan. xuanhuan seriously doubted whether these people were insane, wondering how they had become like this. Terrified, he took a few steps back, trembling uncontrollably. Unprecedented panic filled his eyes. At this moment, he felt like a small boat caught in raging waves, ready to overturn and sink at any moment. Chapter 30, I Won't Dare Anymore. A faint smile appeared on Lin Shun's face. His gaze fixed on xuanhuan, who was attempting to retreat, and his voice remained calm as he said, "Since you've already come, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Every word you just spoke has been heard by me. They have already pointed out the mastermind behind it all. It's you. If you hadn't come over, I wouldn't bother with you either. But now that you're here, there's absolutely no way I would let you leave so easily, and it's time to settle the grievances between us. You previously sought trouble for me, only swayed by a few words from others. If you leave now so easily, this feud won't end peacefully. So, I need to teach you a lesson." When xuanhuan heard these words, he couldn't help but shiver. A look of panic showed on his face because he knew very well that Lin Shun would not let him go so easily. Trying to turn around and flee, it was already too late. Without hesitation, the bald giant directly moved over and slammed him down to the ground. The suffering they had endured earlier was akin to descending into the 18th level of hell, and could even be said to be far worse than that. Under these circumstances, he certainly didn't want to endure another second of such pain. Besides, Lin Shun had already said that once someone else became the venting outlet for anger, he didn't have to bear such torment again. Now, Death was preferable to enduring one more second of such pain. His eyes fierce like those of a devil. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "You nearly got me killed. Now let you feel what this kind of suffering feels like." His eyes were almost green with fury. Xuanhuan was genuinely scared. He had never seen anyone's eyes change so terrifyingly before. His voice trembled violently. "You can't touch me. Have you forgotten the rules of the street? If you lay a hand on me, the consequences will be extremely severe. My father won't let you off easily either. You're merely a big brother in the streets, incomparable to our family. I advise you not to act rashly. Had it not been for Xin Bingxue repeatedly pleading with me, do you think I would have let you go so easily? I would have long subjected you to 1,000 cuts until your bones were pulverized. Yet if you dare to harm me again, not only will disaster befall you, Xin Bingxue will also find herself in serious trouble. I know all these years you've been secretly helping Xin Bingxue, but have you ever considered that if our family steps in, who could possibly protect her?" Lin Chen's face revealed a slight smile. His voice remained as tranquil as ever. "I've already told you before, I have no more ties with Xin Bingxue. Pursuing her is your own choice. Whatever you intend to do, that's your business and no longer concerns me. One shouldn't cause trouble for me simply due to being influenced by others' provocation. This has made me quite unhappy, so today I'll just give you a lesson. Don't be afraid, you won't die. At most, you'll experience what true pain feels like." His voice was cold as ice. Xuanhuan indeed had a very bad feeling. It felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart. His expression turned somewhat panicked. That premonition made him feel like the scythe of death was resting against his neck. He wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, he was already dragged in front of Lin Chen by the bald giant. Lin Chen's smile gradually appeared on his face. "Don't worry, it will be over soon. At most, it will only last a few minutes, allowing you to slightly feel the pain. Otherwise, as a young master living comfortably, you definitely won't be able to withstand such soul-tearing agony. This is a little lesson for you to remember. Think carefully. Who exactly is manipulating you? After returning, you can directly deal with them. Don't plan on coming back to me." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curved upwards into a brighter smile. Several silver needles were immediately jabbed down. When the bald giant saw those needles beside him, his expression involuntarily trembled. He even instinctively stepped back 2 steps. At this moment, a psychological shadow had formed within his inner psyche. Lin Chen held the silver needles, appearing countless times more terrifying than the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. And Xuanhuan still didn't know what was going to happen. As several needles pierced into his body, he reflexively looked down and tried to pull them out, but when he raised his hand, he found that he could not move at all. The expression on his face became incredibly terrified, his eyes showing uncontainable shock. His voice became stammering. "Why? What exactly did you do to me?" Lin Chen gave a faint smile and replied calmly, "I didn't do anything overly extreme. I merely used a few silver needles on you. Soon, you will feel an intense pain all over your body. But don't worry, this suffering will only last for a few minutes." Xuanhuan wanted to say something more, but then he suddenly felt as though countless knives were scraping his flesh. The pain made his whole body shake uncontrollably. His muscles convulsed, and although his mouth was wide open, no sound came out. For a moment, it seemed as if his sanity almost broke, with his thoughts completely grinding to a halt. The endless pain made the minutes seem like years. For many ordinary people, a few minutes might pass quickly, but for Xuanhuan at that moment, it felt as though several centuries had passed. When the pain finally eased somewhat, he lifted his head to look at Lin Chen with an unprecedented fear in his eyes. It was as if he were staring at a devil. Lin Chen's smile remained cheerful and relaxed. "How was it? Did you just feel the pain? Don't be in such a hurry. This is just the beginning. After letting you rest for a few minutes, we'll continue. I need to gauge how effective my methods are." At this point, Xuanhuan completely broke down. He threw himself at Lin Chen's feet, kneeling there and banging his head repeatedly on the ground. "I was wrong. I really shouldn't have done such things. I've already realized it. This whole matter is entirely the fault of that lowlife. It was he who intentionally sowed discord, claiming that you were going to remarry Xin Bingxue. I thought my goal might not be achieved, so I committed such immoral deeds. Please forgive me. I swear I won't dare anymore." Chapter 31, Dog Bites Dog. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his eyes filled with contemplation. "What you do has nothing to do with me. It's your own choice, and if you make the wrong choice, you must bear the painful consequences of that decision. I'm not going to repeat what I've already said. Right now, I just want to use you as a punching bag." There was no longer any point in wasting time with the other party. Even after this matter passed and the other person had learned a painful lesson, they would still be unable to abandon their plans for revenge. However, there was one thing he had to take care of, redirecting this man's anger towards Xin Bingshue's mother, that old hag. Lin Chen truly harbored an indescribable fury within him. At this moment, he intended to make sure this person deeply remembers the pain he caused. The bald giant standing nearby couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. His underlings, who had also gone through that wave of suffering, were all trembling fearfully in a corner. Their expressions were already filled with terror. Right now, even if ordered to act, they wouldn't dare. They were too afraid of what Lin Chen might do to them afterward using crueler means. Their only thought right now was that Lin Chen was completely treating Xuanhuan as a scapegoat. They almost wished they could dissolve into thin air, reducing their presence to zero. Xuanhuan, by now, had already reached his limit. Only after feeling that agony did he truly understand there exists a kind of pain so severe that it makes one wish they were dead. This excruciating pain had left him mentally shattered. Tears and snot streamed down nonstop. I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. If you'll just let me go, I'll unhesitatingly agree to anything you ask me to do. Even if it's turning around to deal with that old hag, I'll without hesitation do it to her. I swear to heaven that if I don't harm her, may I suffer an agonizing death. Or you can keep torturing me with this pain until I die. A smirk appeared on Lin Chen's face. He stopped acting further because he knew this person's mentality had already completely collapsed. Continuing might even turn him into a real vegetable. One cannot imagine how severe such pain is unless they've experienced it themselves. When Feng Haoshuan saw that Lin Chen had stopped, a glimmer of joy arose in his heart. At this moment, he didn't even have the intention to oppose Lin Chen. His only thought was that if Lin Chen forgave him, he'd willingly do anything, even dying. You just tell me what needs to be done, and I'll certainly carry it out immediately. There will be absolutely no delay or refusal. I beg you, please give me one more chance. I really don't want to endure that pain again. I can't bear it anymore. I've realized my mistake. Woo-woo. By the end, his cries echoed throughout the private room. Lin Chen's smile grew increasingly noticeable. In a calm voice, he said, "Since you weren't the main instigator this time, I'll give you another chance. But if it happens again, the consequences will definitely be extremely serious. However, regarding the things you say, I don't believe even the punctuation marks. Despicable individuals have no credibility in my book. So, I plan to put a set of shackles on you. You must fulfill what you promised earlier. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely grave. Do you accept these conditions? If you agree, I'll release you right away. Of course, those shackles won't be loose at all." Upon hearing this, Feng Haoshuan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, without any hesitation. How could he joke around? As long as Lin Chen agreed to let him go, he would willingly do anything to avoid enduring such unbearable pain again. A clear smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, and he gave a light nod. Good. Now listen carefully to the first thing I want you to do. If you handle any of these tasks poorly, the consequences will be very severe. Furthermore, the restraints I placed on your body are impossible for others to remove, and every hour you'll experience several minutes of pain as a reminder. It's merely to urge you to complete these matters as soon as possible. Once you're done, you can come find me anytime. If you don't resolve all the trouble on your side, don't show up. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Once I lose patience, I'll make sure you won't even know how you died." As he spoke, the expression on his face had already turned extremely cold, especially his eyes. The murderous aura they exuded made Feng Haoshuan involuntarily shudder. Deep inside, he was seized by boundless panic. Lin Chen really could kill him without him even knowing how it happened, especially with the thought of that unbearable pain which he couldn't endure for even a few minutes. Who would want to die when they can live? Now, all Feng Haoshuan wanted was to stay alive and not get involved in those matters anymore. He felt like he had fallen into Lin Chen's trap, and he even doubted whether this provocation was deliberately planned by that old wretch. With a smile, Lin Chen said, "Good. I'll stick a few needles into you, after which you can remove them at will. Moreover, I'll arrange for these guys to follow you. If there's something you can't handle alone, you can pass it on to them to help. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's all your own doing. I'll see the results before deciding whether to release you from the shackles or not." After saying that, he quickly inserted several silver needles with deft hands. His purpose was simple, making one dog bite another. How could Feng Haoshuan dare to refuse? Now, there was only endless terror left in his heart. How could he dare to object now? He immediately agreed. When the needles went in, he didn't even feel any pain. Lin Chen glanced toward the bald giant. The same was done to the others as well. Needles were also inserted into their bodies. From now on, you are responsible for cooperating with him. If anyone doesn't listen, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm not the type to beat around the bush. If you choose to refuse, just tell me straight, and I won't hesitate to act. Their heads shook like tambourines. They didn't trust a word Lin Chen said. Chapter 32, Regret. When I saw that they all agreed without hesitation, Lin Chen's face revealed a noticeable smile. He spoke calmly. "The following matters, I can directly disclose in front of all of you. After I entrust these tasks to you, you must sincerely carry them out. If you don't do well or expose me, then you will only be mired in endless suffering at that time. Of course, if you're not afraid of this pain, consider it as if I never said anything. I can also remind you one thing. You'd better go to the hospital and get some painkillers. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear it when the time comes, and it will really be over for you. You can go to the hospital for a checkup. If it can directly relieve your pain, I won't mind. And even if you don't want to help me, it's fine too." Otherwise, he stood up, no longer paying attention to the several people. With a half smile on his face, he directly walked out of the private room. Actually, his purpose had already been achieved. He didn't need to act himself to make those people turn against each other. Especially Feng Haoshuan. The intention behind his contact with Shun Bingxue was already clear to everyone. It was utterly obvious to all, like the ambitions of Sima Zhao, known by every passerby. Shun Bingxue naturally knew this, but Shun Bingxue also needed to rely on his power. It could even be said that their cooperation was mutually beneficial. She did not plan to meddle further. As long as those people didn't come to bother him, he would even ignore them completely. But unfortunately, they wouldn't leave him alone. He decided to create more trouble for them, leaving them no time to bother him. At this moment, after Lin Chen left, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. They felt as though the rock pressing down on their heads had fallen off, leaving a very bad feeling in their hearts. But similarly, without facing Lin Chen, they felt the pressure on themselves diminish somewhat. Now all eyes turned to Feng Haoshuan. The bald giant gave an awkward but polite smile. "Young Master Feng, you just witnessed how strong our opponent is. You indeed pushed us into the fire pit. If it were you, you probably would have sold us faster. There's nothing we can do about it, so please forgive us. Feng Haoxuan wanted nothing more than to cut this guy into pieces right then and there. Yet he was well aware that he himself was now under Lin Chen's control, and if he didn't listen obediently, who knows what kind of fate would await him. He even suspected that Lin Chen was intentionally trying to scare him earlier. He dared not utter such words because although the bald giant looked as if he was apologizing, in reality, he was definitely thinking about how to assist in carrying out those tasks. The things Lin Chen mentioned made his heart sink, realizing that despite Lin Chen always seeming very compliant, even tolerating verbal abuse from Xun Bingshua's family, he never fought back. However, he hadn't anticipated the ferocity lurking beneath that outward compliance. As he hesitated slightly, the bald giant stepped in with a reminder. Feng young master, I suggest you deal with some matters quickly. Otherwise, you'll drag all of us down. If they can torture us through mere silver needles until life seems unbearable, there's a high likelihood they'll continue making us suffer endlessly. They might also leave some incurable marks on our bodies. For all of us, this is like the imprint left by a demon. The sooner we complete the tasks and the better we perform, perhaps the happier Lin Chen will be. Besides, Lin Chen has already stated before that there is no grudge between you all. I believe we should follow Lin Chen's instructions. If we handle things properly and stop causing him any more trouble, then the matter may be considered settled. Feng Haoxuan clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with anger. After a brief hesitation, he still managed to speak a few words. Yet, I am still very dissatisfied. Weren't you all enduring that kind of torment just now? Are you really willing to help him without complaint? If I took you all to the hospital for treatment, I believe the doctor would quickly diagnose our problems. That pain was so severe, so much so that I couldn't withstand it at all. I'm sure you've all felt it too. Don't you want to receive treatment? Upon hearing this, the bald giant showed a trace of hesitation. But soon, his resolve became firm. I think we'd better not make this trip in vain. Otherwise, we're bound to anger Lin Chen. Although he said we could go to the hospital for treatment whenever we want, if he put it like that, there's definitely a reason behind it. Master Feng, if you don't believe us, we can all go together and see. He had his own thoughts. He wanted to see if Feng Haoxuan could get treatment. If Feng Haoxuan received full treatment, then he wouldn't have to endure those terrifying threats anymore. Right now, all he wanted was to remove every single chain from his body. Soon, they headed towards the hospital. They found the most renowned doctor in the hospital, consulting both Western and traditional Chinese medicine specialists. However, the final examination results showed that none of them had any problems at all. They were even healthier than an average person. Especially Feng Haoxuan, who despite often indulging in lavish parties outside, maintained good health through various means. There was no sign of overindulgence affecting him. In fact, his health was far superior to the general population. The head doctor smiled kindly. Master Feng, your physical condition is excellent. If you continue maintaining it, things will only get better, and one day, your health may even surpass ours doctors. As the doctor continued praising him, Feng Haoxuan's face grew darker, nearly as black as soot. The doctor was confused about what he might have said wrong to provoke such resentment in Feng Haoxuan. Haoxuan took several deep breaths and gritted his teeth, saying, I see you are just a quack doctor, knowing nothing about our true pain. Forget it, I don't bother to argue with you. I have more important matters to deal with right now. Saying this, Feng Haoxuan turned and walked out directly. He couldn't waste another second. An hour was almost up, and he feared whether he would endure the impending pain. As these thoughts crossed his mind, suddenly, it felt like someone was stripping the skin off his bones, making his entire body uncontrollably shiver. He collapsed onto the ground. The bald giant and others met the same fate. Chapter 33, Something's Off. Now Feng Haoxuan sincerely regretted his decision, including the bald giants who came with him. They all cursed Feng Haoxuan in their hearts, because they knew very well that if they had been left to handle those matters themselves, they might have already succeeded or even moved on to Lin Chen. Though Lin Chen hadn't given them an address. Earlier when they were planning to harm Lin Chen, they conducted a detailed investigation and found out his location. If they arrived there and managed things efficiently, Lin Chen would definitely give them a swift resolution. The pain only lasted a few minutes, but drew a large crowd from the hospital. Everyone wondered what had driven these men to lie on the ground wailing and screaming as if possessed, especially when they rolled around like lunatics, evoking vivid empathy for their evident agony. Even the hospital doctor sent them to the emergency room, but after some tests, it was discovered that there were no major physical symptoms at all, which confused every doctor present. What exactly had happened? The lead doctor who checked Feng Haoxuan was particularly incredulous because he'd examined thoroughly and determined there were no diseases. However, the way Feng Haoxuan exhibited his symptoms during his episode didn't seem fabricated. The doctor suspected that Feng Haoxuan might have consumed some hallucinogen, causing such pain. He planned a more detailed examination, but Feng Haoxuan outright refused and fled like the wind with his bald companions. Meanwhile, Li Qin at home could no longer contain her anticipation. Her eyes lit up with expectation as she took out her phone and dialed Feng Haoxuan. Feng young master, how are things on your end? Have you dealt with Lin Chen? I've just received news that this Lin Chen clearly wants to be paired with our precious daughter, and their combination could have unimaginable consequences. It might even directly impact the time you spend with my beloved daughter. Instead of an immediate answer, silence stretched for several minutes, with his breathing audibly becoming heavier. At this moment, Li Qin's curiosity intensified because she knew Feng Haoxuan regarded her daughter as off-limits to others. Whoever touched his daughter would certainly invite his merciless wrath, particularly since Feng Haoxuan's family fully supported such actions, leading her to rely on young Master Feng to confront Lin Chen. Reflecting on Lin Chen's cruelty when targeting her son ignited fiery rage within her heart. Finally, a sound emerged through the phone. Feng Haoxuan's voice was low and raspy, his teeth grinding with audible sounds. Auntie Li, you don't need to worry about this matter. I found Lin Chen, and he has already made some promises to me. I'm coming over to talk to you about it. After this matter is entirely resolved, I hope you can give me a promise, preferably allowing me to be with Shui. Of course, you can come now. I'm somewhere else, and my dear daughter isn't home either. She's probably gone out for peace of mind, but will return soon. Upon receiving the explicit confirmation, Feng Haoxuan's face reddened with excitement. Now there was only 1 hour, and he had to resolve everything within this time frame. Otherwise, truly provoking Lin Chen could result in disastrous consequences. He deeply understood the weight of the shackles he bore, and he absolutely did not want to endure that pain again. He wanted to bring this unworthy person to Lin Chen, so he could feel how severe the pain was. Moreover, Feng Haoxuan had realized that this scoundrel was deliberately inciting discord between them. He told all of this to the bald hulks beside him and reminded them sternly. Once we get there, don't show any mercy. Torture him till he's near death. Don't stop until he feels at least as much pain as we do. I absolutely cannot allow him to continue enjoying himself. The bald hulk's eyes also burned with boundless anger. It all started with that wretched woman. Naturally, they wouldn't show any mercy. By now, they had quickly arrived at the villa and found Li Qin eagerly waiting for them at the gate. Li Qin's face brimmed with anticipation as she jogged forward to greet them. Young Master Feng, you've finally arrived. I've already prepared a feast just for your arrival. Please come in. Today, you absolutely must tell me what kind of fate Lin Chen has met. Every time I think about that bastard, I feel an infinite rage blazing within me. I wish I could personally shred him into pieces and scatter his ashes. At this point, her teeth were grinding audibly. In reality, her hatred for Lin Chen ran deeper than anyone else's. When her daughter first married Lin Chen, she thought it was a great marriage. But later, she noticed her daughter becoming more outstanding while Lin Chen appeared increasingly useless, completely unworthy of her child. If her daughter wanted, she could easily find richer, more influential tycoons. During Feng Haoxuan's initial contact, he offered her many tempting benefits. Yet her daughter refused without hesitation, simply because there was still some sentiment left for Lin Chen. To her, Lin Chen seemed like nothing more than an obstacle preventing her family from reaching even better conditions. After much effort to get rid of Lin Chen, when she realized her daughter and Lin Chen still had signs of reconciliation, she decided to nip it in the bud. She knew calling young Master Feng would easily resolve everything. In her mind, she was playing the role of an insider, but an extremely willing one. The group entered the villa joyfully, eager to see the video. Feng Haoxuan had already told her earlier that the whole event would be filmed for her enjoyment. But upon stepping inside the villa, something felt off. Chapter 34, Helpless. Li Qin had prepared a grand feast in the villa, custom-made by professionals. The dishes were delivered not long ago and were still emitting an irresistible aroma. Now only Li Qin remained in the villa. Xinjun was still hospitalized, and Shun Bingxue had gone straight to the company after being nagged by her. She beamed with a radiant smile and said, "Treat this place like your own home. Don't be shy. Mr. Feng, please take your seat, and all of you elder brothers sit down too. I've specially prepared some fine wine to thank all of you." As she spoke, she felt something strange in their gazes. They didn't immediately take their seats at the dining table, but instead surrounded her. Short time, heavy task, let's get on with it. The bald giant growled through clenched teeth. The others nodded unconsciously, and some even pulled out sharp daggers from their bodies. Their purpose was simple now. They wanted to torture this woman until she wished for death. Meanwhile, Feng Daxiao was responsible for recording everything on video. It must be preserved intact and then handed over to Lin Chen. They weren't foolish enough to really bring this woman to Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen's intention was simple, to let them deal with Li Qin heavily. They could all hear that unspoken meaning. At this moment, Feng Haoxuan's expression was grotesque, lacking the usual grin he displayed when facing Li Qin. Li Qin had already sensed something was amiss earlier, but now truly realized there was a problem. She began to panic. Feng Xiao, what are you all doing? How dare you ask me? Feng Haoxuan was furious, kicking Li Qin hard in the body. Li Qin fell to the ground, the pain in her abdomen feeling as if she was in turmoil, her wrinkled face twisted up like tree bark. Her voice trembled with terror as she cried. What's going on? Why are you attacking me? What have I done wrong? Feng Haoxuan gritted his teeth audibly. Old hag, if it weren't for your deliberate sowing of discord, I wouldn't have bothered Lin Chen. You told me Lin Chen was going to rekindle his relationship with Shen Bingxue, so I confronted him only to find out that there was no such thing. Xinjun was dealt with by Lin Chen and is lying in the hospital now. You're upset, but Lin Chen has no ways to make him suffer, so you used me as a tool. You knew how powerful Lin Chen was, yet you didn't tell the truth, making me walk right into the blade. And do you know how I survived that? In the end, his face was contorted with bloodshot eyes, and his teeth nearly shattered as he shouted. I even suspect that you were in league with Lin Chen to ruin me. The bald giant and his group wore identical expressions. They stared at Li Qin like ferocious demons. Seeing this, Li Qin started to feel uneasy inside, her gaze full of deep fear. In panic, she wailed, Young Master Feng, you've misunderstood. I never intended to use you as a tool. My daughter and Lin Chen did indeed show signs of rekindling their romance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you. I want nothing more than for Lin Chen and my daughter to break off all ties. I hope you can be with my daughter. Seeing Lin Chen makes me want to tear him apart limb by limb. I despise him so much. How could I possibly conspire with him against you? Begging you, please spare me. I didn't. However, before she finished speaking, Feng Haoshuan kicked her fiercely in the face. Li Qin fell flat on her back, blood spurting from her nose. Two of her teeth were knocked out, and her head buzzed dizzily. Before she could react, a voice rang out near her ear. The bald giant clenched his teeth and snarled, "Don't waste time. A few random kicks won't cut it. Restrain her. I've got some steel nails on me. Hammer those nails into her fingers until they split. Pass me the hammer. I'm going to smash all her fingers and toes, then carve her up while she's still alive. We'll take out as many organs as we can without killing her." They were part-time debt collectors who specialized in torturing people. Their techniques were highly refined. They wouldn't kill her, but would make her wish she were dead. Ear-piercing screams of agony echoed through the villa. At this very moment, Shen Bingxue just returned home. She heard the cries from outside. Her face changed dramatically, and she rushed into the villa. "What are you doing?" This sudden sound made everyone turn around simultaneously. Their monstrous appearances shocked Shen Bingxue momentarily. Being faced with such a situation for the first time, she was also panicking and was about to retreat. But at that moment, Li Qin's wailing cry for help reached her ears. "Bingxue, save me. They're crazy. They're torturing me to death. Ugh, it hurts so much." Hearing her mother's voice, Shen Bingxue could no longer hold back. She immediately took out her phone and dialed 3 numbers, her eyes filled with icy anger. "What exactly do you intend to do? Let my mom go right now, otherwise I'll call the 6 fan door. You illegally entered our home and are intentionally harming her. Do you want to spend the rest of your lives in jail?" The bald giant spat on the ground and grinned with a grotesque look. "Miss Shen, I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. The consequences would be more than you can bear. Your deceased mother was right. We're already close to being driven insane. Not only us, Master Feng is even crazier now. Your mom brought this upon herself." Feng Haoshuan could only passively follow Lin Shen's orders, but he didn't want to escalate things further. Yet if he didn't carry out these tasks, he'd continue to endure unimaginable pain. Shen Bingshue's sudden appearance provided some opportunity for a turnaround. His eyes prickled slightly, and an idea had formed in his mind. Shen Bingxue was startled, instinctively shifting her gaze toward the back of the group. Several bald giants, muscular in build, completely blocked Feng Haoshuan from view, but when she looked closely, she spotted him standing there indeed. Her mind raced. Feng Haoshuan had always been interested in her, putting on a show as a decent man on the outside, while concealing his ulterior motives underneath. She'd long recognized his intentions, but it was all about mutual exploitation. Now she thought first that Feng Haoshuan might cause chaos. "Feng Xiao, what do you mean by this?" Pushing aside the men in front of him, Feng Haoshuan walked up to Shen Bingxue, his face etched with deep helplessness. He opened his mouth slightly, pretending to have something difficult to say. At this moment, the fear he experienced when suffering unbearable pain came rushing back, leaving no room for disguise. It showed entirely on his face. His eyes reflected panic and terror in vivid detail. "Bingxue, I'm also helpless." Chapter 35, It's all his fault. Shen Bingshue's pupils suddenly tightened, her face filled with disbelief. "Who dared to force you? What exactly happened?" At this moment, she also saw her mother. Though someone was pinning her down on the ground, she hadn't suffered serious injuries except for a nosebleed and some bruises on her face. They hadn't yet had time to make their move. She had returned just in time. The bald giant let out a cold snort. "Young Master Feng, why waste words on him? We must finish our task as soon as possible, or I won't elaborate on the consequences, but I'll remind you of one thing. Have you forgotten that kind of suffering?" Feng Haoshuan shivered involuntarily, his expression bitter as he said, "Bingxue, this matter has to do with your mom. There are things I cannot tell, even if I dare not say them. If you want to know the real reason, ask yourself. My purpose here is merely to ensure that those who sow discord will pay dearly. This really isn't my idea. Even if I've been used, I would never blame your mother. But now I'm at an impasse." He could only sigh deeply by the end, his gaze then turning toward the bald giant, his intention unmistakably clear. The bald giant knew well that this was just a stage drama by the two of them together. In case Shen Bingxue whispered something to Lin Shen later, there was a high chance Lin Shen might take it out on them. That man was definitely a terror. They simply didn't dare to provoke him. They'd even prefer treating Lin Shen like a deity, hoping only for him to release them from whatever bonds constrained them. Shen Bingxue was an intelligent woman. At this moment, she quickly thought through the situation, soon guessing what might be going on. Her eyes turned towards her mother. "Mom, what exactly is happening? I need the truth. If you don't come clean about what's truly happening, it might invite greater trouble. Only knowing the truth can help me solve the problem." Li Qin had been terrified earlier, but seeing her daughter now, noticing these people did not intend to proceed with any more violence immediately, she roughly guessed the situation. She was so upset that she lost control. "It's all because of that little bastard Lin Shen. It's him who made young Master Feng, and these guys attack me. It's all his fault. He never intended to let us go. He wants to torture us mercilessly using others' hands. Call Lin Shen right away. Only when Lin Shen speaks up will they possibly spare me." Shen Bingxue felt her heart clench as though being squeezed tightly. After learning about Lin Shen's life over the past 4 years, guilt filled her heart. She hadn't cared enough about him while he had silently supported her from behind all along. But now, Lin Shen had sent people after her mother. And worse still, Feng Haoshuan willingly followed his commands. What exactly had Lin Shen done? Even asking now would probably yield no answers, as Feng Haoshuan had made it abundantly clear, he didn't dare speak. Thus, the only option left was to call Lin Shen directly, and she was clever enough. Her reactions were quick. Looking at everyone present with cold eyes, she put on an expression distant and icy as though addressing someone miles away, issuing a direct threat. Stop immediately. If you do, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. But if you insist on continuing, I'll call Lin Shun right now. After all, Lin Shun and I shared intimate moments as husband and wife. Over our marriage lasting 4 years, we've experienced every kind of bond imaginable. Furthermore, Lin Shun loves me deeply in ways far beyond your comprehension. Our relationship is complex and much too intricate for you to understand. I'll only emphasize one point. If Lin Shun harbors feelings for me still, and if I whisper into his ear, none of you can escape punishment. These words caused everyone present to inwardly tremble. The bald giant clenched his teeth tightly, then growled lowly. Then call him right now. If he agrees to pardon you and help remove the curse from us, I'll head to him immediately and never touch a single hair on your mother's head. But if he refuses, I'll break every bone in her body today. Rest assured, I won't kill her. The most I'll do is torture her. His tone grew fierce, his eyes filled with menace and malice at the end. If he couldn't vent his frustrations on the culprit standing before him, he'd feel stifled and angry. By now Shen Bingxue dared not waste another second. She dialed Lin Chen's phone number. Lin Shun was practicing an ancestral secret technique when his concentration was disturbed by the ringtone. Initially unwilling to answer, the caller persisted relentlessly. He opened his eyes. Suddenly moved by an intuition, his palms spread open, unleashing primal energy within him. The mobile phone, as if connected by an invisible thread, instantly flew into his hand. If someone saw this, their jaw would probably drop in shock, and the words long-distance object retrieval would immediately come to mind. This was due to the concentration of innate spiritual energy within him reaching a certain level, allowing him to project his internal energy externally and harm others without any visible form. But all of this was thanks to the inheritance he had received. The innate spiritual energy that came with the inheritance laid the most solid foundation for him, ensuring his progress never hit any bottlenecks. At the sight of the incoming call number on the phone, his eyebrows furrowed sharply. It seems xuanhuan has taken those desperados to the Shin family. I thought they would stay at the hospital a bit longer to figure out how to treat their issues, but it turns out they've gone there so quickly. A trace of icy indifference curved at the corner of his lips as he directly answered the call. An urgent and crisp voice immediately came through the phone. Lin Shun, why are you doing this? What exactly did my mom do to offend you? Even if she did something wrong in the past, it was merely verbal spats. My mom has never really hit you. Her anger stemmed from disappointment. Everything that happened back then was already forgiven. Yet why are you still fixated on revenge? As Lin Shun listened to these accusatory words, he felt even more composed, and deep inside, he even felt somewhat relieved. If Shen Bingxue regretted what had happened and relentlessly tried to mend things, he might indeed have hesitated, and he would no longer have been so ruthless, perhaps unable to forget their past relationship entirely. But now, Shen Bingxue still firmly believed in her mother and questioned him incessantly. Without hearing his response, Shen Bingxue's voice sounded again, growing even more urgent. Lin Shun, although I don't know what you've done to young Master Feng and his people, immediately remove the constraints from them. I don't want you to get into trouble. Follow my instructions right now, or the consequences will be dire. Chapter 36, A Lapdog. A smile surfaced on Lin Shen's face, but his voice was full of cold indifference as he said, Are you giving me an order? Shen Bingxue felt a slight tremble in her heart, sensing that when Lin Shen spoke those words, it was like being stabbed by a needle in the heart. But she quickly recovered. She had subconsciously regarded Lin Shun as the same submissive figure from before, not thinking too much about what she said since those around them had already revealed very impatient expressions. At this point, she hurried to change her tone. I didn't mean that. I'm just suggesting you don't act recklessly. Lin Shun responded with indifference. We no longer have any relationship. Why should I accept your advice? To those who wish to kill, they shall be killed. Why don't you ask first what your dear mother has done? Perhaps you've forgotten, considering your personality which I know well. Yet, you believe her words without hesitation and suspect immediately whether it is my intention to seek revenge. And now, I can give you a very clear answer. Yes, I am seeking revenge. Revenge for everything she did to me in the past. Just like seeing the whole from apart. You're the Shun general manager at the company, someone with quick wits. Yet why does your mind seem so dull when it comes to matters involving your own family members? Each word pierced through her heart. Shen Bingxue's face turned pale, and her eyes flickered nervously. Inside, she couldn't believe it. Lin Shun actually admitted it. He was taking revenge. Now, she had no idea how to respond. Lin Shun, you bastard, don't you want to reconcile with my daughter? I warn you, let them go right now, and kneel to apologize at our door. Otherwise, you'll never step into our house again, and you'll never see my daughter again. That strange voice came from Li Qin's mouth. Li Qin hadn't heard the content of the phone call, but looking at her daughter's expression, she had already guessed almost all of it. In her eyes, Lin Shun was nothing more than a useless person. He must still be longing for her daughter. If given another chance, Lin Shun would definitely take it, continue to submit, and even further endure. At this moment, everyone else present saw the change in their gaze. They looked at Li Qin as if she were foolish. Especially the bald giant whose face then twisted with a malicious grin. Even though he didn't laugh out loud, his look alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Li Qin, feeling the ominous meaning within that glare, hurriedly interjected. Brothers, please don't be angry. Lin Shun, he's merely a lowlife. In the past, when he lived in our home, I beat him daily. Because he feared losing this chance to rise higher. He has deep feelings for our precious daughter, to the point where he's an undeniably loyal lapdog. Given the chance, he would surely crawl back humbly. Before she could finish speaking, she heard Shen Bingxue angrily interrupting. Mom, stop talking. She feared Lin Chun might hear their side of the conversation. Moreover, she clearly sensed that the distance between Lin Chun and herself was growing farther apart, perhaps even turning into enmity. Seeing her mother's attitude made her imagine what Lin Chun had gone through in the past 4 years. Her heart was filled with guilt, but for some reason, she couldn't lower her head in shame. However, Lin Chun clearly heard every single word, and his voice became colder than ever. Shen Bingxue, you've now heard it firsthand, haven't you? This is how your mother treats me. Not even a random hired servant would be treated this way. In her eyes, I am nothing but a loyal lapdog, licking your heels for 4 years. Now, I'm utterly tired and my heart has died completely. From now on, there will be no more connection between us. From this moment forth, we are severed completely. And I've also told you, the company was established entirely by my hands. If I wanted to reclaim it, you wouldn't stand a chance, but I've given it to you. Do with it as you please. After saying this, he directly hung up the phone. Shen Bingxue only felt her heart drop as if into the abyss. It felt like something crucial in her life had suddenly been taken away from her. The indescribable pain caused her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Feng Haoxuan clenched his teeth, and without hesitation, slapped Li Qin across the face. He had lost all thoughts of further pretense. Angry and enraged, he scolded. You old hag, has your brain been eaten by dogs? If you had humbled yourself properly and begged, none of this would have happened to us. But instead, here you are constantly fueling the fire, portraying Lin Chun as a miserable creature. If I were him, I'd probably wish for your death right now. The bald giant sneered. Just now, I was thinking, if I had a son-in-law as capable as Lin Chun, I would treat him like an ancestor. At least when something happens at home, he can take full responsibility and even get rid of some huge troubles. Especially with matters on the streets, it's always about who has the bigger fists, and thus who gets to make the rules. Now, seeing this old hag's behavior, I finally understand why Lin Chun divorced Manager Shun. If I were him, I probably couldn't endure having such a moron nagging in my ear every day. Shen Bingxue quickly reacted, stepping in front of her mother. Her eyes carried deep powerlessness. Her voice trembled slightly. Today, none of you will touch my mom. Otherwise I'll call Lin Chun immediately and tell him that you're bullying me. Do any of you have the guts to piss off Lin Chun? The bond between Lin Chun and me is not broken. The real conflict arises from the problems within my family. If I feel wronged, I can go straight to him and complain. Knowing his character well enough, he'd disable all of you. Feng Haoxuan's face darkened. He felt that his previous actions were completely unnecessary, and he shouldn't have pretended. If they chose to ignore Shen Bingxue and went ahead with their plans, they might already be back with the recordings by now. Moreover, they hadn't clearly heard the sounds transmitted through the phone earlier. Judging from Shen Bingxue's expression, it was obvious the results were far from ideal. They hesitated too. What should they do next? Shen Bingxue took several deep breaths and immediately spoke up. Mom, you go back to your room and lock the door tightly. I'll handle the rest. I'll call Lin Chun and ask for his mercy on your behalf. I hope nothing like this ever happens again. Although she didn't know the exact process involved, Lin Chun's words of, to those who wish to kill, they shall be killed, was equivalent to a direct verdict. Everyone sighed in relief, watching Li Qin rush into the room, and their gazes then all focused on Shen Bingxue. They wanted to see how she planned to appeal to Lin Chun. Chapter 37. Pitiable people have their own hatred. Lin Chun was no longer in the mood for cultivation, feeling a bit restless inside. It's indeed hard to forget years of emotion within a short time. He now hoped that Shen Bingxue would do something even more excessive, so he wouldn't recall the sweetness they once shared when they were together. The memories of the past came back repeatedly. At some point, their feelings had completely changed. Just then, his phone rang again. Lin Chun hesitated for a few seconds and then pressed the answer button. At this moment, he was controlling his emotions, his voice icy cold. If you're calling to beg for Li Qin's forgiveness, don't bother opening your mouth. Do you not know better than I what kind of character your own mother is? As for your beloved younger brother, can you not anticipate what they would do? And whenever an incident happens, your first words are accusations or doubts. Are you still shameless enough to plead on their behalf? His words were meant to cut off whatever Shen Bingxue wanted to say. Shen Bingxue's trembling voice came through. After being together for several years, is there truly no room left at all? I loved you so much in the past. For you, I was even willing to give everything. We weren't just caught up in the trivialities of life when we were together. There was also the sweetness of our early romance, and countless mutual encouragements as we faced difficulties. The twists of fate have made everything change without us knowing it. Right now, I deeply regret not having taken care of your feelings. If I had given you part of my heart, perhaps this result wouldn't exist now. I really regret it, seeing my heart struggle with pain like this. Lin Chun frowned deeply. He felt that her words contained sincere emotion, but at this particular moment, they were hard to believe. His face turned even colder. On the other end of the phone, Shen Bingxue's voice carried a faint sob. Lin Chun, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please come back. I will send my mom and my younger brother away, make them return to the county. In the future, you won't be living with them anymore, and the conflicts between us will gradually resolve. I've really made a mistake. Please come back. Without you by my side, I truly feel exhausted. Lin Chun felt his heart tremble sharply, but recalling Shen Bingxue's determined expression during their breakup, he instead found his inner pain lessened and gradually revealed a smile on his face. He wasn't too far from forgetting about this relationship. His voice remained calm and distant as water. A broken mirror cannot reflect images again. Once the heart is hurt, trust cannot be restored. My trust in you has already disappeared. You'd rather believe in your secretary close by than in my single word. I know you're seeking mercy for your mother. These words you say, I do not want to trust either. An urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm not saying anything of that sort. I am genuinely regretful. Right now I feel that the most important person in my life is leaving me. Lin Chen's brow tightened further, and his tone became icier. Your reluctance comes because something you own suddenly disappears, but such reluctance is not affection, but habit. If you think I am trash, listening only to the words of those around you, while never considering my feelings, then there's no need to continue. Now I promise I'll let your mother go. All the remaining grace between us is hereby severed. Are you satisfied? The other end of the phone fell silent. Shen Bingshua's explanation stopped. Lin Shun gave a self-deprecating laugh, thinking that only moments ago he still believed Shen Bingxue might harbor some residual affection for him, even if it was just a tiny amount, which would bring him some comfort. But Shen Bingshue's silence made him understand clearly. She was merely playing the emotional card. Still, Lin Shen did not regret it, and smiled lightly as he said, I can offer you a piece of advice. Now you should tell Li Qin that between the two of you, only one can leave safely and peacefully. You can ask him which option he chooses. After saying that, he hung up. Shen Bingxue took a deep breath several times. Even finding her breathing caused stabbing pain in her heart. She forced herself to endure tears and grievances, turning her gaze toward the door of her mother's room. The door was locked from the inside. It was her previous request. She now stood before the door, tapping it gently with trembling fingers as she spoke softly yet quiveringly. Mom, Lin Shun has given us a choice. He says that between the two of us, only one can leave safely. For all these years, how you treated Lin Shun, you should know well enough yourself. He said someone must be the scapegoat, and he has no remaining feelings for me anymore. Inside the room, Li Qin's trembling voice replied, Mom, you can't go out. If you do, they'll beat you to death. You're different. Lin Shun won't kill you. He might just make you suffer a little bit. But if Mom goes out, she might really die. That resolute refusal made Shen Bingxue feel even more anguish, her pain almost unbearable. She couldn't help but think, if Lin Shun were here in the same situation, he would risk his life to protect her from danger. Her heart grew even more bitter. The tears that had been brimming in her eyes finally spilled over, rolling down her cheeks. Mom, actually Lin Shun has already agreed to let you go, but he only has one request, to test whether or not you care about my life. Now I've gotten the answer. There was silence inside the room. Shen Bingxue understood her mother's hesitation, fearful of being tricked into coming out. Is this truly my own mother? Seeing this scene, others who looked at Shen Bingxue did so with pity in their eyes. Especially the bald, giant man. He no longer felt hatred toward Shen Bingxue. He didn't want to waste any more time and spoke up directly. Since that menace has already made his decision, stop blocking us. We won't touch you, but we will make that old hag wish she was dead. And that old hag doesn't deserve to be called a mother. With that, he prepared to move. Feng Haoxuan quickly added nearby. Bingxue, you're too soft on your family. They don't deserve your sacrifice and aren't worthy of your affection. Shen Bingxue took a few deep breaths. I guess Lin Shun must have told you by now. If he doesn't have your number, I'll give it to you now. You can confirm with him whether or not he has agreed to spare my mom. No matter what, she is still my birth mother. The bald giant glanced at Feng Haoxuan. Feng Haoxuan had no choice but to make the call. At that moment, everyone in the room couldn't help but think one thing. Pitiable people surely have their own hatred. Chapter 38, Heartbreak. Feng Haoxuan was the first to regain his composure. He frowned deeply, glancing at Shen Bingxue. After a brief hesitation, he said in a voice as cold as a knife, Bingxue, I once thought you were a very decisive person, and I believed you had the qualities to manage a business. That's why I pursued you with all my might because I knew that my own talent was very limited, and you also know the situation in my family. My father won't last much longer. Although this is a secret, I believe you have already received the news. I know I don't have the management skills needed, so I wanted you to become the young madam of our family for the purpose of helping me manage the entire clan. I had only subtly hinted about this matter before, but you didn't take it seriously. Both my father and I were very satisfied with this arrangement because we felt that you were someone who valued feelings greatly. But now I realized just how much. He didn't even know how to continue. However, at this moment, he suddenly came to his senses. If Shen Bingxue really became his wife, there's a chance he wouldn't even know how he'd be outmaneuvered, or worse. He felt even more helpless inside. He'd been working hard for so long, and only now did he truly understand what kind of woman Shen Bingxue really was. His heart was weary. He had already abandoned any thoughts of pursuing her again. At this moment, he sighed faintly, his tone cool and indifferent. Give me the phone. I will call Lin Shun right away. If they agree, we won't do anything. But if Lin Shun does not agree, tonight, not only your mother may be in trouble, but even you could face bad fortune, including your younger brother, because I can't stand enduring the torture of life every hour. As he finished, his voice turned bitter and resentful. If it hadn't been for that conniving woman's incitement, how could he have ended up like this? Shen Bingxue quickly handed over the phone. Her expression was heavy with indescribable distress. The call connected almost instantly, and after Lin Shun answered, Feng Haoxuan heard the familiar voice. He was seated on the balcony at that moment, his face calm, speaking with indifference. You and those reckless thugs, you don't actually have some potent toxins in your bodies. It's merely an hourly pain inflicted upon you, which will subside in a maximum of 2 to 3 days. It's a way to leave a profound memory for you. Don't worry, it won't endanger your lives. Moreover, let me give you a piece of advice. If you plan to cause me trouble again next time, prepare properly ahead of time. Don't give me any opportunities, or you'll end up dying miserably. Feng Haoshuan blinked, but quickly understood, unable to suppress his joy. Are you saying this is true? The pain won't continue after 3 days? Were all the earlier statements mere tricks meant to deceive us? Lin Shen replied coolly. That's correct. I intentionally misled you all. Since you fell for it, let's keep going with the mistake. The rest of the matters, I'm tired of handling them, and I don't wish to waste more words with you. If you seek trouble, I'm always ready. But next time, you'd better be prepared. You might not even get the chance to beg for mercy then. You can continue your noble life, and I have no more time to waste on you. With that, he hung up directly. He knew that at this moment, Feng Haoshuan probably still harbored resentment towards him. It didn't matter. If this guy really decided to act, it would simply mean fate had decreed his doom. He returned from the balcony. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he started cultivating. There was too much knowledge inherited, so much that thinking about it made his head ache. It was because his brain neurons had not yet fully recovered, but recovery wasn't far off. Collecting the precious herbs needed, refining them into medicine, and gradually restoring his abilities was within reach. A slight smile appeared on his face. Time slowly passed by. Feng Haoshuan left with his men soon after. The bald leader no longer harassed Feng Haoshuan either, and there was no further conflict. A truce between both sides was reached. They all understood just how difficult the pain they endured had been. Feng young master, from now on, I advise you not to meddle with Lin Shen anymore. People as capable as him, if they decide to kill us, we won't have the slightest power to resist, and we might even die without knowing how. Moreover, Lin Shen is too mysterious. If we kill him and hide his body somewhere, no one will be able to find him. So, I advise you to let things go. Feng Haoshuan didn't say much, he just nodded slightly. He vaguely felt the impending pain approaching, but this time it was far less intense than before. He had come to believe Lin Shen's words in his heart, but the hatred and resentment inside of him refused to dissipate. Never in his life, from childhood until now, had he endured such a great amount of humiliation. Now, being toyed with like a monkey by Lin Shen, and all along being kept in the dark, though his inner feelings were extremely complicated, especially when thinking of Shen Bingxue, he felt as if needles were pricking his heart. He had originally believed he was destined to win, only to discover that Lin Shen far exceeded his imagination. Meanwhile, inside the villa, tears streamed down Shen Bingxue's cheeks and fell onto her beautiful face. Her voice trembled slightly. Mom, they have already left. Even at this moment, she tried to guess what her mother might say, yet still hoped against hope. The room echoed with Li Qin's doubtful voice. I absolutely cannot leave. I fear that once I step out, they will kill me immediately. After all, Lin Shen has said that between us two, only one can leave alive. I believe there's no way Lin Shen would kill you, but as long as I stay in my room, I stand a slim chance of survival. I will call the Six-Fan sect. They will come soon, and once they arrive, our daughter-mother duo will be safe. Though she said this, she had no intention of making the call. Shen Bingxue's trembling voice became even more unstable. Mom, you didn't even take the phone with you. Do you have any backup phones in your room? How are you planning to call Lu Shanya? Am I so unworthy of your trust? Silence enveloped the room, and Shen Bingxue's heart plummeted deeper into despair. At this moment, she felt that if she could live here, perhaps her heart could find a warm haven, a shelter for her soul regardless of her own strength. Chapter 39, Crying for You to See. The next morning, Lin Shen stretched lazily, and a smile spread across his face. After cultivating the primal energy overnight, absorbing the essence between heaven and earth as his own, his whole body felt extremely comfortable. That feeling was like not having slept for days and nights, then waking up refreshed after sleeping soundly in total darkness. As he got out of bed, there were popping sounds coming from all over his bones. His smile grew even more pronounced. Originally planning to go down to the hotel for breakfast, Lin Shen was surprised to see manager Zhou standing at the door with a beaming expression just as he opened it. Mr. Lin, you're awake. Just now our miss came by and said she wanted to invite you to have breakfast together. Our miss didn't want to disturb your rest and has been busy in the hotel kitchen. She requested that we inform her immediately once you come out. Lin Shen obviously looked startled. He hadn't heard any footsteps at the door earlier. He then remembered that his room was one of the best suites in the hotel with excellent soundproofing. Just tell her not to bother, and we can eat casually. I'll wait downstairs. Manager Zhou immediately instructed the staff to notify their miss. Then, he led Lin Shen downstairs. Here, there was a private dining room set aside for them specifically. After instructing Lin Shen to wait briefly, he hurried off. Not long after, Jiang Lanyu walked in carrying a tray, her beautiful face adorned with a charming smile that could intoxicate anyone. Her sweet smile seemed like fine wine aged for countless years, captivating everyone around. Big brother Lin, when I'm at home, I often cook breakfast for my dad and mom. Try how it tastes. In the future, I can cook for you every day because I've decided to be a virtuous wife and good mother. I will make sure Big Brother Lin experiences my utmost sincerity. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen's face revealed surprise. But he quickly understood the meaning and shook his head bitterly. I'm really not prepared to start a new relationship. That's okay. I can wait until Big Brother Lin is ready to choose. I believe at that time I'll be the most competitive because there's only you in my heart. I'll show you my sincerity. Unlike some people, if I've recognized someone, they will be my lifelong reliance. As she spoke, anticipation appeared in Jiang Lanyu's eyes. Her voice carried barely contained excitement. Big Brother Lin, I've already seen from your eyes that you no longer have strong feelings for that woman. Even when I mention her, your emotions don't change at all. I know deep inside you are already thoroughly disappointed with her, and I'm just doing my best to make you feel better. I know you must be very uncomfortable right now. At this moment, If there's someone by your side who can console you and bring you warmth, I believe my presence has already left an impression on your heart. Even if Big Brother Lin doesn't acknowledge it, it doesn't matter because I have determined that you won't change your mind about me for life. When she said this, Xuanhuan lightly bit her red lips and placed the plate in front of Lin Chun. Then, she stealthily gave him a kiss. Her whole face turned slightly red, brimming with youthful charm and deep affection from her gaze. For a moment, Lin Chun was mesmerized, lost in memories of certain moments. He and Shen Bingxue had also shared a deeply enviable relationship back in college. Many people had admired them as the perfect couple. However, no matter how great a love, it could not withstand the wear and tear of time. Right now, Lin Chun was truly not ready to embark on a new relationship. In his heart, he pondered that perhaps sleeplessness or even avoiding marriage might just mean more dedication to enhancing his cultivation strength. That alone was enough. Such thoughts lasted but a fleeting moment before they were discarded. It wasn't just about himself. He had family and friends to consider too. How would his family feel? Thinking especially about his parents, a bitter smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Chen's face. To them, Shen Bingxue was still the ideal daughter-in-law, even though they hadn't been back for visits lately due to business growth concerns. But they never thought otherwise, just disliking her mother. Nevertheless, some things had already become part of the past. He let out a faint smile. Our backgrounds are different. You've grown up holding the golden key, free to do as you please. But I have too much to consider. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. Do you understand what I mean? The person I idealize most is a gentle woman, one who only wants to take care of our home and have children so my parents will be satisfied. That's the life I choose. I no longer wish to be entangled in those businesses. In fact, I think going back to the county town would be the best choice. The county town may be small, but life moves at a slower pace there. Lin Chen's voice was calm as he drank the millet porridge, feeling its warmth spreading through his stomach. At this moment, however, Jiang Lanyu clenched her red lips tightly, her eyes filled with determination. Brother Lin, I'll follow you. I'll go back with you. The company can be handed over to professional management teams. And besides, my dad could always have more children. They can start fresh, while from now on I belong to you. No matter where you go, I'll follow. Even if you tried to push me away, it wouldn't work. I'll just be your little shadow. Anyway, I'm sticking to you like glue. And even if it causes trouble for you, because I'm an unruly girl. When she spoke these words, her eyes were already brimming with fichik. It seemed that Lin Chen's refusal would immediately make her cry. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh bitterly, not knowing how to respond. If Jiang Chengxian saw this scene, he might even fight with him, because this was his beloved daughter. He remained silent instead of answering. Yet Jiang Lanyu was elated. In the past, Lin Chun would definitely reject her without hesitation. Now, her brother Lin had neither refused nor responded, choosing only silence. This proved that her efforts had begun to bear fruit. And her father had told her before that if it were brother Lin, then there would be no issues. Even if Lin Zige had nothing, their family had money. They didn't care if others had wealth, since no one could ever match their own fortune. Chapter 40, Bottom Line. After having breakfast, Lin Chen felt no discomfort in himself. He even felt a faint, indescribable feeling as if there was sweetness from the vibrant girl before him. But it also seemed like a somewhat sweet burden. However, after this thought appeared, he felt as though he might have gone too far. Originally, he was prepared to leave the hotel directly and at least find a place to live. Indeed, just as he had said, he planned to return to the county town to be with his parents, then find an agreeable and gentle wife, and restart his life. In the future, perhaps there wouldn't be much intense love or many troubles. All he needed was to lead an ordinary person's life while gradually cultivating and accumulating his strength. But later, he changed his mind because he needed many herbs for treating his brain disease. Those precious herbs couldn't be collected in a small county town. Moreover, he didn't have that much money. He would definitely not take advantage of his friends, but he wouldn't be so polite to strangers. Some possibilities had already started to form in his mind. Besides, he had also promised to help Chairman Zhang establish the Divine Doctor Pavilion. He then shifted the topic and asked directly, "How's your dad doing? Has the location for the Divine Doctor Pavilion been chosen yet?" Jiang Lanyu stopped talking about their feelings, and her eyes revealed a mischievous smile. "The location has been chosen. It's not in a bustling area because my dad said your personality may prefer some quietness. So we chose the address in the Villa District. That position belongs to our family property. It wasn't sold later because it was meant to be my marital home. But I've never found a boyfriend, and you're the one in my heart." Lin Chen's eyes showed surprise, but soon there was a hint of rejection. Jiang Lanyu immediately realized this, and a very bright smile appeared on her face. "Brother Lin, what era are we in now? Are you still thinking about all those rules? Just go when it's time. My dad has long prepared everything over there." The hands were remodeled simply. If they want to come for treatment, they must show enough sincerity. If they don't have that sincerity, they don't even deserve for you to act. If you still want to practice in the hospital, we will surely find a way to get you that position. My dad says everything depends on you. As long as you are willing, anything goes. Moreover, my dad fully agrees with what's between us. As long as I can stay by your side, whatever we do, my dad won't ask any questions because he feels that being with you is safe enough for me. And if you, my golden son-in-law, come home, my dad will be so happy that he won't be able to sleep. Lin Chen was somewhat amused and confused. Every 3 sentences from Jiang Lanyu referred to their relationship. He wanted to say something. At this moment, however, Jiang Lanyu's phone rang. She paused momentarily upon seeing the chat number, but quickly composed herself. "Brother Lin, the person calling me is Chairman Feng. He knows we've established the Divine Doctor Pavilion. Yesterday, he already discussed it with my dad, and said he could come take a look today. However, I haven't agreed right away because I think his condition might not be curable. The hospital has already given him a death sentence, with a lifespan not exceeding 3 months. He'll be dead soon. Also, this old man is excessively profit-driven. Our family doesn't get along well with him, but the Divine Doctor Pavilion needs someone to build its reputation initially. Everyone knows that the relationship between us and him isn't good, but if they help publicize, it might produce unexpected results, considering Brother Lin's future. If you accumulate enough influential connections, maybe one day when you raise your voice, everyone will immediately follow your advice. Even if it's a company on the verge of bankruptcy, your words could revive it. Lin Shen hesitated slightly, but ultimately did not refuse. He knew who this Chairman Feng was referring to. Father of Feng Haoxuan. Apart from him, there was no other Feng family in the city worth xuanhuan you going to such great lengths. A faint smile appeared on Lin Shen's face, his gaze still calm. You should have a general understanding of what illness he has, right? Xuanhuan Yu nodded subconsciously, but immediately said, Brother Lin, I think you'd better not take on this case. After all, he only has 3 or 4 months to live, and he's suffering from a very severe cancer. It's esophageal cancer, and the cancer cells have already spread to the stomach and various organs. The hospital has already stated that even the world's top medical institutions cannot save him. Although there are targeted drugs now, we all know deep down what they can really do. Before the cancer cells fully spread, those targeted drugs would definitely work, but once they've completely dispersed, the efficacy diminishes significantly. Targeted medication might still help suppress it for a while, but if the physical condition deteriorates greatly, one may not even know how they died. He could die at any moment during chemotherapy. The Mr. Feng you mentioned is already on the verge of life and death. He refuses to let go of any opportunity. Even though we've occasionally had conflicts, he has now come seeking help. Still, I think this case should not be taken. If he doesn't get better, your reputation will undoubtedly be impacted. The Divine Doctor Pavilion is just starting its development. It's unnecessary to affect yourself for one person. Moreover, everyone knows about his condition. It's no secret. Even if he dies from his worsening illness, no one will blame us because his situation is untreatable by anyone. Zhang Luanyu's reasoning was sound. If she were an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, they might truly ignore such cases as getting involved in this kind of matter would only lead to trouble. But for Lin Shen, this was an opportunity. The connections he sought could be cultivated through this, and he was even reconsidering whether agreeing with the land developer to see only 10 patients per day was too much. Lin Shen didn't think of himself as a saint. While his lineage emphasized saving lives as their duty, it seemed outdated to define himself this way in today's era. Chapter 41, Gradual Progress. Lin Shen had his own morals and bottom line, and he didn't even want to use the law to constrain him. His moral bottom line would prevent him from doing those kinds of things. However, a noticeable smile appeared on his face right now. Since you've already said it, he is the best living advertisement. Why don't we directly set a time with him now? Before his treatment, let him go to the hospital for a definitive examination first. It's essential to find out his exact illness, and then have him publish all these conditions publicly. He also needs to specify which hospital. At that time, I can have the hospital issue a certificate confirming his condition. Otherwise, as you say, this guy will do anything, and no one knows what he might do next. As for matters of saving lives and curing diseases, you don't need to worry about them. The rest requires your operation. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Luanyu couldn't help but slightly pause, then quickly reacted. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her voice trembled slightly. Brother Lin, can you really cure even such ailments? They're terminal illnesses. If you can cure such diseases, the whole world will probably tremble. Our God Yihao will welcome more and more patients in the future. Lin Shen's face carried a faint smile. Let alone such symptoms, as long as he's not dead, I can save him. Even if he's dead, as long as it's within half an hour, I can bring him back to life. Doctors originally snatch people from King Yan. Whether they can be snatched depends entirely on their own abilities. I feel my abilities are strong. As long as I'm willing, even King Yan wouldn't be able to take him away. His voice was very calm, but the words he spoke were extremely confident. When Zhang Luanyu heard this, her eyes suddenly brightened. She knew that her brother Lin was absolutely different from ordinary people. This was truly a failure of a high-level person. Time passed slowly. After they finished eating, they directly called Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng had just had today's examination report. There was no need to do anything else. Not only did he announce his condition under his company, but he also interacted with the First People's Hospital on the internet. He even mentioned that there was a small conflict between him and the Jiang Group. Now, he wanted to see whether the traditional Chinese medicine pavilion under their Jiang Group could bring any changes to his disease. At this point, Mr. Feng had already come before Lin Shen. He did not judge others by their appearance like other people, nor did he say anything rude. On the contrary, he had a full face of smiles, although his complexion was very pale. Divine Doctor, I've already heard of your techniques. This time I'm here sincerely asking you to treat me. As long as you can heal my illness, whatever condition you propose, I will agree without hesitation. Even if it means giving you half of my wealth, I would still readily hand it over with both hands. A hint of faint smile surfaced on Lin Shen's face, his voice as calm as water. Since you've already said that, if I'm unfamiliar with you, should I start looking down on you now? After all, you are the famous Mr. Feng. I've heard quite a lot about you in the past, and the things your son talked about are truly amazing. Frankly speaking, until now, I am somewhat envious of the kind of rich young master lifestyle your son has. But who allows birth to determine everything? Poor reincarnation skills leave one having to rely on one's own efforts. Now, I can clearly state here, If you directly hand over half of your shares to the young lady beside me, everything else is negotiable. Make sure to rectify your terms. Those will just be certain things. I will never deceive you with empty promises. If you don't believe me, you can write it clearly in the contract. If I fail to cure your ailment, I'll give you 10 billion yuan as compensation. This matter also has the young lady beside me as a witness. It's up to you whether you have the guts to sign this contract. There was a faint smile on his face, his voice indifferent, void of any emotion. This time Lin Shen was prepared. Since the other side had conflicts with Miss Jiang, there was no need to continue holding back. Besides, his conflict with Feng Haoxuan wasn't something that developed overnight. He'd long seen through Feng Haoxuan's character. That kind of person wouldn't easily give up just like this. Maybe he knows pain now, and may become a bit restrained for a period of time. Once the pain fades, it will be the wound heals, the pain forgotten. Rather than dealing with so much trouble, it would be better to cut off the problem at its root. By the time he realizes I have control over 50% of his family's business, even if he wanted to cause trouble, he wouldn't dare. At that point, there would be neither the chance nor the audacity. Mr. Feng could never have imagined that Lin Shen would actually take such a big bite out of him. He had just been speaking offhandedly. Now, Lin Shen had taken him seriously, leaving Mr. Feng momentarily awkward and speechless. Lin Shen half smiled and said, Mr. Feng, what do you value more, your life or your estate? Also, let me remind you of one thing. Fashion Feng, what sort of character does he have? You understand it better than I do. Words are easily spoken. To hold on to something precious is itself a crime. If you were gone, do you think your wasteful son would be able to protect your family's assets? Chances are, as soon as you leave, before any investigation concludes, someone will snatch them all away. However, with our support, it's a different story. I can not only help you recover, but also ensure better profit growth for the company. All these details aside, I dislike joking around. I am a very serious person by nature. Since you've already brought this up, I must meet your wishes. Otherwise, you might doubt my dedication and treatment. Lin Shen didn't see himself as overly pedantic. Given how this man had delivered a significant leverage straight into his hands and made such remarks, there was no need to hesitate. He and Jiang Lanyu had already planned things out clearly. They would start with the shares and acquire at least 20% of his equity. By then, they would become influential shareholders within the Feng Corporation. Then, removing them entirely from the equation would prove quite impossible. Besides, managing those shares, that wasn't something Lin Shen needed to bother himself with. There would naturally be people on the Jiang side handling everything for him. He was very well aware that powerful organizations would vie for him like this. Chairman Jiang was the richest man in the city, a clear testament to his influence. With an opportunity like this available, there was no reason for him not to seize it. Furthermore, he still had other strategies yet to be unveiled. For instance, rare herbs. But these methods would need to be implemented gradually. Chapter 42, The Last Hope. Lin Shen's eyes slightly narrowed, and there was a thoughtful look in his gaze. He said calmly, Mr. Feng, I have figured out the issue with your illness. Mr. Feng had some doubts initially, but he understood his current predicament well. His son wasn't particularly ambitious, yet he was still his son, so it was unimaginable to hand over his assets to someone else. Moreover, if he could not stabilize his situation as soon as possible, his group would become prey for predators. The way out provided by the Jiang family was like offering him a real hope of survival. His Zhaoxing psychology also made him conflicted at this moment. The other party only needed one glance at him, and already claimed to know what his illness was, even making him suspect whether it was intentionally set up for him, with the most likely culprits being the Jiang family. However, these thoughts were quickly cast aside. As a successful businessman, one should not take action without clear evidence. Now it was impossible to pin all hopes on Lin Shen or completely trust the Jiang family. At that moment, Mr. Feng wore a smile. Regardless of how much doubt existed within him, none of it was reflected on his face. He was a very successful impersonator. With an expectant look in his eyes, he said, Divine Doctor, I believe the Jiang family has already told you about my condition. My symptoms are no secret. Many people are aware of them. You might even say my company has reached a very difficult stage right now. One could say that many people know my current situation, but there is no opportunity to treat me. However, I only have a few months left. During these few months, I can still make some arrangements. Even if something happens to me, there will be someone who can take over my company, ensuring at least that my son won't be in danger. I'm not sure if the Jiang family is planning something, but one must always be cautious. I am an upright person and do not complicate things unnecessarily. All I want to know is one thing. Divine Doctor, can you really cure me? As he finished the last sentence, his tone was extraordinarily sincere. When a person realizes they only have a few more months to live, even if they know it's a scam, they still wish to cling to the last straw of hope. Despair is far worse than being deceived. If someone experiences hope and then falls back into despair, they are bound to go insane. There was no need for any threats. At this point, Lin Shen's face revealed a faint calm smile. She could tell that this Mr. Feng was indeed extraordinary. To be able to manage such a large corporation group, if it were an ordinary person, they would probably have been swallowed up without a trace long ago. Her smile gradually became wider. Your condition isn't too difficult to deal with. It's just that the herbs required are extremely rare. If you can find these herbs, I can restore you to health in a day. You might even interpret it as a miracle. What Lin Shen needed to do now was give the other party enough confidence. Help him gather enough herbs, and those herbs would significantly enhance her strength. There was also another possibility, finding more top-quality emeralds. The earth essence contained within emeralds could help her break through barriers rapidly. Real power comes from individual strength, which no one can take away. If she possessed enough strength, those people wouldn't matter to her at all. No matter how wealthy they were, she could destroy them with just one punch. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Mr. Feng's eyes. In his view, what the other party was saying seemed like a con artist. However, he did not believe that a con artist could gain so much respect from the Jiang family. Moreover, he had investigated some information about Chairman Jiang, and if it weren't for Lin Shun, that Chairman Jiang would probably have been ruined long ago. The current situation wouldn't exist either. The two families' relationship was relatively good, and at this critical moment, the other party presented him with such a path forward. He didn't know whether he should continue down this road, but Lin Chen's words filled his heart with doubt. Still, it was after all a possible path forward. To be alive would truly be a miracle. Once again, he smiled and decided to approach this as treating a dead horse as though it were still alive. Divine Doctor, please tell me what kind of herbs are needed. And currently, since my body is rather weak and my energy is limited, it may take several months to collect extremely rare herbs. After all, I am self-aware. Herbs like those are incredibly precious. They can bring the dead back to life and restore withered bones to flesh. If it were really those herbs, then I wouldn't be in such despair right now. I want to find those herbs too, but it's extremely difficult. Lin Shun understood his implication, that he didn't want to be overcharged. They were all intelligent people, so there was no need for excessive explanations. At this moment, a brighter smile spread across Lin Shen's face as he lightly chuckled. I will first give you an initial treatment. This treatment can only temporarily stabilize your condition, making you feel no fatigue in your body at all. You won't feel like an ordinary person anymore, but this stabilization of your condition can only last for a few months. If you don't find these herbs within these few months, once the symptoms flare up again, even gods would struggle to save you. Suppressing endlessly is like trying to block a flow rather than guiding it. Moreover, I know that deep down, you're suspicious of me. Some things don't need much explanation. After I give you the preliminary treatment, I believe you'll be able to feel the difference yourself. Mr. Feng nodded hurriedly. At this moment, even a glimmer of hope felt like a lifeline for him. What preparations do I need to make? Lin Shen shook his head and pulled out silver needles he had prepared beforehand. You don't need to make any preparations. Now, just turn around so I can perform the acupuncture on you. It won't take more than half an hour. Your physical condition will undergo significant changes. To give you more energy to search for those herbs, you can also go to the hospital for a checkup afterward. The cancer cells in your body will enter a state similar to suspended animation. They won't continue developing. But this restriction has its disadvantages. Within the next few months, you must find the herbs as quickly as possible. Otherwise, not even a god could save you. When Mr. Feng heard these words, his inner doubts grew stronger. He couldn't believe such methods actually existed in the world today. Still, he didn't say anything because this was his last hope. Chapter 43, List of Medicinal Herbs. After a round of treatment, Lin Shen urged him to go straight to the hospital. Moreover, he didn't disclose the specific herbs required to Mr. Feng, stating that mentioning them now would be premature. The medicinal materials he was seeking only constituted a part of what he needed, and his real intention was to leverage the resources of the Feng family to help him accumulate resources faster. Mr. Feng could clearly feel significant changes in his physical condition, but without concrete data, doubts naturally lingered in his mind. People like him usually only believed in things when they saw undeniable evidence. When he stepped outside, his first thought was about how to solve the issue before him. There was no time to worry about other troubles. Upon arriving at the hospital, he immediately arranged for an examination. Upon seeing the results, he couldn't contain his excitement, his eyes shining with barely suppressed joy as he asked the director again. Director, you're sure that the cancer cells in my body have lost their activity, as if they were dead? Hearing these words, the director's eyes also lit up with unprecedented surprise. Mr. Feng, although I don't know what medicine you've taken, the cancer cells in your body do indeed seem to have all lost vitality. But they haven't died completely. They are hovering on the brink of death. However, it is entirely certain that your condition seems to no longer affect your bodily functions, as if it has returned to normal, though the disease still exists. Could you tell me what kind of drug this is? If it gets verified, we will become the first case in the treatment of cancer diseases. At this moment, he was extremely excited inside. If such a drug were really found, it would be an unprecedented joy for the entire hospital and even the entire Jiuzhou continent. Treating cancer is a worldwide challenge. If there were such a quick and convenient method to seal cancer within the body permanently, making it equivalent to turning cancer into a chronic illness, he felt this kind of drug was akin to controlling diabetes-related medicines. A terminal chronic illness transformed into a genuine chronic condition. By that time, cancer would no longer be synonymous with despair and death. At this point, Mr. Feng indeed took a few deep breaths. His face showed signs of bitterness, as he had already understood. It truly offered him a ray of hope, and this hope was genuine, not illusory. If he found the herbs Lin Shen required, then it would mean his life would be saved, and those herbs certainly weren't something trivial. He wasn't foolish. Lin Shen had gone through so much effort to help him probably because he saw something valuable in him. For instance, his estate or his wealth. But even knowing full well what he was getting into, he must proceed regardless. Director, this matter isn't as simple as you think. The master who treated my illness didn't use any medication but acupuncture. What? The director was full of question marks, looking at Mr. Feng with suspicion, doubting whether he had misheard some far-fetched tale. Acupuncture. You're not fooling around with me, are you? It's merely a part of traditional Chinese medical therapy. How could it possibly become a treatment for cancer, Mr. Feng? Even if you don't want to tell me, using such an excuse to confuse me just won't work. At this moment, he felt very dissatisfied inside. No matter what, he was still the head of the hospital, and for Mr. Feng's condition, he had considered many approaches. Besides, the two had been friends in the past. Now, Mr. Feng used this kind of excuse to confuse him, which amounted to leading him down the wrong path. Soon he came up with a possibility. Mr. Feng probably wanted to take this formula directly and eat it, or perhaps it was about getting rich since Mr. Feng was a true businessman and a highly successful one at that. Missing out on such a business opportunity would be foolish. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, Mr. Feng, I only hope that after you develop this kind of medicine in the future, please don't turn it into a chronic disease drug. The best solution is for this medicine to thoroughly cure cancer, because this will be an event that benefits countless humans. In this situation, I believe you can understand this as well. If you really manage to make such medicine, please do inform me. Mr. Feng wanted to say something, but ultimately shook his head. He knew explaining such matters would be fruitless. If roles were reversed, he wouldn't have believed it either if not for personal experience. In the end, the treatment had managed to suppress his cancer condition. His expression grew solemn. All right, if I ever get the chance to obtain such a prescription, I naturally won't hesitate to share. I'll leave first. I still need to look for more medicinal herbs. I will also send you a list of these herbs later. Some of them are definitely hard to find, and as the dean of the hospital, you probably know many skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who might have some in their collections. At that time, no matter what the cost, I will make sure to get them. After a brief exchange, Mr. Feng hurriedly left. He didn't leave the hotel, but remained there, waiting all along. At the moment, he was reading a book. When he heard a knock on the door, he calmly uttered one word. Come in. The door opened, and Mr. Feng appeared at the doorway. His face showed an uncontrollable excitement, his voice trembling. Divine Doctor, my condition has indeed been suppressed. And according to the results of all the examination reports just now, it's as if my condition has been completely sealed. As he spoke, he placed his examination report on the table. Noticing Lin Chen reading a book, there was a fleeting awkwardness on his face. He had been carefully observing Lin Chen's expression and realized that Lin Chen seemed completely unfazed by this, as though treating him was akin to curing a common cold. At this point, his inner excitement became even more unbearable. As long as Lin Chen could help with his subsequent treatment, his life would definitely be saved. At this moment, Lin Chen looked up, showing a faint smile on his face, then pushed a prepared list over to the table. I don't need to look at your examination reports. Traditional Chinese medicine focuses on observation, auscultation and olfaction, inquiry, and palpation. A single glance is enough to determine the recovery of your condition. And since I personally treated you, I naturally understand your current physical condition better than anyone. This is the list of herbs you need to gather. Also, give your son a warning. If he continues to bother me, not only will I refuse to treat you anymore, but I may take action against you as well, and consider my restraint towards you as a sign of my mercy. Chapter 44, Fury. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Mr. Feng's face turned into an expression of shock. He quickly recovered, his complexion turning a bit pale, and his voice trembling. Divine Doctor, has my ungrateful son come to you? Did he say anything unpleasant? If he has done something unforgivable to you, I will immediately make him kneel down and apologize to you. And if I don't break his dog legs, then I won't consider myself Feng anymore. At this point, he had already found his path to survival, and there was no way he would allow anyone else to disrupt it. Not even his own flesh and blood son would be excused. After all, this son was truly useless. If his son were capable, he wouldn't feel as desperate as he did now. His anger surged inside him, almost making him burst with rage. Lin Chen saved his life through treatment, but his son still betrayed him by stabbing a knife in his back, which made him angrier the more he thought about it. Lin Chen said mockingly, forget about the apology. Between us, it can just be considered a deal. As for those precious herbs you helped me find, try to obtain them as soon as possible, because they relate directly to your life. And I am doing this also out of respect for Miss Jiang. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a chance to consult me for treatment. By the way, it was your son who caused trouble for me first, and only then did I agree to treat you. All this is because of someone else's regard. You'd better leave. When the herbs are found, come see me. Do not appear before me until I find the herbs, and before I change my mind, you should vanish from my sight. Lin Chen's voice was calm, devoid of any emotional cues. His gaze remained fixed on the book, as if he was too lazy to spare another glance at Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng felt no anger in his heart, only fear. If Lin Chen refused to help him further, the consequences would be unimaginable. He could really end up in a terrible abyss. At that moment, his complexion deteriorated significantly, his voice quivering. Divine Doctor, I'm sorry, I bring my son to apologize to you. If a child isn't properly educated, it's the father's fault. He will return immediately, and next time when we come again, I will ensure that all the necessary herbs are collected. Moreover, what I previously promised remains valid. If you can help cure all my ailments, 20% of our phone group shares will all be yours. Lin Chen simply nodded, saying nothing more. Mr. Feng, being a smart man, dared not disturb further and hastily grabbed the list, retreating out of the room. Upon stepping outside the room, his resentment towards Lin Chen disappeared, entirely replaced by clenched teeth anger towards his own son. Although he didn't know why his son came into conflict with Lin Chen, he was certain that Lin Chen was a truly talented individual. A person skilled enough to heal such a severe disease must have helped many important figures in the past. Had it not been for Lin Chen's timely warning, things might have become worse, jeopardizing his very existence. The more he pondered, the more he feared. Great men like Lin Chen often think big picture, and personal grievances tend to get cast aside in their minds. He took out his phone while walking out, having already dialed his son's number, his eyes burning fiercely with anger. On the other side of the phone call, a slightly drunken voice came. Dad, why so early? What do you want? Mr. Feng felt a chill sweep through his entire body. Many local powerful figures already knew about his condition, but his own son, oblivious to it, continued leading a carefree life every day. Especially now that he had practically begged for his life. Yet his son today nearly squandered his only chance for survival. I don't care where you are right now. Get home immediately. If I don't see you within half an hour, I will personally snap both your legs and make sure you can't step out of the door for 3 or 5 months. With that, he hung up the phone, fearing his rage might cause his son to flee rather than return. He had to understand clearly what had transpired. After hesitating slightly, he called Chairman Jiang as soon as he got into the car. Old Jiang, thank you. You've given me hope for survival. Without you, I might truly be in despair now. I also know many people have already targeted me, but unfortunately for them, they're destined to be disappointed. No matter how you look at it, this opportunity was provided to me by you. Henceforth, whenever you need assistance, you are always welcome to come to me, and I will offer full support. A laugh sounded from the other end of the phone. Mr. Feng, after so long of cooperation, don't you know my character yet? Since something this serious has happened to you, there is no way I can just stand by idly. Not to mention that this is also an opportunity for us to enhance the reputation of the Divine Doctor Pavilion. Everyone knows about your illness, and if it's cured, many people will be astounded beyond measure. At that time, whoever falls sick, big or small, will definitely want to come to our Divine Doctor Pavilion. This also helps me build further personal connections. After all, I'm fully responsible for handling this matter. At this moment, his heart was extremely excited. Lin Shen had truly not disappointed him. The world-class talent he had recognized was indeed a peerless master, and in the future, if his daughter were to be together with Lin Shen, he could only imagine how spectacular that would be. Handing over his company to his beloved daughter would ensure their family ascended to an unprecedented level of prosperity. After chatting for a long while, they finally hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingshan also called Lin Shen and directly inquired about the situation with the young master of the Feng family. Lin Shen replied with a faint smile. This issue can be resolved very easily. Furthermore, since his life depends on my help now, naturally, I won't refuse the rewards he offers. Having enough compensation ensures I'll give him my full effort, but truthfully, his son hasn't even caught my attention. If he still plans anything outrageous, then don't blame me for being unforgiving. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Qingshan burst into clearer laughter. I'll take care of this matter. It will be perfectly arranged. The two conversed for a little longer before Lin Shen heard footsteps approaching outside his door, steps he recognized all too well. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his lips, barely perceptible. Once the call ended, his gaze shifted toward the entrance. His door wasn't completely shut, and a stunningly beautiful face peeked inside, her gaze meeting his own. In that instant of eye contact, her lovely face flushed pink. Chapter 45, Gaining Without Effort. Jiang Lanyu appeared at the door, her gaze fixed on Lin Shen, and a hint of pink involuntarily crept onto her beautiful face. Brother Lin, you're awake. I've brought your favorite dishes. And I've also brought 2 bottles of wine. I'm not in a great mood today, so I want you to have a drink with me. As she spoke, Jiang Lanyu had already entered the room, with a few hotel staff following her. When Lin Shen saw these people, a smile appeared on his face. He gently shook his head and said calmly, Girl, it's really unnecessary. You should know my current attitude. I truly don't want to start another relationship. The most important thing now is to strengthen my foundation and quickly improve my own strength. And there's still an illness in my head that hasn't been cured. Overworking myself could lead to a relapse. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyu immediately shook her head, biting her red lips lightly. Brother Lin, no matter when, I will always be by your side, never leaving. Even if you can't feel my sincerity now, you will eventually be moved by my genuineness. One day, you'll understand my feelings. I am absolutely not going to leave you. I've decided to follow you for this life. No matter what, whether you agree or not, I'm going to be a little follower around you. Unless you think I'm unbearable and scold me, then I might leave. Lin Shen looked at her petite appearance. How could he possibly bring himself to criticize her? He let out a faint bitter smile. Then he directly changed the subject. I previously asked someone to help collect some herbs, all paid for by Mr. Feng's side. And I also know you have a good herb in your possession. Now we can sell it directly to him. Actually, this herb was once offered as a gift by Jiang Lanyu, but Lin Shen refused, believing one shouldn't accept benefits without giving something in return. The herb would be extremely beneficial for his condition. It was of very high value, purchased by her father at an auction for over 100 million yuan, considered a celestial treasure known as the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum, over 2,000 years old. This herb is the best for nourishing qi and replenishing blood. For Lin Shen's current condition, this mature Polygonum multiflorum would be immensely helpful, potentially curing his illness instantly after consumption. However, because of its extremely high value, Lin Shen couldn't bring himself to accept it. Previously, he helped Jiang Lanyu's father, and up until now, they've repaid their debt. In fact, Lin Shen believed he owed them too much favor. But Jiang Lanyu's eyes sparkled slightly. Brother Lin, I'll call Dad right now, and let him sell the herb directly to Mr. Feng. I believe Mr. Feng will definitely be willing to take it. I heard that recently he has accumulated a large amount of cash flow, aiming to secure the company and also to prevent others from taking any action against him. Only with enough cash can he remain stable. A distinct smile appeared on Lin Shen's face, and his voice remained calm. Does your family have any interest in them? Jiang Lanyu shook her head, with a trace of amusement in her eyes. You might not fully understand my dad. He values sentiment greatly. Previously, he had a cooperative relationship with Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng is a good person. Unfortunately, his wife spoiled their son. It's not his fault. If it weren't for that pampered son, he wouldn't be upset every day. People often say that when the upper beams are crooked, the lower ones will be slanted. Yet Mr. Feng is actually not bad. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he responded indifferently. Let's talk about future matters later. You can first go and sell the herb to him. The earlier we get hold of the herb, the sooner I can treat his condition. Moreover, this is also for enhancing our reputation. In the future, when everyone knows that we can cure cancer here, the genuine cancer patients may flock in. I won't be treating patients every day, but you can screen for useful people from among them. Lin Chen never considered himself a great benefactor and certainly didn't want to be some saint. Though he already possessed the ability to cure cancer, he indeed required some precious herbs. Ordinary people simply don't have the means to afford these herbs which, in truth, cost millions or even tens of millions each. Only those worth billions can better receive treatment. Otherwise, he can merely help delay the disease, just suppressing the development. When the illness finally bursts, it could resemble a compressed spring. The more forcefully compressed, the more powerful its explosion. It might even significantly shorten a person's lifespan. He was very clear about this, and the treatment also belonged to the law of energy conservation. Unless it was his own primordial energy being infused into others, it would have a significant impact on himself, making his cultivation speed slow down. Although he could absorb others' ailments for his own use, absorbing these ailments required time to refine. Some things cannot be told to others. They are secrets forever hidden in his heart, especially after experiencing his wife's betrayal. A defense line was added to his heart, one that was invincible. Subconsciously, he no longer wanted to trust anyone. Even the person who sleeps next to him every day might betray him, let alone others. Xuanhuan, you seemed to sense what Lin Chen was thinking. Her eyes filled with compassion as she gently leaned on Lin Chen's side, her voice soft like water. Brother Lin, that woman doesn't know how to cherish you. In the future, with me by your side, I will ensure that you suffer no injustice. As long as you allow me to stay by you, I will take care of you well every day and make sure you're healthy and strong. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat amused yet touched. She was such a young girl. After chatting for a while, Xuanhuan Yu left. She needed to deliver the herb to Mr. Feng. When it comes to making money, there should be no hesitation. The money must be earned quickly and put into one's own pocket. Only when the money is in your pocket does it truly belong to you. Moreover, those herbs would eventually end up in his hands anyway. Although it seemed like getting something for nothing, the real purpose was to save Mr. Feng's life. While he was lost in these thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the incoming number, he frowned slightly. It was Shun Bingxue. Chapter 46, The Last Dignity. Lin Chen originally didn't want to answer the call, but after hanging up, the phone rang again. There was a hint of unusual emotion in his heart. After hesitating, he pressed the button to answer, and immediately heard the extremely familiar voice from the phone. Where are you? Lin Chen replied indifferently. I've already told you where I am, and it has nothing to do with you anymore. I've already warned you not to bother me unless it's something important. I'm very busy now, and I don't have time for you. Upon hearing this, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, followed by a trembling voice. There's no other meaning. I just wanted you to stay with me. I never expected that after some people leave, they will realize how important they truly were. The current me is really suffering. You don't know how much pain my heart is in. By the end of her words, her voice had become faintly tearful. During Lin Chen and Shun Bingshue's long period of interaction, she only displayed a vulnerable side when they were dating. That vulnerable side was what touched the deepest part of his heart. But after their business venture, Shun Bingxue gradually became colder. A sense of being a superior appeared, and at that point, Shun Bingxue hid all her vulnerabilities, even keeping them concealed from Lin Chen. Now, Lin Chen felt that emotion and, after a long hesitation, gave her his address. Shun Bingxue, biting her red lips gently, asked with a slightly trembling voice, I didn't expect you to actually go to Jiang Group Hotel. If I'm not mistaken, aren't you currently together with that girl right now? I know she definitely likes you a lot. I guessed as much the first time I saw her. But I can't stop you anymore. I'm not as good as her, I'm far worse. But right now, I truly regret it. If I have one more chance, could we be together again? I really want to be with you forever, never to separate. When he heard these words, Lin Chen's face showed a cold expression, and he replied indifferently. Forget it. A broken mirror cannot be mended. Once things happen, there's no way to fix them, and you should know my personality. I won't say too much about that. From now on, please don't disturb me anymore. If you want to meet, you can come over once, which would be our last meeting. Let's keep some dignity between us. The other end fell silent again. Then came the sound of noise. What are you doing? You'd better not mess with me. I'm General Manager Shin of Shin Group. If you mess with me, there will be serious consequences. Lin Chen faintly heard some teasing voices. His brows furrowed tightly. For some reason, at this moment, an impulse arose in his heart, an urge to protect Shun Bingxue. Fortunately, it quickly quieted down. Shun Bingshue's voice carried a slight drunkenness. Lin Chen, can you come here one last time? Just pretend it's the end of everything for me. Right now, I'm so tired. It feels like my heart is suspended in midair, as if someone is stabbing me with a knife. I even feel like selling the whole city group, not wanting to deal with these troubles anymore. Lin Chen didn't believe a word of it. He knew what kind of person Shun Bingxue was, someone with an extraordinarily strong career ambition. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't make such a decision. Unless the company was about to collapse or targeted intentionally, but after carefully pondering for a while, he smiled wryly. Although St. Bingxue was in difficulty, she hadn't reached bankruptcy yet. He spoke calmly. Even if this is our last meeting, let it be a final farewell opportunity. After seeing the location, he hung up directly. Shen Bingshue's position was in the suburbs. Lin Shen couldn't figure out why she would come here, but where he was located turned out to be a large food stall. Only upon arriving did Lin Shen see the specific name of the food stall, causing a flicker of surprise to appear in his eyes. Especially when the owner of the food stall saw Lin Shen, his eyes lit up with joy. "Little Lin, is it really you? Didn't expect to meet again. And when you two were still in school, I always said the two of you are definitely a pair, surely destined to become husband and wife someday. Is what your uncle said a problem?" While saying this, he winked at Lin Shen. The implication was clear. They wanted to help bring Lin Shen and Shen Bingxue back together. They had no idea that the two had already divorced. They still thought that Lin Shen and Shen Bingxue were classmates, once deeply in love. At this moment, Lin Shen just gave a faint smile and greeted the boss's wife. "Auntie Pong, it seems like you've lost weight since we last met a year ago. Weren't you running a food stall at the school gate before? How come you're here now?" The boss was about to say something when Auntie Pong pushed him aside with a warm smile. "Don't mention it. There was a renovation project there, so all the merchants were forced out. Later, I couldn't find you anymore. I actually intended to get your contact details because you always liked my grilled skewers." They exchanged a few words, warmly interacting. When Lin Shen saw Shen Bingxue, he just smiled faintly, as if meeting a common friend. Auntie Pong sensed something unusual between them. After a brief chat, she excused herself on the pretext of being busy. Now the two sat face to face. Lin Shen still wore a calm, indifferent smile, but his voice carried icy aloofness. "I know what you want to say, but there's no way for us to continue." Shen Bingshue's voice trembled more intensely. "Why? Can't you forgive me this one time? The divorce talk was all incited by others anyway. In my heart, there's still room for you, and I haven't done anything wrong to you. That Mr. Phone before was just a superficial relationship I maintained. You should understand how hard it is to bring the company to where it is now. For the company, I can give up everything." Lin Shen said coldly. "Is that really true for you inside?" Shen Bingxue fell silent for a moment. She knew she couldn't deceive Lin Shen. Finally, she gently bit her red lips, shaking her head forcefully. Her voice grew firm. "There's no way I could betray myself." Chapter 47. Looking for trouble. Lin Shen's face showed a faint smile. "No matter what you do, it's your own business. I have nothing to do with you anymore, and we can only be considered strangers. This is the last bit of dignity we share, and after meeting today, it truly marks our final farewell. And this cup of wine, I dedicate to you, marking a real goodbye after all these years." After saying that, he picked up the beer on the table and gently clinked it with Shen Bingshue's glass, then drank it all in one go. At this moment, he felt his inner heart become extremely calm, free from any past feelings. Especially seeing the tears rolling down endlessly from Shen Bingshue's eyes, his gaze was instead even calmer, showing absolutely no emotional fluctuation. He understood very clearly what his question just now represented. Shen Bingxue hesitated for a moment. Yet, that brief hesitation had already allowed her to see through Shen Bingshue's inner thoughts. Although now she seemed determined. It reminded him of how in the past, when they were together, they had said that they must never betray each other, nor let interference from others create cracks in their feelings. However, as time passed, Shen Bingxue trusted him less and less, eventually treating him like everyone else, a useless person. At this moment, there still lingered a calm smile on his face, but his gaze lacked the affection of the past. Shen Bingxue felt as if she had lost the most precious thing in her life. Her emotions grew harder to control, especially due to the alcohol, leading her to burst into tears, burying her face directly onto the table. Her cries drew the sympathetic gazes of countless people around, some even wanting to immediately take Shen Bingxue into their arms and comfort her tenderly. However, Lin Shen slightly furrowed his brows, glancing toward a nearby position where there was a bald giant who had been sitting on his motorcycle watching this whole situation closely. Upon seeing Shen Bingxue cry, he immediately brought a few brothers over. "Little brother, this is going too far. How can you let such a beautiful woman cry? If I had a girlfriend this pretty, I'd surely spoil her sky high every day. If you don't like her, I'll just take her away. That will be a favor doing you both some trouble removal." As he said this, he reached out to put his hand on Shen Bingshue's shoulder. Shen Bingxue appeared completely unaware, continuing to sob uncontrollably. But Lin Shen coldly spoke up. "I suggest you take your hand off unless you want your arm disabled." Hearing this, the bald man couldn't help but burst out laughing with full contempt and mockery in his eyes, scoffing. "Pretty boy, not that I look down on you, but stand here and make your move right now. If you dare touch me, I'll admire you for it. This arm's just here waiting for you. But now not only am I going to touch this woman, I'm also planning to caress her face," and his words were cut short by an instant movement, followed by an involuntary scream. On his arm, something had pierced through it, blood dripping profusely. The sharpness went straight through his tendons, rendering his fingers nearly devoid of feeling. Severe pain distorted his face, as he stared at Lin Shen with eyes filled with endless fury. Lin Shen coolly said, "If you take another step forward, I wouldn't hesitate to impale your eye next, making you die without even knowing how." His voice was as cold as steel. Even Shen Bingxue couldn't help lifting her head upon hearing this, revealing a look of great shock, her pupils wide with astonishment. To think that a mere thrown chopstick could pierce someone's arm, how much force would that take? And wasn't Lin Shen weak since the car accident? Why has he become so powerful? What happened to Lin Shen recently? With serene calm, Lin Shen added, I gave you the chance to seize it. If you wish to retaliate, come find me anytime. I'll wait here for you, but for no longer than half an hour. If you're capable, come find me. If not, scram. In front of a crowd, the bald man didn't dare do anything overly excessive. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, remember what your big brother just told you. I'm long go. When we meet again next time, you will be on your knees, wagging your tail for mercy and begging for my forgiveness." Saying this, he hurriedly turned and walked away. At this moment, he was already boiling with infinite anger. Though the person before him could easily stab through his arm with chopsticks, he didn't believe the other side had such an incredible ability to kill him. What era were they living in now? Killing each other had long gone out of style, and even if someone got into a fight, it wouldn't end up deadly serious. Lin Chen only glanced at him once, and didn't bother to give another look. At this point, his eyes fixed on Shun Bingxue as he spoke indifferently. "I wasn't intending to get involved too much in things that don't concern me, but since this is our last meeting, I decided to help you out this one time. I advise you from now on not to go wandering off recklessly. You being out alone like this might lead to running into people like these often. The world doesn't lack for these trash types, and once you get tangled with them, it's possible that even wanting to go home becomes impossible. They may even give you some drugs without you realizing. Look carefully at that thing he dropped earlier. If you ingest that, you'll lose control of yourself and might willingly throw yourself at anyone around you. There are far too many dangers in this world, so in the future, you must take better care of yourself." After saying this, Lin Chen didn't speak further. He lifted his beer and drained it all in one gulp, then looked towards a distance and started chatting with Annie Fat. Shun Bingshue's pupils contracted violently as she recalled certain past events inside her heart. When Lin Chen had been picking him up and angered some clients, it was because Lin Chen took something from their possession, especially during the incident where Lin Chen drank a glass of wine on his behalf. After drinking the wine, Lin Chen's demeanor had seemed somewhat abnormal, and that night, he'd stubbornly refused any further engagement. When he woke up the following morning, he noticed Lin Chen looking more listless than usual. It all made sense to him now. Chapter 48, Invitation. Shun Bingxue finally realized at this point how deep the misunderstanding between herself and Lin Chen truly was. She couldn't help but recall all the ill words others had spoken about him to her, and thought through countless events. Her expression gradually became more and more somber. With a heart full of desire to say something, she looked at Lin Chen's current calm and indifferent face. It felt like her inner self was struggling, and an indescribable stinging pain arose from deep within her heart. Her gaze flickered with hesitation as it rested on Lin Chen. In a voice slightly trembling once again, she asked, "Is there no trace of me left in your heart anymore? Hasn't it been just a little while? We've only been divorced for less than 10 days, and you have already forgotten me so quickly? Why are you so heartless?" She could not utter any harsher words. Though pride lingered in her heart, she still believed Lin Chen shouldn't make her feel this way. Lin Chen gently shook his head. "What I said earlier was already clear enough. We will never have any connection in the future. This is our last meeting. The next time we meet, we'll be strangers, and you should not mention my name again. There's nothing more between us. Just keep some final dignity. That's good. So when I think of you in the future, I won't find you too repulsive." His tone remained cold and indifferent even as he spoke. At this moment, Shun Bingxue indeed felt an even greater stinging sensation in her heart. She even wanted to shout and vent her anger towards Lin Chen. However, all her rage reached its peak before retreating back into her throat as if blocked by an invisible force. That feeling was extremely painful. Recalling her family situation and current circumstances, tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. The final remnant of defiance and pride stopped those tears from falling down. "Lin Chen, I hate you." After finishing these last few words, Shun Bingxue stood up and turned around, leaving immediately. As her silhouette disappeared, Lin Chen revealed an expression filled with helplessness on his face, evoking a feeling that grew increasingly complex within him. Closing his eyes lightly at that moment, he sighed. Since these things had already happened, let them be completely over. From now on, do not bring them back up again. These incidents were like fleeting clouds, destined to dissipate entirely. Yet, some feelings would forever remain buried in his heart, hard to forget. He had never mentioned Shun Bingxue being his first love. Originally, he thought he could have a happy ending with his first love, but in the end, he realized everything was just a dream. Annie Fat came back and placed the ordered lamb skewers and barbecue in front of Lin Chen, holding back what she wanted to say. Lin Chen showed a bright smile on his face. "If you have anything to say, Annie Fat, just go ahead. We've broken up." Annie Fat gave a bittersweet laugh. "I already figured out earlier that there's definitely some conflict between you two, but Shunze still wants to advise you. Some things, if they can pass, let them pass. After all, daily life is about trivialities. Although I don't know what happened later between you, it's evident that there should still be feelings between the two of you. Earlier, you acted quite coldly, yet after she left, your expression clearly relaxed somewhat. You're afraid you're close to giving up, right? If there's still some feelings for each other, why torment each other?" Lin Chen was about to say something, but ultimately chose not to explain, shaking his head lightly instead. "These matters aren't worth discussing with outsiders." Auntie Fat did not press further. She knew that advice about relationships might work well sometimes, but, if not properly given, could lead to both sides feeling offended. Soon, Lin Chen finished eating the barbecue, packed another portion, and carried it as he walked back. After walking a few steps, he squinted his eyes slightly, a hint of confusion showing in them. He always felt as though someone was staring at him, yet he heard no sound at all. Given his current condition, although his cultivation wasn't exceptionally powerful, an ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance against him. Moreover, His senses were acute. He could hear mosquitoes flapping their wings even 10 meters away. Yet at this time, he sensed no abnormalities at all. Could I be mistaken? Just as he passed a surveillance camera, he suddenly raised his head. Seeing the camera, something dawned on him. His eyes narrowed slightly, deep in thought. Perhaps some matters had come seeking him. But for the moment, he acted as if nothing happened, continuing to walk home with his items. When he arrived at a crossroads, several people blocked his path. Next to these individuals stood a Jinbei van. Their eyes carried a cold and merciless aura. Our boss wants to invite you for a visit. Lin Chen's face remained expressionless as he glanced at the men and replied indifferently. Is this how you invite someone? Besides, I don't even know your boss. The man leading them coldly said. We may not know each other now, but once we get there, you will meet him. Our boss has already said that no matter what, we must bring you back. If we ask politely and you come along, fine. If you refuse, then don't blame us for being impolite. We don't understand the meaning of mercy, and when we act, you might end up with some minor injuries. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes flickered with thought. He knew opening the Divine Doctor Pavilion would surely bring about some minor troubles, but these troubles were never on his mind. Now the trouble had come. Previously, he had only considered that some people, upon learning of his medical skills, might enthusiastically invite him or even take drastic actions. But he never expected that they would dare to be so audacious. His face gradually revealed a smile. I will go see your boss with you, but not in this manner. At the sound of these words, the group hesitated slightly, especially the tough-looking man leading them. With a sardonic smile on his face, he said, Since you've decided to meet our boss, stop wasting time. We don't have time to waste. Both our time and yours are valuable, and our boss is waiting for you right now. There aren't many people who can make our boss wait. Lin Chen's smile grew more apparent as he replied icily. Then let him wait a little longer. Though time is precious, I don't mind wasting it on you. Looks like you prefer punishment over kindness, the man sneered. Don't blame us for not being nice. You need a lesson to realize your own limits. Just as he spoke, he lifted his hand, preparing to slap Lin Chen. Chapter 49, Prevention Before It Happens. Just as that person was about to make a move, he found that Lin Chen in front of him brought an extremely dangerous intuition. He had experienced this intuition before, and it nearly led to his death. By the time he realized he needed to retreat, it was already too late. His palm had barely lifted when Lin Chen's hand already struck his face. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed clearly. In that instant, he hadn't even been able to see how Lin Chen had moved. All he felt was the enormous force of the slap landing on his face, leaving behind fiery pain, causing a hint of confusion on his now reddened face. What just happened? As he harbored doubts in his heart, Lin Chen's cold and indifferent voice spoke. Do you prefer punishment over respect? Then I'll offer you a taste. His words were followed by a step forward and another backhand slap across the face. That ferocious man didn't have any chance to react. He was directly sent flying from the force of the slap, colliding with the nearby Jinbei minivan. The van's window shattered instantly. All who witnessed this moment couldn't help but widen their eyes. No one expected that Lin Chen's single slap held so much power that everyone was stunned into silence. As they all looked at him, he lightly slapped the side of the minivan. It caved inward dramatically from the blow. Then, with a slight smile, he said, Can you withstand my slaps? Do your bones feel tough? Would you like another try? That leading, fierce man slowly stood up while trembling, holding onto the minivan for support. He still felt a buzzing sensation in his brain, as if a 1,000-pound hammer had smashed against his skull. Now he understood. The individual in front of him wasn't someone he could easily provoke. Tonight seemed like stepping onto an unyielding iron plate. Remembering the orders given by their boss, dread started creeping into his mind. Don't move. He feared that his underlings would suddenly attack Lin Chen without thought, probably dying without knowing how or why. The strength of this man before him was terrifying beyond what they'd imagined. Lin Chen smirked faintly and said, I've given you a chance. You need to know how to value it. Don't waste it. Do you still want to keep inviting me back? The lead man hastily shook his head, his voice slightly trembling with pain as he said, Sorry, our attitude was wrong before. Actually, our boss intended for us to respectfully invite you back. We thought your medical skills were fake. Now we understand you're truly a hermit master from beyond worldly concerns. We're sorry, we were wrong. While saying these words, he struggled through dizziness and bent low in submission to Lin Chen, showcasing remarkable humility that somewhat surprised even Lin Chen. From the beginning, Lin Chen had already seen through them. These individuals were not good people. When the lead man raised his head and locked gazes with Lin Chen, his pupils contracted slightly. He felt as though something big had gone terribly wrong. Lin Chen half smiled again and said, I've already mentioned earlier, I will go meet your boss. I'm just doing it in a different manner. As he paused here, there was a mocking grin on his face. Do you understand now what my way is? The lead man sensed impending doom, deeply shocked in his heart. This man displayed confidence due to his skill and competence, and he, himself, felt he'd stepped into serious trouble. At this moment of hesitation, Lin Chen's icy voice rang out once more. You have only 10 seconds to consider. The leading man dared not hesitate any longer. He feared Lin Chen might slap him again, leaving him possibly dead without even realizing it. A sense of panic gradually surfaced within his heart. Returning with Lin Chen alive was better than being killed by him outright. After all, although their boss had instructed them to invite Lin Chen, the underlying meaning was clear. Lin Chen was strong beyond what the man could handle, and regardless, he had to do as instructed. By whatever means necessary, Lin Chen must be invited back. You're welcome, he quickly said, no longer daring to act arrogantly. Even his subordinates behaved like frightened quails. Lin Shen's face broke into a noticeable smile as he directly stepped inside the minivan, seating himself at the rear. Who exactly is your boss? Anyway, they would meet soon enough. The leading man didn't hide it any further. With an awkward tone, he replied, our boss is Brother Long. One of our brother under Brother Long seems to have suffered greatly at your hands. Because of this matter, Brother Long wants to invite you over to have a good discussion and settle this issue with us. Moreover, Brother Long has said that your medical skills are extraordinary. He wishes to befriend a master like you. Lin Shen didn't say anything more. He closed his eyes, his face showing no expression, racing through the night. They soon arrived at an entertainment venue. Lin Shen glanced at the signboard and followed the leading man inside. He had already seen earlier that the guy had quietly taken out his phone in the car to send a text message. Nevertheless, Lin Shen felt it necessary to meet this so-called Brother Long. They would find him sooner or later anyway, since the matter from last time was not yet fully resolved. People are social creatures, and he could not allow anyone to suffer on his behalf without feeling guilt. Men like Brother Long were big brothers on the street, always keenly aware of everything going on around them. More often than not, these street bosses were ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Unless they were sufficiently intimidated, they wouldn't let go easily. The music in the entertainment place created a feeling that even made his brain ache slightly. He disliked such places immensely, but fortunately, he was led to the rooftop of this entertainment complex where the general manager's office lay. Knocking on the door, a heavy and strong voice sounded from inside. Come in. The door opened, and the leading man quickly bent down to pay respect. Brother Long, we've successfully invited this master back. As he spoke, his face revealed an extremely uneasy look. Brother Long was about 50 years old with streaks of gray in his hair, a rugged and stern face, and hard lines etched into his features. With bushy eyebrows and sharp tiger-like eyes, he exuded an impressive aura. When his eyes met Lin Shen's, Brother Long smiled briefly. But when he noticed the palm print on his subordinate's face, his brows furrowed instantly, and his smile faded. What happened? Chapter 50 Xuanhuan, Lin Shen said coldly and indifferently. I hit him. The leader of the men quickly recounted everything that had happened earlier. Although their invitation method was somewhat improper, he dared not utter any falsehood or deceit before Brother Long. After finishing his story, he immediately knelt down on the ground. Brother Long, I'm sorry. It was me who went against your wishes. We originally wanted to invite this master, but I thought he might be a fraud. After all, he's only in his 20s. How could he possibly be the famous divine doctor? It might just be a scam, so we wanted to test him. But it turns out, he didn't continue speaking further, yet Brother Long's face turned icy. Walking over, he said coldly, this matter must have an explanation for the divine doctor. Since you want to use force, then one of your arms will be disabled. Do you have any objections? The leading man hurriedly shook his head with relief. He knew Brother Long hated nothing more than disobedience to his orders. Now, having only one arm broken, which could soon be fixed, wasn't such a major issue. It was merely painful for a moment. I have no objection. I fully deserve it. Without hesitation, Brother Long slapped his hand onto the man's shoulder. Crack! The sound of shattered bones rang out. The man couldn't help screaming in agony, but he quickly controlled himself, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Thank you, Brother Long, for showing mercy. Brother Long nodded indifferently. You can leave now. Lin Shen watched the scene calmly before him. It was clearly a show staged for him. A faint smile graced his face. Even before Brother Long could speak, Lin Shen said with an unshaken tone, I've already observed your situation as I came in. Brother Long appeared surprised. What he had said earlier wasn't merely to punish his subordinates. The larger purpose was to let Lin Shen see his sincerity. But he didn't expect Lin Shen to treat it all so lightly, and even respond calmly. This stirred a sense of unreality in his heart. Could Lin Shen have already seen through him? After all, this was someone capable of curing even cancer. Perhaps a miracle truly exists. Divine Doctor, what do you see? Lin Shen said calmly. I understand the full meaning behind your actions earlier. Not only were you trying to warn by example and demonstrate your terrifying might to me, you were also trying to tell me, you're a powerful cultivator. If I dare act recklessly, the consequences will be severe. Brother Long paused slightly, momentarily feeling some disappointment within his heart. He had thought Lin Shen would instantly see through his issues. Instead, Lin Shen had merely pointed out these things. He showed no reserve, smiling slightly as he nodded. It might be because I've been called the boss for too long, carrying intentions into everything I do. I completely agree with what you said. I was indeed trying to display my strength while also wanting to see if a transcendental figure like you could discern my hidden problems. The reason I invited you here is simple. I want you to help treat me. If you could directly pinpoint my issue, regardless of your demands, as long as they are within my power, I will fulfill them without hesitation. Or perhaps there's something you'd like me to do. I'll comply unconditionally with one request. Only if you can treat me, that's all. Lin Shen's face carried an expression that hovered between a smirk and neutrality. Your invitation has somewhat soured my mood. Brother Long hesitated slightly. He felt as though Lin Shen could completely see through his mind. And often, wise people spoke simply. Thus, he refrained from making unnecessary movements. Turning around, he took out a palm-sized box from the safe behind him. Opening the wooden box revealed a red fruit about the size of a table tennis ball. That fruit looked like some special kind of fruit, but nobody could identify it. Lin Shen, however, immediately recognized its origin. Could it be Xuanhuan? Brother Long's eyes suddenly lit up brightly. Indeed, the divine doctor lives up to his name. You recognize this rare celestial treasure at first glance. Yes, this is Xuanhuan. However, this fruit clearly has a problem. After consuming it, I felt like I was on fire, especially the burning sensation in my dantian area, causing me immense discomfort right now. It's as if I've been thrown into a fierce flame. Lin Shen responded with a wry grin. Of course, you'd feel this way. After all, you consumed the fruit directly. Did you not consult with a traditional Chinese medicine expert before taking it? Gu Yang Bu Song, Gu Yin Bu Zhang. And Zhu Gua is an extraordinary heavenly treasure that belongs to the category of pure yang and utmost strength. Consuming it alone will generate fire toxins. This kind of fire toxin not only tortures the body, but also infuses your inner energy with a poison that gradually erodes your dantian and meridians. Upon hearing these words, Long Ji's pupils contracted violently. His eyes filled with disbelief as he had never expected such a result. When he first acquired this treasure, he was overwhelmed with joy, knowing only that the fruit would enhance his powers significantly. But he never imagined there would be such consequences. His expression became grim, and after a brief hesitation, he looked at Lin Shen hopefully. What should I do? As long as you can help me find a solution, any request will be met. Even if it means giving you the remaining zhugua fruits, I wouldn't have any objection. He now viewed the item as a hot potato. To keep it and consume it would be grossly irresponsible to his own life. Yet discarding it made him feel reluctant. Lin Shen's lips curled slightly into a faint smile. It's simple, just a few herbs are needed. However, these herbs aren't easy to find. Your current situation is quite straightforward to resolve, but the key lies in acquiring the herbs. I'll write down a list of herbs for you. Once you've found them, I'll extract their medicinal properties for you. After taking them, they'll neutralize the fire toxins in your body, though the detoxification process will cause some temporary suffering. Long Go exhaled with slight relief. As long as there's a solution, I will spare no expense to procure the herbs. And I will willingly offer all these fruits in exchange. Saying this, he hastily retrieved the other zhugua fruits from the safe, putting on a pained expression. Though this fruit carries fire toxins, its ability to enhance one's power is unparalleled. Chapter 51, Expectation. A faint smile appeared on Lin Shen's face. Since Brother Long is so generous, then I won't hold the past things against you anymore. At my place, as long as you have something good, you can always come to me for help. His behavior was like not letting go without seeing a rabbit. And now that he has obtained these treasures, it really benefits the improvement of his own strength. Moreover, most of the remedies he mentioned are for his personal use. Actually, curing this kind of fire poison is an extremely simple matter. Even Lin Shen himself is immune to it. He could just use a few silver needles to remove Brother Long's fire poison directly. However, if the fire poison were removed too easily, Brother Long might be reluctant to hand over these items. When inviting him, Brother Long didn't have any good intentions. If it weren't for Lin Shen showcasing his immensely powerful abilities, there's a chance Brother Long might do something even more outrageous. There isn't a single good person among these big brothers in the world of gangs. If they didn't have ulterior motives, they probably would have already been ruined long ago. At this moment, he revealed a very obvious smile on his face. But there is one thing I should remind you. It's not easy to find those herbs, and when you find them, you can come to me immediately. After all, your fire poison keeps tormenting you until you gather these herbs, and I will be able to relieve your fire poison promptly. And I still need some consultation fees. That would also require similar herbs. The few fruits you gave me also need some medicinal ingredients later. I wish to enhance my own strength as well, but only I know how to combine these herbs according to their recipes. These words served as a reminder to Brother Long, not to focus solely on finding these few herbs. If he hadn't said this, it would raise Brother Long's suspicion instead, because from an outsider's perspective, he doesn't seem to have any powerful force as his backing. In order to collect more herbs, he must depend on these people. Everyone has their own way. The big bosses of large companies may be able to find things that Brother Long might not, and what Brother Long can get may not necessarily be obtainable by those big bosses. Lin Shen showed a noticeable smile on his face. Our deal is quite simple. It's to cure the fire poison on your body, and I hope that Brother Long will be able to find more useful treasures. Once you deliver these treasures to me, they will be refined into medicines, and their value will absolutely far exceed the inherent worth of these treasures. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. At this moment, Brother Long finally burst out laughing with a brilliant smile, exclaiming, "Meeting someone of your caliber is truly a blessing from my 3 previous lifetimes. It wasn't for you, I would probably still be enduring the torment of fire poison. Thank you for bringing me so much help, and I definitely won't hesitate to look for these herbs. Once I get the herbs, I'll certainly seek you out first. I hope you'll provide ample assistance at that time." Lin Shen smiled amiably and nodded. That's a given. We are both practitioners, and naturally should help each other. Friendship itself needs to be cultivated through action, not just talk. And it's about mutual cooperation for common interest. Brother Long indeed gave me a considerable impression this time, and these things are indeed beneficial to me. Sometimes extracting fire poison can even serve to secretly harm others. Not only do I know how to make medicine, I also understand how to make toxins. For me, no medicine is useless. Even from a tiny plant like foxtail grass, certain extracts combined with medicine can cause great effects. Hearing these words, Brother Long couldn't help but feel internally shaken. Although he doesn't know if Lin Shen's claims are true or false, it was evident the man was able to immediately spot his problem and present a remedy, indicating that Lin Shen is a recluse of great skill. Though Brother Long is also a practitioner, he knows very little about the practice itself. It can even be said that his master never taught him much before dying in a gangland vendetta. Currently, he moves in this world seeking the best resources at the fastest pace. With those resources, his cultivation could soar sky high instantly. Personal strength is the root of everything. Without sufficient power, he would probably not even be able to hold on to his position as a leader. After chatting for a while, Lin Shan bid farewell and rose to leave. The relationship between the two of them was like old friends who haven't seen each other for many years. Brother Long watched Lin Shan leave, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a very serious expression. Seeing this, the subordinate beside him hurriedly approached. Brother Long, should we just chase after him and take those items back? After all, we had to go through great lengths to obtain those treasures. Brother Long glanced at his subordinate and broke into a noticeable smile. If it were anyone else, I would definitely have no hesitation in sending someone to snatch the items back. But not with Lin Shan. He is truly an individual of real capability. The moment he saw me, he already pinpointed my issue. If we move now, it will only upset Lin Shan, and there's even a possibility that he might stop helping me treat my condition altogether. And besides, the good things we've gotten aren't limited to just these treasures. To us, they're items that seem useless when retained but hard to discard. However, in Lin Shan's hands, they could exhibit more than tenfold their potential. Right now, I'm simply conducting an experiment. If he truly can cure my ailment, then the rest of our collection can also be handed over to Lin Shan. We'll still see if he has the ability to use them effectively. And if he's deceiving me, he didn't think his own abilities fell far behind Lin Shan's. What's more, he was the true local powerhouse. Even if Lin Shan had some powerful local consortium supporting him, Brother Long wasn't afraid. After all, his strength came from himself, not reliance on others' power. Over the years, he had cultivated a group of followers who relied on his somewhat unpolished skills to grow stronger. Although these subordinates weren't on par with the most skilled practitioners, compared to ordinary people, they were still an overwhelming force. That's why he had been able to maintain his position so firmly for so long. At this moment, deep down, he was eagerly anticipating what kind of surprise Lin Shan would bring him once those herbs were found. Chapter 52. The person who hates him the most. After leaving, Lin Shan was holding several zhu fruits, originally planning to go straight home. These rare treasures could be combined with medicinal herbs and refined into medicine that would quickly enhance his own strength. But when he was hailing a taxi, something felt off. He took out his phone and saw a message sent to him. A half-smile appeared on his face. The driver in front did not say a word, but instead drove towards the suburban area. When the car stopped, Lin Shan placed the box on the back seat and calmly opened the car door with the same serene expression. However, the driver immediately pulled out a weapon. With a soft click as the safety was turned off, it was pointed at Lin Shan's head. The driver's face showed an extremely arrogant smile. Lin Shan, you probably still don't know who wants to take you down. When you're on your way to the netherworld, remember to walk slowly. Maybe that person will come keep you company. By the way, let me remind you, if you've done something, you should pay the price for your actions. Lin Shan's face showed a faint smile, his eyes filled with icy coldness. He held his phone and opened the message he had received earlier. Someone has already sent me a message, telling me that there's a desperado here watching my every move, wanting to kill me. Although I don't know what his purpose is, I am curious how you were able to track my movements so quickly, especially waiting outside the club like that. The driver still wore an extremely insane look, his gaze fixed on the weapon in Lin Shan's hand, without any intention of backing down. His expression was even more arrogant. Why are you so surprised? Haven't you angered someone? Haven't you figured out yet? I don't know who gave you the news, but it must have been someone from the underworld. After all, the club you visited is under the control of Brother Long, the true overlord in the underworld. Although there are other forces in the underworld, they are all supported by Brother Long because the higher-ups do not allow any gray power to dominate alone. Brother Long has reached his current position because of his immense strength, and you are not even qualified to talk to him. I think you just wanted to seek cooperation. Recently, Brother Long issued news and rewards externally. If anyone can cure the problem with his body, he would personally acknowledge the person as his brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan revealed a look of comprehension. Then his eyes became cold. If it's just these things, it doesn't prove you knew about my whereabouts. I'm very curious, who leaked information about me? If Brother Long is not the mastermind, then who else could it be? At this moment, a few people came to mind, though he dismissed them one by one. The driver's expression grew even more cocky. Lin Shan, since you're going to die anyway, I might as well tell you. No point complaining when you get to the underworld. To cut to the chase, I am getting paid to eliminate your threat. The person you offended happens to be the young master of a conglomerate. All he needed was to use some connections to locate you via your phone signal. And now you're already in my hands. Your life depends on my single thought. Killing you would only take a gentle trigger pull, and you die right in front of me. Whatever those things you've carefully placed in the rear seat, they must be very precious. I guess until now, you haven't really thought about dying here. Now I've told you everything I know. If you want to die quickly, why not tell me directly what's inside that box? The small box Lin Shan carried earlier was a mini fingerprint locked box. No one knew what would be revealed after unlocking it. The opponent was greedy. Lin Shan smiled. Now he was sure it wasn't Brother Long behind this. But his smile widened even further. Since you mentioned the son of a corporate group, it can only be someone's surnamed Feng. My conflict with him has escalated more and more. He surely feels hatred after being driven away by me earlier. But hasn't his father warned him? If not, my father may meet a terrible end. The driver's smile grew even wider, revealing an intense look of mockery. With disdain in his eyes, he said, Lin Shan, you are truly no ordinary fool. In fact, the person who wants Mr. Feng dead the most isn't someone else, it's his own son. If Mr. Feng dies, Only then can he fully inherit the entire Feng Corporation without restraint. Mr. Feng has always been extremely strict with him, planting a deep-rooted murderous intention within him to kill his father. However, in the past, he simply didn't have the chance. Especially after learning that his father has brain cancer and only a few months left to live, he naturally felt overjoyed inside. Not to mention, this time his father directly placed him under house arrest, forbidding him from going out, and even clearly stated that if he were to dare harm you again, his dog leg should be broken. This made him harbor even more resentment. After all, you did thoroughly humiliate him. Now, since he cannot retaliate against you, all his accumulated anger leads him to seek my help. I am a professional hitman. As long as I'm paid, there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. At this point, he aimed the weapon at Lin Chen's leg, his facial expression becoming even more mocking. You owe me answers for my questions now. What is inside that box? Is it valuable? I'll give you 10 seconds to answer. If you fail to respond, I'll shatter your leg first. After saying this, he prepared to pull the trigger. He believed showing Lin Chen some lenience would make the conversation go smoother. Lin Chen was genuinely surprised in his heart. He never expected the one who desired Mr. Feng's death the most wasn't another competitor, but rather his own flesh and blood son. He had guessed earlier, so when he got out of the car, he had already prepared himself. But on his face appeared a half smile. I should thank you for enlightening me. As a gesture of gratitude, I can offer you a quick death. Chapter 53, Desolation. After hearing Lin Chen's words, the driver hesitated for a moment, but quickly reacted. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He then burst into laughter, his gaze full of mockery. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. You actually said you would give me a quick death. I can clearly tell you now that I don't need this kind of quick end. Why don't you torture me to your heart's content? This makes me realize that you simply don't know what overreaching means. Now I will let you know how serious the consequences of your previous words are. As he spoke, he prepared to pull the trigger immediately. He estimated that without breaking one of Lin Chen's legs, Lin Chen wouldn't cooperate quietly. In his mind, he was extremely curious about what Lin Chen was holding. He also feared there might be a tracking device or other dangerous objects in the box that could harm him. He was fully aware that he often did such things and used all possible methods when killing someone. Lin Chen had already taken up an important position in his mind. At this point, Lin Chen's face showed an even more obvious smile. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's not my fault if you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being unfriendly. And I'll tell you one more thing. Everything you've said has been recorded. From the moment I got out of the car, I took out my phone and recorded all your words on video. Worry not, since you don't want to die so easily, I'll give you an opportunity worse than death. I'll directly hand you over to Mr. Feng. By then, I'll be interested in seeing how he deals with his son. After saying this, Lin Chen walked straight up to the guy. The driver wasn't afraid at all. He held a weapon in his hand, and the closer the distance between them, the more powerful the weapon became. When he pulled the trigger, Lin Chen suddenly moved, grabbing his wrist with immense force. Crack! The sound of shattered bone resounded instantly. The driver only felt excruciating pain radiating from his wrist, prompting an uncontrollable cry of agony. Before his screams subsided completely, Lin Chen delivered a swift kick to his torso. The weapon clattered onto the ground. Lin Chen didn't bother picking it up. Instead, he stepped down firmly with his foot. A spark emerged when the cement surface collided with the weapon. With one step, he crushed the weapon beyond use, leaving it irreparably deformed. At this moment, Lin Chen wore a smirk tinged with scorn. He said calmly, I already gave you a chance. It's just that you didn't value it. You shouldn't blame me for being rude. There are certain tactics you don't understand, and you asked me earlier about what was inside the box. I can answer that question for you, but let me remind you that the world is fair. For every question, there's always retribution. In that box was a treasure from nature, highly valuable. Even a single fruit inside can sell for tens of millions, because Brother Long didn't fully understand its worth, so he gave it all to me. You could say I made a big profit off of Brother Long. As he continued talking, he slowly advanced and pulled several silver needles from his body. He flicked them gently with his fingers. The needles accurately struck the driver's body. Unable to resist, the driver's pupils contracted violently as he finally realized at this moment that there are people in this world whose power is unreasonable and unmatched. He tried to say something, but never managed to open his mouth. It was as if countless ants were incessantly biting at his flesh, causing excruciating pain throughout his entire body. Agonizing cries of suffering erupted from his mouth. Lin Chen paid no attention and instead placed the box from the back seat into the passenger seat. He then lifted the driver up and shoved him into the trunk. Subsequently, he took out his phone and opened the contact list. He found Mr. Feng's number and dialed it directly. Mr. Feng answered almost instantly, his voice carrying an excited tone. Master Doctor, is there any good news? His first thought was the treatment Lin Chen had provided him. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he responded evenly. There's no good news, but there is bad news, which will put you in a dilemma. I'll send you a video first, and after you watch it, we can have a slow conversation. After finishing, he hung up the phone and sent the video to Mr. Feng. He really wanted to see what decision Mr. Feng would make. Originally, he had been too lazy to bother with Mr. Feng's son, but certain events caused him to change his mind. His eyes grew colder than ever. On the other side, when Mr. Feng received the message, he opened the video content. Especially upon hearing what the driver said, his anger nearly reached its peak. He normally wouldn't believe that his son would do such a thing, but remembering their past conversation made him realize that the only person who could save his life was Lin Chen. Aware that Lin Chen was his lifeline, and yet his son still chose to destroy it with his own hands. This left Mr. Feng increasingly furious. His teeth were almost grinding together in frustration. The sharp pain within his heart felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. At this moment, he could no longer contain himself and walked out of the study before heading directly toward his son's bedroom. With one powerful kick, he smashed the door open. This commotion caught the attention of the bodyguards, who rushed over urgently. Mr. Feng's face was contorted with fury, and his gaze burned with an inferno of rage. "You miserable mongrel, tell me what you've done today. I want nothing but the truth. If you dare to utter a single lie, I'll break one of your bones." As he spoke, his gaze turned to the bodyguards. "Whatever orders I issue next, you must strictly obey without hesitation. Otherwise, roll out of the Feng Corporation because I don't need people who disobey me." At this point, consumed by wrath, his eyes were already filled with thick, red blood vessels. Though his condition was dire, Lin Shun had managed to suppress his illness temporarily, giving him some relief and improved health. But now, the chaos his son had created made it feel like an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, leaving him overwhelmed with sorrow. Chapter 54. Framing Someone. Feng Xuanhuan was in total panic. He looked at his father, and his voice trembled slightly. "What exactly happened? Can you explain it to me clearly? I don't even know what I've done. Why are you attacking me? I really..." However, before he could finish speaking, Mr. Feng slapped him hard across the face. His eyes were burning with immense anger. Through gritted teeth, he said, "How dare you tell me that you don't know what you did? Shouldn't you take a look at this video? Take a good look at this video before answering me, whether you're trying to kill me or not." Upon hearing these words, Feng Xuanhuan was completely stunned. Without hesitation, he picked up his phone and looked at the video inside. When he saw the content, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his gaze was filled with disbelief, because he had never imagined that this matter would be exposed. Moreover, those people directly confessed this in front of Lin Shun. If these words reached his father's ears, he would surely beat him half to death. The key issue was that his father already knew everything, and his eyes were fixed on him, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. With a trembling voice, he replied, "Dad, this must be a misunderstanding. It must be someone framing me. How could I possibly wish for your death? No matter what happens to you, the first one affected will be me, followed by our company. After all, I have offended so many people. Without Dad's protection, I might not even know how I'd die. I don't want to be their scapegoat. And this whole thing is due to Lin Shun's scheming. If it weren't for Lin Shun, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Shun has always targeted me, thinking that I stole his wife. But I didn't actually do it. You know my true purpose. This whole situation is an enormous injustice to us. Obviously, this is an attempt to drive a wedge between us." Mr. Feng had just vented some of his anger, and now seeing his son sobbing brokenheartedly, his heart softened somewhat. He couldn't say outright that he didn't believe a word of what his son said. However, he only had this one son. If something happened to his son, who would inherit his family's business, who would carry on his life's work? Your children are the continuation of your life. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to beat his son to death, but when he saw his son crying bitterly, his heart softened. At that moment, he pretended to be deep in thought. His face also showed a thoughtful expression. "You say Lin Shun is deliberately creating dissension, but Lin Shun has no grudge against us. Why would he deliberately create discord? Don't say it's because of a woman. Lin Shun is definitely not that kind of fool. What was Shun Bingshua's attitude towards him before? What is his attitude towards Shun Bingshua now? I've already investigated these matters thoroughly. Furthermore, I warn you, from now on stay far away from Shun Bingshua. All your previous plans can be cancelled. Shun Bingshua brings nothing but trouble, we both know this. Especially with the issues you've caused before. You kept saying that you were helping Shun Bingshua, but the one truly helping her was Lin Shun." Hearing this, Feng Xuanhuan couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his gaze was filled with shocking disbelief. His voice trembled violently. "How is this possible?" Mr. Feng snorted coldly. "I've already thoroughly investigated the matter. Everything behind the scenes was supported by Lin Shun, and the credit you've been claiming belongs to Lin Shun's accomplishments." Lin Shun was extremely angry, which is why he started giving you problems. Moreover, Lin Shun says all this stems from you, and so it should end with you. I think the best way is to keep away from Shun Bingshua. Although you've put in a lot, it's not worth it compared to the current situation. The return you get now is negligible, and may even provoke Lin Shun entirely. You don't know how many people support Lin Shun from behind. The danger you previously perceived wasn't from Lin Shun himself, but from the forces behind him. No one doesn't want to associate with a miraculous doctor, especially me. Right now, I feel like I've already seen the Grim Reaper. His scythe is already on my neck. If I were to connect with Lin Shun, I wouldn't even need to beg him. Just finding him would be enough for him to help treat me. But now there's this personal grudge between us. Because of your interference, Lin Shun refused to treat me and instead told me to look for some herbs, giving me only a few months. And now my lifespan is down to just a few months. I had completely lost hope and was utterly despairing about this world. But in the end, I discovered that Lin Shun can truly cure me. For a miraculous doctor, those grievances between us mean nothing at all. What I want to tell you now is that we should cut our losses immediately. Feng Xuanhuan's heart was filled with resentment, and his hatred for Lin Shun had reached its peak. How could he possibly accept it? Looking at Shun Bingshua, who was about to become his person, and knowing her family also strongly supported them, Feng Xuanhuan never thought much of Shun Bingshua's family. To him, dealing with them was as simple as breathing. As long as Shun Bingshua willingly submitted herself to work for his family, that was his ultimate goal. He actually knew his own capabilities well. If his father weren't around anymore, Shun Bingshua could become his greatest support. As long as he firmly controlled all the resources, she would have no choice but to obey him quietly. But he didn't expect that everything would be uncovered by Lin Shun. Moreover, the few guys he sent to cause trouble for Lin Shun dared to sell him out, making his anger burn more fiercely with every passing moment. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Dad, can you give me one last chance to go out? I need to find those bastards. I'll let those bastards know just how serious the consequences are for betraying me. Of course, I'm talking about the consequences of their deliberately framing me." He almost slipped up. Right now, he just wanted to arrange people to take down those bastards. Chapter 55 Mutual Exploitation. Mr. Feng looked at his son, hesitated slightly for a moment, and ultimately nodded. "This is the last chance I'll give you. If you dare to mess with Lin Shun again, then you don't have to come back to see me. You should know what I think. My purpose is very simple. I need Lin Shun to help treat my illness. Once Lin Shun cures my disease, then you can do whatever you want later on. But not now. I still need him to save my life. And if you can't control the entire company, but if you could, in the future I can slowly hand over the company to you. If there's any opportunity, I would also like to retire to a second-line role and go home to enjoy my old age." Upon hearing this, Feng Haoxuan's eyes suddenly brightened. He didn't know that his father had such thoughts. This made him extremely excited in his heart. If there was an opportunity to truly control the entire company, he would tightly grasp it in his hands. He no longer wanted others to say that he was just an ignorant young master who had inherited everything. He wanted people to praise him. But the people who liked to praise him were only some flatterers. By now, many things had already been decided, and the expression on his face became quite fierce. His eyes revealed extreme anger. "You can rest assured. I will absolutely not let those bastards off easily. How dare they throw dirt on me? I will make them understand what it truly means to be worse off alive than dead." Mr. Feng didn't say much more after that, just nodding slightly. After watching his son leave, he then took out his phone and called Lin Shun directly, his face showing a look of regret. "Divine Doctor, I'm sorry. I've already learned the truth. It was indeed something done by my son. But as you know, I am already powerless now. I cannot strictly control him anymore. Originally, I confined him at home, intending to make him regret what he had done. But unexpectedly, that little bastard ran away secretly. Rest assured, I will find him back as soon as possible. When that happens, I will certainly break his dog legs and personally take him to apologize." The Lin Shun on the other side of the phone coldly laughed. "Mr. Feng, what you want to do is your own business, something between you two as father and son. Even if your son caused you grief to the point where you die, you wouldn't really need to kill him. After all, he is the continuation of your life. Do you think an apology to me is necessary? If your son falls into my hands again, then it won't just be about teaching him a lesson, it might directly lead to his death. Moreover, if I wanted to kill someone, I could do it without anyone knowing. Even the most skilled coroner would simply think your son had died suddenly from an acute illness. I believe you can sense that. The matter with me is not as simple as you think." Having said that, he hung up the phone directly. At this point, he had already understood Mr. Feng's thoughts, and his face revealed a mocking smile. Such a prestigious Mr. Feng actually makes decisions like this. Never expected that he is also someone with a compassionate heart, but it proves true the old saying, even tigers don't eat their offspring. But you will eventually pay for what you have done. Lin Shen's face still carried a faint smile, his gaze unreadable regarding emotions, but those who understood him could tell. He was dangerous right now. Feng Haoxuan, after leaving the villa, found those several individuals almost immediately. However, this time he didn't meet with them. He already knew he had been betrayed, so why would he want to see those people unless he was insane? If those people exposed him, that he was retaliating, it would cause a great stir. And some matters must let those people know the consequences. They must vanish from this world. Otherwise, the videos held by these few people would be powerful evidence, which could directly destroy his reputation. As long as Lin Shen wanted, that video could be sent out at any time. But once the video was sent out, those people might die, and this event could cause Lin Shen serious trouble. He still needed to create problems for Lin Shen and show Lin Shen that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. At this thought, his expression had become filled with rage, with overwhelming resentment evident in his eyes. However, before that, someone else's cooperation was still required. The call was quickly answered, almost instantly. When Xin Bingxue received the call, she was somewhat surprised. "What did you say? Are you willing to help our company?" Feng Haoxuan smiled and said, "That's right. Actually, this matter isn't that difficult for me, but I do need your help because my old man has confined me at home now. You might not know the exact reason yet. Previously, it was due to going after Lin Shen, also because of some mistakes pointed out by your mom. Speaking of your mom, she really stops at nothing. There were many things I originally wanted to keep from you because what she did went too far. If I were in Lin Shen's shoes, I would be incredibly angry too, let alone Lin Shen himself. I no longer see any point in hiding these facts." Then he recounted those past events with exaggerated embellishments, piling all the blame on Xin Bingshue's mother. At that moment, silence fell completely on the other side. Xin Bingxue felt a sharp pain in her heart, especially remembering how cold Lin Shen had been toward her earlier. She now finally understood why. She had lost the person she loved most. She should have trusted Lin Shen completely. But in the end, she realized that everything she had done was simply the dumbest move possible. Now there was nowhere left to go, and not even a single person to console her. He realized that every time Feng Haoxuan reached out, it definitely served some purpose of his own. After taking several deep breaths, she feigned sorrow. "Young Master Feng, just tell me straight what you want. I don't have the mood to waste any more time with you. There's also no need for us to say much more to each other since I already understand a lot of things." When she got to this point, Xin Bingxue was also testing him. At this moment, Feng Haoxuan gritted his teeth, suspecting that Lin Shen might have told Xin Bingxue everything. Still, he didn't feel awkward in the slightest, because both sides knew they were using each other. Chapter 56. Is it worth it? Xuanhuan wore a fake smile. Let's meet up. I have a plan that requires your cooperation. If you help me finish this plan, I will definitely give you my full support afterward. The company won't let you go bankrupt. You should not forget, your company is already at the end of its rope. Anyone who targets you will probably cause your company to collapse entirely. This is your last chance. You need to seize this opportunity. Now, he was no longer prepared to waste any more time on Shun Bingxue, as he had tried to move her with gentleness and sincerity. For this reason, he had stopped fooling around with other women. Often, when he met those women, it was all done in secret, without letting Shun Bingxue know. By now, their relationship had reached an all-time low. Their cooperation was necessary. If they didn't collaborate, Feng Haoxuan knew for sure that Shun Bingxue would be the first to suffer consequences, followed by herself. They finally met at a coffee shop. He explained his entire plan to her. Shun Bingxue revealed a look of disbelief on her face. What are you saying? To deal with Lin Shun? And, before she could finish her sentence, Feng Haoxuan interrupted her coldly. Feng Haoxuan shot a glare at Shun Bingxue, speaking icily. Has my previous advice fallen on deaf ears? At this point, we have already spoken frankly, so there's no need to pretend. I'll make it clear to you. If you can help me deal with Lin Shun, then what comes after doesn't even need to be said. Your company will definitely be saved from ruin. And my father has already promised me control over the company in a few months, plus I have some funds which I can hand over to you. Your company can be revived, and we might even push further ahead. Talking endlessly about things is less effective than practical action. This fund injection can sustain your company for a few months. This is your final lifeline. It depends on whether you can grasp it. There's no point sacrificing everything for Lin Shun. At the end, his tone turned frigid and even carried a threatening undertone. I understand well how Lin Shun currently feels about you. If I directly target your company, Lin Shun would see us like dogs biting each other. At that point, Lin Shun might ignore you completely, leaving you without even a chance to ask for help. Would it be worthwhile for him to destroy the whole company? Shun Bingxue fell silent, recalling everything about Lin Shun, feeling guilty towards him. However, thinking back to everything that had happened before, her thoughts started shifting gradually. Her expression became firm in that moment. I think you're right, some things aren't worth it. But your plan seemed full of flaws to me, not to mention for Lin Shun. He's a very smart person. Back when we started the company together, many of the strategies were Lin Chen's while mine always contained flaws. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, 3 crows can outwit 1 zhuge liang. So, we should carefully discuss our next steps. The two began discussing quietly. Early the next morning, Lin Shun woke up early and glanced outside the window. A cold look crossed his face. Silently, he went outside the hotel and stared at Shun Bingxue standing there. He spoke indifferently. Why are you here? Haven't we already made it clear? There's no more connection between you and me from now on. Or wasn't my meaning expressed clearly enough? He knew Shun Bingxue would definitely come find him, and he didn't want to wait until she caused a commotion, especially not with her good brother Shinjun nearby. Before Shun Bingxue could say anything, Shinjun couldn't hold himself back. Don't you think you're being a bit too harsh, Lin Shun? Don't you remember that you were once my brother-in-law? And some things you've done have been too extreme. Shun Bingxue stopped her brother, gesturing for him to wait in the car. She kept her eyes fixed on her former lover, her eye rims slightly trembling. Her voice softened and filled with regret. I originally wanted my brother to apologize to you today, but seeing your attitude, I feel extremely hurt, especially when I think of everything you did before. It's unimaginable how much you've changed. To be honest, there were indeed many things that our family did wrong in the past, but you can't possibly punish my family just because of those mistakes. Moreover, although I'm no longer your wife, I am still your ex-wife. Could it really be that there's not a single bit of feeling left between us? You know my company is now on the brink of despair. Now, I truly need your help. Please, one last time, can you help me? As Shun Bingxue said this, she lowered her head, no longer bearing the proud demeanor she had shown before. Inside, she genuinely regretted everything. Lin Shun could continue to stay in this hotel and grow so close to the young miss of the Jiang family. Even if he thought about it with his toes, he knew the person who assisted him was very likely Lin Shun. But he had misunderstood, always believing Lin Shun to be useless. At some point, he began treating Lin Shun as utterly worthless. Yet anyone who understood the truth would see how foolish his restraints had made him. He attributed all these errors to being blinded by the people around him. Lin Shun saw through Shun Bingxue's thoughts. His voice calm and indifferent, he spoke. You might think you haven't done anything wrong. You may feel you've merely been misled by those around you. But have you ever considered that sometimes hearing too many flattering words can make you believe them as true? And once you take those words as gospel, then death isn't far behind. The people praising you aren't necessarily doing so for your benefit. You should look at who can point out your shortcomings. The things I used to tell you, you paid no attention to, dismissing them as my incessant nagging. Over time, I grew tired of speaking more. Only when you've hit a dead end do you remember those who were once kind to you. Isn't it too late by then? All these useless talks are a waste of time. You may leave now. Shun Bingxue clenched her teeth tightly. Are you truly without regrets? Chapter 57. Not forcing it. Lin Shun said with a calm expression on his face. I currently have no regrets at all, only relief. Relief that your heartlessness towards me has made me completely lose all expectations for you, not even leaving behind a shred of Jiaoxing psychology. Once, there was no genuine affection between us, something I can't deny. But later on, you gradually changed, and this is how you speak. You're right. It's easy to change rivers and mountains, but hard to alter one's nature. Even if, when used under what circumstances, your character probably won't undergo much change. Even if you do develop better and become the richest person in the world, when you discover one day that those around you are all bad-mouthing me, wouldn't you also think that I am truly useless? But you've completely forgotten who used to be by your side, who was constantly helping you. And you've also forgotten the things I once did, but it doesn't matter anymore. Although my heart isn't ready to start a new relationship again, I will definitely not remain alone forever. I will find a down-to-earth woman to spend the rest of my life with. Not stay beside an ambitious woman where, despite how much I give, it will always pale in comparison to whatever is on her mind. It's not that you're bad, it's just that we're not suitable for each other. As he spoke these words, Shen Bingshue's eyes revealed deep bitterness and helplessness. For some unknown reason, there was a faint pang of pain in his heart. After all, they had once genuinely loved their country, so it wasn't possible to forget it so easily. And yet, he forced down that sensation because he was fully aware that Shen Bingshue's purpose for finding him now wasn't that simple. He calmly said, "The respectability we left between us, I hope you'll preserve it. Bringing Shinjun over here, it's merely to show me his miserable state. But who could blame him for falling into such an end? Ask him what exactly he has done. Perhaps you might believe his words. After all, in your heart, your family is the most important, and as for what I say, you never want to continue listening from the very beginning. Every single word I say, you contradict me from the start and don't allow me to continue. What use would it be to say anymore?" "No." Shen Bingxue subconsciously wanted to open her mouth. Lin Shen gave a slight smile, his voice growing colder. "You refute me with your words, but what about the actions you took yourself? Shouldn't you have a bit of clarity about them? Now, without discussing anything else, let's talk about your secretary nearby. Have you ever thought about how many things he did behind your back? Have you ever considered how many matters he concealed from you? This time, when you came to me, I know what you expect from me. There's no point in saying more, go back. There's absolutely no way I'll provide any further assistance to you, and certainly not to Feng Haoshuan." After saying this, Lin Shen turned around and prepared to walk back. Shen Bingxue felt a tinge of regret in her heart, as if Lin Shen's eyes had already seen through all her thoughts. At this moment, she felt so naive before Lin Shen. Her pupils violently contracted while her heart was filled with a complex emotion that kept spreading, almost making her want to abandon all her plans. But when she thought about her company's current predicament, Lin Shen didn't care about her one way or another. Feng Haoshuan's mind was solely focused on how to get revenge on Lin Shen. Yet, he provided the next round of funding. If he couldn't achieve his goal, that funding would be immediately withdrawn, and they would demand a penalty for breach of contract. There was a moment when she hesitated between her own future or this man who no longer loved her. When some thoughts exploded inside her, her expression became exceptionally determined, those emotions lasting for barely a few seconds before she had made her decision. Taking a few quick steps forward, she directly blocked Lin Shen's path. Her eyes showed unprecedented determination. "Lin Shen, I'm begging you for help one last time. If you help me this time, everything afterward can be discussed. Even if you tell me never to appear in front of you again, I will do as you wish." Upon hearing this, his face displayed a smirk of ridicule. "I knew it. You coming to me today must be for some other reason. The things you told me earlier were just a prelude to this matter. You keep talking about our past feelings, yet every sentence, every word, revolves around your own agenda." Shen Bingxue was momentarily embarrassed, but quickly erased all her awkwardness internally. He even felt that everything Lin Shen was saying now seemed like a deliberate trampling on his self-respect. After several deep breaths, his expression became even more resolute. "Lin Shen, I am now asking you to come with me to see someone. That person really wants to meet you. Once you see him, I believe you will understand everything. After you get there, you will know my true thoughts. The divorce between us was inevitable. Some things are not as simple as you think. There are certain matters I cannot tell you because doing so would surely bring enormous trouble, a kind of trouble neither you nor I could solve. In the end, it might lead to our complete and irreversible separation, or worse, your death." Hearing this, Lin Shen's eyes slightly narrowed. His gaze carried an amused yet indifferent expression. "Is this some sort of trap? Luring me over so I fall into their hands, allowing them full control?" Shen Bingshue's pupils contracted sharply, and her heart stung a little. For some unknown reason, at the thought of Lin Shen falling into others' hands and being cruelly treated, she felt an unbearable ache. But this feeling came and went quickly. She comforted herself repeatedly. The man before her no longer loved her. He wasn't the same man he once was. He wasn't her husband anymore, but merely her ex-husband. It was likely that hatred filled his heart towards her, maybe even plotting revenge behind her back. A person like this was better off given up, left for others to vent their frustrations upon. Looking back at her younger brother, who had already fallen into such a wretched state, Shen Bingxue feared that if things continued, Lin Shen might target him again. Instead of letting this situation persist, it was better to solidify her resolve. That last flicker of emotion was completely suppressed within her. Taking a few deep breaths, her voice grew calmer. "Lin Shen, no matter how much you suspect me, it doesn't matter. I just want you to see the real me. If you're willing, you can follow me right now. If not, I won't force you." Chapter 58, An Inevitable Outcome. Lin Shen's smile grew more evident on his face, and his eyes were filled with heavy sarcasm. Even if he only thought about it with his toes, he could easily guess that this matter was likely to be related to Feng Haoshuan. After all, when he wanted to deal with that guy before, he only sent some information to Mr. Feng, and the decision made by Mr. Feng had already let him understand what was going on. Considering Feng Haoshuan has run away now, If Lin Shun were to confront him again and incapacitate him, Mr. Feng probably would have nothing else to say. At this moment, a clear smile appeared on his face. All right, I will go with you. You know my personality very well. When you said those words, I already knew that I would definitely go with you. After all, I also want to be completely dead inside. Seeing the real you, I can say that I am utterly disheartened. From now on, there will be no more entanglement between us. Remember, this is the last chance I'm giving you. Once this opportunity is wasted, even if we meet, we'll be like strangers. Shen Bingxue felt regretful for a moment. Thinking about the only person she could rely on, the only one she could reveal her true inner thoughts to, leaving like this made her feel an indescribable discomfort and frustration inside. But now, for the sake of the company, everything can be sacrificed. Even if it means sacrificing herself, it's worth it. Not to mention Lin Shun now is already full of hatred towards her. His merciless actions against her mother and younger brother left no room for sentimentality. Since they cannot reunite and mend their broken relationship, they should completely eliminate the last bit of affection between them. Perhaps after Lin Shun is gone, she will never think of him again and never have anything to do with him. Only then will she be able to act cold-bloodedly without hesitation, exchanging everything for the resources she needs. Whenever she thought about using herself to exchange for resources in the past, she would always think of Lin Shun first. Whenever she thought about Lin Shun, she felt as though she was betraying him. This made her extremely conflicted internally, almost feeling like she was committing a crime. Perhaps without Lin Shun, she can finally set herself free. Perhaps only then can she let go completely. Lin Shun seemed to have read Shen Bingshue's thoughts. He said in a calm voice, "Let's go, don't waste time. I will accompany you right away. I want to see who the real you is. Let this be the end of it." When Shen Bingxue heard these words, her body trembled slightly. Shen Jun couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were already unable to conceal his excitement. "Lin Shun, what you're doing now might make my sister happy enough to choose reconciliation with you." Lin Shun gave him a glance, showing an emotionless expression, as if looking at a fool. Shen Jun gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could tear Lin Shun into pieces. But at this moment, he definitely didn't dare to show it. Otherwise, messing up the plan would lead to trouble for himself. He took a few deep breaths and sat in another car. Shen Bingxue then coldly said, "Go home. You're not coming along from now on. Some things are better handled without you making them worse." Without giving her younger brother any chance to speak, she got into the driver's seat and quickly drove off through the dark night. Lin Shun sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window at the endless flow of traffic passing by. In a calm tone, he said, "You seem nervous. Your driving speed is too fast. Slow down a little." Shen Bingxue gritted her teeth tightly, her voice trembling slightly. "Lin Shun, I ask you one last time. Do you truly bear no hatred towards me? Is there still a trace of me in your heart? If you say you still like me and still hold feelings for me, I will become your wife once more." Lin Shun did not expect Shen Bingxue to say such words at this moment. He turned his gaze, his face calm and indifferent. But in his heart, he wasn't so calm. He knew that Shen Bingxue must be feeling very hesitant and conflicted inside. In her mind, career always came first. She might be a highly responsible strong woman, but she was indeed very irresponsible to the family. The depth of their bond was undeniable. Shen Bingxue had begun to vaguely feel a sense of guilt towards him, which surely caused her internal distress. But so what? As he had once said, a broken mirror cannot be remade whole. Moreover, he already knew what kind of personality Shen Bingxue truly had. Perhaps she sincerely regretted now, or perhaps in a short while, she would make a comeback and hurt him even more deeply. To prevent such a situation from happening again in the future, there was absolutely no way he could agree. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said calmly, "I simply want to see your true nature. Is it just as I imagined in my mind? It's also for me to completely give up any Zhaoxing, psychological Zhaoxing hope for you. From then on, there will be no more soft spots in my heart." He slowly closed his eyes. Shen Bingxue bitterly smiled, a drop of crystal tear falling from the corner of her eye, muttering to herself, "A soft spot. Originally, I am just your soft spot in your heart. It seems that you still have lingering feelings for me. But after tonight, you probably won't think like that anymore. And who knows if you'll think about tomorrow's sun again. Are you really not afraid at all? As long as you agree to marry me again, to become my husband once more, everything can start anew. Even if I were to abandon my company for you, wouldn't you agree?" Lin Shun opened his eyes, his voice still calm, his gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He asked indifferently, "Would you dare?" If Shen Bingxue hesitated and then answered, "I dare," Lin Shun would, despite paying some social and relationship costs, directly help Shen Bingshue's company soar into the sky. He would also provide her with a money tree. But he was disappointed. Uncertainty flickered in Shen Bingshue's eyes, and ultimately, she didn't say a word. All her earlier words were merely impulsive thoughts. If she calmed down and pondered deeply, could she truly let go? The answer was clear. She couldn't bear to. It was her life's work, her very essence. One might even say it was a beginning created by Lin Shun, like a sapling planted by him which she had nurtured until it grew into a towering tree. Too much blood and sweat went into it. Only she truly knew how much. Her inability to let go made her hesitate. So much so that she no longer wanted to deceive Lin Shun because the outcome was already preordained. Chapter 59. Watch his performance. Shen Bingxue bitterly smiled, and the expression on his face became increasingly pale. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Lin Shun, don't hate me in the future." After finishing these words, he pushed open the car door and got out. As Shen Bingxue left, more than 30 people surrounded the area. They were all wearing black tank tops and black pants, with imposing figures and an intimidating aura. Their eyes, fixed on Lin Chun inside the car, brimmed with mockery. In particular, when the leader saw Lin Chun, he halted his steps, his gaze becoming extremely strange. However, the others did not notice their leader's facial expression as it remained the same, and they directly surrounded the car Lin Chun was in. One of them even tapped on the car window. All right, stop wasting time, just get out. Our purpose tonight is to simply take you out. We have our plan laid out here. Tonight, you will definitely die. If you cooperate nicely, you might get a swift death. But if you resist, don't blame us for being impolite. We will make your life worse than death. When he said this, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't the first time they had done such a thing, and they were already very familiar with the process. Some big bosses would handle troublesome people, and they wouldn't even need to worry too much about follow-up situations because those big bosses would clean up all the messes neatly. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. After completing this task, they could earn a substantial amount of commission. That money would be enough for them to live extravagantly for a long time. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He opened the car door and stepped out directly, looking toward the figure of Shun Bingshue's back in the distance. The tough men couldn't hold back their laughter. Some even filled their gazes with ridicule. Don't bother looking. That beauty is far beyond your reach. We don't dare to think about anything anyway, considering she's that famous Miss Shun, let alone the fact that you have angered two powerful big bosses. They both want to kill you, and our leader gave you a chance so you can vanish from this world completely. Don't worry. After you die, we'll chop you into 8 pieces and won't feed your meat to the dogs. At most, we'll string your bones with an iron chain and then throw them into the largest river in our city. Your bones won't break immediately, and by the time you're discovered, your flesh will have rotted away entirely, making it nearly impossible to identify your original appearance. That river has no swimmers, and even your family would assume you've disappeared and may cling to false hopes. All these things are second nature to us. In a short period, your family won't suffer too much but will gradually become disheartened. When they finally hear the news of your death, it might give them relief as though a great burden has been lifted from their hearts. This is precisely a tormenting process. They all laughed uncontrollably while saying these words. Some even praised. Sixth brother, don't waste time teasing him. He is about to see Lord Yama. He must be extremely uncomfortable now. You're killing him with psychological torment. The one called sixth brother laughed loudly, glancing at Shun Bingshue's retreating silhouette. He licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. It's that beautiful lady who said I should kill someone with psychological torment and make Lin Shen fully recognize reality. Since she, the boss, has made the decision, how can we go against her commands easily? We do this work, thus we need dedication and fulfill our duties well. Moreover, we also try our best to meet the expectations of the bosses. Everyone burst into laughter. They didn't care about Lin Chen's expressions at all. Lin Chen's face remained calm. As they glanced at Shun Bingshue's leaving silhouette under the shadows, they clearly noticed that her body slightly trembled. A crystal-like tear sparkled in the light before falling and splashing on the ground. And at this very moment, Lin Chen moved. He wasn't in a good mood. Rather, he felt incredibly restless. The moment he took action, it was like a violent storm erupted. Not a single person present managed to utter a sound as they all passed out immediately. From their appearances, it was clear that their bones were broken in at least a dozen places. The bones had already pierced through the skin, and drops of crimson blood fell. They all slipped into a deep coma, losing all sensation. The only one still standing not too far away was the burly man who was leading them, but now he couldn't help trembling slightly. Lin Chen's gaze landed on him. With an expression that seemed half laughing, half serious, Lin Chen spoke indifferently. I've seen you before. At this point, the man finally remembered seeing Lin Chen before as well. And he also knew Lin Chen was a guest of Brother Long. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect tonight's trouble would be targeted at Lin Chen. Back then, he didn't know Lin Chen's name. Only that Brother Long had always treated Lin Chen with utmost respect when seeing him off. He originally planned to step forward immediately after his men had said enough, explaining it was all a misunderstanding. But by the time he intended to speak, Lin Chen had already moved like a fierce wind sweeping fallen leaves aside. His brothers were all incapacitated. Some might be ruined for life, at least paralyzed from the waist down. Swallowing hard, his voice trembled even more as he exclaimed, misunderstanding. Earlier, I actually wanted to remind them, but I didn't expect they were targeting you. I don't know your name, but I'm aware there's an extraordinary relationship between you and Brother Long. I intended to intervene, but I never imagined your speed of action would be this fast. Still wanting to explain further, Lin Chen shook his head with a faint smile, speaking calmly and coldly. Tell Brother Long this. I don't care what your purpose is, but since you tried to attack me tonight and you've witnessed me, yet failed to stop me in time, the recordings on my phone will temporarily remain preserved. This is because I want to see Brother Long's performance. If it doesn't satisfy me, I will return all the herbs I previously took and ensure we have no further dealings whatsoever. And tell Brother Long, if he wants to create trouble for me, I welcome it any time. As long as he can bear the consequences, let him come whenever he likes. The leader was stunned, unsure if Brother Long had some illness. One thing was clear, Brother Long was ruthless and cunning. Ruining Brother Long's plan meant he might not even know how he'd die. And what did Lin Chen mean by performance? Chapter 60, Outcome. Shun Bingshue drove away, her eyes filled with tears. At this moment, memories of the time spent with Lin Chen kept involuntarily surfacing in her mind. From their first meeting to knowing each other well, then falling deeply in love. Those scenes seemed to be etched in her brain, until finally, all the people around her began saying bad things about Lin Chen. I don't know when it started, but Lin Shun had turned into a good-for-nothing in her eyes. Thinking back to school days, Lin Shun was full of vigor and built his career entirely on his own, while she could only help out from the side. When their business was running smoothly, Lin Shun unfortunately had a car accident. How did I treat him back then? The more she thought about it, the fuzzier her memory became, as if she subconsciously forgot what she had done. If it were herself who had a car accident, clearly having a brain disease with damaged nerves, she would definitely need someone to comfort her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get through that mental barrier. After all, becoming a useless person isn't something anyone desires. Lin Shun couldn't overwork himself, but he didn't give up either. He still regularly helped her strategize. Later, what caused their feelings to deteriorate completely? She carefully pondered over it, but couldn't quite recall. Gradually, tears slid down her cheeks. Only after losing someone do you realize how important they are. She slammed her foot hard on the brake, stopping by the roadside, leaning her head on the steering wheel, and burst into tears. Lin Shun had already noticed Shun Bingshue's departure. He saw the scene of the teardrops falling. Yet at this moment, his heart stirred, not even a ripple. His face remained calm and indifferent. He took a glance at the guy in front of him and said calmly, "There's a reason why your dragon boss is the leader. And if you can't understand the meaning of my words, you can just pass them on verbatim to him. As for what he does next, that depends on his own performance. You just tell him, and he will understand. If he fails to grasp it, it means there's no connection between us. I'll give him one night's time." After speaking, he turned and walked away, not giving a second look at the fallen individuals. He left a few Qingxing people behind to clean up the mess here. But after walking a few steps, it seemed like he remembered something. He turned his head, his expression cold and indifferent. "I'm taking the car as a means of transportation." As Lin Shun got in the car and left, the leading figure let out a long sigh of relief. However, his complexion soon turned ghostly pale. Without wasting another second, he hurriedly took out his phone and called Dragon Boss. Dragon Boss answered quickly, and a calm, detached voice came from the phone. "Say what you have to say quickly, I'm busy." The leading figure dared not hesitate for a second and recounted everything that had just happened. His voice trembled slightly. "Boss Long, we truly had no idea that the person we were looking for was actually Lin Shun. I wasn't familiar with his name before either. I just recognized him by sight, and I didn't have enough knowledge about his situation. Before I could stop the misunderstanding, Lin Shun had already acted. His strength was too terrifying. My brothers were no match for him. It only took a brief encounter for my men to end up lying on the ground. Some may not even survive." He exaggerated his own pitiful state a bit to gain some sympathy from Dragon Boss. However, silence followed on the other end of the line. His heart rose to his throat as cold sweat poured down his forehead because he knew the next words from Dragon Boss would determine his future. About 10 seconds passed. Dragon Boss' icy voice came through. "Some mistakes once made are indeed mistakes. One must accept the punishment for committing an error. You've heard me say many times before that if you're beaten, you should stand straight and take it. This incident with Lin Shun is about evaluating our performance. Since you've created this disaster, it's your responsibility to resolve it. Once it's resolved, I will try my best to help you leave this city. Whether or not you manage to escape depends on your own capabilities. Your family members will naturally be looked after by someone so that they won't be bullied. But you need to show some improvement yourself." Upon hearing these words, the gang leader's pupils contracted violently, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. It turned out that he was just cannon fodder, and this trouble seemed enormous. Dragon Boss' attitude towards Lin Shun was so peculiar. If it were anyone else challenging Dragon Boss' authority and waiting for his reaction, Dragon Boss would probably have exploded immediately. However, at this moment, the incident chilled his heart. It was likely that this task would be extremely difficult, and once he acted on it, it would undoubtedly stir up enormous trouble. Brother Long's voice came through again. "If you need to know how to act, someone will naturally inform you and tell you what to do. The next move is yours." After speaking, Brother Long abruptly ended the call. He was a clever man who wouldn't leave any evidence behind. Although they had a call record, the detailed situation wasn't explicitly discussed. The leading figure stood by anxiously, while his brothers were being sent to the hospital. He didn't dare to leave at this moment. After waiting for several minutes, someone finally arrived. It was a scruffy-looking young man. This young man directly handed an envelope to the leading figure. The envelope was sealed with a red wax seal. "This is something someone asked me to give to you, and said it's a mission you must complete. I don't know the specifics either. Now that I've handed it over to you, I'll take my leave." The leading figure tore open the envelope, his hands trembling slightly. Upon seeing the contents inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze was filled with astonishment as his voice shook faintly. "I finally understand what you mean by performance. If I really go through with this, will I even stand a chance of escaping?" A bitter smile appeared on his face, but he ultimately resolved himself. "It has to be done, otherwise my whole family will be doomed along with me. I don't want my family to fall into eternal ruin." With that decision made, he left the place by taxi. Young Master Feng had been waiting for the outcome all along. He stayed in the hotel, his expression turning grotesquely twisted. Endless anger raged within him. "Lin Shun, you bastard. Even if I'm not going to have an easy time, I'll make sure you won't either." Chapter 61 Despair. Feng Xuanhuan was very clear in his mind that his father had already guessed his intentions. He really didn't want his father to continue living, because the entire Feng group was a one-man show by his father. And though he appeared to be the heir of the Feng group, nobody truly understood how strict his father was, especially when he learned about his father's serious illness. His feelings were incomprehensible to others. He was unusually clear-headed inside. Though some moments made him feel like laughing, no one could empathize with how difficult his current situation was. If his father's health persisted like this, it seemed like he'd never inherit the company. Even according to his father, instead of passing the company down to him, his dad might rather give it to his grandson. Because he, Feng Haoxuan, was deemed incompetent, and his father's frequent remarks ignited murderous thoughts within him. This trouble ahead was the best opportunity. As he was contemplating these matters, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. His face lit up with an extremely excited expression, so much so that he went over and opened the door. Sure enough, just as he expected, he saw the leading boss. The excitement on his face was barely contained, and his voice trembled with emotion. Is the plan successful? Did you manage to kill Lin Shun, that bastard? Beforehand, I asked you to record everything. I want to see Lin Shun suffering horribly, kneeling and begging for mercy like a dog. Upon hearing this, the lead boss showed no expression, merely looking left and right. The message was clear, don't speak here. Feng Haoxuan instantly grasped the hint. He quickly led the lead boss inside, closed the door, and his expression became full of unrestrained excitement. Chuckling, he said, with you taking action, there will be no issues. I believe Lin Shun must have died in sheer misery. Just thinking about that bastard makes my whole body uncomfortable, and I wish I could tear him apart limb by limb, scattering his bones to the winds. His teeth gritted audibly in the end. His hatred towards Lin Shun nearly took a tangible form. The lead boss suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. And yet, Feng Haoxuan felt a chilling foreboding from that smile. Unable to suppress a step backward, Feng internally admitted how formidable these street bosses were, especially this man in front of him who probably hadn't batted an eyelash while committing countless ruthless acts. Was he planning to betray him and double-cross? It was impossible. After all, he was still the eldest son of the Feng family, his identity standing tall even amidst such circles. While lost in thought, Feng saw the leader raise his hand. Before he could understand what was happening, a slap came swiftly. In that instant, it felt as if his face had been struck by a car. The sharp sound of the slap rang out loud and clear. Slap. Confused, Feng Haoxuan's brain was dazed. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend what had happened. However, as he lay on the ground tasting the metallic sweetness in his mouth, realization finally dawned upon him. He shot up his head with eyes wide open in disbelief, his voice laced with fury and questioning. Are you crazy? Why did you attack me? I'm your employer. What does attacking me mean? Are you trying to turn against me and double-cross? Don't forget that my father is the chairman of the Feng Group. If something happens to me, he'll surely not let go of you lightly, and he may directly take revenge on you. Even Dragon Brother has to respect my father. You're just one of his minions. You're going too far. While speaking, Feng Haoxuan noticed the lead boss's eyes gleaming with an indeterminable intent to kill, as if they had deep animosity. Without saying much, the lead boss roughly grabbed his collar and pulled him up before landing several consecutive slaps. Beaten till blood flowed from his mouth and stars swam in his vision, Feng Haoxuan felt like he'd been struck by a hammer, his ears ringing with deafening noise. Now utterly terrified, dread filled his heart as he realized the consequences were inevitable. If this man kept hitting him, death would surely follow. He had no idea where or when he angered this person. The leading boss didn't elaborate further, but tightened his grip on Feng Haoxuan's collar, raising his hand again for another series of brutal strikes. Covered in wounds and drenched in terror, Feng Haoxuan was fully aware of the unprecedented panic now consuming him. When he was thrown to the ground, he trembled and shouted, "Big brother, I'm wrong. My attitude just now wasn't right. Where did I offend you? Just tell me directly, and I'll apologize and admit my fault. And if there are any issues, you can tell me straight out. Whether it's money you want or something else, I can give it to you." Upon hearing this, the leading boss chuckled coldly. "You're absolutely right. Right now, all I want is money. You're the eldest son of the Feng family. You definitely don't lack money in your hands. Transfer it to me right away. Without a few million, there's no way to quell my anger. And don't forget that you previously promised to give me some money. Hand it over now. The more, the better." Upon hearing these words, Feng Haoxuan had come to a full realization. This guy in front of him must be crazy, actually planning to steal from another criminal. Did he not know the identity of Lord Feng's heir? Yet, Feng Haoxuan didn't dare utter such thoughts. He feared retaliation after speaking, possibly even getting beaten to death on the spot, with the other fleeing afterward. He even suspected this man before him might truly be desperate, willing to try one last scheme to grab what he could before running away. How would anyone find him after he runs off? Feng Haoxuan, trembling, immediately pulled out his phone to transfer funds while also making a call to his underlings. An additional 2 million were transferred over. At this point, he dared to timidly say, "Big brother, right now, this is all the pocket money I have on hand. If I call my dad now and ask for a transfer, my old man will surely suspect something, especially since I've run away from home. In fact, all this happened because of Lin Shun. If it weren't for Lin Shun driving me to this situation, I wouldn't need to turn against him or ask you to kill him." As he spoke, he was exceedingly cautious, fearing every wrong word might irritate this man. Deep down, he never once considered how dangerous his own situation was at this very moment. The leading boss couldn't help but laugh, his laughter growing more and more wild. Chapter 62, The True Plan. Have you ever experienced despair? Upon hearing these words, Feng Haoxuan couldn't help trembling, his eyes filled with deep fear. He began retreating, shaking his head like a rattle drum. "Big brother, where have I gone wrong? You can just point it out to me, and I will definitely reform. Now that the money has already been given to you, if you feel it's not enough, I'll find a way to borrow more for you. I still have some friends. Borrowing a few million from them would be no problem at all." The lead figure nodded. "You guessed right. I've gone crazy now, and I intend to rob you. After robbing you, I will immediately flee far away. I will go overseas, and then even if someone wants to find me, they won't get the chance. The reason I haven't made a fatal move on you yet is because you can still bring me some gains. If you can't provide me with more benefits, then don't blame me for being rude. By then, you'll know how pitiful you are. As for dealing with Lin Shun, I haven't acted on that either. I've become a traitor under Brother Long's watch now, and Brother Long is also looking for me everywhere, wanting to directly kill me. When I was at a dead end, you appeared and wanted me to help you eliminate Lin Shun. So, I decided to play a dirty trick, or you could say heaven treats me well. After all, at my most dangerous moment, there's someone offering money, so this is considered your debt of gratitude to me. Rest assured, once you give me enough money, I will disappear instantly and won't cause any more trouble for you, nor endanger your life. At most, I'll let you humor me for a while. Upon hearing these words, Feng Haoshuan couldn't help but relax a bit. The leading figure smiled and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, it won't be too dangerous. After all, I don't want your father constantly bothering me. Besides, your family is so wealthy that if anything happened to you, your dad could simply take out some money and hire a killer from anywhere in the world to come after me." Feng Haoshuan then picked up the phone and started borrowing money everywhere, not daring to disclose the purpose. By this time, the leading figure had actually secretly recorded everything. His heart was already overwhelmed with sadness. Asking Feng Haoshuan for money was merely part of the plan since he knew that if Feng Haoshuan died mysteriously, the investigation would likely fall on Lin Chen's shoulders. Brother Long had previously provided clear guidance on this matter. In others' eyes, he was now considered a traitor who stole precious items from Brother Long and tried to escape, but was pursued. Now he was directly targeting Feng Haoshuan as a desperate criminal. And what's worse, Feng Haoshuan approached him first when he was planning to make some quick cash. Thus, Feng Haoshuan asking him for help was simply asking for trouble. The plan was simple yet highly effective. Even if someone found out there were issues, they wouldn't be able to uncover any evidence. Not only could Brother Long extricate himself, but it would completely exonerate Lin Shun as well. Once Feng Haoshuan borrowed nearly tens of millions of funds, he turned to look directly at the leading brother with an overly obsequious expression on his face, saying, "Big brother, see, I've already helped you borrow so much money. Can you give me a chance? Rest assured, I absolutely do not have the ability or the thought of finding people to capture you. If something happens to you, your brothers will definitely not let me off easily." However, right after he finished speaking, he saw the leading figure directly pull out a phone from a hidden position and upload the video inside it onto the website. A smile spread across his face. "Feng Dashe, the worst mistake you made was trying to mess with Lin Shun. You have no idea about his identity. Even Brother Long humbly cooperates with him and follows his lead. When I inadvertently accepted your task, it turned out Lin Shun was involved before I even understood fully what I was doing. And now I can only follow Brother Long's orders to settle this matter for Lin Shun." This thing was very simple. All it took was creating a false image. At this moment, Feng Haoshuan finally figured out what had happened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His voice trembled violently. "Your meaning is that after you robbed my money, you uploaded this video, and immediately people will know someone was trying to rob my money. Someone might come to help. Even people from the Sixfan sect might show up. Aren't you afraid of dying? At that time, once you are caught, you will certainly be implicated as well. Aren't you afraid that sacrificing yourself for Lin Chen isn't worth it?" As he finished saying this, his voice trembled violently. He knew that since the other party had already revealed the plan to him, it was very likely an attempt to completely silence him. However, the leading brother laughed bitterly. "If I don't do this, my entire family will die. So, I can only cooperate unconditionally. After I finish this task, Brother Long will try every means to send me away. Whether or not I can escape from the 9 continents continent depends on my own ability. All the money given to me has been transferred into an overseas account. Someone else also provided me with this account. By now, you should understand your own fate. Rest assured, I will let you die as painlessly as possible. After all, you have given me so much money, which is essentially your ransom for life." With that, he pulled out a knife from his body and charged at Feng Haoshuan without hesitation. How could Feng Haoshuan be a match for the leading big brother? He dodged as much as he could, but in the end, the blade still struck hard against his shoulder. He howled miserably, and his eyes filled with overwhelming resentment. In a blood-curdling scream, he shouted, "You'll never meet a good end. Lin Chen won't either." The leading figure didn't reply, but instead accelerated his attack, striking Feng Haoshuan's elbow with a fierce slash. The elbow was almost severed, connected by only a thin layer of skin. Blood sprayed out. Feng Haoshuan felt profound regret at this moment. If he had another chance, he would absolutely not dare to challenge Lin Chen again and would just hide quietly at home. The shadow of death enveloped him, making him feel as if death himself was calling. Just as this critical moment arrived, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. The leading figure's expression changed instantly. Chapter 63. Taking advantage of the situation. After Feng Haoshuan saw who had arrived, his face was filled with immense relief, as if he'd found salvation at the last moment. Help! The person who arrived happened to be Mr. Feng's bodyguard, and this individual possessed extraordinary skills. The leading boss, at this moment, was almost frenzied and charged directly toward Feng Haoshuan, knife in hand aimed straight for his heart. At a critical moment, Feng Haoshuan evaded the fatal blow, and the blade struck hard into his shoulder instead. At that instant, he went utterly berserk and tightly strangled the neck of the lead boss. The bodyguard rushed up at this crucial time as well. The leading boss was knocked unconscious by a heavy punch on the ground. Although he was a street thug, compared to a professional bodyguard, he paled significantly in comparison. As he fell to the ground, he felt that things were irretrievably over for him this time around. Having failed to complete the hint given to him by Lin Chun, he was sure to undergo unimaginable torment and suffering. Unable to help himself, his eyes darted directly towards xuanhuan, filled with unprecedented hatred, even accompanied by frantic curses. Son of a bitch, you've completely done me in. I'll never forget you for the rest of my life. Even if I become a ghost, I will definitely torment you to death in your dreams. His manic outburst startled even the bodyguard. This kind of hatred was almost tangible. He questioned curiously, what exactly did our young master do to harm you so much? Your resentment is evident. Any issues or conflicts between us can be resolved. The leading boss laughed then, a laugh that looked like it came from someone about to snap, completely mad. At this point, xuanhuan was also slumped beside after detaching himself, the blood loss making his face white as paper. His voice trembled violently. It's Lin Chun. It's all because that bastard gave the order behind the scenes. If not for him, I wouldn't have been beaten to this state by that guy. He intended for me to die. Though I don't know what tricks Lin Chun played on him, Lin Chun clearly aims to eliminate me. Speaking to the end, he could hardly catch his breath, feeling increasingly weaker. The bodyguard didn't speak further, but hastily called an ambulance instead. Simultaneously, he reported all details to Mr. Feng. Upon receiving the news, Mr. Feng's expression grew even darker. He almost wanted to tear his son limb from limb. Sending him out had merely been to prevent his son from causing additional trouble due to bad mood. However, he hadn't anticipated such a catastrophic mistake made by his son. After taking several deep breaths, he directly instructed the bodyguard over the phone. Bandage him simply, stop the bleeding, and then take him immediately to see Lin Chun. I'm on my way too. Make him look more pitiful. It needs to seem like he's suffered greatly. When hearing this, the bodyguard probably understood the implications and quickly made arrangements accordingly. xuanhuan was utterly distraught. What did you say? My father actually wants you to take me to see Lin Chun. How is that possible? Didn't you see how severely injured I am? Right now, any movement makes me feel excruciating pain. The bodyguard slightly lowered his head, not saying much. He only loyally carried out the mission given by Mr. Feng. xuanhuan was so furious his lungs almost burst. Right now, he wished nothing more than to slice Lin Chun apart into 1,000 pieces. Yet he also knew that he lacked the capability. Lin Chun's strength was far beyond what he imagined. All the sly moves xuanhuan tried were easily thwarted by Lin Chun, who repaid them in the same coin. Today was akin to walking through the gates of hell. At this moment, his father actually wanted to force him to meet Lin Chun again. Looking at the situation, there was possibly going to be further punishment in front of Lin Chun. Inwardly, his resentment exploded without any restraint. But since the person before him was one of his father's trusted subordinates, he dared not voice such outrageous comments. Yet, the resentment within his heart was sprouting seeds, growing roots, multiplying steadily. Lin Chun had already anticipated the outcome. Upon hearing the knock, a slight smile surfaced on his face. Come in. Mr. Feng had just called him, seeking a visitation. Lin Chun readily agreed. Looking at Mr. Feng's aged figure at the doorway, he bent his lips upward in a slight curve. Old Feng, between you and me, there are no grudges. As for the matter involving your son, that's better left alone. Once certain conflicts erupt, they're similar to planting seeds of enmity within your son's heart. Right now, he undoubtedly despises me deeply. But since I've promised to treat your ailment, I naturally won't renege on that promise and will ensure that your condition improves. When Mr. Feng heard these words, his heart was relieved, but he also understood that Lin Chun's words were just a superficial courtesy. If it were him, not adding insult to injury would already be an indication of his kindness. He was also afraid that Lin Chun might do something during the treatment. As a miraculous doctor who could treat cancer, Lin Chun could probably do something without being noticed, leading to a full-blown outbreak of his disease, making it almost impossible to survive. And he certainly didn't want to die. At this moment, his expression had already become very panicked. Master physician, I've already heard about some matters. When I learned that my good-for-nothing son actually dared to seek revenge on you, my heart felt as if a knife was ruthlessly stabbing my heart. Such excruciating pain. But no matter what, he is still my son. It's said that when children are not educated properly, it's the parents' fault. Today, I have come here to apologize to you. With that, he knelt down in front of Lin Chun with a thud. Lin Chun squinted his eyes slightly, and he was rather impressed with Mr. Feng's demeanor. He was truly someone who could seize opportunities and know when to let go. He even knelt down right in front of him. Most people would not be able to do that. Even xuanhuan at the door was stunned at this point. No matter how he imagined it, he couldn't have foreseen that his father would kneel down for someone. Given his father's pride and his knack for plotting behind others' backs, such a humble gesture was unthinkable. His inner world was shaken up completely at this moment. Lin Chun gave a faint smile. Old Feng, what I just said was already crystal clear. Regarding the matter involving your son, I will not forgive him. You can kneel all you want, or even if you die in front of me, the conflicts between us will remain irreconcilable. I may be magnanimous enough to forgive your son, but ask him, did he ever consider the opportunities one gave him as favors? Mr. Feng's heart trembled violently. Chapter 64, The Decision. Mr. Feng was fully aware that his son was someone who pushed the boundaries, but the key issue was that he currently still needed Lin Chun's help to save his life. Despite knowing the circumstances, his son kept attempting to take drastic measures against Lin Chun. If it weren't for some information he had learned in advance, he would never have believed his own son was the mastermind behind all this, the one truly plotting against him, not Lin Chun, but his own unfilial son. Just as Lin Chun said, no matter what, he was still his child. He took several deep breaths, and a look of bitterness and sadness appeared on his face. Divine Doctor, I know you must surely not forgive my unfilial son. This time, I'm ready to give him a harsh lesson. Bring him in. Following Mr. Feng's voice, the bodyguards outside directly brought Feng Haoxuan in. Feng Haoxuan was now covered in blood, and his facial expression had become extremely anxious. He feared that his old man might beat him to death alive. After all, the things he did were really too much. He knew his father needed Lin Chen's assistance with the transplant surgery, yet he still sent people to kill Lin Chen. Now, all plans had failed, and he looked just as pitiful as a stray dog. At this moment, his heart was filled with unease. His voice trembled violently. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Dad, I was too impulsive and anger clouded my judgment. I shouldn't have done these things. I promise I won't do such things again. Please forgive me this time. I will change and will never commit such errors again. A sly smile curled on Lin Chen's lips. Old Feng, this is your son. Do you believe what he says? Mr. Feng's body slightly trembled, and ultimately, he still shook his head. In front of Lin Chen, he felt like there were no secrets left to keep, so he chose to tell the truth. I don't believe him. As soon as these 3 words came out, Feng Haoxuan felt as if struck by lightning. If even his own father didn't believe him, how could Lin Chen? And now Lin Chen obviously intended to kill him. The last bastard hadn't killed him before, and he thought he'd escaped from certain doom. Now he felt as though he'd fallen into another abyss. In the moment their eyes met, all traces of anger and hatred were gone from Feng Haoxuan's expression. What remained was endless fear, and his whole body couldn't stop trembling. As he trembled, his wounds bled again, making his appearance look even more pitiful. Severe pain made him let out a painful cry. I'm sorry, I truly realize I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. Lin Chen gave Mr. Feng an ambiguous glance, then said indifferently, what should be done? This is between you and your son. After all, this also involves you. I don't want to see father and son killing each other, but some people simply refuse to die gracefully. Before, I've already told someone, we'll watch his behavior. His current actions haven't impressed me at all. They're rather disappointing. At this moment, Lin Chen turned his gaze toward the entrance. Brother Long stood by the door. In fact, he had arrived earlier, and just happened to see Mr. Feng bringing his son over, realizing that his subordinate hadn't properly dealt with the situation. The person probably wasn't around anymore. His presence here had a very clear purpose, seeking Lin Chen's forgiveness. After all, before this, he had underestimated Lin Chen's true strength, and only after hearing the reports from his subordinates did he understand that he had indeed underestimated Lin Chen. Moreover, he still needed Lin Chen's help to treat his current condition. Now his face showed an embarrassed expression. Divine Doctor, I also bear responsibility for this matter. If it weren't for the incompetence of my subordinates, you wouldn't have been bothered. I will handle this matter myself. You don't want to see them fight to the death. So, I'll personally deal with this little beast. He almost got me killed. When he said this, a ferocious aura emanated from his body. The surrounding bodyguards couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their expressions carried an uncontainable sense of fear. While others might not know Brother Long's strength, they could clearly feel it. Brother Long's power was like that of an unparalleled fierce beast. As long as he chose to act, they doubted they could withstand even a single move. Mr. Feng hurriedly shouted, Brother Long, how did you get dragged into this? What exactly is going on? Lin Chen said nothing more, but just looked at the two of them, letting them explain it themselves. Brother Long gave a brief account of the events, and then a clear look of mockery appeared on his face. Mr. Feng, it's not that I look down on you, but with matters having gotten this serious, why do you still want to keep this little beast around? With every mention of little beast, Mr. Feng's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Brother Long grinned slyly. All right, I know what you're thinking, but keeping this little beast will only lead to your ruin in the future. Sure, he looks pitiful now, but think about how he repeatedly overstepped his boundaries in the past. As the chairman of a company, someone who usually wields power in the business world, don't you understand something as simple as this? Mr. Feng took several deep breaths and finally sighed. No matter what, he is my biological son. I could break both his legs and sentence him to a lifetime in a wheelchair. But I can't just watch him die. At this moment, he actually felt some regret. He should have never let his son leave in the first place. He should have locked him up at home and had someone guard him specifically. But now it was too late to say anything. Lin Chen would absolutely never forgive his son, and his stance was extremely firm. And there wasn't much he could do. In the end, his heart softened. After all, even tigers don't eat their own cubs. Lin Chen, however, was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Mr. Feng to choose to spare his son. A noticeable smile appeared on his face. Mr. Feng, you don't need to worry about the treatment. There's no way I'd damage my own reputation. And right now, I'm giving you an opportunity. Once your condition has been treated, I hope there won't be any more conflicts between us. If it happens again, next time, even you should prepare yourself to completely disappear from this world. All right, you can go now. Gather the necessary herbs and come see me. Joy flickered in Mr. Feng's eyes. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Chen would still agree to treat him, which filled him with great joy. He had also managed to save his son, but at this thought, he made a decision within his heart. Chapter 65, Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Feng Haoxuan's face was filled with surprise, as he never would have imagined that he still had a chance to escape from certain death. As for what his father had said, Feng Haoxuan didn't even give it a second thought. He was the flesh and blood son, and his father had been willing to forsake treatment just to save him. Clearly, his father's feelings toward him ran incredibly deep, making Feng Haoxuan all the more arrogant. If he dared before, now he surely wouldn't. At this very moment, Mr. Feng directly ordered, "Bring him down. Break both his legs so he can never recover. Break his hands too. I've got enough money to support him being useless." Everyone present looked on in astonishment at these words. Lin Shun had already decided to let Feng Xuanhuan go, yet here was Feng wanting to cripple his own son entirely, both arms and legs. Brother Long felt admiration rise within him. Mr. Feng could risk his own safety to protect his son, but also use these methods to convey his attitude. Lin Shun nodded slightly, a look of approval crossing his face. "Handle these matters among yourselves. Don't soil my living environment. Changing rooms is quite troublesome." Mr. Feng hastily agreed, his gaze falling upon the bodyguards. "Drag him out and beat him." Feng Xuanhuan became afraid, screaming aloud in terror, "Father, I'm your biological son. You can't do this to me." The sound then faded into the distance. Mr. Feng bowed deeply to Lin Shun. "Divine Doctor, you're a man capable of navigating through anything life throws at you. I truly admire you. The herbal ingredients will be collected as swiftly as possible and delivered over." Lin Shun nodded. "You may leave." After Mr. Feng left, Brother Long wore an increasingly awkward expression as he too bent low to Lin Shun. "Divine Doctor, I apologize sincerely. My underlings are blind." Lin Shun waved a hand, gesturing to a nearby seat. "Sit. There's something that needs you to handle it." Upon hearing these words, Brother Long immediately sat beside Lin Shun, eyes shining with anticipation. "Divine Doctor, whatever it is you require, I shall do everything in my power." As they spoke, Mr. Feng boarded the car with his son. By this point, Feng Xuanhuan's legs showed stark white bones. Now, he shook uncontrollably in pain, unable to mask his emotions anymore. Looking at his father, his eyes brimmed with endless resentment. In a cool, detached tone, Mr. Feng said, "I know inside you must deeply hate me, but there's no other way. What you've done isn't human behavior. I intended to pass on everything to you after my passing. I've changed my mind now. I'll write a will stating that if I die, none of my fortune will go to you. At most, you'll receive annual living expenses. The remaining wealth will all be donated." Upon hearing this, Feng Xuanhuan's expression of hatred grew even more pronounced. "Delete me already. Just give me a swift death. I'll never see you as my real father. You don't deserve to be called one." Mr. Feng, though, showed no anger now, instead sounding even calmer and cooler. "You're right. I indeed don't deserve to be a father. I failed to educate you well. And frankly, you don't resemble my son. A son should not be as foolish as you, nor should you meddle in stupid affairs. If I were you, I'd try everything I can to heal my father because as long as he's alive, he is like a towering tree protecting my growth. Your vision is too limited, and you plan too short-sightedly. Life offers many possibilities. In the future, you can give up on yourself, but simply surviving will suffice. After all, I don't want our family line to end completely. Lin Shun has already assured me that my life is safe, and in the future, I still have a chance to raise the next generation." After finishing, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Feng Xuanhuan trembled involuntarily, not just from physical pain, but from his father's decision as well. It was only now that Feng Xuanhuan woke from his madness. His future life was undoubtedly about to become dark forevermore. His legs wouldn't mend, and his hands were irreparably damaged. Those bodyguards were ruthless. If they said he wouldn't stand again, they weren't going to leave any room for error. Right now, he hated everything. When dawn broke, Lin Shun heard a knock on the door outside. A flash of surprise appeared on his face. Glancing at the clock beside him, it was just around 7 in the morning. So fast. He had already spoken with Jiang Lanyu earlier. To establish the Divine Doctor Pavilion, they temporarily didn't have a fixed place, so Jiang Lanyu directly leased a shop. And it was a traditional Chinese medicine store, one that had been a centuries-old prestigious brand. However, these days, there were few people who believed in Chinese medicine, and this 100-year-old reputable shop had been greatly affected. When Lin Shun opened the door, he saw Jiang Lanyu quietly standing by the doorway. The two exchanged glances, and Jiang Lanyu couldn't help but break into a smile, stepping forward with glowing eyes as she looked at Lin Shun. "Big brother Lin, how do I look? Am I pretty today?" Lin Shun smiled gently and nodded. "Very pretty, but let's talk about serious matters. Going to that Chinese medicine store so early?" Jiang Lanyu cast him a small glance, tinged with resentment. "Big brother Lin, have you always been so clueless? Can't you understand what I mean when I say these things? Besides, now that you're single again, isn't it okay for me to pursue my true love?" Lin Shun felt a slight headache. Indeed, he wasn't prepared to start a new relationship yet. He shook his head lightly. "I'm not ready yet, so let's leave it at that. If you have something to say, we'd better get to it quickly, and I haven't even started brushing my teeth. I'll squeeze the toothpaste for you." Jiang Lanyu immediately rushed into the bathroom, her face turning slightly red. Lin Shun coughed lightly. "You should wait outside for me. I'll be quick." "That's fine. I'll wait outside for you, big brother Lin. But I can help you wash your clothes." As she said this, Jiang Lanyu glanced at the small clothes hanging there, her face flushing even redder. Lin Shun sighed inwardly with amusement. He naturally sensed Jiang Lanyu's affection for him, but he really wasn't ready for that yet. After finishing his morning routine, breakfast had already been delivered to the hotel room. The two of them ate their breakfast, and then headed toward the booked Chinese medicine pavilion. Upon arriving here, Lin Shun frowned. Especially after observing the inside situation, his expression turned slightly sour. Chapter 66. Fishing. Jiang Lanyu saw Lin Shun's reaction in his expression. A flash of surprise appeared in her eyes as she followed Lin Shun's gaze towards the inside. She then saw more than 20 people queuing outside the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, clinic, and someone was diagnosing patients inside. Looking again, there were several salespeople in white lab coats. Now TCM clinics had also changed their specialized setup, with the personnel responsible for sales also wearing white lab coats, giving an extremely formal impression. And the old TCM doctor responsible for sitting at the clinic gave the impression of being otherworldly and wise. The area of the TCM clinic was large enough, at least over 300 square meters, with 2 and 3 floors as well. Zhang Lanier did not notice any issues. Looking back puzzled, she asked softly, "Brother Lin, is there something wrong here?" Lin Shen just smiled faintly. "Did you personally negotiate the transfer contract with him?" "No, it was one of our company's personnel. However, we've already conducted a detailed investigation. This TCM clinic has been passed down for over 100 years. In fact, one of the old TCM doctors has agreed to continue working at our clinic even after the store transfer. We also wanted to prevent Brother Lin from being too busy and have someone sit in for diagnosis." After finishing speaking, Zhang Lanyu noticed a smile on Lin Shen's face. This made her even more puzzled. Lin Shen smiled and said, "Just watch next, don't speak. Also, send a message to the person from your company who negotiated the transfer of this TCM clinic. There might be a significant problem with him. Have them investigate the guy first. It's possible he accepted a big bribe." After saying that, Lin Shen strolled in, hands behind his back. Zhang Lanyu carefully looked around, but didn't find any issue. Nevertheless, her beautiful face had taken on some hints of discomfort. Without doubting Lin Shen's words, she immediately pulled out her phone and sent a message. Then, she quickly caught up with steps closely following. She wanted to find out what exactly was the catch within this TCM clinic. As for what Lin Shen said, she trusted it fully all the time. As they entered the TCM clinic, an attendant immediately came forward with an extremely polite commercial smile. "The two of you, may I ask what you need?" With a smile, Lin Shen responded, "I see quite a number of people queuing up for treatment here, and the sign hanging outside says it's a century-old TCM shop. Looks like you shouldn't be lacking precious herbs. I'm here today mainly to buy some rare herbs for making medications. As those herbs are very valuable, please let your boss come directly to me." The person responsible for receiving them had a glint of light in their eyes, nodded quickly. The smile became even more polite, and they immediately invited Lin Shen upstairs. "Please follow me. I will immediately call our boss." Lin Shen led Zhang Lanyu up to the second floor. While ascending the stairs, he casually scanned the surrounding medicinal herb shelves. Some of the shelves were open, and the herbs inside were clearly visible. With just a glance, he got a rough picture. Entering the reception room on the second floor, Lin Shen frowned deeper. Here was a VIP reception room, but there was no temporary treatment room. Although many TCM practices do not have sufficient inheritance to truly treat certain diseases, there should at least be a quiet place for treatment, whether it be acupuncture, cupping, or other massages. There wasn't a single room found here. It seemed more like a commercialized pharmacy. Although he hadn't been to the third floor, he could easily guess that the layout wouldn't be much different there. Zhang Lanyu also furrowed her brows. Although she didn't know much about medicine, the second floor gave her the feeling of being more like a company rather than a pharmacy. This really didn't conform to the layout of a proper pharmacy. "Brother Lin, have you already seen some problems? Does this TCM clinic have the suspicion of fraud?" Lin Shen shook his head with a smile, his voice calm. "No rush. Let's see how the herbs they take out look. If their herbs are very good, then at most we can say that they have wasted this century-old reputable brand. But if there's a problem with the herbs they take out, then there would definitely be something to talk about. I'm not the type of person who meddles unnecessarily, but this matter concerns both my friends around me and my future reputation. But if this TCM clinic is merely deceiving the public, then we absolutely cannot acquire it. Otherwise it would only drag us down. Who knows if their previous actions left behind any hidden dangers? And the worst thing that could happen to TCM practitioners is for their reputation to be damaged." Zhang Lanyu hurriedly nodded, and at the same time took out her phone to start investigating this TCM clinic thoroughly. If their family influence in the local area were used, and some loyal subordinates were sent to investigate, there would be no problems at all. Just for the acquisition matters, it was unnecessary for them to personally handle everything themselves. One could even say that true bosses absolutely cannot do everything by themselves. That way, people would get extremely exhausted, resulting in twice the effort, but only half the reward in the end. The real question lies in how a boss should properly employ others. In just about several minutes' time, a middle-aged man with a beard appeared. His face bore an expression of immense calmness. His presence was highly trustworthy. With a scholarly demeanor and a distinct aura around him, he seemed like an academic. Even Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, not expecting the owner of this shop to have such an air of refinement. But after observing carefully, he concluded that the man could absolutely not be a genuine traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. If the man were a TCM doctor, he wouldn't have let his body deteriorate into such a state. Though the man's exterior seemed noble, underneath the glossy surface was a decayed core. Ordinary people might not see through this, but it didn't escape Lin Shen's sharp eyes. "The two honored guests, may I inquire what kind of precious herbs you are looking for? We have been running this 100-year-old TCM store. Even though the status of TCM has somewhat declined nowadays, as they say, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. The TCM tradition that has continued for over 5,000 years left behind so many treasures. Our shop is only a century-old one, yet before the 100 years, our ancestors had all served as imperial physicians. Not only did they leave behind valuable prescriptions, but also left some incredibly rare herbs that can be considered heirlooms." As he spoke these words, his otherwise gentle scholarly demeanor subtly transformed into one of mild pride. But just in an instant, he pulled himself back together, and once again radiated a warm, comforting presence. Lin Shen muttered in his heart, This guy sure isn't your average con artist. Before receiving any sort of inheritance, Lin Chun himself might have fallen prey to this person's outward appearance. A clear smile formed on his face. The types of herbs we need are numerous. Those precious herbs combined have a trading value exceeding 50 million yuan, at least conservatively estimated. As long as your precious herbs are abundant enough, we could establish a long-term cooperative relationship going forward. Chapter 67. Seeing is believing. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. Then his gaze shifted to Jiang Lanyu. It was as if they shared a silent understanding. Jiang Lanyu immediately took out a card from her bag and placed it directly on the table. The card belonged to the highest tier issued by the bank. Only those with assets exceeding 10 billion could apply for it. The medium-sized assets in the Jiang family had already surpassed 100 billion, but there were only 3 such cards in their household. Now, the card rested on the table. The shop owner's eyes suddenly lit up, his demeanor changing instantly. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's lips, barely noticeable. He coughed lightly and said in a calm voice, "First, bring your herbs over so we can take a look. Remember, this is our first transaction. I do have certain skills, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to carry out a high-quality deal like this. In fact, all the precious herbs we need must be of top quality and free of any blemishes. They must be perfect without flaw. Only then can we ensure the success of the next transaction." Upon hearing these words, the owner's eyes subtly moved before breaking into an immediate smile and nodding his head. "But of course, our herbs here will never have any issues. We're a century-old brand name. Just go out and inquire around. You'll know that the herbs we sell receive countless positive reviews and not a single bad one. You are wealthy and may have even heard of us within your circle." Lin Chun smiled lightly. "We only care about reality. We don't listen to mere names. After all, seeing is believing, while hearing is vague. I happened to be investigating outside today and coincidentally came across your store when I saw the sign for a century-old business. Thinking that none of the staff at my company has included your store within the scope of possible transactions made me curious enough to come inside and check the quality." The boss rapidly spun his thoughts, listening to Lin Chen's words which seemed to indicate a great interest in the valuable herbs. No matter how knowledgeable the young man in front of him might be about traditional Chinese medicine, he could possibly be very proficient in the herbs, leaving him plenty of room for operation. His smile brightened further. Anyway, he wasn't planning on doing long-term business, just a quick deal would suffice. He guessed that the young man before him was dissatisfied with the investigation results of his company, thus decided to survey the market himself to understand the actual situation. If things went perfectly here, earning several tens of millions yuan would be no problem. Nowadays, he understood the rebellious mentality of some young individuals very clearly. The few people he had scammed before were exactly the same type. His persuasion was always so effective that even though they walked away with his herbs, they still believed them to be miracle drugs. And indeed, his herbs contained some additional elements, quite powerful stuff. By the time he reached this point, his face showed even more radiance. "Do you know what kind of herbs you require? I can provide them instantly. Moreover, we can test the efficacy of those herbs right here and even prepare a prescription for you. After taking the medicine, you will definitely feel, well, let me tell you." He didn't continue the rest of his words, but the implication was clear, especially when his gaze flickered towards Jiang Lanyu nearby, apparently assuming the relationship between the two was romantic. Lin Chun didn't deny it, merely gave a light laugh, displaying an expression of understanding. The boss already formed a rough estimation of Lin Chun's personality. He excelled at reading people's intentions. Despite now being present and putting up a show in front of him, his inner excitement surged even higher. Once this thing was completed smoothly, he could vanish completely and then explain outwardly that the real boss of this place was that old TCM doctor outside. By shifting behind the scenes, he would remain under the radar. After all, this amount of money was too substantial. A deal worth 50 to 60 million yuan was enough for him to live off for a long time. "Sir, are these all the herbs you require? Let us prepare them immediately. I promise we won't disappoint you. Probably within half an hour, all the herbs will be delivered." Lin Chun nodded. He had handed over the written list of herbs to the boss earlier. The boss asked Lin Chun to wait, then arranged a few people to serve tea and attend to him. Only then did he hastily leave the room. Once outside the room, the joyous expression on his face could no longer be contained. At this point, Jiang Lanyu finally found the opportunity to speak. Leaning closer to Lin Chen's ear, she whispered quietly enough for only them to hear. "Brother Lin, I'm sensing it too. That guy seems really unreliable. Especially the grin he wore toward the end, truly disgusting." Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly as he chuckled softly. "If you can't stand this guy, you go back first and leave the rest to me to handle. See what exactly he wants. You could turn his own scheme against him, arranging for someone from your company to come over for another talk. If he just wants to sell the shop to you, then let it be, but if he plans to deceive you with those herbs, then let him taste his own medicine." Jiang Lanyu nodded quickly, but soon stretched out her hand and embraced Lin Chen's arm. A flush spread across her face. Yet her grip was very tight, as though Lin Chun might run away at any moment. Lin Chun could easily feel the warmth transmitted from his arm, the intoxicating fragrance wafting continuously. He waved his hand. "All of you step outside for now, no need to wait here. We have things to discuss that aren't suitable for your ears." He immediately dismissed the staff assigned by the boss from the room. This private room had excellent soundproofing. At this moment, the smile on his face deepened as he attempted to withdraw his arm. However, upon a slight movement, his arm stiffened slightly. Ancients spoke of propriety, refusing to touch where one shouldn't. Realizing where they were now touching, Jiang Lanyu's face turned even redder as she leaned close to Lin Shen's ear, her voice carrying a hint of mischief. Brother Lin, do you really dislike me so much? Don't you know my feelings for you already? I don't seek anything long-term. I just hope I can stay by your side for a while. At least in the future, when I look back on this time, I can feel satisfied within myself because I believe that after you, there is no one else I will like. It's all your fault. Meeting you ruined my life. Lin Shen felt both amused and exasperated, clearly being cornered by her confession. For some unknown reason, though, an inexplicable feeling arose within him. A feeling that wasn't unpleasant, but rather a certain kind of indescribable comfort. Hastily, he pushed these thoughts aside. Just as he was about to say something, the door opened. However, the person standing outside was not the boss from before, but the old TCM doctor who had been responsible for seeing patients downstairs. Chapter 68, The Old Chinese Medicine Doctor. Lin Shen's face still carried a calm and composed smile. His eyes fixed on the old Chinese medicine doctor, his voice calm as he asked, "Old sir, is there something you need?" The old Chinese medicine doctor hesitated, his eyes glancing toward the door to ensure no one else was around. Only then did he lower his voice, shake his head and say, "Young man, I don't know how to tell you this, but I hope you leave as soon as possible. A lot of the medicine here isn't suitable for you." He could only give so much of a warning. Saying any more would likely bring trouble from the boss. As long as the other party was smart enough, they'd understand his meaning. Regret filled his eyes, but it was due to life's constraints. In fact, he was a legitimate old Chinese medicine doctor. Though his knowledge wasn't extremely proficient, his expertise lay more in his experience. But because of his age, he couldn't obtain a qualification certificate to practice traditional Chinese medicine, so not many people dared hire him. He was already very satisfied with being able to sit in diagnosis at this pharmacy. Especially when he thought back to that past incident, his heart was filled with helplessness and sadness. Lin Shen didn't expect such a reminder from this old Chinese medicine doctor. With a hint of laughter on his face, a genuine smile, he said calmly, "Old sir, I just saw you diagnose those people. In the process, I also caught glimpses of you reciting your lines. Especially some parts where you followed scripts given by others. It seems the plants were pretty well taken care of. But for those ordinary patients, you didn't neglect them. Instead, you diagnosed them carefully. In fact, you spent a lot of time diagnosing the regular patients meticulously." The old Chinese medicine doctor was evidently startled. Looking at Lin Shen, his eyes full of astonishment, thinking that there seemed to have been no one present during his diagnoses earlier. Why had this young man noticed everything so clearly? Could he have been observing him the entire time? If so, wouldn't that mean? Though his eyes lit up for a moment, they quickly dimmed again, accompanied by a bitter laugh. "It seems I'm about to lose my job again." In his mind, the young man before him was very likely from the Six Fans Men, an ancient law enforcement agency. There had been quite a few serious incidents before which even involved human lives. They were ultimately settled by the boss with money. But even after hearing about all that, what the boss had done still left him feeling shocked. If it weren't for desperation, he wouldn't have practiced medicine here. Lin Shen's smile grew more apparent. "Old sir, at least you still have your conscience and medical ethics. However, I do indeed need an old Chinese medicine doctor to help with consultations. If you're interested, you can contact the young lady by my side. I believe you've heard of certain things. My friend by my side has the family name Jiang." The old Chinese medicine doctor was stunned for a second, but quickly recovered, his voice showing slight excitement. "But I don't have a license to practice medicine. You know how difficult it is these days to pass the exams. Before, I was penalized heavily for practicing without a license, almost losing all my property. It was only because my son, who is filial, took out all our savings and borrowed loans to save me from jail time that I avoided imprisonment. My medical skills aren't exactly extraordinary. I can only handle minor illnesses. Big problems, I cannot treat. I will never forget what my master once told me. Before learning to heal others, learn virtue." By the end, his voice trembled slightly, his face revealing deep shame as he recalled having worked with unscrupulous individuals out of necessity, lest he lose all means of survival. He didn't want his son's life affected by his actions. Jiang Lanyu hadn't expected so many details behind the scenes, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Shen suddenly grabbed her small hand. That warm, enveloping feeling made her heart race uncontrollably. Lin Shen smiled and said, "Old sir, thank you for introducing us to this Chinese medicine shop. Without your introduction, we wouldn't have known this clinic has such a long history. Moreover, since the boss is benevolent and kind to his employees, we'd rather trust him. With my investigation trip thus far, it's truly worthwhile." The old Chinese medicine doctor realized what Lin Shen meant, forcing a smile on his face. Turning his head, he just caught sight of the boss walking over. Though his expression initially looked somewhat cloudy, it quickly turned into a smile upon hearing Lin Shen's words, quietly giving the old Chinese medicine doctor a thumbs up. The glance clearly conveyed, "You've finally seen sense." The old Chinese medicine doctor gave a bitter laugh, not saying anything more. He then retreated, knowing that everything Lin Shen had just said was for his own good. Lin Shen didn't want him to be on the boss's bad side. After he left, the boss walked in, holding several boxes in his hands. The packaging of these boxes was extremely exquisite, and the wood used was almost entirely from thousand-year-old agar wood. Just the wooden box alone exuded an aura of luxury. Lin Shen only glanced at it, and immediately smiled. Thousand-year-old agar wood is indeed very effective for preserving herbs. Actually, it helps to prevent the loss of medicinal potency. After all, when those herbs go through harvesting, drying, and various preservation methods, about 30% of their efficacy is lost. If thousand-year-old agarwood is used for preservation, other steps can even be skipped, allowing fresh herbs to be directly stored inside. The water will evaporate slowly, while 98% of the medicinal properties can be preserved. Upon hearing this, the boss's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, but deep down, he felt an uneasy sensation. Could this person really recognize the material of this box just by looking at it? Was he truly an expert? But thinking about certain things, the boss soon put on a confident smile. Not even the old Chinese medicine doctor outside could determine the authenticity of his herbs. They were considered top-tier professionals. He definitely didn't believe this young man in front of him could tell real from fake. Smiling brightly, he raised his thumb toward Lin Chun, a hero among the youth. I never expected you to have such profound knowledge in herbs. You're absolutely right. This is indeed a thousand-year-old agarwood box. Just its value alone has already exceeded hundreds of thousands of yuan. And what's inside? Those are the best of the best. Only such rare herbs deserve to be preserved in this kind of box. Lin Chun continued to smile as his gaze fell upon the boxes. The boss, who clearly understood how to read people well, quickly opened one of the boxes and made a gesture inviting inspection. Since you're so knowledgeable about the medicinal industry, there's no need for me to elaborate further. Please take a look. Chapter 69. Refusing to admit. Lin Chun had previously been slightly curious. The guy in front of him didn't look like a fool, yet he dared to risk offending the Jiang family just to commit fraud. It turned out he was so brazen because he had something to lean on. A smile gradually appeared on his face as he looked at the medicine boxes, his voice cold and indifferent. Boss, you're not trying to give us this stuff, are you? If it's only these drugs, then I can only say you show no sincerity at all. No matter how good the packaging looks, if its core is nothing more than rotting willow branches, it's still trash. His tone grew colder at this moment. The boss paused briefly, his heart suddenly stirred but quickly recovered, his expression filled with astonishment and incomprehension. He asked, acting perplexed, Sir, what do you mean? These are our ancestral medicinal herbs. There's absolutely no issue. To directly accuse our medicinal herbs as garbage, I choose not to pursue it, since a guest is always welcome and guests are God. I don't care what you say about me, but you cannot be so rash that you throw accusations without even inspecting the product, tarnishing my name without reason. While speaking, he put on a slightly aggrieved expression, then looked directly at the nearby Jiang Yu. She frowned silently. The boss continued, If our herbs have any problem, I'll chop off my head and let you use it as a chamber pot. Upon hearing this, Lin Chin's smile became more pronounced, and his tone grew even cooler. What age are we in now? Who still uses a chamber pot? And even if you offer yourself as one, I wouldn't get used to it. You claim I'm slandering you. Well, do you want me to present evidence? If I produce the evidence, your pharmacy's reputation might be ruined. Are you sure you want me to go through with it? The glint in the eyes of the boss showed contemplation, and soon afterward, his gaze revealed a cutting chill. Now that the person pretending for appearance's sake had been exposed, there was no need to keep up the pretense any longer. The ingratiating look on his face slowly faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. His voice took on a hint of menace. Boy, leave some room for others. Better roads await in the future. All those words you said earlier, let's just pretend they never happened. You'd best take your girlfriend away now. To slander the integrity of our store's products, I'll ignore it. After all, young people are often proud, especially when trying to impress the women they like. Just leave. I no longer wish to do business with you. After saying this, the boss gestured with a dismissive wave toward Lin Chun. Lin Chun smiled faintly, his voice growing icier. Boss, you may not know who we are. Why are you in such a rush to kick me out? It seems you're worried I might ruin your transactions. Since you're using fake herbs in this store to make a hefty profit, why hide? Hearing this, the boss's face drastically changed. He might not care about the shop's reputation. Even if this deal fell through, it could only mean his counterfeit skills were inadequate. But if someone sabotaged the subsequent deals, he would hate them to death. Ruining another's wealth path was akin to killing one's parents. At that moment, his face darkened like the bottom of a wok, and his tone grew frigid. Who exactly are you? Lin Chun smirked enigmatically. And you still haven't figured it out? Someone as smart as you should have guessed by now. Do you think multi-million-dollar clients easily find their way to you? The boss's expression worsened as he glanced at Lin Chun and then Jiang Yu beside him. Probingly, he asked, Are you people from the Jiang Corporation? Lin Chun smiled and nodded. Exactly right. Now, since your store has already shown issues, we won't discuss herbs or buying the store anymore. Instead, let's talk about who in the company you've bribed. We need to expose that person. We cannot allow him to remain a parasite within the company. The boss took several deep breaths, and his complexion grew even worse. His gaze locked firmly on Lin Chun. Through clenched teeth, he said, Young man, cutting someone's money-making path is like murdering one's parents. Since our deal hasn't worked out, there's no point talking further nonsense. And it's also pointless to ask me about who's getting my bribes. You can leave now. Our transaction isn't going to work anyway, so you're not welcome here. However you choose to damage my reputation outside doesn't concern me. If my swindling and fake-making skills are not up to standard, that's my own issue. But I won't sell out my companions. Moreover, who told you the problem lies within the company? Couldn't it be possible that I have directly arranged for the employees myself? At this point, a smug and arrogant expression appeared on his face, and his voice became increasingly self-satisfied. Young man, some things far exceed your imagination, especially in the field of Chinese herbal medicines. Nowadays, the scheming around Chinese medicinal herbs is very common and deep water indeed, and you cannot possibly grasp it all. Your most capability would merely be identifying the authenticity of those herbs. I must admit that your identification system is truly impressive. There are very few people who could identify the problems with the herbs I've made. But I will say this much. Now you can leave. Don't make trouble for yourself. By this time, impatience filled his face, and inside he was boiling with embarrassment and anger. However, the person in front of him might be an important figure from the Jiang Corporation. That extremely beautiful big lady. She was quite possibly the miss of the Jiang family. In the presence of such a significant person, he dared not entertain any wicked thoughts. If he dared to think such thoughts, by the time he realized how dangerous they were, it might already be too late for him. He didn't want to become someone else's laughingstock. Attempting the impossible like a foolish insect trying to shake a tree, that was suicide. However, Lin Chen shook his head slightly with a faint smile and said in a cold voice, "If I hadn't come here today, you might actually have deceived us. The losses involved would have amounted to several billion. Because there are many extremely precious herbs contained within. Just from your herb stock list here, I knew exactly what your plans were after examining it. Now, surely you can't expect to dismiss me so easily with just one word." The boss's expression turned even worse, gritting his teeth and asked, "Then what do you still want? You wouldn't possibly hope to gain more benefits from me, would you? I advise you to give up such ideas sooner. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. It's good for you if I leave. Don't deepen the conflict between us, or it'll only make you even more embarrassed later." Chapter 70, Opportunity. Lin Chen's face still carried a calm and tranquil smile. "Originally, I was prepared to negotiate with you in a friendly manner. All you had to do was reveal the person behind you, and I wouldn't bother chasing after you. Everyone has their own way of survival, and I'm not some saint who likes meddling in others' affairs. But you've made me extremely disappointed, and now I'm very upset with you, so I'm going to use some minor tactics on you. These tactics won't cause you too much pain, but they will make you reveal the truth directly, and I will record this session, then hand it over to that guy in your company, telling him that you betrayed him. Do you think he'll start barking back at you? I feel it will definitely be a very spectacular show." As he spoke, he lightly snapped his fingers. The boss's expression changed. He was about to say something, but instinctively his gaze met Lin Chen's eyes. In that moment of eye contact, he felt as if his spirit was sucked into an abyss from which there was no escape. His mind buzzed loudly, as if time had come to a standstill. With a calm voice, Lin Chen asked, "Tell me, who are the people you have cooperated with, and what are their real intentions?" Without hesitation, the boss revealed all their names. After finishing, Jiang Lanyu, who was standing nearby, had already risen to her feet, her exquisite face full of disbelief. Still, she didn't dare to disturb Lin Chen's actions. After all, Lin Chen had said earlier that he was questioning the boss using some special methods. If she made too much noise, would it wake the boss up? Lin Chen didn't worry too much about these things. His eyes slightly narrowed as he held his phone recording the entire scene, a more evident smile appearing on his face. "It seems you've caused a lot of trouble like this before. Tell me, did any fake medicine lead to serious illness or life-threatening situations for others?" The boss's expressions varied according to his thoughts. A proud look appeared on his face. "We have created so many counterfeit medicines that there is bound to be failure sometimes. Sometimes, for people who don't matter much, we obviously ignore them. But if they keep bothering us, we will ensure that they disappear silently. As for those responsible for these tasks, they are none other than Manager Zhang from your company. Manager Zhang's presence has helped us in countless ways, making him one of our core figures. This time, when their young miss intended to buy a Chinese pharmacy and needed some precious traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, he immediately tried every means to take on this mission. After discussing with me for a long time, we finally came up with this plan. In order to create the counterfeit medicines, I spared no effort, almost exhausting myself, and only getting 2 or 3 hours of sleep each day. Thankfully, I just need to wait for 2 days, and it will be enough." The profit almost reached 97%. After misleading that young miss, I could simply switch my identity and reappear, placing this black pot onto that old man's head. Our plan has already been executed perfectly, and we're just waiting for the fish to bite. Jiang Lanyu's beautiful face turned red with anger. She didn't speak much, but quietly waited. Lin Chen gently snapped his fingers again, a faint smile showing on his face. "I already said I'd use all necessary means to make you clearly recount everything. You should already have felt the effects of those means, right? Without further unnecessary chatter, call that person over here. Then, I'll have a good talk with him. Maybe afterward, I will let you off easy because, after all, you're not from their company. We'll only punish the insiders within the company and send them straight inside. However, if you refuse to call him, once I take action personally, it won't be just sending him inside anymore. At that point, we'll make sure he disappears completely. For our company, accomplishing such tasks is effortless, and even spending a little money to bribe someone would end up destroying both of you. So, would you prefer letting him fight against you and be easily dealt with by us, or would you prefer to follow instructions obediently?" At this moment, the boss's face had become extremely unsightly, filled with shock and disbelief. Moreover, this person's skills were incredibly formidable. He had unknowingly been hypnotized and bizarrely confessed all those things. Thinking about his behavior earlier, he couldn't help trembling with fear. This was absolutely a formidable expert not to be provoked. Moreover, the opponent's methods were endless. If it continued, he might really be doomed. At this moment, after taking several deep breaths, his face gradually showed a flattering expression as he nodded obsequiously and said, "Big brother, there are indeed some extremely precious herbs here that we usually don't think about bringing out. Because those herbs can literally save lives in critical moments. I'll give you those herbs right now. Could you possibly give me a chance to live properly? As for the mole in your company, I will definitely serve as a witness. Everything was done by him. He bribed me to do these things. Even if I have to go to jail for a while, please don't make me take all the blame. I truly regret it. If it weren't for that guy coming to find me, I wouldn't have scammed your company. Give me one more chance, and I promise to offer you satisfactory compensation." Upon hearing his words, Lin Chen's eyebrows slightly moved, and a clear smile gradually appeared on his face. "All right then, let's see if you can provide me with satisfactory compensation." The boss hastily turned around and started walking away, still speaking. "Just wait a few minutes, and I will fetch the real good herbs immediately. I won't let you down. You're an appraisal master in herbs. I dare not play any tricks in front of you." Lin Chen watched him leave, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his lips. Xuanhuan finally couldn't help but ask from the side, "Brother Lin, aren't you worried he might cause trouble after going out? He might even call that mole directly, and then they would collude. It could also bring danger to us." Lin Chen's smile became even more evident. "If they didn't cause trouble, I wouldn't feel comfortable just confiscating their herbs. They are asking for trouble on their own, allowing me to take them without guilt. In fact, I hope they stir up something." Chapter 71, Climbing the Nose and Mounting the Face. Zhang Lanyu instantly understood Lin Chen's meaning, the boss standing before them. If he were to cooperate obediently, or even report that worm directly, given Lin Chen's character, it would be impossible for him to accept things from others. Although he needed those precious herbs, there was no need for him to owe anyone a favor. Besides, he had no intention of letting this store owner off easily. He wouldn't interfere with what the other party had done. He wasn't a saint and didn't want to meddle unnecessarily in other people's affairs. However, if the other party were to escalate matters and retaliate maliciously, then they could not blame him for being impolite. At this moment, just as he had said earlier, he wanted that guy to play dirty tricks. The bigger the scheme, the more benefits it brought to him, allowing him to consume all the good herbs in the other person's possession without any guilt. Zhang Lanyu had absolute trust in Lin Chen. The gaze she cast toward Lin Chen at this moment brimmed with deep admiration. Lin Chen hadn't considered so many things. A glance at the time revealed to him whether this boss would play tricks. At this point, the store owner walked outside, his facial expression turning extremely grim. Indeed, he did have some valuable medicines here, but these items could not be brought out now. They were treasures reserved for emergencies that could save lives. Any wealthy person would snatch these without hesitation, and the combined price of all his precious medicines could reach hundreds of millions. Giving these things to others made him unwilling in every possible way. It was intolerable. "How dare you disrupt my plan? Even if I don't take action against you right now, someone might still wish you dead. If that's the case, then there's no need for us to remain polite. Wait and see. If you two don't die today, I'll make sure both of you perish." He had already planned everything clearly. All he had to do was summon that individual, send him into the private room, and explain the situation directly. There was no fear that that person wouldn't react crazily. He knew full well that person's nature and temperament. That person probably wouldn't let that young lady and Lin Chen leave easily. His face involuntarily displayed a grin, filled with anger burning wildly in his eyes. Taking out his phone, he dialed a number directly. "Earlier when I told you about encountering a big customer, you said you would come. Now, after almost 15 minutes, have you arrived yet? That big customer isn't short of money. If you arrive late, you won't even get a share." On the phone, an anxious voice came through, the speaker clearly panting heavily from running. "You've been told that I'm rushing over as fast as possible. There was traffic congestion up ahead, so I simply abandoned my car on the road. Within 3 minutes, I'll be at your store. Tell me their room number immediately. Go upstairs and speak with them. If we can use our company's reputation to establish some cooperation with them, I will certainly promote it without hesitation, which will be highly beneficial for both of us." A thick layer of sarcasm appeared on the store owner's face, carrying resentment within his heart. This young man had tricked him, but it shouldn't have escalated to confront the young lady. Now offending the young lady without receiving any benefit left him feeling even more aggrieved. Without evidence, he could only pin all the black pots onto that person's back. The critical problem was that Lin Chen had grasped his evidence, especially those words he spoke just now. Those people, especially the young lady, would definitely not let him off easily. The more he thought, the more frustrated he felt. If something decisive didn't happen now, directly resulting in a substantial profit, then he must let everyone here die, manufacturing a false appearance of internal conflict. He had already devised a detailed plan on how to act. In fact, this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. After less than 3 minutes of waiting, a figure came running rapidly towards him, out of breath, beads of sweat dripping down from his forehead. It was Manager Zhang, who was somewhat overweight. Panting heavily when he reached the store owner, he shouted, "Couldn't you have had a proper conversation with them? I don't believe you lack the talent for persuasion. Why do you call me over, offering me a piece of the pie? You certainly don't seem like a charitable person. With opportunities to eat alone, why drag me along? What exactly are you plotting?" Suspicion was evident in his eyes at that moment. However, upon thinking of that sum of money, his heart couldn't help but race with excitement. He knew that after deceiving the young lady this time, he would likely be unable to stay in the company any longer and would also lose his managerial position. It might as well be an opportunity to make a hefty amount one last time. After all, once he gathered enough resources, it would sustain him for the rest of his life. The store owner chuckled cunningly. "Once you meet those two, you'll be incredibly surprised. Everything will become clear when we enter the private room. And just so you know, sometimes we must take bold actions. You and I have the same goal, making a significant profit before leaving this city. This time, it's going to be a massive windfall." After some brief contemplation, Manager Zhang nodded vigorously. He was in dire need of money. especially since he had lost a substantial amount recently. That loss filled him with immense regret. To pay off his debt, he even mortgaged his house, yet there were still creditors chasing him daily. Once he left, that debt could transform into a bad debt. Accompanying the store owner, they reached the VIP room. When manager Zhang saw Jiang Lanyu, he froze like someone struck by lightning. His eyes widened with disbelief, instinctively turning his gaze toward the store owner beside him. The store owner smirked bitterly. There's no need for me to explain things further, old Zhang. The current situation is this. We've been exposed. The best course of action now is to directly deal with these two people. If they report us, all our previous actions will come to light, and neither of us will be able to live peacefully anymore. We'll both end up behind bars. It would take decades to get out, if we ever do. By then, we'd probably be in our 70s or 80s. Do you think we'd have any good days left? We might even die inside. So, do you want to rot away in jail, or would you rather seize this big chance, take this huge fortune, and leave the Jojo continent for overseas? I have connections that can send you abroad. All you have to do is take the fall. Don't forget, this whole plan was your idea in the first place. I've already kept evidence of it. Chapter 72. Learn to be smarter next life. Manager Zhang's face turned ashen. He sharply spun around, and his eyes practically burned with the desire to kill. His teeth ground together audibly, his gaze burning like a towering inferno of rage. You son of a bitch, do you want to die? If you just wanted to die, don't drag me into it. If we merely tricked the Jiang group and made them pay some wasted money, at worst, they could report it to the 6th Vandor and accuse us of fraud. Touching this young miss. Well, you might not even know how you're going to die. At that point, he was almost ready to explode with anger. His expression radiated unprecedented fury. His eyes were locked on his boss, wishing nothing more than to deliver a knockout punch right then and there. The boss had not expected manager Zhang, known for being ruthless, to falter now. In haste, he blurted out, the Jiang group may be powerful locally, but once out of this city, they're nobody. They're no more than local tyrants who don't hold much weight across the whole Jojo continent. I've already arranged to send you overseas. After pulling off this deal, we'll both walk away rich enough never to worry again. These words sent shivers down manager Zhang's spine. The more he understood about the Jiang group, the clearer their depths became to him. He clenched his teeth so hard it felt like they might crack. With an irate voice, he yelled, you damn fool. You have no idea how much Mr. Jiang spoils his daughter. One hair lost from her head, and Mr. Jiang would throw hundreds of millions out for her safety. Do you really think you can run far enough to escape this fate? After saying that, he pushed the door open and immediately knelt before Miss Jiang Lanyu, regret and fear written all over his face. Miss Jiang, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so blinded by greed. It's all my fault. Please give me one more chance. I promise never to repeat such foolishness again. With those words, he banged his forehead against the floor repeatedly, leaving it bruised and split. All these actions were calculated moves aimed at softening Miss Jiang Lanyu's heart. Even Lin Chen showed a little surprise at his decisiveness. Truly worthy of being the manager of the Jiang group, this man's sharp wits allowed him to discern the situation quickly and react accordingly. Jiang Lanyu slightly frowned but didn't respond. Instead, she looked towards Lin Chen. Brother Lin, what do you think? Should we forgive him? Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang turned his head towards Lin Chen and bowed again, imploring, Divine Doctor, I've erred. I should not have compromised my conscience for money. I promise to disappear from both your sights forever. Once I leave this city, I will never return. You can consider me just like a fart. Forget about me. Lin Chen smirked faintly. One must bear the consequences for their wrongdoings. An opportunity lies before you. I see whether or not you understand how to seize it. Opportunity. Zhang hesitated momentarily, completely ignoring the blood streaming down his forehead, meeting Lin's piercing gaze as though understanding flashed through his mind. Instinctively glancing back at the boss standing by the doorway, realization hit him. Had it not been for the betrayal by his boss, his own deeds wouldn't have come under scrutiny. With Miss Jiang delving deeply, all his previous misdeeds would surely surface, ruining his reputation entirely and likely resulting in dire repercussions. It dawned on him. Everything was triggered by that treacherous boss. Seething anger boiled inside him furiously. In an instant, Manager Zhang grabbed the ashtray from the desk and lunged at the boss. But the boss had been prepared. Wielding a knife, he swiftly plunged it straight into Manager Zhang's chest. PhD. Manager Zhang, still gripping the ashtray, weakly lowered his head in disbelief, feeling a chilling wave of cold spreading through his body. The knife was cruelly withdrawn, spurting out blood profusely. The boss's face splattered with blood only revealed a grotesquely twisted expression of malice. You fool, if our crimes are discovered, do you honestly think any of us will survive? Think about all those counterfeit drugs. They've killed countless people. Following clues won't leave anyone alive. We'd already planned everything, taking advantage of this last opportunity to get rich quick and flee, but you backed out at the most critical moment. Do you honestly think by showing weakness, they'll show mercy on you? Zhang opened his mouth trying to speak, yet blood choked his throat. Streams of it trickled from the corners of his mouth. He clutched his chest wound desperately, attempting in vain to stanch the gushing blood. Falling slowly to the ground, his vision blurred, filled with terror, yearning for life, yet harboring profound bitterness in his heart. That boss, however, paid him no further heed, stepping over his fallen body unhesitatingly. Holding a blood-dripping blade, his menacing glare fixed on Lin Chen, his gritted teeth making audible grinding sounds. At this moment, all the malice in his eyes erupted completely. The face that was originally somewhat kind had now been entirely replaced by a distorted expression. You should not have meddled in things that didn't concern you. Now look, you've gotten yourself into trouble. Was it worth it? His state bordered on madness. Xuanhuan was terrified, her face turning pale. If Lin Shen hadn't been right beside her, she might have screamed out in sheer panic. It was the first time she had ever seen a dead body, and it was happening clearly right in front of her, the smell of blood almost overwhelming. Lin Shen gently held onto her soft little hand, wearing a faint smile on his face. His voice was calm and indifferent, even tinged with regret. I wanted to see you two dogs tear each other apart, but I didn't expect to run into a lunatic. Even if the herbs you spoke of were genuine, I wouldn't take them now. After all, they're probably soaked in too much blood. People like you, dying would be your greatest release. The shop owner's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at Lin Shen. He cautiously asked directly, "Young man, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Didn't you just see me stab this guy to death? Do you really think I'm joking with you? All I want now is money. Transfer enough funds to my designated account, and I can give the two of you a chance to live. You should both be extraordinary people. For your status and position, spending some money to save your lives would be very worthwhile. I have nothing to lose, so are you really willing to fight me to the death?" Just as Jiang Lanyu was about to speak, she didn't want Lin Shen to take any risks, especially considering the crazed state of the store owner who seemed capable of anything. Lin Shen lightly patted her soft little hand, his smile becoming even more evident. "Don't worry, there will be no problems. I don't even consider him a worthy opponent." The shop owner hadn't expected Lin Shen to dare to be so audacious, and he didn't expect to make much profit from Lin Shen either. His real target was Jiang Lanyu. Now his expression turned vicious. "Since you refused my polite offer and chose the hard way, then let's pay a visit to the King of Hell. Next life, try to be smarter when you're reborn." Chapter 73, The True Treasure. Lin Shen's eyes slightly narrowed, and his face remained calm with a faint, indifferent smile. The knife lunged sharply towards his heart. This shop owner was indeed quite aggressive. "You die." All Lin Shen did was extend 2 fingers, directly gripping the tip of the knife. With a smile on his face, those 2 fingers held the blade lightly. Yet no matter how hard the shop owner tried, the knife couldn't advance even an inch. At this point, the shop owner finally realized what was happening. His complexion turned fearful, and his voice began to tremble violently. "Are you man or ghost?" While speaking, he had already released the knife. His body instinctively stepped back. Had he known the result would be this, he shouldn't have used lethal force against Manager Zhang just now. He should have even learned from Manager Zhang's behavior and kowtowed as well. The person before him was practically a monster. Lin Shen smiled and said, "Am I human or ghost? Can't you tell? It makes sense, since you're a beast, you wouldn't understand how to differentiate between humans and ghosts. Moreover, after I hypnotized you earlier, I didn't ask about related matters. Now it seems you've been hiding many secrets. If you hadn't done so many heinous deeds, you wouldn't have been so savage and direct in your attempts to kill me. If you had just obeyed quietly and put on a show of dogs biting each other, we wouldn't have pursued you too much. I just wanted you to hand over some herbs as compensation. But who knew you'd act like a cornered dog jumping over a wall? A beast is a beast, never understanding human meaning." The shop owner stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Unbelievably," he asked, "if I really just give some compensation, will you let me go? I can even hand over all my precious herbal collections to you. Among them is a millennium-old wild ginseng. Just slicing a piece of that wild ginseng would be enough to prolong one's life for more than 3 days. Just this herb alone is worth at least tens of millions. I also have many other precious herbs, all of which I can hand over to you. In exchange, I hope you can forgive what happened here. I'll figure out a way to deal with Manager Zhang's corpse appropriately. I assure you there won't be any trouble connected to you guys." At this moment, he didn't dare to make any rash moves. Lin Shen's actions earlier had frightened him. Lin Shen's face carried a gentle smile, and his voice remained calm. "I already anticipated that you might do something extreme, so I left some recordings. I want your shop, and I also want those herbs. However, I will pay. That money will be given to those whom you've harmed in the past, as a form of compensation." This shop was indeed good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caught Jiang Lanyu's attention. A millennium-old wild ginseng, once-in-a-lifetime find. Just this herb alone could enhance his cultivation level. Besides, he was also asking President Feng to help him find some herbs. With the millennium-old wild ginseng as the main ingredient, the resulting medicine's effects would probably defy the heavens. Even deep down inside, he was secretly anticipating President Feng bringing the necessary medicine sooner. The shop owner hesitated for a moment. Then, his voice shaking, replied, "I can also transfer the shop directly under your name. I guarantee that I'll immediately leave after this and escape far away. I won't cause you any trouble. All things will be pinned on me, and the items I give you won't cost you a penny nor require compensation, because those people and their families have long been exterminated by me." When he spoke these words, it was as if he were describing the destruction of an anthill. Lin Shen's eyes slightly narrowed further, maintaining an even calmer expression. "All right, bring the herbs here and transfer the deed of this store's land to me." The shop owner hurriedly turned and walked away. He didn't dare to disobey Lin Shen now, not only because the other party was powerful, but also because Lin Shen possessed the video, which, once sent out, would mean he couldn't even flee from this city. The 6 fans, police, would capture him instantly. In the past, all the deeds he'd done were extremely cautious, ensuring they weren't easily discovered. But if they were found, fleeing would be his only option. Currently, he was like a startled bird, highly vigilant at the slightest movement. And the things he'd done before were downright ruthless, preparing himself for a possible escape. Had manager Zhang not suggested one last big move, he might have already fled long ago. Entering the underground chamber, he dumped all the precious herbs into a specially prepared extra-large suitcase. Then he dragged it to the VIP room, opening it completely in front of Lin Shun. This is all the precious herbs I have collected. This 1,000-year-old wild ginseng has an excellent appearance and sufficient medicinal efficacy. And there are also these few types of medicines. He introduced them one by one, his eyes looking at Lin Shun with great unease. Lin Shun's expression did not change much, but he was actually quite excited inside. He never expected that the owner of this traditional Chinese medicine shop would have collected so many rare herbs. It was clear that the other party was not entirely without capability, especially the ancient book placed at the very bottom of the suitcase, which intrigued him even more. The moment he picked it up, he felt a special energy gathering within it. His heart slightly stirred, and instantly, he felt a unique energy flowing through his finger acupoints into his meridians. Almost without needing to refine it, it effortlessly merged into his body, transforming into his intrinsic energy. After pondering for a moment, he understood what was happening, his eyes suddenly lighting up. The cultural aura embedded in the ancient book was akin to the Jitool of human faith, and the 3 large characters inscribed on it made his heart leap unexpectedly. Qing Nong Shu. Is this the genuine article? Lin Shun held the book, flipping through a few pages, his heartbeat accelerating further. According to historical records, the Qing Nong Shu was destroyed during the 3 Kingdoms period. It recorded all the medical insights of Hua Tuo, the divine doctor. Some of the characters inside were already blurred, but Lin Shun could easily reconstruct them based on the knowledge surfacing in his mind, cross-referencing them front and back. The boss nodded fervently like a chick pecking. This is definitely the authentic copy. Moreover, this book has been passed down in our family. Initially, it was rumored that this book wasn't destroyed. Instead, someone replaced it with a fake copy to conceal it from the world. My ancestors were indeed royal physicians, but by my generation, I have absolutely no talent in traditional Chinese medicine. After my grandfather and father passed away successively, I gradually strayed from the righteous path. At this point, his face was filled with flattery. Now that I have handed everything over to you, could you please show some mercy and let me off? Chapter 74, Secret Room. A faint smile appeared on Lin Shen's face. Don't worry, I always keep my word. I will have someone take care of things here. There's no need for you to get your hands dirty. Also, I don't want to deal with the people from the 6 departments either, so you can leave right now. Upon hearing this, the boss was slightly stunned. He couldn't believe that Lin Shen had let him off so easily and didn't even require him to handle all the aftermath. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, he hesitated for a moment before carefully saying, perhaps I should still take care of these. After all, it might bring you some trouble. Even though the deed wasn't done by you, if you participate in handling the aftermath, you'd be considered an accomplice. It would be better to put all the blame on me. And once the 6 departments find out, any medicinal herbs or the Qing Nong book you've obtained will have to be handed over. Lin Shen naturally knew what he was thinking. Calmly, he waved his hand. Stop harboring those little schemes. There's no need for you to handle this. There are others who will clean things up properly. Zhang Group is helping Zhang manager. All you need to do is leave this city. In the end, the boss left. They quickly bought train tickets, eager to flee the city. As long as Lin Shun desired those herbs and the shop, there was no way he could report them directly. If he did, everything would be sealed and confiscated, and Lin Shun wouldn't get what he wanted either. Furthermore, the reputation of the century-old store would also be destroyed. The previous misdeeds were conducted extremely discreetly, leaving no evidence behind. Those they needed to handle had already been dealt with cleanly. This was why no one had ever caused disturbances in the shop. After he left, Jiang Lan eyed Lin Shun with a puzzled expression. Lin Shun seemed like he hadn't let him go that easily. Brother Lin, did you really just let him go? Wasn't he just? Lin Shun smiled slightly. Sometimes, letting a person live is far more painful than death. To deal with someone like that, killing him would actually be the best mercy. Making him suffer endlessly, a life worse than death, is truly the greatest punishment. After speaking, Lin Shun took down the suitcase and pushed the land deed beside him toward Jiang Lanyu. This deed belongs to you. You handle the procedures, it'll be more convenient. There's no need to write my name, yours will suffice. Just say you've acquired it. As for the situation here, I'll arrange for someone to handle it. The first person he thought of was Brother Long. He was a big brother in the underworld, experienced in handling such matters. Moreover, he needed Lin Shen's help to mix the medicine. Besides, Lin Shen always had the recording in hand. Even if Brother Long attempted a reverse accusation, Lin Shun could directly submit the video. Brother Long was indeed clever, and the arrangements for the matter were soon finalized. The old traditional Chinese medicine doctor had been waiting patiently all along. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as if silently asking questions. Lin Shen smiled and said, from now on, this Chinese medicine clinic belongs to me. After the former owner was exposed, many things became mine for free. For instance, the genuinely valuable herbs. You're familiar with this place. Take the rest of today off, and tomorrow when you come back, I'll have someone dispose of all the counterfeit medicines here. Also, tomorrow we will renovate the clinic under your cooperation. The traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, clinic doesn't need such messy equipment. TCM focuses on the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, listening/smelling, inquiry, and pulse taking. Additionally, there are only several categories: acupuncture, moxibustion, and massage. Hearing Lin Shen's words, the old TCM doctor's eyes lit up even brighter. He couldn't resist saying, many people think acupuncture and moxibustion are of the same type, but they cannot clearly differentiate between needle and moxa, which belong to different major categories. Only those who truly understand Chinese medicine know how to perform them properly. I will certainly dedicate myself to making the TCM clinic successful. Until now, the old TCM doctor still had no idea that Lin Chen himself was also a medical expert. Lin Chen merely nodded with a smile, saying nothing more, granting the old doctor a day off. Not long after, Brother Long's men arrived to ensure that everything here was thoroughly cleaned up. Brother Long himself didn't show up, since he was out acquiring precious herbs in another location. Rare herbs weren't so easy to buy. Lin Chen originally planned to return directly to the hotel, but was driven by Jiang Lanyu to Jianhao Villa instead. Starting from now, Brother Lin, you will stay here. You shouldn't keep treating the hotel as your home. This is your real home. Once you have a home, you will feel a sense of belonging here. If you think it's not good for me to be here, then I'll move back to my parents' villa. It's not far anyway, and I can come to see you every day. Lin Chen looked at the 5-story villa and shook his head with a smile. No need. With so many restaurants around, I can easily find a place. However, I do need a fairly sealed room because I need to take some medicines in private, and it must be less likely to be disturbed by others. Jiang Lanyu thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up. This villa has an underground secret room, fully equipped. Even if one stays inside for years, the stored supplies will be sufficient. And the reason this was built was mainly because my father feared some emergency might occur. The underground secret room is entirely supported by steel that is 50 centimeters thick, with extremely meticulous soundproofing and ventilation facilities, definitely meeting Brother Lin's needs. Lin Chun was somewhat astonished, but it suited him perfectly. Refining medicines requires absolute quietness. Otherwise, if disturbed, minor cases result in wasted medicine. Severe ones could cause one to lose control of their energy flow. Sometimes refining doesn't even require fire. It needs his innate energy to squeeze out the efficacy of the medicine, then using his innate energy again to gather and fuse the efficacy together. It also demands a great toll on his spirit, requiring full concentration. At such moments, if someone were to attack him, they could walk right up to him from behind and he wouldn't notice. Take me there first. I'll store these medicines in the secret room. After inspecting the secret room, Lin Chun was highly satisfied, unable to find a more suitable place. Jiang Lanyu slightly bit her red lips, her eyes filled with anticipation. Brother Lin, the secret room is divided into 2 areas, one side being the living quarter. Would you like to take a look? Lin Chen was about to refuse. He came to this secret room to refine medicine, not intending to live here. But after seeing Jiang Lanyu's expression, he felt confused. What does this girl have in mind? Why does she expect me to go over there so much? Chapter 75, Never Give Up. Lin Chen's heart carried a touch of curiosity, but seeing Jiang Lanyu's great anticipation, he finally nodded with a smile. All right, then I'll go take a look. The two exited this chamber, turned a corner, and arrived at another place. As they opened the door, Lin Chun was clearly taken aback for a moment. He quickly took in all the details of the chamber, his expression becoming more perplexed, because inside the chamber hung many clothes, all hanging on the adjacent walls. Yet these clothes would make anyone who saw them feel their blood boiling. Jiang Lanyu's face had a hint of blush. Her gaze turned towards Lin Chen's eyes, as if they could be filled with countless tender emotions to engulf Lin Chun. Big Brother Lin, these clothes were actually prepared by me long ago. You may not know me well. I have some unique hobbies, but these hobbies cannot be shared with outsiders, and can only be revealed to those I like. I particularly enjoy wearing various kinds of clothes, especially those that can dress me up as different characters. This might be my unique little hobby, but I feel you shouldn't hate it too much, right? When Lin Chun heard these words, he almost blurted out that whoever married her would be equivalent to marrying countless breathtakingly beautiful women. With slight changes in attire, she could present an entirely different demeanor. Even at that moment, his heartbeat quickened several times. But soon he discarded all sorts of thoughts from his mind. Just looking at a few pieces of clothing there, he even doubted whether such scraps of fabric could cover anything. However, soon he thought of the visual impact of this stunning beauty dressing in such garments. Without any hesitation, one could say that dressed in such clothes, no man would likely resist. He was no exception. Jiang Lanyu felt Lin Chen's change in emotion, her eyes shining brighter. Big Brother Lin, which outfit do you like? We will be in the same villa from now on. Whichever kind of clothing you like, I can wear it for you to see. If you don't answer, then I'll change outfits every day. Of course, only after returning home can you see. Remember to lock the door when you come home. Don't invite others over. It is our little home. Lin Chen instantly understood what she meant, coughed lightly, and hurriedly turned to walk away. I still need to check those herbs, so let's stop talking for now. As he walked away, his posture seemed somewhat awkward. One could easily imagine what it would be like for Jiang Lanyu to wear those clothes. Yet behind him came her crisp and pleasant voice. Big Brother Lin, I seem to have seen you. You didn't see anything. Lin Chen's voice rang out, and he had already disappeared at the entrance of the chamber. Jiang Lanyu's bright eyes were, as if about to sparkle with light, finding some secret, and smiling until her eyes bent into crescents. Lin Chen went outside and found a random room, then closed the door. This would be his bedroom in the future. After taking several deep breaths, he finally let out a few words. A sprite. He really feared now that when Jiang Lanyu reappears, she might wear one of those clothes, fearing that he really couldn't withstand such allure. Hastily, he turned and walked away. Planning to go out to clear his mind, he also carefully considered the next step in development. Treating and saving lives is his purpose, after all, because at this point, the heritage he obtained can transform other people's ailments into a special energy and attract them into his own body. This absorption turns into his inherent special kind of energy. He named this kind of energy as primordial force. In fact, after fully obtaining this legacy, he had already realized how powerful his abilities were. Such a secret absolutely should not be told to others. Otherwise, who knows if there are other inheritances in this world, or if someone else might try to deprive him of his inheritance. His current strength is still too weak, and he can only develop more connections through being a doctor, and use those relationships to find more talents and treasures to enhance his strength. Only personal strength is the foundation. Everything else can be deprived, whether wealth or power, they can vanish in an instant. But his personal strength will not disappear. At this moment, his inner resolve became even firmer. While pondering these things, suddenly a car zipped past him in a flash. A screech of brakes followed shortly thereafter. Then the car reversed back. When Lin Chen saw the license plate, he already knew who it was. His brows slightly furrowed as his gaze shifted to the lowered car window. Shen Bingshue's pretty face was icy cold, covered in frost. Her eyes were fixated on Lin Chen, filled with an endless complexity of emotions. Why are you here? Lin Chen's expression remained calm. Do I need to report to you wherever I am? We no longer have any connection now. His response was just as straightforward and clear. The meaning behind his words was evident. He hoped there would be no more entanglements between them. They weren't friends, they were less than strangers. If things continued this way, Shen Bingxue might already regard him as an enemy. Shen Bingshue's icy demeanor grew even colder, her eyes flicking momentarily towards the Jiang family villa nearby. Her tone softened slightly. I don't want to say much right now, but there's one thing I hope you understand. Stop causing trouble for me, and stop trying to destroy me. You should know my current capabilities. I'm not threatening you. What you've done has truly hurt me, making me see your true nature. Lin Chen didn't say much and turned to leave. Wait. Shen Bingshue's voice rang out again, but this time, her gaze was even more complex. With a hint of helplessness in her voice, she ultimately opened the car door, stepping out and pulling out a card from her pocket. I know you must be going through tough times right now. I don't want to say more unnecessary things. You want to ruin me, and I can understand that because I did indeed wrong you. But I hope you won't do so anymore in the future. No matter what, we were once husband and wife, and there is an old saying, a day as husband, 100 days of grace. I hope you can understand my choice because I really have nowhere else to turn. After saying this, Shen Bingxue didn't show any weakness but instead became even more resolute. Even if I can't get the forgiveness of the Jiang family, I will never give up or compromise. Chapter 76, No Longer Helping. Lin Chen looked at the card passed over by Shen Bingxue and did not reach out to take it. His expression remained calm and indifferent. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. This card is of no use to me. Your company is in a precarious situation right now. A trace of weariness flashed through Shen Bingshue's eyes as she shook her head slightly. Even if my company isn't doing well, it won't make me completely bankrupt. Moreover, my assets exceed your imagination. You shouldn't think that cutting off my cooperation with them can directly destroy me. And the reason you came here is definitely to continue persuading Miss Jiang, right? Although I don't know what you're thinking, I feel like you've become so unfamiliar. Since the moment you stabbed me in the back, my heart has been completely dead. It's you who forced me to this dead end. I might even invite you again on the day of my wedding. Shen Bingxue didn't know why she said these words. She thought after saying them, she could see some change in Lin Chen's expression. But she found Lin Chen still remained emotionless, as though he was looking at a stranger. Anger began to unconsciously burst forth in his gaze, and his face became increasingly grim. Lin Chen, do you really have no feelings left for me? Have all the things we've gone through been completely erased from your memory? No matter what, we are husband and wife. It truly reflects the old saying, husband and wife are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. But even when faced with calamity, flying away separately doesn't justify stabbing me in the back. What exactly were you thinking? Shen Bingxue had always been holding back her emotions. She was even waiting for Lin Chen to explain himself. In the end, however, she was disappointed. Lin Chen responded in a calm and indifferent tone. I've already said that I haven't stabbed you in the back. I'm just not going to help you anymore. Do you have to keep lying? Shen Bingshue's expression became more enraged. She was practically filled with despair and frustration. Won't you tell me that until now, the person quietly helping me from behind has always been you? Don't you realize the current situation? If it wasn't for Feng Haoxuan's help, I would have been utterly ruined by now. And do you know what conditions Miss Jiang laid down? She wants you to kneel at their villa gate, apologize, and admit your mistakes. Feng Haoxuan explained it very clearly to me. Some things, if said out loud, might make you think I'm heartless and ungrateful. I don't want to do that. I'd rather stop engaging in those businesses altogether than bow down to you, or ask for your help. Without saying another word, Lin Chen turned around and started walking away. However, Shen Bingxue blocked him outright, her gaze heavy with seriousness and solemnity. It's true that I've done wrong, but I won't admit fault. I only think that all of this happened because of you. If you had put in more effort back then, you could have participated directly in managing the company. No one would have called you useless or criticized the things you've done. After all, the company was established first by you, and then I joined later. Many things cannot be undone now by how much I try to explain. It's simple. You chose this path, and you're the one who destroyed yourself. People calling you useless is only because you failed to strive hard enough. Despite her provocation, Lin Chen remained composed. At this moment, his eyes were steady and calm as he looked straight into Shen Bingshue's eyes. His voice finally carried a tinge of coldness. You say I should have made an effort? So let me ask you this. When I entered the company, every project I worked on had its achievements attributed to whom? All the projects I completed excellently. At the end, who received the rewards? Who told me that all I needed to do was manage our home, that between us, one handles external affairs while the other handles internal matters, without regard to gender? You insisted you could handle it, so I handed everything over to you. I trusted you, since you repeatedly assured me that I should trust you and that you wanted to run the company. So I gave everything to you. And what was the result? Your brother took away all my achievements, gradually marginalizing me outside the company. The entire company left no room for me. Only a few people who had been loyal to me from the beginning tried to warn me. Losing everything you've worked so hard for feels terrible indeed. At this point, Lin Shen's voice grew even colder. Those few will leave the company soon, and I will arrange new positions for them. As for you from now on, let's just say all my previous efforts have been wasted, my hard work futilely discarded. I just hope that we'd better not meet again in the future, nor have any misunderstandings between us. I don't want to have any more intersections with you. Our previous marriage can only be considered the biggest failure, and it's all because of my own poor judgment back then. After all, for a family like yours to produce a woman of your character is already quite rare. Stay away from them in the future, otherwise, they will eventually drag you down. Having said this, Lin Shun turned around and left, as he could barely hold himself back. It was too painful to keep certain words bottled up inside, especially since no matter how much he tried to explain back then, Shun Bingxue would never believe him. Now that he had spoken these words, he also knew that Shun Bingxue wouldn't trust him at all. He couldn't help but let it out, perhaps due to their shared history. Shun Bingxue tightly bit her red lips, wanting to say something, but watching Lin Shun walk away without hesitation, she felt like she was still being looked down upon by him. Who would know that deep in Shun Bingshue's heart, there had always been some insecurity. This insecurity stemmed from Lin Shun, as she thought he was too outstanding and one day she would catch up to him, so she always wanted to maintain a position above him. Only in this way did she feel a sense of relief inside. However, as time went by, she gradually noticed that Lin Shun seemed to become increasingly useless, unable to keep up with her. In fact, when others called him useless, she unconsciously acknowledged it in her heart. Precisely because of this slight acknowledgement, their relationship deteriorated to the point of estrangement. She knew her own flaws, and understood many things were her fault. She wanted to apologize and declare that even if Lin Shun stabbed her in the back, she wouldn't blame him anymore. But upon meeting Lin Shun, some words just couldn't come out. Instead, the ones that slipped out hurt him even more. And every detail of the scene unfolded before someone else's eyes. Chapter 77. The Truth No One Believes. Shin Bingxue took a few deep breaths and didn't say much. She then turned and walked towards Jiang Lanyu's villa. Upon arriving, she gently knocked on the door. Jiang Lanyu soon came out. It was none other than herself. Standing at the door, Jiang Lanyu's face was as cold as water, and her voice was indifferent as she said, "I already told you before, our family will no longer cooperate with your family in any way. And I want to make one thing clear. The person who offended me is not anyone else, it's you. There are some things I don't want to elaborate on because saying too much would only make you think I'm scheming against you behind the scenes. As for the person who has been helping you all these years, it's Lin Shun. All I can tell you is so much, I don't want to say more. And you should stop asking me about Lin Shun. It only shows that there are too many small-minded people around you. Losing touch with Lin Shun is the biggest loss of your life. There's nothing left for you to do but go back. I don't want to see you anymore, because I'm afraid I might not be able to control myself from slapping you several times. Because you have hurt the heart of the person I love the most." After finishing, she closed the door. Not attacking directly was already Jiang Lanyu's greatest mercy. Recalling what Shun Bingxue had said earlier, he almost wanted to walk up and slap this woman several times right then and there. What's wrong with Brother Lin? What made Shun Bingxue angry like this? Moreover, Shun Bingxue didn't even figure out the details of the matter and directly blamed everything on Brother Lin. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Even when others annoyed him, he wouldn't be so furious. However, seeing Brother Lin being questioned like this made his heart ache. Shun Bingxue was completely dumbfounded now, never imagining that Miss Jiang would say such words to her. Her expression became extremely grim, deeply pondering, when she thought about what Miss Jiang had said earlier, that the person quietly helping her all along was actually Lin Shun. But why would Lin Shun help her? Where did he get such ability? Such thoughts appeared in her mind, but were quickly discarded. Could it be that Miss Jiang was deliberately trying to drive a wedge between them? After all, the only person who could still possibly help her was Feng Haoxuan now. If even Feng Haoxuan refused outright, the consequences would be unimaginable. Their company would plummet directly and might even go bankrupt. Especially thinking about those compensations. If those weren't paid, her younger brother would be locked up immediately. Although this matter could place all the blame entirely on her younger brother, so what? If he went inside, at least 20 years or more. Not to mention whether she herself would agree. Just her mother alone would absolutely not allow something like this to happen. At this point, she wanted to knock on the door again, but remembering the icy gaze of Miss Jiang from earlier and those emotional expressions, there was a real possibility that the latter might strike her. After hesitating, she decided not to provoke further annoyance. She took a few deep breaths before walking back to where her car was parked. Then she took out her phone and directly dialed Feng Haoxuan's number. Feng Haoxuan didn't pick up. It seemed like he knew it was her call and intentionally ignored it. No matter how many times she called, she couldn't reach him. Had Feng Haoxuan also decided not to help her? As her heart grew cold, her phone suddenly rang again. Seeing the incoming call, her eyes brightened instantly. It was Feng Haoxuan's number. She pressed the answer button. A low, hoarse voice came through from the phone, a familiar one, but it wasn't Feng Haoxuan, rather Mr. Feng. "Are you Shin Bingxue?" "That's correct. I am Shin Bingxue. Hello, Uncle Feng. I wish to speak with young Master Feng. Could you let me know if he has time? Asked Shin Bingxue in a very polite tone, her voice carrying a warm smile. However, the words that came from the other end chilled her half-heartedly. You needn't continue calling him. From now on, he may not have another chance to meet you. He's lying in bed now as an invalid. Don't ask me why he ended up this way. Because he angered someone he shouldn't have angered. He's totally incapacitated now, and in the future, he won't have any opportunities to find you again either. You shouldn't try to keep contacting him anymore. With that, the call was cut off abruptly. Shin Bingxue felt struck by lightning. Her face showed an expression of shock and disbelief because she realized she must have angered someone she shouldn't have. Could it be Miss Jiang? From Mr. Feng's implication, Feng Haoxuan probably wouldn't have the chance to leave his house anymore. A person with such power, and even Mr. Feng dared not take any revenge, especially after hearing that hoarse and low voice. It seemed filled with both anger and deep sorrow. Perhaps the anger stemmed from being unable to retaliate. The only one who could possibly have such influence would be Miss Jiang. But why did she target her like this? Where exactly had she wronged her? Was it simply because Lin Chun had spoken ill of her, thus provoking Miss Jiang into using this as an opportunity to strike back at her? There is no such thing as love or hatred without reason in this world. Confused by these questions, Shin Bingxue wanted to ask but eventually dismissed the idea. Without receiving any answers, she returned home dejectedly. Soon enough, the car arrived back at her villa. Shin Bingxue collapsed onto the sofa, feeling a multitude of issues swirling in her mind. It was as though she had been completely isolated from everyone else. Furthermore, there were many breach of contract compensations that she had to cover, particularly concerning were the actions committed by her brother. If there wasn't adequate compensation, Jiang Group would surely waste no time filing charges against him, leading to decades behind bars. At this thought, Shin Bingxue opened her eyes and her gaze fell on her mother nearby. Seeing her daughter's poor state, Li Qin felt somewhat awkward. Although she intended to inquire about how things were going, she hesitated out of fear that her daughter might, in a rage, send her son to jail. At the mere thought of that scenario, Li Qin's face betrayed her fear. Shin Bingxue didn't lose her temper at her mother. No matter what, she was still family. Mom, is there something you want to say? If it's not urgent, just don't bother me right now. The recent events have already left me overwhelmed. I'm extremely agitated. Li Qin nodded repeatedly, a smile full of flattery plastered on her face. Dear daughter, I know you're exhausted, but this isn't your fault. It should be blamed on that young brute, Lin Chun. It wouldn't have come to this if it weren't for him. Moreover, your brother is also in great danger and could be prosecuted at any moment. Has the matter of the compensation been resolved? Chapter 78, Stabbed in the Back. What Li Qin cared about most was her son. At this moment, she was also full of worry inside, truly very afraid that if her precious daughter abandoned her son later on, it would mean the complete end for him. After all, she understood very well what kind of character her daughter had. From the deepest part of her heart, they were the only ones with the same nature. If something happened to her son, how could he live afterward? Thinking about this, her mind was filled with concern, and her gaze intently stared at Shin Bingxue. When her eyes met her mother's in a fleeting glance, she saw deep anxiety. This worry was for herself. She sighed softly, her voice gentle as she said, I will make my own judgment regarding this matter. Rest assured, I won't let Xiao Jun get involved. His life ahead is still long, so just let this be a lesson for him. He must never do those kinds of things again. You know as well, I can protect him temporarily, but not forever. Some matters are best put to an end, and we should prevent him from entertaining such thoughts again. If he walks his own path, no one will be able to help him. Upon hearing these words, Li Qin finally became emotionally moved. The joy on her face was almost evident. She wanted to say something, but then, upon seeing the mistake in her daughter's eyes, she quickly realized and hastily concealed her joy, showing even more worry instead. So what about your company? If things continue like this, the company can be said to be almost over. There might even come a time when the company completely collapses. All of this is entirely the fault of Lin Chun, that little beast. If I had the ability, I would certainly make that little beast regret everything he has done. Shin Bingxue gently shook her head. Mom, please stop troubling me. I have many things to consider right now. Rest assured, nothing too serious will happen to the company, and I've already thought through the next steps. Don't meddle in these affairs anymore. Just stay home and take good care of my younger brother. Under no circumstances should he do those excessive things again. Otherwise, I will no longer save him. I'm being serious. I'm not joking with you. After finishing, she turned around and went upstairs directly, feeling only desolation inside. At this moment, she really didn't know what to say. Originally, she thought her mother was worried about her issues, but then realized that all the worries were actually about her younger brother. Jealousy towards her brother stirred within her because he was the only son in the family. However, upon reflecting on her past circumstances, she could only sigh slightly. After all, since she was also part of the family, their mom probably wouldn't go too far. While thinking about all these, she returned directly to her room. Meanwhile, Li Qin outside showed a changing expression on her face several times before eventually deciding to make a call. This time, her face clearly revealed a pleasing expression. Hey, I want to tell you something. Oh yes, I agree with the transaction you mentioned last time, but what you offered is still somewhat insufficient. Besides, my company is currently encountering significant trouble. These troubles, my daughter can definitely solve easily, but all you need to do is pay a small price to directly gain control over our company's vast assets. If your company injects enough funds, it will revitalize ours, and everything will belong to you. We just want the money. Many things Shin Bingxue simply did not know. At this moment, Light rain began to fall from the sky. Finally, Li Qin encountered the person she waited for. The excitement in her face was unmistakable. Without minding the drizzle, she directly got into the other party's car. I came here to discuss this matter mainly because I wish to inform you. As long as you're willing, we can transfer all the shares of the company to you at any time. Between my son and me, we already possess 60% of the company's shares. Selling these shares to you will give you the authority to rule over the company. Your share percentage will directly surpass my daughter's, giving you the power to veto decisions, which offers you tremendous benefits. You should know the scale of our company by now. If you agree to buy the shares I hold, I'll sell them to you immediately, though the pricing. The other person sitting in the car frowned tightly. He fully grasped how greedy the woman in front of him was. He originally intended to acquire all her shares gradually, but after pondering for a while, he changed his decision. He chose to buy them directly with money. Especially after some of the things that happened before, he had already made up his mind after conducting a thorough investigation. Still, the same offer. If you are willing to sell, I can directly give you 500 million yuan. The cash will be transferred directly to your account. If you disagree, it's fine too. I can leave right away since your company won't last much longer anyway. And what surprises me the most is that at this moment, you actually still want to stab your own daughter in the back. Don't you, as her mother, feel heartbroken? Upon hearing these words, Li Qin's expression turned somewhat awkward, but she quickly couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile. Tonight, I've already observed my daughter's condition, and I estimate the company is almost done for. I must consider my future. After all, I've lived such good life for so many years. I definitely can't adjust to living a life of hardship, and once the company goes bankrupt, my daughter will undoubtedly be burdened with massive debts. We have already been targeted by others. It's simply impossible to bring the company back from the brink. I don't even want to think about putting in the effort to revive the company anymore. So, it might as well take advantage of the fact that the company still has some value and just sell it outright. At that point, we might receive tremendous benefits. At this moment, an involuntary smile spread across her face, especially the kind of smile that makes anyone who sees it feel repulsed. The mysterious person didn't say much more, but directly handed over a contract. Sign the contract, and this amount of money will be transferred to your card immediately. If you don't sign the contract, then let's pretend I wasn't here tonight. 500 million yuan is the limit. Li Qin originally wanted to haggle a bit more, but seeing the other party's impatient gaze, she hastily gave an awkward laugh. She then signed her name on the document without hesitation. Chapter 79, Fair Deal. The drizzling rain from the sky soon turned into a heavy downpour. Linda sat in front of the glass window, holding the Qing Nong medical book and carefully studying it. By then, he had already read more than half of it. When his phone rang, he closed the book and carefully placed it in the box beside him. The book was already very old, and the slightest carelessness could cause damage. He said that many of the words on it were already damaged and unclear, but based on the medical knowledge passed down to him, they all matched. Unexpectedly, Hua Tuo's notebook contained so many exquisite medical skills. Upon seeing the caller ID, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, yet the person calling him was actually Mr. Feng. A faint smile appeared on his face. This call likely meant that the herbs had been collected completely. He had waited for those herbs for a long time, but also knew how precious they were. Collecting them within such a short period of time was an extremely difficult task. However, leaving this task to Mr. Feng, he didn't feel overly worried. Given Mr. Feng's financial power, collecting these herbs wasn't a difficult task, especially since he was given 3 months. Now, only less than half a month had passed. As soon as the call connected, a somewhat flattering voice of Mr. Feng came through. Master Doctor, I've already collected all the herbs, and this time I have gathered some items which I believe you will be highly interested in. Do you happen to have time now? Could I come and visit? I am standing right outside your door. I won't bother you much. I just feared there might be danger if I held on to these things for too long. I delivered them directly to Master Doctor as soon as possible. Lindust revealed a clear smile. Could he not see through the intentions of this guy? It was merely because this fellow was afraid he wouldn't get treatment, or possibly anxious to cure his health problems sooner. This point, however, he did not reveal. He calmly said, I'm still awake. You can come over directly. I'll wait for you in the villa's hall. After saying that, he went downstairs immediately. Since the man was already outside the door, that made things easier, and he didn't need to wait for this guy any longer. When he walked downstairs, he saw Mr. Feng walking briskly inside with a box held high against the rain. Soaked by the rain, ignoring it entirely, water flowed down his face while showing an extremely ingratiating smile, trying earnestly to convey his sincerity. Deep down, Mr. Feng felt immensely grateful toward Lindust. Had it been anyone else, especially after what his son had done, no forgiveness would have been possible. Now Lindust wasn't only willing to provide the ingredients, but also agreed to continue treating him. Mr. Feng was indeed deeply appreciative. Lindust simply smiled faintly, already sensing the concentrated medicinal potency emanating from inside the box. Calmly, he said, open the new one. I want to see the efficacy of the herbs inside. Don't buy fake medicine. Actually, he was inwardly quite excited, because obtaining these herbs would also greatly benefit his own strength enhancement. I'll open it right away. Mr. Feng didn't notice the change in Lindust's eyes, and neither dared he look directly into Lindust's eyes for too long. This was considered impolite behavior. He opened the box and pushed it smoothly to Lindust's front. There were several black boxes inside, emitting even more concentrated herbal fragrances. Lindust took out one elongated box and upon opening it, found a slender wild ginseng inside. Indeed, it is a 100-year-old wild ginseng, and it has been well preserved. Its efficacy should barely suffice. This is a 100-year-old jugua fruit. Though not fully matured yet, it can still work. He inspected each type of herb, confirming they were all what he required. A gentle smile appeared on his face, appearing highly satisfied. The preparation of these drugs won't be too hard. Just wait for a moment. I will return to my room shortly to refine the drug. Once the drug is refined, it will be administered to you immediately. After taking this drug, within 2 hours at most, you can go to the hospital to check. Your symptoms will be thoroughly eliminated. Additionally, acupuncture therapy will also be needed. With just his acupuncture technique, Lindust could eliminate all the symptoms in Mr. Feng's body. In fact, Lindust could even convert the disease source directly into energy for absorption. Cancer is a symptom of infinite cell regeneration. One could even say it's an extremely powerful form of special energy, though such energy is simply beyond what ordinary people can handle. Someone once mentioned that allowing cancer cells to regenerate infinitely is akin to achieving immortality. To a cultivator, this statement would simply be a joke. An overabundance of energy supply doesn't lead to eternal life. Rather, it would probably end disastrously in no time at all. Once one's own energy is depleted, the body begins to absorb the essence from internal organs, which will lose their function. It's not hard to imagine what kind of state a person would be in then. At this moment, Mr. Feng could no longer hide his excitement. He had already obtained a basic understanding of Lin Dun's personality. He always kept his promises and never broke his word. Yet, deep down, he harbored an urgent sense of anticipation. Living under the pressure of this condition felt like having a huge rock constantly weighing down on him. The immense pressure made him feel perpetually gloomy. After all, whoever learns that they've entered the countdown to death will inevitably feel overwhelmed by despair. That was exactly how he felt, and this oppressive sensation had lasted for quite a long time, burdening him heavily. But now someone told him he wouldn't die after all, that he might even have many more years ahead of him. His face almost lit up with tears of joy, and he even dropped to his knees before Lin Dun. "Thank you, divine physician, for saving my life." Lin Dun just gave a faint smile. "Didn't you say earlier that you had another thing prepared for me? What is it?" His gaze also turned toward the leather bag slung over Mr. Feng's shoulder. Mr. Feng hastily opened the bag and drew out some documents, respectfully offering them to Lin Dun with both hands. Despite the heavy rain outside, Mr. Feng had taken good care to protect the documents inside his bag. When Lin Dun saw the document, his face briefly registered surprise. Because it was a share transfer contract. The name marked on the contract was extremely familiar. It belonged to Shen Family Group, the very company owned by Shen Bingxue, well known throughout the city. He picked up the contract, carefully scanned through it, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "This is your own gain and has nothing to do with me. This thing won't stir any interest within me. I've already received due compensation, and refining the medicine for you represents a fair deal between us." Chapter 80. Is this a miracle? Mr. Feng's face was full of flattery and gratitude, his voice no longer trembling as he said, "Divine Doctor, I don't know how to thank you, and indeed my son's actions before were truly offensive to you. All these things should be considered as compensation from me to you. But if you do not want them, you can sell them at any time. I spent 5 billion yuan purchasing these contracts, and I can even gather more funds in the short term to invest in your group. I guarantee that the group will never have problems. With my sponsorship, the group will rapidly develop at an extraordinary speed." Previously, he always doubted why the old fox of the Jiang family would hesitate not at all to sponsor Shen Bingxue. Now he understood. There was such a powerful divine doctor who could treat even terminal illnesses. Lin Shun had treated him despite his symptoms being those of an incurable disease, and the medicine he had refined on the spot could directly cure him. In regard to this situation, he was truly filled with anticipation. If Lin Shun could accept the benefits he offered, it would be like adding a layer of protection to his life. If he ever encountered a fatal illness, Lin Shun could still help him treat it, unless he really lived until his natural end. And now he was only about 60 years old. It was just because of his illness that he looked very old. He still had many years of life ahead of him. He might even have another child if Lin Shun agreed. Probably any troublesome illness could be easily treated. Thinking about these matters, his facial expression became even more expectant. Lin Shun saw through his thoughts, but merely gave a faint smile without saying much. There were some words he did not wish to repeat. If he kept ignoring it, the Shen group might really fall apart. But thinking about Shen Bingxue, especially the way she left, made him feel something indescribable within his heart. "All right, you keep this contract. Consider it as a favor I owe you. If there is anything in the future, you can come find me. Within the range of what I am capable of, I won't refuse." After making this promise, Mr. Feng's face flushed red with excitement. Lin Shen took the herbs upstairs directly. The herbs were stored by him, and he took out a small green bottle from the bedside cabinet. Inside the bottle was a golden pill about the size of a soybean. It was the medicine he had prepared beforehand. When combined with his acupuncture after ingestion, it could completely cure the condition and even transform cancer into unique energy, absorbing it into his inner strength. This provided immense benefits to him. This was also the reason why he agreed to establish the Divine Doctor Pavilion. After waiting for half an hour, Lin Shen finally left the room. Mr. Feng had already been anxiously waiting downstairs because he was fully aware that success or failure depended on this moment. When Lin Shen came out, Mr. Feng's facial expression turned even more anticipatory, his demeanor slightly trembling. Lin Shen wore an evident smile on his face and spoke calmly and indifferently. "I have fulfilled my responsibility. The medicine has been successfully refined. Now take this pill immediately, and I'll help you perform acupuncture to spread the medicinal power. In half an hour, you can go directly to the hospital. The efficacy of this medicine is quite good." After the treatment, Mr. Feng went to the city hospital with excited anxiety as fast as he could. By the time he arrived at the hospital, it had already been about half an hour. Originally, he thought he had to wait 2 hours, but Lin Shan told him that because of its enhanced efficacy, his condition could be cured within half an hour, filling his heart with even more boundless excitement. The shadow that had been oppressing him could finally be lifted now. After undergoing examination, the hospital president was utterly bewildered. Looking at Mr. Feng, his voice trembled. Mr. Feng, we cannot blame the hospital. We performed several checks, and each time the results showed the same thing. Your condition was past saving, and the chances of recovery were almost zero. Now, for some unknown reason, after the checkup, we discovered that your symptoms have entirely disappeared. I suspect someone didn't examine carefully enough before, or perhaps concealed your condition. Maybe someone tampered with it. These were the only plausible explanations he could think of. Otherwise, how could someone's cancer suddenly be cured? It wasn't a matter of suspicion. It seemed someone wanted Mr. Feng dead, wanting him to die ambiguously. He couldn't help but wonder who possessed such profound means to deceive everyone in their hospital so effectively. He was also extremely anxious inside because once Mr. Feng got angry, the consequences would indeed be very serious. At this moment, Mr. Feng burst into uncontrollable laughter, his eyes filled with disbelief and excitement. Seeing this expression, the hospital president trembled even more in his heart. Was Mr. Feng going mad with anger? Why was he laughing so easily? Just then, Mr. Feng gave a firm pat on the president's shoulder. Upon hearing this news, I am already overwhelmed with excitement. Knowing that I don't have to die anymore is a tremendous relief for me. Rest assured, I will not blame you, nor your hospital for its diagnostic error. I'm leaving right now. Don't announce that I have been cured. Keep this information secret for now. I want to see which troublemaker will jump out. In fact, you can declare openly that I only have a few days left to meet clients. They must be sharpening their knives eagerly at this time. I will certainly give them a huge surprise. What he actually meant were those people who had always wanted to see their company go bankrupt. Those people would probably never imagine that his illness had already been cured. Now his heart was brimming with anticipation as he longed to see what expressions those people would display when they realized the truth. But the president thought that Mr. Feng, in the midst of excitement, didn't want to bother dealing with the issues anymore and sighed in relief. He soon realized something wasn't quite right, especially after summoning all the attending doctors over. After analyzing all the cell samples and components, they arrived at a terrifying conclusion. Mr. Feng's condition had been completely cured. The previous test samples were still available, and based on DNA comparison, there was absolutely no room for error. Now, everyone was looking at each other in confusion. How could this happen? A miracle? Chapter 81, Showing Up. After receiving a definitive response, Mr. Feng went to another hospital for examination. However, the results were all the same. His body was weak, but indeed had no problems at all. At most, he could be considered subhealthy. Being subhealthy at his age could already be described as extremely perfect. He was far better than most of his peers. At a certain age, it's inevitable to have some illnesses, but currently, there were no underlying diseases in Mr. Feng's body. He realized how extraordinary Lin Shan was. By now, he had already made up his mind that after this incident, he must thank Lin Shan. And this was a matter of life-saving gratitude. His expression became very serious, and his gaze turned toward the bodyguard beside him. This matter must be kept confidential. Don't leak any information, otherwise, it might displease Lin Shan. He is my savior. Once there are any messages about those precious herbs, tell me immediately. I must secure them. Just as the secretary agreed, Mr. Feng's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the number on the screen, Mr. Feng couldn't help but smile. The person calling was none other than the hospital president. With a smile, he answered, "Old Wei, you don't need to call me any more about what happened before. I won't care about it. After all, I managed to pick up a life, which is already a great fortune within the misfortune." As soon as these words were said, silence lingered on the phone for just under 3 seconds before a bitter laugh came through. "Mr. Feng, stop teasing me. I really thought there was an issue with the hospital's testing department earlier. Later, I reviewed the samples that were left from previous tests, and I checked whose DNA they were. I was mainly worried about delaying the real patient's treatment. Guess what I found?" Mr. Feng slightly paused, then realized his lie had been exposed. However, at this moment, he didn't care much about it. His face lit up with an evident smile. His mood was excellent at the moment. In a calm voice, he laughed gently and said, "What you've seen doesn't matter. What matters is that I've picked up a life right now, and my health condition is also fine without any underlying diseases. I'm still in a state of subhealth. As long as I take more care recently, I might even become stronger than you sooner or later. To a close friend like you, I won't say too much. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. If it wasn't for your help, I probably wouldn't have lived to this point." On the other side of the phone, President Wei sighed bitterly and pleaded earnestly, "Mr. Feng, given our years of mutual understanding, can you help me get a referral? I desperately want to meet that divine doctor. I would like to know how he cures cancer. You know as well as I do that curing cancer is a global issue for us. If someone can treat it, and if the method is correct, countless people will be saved. I won't crave any fame or credit for myself. I just want to help save the world." The other side sounded sincere, and Mr. Feng knew the type of character President Wei was. At this moment, he felt a bit of a headache. Now, knowing this, he regretted not going to an ordinary hospital for the checkup rather than the first one since the results were not crucial. He shook his head and smiled wryly, saying, "I wish I could tell you, but there are some things I cannot disclose because doing so might offend that divine doctor. He can treat such ailments, but he doesn't practice publicly. You can imagine, he doesn't need those superficial titles to burden himself." So, I won't mention anything. If one day he truly wants to make his name known, I'll surely let you know at the first instance. President Wei on the other side still wanted to say something, but Mr. Feng changed the subject straight away. Old Wei, I hope you can keep my situation confidential. This matter is incredibly important to me. I definitely do not wish for anyone who's desperate to come find me in the future. After all, the extent of madness of those nearing death is something I understand better than anyone else since I have returned from the underworld. Who knows if those kinds of people will track me down and use various means to threaten or exploit me? I may have some assets, but in front of truly powerful individuals, I'm still insignificant. Having finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. He trusted President Wei's integrity and believed he wouldn't leak out his personal information. However, he didn't realize that talking about these things now was already too late. In President Wei's office sat a middle-aged man. His demeanor exuded an aura of authority, making him seem regal as he reclined in his seat. Moreover, his bearing was imposing enough to prevent others from staring directly into his eyes. It seems your friend doesn't want to reveal the true secret to you, but that makes sense. To encounter such an incredible divine doctor who can let you live without much effort shows he's truly capable. Someone with such genuine skills who dislikes fame and boasting is probably a reclusive master. We must treat such a divine doctor with respect and seriousness. Your friend not wanting to say anything is fine. I'll find it myself. I believe when the time comes, he will be willing to take me there. Upon hearing these words, President Wei's face showed a bitter smile, as if he wanted to speak but held back. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and shook his head. Don't worry, I won't pressure him or bother the divine doctor. After all, I also need their help in treating patients. After speaking, the man left directly. President Wei felt somewhat helpless and could only take out his phone to send a message to his close friend. He admired Mr. Feng's character greatly. If this incident hadn't happened, upon learning of Mr. Feng's stance, he wouldn't have allowed news of his treatment to spread. However, not speaking for Mr. Feng doesn't mean the hospital's doctors would remain silent. Once the doctors learned the real situation, the news had already spread wildly. Many people knew about the matter but didn't know the true identity of the patient. The doctors had their own intentions, simply spreading the story without revealing detailed patient information. Now, hiding the truth was impossible. But he did not mention that someone would approach Mr. Feng, because he no longer had the right to interfere. He could only inform Mr. Feng that the information had been leaked by the hospital's doctors, and that person had already sought him out. When Mr. Feng received this news, his expression slightly changed. He thought about his old friend's character but overlooked one thing. The hospital doctors needed their assistance for both the initial examination and subsequent follow-ups. His expression turned extremely awkward, and he became anxious inside, wondering if Lin Chun would blame him because of this. Chapter 82, Strange Illness. The sky brightened, and Lin Chun woke up. At this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed as he had already heard the person standing outside the door. The other party's breathing was very obvious, their footsteps pacing back and forth. And earlier, he had heard the man but was focusing on cultivation and did not pay attention. He thought it was hotel staff, since it was already morning and they always came early to deliver meals. But now he felt something was off. The man's footsteps were hurried, clearly filled with nervousness. As he got up and opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man standing outside. He was about 40 years old, with a slightly haggard face. His eyes were full of heavy red bloodshot, as if he hadn't rested properly for days. When he saw Lin Chun, his expression obviously showed surprise. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? Lin Chun nodded calmly. Yes, who are you? You're Mr. Lin? The man had an expression of disbelief on his face. However, he quickly recovered, forcing out an awkward smile. I haven't met you before, but I've heard about your reputation. Mr. Feng received good treatment from you, so I boldly intruded. Please forgive me. By the way, you can just call me Old Xia. My surname is Xia. He didn't directly mention his name, nor was he from this city. If some information couldn't be divulged, especially concerning his identity, doing so might lead to unnecessary trouble. Lin Chun smiled lightly and nodded. Since he could get information about himself from Mr. Feng, it seemed this person also held a significant position. Last night, Mr. Feng had called him, but he was in the middle of cultivation and didn't answer. It seemed that Mr. Feng wanted to inform him beforehand. After all, he was preparing to open a medical pavilion and naturally didn't care who sought him for treatment. What he needed was the energy formed by the diseases within those people. Absorbing that energy would help accelerate his cultivation. Nothing was more important than personal cultivation. True power lay in one's own abilities. At this moment, his gaze carefully studied the man named Old Xia in front of him, and his smile gradually became more noticeable. He spoke in a calm, detached tone. Since Feng introduced you, let's get straight to the point. Are you here to ask me to treat your symptoms, or do you want me to treat your family or friends? Your condition isn't an ordinary illness. In fact, it can hardly be called a disease at all. Rather, it's someone else's doing. Treatment for your condition wouldn't be too difficult, but the problem lies in those people behind you. If they find out that I can cure your condition, they might take action against me. Upon hearing these words, Old Xia was momentarily stunned. His pupils contracted sharply before relaxing again. His mind churned with thoughts. Previously, he suspected this wasn't an actual illness, but the hospital couldn't find anything wrong. More crucially, his family had contracted the same strange ailment. It was as if this disease could spread to others. But if it could spread, why had only his family members been affected despite his contact with so many people? This explanation surely didn't hold water. Furthermore, he had sought the help of the hospital director to examine his symptoms, but the result remained the same. Truly, it wouldn't spread to others, yet his family was still sick. it was highly likely that someone had deliberately sabotaged them. To date, no one had been able to determine the nature of this disease. Director Wei was one of the informed individuals. When he approached Director Wei, he happened to overhear them discussing certain matters, so his first impulse was to consult Dr. Lin Shun. He initially planned to see Mr. Feng, but Mr. Feng had been avoiding him. Later, based on scattered clues he found, he managed to track down Lin Shun. When he arrived, he had conducted only a rudimentary investigation, lacking detailed information. Seeing that Lin Shun was merely in his 20s, he began to doubt whether this young man was truly competent. Was this just blind luck? Just as his thoughts swirled in confusion, Lin Shun's words brought him back to reality. His ailment had been seen through at a glance. More importantly, Lin Shun knew his family was also suffering from the same strange disease. Did this mean Lin Shun was already well informed about this condition? At this point, he couldn't contain his excitement, and his face turned slightly red. Divine Doctor, I didn't tell you my identity because it might cause you some trouble. And when I came to look for you, I tried my best to conceal my whereabouts. This strange illness has been haunting me for a long time. It is really difficult to treat, and no problems have been found so far. Have you noticed any issues? At this moment, his heart was already in his throat. Although that disease wouldn't kill, it would cause unbearable pain. Especially at night, it was almost worse than death. Thinking of his pitiful child who just turned 8 years old, now having to endure the pain no ordinary person could bear, it made him feel as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping his heart, causing intense anguish. Lin Shun wore a faint smile on his face and said calmly, "This kind of illness affects you most severely at midnight, giving you a feeling as if your whole body fell into an icy abyss. The pain won't last long initially, but gradually increases over time. At first, when you began experiencing the pain, it lasted only a few minutes. At that point, it wasn't extremely cold, merely feeling like standing outside in icy weather dressed lightly. As time went by, you started to feel as if you had fallen into an icy abyss, enduring extreme suffering. That cold sensation seems to seep through your bones, as if it could freeze them into pieces." Upon hearing these words, old Xia abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. His pupils contracted violently, and his voice trembled unprecedentedly, momentarily unable to form coherent sentences. Finally, he had found someone who could treat this strange illness. Though young, the other's confidence added more certainty to his own heart. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply to Lin Shun. After calming down, he said with trembling voice, "Divine Doctor, please save my family." Chapter 83, Impulsiveness. Lin Shun said with a smile on his face, "Your condition has been going on for some time. It's not impossible to completely cure it. However, curing this ailment will come at a small cost. The cost may be insignificant to you, but there is one thing you need to think about carefully. Once I start treating you, it could cause significant trouble. What can you offer me in return?" I opened the Divine Doctor Pavilion not to do charity work, but to gain enormous benefits. You should understand what I mean, right? He knew that the person in front of him, old Xia, was definitely no ordinary individual. An average person couldn't possess such an aura of nobility. Old Xia nodded eagerly, like a chicken pecking rice. As long as it would save him and his family, he was willing to pay any price. As long as he had it, he could hand everything over to Lin Shun. His facial expression became extremely solemn. "Divine Doctor, feel free to propose your conditions. If I am capable, there will be no refusal whatsoever. Moreover, I have heard of the establishment of the Divine Doctor Pavilion and know its rules. Old Feng has already informed me that we need to search for some precious herbs. Although I don't have a huge collection, I've arranged for air transport. By around 10 o'clock in the morning today, more than 20 kinds of herbs will arrive. Here's the list of those herbs. Please take a look if you need other herbs. If necessary, I'll immediately arrange for them to be gathered." As he spoke, he handed over the list directly to Lin Shun. Upon seeing the names on them, Lin Shun's eyebrows slightly raised. Indeed, this person was no ordinary individual. The minimum value of these collections probably amounted to several million per single herb. This might be due to the scarcity of such natural treasures. If enough were available, the other party might have been able to gather even more herbs. A faint smile appeared on his face. "I'll take your herbs. Treating your condition does not require these herbs. It's just to prevent the people behind you from bringing trouble to me. You can consider this as payment for me blocking their troubles. As for treatment, it can start right now. Your family hasn't arrived here yet, so the treatment will continue once they are here." Old Xia clearly paused for a moment, then seemed to suddenly understand something. His eyes filled with thoughtfulness, and a flicker of doubt even arose in his heart. Could this merely be intentional deception? Without even asking about the specific symptoms, the other party directly claimed the ability to treat him, and the precious herbs he brought along were not needed, only to serve as a reward. They might as well say it was a transaction, but truly what he wanted was for Lin Shun to save his life. "Divine Doctor, are you sure you don't want to examine further? I'm not doubting you, but it seems a bit too hasty. After all, I've just met you, and my rest wasn't particularly good last night since I stood by the door for half the night." Lin Shun shook his head with a smile. "No need. Treating your condition can actually be completed rather quickly. Moreover, your symptoms aren't a disease at all. If I must categorize, it's poisoning. The real reason for your poisoning isn't because of chronic toxins you ingested, but because there's a small bug inside your body. Once this bug is removed, the chronic toxin it emits won't spread into your bloodstream anymore. As for this chronic toxin, it's what causes the sensation as though you're falling into icy pits." A bug. Old Xia was utterly bewildered. Bugs in his body. What did that mean? He was still somewhat confused, but But since Lin Shun had already decided to accept the fine items, he naturally planned to explain things thoroughly. Other concepts might be harder to explain, but explaining about goo bugs was straightforward. Just removing the bug for the guy to see personally, and all questions would be resolved. He wore a noticeable smile and said calmly, "Don't worry, you'll soon see the true form of this bug. And this bug only appeared on your body within the last 6 months or so. Otherwise, you would likely have died long ago. You can also interpret this bug as a type of egg. This kind of egg didn't enter through your daily diet, but via your nasal cavity. So, you can also understand that whoever harmed you is someone close to you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had so many opportunities. Because your status is special, not just anyone can easily approach you, especially considering you brought over a dozen bodyguards when you came here. They didn't come inside, but I could hear their voices." Old Xie didn't know how to respond, feeling as though he were entirely arranged. Everything would become crystal clear. However, he was aware that the person in front of him was a true divine doctor, absolutely not to be offended. If it was really possible to extract such a bug from his body, it would overturn all his existing understanding, and no matter how much doubt he had in his heart, he wouldn't dare to say anything more. What if it were true? Anything is subject to one tiny what if. At this moment, he nodded heavily. "What do you need me to do? I'll fully cooperate right now." A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as his voice remained calm. "You don't have to do too much. Just lie flat on the sofa, and make sure not to move around at all. Soon you will see that this thing will drill out of your body on its own. Let me just take a moment." If it weren't for the batch of herbs brought over by Mr. Foam, perhaps he couldn't have used such a decisive approach. Regardless of what it was, the evolution and transcendence of life layers are imprinted deep within. The medicine he had prepared would be irresistible to those little bugs. In merely a few minutes, he came back holding a bottle. He approached Old Xie. As Old Xie smelled the scent, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort throughout his body. Even inside, there arose an impulse to snatch the bottle from Lin Shun and drink it down in one gulp. Lin Shun wore a half-smiling expression. "Are you thinking that drinking this stuff might give you enormous benefits?" Old Xie realized that there was absolutely no secrecy before Lin Shun. He was already feeling somewhat awkward, because that was precisely what he had been thinking. He collected himself quickly and said hurriedly, "I don't know why, but I definitely felt this urge. This thing seemed like it would bring me tremendous benefits. And did you bring this out just to let me drink it?" Lin Shun shook his head with a smile. "If you drink this stuff, I guarantee you will die on the spot within 1 minute. This isn't for you to drink, but for that little bug inside you. You're about to see it." Chapter 84, Ghost Centipede. Old Xie's face was filled with astonishment. He could distinctly feel the medicine inside that vial, and it was extremely alluring to him. If he followed his instincts, that vial of medicine might directly cure him. But Lin Shun had already said that if he drank this drug, he would die within a minute. Was this true or false? Doubt had just arisen in his heart. Then he saw Lin Shun open the cap of the vial and place it under his nose. At that moment, an even more uncontrollable impulse surged in his heart, the urge to swallow the medicine immediately. As he struggled to resist, he suddenly felt something strange in his nose. He wanted to sneeze, but instead, an excruciating pain followed. Then he saw a flash of cold light in Lin Chen's hand. A silver needle was directly inserted into one of his acupoints. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. In that instant, he felt as though his whole body was sealed, unable to move even his eyeballs. At that moment, his eyeballs slowly moved downward, catching a glimpse of his own nose. A horrifying sight appeared next. There was a thin centipede slowly crawling out of his nose, and he could clearly feel the sensation of the centipede exiting from his nostril. His entire body's hair stood on end. He broke out in cold sweat. At this point, his heart was full of fear and unease. He had never thought that such tiny creatures actually existed within his body. What frightened him most was that he had never noticed them at all. "Still want to run?" Lin Chen snorted. He removed the silver needles from Old Xie's body and directly stabbed them into the small bug. The slender centipede looked peculiar. It was about 15 centimeters long, but its whole body was like a slightly thicker rope, and its entire body was blood red. "Finally caught you. These kinds of poison bugs are truly cunning. If I didn't have enough medicinal materials here to concoct this drug, it would be difficult to lure you out." Lin Chen closed the lid of the vial, and only then did Old Xie sit up shakily. His face was pale, especially when he saw Lin Chen placing the insect into a nearby glass jar. Once inside, the little centipede began to struggle violently. Its sharp legs were scratching lines on the interior of the glass bottle. What kind of ghostly thing is this?" Lin Chen's smile grew clearer. If such things fell into someone else's hands, they would be utterly harmful and offer no benefit. It would be very easy for one to accidentally have it bore into their body and start consuming their life energy. But for him, there was nothing but advantages. Because these poison insects could be used to refine bloodline pills. He definitely wouldn't take these pills himself since the bug had consumed Old Xie's vitality. For him, it would be akin to drinking another person's blood. However, this drug could potentially save lives during critical moments, which might not suit him, but could absolutely be life-saving for many ordinary people. That was because the vitality power absorbed by the ghost centipede could save lives. He said indifferently, "This thing is called ghost centipede. You've probably never heard of this little bug's name. After all, this is the secret of the poison bug masters. And this thing was originally trying to kill you. Now that I've taken it out, it might bring me unnecessary trouble because of you. Also, let me remind you, it's likely that someone intentionally tried to harm you secretly, making sure your death was inexplicable. Once this little bug enters your body, it will continuously suck the life force out of you. making you weaker and weaker while simultaneously transforming itself as it absorbs enough power. When it transforms fully, it can be made into medicine, absorbing all your vital essence and life energy into its being, refining the drugs from it. Guess what they're intended to be used for? I suspect someone intentionally planned to frame you. Otherwise, there would be no need for so much trouble. Finding any ordinary person would have been easier, producing the completed ghost centipede. Hearing these words, old Xia couldn't help but contract his pupils sharply. Involuntarily, he thought of his enemies. But those enemies never had the chance to come near him. Even more, if they had, he would have wished nothing more than to cut them into pieces and burn their remains. They absolutely had no way to reach him. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. But his brows furrowed deeper. Could it be, as Lin Shen said, someone close to him? And among those close to him, he didn't want to think any further because some things were simply impossible to contemplate. Taking out a glass bottle, he poured a single drop of liquid from the medicine vial. Then he handed it over to old Xia. Helping someone should be done fully. After you go home, open this bottle. If there's someone close to you who wants to harm you, the scent of the medicine inside will draw out the parasites within their body. Anyone who can cultivate ghost centipedes surely has other kinds of parasites on them. But be cautious. Don't let an aggressive, dangerous fish come out instead and devour you. How you use it is up to you. I won't get more involved. He was doing this to ensure that old Xia dealt with his own troubles without coming to him again. Old Xia's face showed deep sincerity as he deeply bowed toward Lin Shen. Divine Doctor, I cannot thank you enough for saving my life. In the future, if there's anything you need, just speak. This is my business card. A call from you, and I'll be at your beck and call. His intention was to establish a relationship with Lin Shen. This was truly a master beyond worldly affairs. Indeed, one could say that if he encountered similar troubles in the future, he could absolutely rely on Lin Shen's help. All it would take is a little effort from him, and all problems could be resolved. To encounter such a true recluse master and fail to establish connections would truly be foolishness. Lin Shen accepted the business card with a calm smile on his face. There's no need to be so courteous. I saved your life merely to gain something beneficial for myself. Time is fair trade, so you don't have to thank me. If I assist you again next time, make sure to prepare the necessary herbs beforehand. If it's too much trouble or expense, then forget about it. I fear you may not be able to afford the price. He intended to give people the impression that he only cures diseases for personal gain. Otherwise, anyone might bring injured people to seek his help, leaving him no time for cultivation and exhausting him completely. Old Xia still felt extremely grateful. To him, having his life saved was already a tremendous favor. Chapter 85, The Hidden Sparrow. Old Xia left after expressing his endless gratitude, and at that moment he was extremely excited in his heart. For him, getting reborn was equivalent to a good thing falling from the sky. In fact, he also knew of the existence of Lin Shen as an otherworldly master. This would bring him immense benefits in the future. If he ever encountered similar situations again, as long as he didn't die, he would eventually be able to come before Lin Shen. By then, it would be hard to die even if he wanted to. At this moment, Lin Shen did not close the door, but instead quietly waited while neatly arranging the silver needles beside him. He also placed the bottle in the center, and on the left side, he placed a small sand pot, which was something he had bought in advance. After everything was laid out on the table, a noticeable smile appeared on his face. Since others have been watching for so long, why do you still hide? It would be better to just come out. Since I've already said I'll help treat him, I've already gotten myself into trouble. Trouble I definitely can't ignore, nor can I let you harm the people around me without resistance. Let's talk. I don't want to be your enemy. It's just that the offer they gave is too tempting, and I couldn't bear it. Lin Shen's face remained calm and indifferent with a faint smile, but he was very clear in his heart. This issue must be resolved, otherwise, the trouble will be continuous. Moreover, he hadn't expected someone to have come during his treatment. Though the person hid their presence excellently, they could not escape his ears. He clearly heard the breathing coming from not far away, and this breath was very slow, a situation only experts could achieve. Although his smile stayed unchanged, the person outside was suddenly startled. They thought they had hidden themselves so well, yet Lin Shen discovered them anyway. There was still some hesitation in his heart. If they personally confronted Lin Shen, there might be unnecessary trouble caused by Lin Shen in the future. They might also be forced to stay here. But if they didn't show up and Lin Shen got angry and came looking for them, could they escape? Lin Shen said calmly, I've already made my intentions very clear. I don't want to be your enemy. Isn't that enough to show my sincerity? Moreover, I've already put everything on the table, which is tantamount to telling you that I have no ill intentions. Although I don't know what conflict exists between you and old Xia, I'm only responsible for treating illnesses and saving lives. Historically, regardless of any feud or killing in the Jianghu, it cannot involve healers. He didn't continue further because he had already given the person sufficient respect. He merely didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble. The person outside finally made up their mind and slowly stepped out, full of vigilance. When Lin Shen saw this person, his eyes slightly narrowed, because the individual turned out to be a woman. Her appearance was extremely delicate, like a porcelain doll, especially considering her height, which was around 1.50 meters. But despite her short stature, she exuded a particular kind of aura. Upon detecting this aura, Lin Shen momentarily felt his mind affected. He quickly reacted and realized it was a very powerful toxin. Unexpectedly, the person in front of him looked only about 18 or 19 years old, with a baby face and naturally beautiful skin due to likely being rarely exposed to sunlight, causing her skin to be pale. However, this pallor wasn't unhealthy. It was akin to milk. Though slender and petite, Lin Shan wasn't particularly fond of this type of appearance. However, wherever she should be slim was appropriately thin, and where she should have curves were more than adequate. He almost suspected that his hands might not even be able to fully grasp such curvatures. A faint smile appeared on his face as he lightly said, "Why does such an adorable little girl choose to walk down this path? You should know that raising insects is something everyone wants to eliminate. At any time, you might be targeted by certain people. Others won't explain anything to you. As long as they wish, they may attack you directly." That woman lightly bit her red lips and replied coldly, "Since you've already stated you don't want to meddle in others' affairs, don't ask why I chose this path. I walked down this road because I was forced by them. But these words I won't say. I feel great fear from those things on your body. Additionally, stop helping him in the future. He isn't worth your efforts. I've said all I need to say." After speaking, she turned around to leave. Just at that moment, Lin Shan suddenly spoke. His voice remained calm. "Don't you plan to stay? Given the severe condition you're suffering from, if you offer sufficient benefits, I can immediately begin your treatment. This condition cannot afford to lose more blood. Otherwise, you may not even survive beyond 3 days." Her figure slightly hesitated, but then quickened her steps. However, her voice carried an unprecedented determination. "Then you just stop meddling in others' affairs." Lin Shan watched her figure disappear and shook his head lightly. What a pity, such a pretty girl. Although she is a bit short and looks like a porcelain doll, but he shook his head and dismissed some wandering thoughts from his mind. She was undoubtedly a beauty of stunning appearance, one who was truly. He couldn't allow himself to think further. He feared he might truly feel sympathy for her if he did, which could drag him into unnecessary trouble. That girl had acted against old Xie, disregarding her own safety. Yet Lin Shan could clearly see that old Xie was by no means a ferocious or malevolent person. The grudges and grievances were not his concern, and at this moment, outside, old Xie hadn't been gone for long. Instead, he directly ordered the car to stop on the highway. The villa was surrounded by winding mountain roads. Old Xie now frowned deeply, with a serious expression etched onto his face. Some people hurriedly asked, "Boss Xie, what has happened?" Their eyes conveyed worry and urgency. Could it be because that treatment wasn't thorough enough, causing Boss Xie to have issues again? Boss Xie was once their pillar of support, especially since earlier, it was because Boss Xie tried to save them that he was poisoned so severely. If not for Crab Boss's life-risking fight, they might have already perished. Now, however, old Xie took several deep breaths, and his tone transformed from initial uncertainty to firm resolution. "I think someone doesn't want me to leave alive, and their goal is simple, creating discord between us and Lin Shan. After all, I came here asking Lin Shan for help with the treatment, and we also offered very generous conditions. The items have already been delivered by my men, but after they arrived, if I had suddenly died, wouldn't they suspect Lin Shan as a problem? To offend such an extraordinary master would be tantamount to offending a demon god. If he decided to eliminate someone, it might only take a flick of his finger." Chapter 86, Getting into Trouble. Upon hearing this, the people around old Xie exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Someone even trembled as they asked, "Big brother Xie, is this really possible? Even if we were to imagine his abilities, it would be impossible for him to actually fight against us. After all, we are the only sharp blade on the Jiuzhou continent, and we still hover above all cultivators. Although you may not be the top expert in our 9th bureau, your strength can still rank among the mid to upper echelons." Lin Shan looks to be just over 20 years old. In Linhai, he was only known for his divine medical skills. It's impossible for him to possess such formidable strength, right? Old Xie gave his subordinate a glance before irritably tapping him on the head. Then, he spoke earnestly. "Do you think that someone who can incapacitate me with just a wave of their hand, how strong do you think they are?" And this was even during a direct confrontation. If he were to use some tricks, do you think you could match him? Perhaps before you even get close to him, you'd already be defeated. For many skilled doctors, curing and saving lives might be infinitely more difficult than killing. If they wanted to kill, there wouldn't even be blood. They could make you die silently without leaving a trace or any way to find them. That's what truly makes someone terrifying. Moreover, I can sense that Lin Shan's character isn't an extreme one, nor is he someone driven by profit. This might just be intuition. The real reason I stopped you wasn't because of my own health issues, but because someone has been following us. Even though perhaps they haven't revealed any flaws, when we were driving earlier, I had already vaguely sensed it. This person is here to cause trouble. All I want is to see who he is. You just need to help me out of the car, acting like I'm gravely ill. You're no match for him, and if I act weak due to illness, I think he will be tempted to attack." His eyes had now become very determined. An overwhelming sense of determination rose within him. "As long as we engaged here, even if it means being critically injured, I must take down the opponent. Besides, a recluse master is staying at the villa up the mountain. If I am injured, I'll just go to him for healing. At worst, I'll grab some herbs from the 9th Bureau's collection. After all, it's a work-related injury, not me deliberately causing trouble." By this point, he'd already decided to seize this opportunity to capture whoever was behind them. As expected, as soon as those around him helped him out of the car, the shadow hidden behind finally couldn't resist any longer. A small figure jumped out, revealing a cold glint in their hand, striking with lightning speed. Before anyone else could react, the attack was already in front of old Xie. He was ready. In an instant, a dagger as thin as cicada wings appeared in his hand, clashing with the assailant in a similarly rapid manner. The metallic sounds of weapons colliding rang continuously. After exchanging hundreds of moves, old Xie took a half step back and smiled. "I thought you were stronger. Looks like I overestimated you." I didn't expect your skill to be so much weaker compared to others. There's definitely a large gang backing you. Don't rush. Once I capture you, I'll force you to divulge information. When that happens, your entire group will be utterly destroyed. Our Ninth Bureau never leaves these kinds of hazards alive. At that moment, his tone was highly confident. But soon, his expression changed, because he saw the face of the person groaning in pain. On the opponent's face, the black cloth covering it had been slashed by old Xie's knife moments ago. If the person hadn't dodged fast enough, the face could have been scarred too. That's when old Xie realized it was a woman. How is it you? Everyone else was equally astonished, unable to suppress widened eyes. Their gazes filled with disbelief as they alternately looked between old Xie and the woman. You should be grateful it's me. If it were anyone else, you'd likely already be dead. Look at your neck. I originally intended to take revenge on you, but after fighting you just now, I realized you aren't the person who killed my husband. You've been manipulated. The weapon used belonged to you. The weapon belongs only to you. You told me that a squad leader of the Ninth Bureau wiped out my entire family of over 120 people, even killing my young brother, who was only a few years old. When I returned home that day, all that remained of my younger brother was, well, I knew that squad leader extremely well, because he was once one of the people I most respected. I even needed to call him Uncle Xie. He and my father shared a life-saving relationship, yet he ended up dying by his weapon. How could I not have doubts? At this moment, the woman gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her eyes. He had already sensed it earlier. Old Xie simply did not have the ability to stand against his father. In fact, old Xie's strength was even inferior to his own, which was why he had held back at the crucial moment. It wasn't because he had been caught off guard that old Xie managed to slash his face mask. It wouldn't have happened otherwise. Old Xie furrowed his brows. Young lady, when the Xia family was wiped out, I was on a secret mission overseas. You can definitely verify this at the Ninth Bureau, since you're the only surviving heir. I've also faced danger together with your father. He and I were colleagues. The reason we never told you these things was for your protection. After all, every member of our Ninth Bureau keeps their identities strictly confidential. Only someone like me who has no family willingly exposes my identity, unafraid of retaliation. If you don't believe me, come back with me. Uncle Xie would never deceive you. The woman shook her head, her resolve strengthening. I might have already found the real murderer, but I'm certainly no match for them. Besides, my days are numbered. Going back with you would be useless. The moment you saw me just now, your expression gave away everything. The surprise, disbelief, and sorrow. If your face had shown the look of seeing a remnant of evil, I would have fought you to death. But it didn't. When you spoke to me just now, your voice trembled, filled with anticipation and concern. I'm sorry, Uncle Xie, but the poison in your body wasn't administered by me. All I can say is that there's danger around you, but I don't know exactly who it is. After all, any member of the Ninth Bureau who angers those madmen will surely provoke their fierce vengeance. They fear that. Chapter 87. Danger. Lao Xie's face already revealed an extremely serious look. He suddenly stepped forward, his expression becoming even graver. Summer, what are you going to do? Don't talk nonsense. You won't be long for this world, but I just met a divine doctor who can absolutely cure your condition. Don't be foolish. You bear the weight of blood vengeance. How could you want to perish completely like this? Haven't you forgotten how more than 100 members of your family died? At this moment, Lin Shun was standing not far away. He had actually already heard the commotion earlier and saw this scene when he arrived. A thoughtful smile appeared on his face. He was contemplating whether or not to save the beauty in front of him. After all, saving her would only require some techniques, and it wouldn't involve using those precious medicinal herbs. This woman named Summer was merely being controlled by some methods. Her body itself wasn't severely damaged. As long as the treatment doesn't involve the body's original energy, silver needles could heal her. Lao Xie took a few deep breaths, his expression becoming even more solemn. Summer, I know you have already deeply infiltrated their group. Perhaps they don't yet know that you've uncovered their flaws. When you take action against me, it is for revenge. Have you considered who might be behind all this mischief? If you confront them now, and end up finding out you're merely a pawn used by someone else, you'll neither avenge yourself nor survive. How will you face your family in the netherworld? Moreover, with your exceptional talent and cultivation, if something happens to you, there would be no hope at all. Upon hearing these words, the beautiful woman referred to as Summer couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her facial expression turned very sour. She shook her head bitterly. Uncle Xie, I've run out of chances. I know you truly care about me, but no one can save me. This isn't an illness. The divine doctor you mentioned, I've also seen him. He claimed he could treat me, but he surely lacks the means to do so. If he were truly so skilled, there's no way I'd even have the chance to stop him. Just until recently, I planned to attack him directly. Upon hearing this, Lao Xie's face changed drastically. If Summer really attacked Lin Shun, then no matter how influential Lao Xie was, it would be impossible for Lin Shun to help again. At this point, while hesitating, Lin Shun's voice suddenly came through. Who says I can't treat your condition? I previously only clearly told you that you are dying, but I never said I can't cure you. Moreover, I just stated I didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. I never said that you stand a chance in my presence. As he said these words, he approached them. Many others present noticed their pupils contract slightly, because none of them had noticed Lin Shun's approach until now. They were all powerful experts. Even the buzz of a mosquito 10 meters away wouldn't escape their hearing, let alone the sound of a living person. Yet, until Lin Shun stood before them, it felt as though there hadn't been anyone there before. It was as though this person should simply exist here, producing a strange sensation, making their hearts beat wildly. Lin Shen gave everyone present a half-smiling glance. Miss Beauty, I will not allow you to slander my medical skills. To cure you is quite simple. Every time I intervene, I expect a price. What can you offer? Summer blinked in slight surprise, then frowned deeply as she stared at Lin Shen, filled with obvious doubt in her eyes. Is this man really worth trusting? His gaze made her feel as though her innermost thoughts were laid bare, an extremely uncomfortable feeling. I've already said that I don't need your treatment, and I don't have anything that could cover your fees. So forget it. Right now, I have only one purpose, to find the mastermind behind all this. Whatever clues I get hold of, I'll hand over to Uncle Xie. Uncle Xie, if I don't return, consider this our final goodbye. If you get the chance, please avenge me. I'm not their match, but I believe they must be the opposing organization of the Ninth Outfit. After all, the things they have told me are utterly outrageous, and they show no respect for rules. We can even say that they will resort to any means to achieve their goals, and are capable of doing anything. For such people without a Bi Shan, the Ninth Outfit absolutely won't let them off easily. At this moment, Lao Xie stood up somewhat anxiously. His eyes were filled with annoyance. You silly girl, if you cooperate with us now, wouldn't we achieve a better effect? Moreover, you don't have to go back. As long as you fall into our hands, we can directly announce to the outside world that you attacked me, and then give you another identity. Isn't it better to live? Why look for death? Just as Xia Tian was about to shake her head, at this moment, Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were filled with coldness. When you had the intention to kill me, it might be your unlucky time. I advise you to make a choice and not to stare at me with those murderous intentions in your eyes. Don't aim those dangerous things at me either. He had already sensed a hint of crisis. There must be someone nearby watching him, not too far away. If the person targeted others, it would have been fine. But recklessly focusing on him like this could spell trouble. It's likely that weapons had already locked onto him, which is why he felt a sense of impending danger. His words also made everyone else present involuntarily shudder, especially Lao Xie, who was looking pale right now, his gaze suddenly turning towards the surroundings. Whoever you are, stop being sneaky and come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for directly calling the surrounding surveillance system, making it impossible for you to escape. Upon hearing these words, there was no movement from the other side. Lin Shen smiled faintly. Lao Xie, haven't you noticed yet? They clearly want to deliberately cause trouble, and have already targeted me. It seems like they fear that I may cure Xia Tian's illness. Isn't it possible that the people under their control are all using this kind of method? That shows I've caught someone's attention. Chapter 88, Willingly. Lin Shen's words caused a sudden change in the expressions of several people, their eyes all filled with disbelief. Especially Xia Tian. Until now, he hadn't sensed any impending danger, yet Lin Shen had said these words. Lin Shen certainly wouldn't make such claims without reason. After saying this, his gaze shifted to another direction. The corners of his mouth slightly curled upward, and his voice was cold as a blade. I've given you the chance, but if you don't take it seriously, don't blame me. If you don't want to show up, then I'll force you out. Having finished speaking, his figure seemed to vanish completely into the night sky. This unexpected scene deeply shocked everyone present. None of them had expected Lin Shen's speed to be so fast. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from before them. This far exceeded their visual tracking abilities. Their eyeballs couldn't even keep up with his speed. One could only imagine how quick he must have become. Lin Shen had already arrived at the forested area. The surroundings were mountain roads, and hiding someone here would be too simple. Already feeling the other person's gaze, that individual soon diverted their attention, no longer wanting to focus on him. It was clear they knew how formidable he was. That person tried to retreat silently, gradually stepping back. When stepping back, he suddenly felt something behind him pressing against his back. There was clearly a road here, so why would there be anything at his back? Instinctively, he wanted to turn around. Just at that moment, a cold, sharp surgical knife moved forward lightly. A piercing sensation struck the skin on his waist. In that very second, it felt like needles pricking his spine. Lin Shen faintly smiled, his tone more calm and detached, devoid of emotion. Someone like you appears here, seeing my moves. There's a possibility I directly report to the people behind you, after which they would definitely cause trouble for me because they'd consider my existence as a threat to their reign. After all, you use dirty tactics to control your subordinates. But I sense that others can remove this specific toxin, and they'd eliminate the one controlling it right away, lest it interferes with my orders. If word gets out, it might incite dissenters to attack you. Getting controlled isn't exactly ideal. Your subordinates likely already lack patience with you. Once interpreted by them, you're done for. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man trembled slightly in his stance, a quiver also appearing in his voice. Big brother, we didn't mean any harm to you. My goal here is solely targeting Xia Tian. You may not understand our organization well. We never provoke experts without purpose, particularly someone as powerful as you, against whom we stand no chance. Although I'm unsure how far your strength has reached, if you wished, killing me would likely be effortless. And the happenings here won't get mentioned. At most, I'll say my plan failed, and Lao Xie took Xia Tian away. If I told everything, those behind me wouldn't let me off easily either, since I've annoyed someone as formidable as you. They'd see it as stirring up trouble, and might just decide to kill me. I don't wish to die young. Lin Shen couldn't help but laugh. His gaze carried thick mockery. You do speak rather amusingly, but I absolutely cannot let you leave for fear of later issues. There's an old saying, if you don't uproot weeds, they sprout again in the spring breeze. Moreover, only you are here tonight. If you're dealt with, subsequent troubles will likely cease. Even if problems arise, they directly target the Ninth Bureau. Let the Ninth Bureau take the blame. That should pose no issues, considering how familiar they already are with the Ninth Bureau. Before the black-clothed man could reply, Lin Chun gripped his neck tightly. They quickly reappeared in front of the group from the Ninth Bureau. He tossed the person he was holding right in front of Lao Xia. Old Xia, there's no need to thank me anymore. Just take him back. This is an additional reward, but with one condition. Once you're back, under no circumstances should you disclose any information about me. If they find out that I can cure that kind of toxin, the trouble I'll face will be endless. Upon hearing these words, gratitude filled Lao Xia's expression. He truly didn't know what to say. He bent deeply and bowed. Divine Doctor, thank you for your gift. I don't even know what to say. Great favors need not be acknowledged. From now on, you will always be a friend of our Ninth Bureau. Whenever you have any needs, just give me a call, and I assure you, I'll come at your beck and call. Lin Chun waved his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips as he glanced at the woman named Xia Tian. Are you sure you won't seek my treatment? If your illness was cured, it might indeed cause me some trouble, but with the Ninth Bureau in front, I'm not afraid of anything. But if you don't come, my troubles will be solved, since you wouldn't live long anyway. At this moment, Xia Tian hesitated slightly. After witnessing Lin Chen's strength, she dropped straight to her knees without hesitation. Divine Doctor, please help me. My entire family of over 120 people were all killed by them. I want revenge. To uncover the true culprit and avenge my family, I've already joined them. As long as you help me get my revenge, I am willing to pay any price. Lin Chen looked down at the woman kneeling before him, shaking his head gently. You can't afford that price. After all, behind them lies a massive organization. I don't wish to get entangled in such events, and neither should you be seeking me when you have someone like Old Xia standing right before you, a capable tool who could assist. Aren't you reaching too far? Xia Tian shook her head. Uncle Xia can only help me so much, and I know his limitations. He belongs to the Ninth Bureau and can't dedicate all his focus to this matter. At least, if you are willing to help me, I'd gladly serve you as a maid. I'll agree to any unreasonable request you may have. Chapter 89, Awkward. Old Xia slightly opened his mouth, wanting to stop something, but swallowed the words completely before they came out. Because he was unclear in his heart, what Xia Tian had said about him was true. He simply didn't have that ability. If there were indeed ways to completely uproot the enemy, he wouldn't have been tolerating until now. By now, he probably would have acted already. Even until this point, he couldn't uncover any detailed information about the other party. This was the most infuriating and frustrating aspect. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as his voice calmly echoed. I've already told you, I don't like trouble. At this moment, Xia Tian, as if having made a firm decision, took off a jade token from her body. Then she raised it with both hands and, with a trembling voice, said, although I don't know why those people keep targeting our family, this jade token is their purpose. But until now, I don't even know what secrets are hidden within this jade token. As long as you can help me get revenge, this jade token can be directly given to you. As these words were spoken, the members of Department 9 present instinctively turned their gazes toward it. Lin Chun, upon seeing the jade token, felt his pupils constrict slightly because he saw an intense sense of cultural aura emanating from the token. And amidst that cultural aura, there was also another thread of energy mixed in. That thread of energy caused the primal energy inside him to rapidly swirl, as if after being hungry for 3 days, he was suddenly presented with a lavish full banquet, even constantly assaulting his reason. His eyes reflected deep thought as his hand extended to receive the jade token. The token still carried Xia Tian's warmth, its fragrance clearly perceivable. Lin Chun gradually smiled, with primal energy rapidly absorbing the strong cultural aura. His power also started visibly increasing at a rapid pace. When the absorption of the cultural aura was complete, he wanted to study the other stream of energy to see if it matched the descriptions in his legacy. However, right then, the primal energy within him seemed to act beyond his control and immediately absorbed all of that thread of energy completely. He merely wanted to conduct research. He truly didn't want to involve himself in such a large-scale issue. Yet, it seemed his primal energy simply wouldn't listen to reason. After absorbing that trace of energy, he felt an incredibly vast amount of energy lying dormant in his dantian, waiting for him to utilize it at any time to transcend his current realm. As for the jade token in his hand, it broke into pieces. Lin Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes, for this was the first time encountering such a situation. That trace of energy was undoubtedly the legendary spirit energy of immortals. He absolutely couldn't absorb so much in one go, or else, due to its immense power, he might have exploded and died. However, the spirit energy of immortals was extremely gentle, now stored in his dantian, where it could potentially be absorbed anytime. It was akin to gaining an additional power bank, an extra card up his sleeve. But that shattered jade token placed him in a highly embarrassing position now. Xia Tian's eyes filled with disbelief as well. She had just witnessed Lin Chun holding that jade token in his hand without performing any action when cracks began to appear, then a gentle breeze passed by. Suddenly, it crumbled into a pile of powder, dispersed by the wind. As these powders wafted around, they could faintly detect a delicate fragrance, one which marginally enhanced their own powers. Lin Chen lightly coughed once. Would you believe me if I told you it wasn't intentional? Xia Tian's eyes brimmed with sadness, losing even the last shred of hope. This jade token had been handed down by her father personally as the family heirloom, and he told her that solving the mysteries within this jade token could propel her to become a true master-level expert. Now the jade token had disintegrated into mere dust. Could it really be Lin Chen? Lin Chen awkwardly explained. I didn't expect this jade token to be so fragile. I just wanted to test whether infusing it with inner force would produce any reaction. After all, you said it yourself. It's your family treasure, and those people plotted extensively to eliminate your entire family just to obtain this item. Pure curiosity, but my curiosity has led to disaster. Perhaps, here's a suggestion. I'll help you take revenge, and I'll allow you to personally handle the revenge step by step, cultivating your strength along the way. It can serve as compensation from me to you. How does that sound? Xiaotian clenched her red lips tightly, her mind burning with anger. She desperately wanted to slap this man in front of her hard across the face, destroying her final hope, and then telling her that she'd take revenge herself? With his abilities, if he could genuinely avenge her, would he have waited until now? Clearly, this guy was avoiding responsibility. However, if he were to fight against the speed the other party had just displayed and the imposing presence they should naturally exude, he knew the person in front of him was a true master, and an extremely powerful one at that. Against someone like this, there was no chance of winning, and even making a move might provoke their anger. Beside him, old Xia, fearing Xiaotian's impulsiveness, quickly took a step forward and bowed respectfully to Lin Shun, his face showing a somewhat awkward smile. Master healer, too many things have happened today. Why not let Xiaotian come back with me first? As for cultivating her abilities and improving them, actually, old Xia had already noticed that Lin Shun truly didn't want to get involved in this trouble. After all, a massive troublesome whirlpool would make anyone feel uneasy when placed before them. At this moment, they were especially afraid of Xiaotian becoming overly confrontational. If someone were to find an excuse to start a fight, it would be impossible to stop them in time. Seeing the black-clad figure lying unconscious on the ground, everyone realized that if the opponent really wanted to kill, every single person present would end up silenced forever. Lin Shun had read their thoughts clearly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. You can rest assured. I always keep my word. I need to treat his condition first. If he returns now, it will only complicate future treatments. Bring him over. You two can watch too, so you don't worry. Even though his inner thoughts were laid bare, old Xia could only force an awkward smile at this point. It was the only lineage left by his old friend. He absolutely couldn't stand idly by and watch Xiaotian get into trouble. Xiaotian tightly bit her red lips and reluctantly followed behind Lin Shun, each step filled with hesitation. Old Xia whispered beside her. You silly girl, it's fine that the object is gone as long as you're still alive. Master Healer Lin isn't the kind of person who harbors petty grievances, nor would he do anything excessive. Even though this is the first collaboration between our 9th Bureau and Master Healer Lin, I fully trust his character. If he said he could cultivate you into a great expert, then it will definitely happen without any issues. Lin Shun glanced irritably back at old Xia. Are you trying to lecture me? Chapter 90, Obsession. Mr. Xia's face revealed an extremely awkward expression, but he didn't deny it. His meaning was very clear. If Lin Shun had already agreed to help Xiaotian, there was no way this could be treated lightly or handled carelessly. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lin Shun enough. Rather, since this was their first interaction, he wasn't sure about Lin Shun's character. Moreover, Lin Shun had previously shown a profit-driven side. Although Mr. Xia didn't think Lin Shun was the kind of person who would betray others, one couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be any surprises. And considering his old friend's daughter, so beautiful and adorable, with such a perfect figure, few young men could remain unaffected. Lin Shun glanced at him and said impatiently, Don't worry, I won't harm her in any way. Besides, your 9th Bureau is always watching closely anyway. And I don't want trouble. I hate it most when things become complicated. As for you, your presence here might actually disturb my treatment. If you wish to follow me over, feel free to stay at the villa. With that, he turned around and walked toward the villa. Mr. Xia ultimately made up his mind. Xia girl, if anything happens, you can call me anytime. I trust Lin Shun fairly well. He promised to cure my problems before, and his remedies truly worked miracles. Frankly speaking, I still haven't paid him his consultation fee. I'll visit again later when I bring more herbs. Meanwhile, while you're here, try to sweet-talk him. Don't act aloof. You'll never know how much good Lin Shun might do for you. Who knows what incredible things he could produce. In fact, it's possible your strength may change drastically within a short time. As he spoke, he tried his best to reassure Xiaotian. No matter what, Xiaotian mustn't lose hope or develop resentment against Lin Shun if her last remaining hope failed. If Lin Shun were genuinely willing to put in all his efforts, perhaps a miracle could happen. Although he doubted Lin Shun's words somewhat, even a small ray of hope was better than none. Xiaotian nodded. This was the first time she'd heard Uncle Xia praise a young man so highly. And not just that, Uncle Xia repeatedly described him as a worldly recluse who could offer assistance. Now, as long as he could help her take revenge, regardless of any conditions he proposed, she'd agree without hesitation. She had already clearly indicated earlier that she was willing to become Lin Shun's personal property if he would help her take revenge. However, he refused her. Her heart was uneasy. After bidding farewell to Uncle Xia and returning to the villa, her heart felt like it had risen into her throat. The moment had arrived that would determine her fate. Would Lin Shun continue pretending to be noble in front of everyone, or did he truly have no interest in her? Having seen many hypocritical people in her life, she understood only too well how cruel the world could be. Entering the living room of the villa, she saw Lin Shun seated on the sofa quietly sipping tea, acting as though she didn't exist. Xiaotian bit her red lips tightly. Her only remaining chance now lay in Lin Shun's hands. Regardless of whether he could resolve the toxins in her body, as long as he helped her take revenge, everything else would be worth it. Over 120 lives weighed heavily on her mind like a mountain, impossible to shake off. With her determination set, She wasted no time. Xia Tian slowly approached Lin Shen from behind and pulled down her black robe. Her skin was as white as milk, likely due to her long exposure to little sunlight. Lin Shen heard the rustling sound behind him, turned back instinctively, and froze. He stared blankly at her for a while. Xia Tian's flushed face looked as if she had been drunk. Her adorable and delicate features made one want to pinch her cheeks. Though she had a baby-like face, her exquisite facial structure and stunning beauty possessed an irresistible allure, particularly as he glanced downward. Lin Shen felt his nose heating up and immediately raised his head. Then Xia Tian slightly bent over, reaching out to massage his temples. Her face was so red it seemed almost to drip with blood. Her voice trembled faintly as she said, "I've said it before, as long as you can help me avenge them, whatever you do to me, I will accept without resistance. Whether you choose to train me or deal with it personally, I consider it your acceptance of my terms. In this situation, I belong to you as your personal possession." By the end of her speech, Xia Tian's voice brimmed with unwavering determination, showing no hint of doubt. Lin Shen wore an expression of bewilderment, and neither of them noticed how her considerable cleavage had brushed against the back of his head. The sensation was incomparable. Some people once claimed that looking up from below may reveal flaws even in the prettiest individuals. However, Lin Shen didn't find any flaws in her. Such a delicate and flawless person was actually about to become his private possession. If he didn't feel anything, that would truly be complete nonsense. Even ghosts wouldn't believe it. He coughed lightly and hurriedly leaned forward. But Xia Tian immediately wrapped her arms around Lin Shen's neck from behind, pressing herself tightly against his back. Lin Shen's body stiffened slightly. "Miss, don't do anything reckless. Don't test my willpower. I'm not a good man, you know. The reason I agreed earlier was because I accidentally destroyed your heirloom jade pendant. That's something I owe you, or rather, a deal between us. If you keep this up, the consequences." Xia Tian's voice was resolute. "I'll take full responsibility for all the consequences. After all, I'm already yours." Lin Shen could hear the meaning in her words. If he were willing, there would be no problem with doing anything. And Xia Tian would surely cooperate fully. If she had to flatter him, even if he made outrageous or humiliating demands, Xia Tian would agree without hesitation. But he had his own principles. "Listen, miss, some things shouldn't be rushed. You have your own life, and right now, I don't want a girlfriend anyway. Besides, we've only just met. I know you don't have any feelings for me. What you have is just the obsession of revenge. I'm a conservative person, and..." Before he finished his sentence, Lin Shen nearly exploded with frustration. At that moment, Xia Tian firmly grabbed his most vital spot. Then, he saw her little face turn as red as a ripe apple, and he clearly heard her let out a small sigh of relief. Looking back, he gazed into those beautiful eyes. He felt as though he understood something, gritting his teeth and saying, "It's not that I can't. It's that I don't want to rush through it so carelessly." Xia Tian lowered her head slightly, letting go of her grip. Her voice was soft but stubbornly determined. "I'm afraid you're deceiving me." Chapter 91. Do not counsel others to be good. Summer's hands seemed at a loss, and her voice became unbearably tense. Tears slid from the corner of her eyes. She had already mustered all her courage to say those words earlier, and it was a sense of conviction in her heart that urged her to be ruthless. To please this shy man, she had discarded all her dignity. She originally thought that she was dealing with a man who might lack certain abilities, but after testing him personally, she realized how terrifying this guy could be. Her trembling voice said, "More than 100 people from my family are watching me from beneath the earth. They await my vengeance. The debt of more than 100 lives weighs on my heart, making it hard for me to breathe. You surely can help me get revenge. I know you have the ability. Otherwise, Uncle Xia wouldn't have persuaded me to stay. Right now, it's as if I've grabbed hold of my last lifeline. If you refuse, I feel like you're shirking your responsibilities. The reason for your refusal is because you don't want to help me, right?" Lin Shen furrowed his brow and turned back to look, only seeing the faint tremors of ripples. He hastily shifted his gaze and sighed helplessly. "Your plight, I cannot empathize with personally. I've never counseled anyone to be good, because doing so brings down the wrath of heaven. Someone else's suffering is not my business, and I do not advise others to be virtuous. That's a basic principle I live by. Also, when I speak, it's like water splashed out. It cannot be taken back. The reason I haven't agreed is because I truly cannot do it, not because I don't wish to interfere. It's just that I feel as though you're possessed by hatred, and I don't want to become a tool for your release. Do you understand what I mean? I think you're pitiable enough already. I don't want to darken your life further, or rather, if I mess up anything of yours, I'll make up for it. At least let you know that there are still some good people in the world. Even if that good person isn't me anymore, he can still be your Uncle Xia." Lin Shen absolutely did not want to be the good person. If he were called a good person, he might even argue with someone about it, because being good equates to being a scapegoat. After truly experiencing betrayal, he decided to lock his heart entirely, no longer letting it soften for anyone else. Because those you care about most hurt you the deepest. Surprised, Summer raised her head and noticed Lin Shen's expression had already returned to calmness. She felt that the man in front of her seemed to have many stories within him. Lin Shen stood up without turning around, and the stance with which he stood was slightly bent over. "I'll prepare things first. You should go wash up, and when you come out, dress neatly. When I attempt to heal you, I don't want any distractions." With a very complicated mood, Summer suddenly couldn't help asking a question. "Am I not pretty enough?" "You're beautiful, precisely because you're too beautiful and almost perfect. I'm afraid I would be distracted," Lin Shen explained frankly. "Right now, I only want to interpret your potential and train you into a true master so you can personally take revenge on your enemies. I can even tell you countless ways to torment people, leaving them yearning neither for life nor death. Killing a person is merely giving them a quick death. Making them suffer deeply means ensuring they'd rather not live at all, and before killing them, their minds must also be crushed. I cannot teach you how to be a good person, but I can teach you how to become merciless. Having finished speaking, Lin Shen immediately rushed upstairs. He was an ordinary blood and fire young man, and the image presented was highly stimulating. There was a risk of actually committing mistakes, perhaps major ones. If the person tonight hadn't been Summer but Xuanhuan, he probably would have acted impulsively. Without any emotional foundation, it was simply using someone as a tool, something he didn't need. Rather than compromising himself, he preferred living alone forever, and definitely didn't want to owe any feelings-related debts. Summer gently bit her red lips, her eyes following Lin Shen's disappearing back. She suddenly revealed a smile that appeared genuinely from her heart for the first time in recent years. You're neither a hypocrite nor a real villain, but a genuinely good person. It's just that you seem to dislike being called one. From now on, I start to truly trust you. The sound wasn't loud. Only Summer herself could hear it. When Lin Shen stepped out again, it was due to hearing Summer's voice from the hall. In his hands, he held a box of silver needles and several bottles of medicine. Upon seeing Summer, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth's corner slightly. Though cloaked in a black robe, it was painfully obvious. Was this girl really misunderstanding her figure? Those distinct outlines, did she really think he couldn't see them? He took a few deep breaths, pretending he hadn't noticed anything, and descended the stairs with a smile on his face. I'll help you with acupuncture first, then we will remove the toxins in your body. The medicine in this blue bottle can help you recover from your wounds more quickly. The poison has seeped deep into the bone marrow. Removing it is like extracting marrow from the bone, which might cause some damage. The contents of the other vial are meant to replenish what is lost. I've already agreed to cultivate you into a true master, so I won't go back on my word. Currently, I'm just adjusting your physical state, and once you're at your peak condition again, I'll give you other pills to increase your skills. Lin Shen focused his attention elsewhere. Summer lay flat in front of him, her eyes closed as a sweet smile graced her lips. Although Lin Shen didn't know why Summer had such a smile, he could no longer afford to think about it. Quickly, he plunged the silver needles into her acupoints. The treatment lasted for over half an hour. Lin Shen wiped sweat from his forehead and exhaled gently. It's done. The treatment is complete. Take some time to feel the state of your own body. The expelled toxins can be dissolved into other medicines to produce even more potent poisons. This kind of poison won't kill, but it'll make life unbearable, far more painful than any toxin you've felt before. When the time comes, you can use this poison to torment your enemies. You don't need much. A mere trace will be enough to bring excruciating pain. Having said that, Lin Shen hurriedly went upstairs, unsure whether he should drive this girl away. Having someone in his villa made it hard for him to concentrate on cultivation. Summer sat up just as Lin Shen returned. Her pale face came into view. Inside, Lin Shen sighed bitterly. He wouldn't sleep tonight, needing to focus entirely on his cultivation to clear his mind of that unforgettable beauty. Meanwhile, inside Shen family's mansion, Li Qin's face turned extremely pale as she listened to the voice on the phone, rising incredulously. What did you say? You're sure there's a connection between Lin Shen and Miss Jiang? Chapter 92. Outburst. Li Qin trembled as she listened to the voice coming through her phone. Her expression grew increasingly grim. Even after hanging up, disbelief filled her face as she turned her gaze towards her son. Shenjun had been eavesdropping all along and now anxiously asked, Mom, what's going on? Tell us, what happened with Miss Jiang? Li Qin's voice shook slightly. Someone just called me. I hired him specifically to investigate Lin Shen because I wanted revenge. But unexpectedly, that guy wouldn't act anymore. He said there's a special relationship between Lin Shen and Miss Jiang. Moreover, President Feng has gone to visit Lin Shen several times. Each time, he was very polite. They've even found out that Feng Haoxuan is severely injured. Though not dead, he's completely incapacitated. Worst of all, it was President Feng himself who disabled Feng Haoxuan. Though we sold our shares to President Feng, your sister still holds 30%. It's not that we're money hungry, but selling the shares is the only way for her company right now. But who could have guessed that Lin Shen had such connections? Why didn't he say anything before? Shenjun cursed angrily. This bastard did it intentionally. He probably enjoys seeing our misery. And we shouldn't have sold the shares. If your sister just begs Lin Shen, given his sycophantic attitude, he'd definitely agree without hesitation. If Lin Shen intervenes to intercede with the Jiang family and the Feng family, the company will immediately return to its former state. Those shares were like a money-making tree, but now they're impossible to get back. This matter must be explained clearly to my sister. As Shun Bingxue entered from outside, exhaustion showed on her face. What do you want to tell me? She'd only heard the last sentence upon entering. Now the company had too many troubles, and the Feng family kept dragging their feet. Feng Haoxuan's phone was even unreachable. The Feng CEO had warned her not to meddle in their affairs anymore. However, later on, the Feng CEO told her again about how much financial support they would give them. There was still no accurate figure provided yet. He just asked her to prepare every single detail meticulously so that the Feng CEO could personally inspect their company's detailed conditions and profitability. Shen Jun looked a little awkward, instinctively glancing at his mother. He dared not mention this to Shen Bingxue because he feared possible consequences which might make him suffer. Upon noticing her mother and brother exchanging glances, Shen Bingxue furrowed her eyebrows slightly and sounded more impatient. Just tell me straight away. We're a family. Why bother hiding things? Even if you've done something wrong, I can't help teach you anything anyway. I'm already tired enough. All I hope is that you don't create more trouble. Hearing this, Shinjun let out a sigh of relief, winking at his mom. Li Qin smiled awkwardly and stammered. Xiaoxue, has President Feng called you? He mentioned he could provide support, right? And he must be paying close attention to our company situation. Shen Bingxue had always wondered why President Feng suddenly changed his mind. Hearing her mother's hesitant words, she knew that big trouble was brewing. Her voice shaking, she said, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every successful businessman ascends by stepping over others' bloody corpses. Business is war. One general success means tens of thousands die. President Feng wouldn't support us without reason, especially after Feng Haoxuan disappeared. Things have become increasingly mysterious, and I've suspected his intentions. Now I feel the problem might lie with you too. Just tell me what's going on." By the end, Shen Bingxue almost couldn't control her emotions, and her voice trembled. How could Li Qin dare hide anything anymore? She had never seen her daughter so angry before. With fear in her tone, she said, "Xiaoxue, don't blame me. You know the current state of the company. If I hadn't sold the shares to President Feng, he wouldn't have agreed to help us. But if we didn't sell the shares, the company would be doomed to failure. I sacrificed my own shares to save the company. Mr. Feng also set conditions, requiring more than 50% of the shares, so I sold your brother's shares as well." Upon hearing this, Shen Bingxue was struck like by lightning. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. "Mom, you're not joking with me, are you? You really sold the shares? 60% of the shares in Mr. Feng's hands is equivalent to directly handing over our company to him, and we may even become his subsidiary. It won't be long before no one remembers Shen Group. They'll only remember it as a branch of Mr. Feng's group. The remaining shares have no say at all. What's the difference from the company going bankrupt?" Li Qin replied without hesitation. "Of course, it's different. Selling the shares means we still have some money in hand for you to make a comeback. If we didn't sell them and the company went bankrupt, you might end up with unpayable debts, dragging us down too. But if Feng Group swallows those shares, it could bring the company prosperity, and the rest of your shares would provide our family with continuous financial benefits. In the future, you'll still control the family expenses, and Feng Group will surely be generous." At this point, Shen Bingshua's mindset was already breaking. She shouted angrily, "Mom, you've ruined everything for me. At first, you forced me to divorce Lin Shan, but I never thought there was any conflict between him and me. It was all due to your constant brainwashing. I chose to compromise because I believed my family was more important. But my family has stabbed me deeply in the back, burning all my hard work into ashes. You don't know how much determination it took for me to give up Lin Shan. Do you know the price and effort I paid to make the company flourish? Initially, when you said to divide the company shares, I thought you were my closest people, so I gave each of you 30% of the shares. After all, I earned all that money for the happiness of my family. But what was the result? My heart is made of flesh, not an icy stone without temperature." Chapter 93, Resolve. Li Qin never imagined that her daughter would erupt like this. Realizing that she had indeed overstepped this time, in the past, no matter how unreasonable she was, things always ended with yelling and crying. But this time, she really believed she had a valid reason, and felt that she hadn't done anything wrong. "Xiaoxue, I didn't make a mistake. Think about it. If I hadn't sold the shares in advance, how would the Feng family have lent us money? If no one had helped out, what kind of end would we have faced? We would have gone bankrupt directly, possibly accumulating debts everywhere. By then, we'd live every day dodging debt collectors, maybe even becoming notorious as debt defaulters. Can you imagine living a life like that? You've already said earning money is for our family's benefit. Now we've sold the company's shares, 5 billion yuan worth. With that much money in the bank account, just the interest alone would be enough for us to live on forever. Why should we bother working so hard running some company? Why don't you sell your shares too? You can deposit the money with me. I definitely won't misuse your money. I'll save it properly for you. When you get married again, I'll give it to you as dowry." Upon hearing this, Shen Bingxue felt as if the sky above her was collapsing. She couldn't believe her own mother would say such things. Her voice trembled slightly. "Mom, do you realize what you're saying? If I sell my shares too, that would mean giving away control of the company to others. The market value of our company now is several billion yuan, and you've already sold 60% of the shares for only 5 billion. I really don't know how ridiculous you will look if this news spreads outside. I don't feel like arguing too much with you anymore. My heart has been shattered by all of you. From now on, you can go your way, and I'll walk mine. Since you've already sold your shares, why don't you return home? Don't stay in this city anymore." After finishing her words, Shen Bingxue turned around and walked off. Shinjun attempted to stop her, but was held back by their mother. "Mom, why are you stopping me? My sister is going to drive us away now, and she said she wants us to return to our hometown. We can't let that happen. She still holds 30% of the company's shares. If something happens in the future, although that 30% isn't as profitable as before, it's still money. You previously mentioned keeping those 30% shares for us, while saving these 5 billion yuan as capital. And you also said you'd help me start a business. This money cannot be wasted. And if she remarries, why should you give her a dowry? Isn't it more logical that someone else pays us instead?" Hearing this, Li Qin shot her son an exasperated glare. "Don't you realize how foolish you sound? What I told your sister were merely words of comfort. No man who intends to marry her should propose without offering at least a few hundred million as a bride price. How could we leave now? You are her younger brother, and I am her mother. No matter what, she'll have to support us. And haven't you ever thought about who your sister is? All she's doing now is expressing anger through words, and even uttering some harsh statements. But she won't truly do anything to us. Even if we stay, she won't force us to leave. Your sister is beautiful. Even after remarriage, she will undoubtedly fetch a good price in marriage. The current Feng young master might not dare think about pursuing her anymore, but we can reach out to other people. There were plenty of wealthy men vying for her attention before. As long as we maintain connections with rich heirs, once she manages to captivate them completely, perhaps when you start your business, they might provide substantial funding directly for them. Investing a few billion yuan is merely a trivial matter. Actually, Shen Bingxue hadn't left. She was standing by the door, unsure where she should go. The world seemed vast, yet she found no place for herself. Especially after overhearing the conversation inside, she felt as if her heart had been pierced by icy needles. It dawned on her that in her mother's and younger brother's eyes, she was nothing but a money bag. Could she really be wrong? What was wrong with being kind to her family? But why has it come to this now? He still remembers the early days after their marriage, when he already knew about the company Lin Chen had started with him, and also realized how talented Lin Chen was. Back then, how did our mother treat Lin Chen? It was as if she treated him just like she treats Feng Xuanhuan now. But what happened later? Scene after scene flashed through his mind. Shen Bingxue's face became increasingly grim, pale as paper. He immediately took out his phone and called the property management. Before I get back, make sure everyone in my villa is cleared out. I don't want to see them again. The person at the property management office was confused and asked urgently, Mr. Shun, what about your mother and younger brother? How should we explain this to them? Since you've dismissed all the servants and are forcing people out, what? He hesitated and didn't dare to continue speaking. Shen Bingxue took a few deep breaths and then said coldly, I mean everyone. Do you understand what that means? No one should be in my villa. Anyone who dares to approach will answer to me, and I'll file a complaint directly to your company CEO. Get ready to pack up and leave. After saying this, he hung up the phone straight away. Sometimes a complete change is necessary. If Lin Chen were by his side, maybe he would feel mentally supported and comforted. His restless soul wouldn't have no place to rest. At this moment, he missed Lin Chen more than ever before. This longing had transformed into an unbearable eagerness. If he called Lin Chen, would he pick up? Would Lin Chen give him any warmth or consideration? Thinking about this, his expression became firm. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. Some things need to be clarified, and Lin Chen must see the changes in him now. Chapter 94, about to give up. And at this moment, Lin Chen was in a hotel. Sitting opposite was Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng's face was full of an ingratiating look as he took out a folder, opened it, and pushed it towards Lin Chen. Divine Doctor, I really don't know how to thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I might have already died childless, and I might have already met Yama. So, I spent 5 billion yuan to buy the company shares from that greedy old woman and hand them over to you. And I've learned about some things. You and Shen Bingxue were both creators of this company. It's like returning things to their rightful owner. Looking at the names of the beneficiaries on those share transfer documents, which hadn't been signed yet. As long as he signed his name, all the shares would belong to him. A faint smile appeared on his face. Regarding Mr. Feng's performance, he naturally understood. Just as he was about to refuse, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the chat number on the screen was Shen Bingxue's. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone came Shen Bingxue's trembling voice. Lin Chen, can you tell me where you are? I miss you. I really, really miss you. I feel like I can't live without you. By the end, Shen Bingxue's voice was even more sobbing. Lin Chen's frown deepened. There was clearly evident confusion in his gaze. If it were before, she wouldn't have called him with this kind of tone and attitude. It felt like she was begging for his charity. Did you drink alcohol? Shen Bingxue's voice came again, and her sobbing grew more evident. Can I come see you? Perhaps I truly feel unable to hold on any longer. I beg you, could you save me? Could you let me see you? Lin Chen, I don't know what exactly happened, but if Shen Bingxue is in such a state, ignoring it altogether would make him uneasy. No matter what, they were once a married couple. And today's Shen Bingxue had changed too much compared to before, but there was no way they could go back to how they used to be. Once broken, mirrors can hardly be mended. Silent for a few seconds, he replied faintly, you can just come to the Carey Hotel. I'm in room 1809 on the top floor. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone and glanced at Mr. Feng, smiling faintly. Mr. Feng, I'll take these contracts then, so consider it a favor I owe you. If anything comes up later that needs my help, feel free to call me directly. I won't refuse within my capacity. At this moment, he changed his mind. If these contracts were in his possession, perhaps there'd be some chances of turning things around, especially when considering Shen Bingxue's current situation. He had heard before that the final aid for Shen Bingxue involved resolving past issues, but now circumstances had taken a drastic turn. He very much wanted to find out what happened on Shen Bingxue's side. Simultaneously, he thought about another thing, grabbing hold of the shares first. According to the rules he left behind, 60% ownership entitled veto power at the board meetings. Effectively, it meant he entirely dominated the situation. If he wished, in the future, the Shun Group would need a renaming and change of surname. Mr. Feng vaguely heard the familiar voice transmitted from the phone and knew that the person calling Lin Chen should be Shen Bingxue. Overwhelmed with excitement internally, knowing he had made the right move this time, he saw Lin Chen's face showing a smile. Thinking that Lin Chen owed him one favor almost sent him over the moon with joy. He quickly said, Divine Doctor, I have a rough understanding of Miss Shen's condition. It's not easy getting bank loans. I've prepared a cash flow of 10 billion yuan ready to invest directly into their company. It can be repaid in installments, 1 billion yuan each year. 10 years to pay off in total, with absolutely no interest. He didn't say it outright as an investment, because he knew that Lin Chen-type business deals, if someone wanted to invest, others would scramble to offer big wads of cash. Being able to get the opportunity early was already a great deal. Lin Chen responded with a gentle smile. There's no need for that. Some matters will soon return to normal, and when there's anything needed, I won't hesitate to call you directly. Friends should naturally walk together through the thick and thin. Mr. Feng became even more excited. Lin Chen had actually regarded him as a friend. At his age, especially after almost dying once, he valued his life very much. A godly doctor like Lin Chen not only had an extensive network of connections, but was also likely one of those true recluses with extraordinary abilities. Making friends with such a recluse could potentially save him at critical moments. Besides, Lin Chen had mentioned before that he could help him have children again. Although he was nearly 60, who said men over 60 couldn't have children? As long as his body was properly adjusted, having more children would be incredibly easy, and while raising them, they wouldn't end up useless like his own son. With a world-renowned physician like Lin Chen, living another 20 or 30 years wasn't out of the question. It's my great honor to be considered your friend, divine doctor. Saying this, he picked up his wine glass without hesitation and drank it in one gulp. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he also picked up his glass, finished all the liquor inside, then took out a pen from beside the contract, pulled out a blank sheet of paper, and wrote down a prescription. Take this prescription and get the medicine after you return. After about 3 months of taking it, if your wife is willing to bear you a son, she definitely will be able to conceive, and the child will definitely be healthy. Both of you can take this medicine simultaneously, and it won't do you any harm. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Feng clutched the prescription as though holding something invaluable, and his excited expression was indescribable. He was even too moved to speak momentarily. Lin Chen naturally understood his mentality. He smiled and said, in the future, you should focus more on how to educate your next generation. Don't let what happened before happen again. Otherwise, it might bring calamities to both of you. Mr. Feng nodded like a chick pecking at grains. After chatting for a bit more, the door suddenly knocked at that moment. The person appearing outside the door made Mr. Feng stand up immediately. Divine doctor, I can't wait to go grab the medicine now. Excuse me for leaving early. I've already arranged with the hotel staff. All your expenses here will be free of charge. This is our own company. Chapter 95. Unable to let go. Lin Chen saw Feng Zong off at the door of the private room and watched as he hurried away. Turning around, his gaze fell upon Shun Bingxue. Their eyes met. Without any hesitation, Shun Bingxue threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Though she was sobbing uncontrollably, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace at that moment, as if her heart had finally found its harbor of solace. The calmness on her face was like nothing she had ever known before. It was then that she truly understood the meaning of a saying. When someone is around, you may not feel they are very important, but once you lose that person, you will realize how impossible it has become to part with them in your life. At this moment, Shun Bingxue was feeling exactly that way. Deep within her heart, there was genuine regret, no matter whether Lin Chen could help her in her career or not. In her daily life, Lin Chen was her father. He cared for her meticulously. She had once thought all of this was taken for granted. Later, however, she gradually realized that Lin Chen didn't owe her anything. Rather, it was she who owed so much to Lin Chen. Now, the situation had escalated to this point, and their relationship had become increasingly strained. She wanted to make a strong effort to salvage it, but Lin Chen had been deeply hurt by her. Lin Chen, I finally understand why you were so heartbroken, and now I have that same heartache. It might even be more painful than what you felt. I can't even imagine how I would feel when I see through some people's true nature. When I sense they're no longer as important to me, and when I realize how significant those who have left are, I really cannot comprehend just how important you used to be in my heart. I truly regret it, so very much. Even if you don't want to reconcile now, could you at least come home with me? Every day, without seeing you makes me feel as though something is missing. If you come home with me, you can do whatever you want. I sincerely regret everything. I want to sleep hugging you, and I want to wake up seeing you. As she said these words, Shun Bingxue raised her head. Then, without hesitation, she kissed Lin Chen on the lips. The instant their lips touched, Lin Chen's body trembled slightly. If he said he had no feelings, that would be a lie. There weren't actually many real contradictions between them. The true conflict stemmed from Shun Bingshue's family. However, those issues had grown beyond resolution, especially after that divorce agreement. Lin Chen gently pushed Shun Bingxue away. But at this moment, Shun Bingxue seemed to have forgotten where she was entirely. She did not let go, though she stopped kissing him. Therefore, she realized that Lin Chen didn't wish to acknowledge her anymore. Pain etched deep into his features. With a trembling voice, he said, I've already driven my mom and younger brother out of the villa. They won't come back here anymore. And also, I won't bother dealing with them again. They sold part of my company, 60% of the shares, all to Mr. Feng. I reckon I don't owe them anything anymore. From now on, I can sever all ties with them and never have anything to do with them. I only want you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly. She hadn't expected Shun Bingxue to go this far. Lin Chen briefly considered and understood the implications. Perhaps, the most important thing to Shun Bingxue was still the company. Now, with 60% of the shares sold, Shun Bingxue could no longer completely control the company. One could only imagine how her mindset would change going forward. Under such highs and lows, it was inevitable that she would take irrational actions. If Shun Bingshue's mother and brother came to beg again, pretending to be pitiful, Shun Bingxue might eventually soften and agree to let them back into her life. Between himself and Shun Bingxue, a faint smile crossed his face. I'm glad you've seen through their true colors. Nevertheless, you should understand that a broken mirror cannot reflect together again. After things have developed to this stage, it's better to stop. I hope that in the future, you can find your own happiness. I currently have a girlfriend, and I truly don't want to hurt anyone else's feelings anymore. I know how it feels to be hurt by others. I don't want to bear such pain again, nor do I wish to return to the past, or to stumble at the same spot again. His voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. However, the words he spoke made Shun Bingxue feel a stabbing pain in her heart. At this moment, his eyes shimmered with tears as he stared straight at Lin Chun. His voice trembled in a way it never had before. Why can't you give me another chance? Even if it's your friend's girlfriend, I could pretend not to care. When he said those 3 words, not to care, he even felt a deep stab of pain in his own heart. At this moment, what truly needed to be done was to win Lin Chun back, and even if it meant throwing away his dignity, it didn't matter. Without Lin Chun, he really didn't know who else could accompany him on the road ahead in life. The emptiness and suffering of having no place for his spirit to rest left him feeling like a lost soul. Only after experiencing such emotional highs and lows did he realize just how important a spiritual anchor truly was. In the past, when Lin Chun was at home, there would always be someone by his side comforting him when his mood turned sour occasionally, even taking meticulous care of him. In just these few short months, everything seemed as if the world had been turned upside down. It wasn't only because the company's development had plunged off a cliff, but more importantly, the disparity in his emotional state. At this point, she didn't even know what was wrong with her emotions anymore. Her mindset was even breaking down. Lin Chun shook his head. He gently pushed Shun Bingxue away, closed the door of the private room, and then said calmly, "Actually, you've already made some choices deep within yourself. All you need now is to find some psychological comfort. And that person isn't me. I can no longer provide you with any more psychological comfort, nor do we have much relevance anymore. Let everything that's happened blow away with the wind. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." He picked up the documents on the table and didn't directly hand them over to Shun Bingxue. His original plan was to use these documents to become a major shareholder of the Shun Group, then see what kind of expressions would cross the faces of Shun Bingshue's mother and younger brother. But now, it seemed like even the thoughts of revenge had vanished, melted away by Shun Bingshue's tears. Perhaps, deep within his heart, there might still be her shadow. Chapter 96. Change. Shun Bingxue reached out directly and grabbed the man's wrist, her eyes filled with sorrow. That pair of eyes stared straight at him. If it were before, Lin Chun would surely feel indescribable heartache, hugging him tightly in compassion. But now, all he saw in Lin Chun's eyes was a cold and indifferent expression. It was as if she had been completely treated as a complete stranger. But can they ever become strangers? Her voice couldn't help but tremble. "Lin Chun, are you really so ruthless? I'm already in this much pain. Why won't you even say a word to comfort me? Am I really not worth anything?" With a calm expression, Lin Chun said, "There is no longer any relationship between us. I have already told you, we are the most familiar strangers. Do you understand what those 3 words mean? When you were in elementary school, the teacher should have told you not to talk to strangers. Should I really be teaching you that here? If there is nothing else, you should go back. As for your company's shares, they have nothing to do with me. Although the company was also my effort in the past. But since our divorce, I don't want to see it anymore. This could be said that, if one day I really want the company, I will take over the entire company. As for the future results, I won't say much. Anyway, you'd better not come find me." After saying that, he opened his warm palm, then turned around and walked away. Shun Bingxue couldn't endure it any longer and collapsed on the ground. Lin Chun almost turned around directly. Although he felt a little pity in his heart, regardless of how things are, they have already parted ways. They absolutely cannot be lenient again. Indecision leads to chaos. As for the shares in hand, he has never thought about giving them to Shun Bingxue right now. And he hasn't signed anything either. The real reason is that he doesn't want this company to truly fail. Regardless of how it went, it was once the blood and sweat of his entrepreneurship. If he gives it to Shun Bingxue just like that, probably within a short period of time, Shun Bingxue will bring her mother and brother back home again. In fact, he just wanted to see Shun Bingshue's development from now on. Shun Bingxue has always been like this, so he feels that those ancient customs will never give Shun Bingxue, or he might just find someone to replace himself to manage the company, holding 60% of the company's shares. If he still cannot make the company fully rise, then he is the truly foolish one. After thinking all these through, he no longer hesitated. Just at that moment, his mobile phone suddenly rang. When he saw the information on it, it turned out to be sent by Shun Bingxue. He pressed a button, and the voice message automatically played. "Lin Chun, I know you've already completely given up on me. I've already experienced it. Those feelings can really make life worse than death. No wonder many people say killing is not as cruel as breaking the spirit. I've genuinely experienced this feeling from my own family. I'm very regretful now. I know, whatever I say, you won't forgive me. But what I want to tell you is that I will not change my original intentions. Even if the company is gone, I will still persevere. You once said I was just looking for psychological comfort. But this time, I will no longer do that. I will bring back the love I lost, and make him understand my heart. In the future, I will never say hurtful things to you again. I will never think that you owe me something. On the contrary, I owe you too much. Everything I owe you, I will return it to you because I know how much you have sacrificed." Listening to these voice messages being sent one after another, his frown became tighter and tighter. The expression on his face carried a touch of helplessness, so he simply sent a message. A broken mirror can't be mended. You have already felt the heartbreak from before. So there shouldn't be any more ties between us, because my heart has already been completely locked up, and you'll never have another chance to unlock it. And I just told you, I already have a girlfriend. My girlfriend is very pretty, gentle, and intellectual. From now on, we shouldn't be in touch anymore, because I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand. After sending this message, there was indeed no reply from the other side. This made him exhale slightly in relief. He really didn't want Xin Bingxue to keep bombarding him with messages. And if there really wasn't contact between the two of them, then that was truly a good thing. It could be considered as giving each other the final respect. As for whether there will be regret, Lin Xun had never entertained any thoughts of reconciling. And even if he regretted it, he would still walk step by step down the path he had chosen. There was absolutely no way he would go back to restore what had been broken. In their future lives, such incidents would undoubtedly recur. Some events, once they happened, were truly irreversible unless his memories could be sealed away. At that moment, Xin Bingxue sat in a private room, her tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Her phone had rung many times. Every call was from her mother and younger brother, but she hadn't answered a single one. She thought about all the little moments she had shared with Lin Xun, realizing how much beauty she had lost. What good were all those riches? In the end, who would spend them? Suddenly, she remembered something he had once said: no matter how much money he made, he would never give up on what he loved most. The more money someone earned, the better life conditions they could provide for their beloved. He had once joked, saying he would take care of the man he loved forever and let him live off his generosity. It was a joke, but Lin Xun had agreed at the time. However, as one thing after another happened, she became increasingly blinded. I was wrong. I was really wrong for not seeing who truly cared about me. But now, even though I want to regret my actions, why can't you give me even one chance? I sincerely want to change myself. Can't you give me just a little opportunity? By the end, Xin Bingxue sobbed even harder, her tears streaming down her face. At this point, she forgot everything, thinking only of the moments she had shared with Lin Xun. Meanwhile, in another villa area, Li Qin angrily shouted at the security personnel, her face twisted with fury. I'm telling you to get out right now. Don't talk nonsense about my daughter kicking me out of the house. Are you all brain dead? How could my daughter ever kick her own mother out of the villa? I warn you all to leave immediately. Otherwise, each and every one of you watchdogs will lose your jobs. Chapter 97. The Matter of Offending People. Li Qin's curses became increasingly vulgar. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just feel that as the property management of the villa, you can extort some benefits from me. After my daughter comes back, at most you could say it was a misunderstanding, and she might have really called you in anger. But I am her mother. Who would bear grudges against their own mother? I advise you not to stay here. All of you get out, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Beside her, Xinjun also sneered. You bunch of door-guarding dogs, I thought I couldn't do anything to you, but I am friends with the son of the boss of this property management company. With one call, they will dismiss you immediately. They will give me at least a little face. While saying this, he proudly raised his head, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. However, when this mother and son were talking, they did not notice that among those property security personnel, there was an increasing display of intense anger. The security captain was now boiling with anger, having never seen such arrogance from anyone before. Even the bosses of large companies living in the villa area wouldn't dare to directly insult them as door-guarding dogs. The more truly wealthy and powerful big bosses are, the more courteous they are to them, because these property security personnel are guarding the peace of the place. Though they aren't from the 6 ministries, old Chinese term for law enforcement, in times of danger, these property security personnel are the last line of defense. Thus, those people treat them very kindly. This mother-son duo looked down on them all the time, occasionally cursing them. Their patience for these two had long worn thin. Since the owner of the villa has already spoken, why waste any more time? At that moment, his expression turned cold as he directly stated, I don't care what your relationship is. I just received a call from the owner. In his return, we need to clear everyone out of here, except for a few servants in the villa. People like this all need to leave. I'm not joking with you, nor negotiating. I'm simply executing orders. I advise you to go out yourself, or else don't blame us for being impolite. So how exactly do you plan to deal with small-time security officers like us? Let me tell you clearly, starting now, you must leave. We'll give you 10 minutes to pack your things. If you haven't packed by then, we'll throw you out directly. You will never be allowed to step foot into the villa area again. This is my word. Any problems, come straight to me. I'm the property security captain here. Upon hearing these words, all the property security personnel present had fire burning in their eyes. They took a step forward, fiercely glaring at the mother and son. Li Qin was startled for a moment, never having felt such hostility from these security personnel before. She tried to speak up, but upon seeing the blazing fury in the security captain's eyes, she involuntarily shuddered. Finally, her voice softened. I advise you not to act recklessly. My daughter was just momentarily angry. If she softens, she will surely invite us back. I am her mother after all, and beside me stands her younger brother. We didn't do anything wrong. We just angered her slightly. Anger passes quickly, and she'll soon recover. I advise you not to take things too far. Leave us here, and when our precious daughter returns, I will explain everything to her, so she won't cause you much trouble. The security captain let out a mocking laugh. Don't forget the order we received, before the owner returns, and if I fail to act accordingly, it would mean my dereliction of duty. I won't let my dereliction of duty affect these brothers around me. Hence, you must leave. To give you 10 minutes to pack your belongings is already the greatest leniency towards you. I advise you not to continue resisting here. If, by the start, they still haven't packed their things, then lift them up and throw them out. Understood. All security personnel responded in unison. He had never felt so refreshed today. This mother and son always boasted arrogantly and completely overlooked them. Although their status was indeed lower than these rich people, the other side didn't even treat them as humans, and their hearts harbored strong dissatisfaction toward the mother and son. Added to that was their direct cursing of them as gatekeeping dogs. Do they really think we can't do anything? Seeing that these people were actually getting serious, Li Qin immediately took out her phone to call her precious daughter. However, after making the call, there was no response at all. She began to suspect whether her beloved daughter had blocked her number, so she turned her gaze towards her son. You call your sister. Right now. The things we did might be a bit excessive, but it's all for her own good. Your sister may not understand our kindness, but it doesn't matter. Once you get through to her, we can explain it to her slowly. She will surely understand our good intentions. Shenjun's face showed unrestrained anger. Mom, it's not that my sister has blocked our numbers. She just refuses to answer. She isn't picking up, and we have no idea how to communicate with her. These people are just blocking us here, preventing us from finding any opportunities. They must be afraid that once I see my sister, she'll soften and let us stay. They have already offended both of us. They definitely don't want us to come back. Let's go first. When we meet my sister again, we can explain everything to her clearly. My sister was angry earlier. Next time when we return, we must make these gate-guarding dogs pay. At least I'll humiliate them every day if I can't have them fired. I don't believe they'd dare to harm the property owners here again. At this moment, he glared fiercely at the security personnel. The security captain sighed inwardly. He knew how difficult this matter would be, but there was no way around it. The owner had already given orders, so they could only obey. These villa security personnel were not ordinary guards. Each of them had certain skills. An ordinary group of 3 or 5 people would never be their match. Chapter 98. Wolf Blade Bukan. The security captain was already very irritated inside, but he really couldn't say too much right now. After all, it was a family squabble. In case they reconciled one day, then they would be the ones in trouble. Just as he was thinking about these things, one of the security guards directly raised his hand and slapped Shenjun's face with a laugh. This sudden scene left everyone present stunned. None of them expected that the security guard would actually hit someone. The security guard sneered, his face full of obvious mockery. I might as well quit this job. Do you really think you can show off with just a few lucky draws? I'll tell you, scum like you will end up dead on the street within days without Mr. Shin's support. Are you so stupid that you don't realize there are some people you shouldn't provoke? A commoner's rage can splash blood 5 paces away. If you don't believe me, try cursing again and I'll make your blood splash 5 paces today. Mr. Shun has already said that you two are strangers. Today, I'll let you know how capable I am. By now he was thoroughly enraged. He had been yelling at them, calling them gatekeeping dogs, and clearly planning to pick a fight. Since they've offended him anyway, he thought, why not offend him completely? At this moment, he glanced at his captain, smiled brightly, and showed his white teeth. Captain, everyone is responsible for their own actions. If he continues to bother me today, I will definitely beat him to death. He's no longer a property protection staff member anyway, so don't hold me back. I'll just quit this job today if necessary. Don't anyone stop me. I will definitely give him a taste of my power. Last time he disrespected me within 5 seconds, and I haven't even the score with him yet. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Their faces showed calm expressions, especially when their eyes glanced at the mother and son pair. They probably wished the two were dead. The security captain suddenly smiled. That's right, we don't need to continue being polite with them. Give them 10 minutes. If they refuse to clean up, then simply drag them out and stuff them into the trash bin. Just as the garbage collectors are about to take the trash away, let the garbage truck deliver them downtown, so they won't even have money for taxi fare. Both Li Qin and Shenjun were shocked. They never expected that the security guards in front of them would dare to harm them and with such ruthlessness. Before they could communicate or respond, the security captain took a step forward and kicked them hard in the stomach. In normal times, they trained together regularly, and every brother was extremely coordinated. At that moment, there was no hesitation. Once they acted, everyone instantly charged forward. Neither of the two even had time to react. The servants present also felt an immense sense of relief. Originally, those security personnel worried that what they were doing would be reported to Mr. Shun by the servants. However, one servant shook her head at them, and they understood the meaning after looking at each other. Without hesitation, they dragged the pair away. There wasn't even a chance for the mother and son to shout. It wasn't until the late night when Shun Bingxue finally returned home, and by then, his anger had subsided significantly. Since everything was set in stone, there was no need to waste mental energy anymore. Instead, it was better to slowly plan his next moves. As for his mother and younger brother, a faint sense of guilt arose in his heart. After all, it was he who drove them out of the house, and now, apart from the servants, there were no more of those usual annoying voices in the villa. What he used to hear upon returning home was only his mother's nagging voice. Occasionally, he'd see his drunk younger brother boasting arrogantly. Now, he suddenly found this silence to be a form of enjoyment. He didn't ask the servants about the condition of his mother and brother when they left. Even with common sense, he could guess how things went. His mother's personality wouldn't allow her to settle this matter easily. Fortunately, he had already made it clear to unrelated people before. They could no longer appear in the villa area. At another location, Li Qin was cleaning the trash off her body. Now, they were truly penniless. Their phones had been deliberately lost by the two security guards when they stuffed them into the trash can. Those phones fell into the garbage pile, and they were powerless to resist. Worse still, the garbage truck dropped them off halfway through the journey. The experiences of the mother and son duo left them both utterly infuriated. Li Qin was cursing there with a dirty mouth when she suddenly saw a familiar figure. She froze slightly at the sight of him, and then shouted, "Zhang Qian, is that you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian abruptly turned around. When she first saw the mother and son, she barely recognized them. After several seconds of shock, she finally realized who they were, and a look of obvious bewilderment appeared on her face. But immediately afterward, her eyes revealed endless anger. Could it really be you two? Li Qin didn't notice all of this. Right now, her eyes brimmed with joy and excitement. It really is you, Assistant Zhang. Quickly, call my darling daughter right now and tell her we're being bullied. They have caused us such harm. Those security personnel from the property management are no better than beasts. They even shoved us into a garbage truck. Even if my daughter asked them to evict me from the house, they didn't need to be so cruel. You call my precious daughter right now, and I'll remember your great help. If she had heard these words in the past, Assistant Zhang would have been extremely delighted. Now, when she heard it, instead, her face displayed deep anger. She struck Li Qin's face hard with a slap. You wretched old woman. If it wasn't because I listened to you and cooperated with the nonsense you've been stirring up, I wouldn't have ended up getting fired. Do you know all of this is your fault? He couldn't help but recall how before, this despicable old woman kept asking him to cooperate and repeatedly say that Lin Shun was useless. Now, exactly because of what he had done, he had been directly dismissed by Mr. Shun. There was an even fiercer rage boiling inside him as memories surged forth. He recalled something said long ago. Given what has happened, why didn't you think about it before acting? Unfortunately, regret offered no opportunities now. It was unbelievable that he would meet this despicable old woman here again, and seeing her pitiful state, he instantly felt a sense of satisfaction welling within him. Chapter 99, The Message Leaks. Zhang Qian's face twisted into a grotesque expression, her eyes filled with unprecedented resentment. Clutching her teeth, she said, "You old hag, you don't even know this yet. I might as well tell you now, but it will only waste both of our time. Now that I've appeared here, let me make it clear, from this moment on, your luck's about to run out. This old lady intends to teach you a brutal lesson. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen to this miserable state. It's like the entire industry is conspiring to ban me. This assistant of yours doesn't possess such influence, nor does he have the power to affect anyone. Clearly, these matters were all your own family affairs, yet somehow at the end, they've pinned the blame on me. This made me nothing more than a scapegoat for your family. To whom could I possibly appeal? Do you have any idea how much resentment and wrong I've suffered?" By the end of her tirade, her gaze had become ferociously angry. With an abrupt movement, she slapped Li Qin hard across the face. Li Qin was completely stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How dare you hit me? Haven't you forgotten how obediently you behaved in front of me before? And now you actually dare to strike me. Are you implying I'm too nagging?" Zhang Qian wore a sardonic smile. "Old hag, do you really believe you're still the same person you used to be? Don't you realize what a pathetic existence you are now? Let me tell you plainly, Shen Bingxue has already expelled you from the home. That alone proves you've shattered his heart entirely. In such circumstances, don't think much of me hitting you a few times. Hell, even if I hired someone to eliminate you, you would only have yourself to blame. Haven't you forgotten that there are others supporting me behind the scenes? And speaking of your son, he's nothing but a complete fool. That son of yours back then, I practically let him sleep with me. What did he give me in return? Nothing but constant excuses and deceits. You wouldn't believe how mad that made me. Back then, I couldn't touch him because Shun Bingxue valued you far too much. Now if you want to stay alive, just scram. I no longer wish to bother dealing with either of you since I have better ideas." At that moment, Shen Jun wanted to take action too, stepping forward. But upon seeing Zhang Qian's terrifying demeanor, he hesitated, slightly embarrassed. He grabbed his mother's arm and turned around. "Mom, let's go first. Right now we're like tigers fallen on misfortune, bullied by dogs. When we get back to the villa, I'll inform my sister of everything that's happened. Let her know the amount of humiliation we've endured outside. After explaining thoroughly, she'll definitely feel upset and regretful toward us. Perhaps, she'll even grant us greater rewards. As for that lowlife, for now, let's not associate with them. We'll deal with him when we're back. You may think you're powerful now, but do you even understand who's the big boss and who's the small fry?" His words were laced with venomous malice. There was someone even more infuriated than Zhang Qian, unable to bear seeing her so arrogant right before their eyes. After those two left, Zhang Qian immediately took out her phone and snapped a photo of them in their pitiful state, which brought her immense satisfaction. Then, she sent the picture to a contact. She also sent a voice message. That old hag and her son have been driven out of Shun Bingshue's house. They probably won't ever be allowed back. Shun Bingxue must be extremely disappointed with his family, especially after those secrets were revealed. In anyone's shoes, that would lead to mental breakdown. Recently, I heard some news that finally set off Shun Bingshue's wrath. Now that these two don't have Shun Bingxue supporting them anymore, if you want to act against them, do it quickly, while he hasn't changed his mind. Make sure they know what true misfortune looks like. We must clarify certain things too. I'm providing you this information, so you owe me money. After all, I'm leaving this city soon. Li Qin and Shun Jun never expected that their private situation had already been sold out. And over the years, they hadn't exactly treated people kindly. The future waiting for them would undoubtedly be much crueler reality. Currently penniless, they must find a place and call Shun Bingxue immediately. Lin Shen also received the news. A look of astonishment flickered across his face. Originally, he thought Shun Bingxue was merely upset temporarily. He never expected that they were truly driven out. His expression filled with surprise. He turned his gaze towards Brother Long. Brother Long gave a faint smile. Divine Doctor, if you need help, I can make them disappear from the face of this earth right now. I've also heard some matters about you. It's not that I deliberately wanted to pry into your background, but someone directly informed me, considering Xin Bingxue is a renowned beauty and a powerful CEO. Your issues have been making waves in the world outside. His meaning was quite clear. He hoped Lin Xin would owe him a favor. If Lin Xin couldn't accept owing a favor, at least it would be a way to return the favor for Brother Long providing him with medicines. The more favors owed, the harder it would be for him to hold his head up high in front of Lin Xin in the future. At this moment, Lin Xin revealed a trace of a gentle smile, his voice calm as he said, "This matter has nothing to do with me. The kind of life they lead is entirely their choice. Xin Bingxue is merely my ex-wife. Now, we're divorced, severing ties completely. There won't be any possibility between us anymore. With these words, you should understand my meaning. There won't be any more entanglements between us. So all the things you've done are completely a waste of time." Hearing this, Brother Long sighed slightly, but didn't expect Lin Xin to really care so little about that despicable old woman. Were he in Lin Xin's position, he'd definitely try every possible way to cripple that despicable old woman, making her realize how much she had wronged him in the past. Lin Xin's response further earned his inner admiration. He himself knew he couldn't endure such humiliation, yet Lin Xin could, and even maintained such composure. But the calmer Lin Xin remained, the more at ease Brother Long felt inside. At least, he wouldn't worry about the treasures he brought being solely seized by Lin Xin. Chapter 100, The Real Secret. Brother Long had actually already prepared everything, but at this moment his heart was filled with apprehension. This was because he still did not know if it would truly be possible to refine such a precious medicine. After all, this type of medicine wasn't that simple, and he was very aware of many secrets. Moreover, he guessed that Lin Xin was definitely not an ordinary person, and there was even the possibility that Lin Xin carried a unique legacy, one that absolutely must not be known by outsiders. Otherwise, it would bring chaos and bloodshed. Of course, all these words were merely conjectures in his heart, and it was impossible for him to actually say them out loud, because otherwise who would come to help him refine the medicine? At this moment, his face was already full of smiles, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. I have already collected all the herbs needed. I hope the master physician can lend a helping hand. As long as you can help me refine the medicine I need, no matter what request you may have in the future, I will agree without hesitation. Besides, we will form the best cooperative relationship moving forward. Whenever you need my assistance, just ask, and I will not hesitate in any way. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xin's face revealed a faint smile. In a calm voice, he said, "Brother Long, I believe you have probably already guessed my profession. Or rather, you have a rough guess in your mind. You think I should be that legendary alchemist. Otherwise, how could I possibly so easily combine those herbs and refine the medicine you need? After all, once taken, not only will they cure the toxins in your body, but they will also greatly enhance your power. For you, this is akin to something out of a fairy tale, which better matches the precious elixirs you've heard about in stories before." Although the legacy of alchemists has been lost for more than 1,000 years, people still revere the ancient alchemists immensely. Letting others know that I am an alchemist, they might flock to find me, and some extremists might even kidnap me directly, making me refine medicine for them in a dark room for the rest of my life, without seeing the light of day. When Brother Long heard this, his expression turned slightly rigid. He shook his head hastily. "Master physician, I have little education, please don't scare me. I've never heard of alchemists, and I know nothing about matters related to them. Brother Lin, I don't fully understand what you're saying. Are you mistaken about me? We are already very good business partners. If there's any misunderstanding between us, just speak openly. I guarantee I'll clear up any misgivings." Lin Xin's face held a half-smiling expression, and he remained silent, watching Brother Long quietly. Brother Long felt as if all his thoughts were being seen through effortlessly by Lin Xin. Unconsciously, the expressions on his face became somewhat awkward. He wanted to say something, but was cut off when Lin Xin waved his hand. In a perfectly composed voice, Lin Xin said, "Brother Long, this matter doesn't really mean much for you. You just need to keep this secret. After all, this is our first transaction. And I trust your character relatively, which is why I helped you refine this kind of medicine. As for others' medicines," he guessed correctly. "That indeed is a kind of pill, but I am not a true alchemist. A true alchemist can turn the decayed into the wondrous. Those are real celestial beings. I haven't reached that level yet. One could say I'm far from the level of a real alchemist. Right now, I can only barely refine some valuable ingredients needed for pills to achieve an effect. If it were a true alchemist, he could turn the mundane herbs into the miraculous, and you wouldn't need to collect those rare treasures at all. Perhaps with just a few herbs containing vitality, they could refine the medicine to lift your abilities several major levels." Hearing this, Brother Long couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. His gaze was filled with disbelief and awe. Never had he imagined that alchemy was this extraordinary. Previously, he thought what he saw in the ancient texts was impressive enough, but after listening to Lin Xin, he truly understood the strength and wonders of alchemy. He sighed involuntarily. It turns out alchemists are so powerful. I once wondered why such an amazing occupation disappeared. Now I've probably already guessed the truth. Perhaps this is a case of heaven envying talent, and the world simply cannot allow such powerful individuals to exist. After all, anyone who has control over a refining master essentially wields the prototype of an extraordinary power. The kind of superpower I'm talking about isn't like ours. It's the kind that can make the earth tremble with just a stomp. That's what true giants look like. A faint smile tugged at Lin Chen's lips. The methods he had used were indeed those exclusive to a true pill-refining master. However, he absolutely wouldn't reveal these things. His face showed a faint smile as he said, "Brother Long, please wait here for a moment, and I will soon bring the medicine to you. In fact, making these medicines isn't much of a challenge for me. It's simply about fusing the efficacies of the herbs, but I must warn you that every medicine has some toxicity. I am not a true pill master, so I cannot completely remove the toxins within, so there might be slight side effects. Nevertheless, these are negligible for you. After all, the toxins accumulated from the precious herbs you've taken in the past have been more than enough to achieve the effect of combating poison with poison." When Brother Long heard this, he nodded heavily. To hire someone is to trust them fully. If there's doubt, then one should not employ them at all. Divine physicians, go ahead and use your skills. Life and death are predestined, as is wealth and honor. From the first day I ventured out, I already understood this principle. When the time comes and everything is ready on my end, I will certainly present you with great gifts. Lin Chen merely smiled and didn't elaborate further. The herbs he had used weren't limited to these alone, and they weren't even considered genuine treasures of nature. In reality, he was indeed a true pill master, but there was no way he could tell anyone about his lineage. Brother Long found it difficult to maintain composure when he mentioned the pill masters, let alone those truly capable grand forces. Chapter 101, Submission. Everyone has their own secrets. Lin Chen did not bother to explore where Dragon Brother had obtained his inheritance. Dragon Brother, on the other hand, wouldn't ask how Lin Chen had learned such formidable medical skills. Dragon Brother suspected that Lin Chen might very well be a true alchemist, but he was also a truly smart person. Whatever happened now would stay buried deep in his heart forever. He absolutely would not tell anyone, because he fully understood that if these things were disclosed, it could very possibly bring about his own doom, as some powerful forces were far stronger than him. With his current strength, he wouldn't even know how he'd die when facing them. And if others found out that Lin Chen was an alchemist, and that he had leaked this information, they would likely silence him first before approaching Lin Chen. If they failed to deal with Lin Chen, they might eventually revere Lin Chen as a distinguished guest. In that scenario, he would die feeling wronged for sure. He wore a distinct smile on his face, eagerly hoping Lin Chen was truly an alchemist. After watching for roughly half an hour, he saw Lin Chen descend from upstairs. He immediately stood up and hurried over. "Divine Doctor, how is it? Did the medicine-making succeed?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded slightly, tossing a small bottle to Dragon Brother. "Just take it here. There are 3 pills in there, and after taking all 3, your cultivation will rise 1 great rank. If I haven't mistaken it, you should currently be at the peak of the innate stage. After you take these pills, you will at least reach the xuanhuan realm. Only then can you truly be considered a minor expert, and upon entering the xuanhuan realm, you'll no longer fall ill." Throughout his life, Dragon Brother's greatest expectation was to someday break through to the xuanhuan realm. He knew his talent wasn't strong, so he didn't have much disappointment in his heart. However, today he had received pills from Lin Chen which actually allowed him to reach the xuanhuan stage. Due to extreme excitement, his hands and feet were trembling slightly. With a look of excitement on his face, he wanted to say something, but words seemed stuck in his throat. Lin Chen said with a smile, "First try 1 pill and see its effects. If the effects aren't satisfactory, I can help you configure some other medicines. As long as you still regard me as a friend, entering xuanhuan in the future is certain. There are certain matters that I won't elaborate further, but both of us understand." Dragon Brother nodded enthusiastically, knowing that Lin Chen was essentially conveying a message. If Lin Chen was willing, cultivating him into an xuantian level expert would be effortless. After all, he had already mentioned it being inevitable. Believing that Lin Chen wouldn't deceive him over such trivial matters, Dragon Brother's face showed growing excitement and redness. Without hesitation, he directly took 1 pill and swallowed it. He trusted Lin Chen wouldn't deceive him. This was a kind of intuition, and he was precisely standing firm right now because of this instinct. After taking the pill, his eyes widened instantly as he couldn't find time to speak, quickly sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body's aura grew stronger continuously compared to before. He could clearly feel the inner energy flowing rapidly within his meridians, each cycle strengthening his power, visibly increasing in an observable speed. As Lin Chen felt all of this happening, his smile became more apparent. Although your talent is not exceptional, your strength is decent. The foundation you've built is solid, and it hasn't become unstable from consuming too many drugs. You barely qualify as someone worth cultivating. If you're determined enough, reaching the xuantian realm is certain. Perhaps you might even aspire to a higher realm. Then, you'll truly become a local overlord. Though at present, you're still limited economically. But as long as you listen to me obediently, I might be able to provide such pills for you later. After speaking, Lin Chen paid him no further attention. Due to his immense excitement, even while meditating, Dragon Brother could feel his body tremble. Actually, he had completely believed by then that Lin Chen was indeed an alchemist. Otherwise, without alchemy skills, how could he achieve such rapid breakthroughs? Around 10 minutes later, Dragon Brother suddenly opened his eyes. His imposing momentum flickered uncertainly. This was a sign just after breaking through. As he still hadn't mastered the ability to completely conceal his overwhelming aura, he needed more time to stabilize his practice. Lin Chen laughed. "It seems the effects of these pills are quite good, allowing you to advance even further after improvement. The remaining 2 pills won't let you break through to the next level, but they will bring you to the middle stage of the xuantian realm. In the future, you must remember, don't commit sins or do things that violate the natural order. Otherwise, even if others don't come after you, I will definitely find a way to make you disappear from this world. I don't want my medicines to nurture a madman." Long Gun nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with deep admiration. At this moment, he directly knelt down before Lin Chun, kneeling on one knee and earnestly saying, "Divine Doctor, from now on, you are my young master. Everything I have is given by you. You are my rebirth parents. Moreover, regardless of whether I am capable in the future or not, I will spare no effort to collect those precious herbs, any kind of herb or rare treasure, and I will bring them to the Divine Doctor. I hope the Divine Doctor can take me under your wing in the future. Even if it's just a messenger job, it would be an honor for me to serve you." Lin Chun didn't say much at that time, but both of them understood each other's intentions clearly. Especially Long Gu. He didn't know if he could find another strong patron in the future, but the Lin Chun standing before him was absolutely someone he couldn't afford to let go. After all, this person was the real big shot. A true alchemist. He had read about real alchemists in ancient books. They were the prototypes of superpowers. As long as there were enough herbs and extensive connections, an alchemist could cultivate an entire mighty force in a short period. And he felt his enhancement. It was entirely thanks to the pills, yet his potential and foundation hadn't been damaged. This meant a single pill had directly transformed him into a Xiantian-level expert. Knowing how many people remain stuck in this level their whole lives, never managing to break through, he had now surpassed it with just one pill. This was equivalent to taking a great shortcut in life, saving decades of hard cultivation. Chapter 102, Captured. Lin Chun has always had great admiration for Brother Long. Though greedy, Long knows his limits. To maintain his status while restraining his greed and refraining from doing too many outrageous things. This made Long a commendable subordinate in Lin Chun's eyes. This is why he had just expressed his intention for Long to obey his commands. If Long obediently followed orders, Lin Chun would not hesitate to give this man more rewards. A few casual gifts from him would be enough for Long to rapidly improve. Of course, Lin Chun could never reveal his true abilities in front of Long. After all, everyone has their own private thoughts. He couldn't possibly use those terrifying methods to control Long. Voluntary participation and forced compliance are entirely different concepts. Lin Chun didn't want Long to resent him in the future. So while he wouldn't treat Long as an innermost confidant, he was still willing to cultivate this person and observe his performance. If Long truly impressed him, Lin Chun didn't mind turning this average talented individual into a genius. A clear smile crossed his face. "Since you've already made your decision, I won't waste any more time with you. From now on, I'll send you information whenever I need something done. You can also help me keep an eye out for certain pieces of information. What I primarily need are some precious medicinal herbs. Most of them are grass-based herbs, but what's most important are treasures of the earth that can be used to refine some medicines. These don't necessarily have to include those rare herbs. We can also use many valuable materials, like jade marrow. Jade marrow only appears by chance in jade mine veins. To ordinary people, jade marrow means nothing. Even when they see it, they might not recognize it as something valuable. It's a special kind of liquid that doesn't dissipate even if left within the earth. It gradually solidifies over time. I can tell you about these real treasures, things that are relatively easy to obtain. If you manage to get hold of any of them, bring them to me at the first opportunity, and I will reward you adequately. What I'm saying, obey me, is merely offering you another chance. Since your stance is clear, we'll be collaborators from now on." Lin Chun's faint smile caused an even greater wave of excitement within Long had guessed before that Lin Chun might have been intentionally testing him with those words. Now that he had broken through yet remained submissive, it was a statement in itself. "Master, no matter when or where, I will follow your commands without question. Anything you say is an order I must accomplish. You enabled me to reach the Xiantian realm. That's like giving me a second life. In my heart, there's no one who can surpass your position. I've always known how to place myself correctly. Since I said I'm your subordinate, then from now on, you are my master." Lin Chun's eyebrows rose slightly, and his smile became even more pronounced. "Good. Then I won't beat around the bush. Go collect those precious herbs. I never withhold anything from my people." Long understood that this was Lin Chun's way of dismissing him. But now that he'd received a promise, every time he secured those precious herbs or unearthed treasures of heaven and earth, coming to Lin Chun would definitely yield enormous benefits. Just one pill could allow him to enter the Xiantian realm. If the remaining 2 pills were consumed, his foundation in the Xiantian realm would be completely consolidated, and he might even reach the intermediate stage directly. Compared to his previous slow cultivation process, this felt like riding a rocket, and he found it hard to control his excitement. He thought it was an entirely worthwhile deal. Even if he had sold himself completely, it would be worth it. As Lin Chun watched Brother Long leave, a barely noticeable curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The effect of exercising restraint seemed to grow stronger. His next steps were about to become much simpler. Lin Chun needed to refine some elixirs to boost his strength. Besides refining those medicines to enhance his fundamental origin force, he could also absorb human cultural essence. Alternatively, he could even let people build temples for him, place his statue inside for worship, and absorb the power of people's wishes. However, such methods seemed overly complicated to him. After all, when people prayed to him, he would need to fulfill their prayers in order to absorb the spiritual energy they offered. It would be like conserving energy. He was unwilling to do this thankless task unless absolutely necessary. And anyway, in this modern age, he wasn't about to do something so absurd. The best method would be to obtain some valuable antiques and collect all kinds of treasures from heaven and earth. Most of the energy contained in these antiques comes from concentrated human wishes, with no side effects at all. However, the downside is that antiques are extremely precious, requiring an enormous amount of money to acquire. He currently didn't have that kind of wealth, and even a billionaire wouldn't be able to afford such indulgence. Every single one of those treasures was incredibly rare, and the more precious they were, the richer their cultural essence. One could go directly to a museum, but must touch the items personally to absorb the cultural essence. And it wasn't possible to remove museum pieces just so he could handle them. So this shortcut could be set aside for now. The best solution was to use herbs to refine elixirs. The medicines he refined could completely eliminate any side effects. The toxicity commonly attributed to medicine simply didn't exist for him. The true ability of an alchemist was to turn the mundane into something miraculous. While Lin Shan was contemplating these things, in another place, Xinjun had been tied up and taken to a small black room. Li Qin beside him turned deathly pale, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Son, who exactly have we offended? Why are they keeping us here? What did we do to anger them? What do they intend to do? As he said this, his condition worsened. Those men had been brutally rough, their gazes as if they wished to cut them into 1,000 pieces, reduce them to ashes. Xinjun had no idea what was happening, his face already showing signs of panic. Mom, did you offend someone before? We don't know what they want. Who are these people anyway? He shouted as he spoke. You'd better show yourselves. How have we offended you? I am the sole heir of Shen Group. I advise you not to act rashly. My sister is Ms. Shan. Chapter 103. Are you ready? Li Qin shouted urgently. Do you have any misunderstanding against my son and me? We haven't done anything wrong. And even if there is any misunderstanding between us, it can be cleared up. You should not forget that my own daughter is Shun Bingxue. We may currently have a small conflict, but the contradictions will definitely be resolved in the future. We are still a family connected by blood. If you act recklessly, there will be no good outcome for you. I warn you not to anger my daughter, or else she knows many powerful figures. By that time, you will be completely finished and there will be no one who can save you. I advise you all to take care of yourselves. Please don't do anything rash. Upon hearing this, someone finally couldn't help it anymore. The door was directly kicked open with one foot. The person who appeared was shrouded in the darkness of the night, yet his eyes were flashing with a cold, piercing light, as if he were looking at two dead men. He said coldly, "At this point, don't you still know what fate awaits you? Since we've already taken both of you here, isn't the meaning clear enough? To put it simply, we are going to harm you now. Moreover, I am not at all afraid of your daughter. What we're doing is nothing more than taking money to remove problems on behalf of others. Even if we carve you into pieces and scatter your ashes, who would even know that we did it? It's just that you have angered too many people. They came together, offering more money, so they hired us to do the deed. At the same time, I'll also let you know who I am. Everyone calls me Blood Knife. My reputation, I believe, has also reached your son's ears. After all, he sent someone to look for me once before. The purpose was to ask me to do away with Lin Shun. But I absolutely didn't agree because the amount of money your son gave was nowhere near enough for such a job." When they heard these words, the two looked at each other in bewilderment. Xinjun quickly came to his senses. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and the expression on his face carried an unprecedented terror and fear. His voice was trembling. You are actually Blood Knife? How could it be you? Who exactly have we offended? Why would you agree to take action against us? What have I done wrong? I beg you to give us a chance. 2 times the price won't do. We'll pay 3 times, 10 times whatever it takes, just as long as you let me go. I'll call my sister right now. She'll definitely choose to rescue us." Hearing these words, Blood Knife couldn't help but burst out laughing. His eyes were full of cruel amusement. His voice was dripping with sarcasm. "Do you misunderstand something about me? If you don't understand my character, why don't you inquire around a bit? Once I accept a task, I absolutely complete it. Even if it costs me money or requires greater sacrifices, I absolutely will never sully my mission. What I say I do. After all, I'm a very principled man. For you two wretches, I don't see you as worthy opponents at all. Taking you down is easy for me. The only reason you're still alive is because I want you to die fully aware. Someone told me to record your deaths on video, then send it to Shun Bingxue. I imagine Shun Bingxue will surely feel deep remorse after seeing this, since she herself personally cast you mother and son out. Your torment and death will pierce her heart deeply. And my ultimate goal right now is to make Shun Bingxue know exactly who eliminated you two. The man is your greatest enemy, or rather, you've done countless outrageous things to him in the past, which made him turn hostile. Now, he wishes nothing more than to cut you two into pieces, though he cannot do it himself. He must rely on others. With what I've said so far, I trust you've understood my intentions?" Upon hearing this, Xinjun could not help but widen his eyes. With an unbelieving gaze, he cried out instinctively. "The person you mentioned shouldn't possibly be Lin Shan, right? Besides him, we really haven't had any major enemies. It's only him who wants to chop us into pieces. But why would he do such a thing? What great enmity exists between me and him?" Blood Knife couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. He didn't offer any explanations, and his eyes were filled with mockery and mockery. "Don't ask me why. Because there's absolutely no connection between us. I simply take money and do jobs accordingly. Taking people's money to eliminate their disasters is my basic rule. Rest assured, there's absolutely no way I'll let you live. Talking so much to you now is just to make sure that when you die, you're aware enough to tell King Yama clearly. It wasn't me who killed you, but someone else. You can guess who it is. I'm too lazy to explain further. Just start the action." With his command, others came in from outside the door, holding trays in their hands. On the trays were sharp knives gleaming with cold light. These blades were incredibly sharp, making anyone looking at them feel an overwhelming sense of horror. Whether Xinjun or Li Qin watching behind. At this moment, they both felt as if their hearts had been tightly gripped, the fear spreading uncontrollably inside them. Bloodknife couldn't help but laugh loudly again. To be honest, I've already been eagerly waiting to start. Bring them two over here and strip them first. Then I'm going to gradually scrape all the flesh off their bodies. Feel reassured, I absolutely will not let you die within a short time. After all, my technique is extremely exquisite. I'll cut your flesh without injuring your blood vessels, nor will you die from blood loss. The best method is to make your life worse than death, because only in this way can I get more money. Someone has told me, the more brutal the torture on you, the more benefits I can receive. Getting as many advantages as possible is my purpose. I also enjoy seeing your desperate expressions. Are you prepared? Chapter 104. Unconventional. Xinjun couldn't help but tremble all over his body. His eyes were filled with unprecedented fear, and the expressions on his face had already twisted together. His voice was filled with trembling dread. I beg you, don't kill us. No matter how much money you want, I can give it to you. Moreover, Lin Chen merely harbors aspirations towards us. Please don't harm me anymore. I'm scared. I beg of you, give me one more chance. I promise not to cause trouble again. You can call Lin Chen directly. I believe this is just meant to scare us. He isn't truly going to hurt my mother and me. Otherwise, he will surely regret it. His obsession with my sister knows no bounds, and he would never foolishly hurt us. As he finished speaking, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He was utterly paralyzed with fear. Beside him, Li Qin also sobbed uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented terror. Her trembling voice grew even more intense. Please give us a way to contact you. I will immediately call Lin Chen. I promise I won't dare to do anything wrong again. If I am allowed to apologize to him and you could get him on the phone, once he understands our current situation and sees our pitiful state, he would surely be glad. To let us die would only be the simplest punishment. Making us suffer endlessly under his whip is what he truly desires. He is the most skilled in knowing how to torment someone. If we submit to him, I'm sure he will choose to forgive us. Upon hearing these words, Xuedao seemed as if he recalled something amusing, and he couldn't help but smile, pondering deeply. Li Qin saw a glimmer of hope for survival, and she seized it desperately, shouting, I beg you, please give us one more chance. We'll ensure we'll provide you with even more money. All you need to do is make a single call to Lin Chen. I will confront him personally. If he doesn't agree, you can take action against me later. Please give me one more chance. I swear I will convince Lin Chen, and he will certainly give you more money. By then, I will also make my precious daughter send you several billion yuan as a reward. You can collect money from both sides, and it won't damage your reputation. Xuedao appeared to have come to a realization, and couldn't suppress the laughter spreading across his face. Indeed, you two are seasoned individuals. Since you've made such outrageous demands, refusing you now would seem impolite on my part. If you can achieve this, it will bring me immense benefits. Very well, I'll give you this opportunity. Someone, bring me the phone. I'll call Lin Chen and let them talk directly. At this command, someone promptly brought a phone forward, as if everything was prearranged. Xinjun sensed something wasn't quite right, but with an opportunity at hand, he didn't dwell too much on it, nodding repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. The call was soon connected. A puzzled voice came through the phone. Who's this? Li Qin immediately burst into hysterics. Lin Chen, I'm sorry. I really had no idea I've caused you so much harm with all my wrongdoings. Right now, I know I've erred. Please give me one more chance. Don't let those people attack me anymore. I'm terrified. If you let me live, I'll accept any condition you propose without hesitation, even sending my beloved daughter straight to you. I'm genuinely afraid now. I don't want to die. If they kill me, your relationship with my daughter will forever be ruined. Please give me one last chance. Whatever you say, I'll carry out immediately. On the other side of the phone, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. With a cold tone, he replied, What good does it do for you to call me? I haven't instructed anyone to harm you. Whatever fate befalls you has nothing to do with me. As far as I know, you've been evicted from your home. Begging me serves no purpose. I can't make decisions for Xuanhuan. Whatever decision she makes is her own business, which I cannot interfere with, nor do I wish to. Moreover, some people really need to learn a lesson. What you two want to do is your own family matter. Don't bother me about it. After saying this, he hung up the phone directly. At this moment, Li Qin could no longer hold back and screamed in a trembling, chilly voice. Lin Chen, please don't hang up. Otherwise, I know I am surely doomed. They have already said that you are the true mastermind behind all this. You are the one who's plotting everything. As long as you let us go, I won't even wait for you to say anything. I will treat you like a grand emperor from now on. I definitely spoke too many harsh words before, and I know you must hate me deep inside for my wrongdoings. I am aware of all the mistakes I've committed. Please, give me one last chance. From now on, I will be your humble grandson. Lin Chen realized something wasn't quite right. He only knew that Shun Bingxue had kicked these mother-son duo out of the villa. The crying sound coming through the line was clearly off. If not in an utterly desperate situation, how could this old woman possibly say such things to him? Given her character, she wouldn't buckle unless her neck was at knife point. It was clear something fishy was going on. It seemed that someone just wanted to frame him, or someone was deliberately stirring up trouble while pinning the blame on him. A clearer smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Since you both have acknowledged your mistakes, I won't waste time arguing with you. Tell those people to release you immediately, and once you're rescued, come find me directly. Let's have a good chat then, and see exactly what kind of submission you desire. Of course, you can also choose to escape directly. That's fine too. After all, whether you die or not makes little difference to me. With that, he hung up the phone again. Li Qin inwardly hated Lin Chun to the bone, but right now, she didn't dare to show any sign of it. She quickly turned her attention to Shui Dao. Did you hear that? Lin Chun said he no longer bears a grudge against us, and even wants us to visit him. Shui Dao's expression darkened somewhat because the development of events had completely gone beyond his expectations. Lin Chun certainly wasn't playing by the rules. Chapter 105, Pitiful. The expression on Shui Dao's face changed a few times, but soon he had already revealed a cold smile. Lin Chun, have you actually said to let them go? I didn't hear it just now. Did anyone on the street hear it? Have you not understood Lin Chun's meaning? Since he has already paid us and asked us to deal with you, how can one phone call make him forgive you? Haven't you forgotten his last words? The last words? Li Qin murmured instinctively, but soon she realized, and her eyes were filled with unprecedented panic. Her voice was trembling violently. Reject me? He really doesn't mean that. I know him very well. He only wants to scare me through you guys. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those things. And Lin Chun still has feelings for my daughter. If there were no feelings, how could he do so much for my daughter? And you don't even know how much sacrifice Lin Chun has made. Isn't his purpose to reconcile with his daughter? When Xie Dao heard these words, there was an evident look of disdain in his eyes. If he didn't know the truth, he might actually believe what this old woman said. However, those who planned behind the scenes have already informed him about the real situation. No matter what the consequence is, those people behind would take all the responsibilities, while he's merely a tool, whose main purpose is to sow discord. Now he has known what kind of person this old woman in front of him truly is. He believed that as long as he severely dealt with her, the task would be accomplished, and he would avoid doing anything useless. He showed a cruel smile on his face. Old classmate, we don't accept your words, and we can't even trust the punctuation marks in your statements. We've already called and followed your wishes. This was the last chance for you, but you didn't seize it. It's not our fault. Even if Lin Chun asks us to let you go, we wouldn't believe him. His words should be interpreted in reverse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reminded us at the end. Men, come here, severely deal with them. Let them understand what real despair feels like. Without hesitation, his subordinates rushed over and firmly pressed the two individuals onto the ground, restraining their ability to move. They were locked down on the ground, and then witnessed someone coming towards them with a sharp scalpel. At this moment, both were terrified out of their minds. Li Qin cried out desperately. Please, please don't use such methods on us. You can ask whatever you want from us, and we will agree to everything. If that doesn't work, I can directly call my daughter over and have her call Lin Chun. He will definitely give up. Give me one last chance. Don't mess around. Otherwise, if Lin Chun finds out your information and leaks it, my daughter will definitely retaliate against you. My daughter will not sit idly by while my son and I are in trouble. We are bound by blood ties. My daughter is only angry right now. You shouldn't treat me this way, or you'll get into trouble. My daughter won't let you off? Her voice ended with an ear-piercing scream, as if it was a scene from hell. Shinjun didn't dare to say anything anymore. All the anger and frustration of those men were directed at him, and he suffered too. No one spared them at this point. The sharp scalpel left several cuts on their bodies, carefully targeting areas where pain would be extreme, yet there would be no fatal damage. Their bodies were practically covered with hundreds of shallow wounds, which didn't cause much bleeding. There would be no death due to blood loss, but they endured immense pain, far worse than death itself, because it hurt too much. As they continued inflicting more pain, Shui Tao suddenly received a phone call. His facial expression changed noticeably. He glanced at everyone present. Let's go. Someone wants to save this mother and son duo. But it's not Lin Chun. Moreover, the price offered is too high for us to refuse. This mission is considered abandoned. When the time comes, Lin Chun probably won't acknowledge it, but it doesn't matter. We're here to do business, and since someone else is willing to pay more, we can't ignore that opportunity. Everyone laughed and walked away. However, the mother and son lying on the ground were crying profusely. It felt like, amidst their despair, a glimmer of light finally emerged. Li Qin, in particular, was sobbing uncontrollably, her tears streaming down endlessly. But as she recalled the ordeals they had just endured, she gritted her teeth and let out a chilling howl. Lin Chun, I will never let you go. You'd better watch out because I'm going to make your life worse than death. I'll tear you apart limb by limb and scatter your ashes. Shinjun had already succumbed to the pain and fainted long ago. His meniscus in both knees had been completely torn apart. He was now rendered a cripple with no supporting strength left in his legs. The excruciating pain was incessantly accompanying the mother and son. At this moment, suddenly a beam of light flashed outside the dark room, followed by a familiar voice. Mom, Xiaojun, where are you? Has something happened? His voice carried an extreme sense of anxiety, and it was Shun Bingxue who had arrived. Upon hearing this voice, Li Qin regained some of her senses and immediately shouted out loud. I'm here, Xiaoxue. Hurry and save me. I can't bear it anymore. It's Lin Chun's doing. He sent people to hurt us. You must never trust him again. Lin Chun is truly a beast. By the end of her words, her cries grew even more pitiful. Shun Bingxue had initially furrowed her eyebrows in worry, but upon seeing the scene inside the room, her pupils contracted sharply. She could not have imagined that her mother and younger brother would be so cruelly tortured. Her brother looked as if he had been pulled out from a pool of blood. Their entire bodies were almost entirely covered in blood, and the sight was even worse for her mother. Her legs appeared shredded like rags. How could Shin Bingxue waste another second? She quickly called an ambulance for help. The ambulance arrived shortly, and when the two victims were lifted into the vehicle, even the doctors were shocked. It was the first time in their careers that they had seen such a horrifying condition. Chapter 106, Covered in Wounds. Shun Bingxue had already heard the entire story from her mother, and at this moment, her complexion turned ghastly pale. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. Her voice trembled slightly. Mom, are you sure it was Lin Shun? If it really was him, how could he possibly? The unspoken words hung in the air, their meaning clear without needing further explanation. Li Qin's eyes were filled with tears of blood, her furious glare laced with thick red veins, resembling a devil that had crawled out from hell. Shun Bingxue, do you not even believe me now? If you don't believe me, you can wait until your brother wakes up and ask him if we called Lin Shun. And do you know just how cruel his words were? He actually said he didn't care whether we lived or died. He even said he'd be happier if we died. That bastard deliberately took his revenge. Even if he wanted revenge, why does he have to torture us so horribly? Previously, all we did was insult him, say a few harsh words, and kick him occasionally, but we never had any major conflicts. At most, we bullied him. But look at what state we're in now. If it weren't for someone paying a tremendous price, we wouldn't have survived. Upon hearing these words, Shun Bingshue's face became very grim because she had just received a call and then watched a video. In the video, her younger brother and mother were being severely tortured. It was precisely because of this scene that she paid a high price of 30 million, ensuring that the two kept their lives. If those people had also told them that Lin Shun hired them, they would have informed Shun Bingxue too, calling Lin Shun a truly underhanded person. Shun Bingxue couldn't bring herself to believe any of this. In her heart, she always believed in Lin Shun and thought there was no way he could do such monstrous things. After all, Lin Shun used to be extremely upright and fair. Even if he wanted wealth, it would surely be done openly. Why had this happened? Could it be as those people say, knowing someone's face but not their heart? But if it wasn't Lin Shun, who else could be stirring up trouble behind the scenes? Feng Haoxuan. He's completely ruined and has no chance. Who could it be? Who had a conflict with him? These thoughts swirled in her mind, but she couldn't figure it out, and her expression grew increasingly grave. After hesitating slightly, she took out her phone and dialed Lin Shun's number. She needed an answer, and this matter was crucial. The phone was quickly answered, and a cold voice came through from the other end. Did you call to ask if I intentionally hired someone to go after your mother and brother? Shun Bingxue clenched her teeth tightly. Yes, that's exactly what I want to know, and I've already made it clear before. I'll never marry anyone but you in my lifetime, and I sincerely apologize for my mistakes. I've tried to change myself, even going so far as expelling my mother and younger brother from the house and sending them back to our hometown. Why are you trying to wipe us out entirely? As soon as she said the last sentence, Shun Bingxue immediately regretted it. She clearly didn't think this way in her heart, so why did she unconsciously blurt it out? She had already made her position clear to Lin Shun, that even if heaven fell apart, she would never abandon him. She had made a mistake once already. Should she repeat it? If Lin Shun was indeed taking revenge on her mother and younger brother, how could they possibly reconcile in the future? Just then, a possibility struck Shun Bingxue. Her voice shook violently. Is this your way of telling me that there's absolutely no way we could ever be together again, that we will never reconcile? You're using this method to force us into complete opposition, making me give up on you forever? There was no response from the other side of the phone, and Lin Shun's voice no longer sounded. Because Lin Shun implicitly admitted it, her tears couldn't stop flowing. Her choked sobs grew louder. Is this really your goal? If so, congratulations to you. Your goal has been achieved. From now on, I won't bother you anymore, and there will be no more relationship between us. I've truly let go of you. Lin Shun, I hate you. By the time she finished speaking, Shun Bingxue directly smashed her phone on the ground. Crouching down, she sobbed bitterly. An unprecedented pain spread throughout her heart. At that moment, her first thought was whether Lin Shun had felt the same pain and helplessness after their divorce. Then, why had she already admitted her mistakes, even humbled herself, and several times expressed her innermost true thoughts to Lin Shun? She had revealed her most vulnerable side in front of him. Even if he did not pity her and wanted to see her change, why did he have to use such cruel methods to torment her mother and younger brother? Although her mother and younger brother had never acknowledged their wrongdoings or changed, Lin Shun had said he would drive them back to their hometown and cut off all ties with them. She had already gone this far. Why did Lin Shun keep hurting her repeatedly, leaving her battered and bruised? That helplessness continued to spread within her heart. At this moment, Lin Shun's eyes had become extremely cold. After putting down his phone, he slowly closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He then stood up and walked toward the door. This matter had to be resolved, and he was determined to uncover the person behind it all. It was one thing to sow discord. It was another to pin the blame on him, especially at the critical moment when Shun Bingxue had been lured over. If his guess was correct, it was highly likely that the goal was aimed at Shun Bingxue, using him and making his emotions tumultuous like waves crashing in the ocean. You'd better pray you're not found out. Otherwise, the consequences will be unbearable for you. His voice was as cold as ice, piercing straight to the heart like a blade. The night gradually faded away. As dawn broke, the city once again resumed its usual hustle and bustle. Lin Shun stood on the rooftop of a hotel, his expression calm as he turned his gaze to Long Go, who approached from behind. Long Go bowed respectfully before speaking with fatigue. Young master, after last night's investigation, we've uncovered some leads. And currently, the guy is located in the suburbs. We estimate they might flee directly since they're fully aware of what excessive deeds they've committed. This blood knife fellow appears to be a reckless outlaw, possibly a wandering criminal from another place. My men have already been tailing them. Should we take them down now? Chapter 107. From Great Joy to Tragedy. Lin Shun said lightly. Since we've already found the person behind this, there's no need to waste more time. I will go over personally. There are some things you won't be able to get answers for, and it's highly possible that the other side might escape directly. To ensure everything goes without a hitch, I have to take action myself. I also need to find the person hiding in the shadows and ask why they framed me. At the same time, I want to know who is behind all this mischief. At this moment, Long-gu had already noticed that Lin Shun was extremely angry because of this matter. He spent the entire night investigating every piece of information with his subordinates. Lin Shun didn't sleep at all either. Just standing on the rooftop of the hotel, he had already guessed deep within himself. It was impossible for Shun Bingxue to mean absolutely nothing to him. Perhaps this was precisely because someone deliberately provoked and alienated them, crossing the unspoken line in Lin Shun's heart. Everyone has their own bottom line, just like the dragon's forbidden scale. Whoever touches the forbidden scale must die. He respectfully said, I'll bring you over immediately. The vehicle is ready. Sitting in the car, it only took them half an hour to reach their destination, a resort outside the city that had been abandoned. The business of the resort wasn't doing well. After a flood disaster occurred here, mudslides from the mountain destroyed many parts of the facility. The owner ran away long ago, and those who were injured have yet to receive any compensation until now. However, there were still some places where people could barely live. This place became a hiding spot for those criminals. Xie Dao was lying lazily in one of the rooms, with a pleased look on his face as he glanced at the person beneath him. Smirking confidently, he said, Wench, if you serve me well, maybe I'll let you live. We bound you just for Lord Song's orders. My remaining brothers are surely very excited too, since after this job, we're going to run away. We can't stay here, so we don't mind you knowing our true identities. You don't need to worry or fear. The woman trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face endlessly. We have no grievances. Please, mercy. I promise I will never reveal your actions. Then serve well. Xie Dao laughed arrogantly. At this point, he was completely unrestrained. With so much money in hand, his brothers would each receive a portion, but he would get the largest share. Taking that money overseas meant he wouldn't have to lead a life full of anxiety anymore. If he stayed in Jiuzhou, sooner or later his deeds would be discovered, and by then, he wouldn't even have a chance to flee. The people of Jiuzhou never compromise, especially not the 6 ministries officers. To them, he represented an achievement, an opportunity for their promotion. He couldn't let those people uncover his activities. The event this time would likely cause Lin Shun and Shun Bingxue to remain mistaken for quite a while. They might try to deal with him, but the other party wouldn't stand a chance against him. As for Lin Shun, he didn't even think twice about him. Just a minor figure who accidentally gained some favors from important figures. Favors always have limits, and judging from Lin Shun's attitude, he didn't even seem inclined to handle this matter properly, let alone make an effort and bring trouble upon himself by coming after Xie Dao. This mission was simply too easy. Just as he was indulging in his private satisfaction, suddenly there came loud noises from the door, followed by terrifying screams from his gang members. The door was kicked open with a bang. Alertness rising, he kicked the woman next to him under the bed and quickly grabbed the bedsheet to cover his waist. As soon as he wrapped himself with the bedsheet, a figure walked in through the doorway. It was someone familiar. He'd seen him more than once, and was once the most admired figure in his heart. Brother Long. He almost couldn't believe his eyes when Brother Long appeared at the doorway. In the local underground world, Brother Long was undoubtedly the godfather. What's more, the man was never overbearing or cruel. Even with many connections with the upper echelons, Long-gu avoided getting involved with illegal activities, so those in power trusted him immensely. Could the matters he committed now have reached the ears of Brother Long, who had such ability to dare confront this big boss? Long-gu ignored him, walking to the side and slightly bending down, respectfully waiting for someone else to enter. At this scene, Bloodknife's pupils contracted violently. Xie Dao's face was filled with disbelief and shock, his expression trembling slightly. Even the muscles on his face were contorted. Exactly who was this person? While he was still in a state of uncertainty, another individual slowly walked into the room. This person did not appear particularly robust or imposing in stature, but they looked exceptionally young, possibly no older than 25. Are you, Lin Shun? His voice faltered at the end. The one he thought least likely to come after him not only showed up, but could even command Brother Long's deference. It wasn't just a simple partnership. It seemed as though Brother Long was serving under Lin Shun like a junior member. At that moment, his whole body began to tremble subtly. His expression became increasingly terrified. Lin Shun slightly raised an eyebrow, looking at this man before him whose face was unfamiliar. He was sure he had never seen him before. In a very calm tone, he asked, You should know why I'm here for you, right? Xie Dao's condition worsened. His eyes brimmed with unprecedented panic. His voice quivered as well. I do know. He managed to force out a few words with difficulty. But deep down, he wondered whether he should tell Lin Shun everything. If he revealed all without reservation, would Lin Shun let him off? He doubted it internally since earlier he had merely used Lin Shun like a tool, and besides, someone behind the scenes had told him that Lin Shun lacked ability and talent, so there was no need to be afraid. But what was now happening right in front of him completely overturned his understanding. Brother Long showing submission, yet claiming Lin Shun had no power. This was leading Xie Dao straight to doom. If he confessed, Brother Long's subordinates might easily kill him. With all his hidden cards gone, death would be nothing short of miserable. Hence, he hesitated. Chapter 108. Consequences. Lin Shun wore a faint smile on his face, and his voice became increasingly calm. I gave you a chance, and you need to know how to cherish it. Don't waste my time, or the consequences will be severe, more than you can bear. As he spoke honestly, his expression gradually turned cold. The imposing aura around him was like a mountain pressing down directly on Bloodknife. Bloodknife felt his leg bones trembling as if they couldn't support the weight anymore, even faintly producing creaking sounds. His face turned pale, and his eyes filled with deep panic. Previously, he didn't quite understand the meaning of the phrase, rejoicing leads to sorrow, but today, he understood it clearly through personal experience. He had been daydreaming about his future, never imagining that he would be taken down by the person who seemed least likely to succeed, especially since Long Gu was with them. Long Gu took a step forward, his expression as cold as frost. I've given you a chance, don't waste it, or the consequences will be severe. At this moment, Long Gu wasn't sure what Lin Chen's methods would be. He came along to gauge Lin Chen's character. If Lin Chen was an indecisive person, Long Gu would need to reconsider whether he should fully commit himself to Lin Chen. He disliked indecisive people because they only brought harm to those close to them. Lin Chen gently waved his hand, and Long Gu immediately moved aside. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. Is there anything else you need to prepare? After this time, if you still can't give me a clear answer, then you'll be in for some trouble. When he said this, his expression remained unchanged. From his eyes, it was impossible to read his inner emotions. Bloodknife hesitated because he wasn't sure whether he should betray the person behind him. If he really sold out the other party, no matter where he went, there probably wouldn't be any place safe for him to hide. With money, one could hire killers to take lives easily. By then, he might not even know how he died. Though the person in front of him was accompanied by Long Gu, getting rid of him would still be a simple matter. If he struggled just a bit more, and the other party decided not to go too far, wouldn't that be a win? While he was pondering these thoughts, Lin Chen stood up. A faint smile appeared on his face. This smile made Bloodknife feel as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart. For a moment, it felt like his breathing had stopped. His thoughts became somewhat disordered. The immense pressure made him realize that the person in front of him was like a demon. Lin Chen's voice was calm and indifferent. I've given you a chance, but you failed to appreciate it. Don't blame me for being unfriendly. You will soon learn what it truly means to suffer worse than death. You'll also understand how ridiculous your hesitation and struggle are. By the time he finished speaking, he was already standing right in front of Bloodknife. Bloodknife tried to struggle, but found he couldn't move even a single finger, as if someone had cast a spell of immobility upon him. At this moment, Lin Chen unleashed his full power. Even Long Gu, who stood behind, was greatly affected, feeling his back involuntarily bending under the oppressive force. Only now did Long Gu truly comprehend how terrifying Lin Chen's abilities were. If it had been him opposing Lin Chen, he probably wouldn't even know how he'd die. His mind was overwhelmed with fear, and he regretted almost creating any conflict with Lin Chen initially. Lin Chen didn't pay attention to Long Ji's thoughts. He pulled out a black pill the size of a soybean from his pocket. His smile became more pronounced. With a flick of his finger, he sent the pill flying. Bloodknife wanted to say something, but the moment he opened his mouth, the pill already landed inside. The drug melted instantly upon contact. It was too late for him to spit it out. Lin Chen's smile widened. You will soon experience what true suffering feels like. Shout as loudly as you want. This might be your final act. After saying this, he walked away and returned to sit on the couch. He lit a cigarette and smoked it quietly. Fearing immensely within, he didn't know why Lin Chen said such things, but one thing was certain in his mind. This person would absolutely not let him off easily. And the attitude shown had already determined his fate. Attempting to beg for mercy, he opened his mouth, but suddenly his whole body froze completely. It was as if all the muscles in his body were cramping at the same time. The pain distorted and convulsed his face, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. The red blood vessels in his eyes filled the entire whites of his eyes, as if he had caught red-eye disease. When Long Gu saw Lin Chen's aura dissipate, he let out a small sigh of relief and sighed. But at the sight of Bloodknife's appearance now, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Although he didn't know what the pill was made of, seeing the other party's pitiful state made him feel as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart. At this moment, there would be no trace of betrayal in his mind anymore, because this kind of suffering was likely beyond human endurance. Bloodknife, though not a cultivator, was still a tough guy with an iron will. Yet, in the face of that pill, he could barely hold on for even 1 second before screaming in anguish like a beast. He couldn't even form a single coherent sentence. The agony felt like it was tearing through his very soul. Lin Chen, however, grinned more noticeably. The words I told you earlier, perhaps deep down you found them quite contemptible. But this is precisely the consequence of your misfortune. You chose this path, so you should complete it even if you have to crawl the whole way. I fully support your choice. An involuntary thought popped into Bloodknife's mind. Is this guy some kind of devil? However, Lin Chen didn't give him more time to dwell on it. He flicked the cigarette butt away and calmly said, after a few minutes, I'll ask you again. For now, you might as well shut up. The cigarette butt landed on Bloodknife's body. As soon as it touched him, Bloodknife's screams abruptly ceased, as though he'd been silenced by an invisible force. The sheer terror in his eyes toward Lin Chen was uncontrollable. His body shivered, spasmed, and convulsed, bringing his pain to its peak. It was as if countless ants were incessantly gnawing on his flesh and marrow. Forget enduring for 5 minutes. He doubted he could make it even 5 seconds. His mentality had completely collapsed. Tears began streaming uncontrollably, mingling with snot running down his face. Regret and anguish dominated his inner world. Chapter 109, The Person Behind. Fear continued to spread in Bloodknife's heart. He didn't know how much longer he could endure. Now, every second felt like a year for him. It was at this moment that he truly realized how incredibly stupid he had been. A grin appeared on Lin Chen's face, and his eyes were filled with icy mockery. Some people's strength far exceeds your imagination. You simply cannot comprehend what their world is like. I gave you the chance, and since you didn't cherish it, you must now face the consequences of your choice. The consequences have already manifested on you. You still have 5 minutes to consider, but 15 minutes will feel so slow. I believe it'll leave you with a beautiful, unforgettable memory. For many people, these few minutes would pass by quickly, but for Bloodknife, his spirit had broken countless times, even feeling as if his soul had become extremely weak. The person in front of him was undeniably a true devil. Fear completely spread at this moment, especially when the pain began to disappear. Bloodknife scrambled down and knelt before Lin Shun, knocking his head furiously on the ground. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I dare not hesitate anymore. I don't even know who's behind all this. He just met me once, then gave me a sum of money and asked me to do this task. He said if I succeeded, he'd help me escape from this city. Now, I haven't left. I've just been hiding here, waiting for him to make arrangements for me. He's also arranged well. He said tonight he'd send someone to take me away immediately and promised that I would live a life of abundance, never having to worry about food or clothing again. At that time, I didn't think you were so powerful. Even if you gave me 100 brave hearts and tiger-like courage, I wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. Please, forgive me this time. I swear I won't dare to do it again. Lin Chen's voice remained calm. You haven't provided me with any valuable leads. Do you think I'll let you go? I'll give you another choice. Either bring out the person behind this and die right away, or choose to be lost in endless agony. Brother Long internally pondered over this dilemma. If it happened to him, what would he choose? Probably choosing a miserable existence over death, right? While he was thinking about this, Bloodknife nodded decisively without hesitation. I choose the first one. I will try my best to find out who that guy is. Even though that guy only contacted me once, I can call him and trick him into revealing information. If I get his information, I will certainly expose him right away and bring him before you. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning and die miserably, trapped in that unbearable pain until I perish. Lin Chen's face revealed a satisfied smile. Good. Then call him right in front of me. I'm giving you a chance, and you must follow through. And if I don't manage to bring this person out, then prepare yourself for enduring such pain indefinitely. When Bloodknife heard these words, he felt utterly undone. His entire body trembled violently as he took out his phone. He dialed the number multiple times incorrectly due to fear he couldn't suppress. His terror caused his whole body to shake uncontrollably, especially when he remembered that sensation earlier, like descending into the 18 levels of hell. His heart filled with regret. If he had known then, he should have never done those crazy things back then. Even death would be preferable to enduring that kind of pain again. Finally, the call went through after several tense seconds. A deafening music sound came from the other end, accompanied by an intense scream. What do you want? Clearly, the person was at some entertainment venue. Bloodknife took several deep breaths before pretending to be excited and saying, Master, when you called me earlier, you mentioned that if possible, we should also eliminate Lin Shun. Initially, I refused because I feared retaliation from important figures or bounty hunters. But guess what? Lin Shun accidentally walked straight into my path, meeting me by chance. And coincidentally, he's investigating that incident, believing himself falsely accused and thus seeking revenge. If this man survives, there's no doubt he will keep digging into this matter, possibly finding his way back to me, considering he knows a lot of high-ranking individuals. So, I've decided to go all in and simply kidnap him. Would young master be interested in coming over to see him? Previously, you did mention wanting me to use the cruelest means possible, making him experience true fear until he'd rather die than live. It's always better to witness it firsthand, or even torture him yourself. It would surely bring immense satisfaction. After all, when dealing with our own enemies, letting others handle it is never as satisfying as doing it ourselves. And here, I have everything prepared for you. Torture tools of every kind. I've got them all. It's just a matter of whether you're interested or not. But I reckon a young master like you probably wouldn't take such risks. Even if gentlemen don't stand under precarious walls. Also, I'm about to leave soon. You might worry I'll keep some leverage against you, then threaten you. Don't worry. I may not be a good person, but I do have my own principles and professional ethics. The music on the phone stopped. After a few seconds, the same voice came through, laced with doubt. What did you say? You've actually kidnapped Lin Shun. You're sure this isn't a joke, right? How much time has passed since when you moved against him? Even if he was investigating this matter, it shouldn't have been so quick for him to track you down, unless one of the big bosses had helped him. Lin Shun isn't even qualified enough to know those big shots. Judging from the tone, it was clear that the man also hadn't taken Lin Shun seriously. And upon hearing these words, Bloodknife slightly relaxed. He hastily laughed and said, I followed up on advice from a friend. He confirmed Lin Shun was indeed looking for me, spending money to enlist help from certain individuals on the streets. It was only a matter of time before they traced it back to me. If I deal with him now and then escape far away, those bigwigs won't waste their energy chasing after a dead man. At most, they'll put up an appearance and investigate for a few days. His heart raced anxiously now. He truly wanted to know if the young master was interested in coming by. If the other party didn't show up, he'd need another way to extract information from him. Chapter 110. Lure the snake out of its hole. When Lin Shun heard this voice, he felt somewhat familiar with it, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After thinking carefully for a moment, he still couldn't figure out who this person was. From the mobile phone came bursts of laughter, followed by an abrupt stop, carrying obvious hatred and malice. Since you have already captured him, how could I not go and see him? Besides, you are about to flee far away. Your brothers aren't fools either. Even your hands are armed with weapons. For you desperados, everything is for money. The young master has more than enough money. This time, you've done well, and I'm extremely satisfied with the completion of the task. Just wait. The young master will arrive at your location within half an hour at most. Next time, don't try to incite me. I know what you mean. You just want to get more money from me. I'll bring enough cash to make you feel content. After saying that, the other side hung up the phone directly, and Xuanhuan immediately sent a location. The mobile phone soon replied, indicating the message was received. At this moment, he finally exhaled deeply, his gaze turning toward Lin Shun, filled with profound panic. Then he knelt down in front of Lin Shun, tremblingly said, I have already tricked that guy here. Please give me a quick death. Don't let me endure that pain again. I truly regret it now. I didn't know you were so powerful. Even if given 100 bear hearts and leopard gallbladders, I would never dare to mess around. Moreover, we have no grudges or enmity between us. Even without my involvement, someone else would do it anyway. That young master over there is clearly targeting you. His goal is merely to create discord. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression thoughtful, pondering where he might have encountered the other party. He didn't know what kind of animosity he had with that man. The tone in which the other spoke clearly conveyed extreme hatred. When did he ever offend such a person? Someone willing to spend tens of millions to hire killers rather than face him personally must be very fearful of him. Could that person know his true strength? His mind was full of doubt, but this wasn't the time to ask these questions. He wore a calm, indifferent smile on his face. There's no need to rush. We'll chat properly once that guy comes back. I believe that person will definitely take great interest in you, and I can't really slaughter him outright. After all, I still want to live a stable life in this city. Killing him might bring even bigger troubles. It will be better if you handle it yourself. Then go and confess to them yourself. I won't kill you, nor will I let you die. This punishment should fit you, making you carry the blame. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan nodded furiously like a chicken pecking rice. With a trembling voice, he said, I will clarify this matter too and tell Mr. Shun it isn't because of you meddling behind the scenes, but due to someone trying to sow discord. This matter will be explained entirely. I will also say that he intended to kill me to cover his tracks. I killed him, then I turned myself in. Even if I die, I will drag that person along as padding. It fully conforms to the style of a desperado. Lin Chen's face revealed a satisfied smile. Good, you're still quite smart. Whether or not you survive depends on your luck. Xuanhuan trembled and nodded. At this point, his heart was filled with despair. Although he did not know the exact identity of the young master behind the scenes, the arrogance and recklessness in their speech suggested that they likely originated from a highly privileged family. Even if he surrendered himself, he feared he would be targeted by the forces behind that individual. In such a case, his chances of survival would be less than 1 in 10,000, unless someone protected him. But who would protect a villain like him? Deep inside, he even thought about dragging Lin Shun into this, accusing Lin Shun of directing the whole operation. However, the moment this idea emerged, he dismissed it outright. The pain he had endured earlier was something he never wanted to experience again. If he framed Lin Shun, he had no idea what brutal methods Lin Shun might use to retaliate. And Lin Shun had made even Dragon Brother submit. He had no idea about the massive power structure behind Lin Shun. Perhaps the young master didn't even have the qualification to investigate Lin Shun's background. Even if they investigated, they probably wouldn't uncover any clues. This was truly a terrifying figure. After waiting for about 20 or so minutes, the sound of a car engine could be heard from outside. This abandoned resort had long been deserted, with wild grass growing over a meter tall all around. No one ever came here under normal circumstances. Xuanhuan immediately got to his feet and looked toward the outside. When he saw the vehicles, his eyebrows twitched slightly. There were at least a dozen cars, and the people getting out of them were all dressed in black suits and sunglasses, obviously professional bodyguards. The young man who stepped out of the central car was probably in his mid-20s. Dressed head to toe in luxury brands, standing at just over 170 centimeters, he had a somewhat thin build. When he removed his glasses, it was clear that his eye sockets were slightly darkened, and his complexion appeared abnormally pale. Anyone with even a little knowledge of reading people's physiognomy would know that this guy must have been completely drained. As he walked forward, bodyguards surrounded him closely. They directly entered the resort. Xuanhuan's expression was filled with disbelief as he turned his gaze back to Lin Shun behind him. His voice trembled slightly. I didn't expect that the young master would bring so many bodyguards along. I'm afraid that neither you nor me will stand a chance against them, let alone my brothers. He couldn't possibly blame Lin Shun for incapacitating his own men. Alone, he wouldn't be able to take on those bodyguards. Though he held a weapon, there were at most only a few bullets left. With at least 30 or 40 bodyguards combined, this fact left him with an overwhelming sense of fear. But Lin Shun simply flicked his finger lightly. A black pill landed in Xuanhuan's hand. Xuanhuan's face was full of astonishment and confusion. Lin Shun gave a faint smile. You just need to crush this pill, and the bodyguards who smell it will become utterly powerless to resist. You only need to buy some time for 10 seconds or so, and everyone will fall unconscious. And because the poison already in your body will neutralize its effect, you won't react to it. Long Gu swallowed hard, wanting to leave straight away. He certainly did not want to get poisoned. Chapter 111. Interrogation. Brother Long was very clear about how strong Lin Chen's power was. Even though he had fully demonstrated his loyalty, he still feared being poisoned, and even more afraid that the toxins would spread throughout his body. He had witnessed the painful expressions of those infected just now. If such toxins were to infect him, he too might end up in an utterly wretched state. He was here today to help, not to suffer. Lin Shun smiled gently and glanced at him. Just one look from Lin Shun caused Brother Long to freeze mid-motion, awkwardly stopping his retreating step right where it was. Master, Brother Long said nervously, I don't want to be a burden to you. Staying here would only mean I am vulnerable to these toxins. Perhaps it's better for me to wait outside, while calling my brothers, letting them completely surround this place, so those people can't escape. If there's anyone causing trouble, I don't care who they are or where they came from, I will take them all down. Whoever dares to anger Master, I will make sure they never find peace for all eternity. As he spoke, he showed his loyalty by laying out his full intentions. Lin Shun revealed a hint of a faint smile. His voice remained calm and distant as he said, You are someone with cultivation. Don't you know how to use your abilities to protect yourself? Brother Long gave a somewhat awkward laugh. Master, you flatter me. Right now, I've barely reached the Xiantian realm, and I don't have that kind of ability yet. Even forming the innate Xiantian breath feels rather simple for me, given how unfamiliar I still am with running my capabilities within this new level. At this, Lin Shun's eyebrows twitched slightly. He then directly pulled out a small bottle from his pocket, tossing it over to him, his tone remaining steady and unfeeling. Take this, and break through on the spot. I can help you elevate your strength to the middle stage of Xiantian within a short time. At that point, if anything happens, you won't fall into a similar situation. If it were someone else offering medicine, Brother Long definitely wouldn't dare eat it blindly. Who knows if what was inside was real medicine or poison? But since it came from Lin Shun, Brother Long didn't have the slightest doubt. After all, if Lin Shun wanted to deal with him, it'd be child's play. So he quickly nodded, uncapped the bottle, and immediately swallowed its contents. His face lit up even brighter, surprised by the unexpected boon. Yet he also understood clearly. If Lin Shun hadn't decided to reward him for assisting in this matter, he likely wouldn't have been given such precious pills. After all, his men had scoured the entire city, finally uncovering this man's hiding place, which had been extraordinarily well concealed. This opportunity allowed Brother Long to display his own abilities as well. After consuming the pill, Brother Long soon felt the surging medicinal energy spreading vigorously throughout his body. Right then, he deeply realized how inferior and fragile his strength truly was compared to others. Given another chance, he would absolutely choose without hesitation to fully pledge his loyalty to Lin Shun. However, Lin Shun didn't pay much attention. Instead, his eyes had already turned towards the doorway. There, black-clad bodyguards were swiftly entering the room, occupying positions around the vicinity, and glancing at the scene. When they took in the situation before them, all their eyebrows furrowed slightly. No one expected the situation to unfold like this. They weren't taking people down as Blood Knife had said, but instead, someone was seated cross-legged, closing their eyes in meditation. They had no understanding of cultivation and thought Brother Long was simply resting in that position. Meanwhile, Lin Shun sat leisurely on the sofa as if nothing mattered. Blood Knife, on the other hand, was kneeling on the ground, appearing as though frightened and too scared to move. The bodyguards all felt something was off. By the time they wanted to intervene, it was too late. Their young master had rushed in with obvious urgency painted across his face. I've given you so much money, and this is what you show me. This young master looked incredibly infuriated, especially when noticing that Lin Shun seemed completely fine. The questioning eyes, along with the wrathful expression, piled onto his face. His eyes locked intensely on Blood Knife. His teeth clenched audibly, grinding together as he spoke firmly. You'd better give me a clear explanation. Otherwise, even with weapons in your hands today, I'll let you know what it truly means to endure worse than death. When I came back, I felt something was off, so I brought so many bodyguards. They're all professional. You're the only one here on the scene. Even if you were exhausted, there's no way you could harm my bodyguards. Weapons can only fire a few bullets at most, and that thing is still the path of linearity I bought for you. Do you actually intend to use that thing against me? As he spoke, his gaze turned towards the surrounding bodyguards. The bodyguards also sensed something amiss and immediately positioned their young master behind them. Layers of human walls blocked ahead, the expression on the young master's face turning exceptionally sinister. His tone grew colder as well. Xiadao, I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. Don't waste your time, or you won't even know how you die. Throughout it all, Blood Knife didn't dare to respond, currently looking like a frightened quail, trembling in fear while kneeling before Lin Shun. Lin Shun flicked the cigarette from his hand. He said with a calm demeanor, I don't think we've ever met. At least, you're very unfamiliar to me. But your voice sounds familiar somehow, though I can't place it right away. I'm rather curious about the grudge between us. Why do you want to kill me? And you even went as far as hiring a desperate thug to finish me off and sow discord. As for me, I always prefer to nip danger in the bud and don't enjoy leaving potential threats unresolved. What is the source of our conflict? If it can be resolved, we might even coexist peacefully. While saying this, his smile was quite apparent. Even someone using their toes to think would figure out that this so-called young master absolutely wouldn't understand the nature of their conflict so easily. But he was quite curious. What exactly was the conflict? He was sure he hadn't offended such a person. The young master glared at Lin Shun, his eyes filled with deep hatred and jealousy. Lin Shun, do you really not know who I am? Chapter 112. Who gave you the courage? Lin Shun smiled and nodded, his eyes calm like water. If I knew who you were, there would be no need for me to waste so many words with you here. But that sentence just now, if we truly had some conflicts, it might have resolved them. There's no need to confront each other this fiercely. After all, we could only be considered strangers before. I haven't even seen your face, yet now you tell me that we are enemies, which makes me very curious. How exactly did I offend you? Someone as capable as you probably wouldn't have any grudges against someone like me, since we are not from the same world. The young master couldn't help but burst into laughter, a look of unprecedented arrogance shining in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Shen, you really do know your place, and you're also aware that you and I are not from the same world. You're right, our conflict is indeed deep. But this conflict isn't directly related to you. Rather, it's because you've done things you shouldn't have, thoroughly enraging me. In fact, you don't even deserve to speak to me. Since I've already come here today, let me tell you something. If I wanted to kill you, it'd be as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. Even if those people knew that it was me who got rid of you, hardly anyone would dare to cause trouble with me because my identity is something you don't have the privilege to know. As for your suggestion of peaceful coexistence, don't you think I'm stupid? Moreover, what you've done has already infuriated me greatly, leaving me no reason to show you any mercy. How much more so when the woman I've targeted hasn't even held hands with me yet, while you may have already crossed certain boundaries. This fills my heart with boiling anger. After knowing about your entanglement with her, I quickly came up with this strategy. Surprising, isn't it? Unexpected. Isn't it likely that your anonymous ex-wife now hates you with every fiber of her being? After all, my plan is flawless. And on top of that, there's another man meddling in the situation. Just thinking about the result makes me want to laugh uncontrollably. It feels so smooth in my mind. You must have also imagined how your woman feels after being misunderstood. Feels good, doesn't it? Don't you feel an acidic ache inside? I've been through this feeling myself, especially after discovering that you touched the woman I care about. At the moment, I wanted nothing more than to tear you limb from limb, grind your bones into powder. These words made Lin Shen somewhat confused. He didn't recall himself ever having anything to do with other women. And who exactly was the person this guy mentioned? While he was pondering these questions, the young master couldn't resist bursting out laughing again. If you still don't know my true identity, I don't mind telling you, because starting from today, you will no longer have the chance to live in this world. Telling you doesn't matter. It allows you to go peacefully, understanding everything. He thought that victory was firmly within his grasp. Besides, even if bodyguards were present, he didn't believe Lin Shen could overturn the heavens. Mockingly, he scoffed. Remember this, my surname is Zhou. As for my name, you don't have the standing to know yet. Just know that I am Master Zhou, and someone like you, I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. All I want is for you to experience the feeling of losing everyone you trust. That's the simple part. The hard part is destroying one's soul. My plan has already begun. Next, I will target the loved ones and friends around you. For example, your parents. They will soon fall into traps, lose their dignity, and suffer terribly. When you die, you can watch your parents' sad old age in hell. Can you imagine the scenes that await in the future? Honestly, if you cross me, you're doomed. I'll make sure your entire life is filled with pain and suffering. Not only will I torment you physically, but also mentally. Rest assured, I won't kill you tonight, but I will ensure you never see the sun again outside. Then, I'll show you videos of your parents' miserable fate going forward. Lock you in a tiny dark room, and let you watch day and night as those around you suffer torment, watching them in pain. Every time they suffer, it will remind you of everything you've done before, and I want you to regret for the rest of your life, spending every moment in remorse. This is what I call killing by destroying the soul. By the end of his speech, an expression of immense satisfaction spread across his face. Lin Shen's eyes slightly narrowed. In a cold tone, he said, Some people are born evil. Perhaps you're one of those. After all this talking, I still don't know the exact grudge between us. I wanted to resolve our differences, but you keep pushing boundaries, showing no respect. So, don't blame me if I stop being polite. I prefer to nip dangers in the bud. You seem dangerous to me. Though you can't directly threaten me, you might endanger my friends and family. From the moment you spoke those words just now, your fate was already sealed. If you insist on seeking death, then so be it. One thing you did say correctly. Letting someone die is merely the most basic punishment. The greatest punishment is making their life worse than death. I won't go after your family or friends, because that's inhumane. Besides, I wouldn't involve 9 generations of your clan just because of something you've done. I can take direct action against you and make you truly experience the ultimate pain this world has to offer. Upon hearing these words, young Master Zhou's face twisted with utter astonishment. He gripped his hands tightly and burst out into wild laughter, looking like someone having an epileptic seizure. Pointing at Lin Shen with trembling fingers, he roared with uncontrollable laughter. The mad laughter echoed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His eyes carried not a hint of mercy, only overflowing jealousy and deep resentment. Lin Shen, you really have no idea even until now. But I'll clearly tell you, it's because you dared to covet someone you shouldn't, and thought about things you shouldn't think about. How dare you even entertain thoughts about my woman? Who gave you the courage? Chapter 113, Overestimating Oneself. Lin Shen pondered for a moment in his heart. He truly could not recall who exactly he had offended. He said calmly, Up until now, you haven't dared to reveal the woman behind you, have you? Exactly what reason has caused such immense anger within you? Is it merely because you cannot obtain what you desire through love? One of life's 8 sufferings, you have indeed experienced one of them. However, looking at your cocky demeanor, it seems unlikely that anyone would like you, nor would you genuinely place someone else in your heart, what you call unattainable love. It's simply that the person you care about has been taken by someone else. It's like a child liking a toy. When the toy they like can't be obtained, someone else easily gets it instead. This makes one feel as if there are countless fires raging fiercely within their chest. If you came from an illustrious family, without hesitation, you'd directly mobilize your clan's power to retaliate against the one who took your toy. In fact, there is something you said correctly. Since we're taking action, then all the people you've brought here today must certainly be eliminated, ensuring they won't be able to give you any sense of security later on and will drag everyone into this mess. I've already sensed an intense blood sacrifice force emanating from them, proving their hands have already been stained with blood, and these people would find killing them an effortless task. But letting them die like this, wouldn't it be disrespectful to their families and friends? Everyone belongs to a family. I am not such a cold-blooded and cruel person. Hence, I will make them all lose their ability to resist, lying there like living vegetables, waiting a few years for them to gradually regain their movement capability, at which point you would likely have been tormented so much that life becomes unbearable. By that time, you might even be dead already. As Lin Shen spoke here, his voice calmed down further, and it became even more detached. You may think everything I'm saying right now is mere nonsense. I also don't need to explain anything to you. Since you insist on going farther down this path of absurdity, I no longer see any point in wasting my time talking to you anymore. At this statement, he pulled out his cigarette, gently lit it. At the same moment, those bodyguards were becoming increasingly uneasy. They'd never seen such a brazen individual, surrounded in this room by more than 30 of them. Without showing the slightest bit of fear, he still acted with such blatant arrogance. An irresistible thought emerged in their minds. Was this guy mentally unstable, or had he received a kick from a donkey? While they contemplated these thoughts, Lin Shen snapped his fingers lightly. The others glanced at each other, but remained alert. Such audacious arrogance, if not backed by absolute confidence, meant having complete assurance. Mr. Zhou sneered. I might as well tell you. Haven't you realized who's been keeping a tighter rein on you recently? Do you know who I've set my eyes on? Xuanhuan Yu is the woman I have designated for myself. How many dare challenge me for her in this city? What are you, some random thing? You think you can act arrogantly before me? I'll show you what regret feels like. Attack him, but don't kill him. Break all 4 of his limbs, sever the tendons in his hands and feet. Make him a complete cripple, cut out his tongue, knock out all his teeth. Don't let him die. I want him to suffer endlessly under my torment. With that, his eyes grew particularly vicious. At that moment, his only thought was to make the person before him understand his power and how severely mistaken this man truly was. However, after uttering those words, the bodyguards present immediately rushed forward. Just a few steps in, they started feeling weak all over and fell heavily to the ground. A faint smile curled on Lin Shen's lips, his gaze filled with coldness, looking toward Mr. Zhou, who stood among the crowd, yet hadn't fallen yet. Said indifferently, "You're still standing because your physical condition is too fragile. And it's precisely because your physique is too weak that this situation hasn't erupted right away. No matter though, soon enough you'll experience true weakness." Right after his voice faded, the bodyguards couldn't help but shout aloud, full of deep panic and unease. "Master, run. There's poison here, and it's quite potent. We have no strength left to fight back, and we can barely move our fingers." Their voices were weak as they spoke. Mr. Zhou was also a bit confused. He hadn't expected such a situation to arise. After a brief moment of shock, his expression quickly changed, and his eyes turned sharply towards Lin Shen, filled with anger. "What did you do? Why are all my bodyguards like this?" Lin Shen's face showed an evident sneer. "If I were you, I would choose to run for my life at the first opportunity. Since something unknown has happened, the first thing that should come to your mind is fear, not questioning. You lack even basic sense. It seems you've been spoiled as a master's son. Think no one dares to touch you?" At this point, Mr. Zhou finally reacted and tried to run away. Just then, Brother Long had regained consciousness. His gaze was sharp like lightning. At this very moment, he wanted nothing more than to let out a triumphant roar. He had reached the middle stage of innate cultivation in such a short time. He felt brimming with energy. All the events that had just unfolded were still vivid in his ears. Without hesitation, he grabbed Mr. Zhou with one hand and dragged him over, gripping his neck tightly, lifting him off the ground. Struggling furiously, Mr. Zhou found himself utterly powerless against this person whose grip felt like iron tongs, leaving no room for resistance. Only then did he truly realize that he'd bitten off far more than he could chew. When thrown onto the floor with a painful thud, shaking from head to toe, his voice trembled with profound fear. "Who are you? How dare you harm me? Do you not know who I am? I'm Zhou Dongqiang, the first heir to the Zhou group." Lin Shen couldn't help but laugh. Brother Long also burst into laughter, his eyes radiating deep ridicule. Chapter 114, Attitude. Brother Long's face was full of sarcastic smiles, his voice cold and indifferent. "Don't say you. Even if it's your father, he'd have to stay respectful in front of me. Although the Zhou family is one of the 10 great families in this city, but you can ask your father whether he dare provoke me? Or do any of you have the courage to take me down with you? But businessmen always value harmony. What you've done makes me very angry. If I were to give your father a call now, I doubt I would need to act myself. He'd personally break your legs for being arrogant in front of me. Do you really think you're capable?" His mocking words made Zhou Dongqiang feel uneasy. His facial expression had become very fearful. With a trembling voice, he said, "Brother Long, don't be too overbearing. Don't forget, you are just someone from the streets, not an official on paper. If you go too far, then don't blame us for retaliating. Moreover, there is no grudge between us. I just came here today to deal with Lin Shen. The killing of my father and the theft of my wife's heart. She was taken by him, so I will definitely not let him off easily." Lin Shen smiled faintly. "You keep talking about stealing your wife's heart. Is Miss Jiang your wife? You two haven't even been engaged. It's merely your own unrequited love. She likes me, yet jealousy has arisen within you. If you were pursuing her normally, it might have been all right, But now that you've resorted to these means, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, his expression turned colder. Zhou Dongxiang shouted hysterically, "Stop spouting nonsense here. If it wasn't for your appearance, she would eventually have been mine. No one besides me dares to pursue her, because all those who dared, I've already dealt with. Many people know, if you want to survive, you shouldn't get close to her. What kind of character does Miss G have? You may not fully understand. If I continue to pursue her, she will surely agree. After all, she is beautiful and kind-hearted. Moreover, we have created many coincidences, and she even started to have feelings for me." At this point, his expression had become somewhat distorted, glaring at Lin Chen with unresolved hatred in his eyes. Lin Chen mockingly smiled. "It seems like you still haven't realized your mistake. But that's fine. Soon you'll know your fate, and even if you beg for mercy at that time, there will likely be no opportunity. For someone like you, I won't have an ounce of compassion. People like you should be pressed down hard, never allowing you the chance to rise again." His tone was calm, like a peaceful lake, a stagnant pool of water. Zhou Dongxiang had a bad feeling. All the words he wanted to say were extinguished, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, quenching all his anger. He couldn't help but swallow some saliva, ready to say something. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain as if it originated from his body, cutting off his words. The pain was akin to sudden muscle cramps. Before he could react, the pain spread throughout his entire body. It felt as though countless ants were constantly gnawing on his flesh and bones, causing extreme pain. His facial expression twisting and convulsing, bloodshot veins rapidly spreading through his eyes. A sharp and agonized scream escaped from his mouth. "Lin Chen, what have you done to me? Why do I feel such agony? What exactly did you do?" He screamed in anguish, but received no response. At this moment, Brother Long's look towards him was filled with pity. What poor choice, to provoke such a living Yama, god of death. Perhaps their whole Zhou family would suffer the consequences, and this matter must be resolved somehow. His opportunity to show himself has arrived. Upon reaching this moment, he immediately bowed deeply. "Young master, should I directly contact the Zhou family and have them come to take this fool away? How could such a moron dream of pursuing the young lady? He clearly has no self-awareness." Lin Chen smiled lightly. "You can call him directly and demand an explanation from him. Otherwise, their entire Zhou family will be involved. Also, clear the venue. The sight of those people irritates me." Upon hearing these words, Brother Long nodded hastily, then called someone over, dragging all those people out, only leaving behind Zhou Dongxiang. At this moment, Zhou Dongxiang was filled with regret, experiencing immense pain within his heart. He even thought that if he hadn't taken the initiative to provoke Lin Chen, he wouldn't have faced such anguish. He now regretted so much it hurt physically, but in this world, there were no second chances for regret. The news came soon after. The head of the Zhou family rushed over and immediately saw his son. His son's face was contorted, bearing unimaginable pain, and his eyes were slightly red. This was his favorite son. Moreover, one who usually pleased him. Yet here he was, tortured into such a condition, causing his gaze to sharply turn towards Lin Chen, his eyes brimming with hatred. This matter is nothing more than young people being jealous. There's no need to make it so serious, right? Besides, I know my son's character better than you do. Since he has already been punished, could you let him go? In the future, I guarantee we won't cause you any trouble. And with Brother Long around, I will definitely not bother you, as Brother Long and I also have some connection." Brother Long sighed inwardly at these words. Old Zhou clearly didn't understand social graces, still behaving arrogantly despite his son being reduced to such a state. How dare he speak like this to Lin Chen? It was practically asking for death. With his son already like this, can he not grasp Lin Chen's attitude? It's clear they are disregarded by them. How dare he still act so defiant? Lin Chen's face showed an obvious smile. "Mr. Zhou, president, right? Before, indeed, we had no grudges or conflicts. But once your son came to trouble me, enmity naturally arose. Perhaps you don't understand your son's actions. He planned to find many people to kill me outright. Our feud can now be considered one of life and death. I made it very clear when Brother Long contacted you last time. You asked for a reason and an attitude. Are these responses yours?" Chapter 115, Ode of Favor. Chairman Zhou listened to Lin Chen's words, with flashes of anger in his eyes. His voice turned cold. "Since you want to take this attitude, I will make things clear. You have tormented my son like this. If you cure the problems he is facing, we can consider the past as water under the bridge, and all that has happened before will be let go. However, if you continue to persist in your delusion, then the consequences will be very serious. At least I can tell you clearly, with your ability, there is no way for you to confront me directly. I know that you have recently become quite famous because of your incredible medical skills, and many people hold you in high regard since everyone wants an extra layer of insurance for their life. Unfortunately, you are still just a doctor." By the time he finished speaking, his gaze had already shifted to Brother Long. His heart was filled with frustration and indignation. "Brother Long, our relationship has always been good, and I've helped you a lot in the past. Moreover, we've cooperated on numerous occasions. You should know how I treat you. Now that our family has suffered such disgrace, do you really intend to side with him?" Brother Long had already understood the implication. It seemed Chairman Zhou hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. He felt puzzled internally. Had Chairman Zhou's brain been kicked by a donkey? With a sneer, Brother Long replied, "Old Zhou, our relationship has been decent, so I called you to handle this matter personally. I didn't expect that after coming here, you would put on airs as if you're the richest one. Let me make it clear. The person in front of you is my master. When my master speaks, can you guess how I'll deal with you? Shall I directly attack you? Or cut your son into pieces first, throw him into the river to feed the fish, then come after you and chop you into bits to feed the dogs. Don't doubt my methods. I'm truly capable of doing these kinds of things. Chairman Zhou's pupils contracted violently, and his gaze brimmed with disbelief. It was truly hard to believe that Brother Long would willingly serve someone as a dog, openly admitting that this person was his master. His heart began to race wildly. He had originally assumed that Lin Shen relied on his connection with Brother Long to act recklessly. But now, seeing that Brother Long willingly served someone else, what kind of power did this person possess to make Brother Long bow down to him? His mind was already unsettled. The sense of confidence he once had vanished entirely, replaced instead by a faint flicker of panic inside. Even his voice started trembling. Brother Long, what exactly do you mean by this? Could it be that you and him actually share a master-servant relationship? Why haven't I ever heard about you having a master before? Brother Long snorted coldly. Do I need to file a report to you regarding my affairs? Now, our master has given you a chance, but it's you who refuses to treasure it. Do you really want your entire family to vanish from this world? This is only because we know each other. Otherwise, I wouldn't even give you a warning and would immediately arrange for someone to act against you. With my abilities, targeting you would actually be easy. Besides, you also have commercial rivals. What do you think would happen if I collaborate with them? I think they would be very eager to work with me. But I am different. If you want to target me, it won't be that simple unless you're related to higher-ups. And even if you were, would they possibly disregard all restraints and attack me for you? A dying camel is still bigger than a horse, and more importantly, the strength I wield. Don't you have any idea how much there is? At this moment, his gaze was extremely cold. It was evident from his expression that he was itching to take action immediately. Chairman Zhou was not a fool. Previously, he had completely underestimated Lin Shen. Furthermore, concerning the issue where his son attempted to retaliate against Lin Shen, he understood that marrying the miss of the Jiang family would bring tremendous benefits to their entire family. But the problem was that someone had meddled, causing his son to lose the opportunity to pursue her. One might say this person disrupted their entire plan. Now his son wanted revenge and naturally faced no refusal. After all, the other party had struck at his Achilles heel. Yet, what he hadn't expected was that his move turned out to be counterproductive. Taking several deep breaths, his eyes showed obvious dissatisfaction. However, he eventually suppressed all his thoughts, and his voice became a bit more sincere. I'm sorry. It was my mistake for not understanding my own position properly or knowing the full truth of what happened. Seeing my son in such immense pain made me act out of anger and shame. I hope you can give me another chance so that we can turn this conflict into peace. My son will absolutely not cause you any more trouble. I promise you that. Lin Shen responded calmly. What guarantee do you have? From the moment I saw you, your eyes were constantly fixated on me, with a cold and lethal glare that clearly intended to finish me off. All those unnecessary words are just a waste of time. Simply tell me what guarantees you can provide. If your response doesn't satisfy me, the consequences will be very severe. The people dealing with you won't just include Brother Long. At this point, the smirk on his face became even more evident. If he wanted to take action against this guy, Brother Long wouldn't be the only one involved, especially when the main person was already standing right before him. Why should he go through the trouble of finding ways to bother the other side? By taking down the main target directly, he would have all the time in the world to make the opponent's life worse than death. At this moment, Chairman Zhou also sensed the cold severity in Lin Shen's gaze. A faint sense of panic arose in his heart as he realized he might very well have made a grave mistake. If he couldn't satisfy Lin Shen, it would probably bring disaster upon himself, and even more unbearable suffering for his son. He took several deep breaths, forcing out an awkward smile. After I get home, I'll ensure people collect all sorts of rare treasures, valuable herbs, ancient antiques, all priceless items, and I'll deliver them to you overnight. They will meet your satisfaction. After all, Brother Long is here, and if I don't give these things to you, Brother Long could easily strike at me whenever he wants. Besides, your medical skills are unparalleled. You also know many influential individuals. If you're willing to owe them favors, there would be plenty of people who would gladly come to your aid. Chapter 116, A Change of Heart. Chairman Zhou had long made up his mind that after the matter at hand was resolved, he would definitely make Lin Shen understand what true regret meant. If it weren't for Lin Shen attacking his son, there wouldn't be such a major conflict between them. In fact, the conflict could have been defused as long as Lin Shen agreed not to pursue Miss Jiang any further. His son coming to trouble Lin Shen was done under his tacit approval. Now, things had escalated to this point, making him very irritated. For many years, he had never suffered such indignities. As for Brother Long, he was certain that with his methods, he could ensure this guy wouldn't dare act against him again. The most troubling part was the other people behind Lin Shen, or perhaps someone else was deliberately targeting him. This made him think of many things. At this moment, Lin Shen had already perceived some issues from his expression and wore a heavily sarcastic look on his face. Right now, I'll give you two choices. Have someone immediately bring over the antique treasures you've collected. If the price is right, I might buy your dog life. If you think your life isn't worth much money, you can try offering me some worthless items to deceive me. If you fail to interest me, then I'll just take your life. I'm not joking with you. I'm simply stating a fact. I hope you value your own life. I will only give you half an hour. No extensions. Upon hearing these words, Chairman Zhou couldn't help but feel intense pain and constriction in his chest. He knew the person in front of him wasn't jesting, and this individual might really dare to attack him. To make matters worse, Brother Long nearby was glaring at him menacingly. He even felt like Brother Long had deliberately set this up. It was clear that Brother Long intended to make the man in front owe him a favor. He couldn't comprehend what sort of ability this man in front possessed that made Brother Long show such deference towards him. Regret started to grow in his heart. Even this feeling of repentance lasted quite a while before he finally nodded in agreement. Then I can call them right now, and they'll bring all my collectibles here. I believe you will definitely be moved by what I offer. My collections are worth several billion yuan. Lin Shen's lips curled slightly into an imperceptible smile as he lightly nodded. Sure, whether you choose to remain proud or summon members of the 6 ministries, it doesn't matter. After all, tonight, it was your son who wanted to trouble me, and now your son has been dealt with by me. No matter how many reinforcements come, my actions were entirely self-defense. You, however, can experience the same kind of pain your son did. Guaranteed you'll love it. This was an obvious threat. Chairman Zhou took a deep breath and managed to suppress the panic rising within him. He truly feared suffering the same fate as his son. Such agony was simply unbearable just to watch. In a hurry, he sent a few messages, his gaze simultaneously shifting to Lin Shun, eyes revealing a plea. Could you first treat the issue with my son? He's already in so much pain, unbearable. As his biological father, seeing him suffer like this is extremely difficult for me. As long as you cure my son's pain, I swear there won't be any deception. Lin Shun smirked mockingly. Do you still think you have the qualifications to negotiate terms with me? Who gave you the confidence to think I'd help? Your son already tried to kill me. It's already generous of me not to have taken his life. And now you expect me to heal him easily. Chairman Zhou's pupils violently contracted. He realized that Lin Shen wasn't joking. He wasn't planning to treat his son at all. After a few shaky deep breaths, he tremulously spoke. Can someone please send my son away first for treatment? Otherwise, I fear he'll die from sheer agony. Lin Shen lightly nodded. Naturally, when he attacked, he understood what effects it would have. Forget about treating it with traditional Chinese medicine. Most doctors would likely be at a loss. It was his exclusive method. Just let them take him away. I don't want to be disturbed by the noise anymore. Chairman Zhou breathed a sigh of relief inside. As long as his son could leave, healing would surely follow soon. However, he indeed needed to stay behind himself. All the sacrifices he was making right now didn't bother him because he knew he would eventually reclaim everything with interest, letting Lin Shen know exactly how severe the consequences of offending him would be. Currently, he was facing temporary adversity. Deep within his heart, a notion emerged. A tiger fallen on hard times is mocked by dogs. Lin Shen naturally saw through his thoughts and roughly understood that this guy would definitely seek revenge. He had no intention of letting Chairman Zhou off. There was just no need to make some things too obvious. It would appear as though peace had been made between them, but this Chairman Zhou probably wouldn't live much longer. His smile was quite evident as he added, just a reminder, get the items over here quickly. Otherwise, you won't even have time to see your son again. The chairman's pupils constricted sharply, panic filling his gaze. What do you mean? Are you going to attack me directly? Don't forget, I've already arranged for everything to be sent over. If anything happens to me here, it'll immediately fall on you. I'm not an insignificant person. If something were to happen to me, do you think those powerful figures behind me will let it go so easily? Lin Shen shook his head with a smirk. You might have misunderstood my meaning. I'm simply reminding you that your son might not last long, and the doctors you've hired likely can't treat the poison in him. So, I advise you to hurry if you want to see your son one last time. Hearing this, Chairman Zhou's pupils contracted even more, and his anxiety surged as he abruptly stood up. There was a tinge of resentment in his voice. Lin Shen, why must you push us so hard? We've already chosen to back down, and I've clearly stated there will be no retaliation against you. The Zhou Group chairman keeps his word. Absolutely no breaking promises. Why do you still choose to target us like this? Lin Shen's smile grew broader. Are you sure there won't be any retaliation? Even ghosts wouldn't believe words meant to deceive others like that. Don't waste time with hollow talk. The same message. Hurry up, or you won't even get to see your son for the last time. Chapter 117, The Simplest Solution. Mr. Zhou, the chairman, had originally thought that Lin Shen was joking with him. However, as he stared intently at Lin Shen's calm and indifferent expression, his own inner turmoil began to grow. He could almost feel his heart leaping into his throat, and even his voice grew hoarse. What exactly have you done to my son? Why can't you just spare him? Now, I've already chosen to back down. Why won't you give us a chance? I swear by heaven that I will never cause you any trouble again. If I do, may I meet a terrible end and be struck by lightning. Lin Shen smiled faintly. Are you really unaware of what your son has done? All these superfluous words are wasted on me. The same goes. If you quickly arrange for the items to be sent over, there might still be a chance for your survival. After all, what you've done so far is merely a beginning, and you haven't truly harmed me yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't be leaving this place alive. At this moment, Lin Shen continued to smile. The chairman was visibly unsettled, his eyes filled with helplessness and resentment. His teeth ground together audibly. Particularly, the look in his eyes when staring at Lin Shen radiated an unprecedented hatred, as though he wished to devour him whole. Lin Shen responded with a faint laugh. Just as you said earlier, you came here prepared and wouldn't take any unnecessary risks. He mentioned that the money would automatically transfer into a trust fund upon his death, which he set up to exact revenge against me. I don't want my family and friends to suffer misfortune, so I need to make every possible precaution. For instance, the finances of your company. You think you have more time to gamble and fight against others. But if you don't go bankrupt by then, those funds could indeed be used against me. Unfortunately, I won't allow you that opportunity. His tone remained composed, but this time Chairman Zhou didn't dare underestimate a single word from Lin Shen. His expression turned exceedingly sour, wavering between hesitation and struggle. A few seconds later, Noticing that Lin Chen's eyes locked with his, devoid of any emotion, he realized the man before him was like stagnant water. No matter what he said, it wouldn't stir any reaction within Lin Chen. This scared him a little. Lin Chen, everything I said just now was simply meant to intimidate you. How could I actually leave such a serious consequence behind for myself? You can imagine, if someone wanted to harm me, they could just proceed directly. My funds would then fall into their hands, and they could find any random scapegoat to carry the blame. They could easily take away all my wealth without having to name a specific person to deal with. It's extremely easy to create false evidence and swallow all my businesses. That's not how my son operates. I understand his character better than anyone. He's the heir I've been grooming for over 20 years. He wouldn't do something so reckless, and neither would I plan a move like that ahead of time. All my prior statements were merely attempts to buy myself another chance. Please, give me one last opportunity. Stop targeting my son. I'm genuinely terrified of you now. I assure you I won't cause any more trouble. We're all ordinary people. Why should we torment each other? As he spoke, realizing his attitude wasn't enough, he hesitated briefly before falling to his knees in front of Lin Chen, his face filled with obvious panic. In his mind, there was only one thought. If Lin Chen could forgive his son, he would genuinely step back. The corner of Lin Chen's lips curved ever so slightly, his voice steady and emotionless as he asked, "Are you sure you're aware of your mistakes?" Chairman Zhou nodded fervently, resembling a bird pecking rapidly, no longer displaying any arrogance he once had. He truly felt fear. Regret churned inside him repeatedly. If given another chance, he vowed never to provoke Lin Chen again. He might even avoid confrontation completely, selling off his assets to develop somewhere else. Why persist in battling Lin Chen to the bitter end? Especially since the things he hadn't obtained earlier were because he hadn't paid a high enough price. Realizing that Lin Chen had disrupted his plan, what could he do about it? After all, the other party was simply defending their own rights. When he thought clearly about these things, there was indeed some regret in his heart for his actions. The smile at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth became more evident as he said indifferently, "Since you've already admitted your regrets, I'll give you a chance. From now on, listen to me and work for me. If you're willing to cooperate, take this pill. After swallowing it, you'll experience a few minutes of pain. After all, killing you outright would certainly cause me no small amount of trouble. I've already thought about it earlier. After you hand over your treasures, I'd simply let you die. To kill you wouldn't leave any trace or questions. But since you claim you want to be obedient, I'll let you live. Controlling you might still allow you to do some important tasks for me later. Not everything must I do personally. Having a dog by my side to help bite others is also useful." Upon hearing this, Chairman Zhou couldn't help but widen his eyes, disbelief filling his gaze. "What did you say? You want me to be your dog?" He even doubted if he was hallucinating. He had already chosen to bow his head, not to mention Lin Chen and himself didn't have such deep grudges. Why was this man so unyielding? While pondering these thoughts in his mind, he watched as Lin Chen flicked his finger lightly. Just as Zhou opened his mouth to speak, the pill flew into his mouth. He tried to spit it out, but it was futile. The pill dissolved immediately upon entering his mouth. By now, he could barely feel its presence. At this moment, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Lin Chen, fear overtaking his eyes. "You? What did you make me swallow?" Lin Chen smiled faintly as he replied calmly, "You'll soon find out." Chapter 118, Unfilial Son. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. "In fact, this is the simplest solution. Keeping you alive might allow you to play a role in critical moments, but if I were to eliminate you, it would bring me immense trouble. Something like this, I absolutely cannot let happen around me. Even if there's just a hint of it, I don't want to see it. After all, I don't even believe the punctuation marks in what you said earlier, but soon you'll realize the consequences of defying my orders. If you wish to endure this heart-wrenching pain until death, feel free to pretend compliance." After saying this, Lin Chen remained silent and lit a cigarette for himself, leaning back on the sofa to smoke. Chairman Zhou gradually felt the pain surging within him, his gaze full of terror as the pain violently contracted. It was as if countless needles were piercing his flesh, and it felt like endless ants and bugs gnawing at his marrow. In that moment, he had no more thoughts of defiance. He only wanted the pain to end. He couldn't even open his mouth. His eyes pleaded with Lin Chen, but Lin didn't spare him even a second glance. It was only then that Chairman Zhou truly understood how terrifying Lin Chen's power was. If Lin Chen wanted to eliminate him, it would be effortless. Even making him die in agony would be simple. He genuinely regretted everything now. Regret pills don't exist in this world, and Lin Chen viewed his pleading as mere noise. Lin Chen's voice was cold. "Actually, your opportunity was already laid out in front of you, but you missed it. You came to me spouting grandiose words, attempting to harm the people around me, leaving me with no choice but to take the simplest method, ensuring you can neither live nor die peacefully. In fact, I also wanted to gauge your attitude, especially toward your family. To save your son, you were willing to kneel and beg, which moved me slightly. If you cared so little about your son's life, I'd consider whether to let you live at all. Initially, I intended to eliminate you immediately to end everything. But by doing so, someone would likely seek revenge against me. Everyone has distant relatives, not to mention any close friends or relations you might have who could cause me endless trouble. It's akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. So, instead, I'll control you directly under my thumb. When other foolish individuals dare to provoke me, I'll simply unleash you as punishment, and it will be enough." Chairman Zhou's mind was utterly devastated. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Chen had harbored such intentions from the beginning. Previously, he considered himself above everyone else. Yet he now realized he was nothing more than an ant in some people's eyes, willing to stoop as low as a dog without hesitation due to the sheer agony. The pain was excruciating, tearing apart his entire being, feeling like ants devouring every inch of his body. It had reached its peak, almost causing his mind to snap right then and there. He questioned if he had descended into the 18th level of hell. He thought he hadn't done anything extremely wicked in the past, at most resorting to underhanded tactics during business competition. Why must he suffer such torment? Just then, Lin Shen's grin grew even wider. A few minutes have passed, and I trust you've tasted this kind of anguish. Next time we meet, may it not be me punishing you. The pain will recur each month unless you obtain the antidote early. Without it, this torment will lead to your painful death. I will contact you directly if there's anything important. Leave your phone number behind, and you can go visit your son. Rest assured, your son won't die. What I said earlier was merely to test you. Your son, at worst, will experience pain for some time. It definitely won't kill him. Consider it a profound lesson. Otherwise, the next time he encounters someone with a bad temper, they might kill him with one slap, cutting off the family line entirely. Though Lin Shen appeared amused, Chairman Zhou saw his smile as resembling that of a devil. His voice trembled violently. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise I'll never dare again. From now on, you will be my master, and no matter what you ask me to do, I will agree without hesitation. At this moment, he knelt on the ground, unable to stop trembling all over. The most important thing now was to express his stance and let Lin Shen know he was no longer a threat. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Shen's face. Not bad. You're still sharp despite your age, and have realized your situation. Remember, I am giving you only one chance, and this chance is out of the last bit of mercy I still have for you. Just make sure to educate your son well from now on, so that he doesn't come to bother me again. If he causes any more trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless, as I will no longer show you any mercy. Now you can get lost. Upon hearing these words, Chairman Zhou nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice, crawling out slowly while still kneeling. After he left, he finally sighed in relief, and his heart nearly collapsed. Thinking about his son, how could he afford to waste any time? He practically crawled and rolled away. When he left Lin Shen's place and went straight to the hospital to learn everything about the situation, he also let out a long sigh of relief. His son's vital signs were evident. He was alive, though his son was still enduring unimaginable pain. He walked to the bedside, his gaze on his son becoming increasingly complicated. Young Master Zhou also saw his father and weakly tried to speak, but couldn't form any words. Son, from now on, don't even think about getting revenge on Lin Shen. He will be our master from now on. You may not believe it, but this time you've dragged me into a deep pit. This is the first time I've ever felt just how much trouble you can cause. If you weren't my own flesh and blood, I'd strangle you with my bare hands right now. By the end, Chairman Zhou nearly snapped. Chapter 119, The Will to Kill. Mr. Zhou had always thought his son was trouble-free, whereas other people's sons were often causing problems and digging holes for their fathers. He never experienced such headaches. He originally thought life would continue this way, and the son he nurtured would be successful and become an object of envy for others. Until now, he realized that his son wasn't troublesome in the regular sense, but when he was, it could cost lives. If it hadn't been for his quick reflexes, today he would have died for sure. Lin Shen is decisive. If not for his reaction, Lin Shen probably would have wiped him out, making his entire family ascend prematurely. Recalling that outcome made him want to strangle his son with his bare hands. Young Master Zhou's eyes widened, shock and disbelief clearly etched into his gaze. While others might not know the temperament of his father, he understood it better than anyone else. His pent-up anger was about to explode, yet at this moment, only a few strained words managed to slip out of his mouth. Why? Mr. Zhou instantly grabbed his son's face with his hand, his teeth grinding audibly. Because Lin Shen is the real living Yama. If he wanted to kill us, it would all be effortless. You've already felt your pain. This is just an appetizer. If he wanted to use these methods on me, we wouldn't have any evidence. Anyone who meddles with Lin Shen will end up dead. We're just ordinary people. How can ordinary people possibly fight against such a living Yama? And I truly understand now why he can control you like a puppet, why other company CEOs listen to him without question. I suspect the old man taking leave now is actually being controlled by him. Even many of the bosses are merely pawns under his command. Let alone, even if I tell you some things now, there would be no point. Just remember, if you provoke Lin Shen again in the future, not only will you die, but so will I. After you recover a bit, I'll lock you up at home directly, and from then on, don't even think about leaving. Produce a grandson for me early. Since you've lost all value in my eyes, I'll directly focus on nurturing my grandson. Then, he let out a cold laugh, turned around, and walked away, utterly disappointed in his son. Young Master Zhou couldn't believe that he'd ended up in this situation. Watching his father's retreating back, he clearly felt that this time, his father was genuinely furious, perhaps even considering eliminating his own flesh and blood. His father has always been ruthless. Now he was plotting to slaughter his own son, filling him with unimaginable doubt. What exactly happened that he didn't know? In addition, his heart burned with deep hatred toward Lin Shen. He wondered why fate kept bringing him loss at Lin Shen's hands. Eventually, though, his thoughts wandered aimlessly. At the same time, in Lin Shen's room, Summer appeared silently and whispered, Zhou Dongxiang is already lying in the hospital. And I followed your orders earlier. His father has completely caved under pressure, choosing submission entirely. Although I don't understand why you're keeping these two alive, I can't help feeling that these two guys might cause trouble in the future. There's a chance they could bring you harm later, or betray you. Neither Mr. Zhou nor Zhou Dongxiang is trustworthy. Why not hand them over to me and get rid of them right now? We can seize the opportunity while they're relaxed and make them lose their footing. Besides, although Mr. Zhou appears compliant now, I predict he will turn traitorous later, full of rebellious intentions. Lin Chen shook his head slightly with a smile. There's no need for so much trouble. If they really want to act, I'll give them a chance. But Mr. Zhou surely won't dare, though Zhou Dongxiang may still be unpredictable. Right now, he must despise me intensely, maybe planning to sabotage me behind my back. It's nothing I can't handle, and truthfully, I wouldn't mind killing them off. However, their deaths would bring too much subsequent trouble. I can't wipe out their entire families just for that. Failing to do so risks letting them grow back stronger, similar to how grass left rooted regrows when the wind blows. Summer's eyes flickered with icy resolve. So, what are you planning to do this time? Are you going to let them keep acting recklessly? They aren't good people, and Lin Chen understood what she meant and shook his head with a smile. Now is not the time to take action. If they make any mistakes in the future, it won't be too late to deal with them then. I'm giving them one last chance. It's not that I'm soft-hearted, but dealing with them would bring too much trouble. Besides, even if they want to cause me trouble, it's not that easy. Tigers and lions may nod off sometimes, but you're always there to protect my safety. Xia Tian's beautiful face turned slightly red as her eyes looked at Lin Chen with complicated emotions. She really wanted to become Lin Chen's woman, but in the end, she found out that he was not the type of person who would let this happen, and this guy actually thought of her as nothing more than a real hassle. Whenever she tried to do something for Lin Chen, he didn't give her the opportunity. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen produced a small light green medicine bottle. He smiled and said, I have refined some new medicines from the herbs I collected before. Take them and consume them. Once you finish this batch, go directly to old Xia, and give him 2 pills as well. Tell him, this is a gift from me. You'll know what it means. Xia Tian's mind was full of question marks. After hesitating for a moment, she finally took the vial. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. What exactly do you mean? Do you and Uncle Xia have some secret deal? But Uncle Xia isn't that kind of person. Could it be that you were planning to ask him for help to directly wipe out those guys? With Section 9's ability to gather intelligence, it will be effortless to collect information about today's incident. Zhou Dongxiang is not a good person. Everything he has done can be traced. Finding evidence and eliminating him outright makes sense. Lin Chen felt like Xia Tian's mind seemed to be consumed by hatred right now. He shook his head with a smile. I am thinking of making a deal with Section 9, but not to ask them to eliminate the Zhou family. They aren't the type of people who would do that either. It's better for them to find the large power you relied on before. There's no need to borrow a knife to kill someone. Our transaction is something you don't fully understand yet. It's definitely not some shady deal, but it does belong to a secret. Chapter 120, Making a Bridal Gown. In the summer, holding the medicine bottle in his hand, his eyes were filled with boundless gratitude. As he interacted more with Lin Chen, he gradually began to understand Lin Chen's personality. His voice trembled slightly, but it was more filled with an indescribable tenderness and complexity. No matter when, you will always be my master. The words I said before still stand. I know you don't want to get involved in such trouble, but now you're already deeply entangled. I know this is the trouble I've brought you, and I will never disappoint your expectations for me. Moreover, I have already decided that I won't tell those things to anyone. Even if I fall into others' hands, I will only firmly grasp my own destiny. In my heart, that's like seeing a beam of light in the depths of despair. You not only saved my life, but also helped me get rid of all my identities. Although Uncle Xia can help me too, since I have already joined them, I might very well become a thorn in their side. After all, in their eyes, I am now considered completely missing. In their hearts, I have become a real traitor or corpse. At this point, Xia Tian paused here as feelings welled up inside him. In his past life, apart from his parents and family, no one had ever been so good to him, and Lin Chen was the first. He took a few deep breaths, and then his eyes became very resolute. No matter what the future holds, I will still regard you as my master. Since you are my master, everything I have belongs to you. I even doubt whether I will have another chance to repay you, but now I feel that it's time for me to start paying the price. After all, I may really never come back. I might disappear forever. After all, those people aren't easy to deal with. I don't know what position I hold in your heart, but I hope to leave a mark in your heart. At least I didn't pass through this world without leaving a trace. Saying these words, Summer moved a few steps forward and then sat directly in Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen instinctively hugged the soft figure in his arms. Then he felt something was wrong. At this moment, his cultivation techniques had reached the level where solitary yang cannot thrive. His practice was about yin-yang balance, not solitary yin thriving or solitary yang being limitless. Just as he was about to refuse, Summer suddenly sealed his lips. Gazing into her beautiful eyes, he saw an emotion that if he continued to refuse, it could truly hurt this woman's heart. She had already expressed her vulnerable side, and if he didn't respond at all, he would be failing her. Such a beautiful woman has come this far. If he remained indifferent, he would even despise himself. At this point, he had almost decided to abandon everything and engage in an intimate encounter with Summer. But just then, he clearly sensed something amiss. Then he abruptly pressed his hand on Summer's acupoint. His face turned serious. There's something wrong with your practice method. You are like a bride's dress. If you really did what you intended, all your powers would transfer to me, potentially helping me a great deal. But by then, you would become a thorough commoner. All of your charm would vanish completely. How would you then seek revenge? Summer had never thought that the cultivation method she practiced would be something like this. Her face showed disbelief as she was about to say something. But at that moment, it seemed like she gained some enlightenment. Uncontrollably, she recalled what her mother once told her. Her expression grew increasingly grim. Soon after, she bitterly smiled. No wonder many people wanted to attack our family back then. It turns out the practice method within our family has always been this way. After cultivating those techniques designed for male and female practitioners, although they remain cultivators with notable abilities, once married, they will transfer their strength to their partner. No wonder after marriage, some of them no longer take action but instead stay peacefully within their families. Originally, all of this stemmed from that. So this is what's called a divine technique? His voice was filled with intense trembling. He wanted to give everything he had to Lin Xun, yet he could not bear to abandon the hatred for his family so easily. If he really did this, he even doubted whether his parents in the netherworld would forgive him. But at that moment, Lin Xun suddenly revealed a smile, his eyes filled with serene indifference. In his heart, however, there was no calmness. No one understood better than him the kind of transformation such a technique could bring. A noticeable smile appeared on his face. Now you have two choices. Since you've acknowledged me as your master, I definitely can't let you become an ordinary person just like that. There are many things you can do by my side. I need you to help me handle matters. Moreover, our previous deals still stand. I can choose to cancel them now. You want to pay a higher price, and I naturally must make greater efforts in return. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a fair exchange. I've always been very fair, so I'll give you a chance to reconsider. You can either waste all your hard work and transfer the cultivation power you've spent years honing onto me, or choose to learn another cultivation method and transform your internal energy into a purely keen and gentle force. If you truly possess that intention, you might become more graceful and beautiful, but it will also offer you a different experience. Because by then, any man who sees you may have certain appreciative thoughts. Even I would feel the same. Some people aren't born with alluring qualities, but they can change their constitution through effort later in life. Chapter 121, The Last Chance. Lin Xun wore a smile on his face and continued. Various kinds of trouble will follow. You'll attract attention from many people, especially men who see you for the first time. They won't be able to forget you easily. Your image will keep lingering in their minds continuously. If you choose this kind of martial arts technique, you're sure to have plenty of trouble later. At that time, countless nuisances will swarm around you. They'll always be watching you because they can't help but mislead themselves into lifelong obsession just by seeing you once. Your face will remain etched in my mind forever. Even if I were a cultivator, I would still not forget about you. This is due to the side effects of the technique. This art was originally created to attract men while achieving certain results. For example, if you are practicing the type of art where we engage in that kind of intimate act, then it's as if you could directly take away my power through this action. This method is incredibly dangerous. Some righteous practitioners may use the pretext of sensing the taste to directly harm you, possibly even rendering you useless at that point when all your techniques have been transferred to someone else, yet preserving your constitution intact, making you irresistible to any man. Do you realize that you could become someone else's plaything? This danger is unpredictable and uncertain. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh, with an unprecedented look of determination in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly. Are you sure you can teach me this technique? I know you're strong, and you're also a master alchemist. As long as you want, you must be able to protect me. I'm willing to become a toy for you to play with. Perhaps this is exactly what I desire most in my heart. As long as I can take revenge, my greatest future goal will be to serve you well, allowing you to experience the utmost pleasure. No matter what you ask me to do, I will agree without hesitation, even if it's something extremely humiliating. Lin Xun shook his head. I don't have such bad habits. And now, I'm ready to make a move against you, only to discover that your skill is unusual. I could even absorb all of your abilities, which, although might seem insignificant to me, provides a completely different form of satisfaction. You should understand that after learning Jia Yi divine skill, marriage close God skill, there will be noticeable changes in some aspects of women. Even though they appear beautiful and very attractive, these characteristics are quite internalized, often unnoticed by others. He left out certain things that Xuanhuan didn't fully grasp. Lin Xun didn't feel like explaining those details either. Then he simply typed a message on his phone. When Xuanhuan saw the content, his pupils contracted helplessly, but soon afterward, a gradual smile spread across his face. I think now isn't the best moment to give myself to you. Instead, how about you directly teach me that skill? Even if I can't avenge myself, I will stay by your side forever, treating you as my most loyal master. If anyone dares to harm you, they must cross over my dead body first. Except for you, I will not entertain thoughts about any other man because you already occupy the most important place in my heart. Whether it's your moral integrity or everything you've done, it has made me willing to pledge loyalty to you. I am willing to be a mere tool before you. Let you unleash limitless frustration on me, willing to let everything rest solely on your decision-making power. Even if you don't wish to teach me this skill, I won't be angry because you have given me too much already. It was precisely due to understanding the warmth and coldness of human relationships in this world that Lin Xun truly recognized how good he has been to him, always adhering firmly to the agreed-upon terms of their deal, resisting, yet giving him even more benefits, thereby continuously deepening their impression of Lin Xun within their hearts. When one finds oneself in the abyss, every ray of light becomes invaluable. Lin Xun was directly pulling Xuanhuan out from that great depth. With a wry smile on his face, he said, "Since you've made your decision, I definitely won't interfere. Starting now, I will teach you how to operate this skill, But you must bear in mind that when performing this technique, some anomalies may occur. At that time, no matter what kind of consequences appear, you will be the only one to bear them. Who knows, I might really end up keeping you by my side forever, not letting you see anyone else. In your world, there may only be my existence afterward. After all, I am a man, a very normal man. Xiatian couldn't help but laugh. Her pair of white arms directly embraced Lin Chen's eyes, and in his eyes, an unprecedented tenderness appeared. You telling me so much already shows that you don't have many filthy thoughts in your heart. Even if I become your personal toy in the future, it would all be willingly on my part, not just because you helped me take revenge, but more importantly, because you pulled me out of that despair. From the moment my life was saved by you, it has completely belonged to you. If you can help me take revenge, that would be the best. If you cannot help me take revenge, I do not wish for you to encounter any danger. As long as you try your best, that's enough. Lin Chun had already understood the girl's feelings in his heart. Without any hesitation, his fingertip touched Xiatian's forehead. Some techniques from his lineage slowly transmitted over. The method should not be passed to 6 ears. In fact, at many times, it is simply unnecessary to say. There is a way in the inheritance, which can directly imprint the knowledge in one's mind onto another person's heart. That's exactly the method Lin Chun is using now. With a clear smile on his face, he waited until Xiatian had fully digested those techniques before withdrawing his own spirit. Now you should have already comprehended the means of cultivating this technique. Originally, with this technique, I could use countless women for cultivation, then increase my own strength, but I also have my bottom line. I can enhance my strength by other methods entirely. Perhaps when I urgently need strength one day, I might directly treat you as a sacrifice. At that time, would you really be willing to become a tool for me? Perhaps when you lose yourself, you can only obediently let me play with you at will. Are you really willing? This is your last chance. How do you choose? Chapter 122, Calculations. Xintian showed no hesitation at all, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. After coming into contact with those martial arts techniques, he realized just how precious they were, and even his voice trembled slightly. Young master, I will address you as such from now on. Given your young age, calling you Xintian directly might lead outsiders to believe you have some unusual preferences. So from now on, you will be my young master. And when there's no one around, you'll be my master. No matter when, I am your personal toy. It doesn't matter whether you want it or not, this is the fact. And even if you don't help me seek revenge, it's fine because I will slowly avenge myself in the future, making those people pay a heavy price. Moreover, after you pass down this technique to me, I know exactly what kind of sacrifices you made. I won't say more useless words. From now on, you are my master. No matter what kind of request you make, I will agree without hesitation because you've given me too much that I don't even know how to repay you. By the end, Xintian even hugged Lycan's neck tightly, pressing himself against Lycan's chest. Lycan took several deep breaths to suppress his inner emotions. Now that you've just changed your cultivation method, you need to continue practicing meditation for a while longer. You'd better not act recklessly during this time. Otherwise, your internal energy will not be able to transform into your own true power. You've only just reached the Xiantian realm. If you want to seek revenge and stay by my side for the rest of your life in the future, you need to put in more effort. I can even use another cultivation method to let your strength skyrocket. However, this method can only be used when you reach the Zhongshe realm. At present, merely reaching the perfect Xiantian stage isn't enough. Only after you reach the Zhongshe realm can you achieve true perfection. Only then can you directly break through. But before he could finish, Xintian had already pressed her lips firmly against his. Their eyes locked. Xintian closed her eyes bashfully. At this moment, Lycan really wanted to act impulsively and take her right away. Quickly, he restrained his thoughts and lightly slapped her curvaceous position. Then came Xintian's soft cry of protest. Master, you're so bad. Can you not hit there? That place is somewhat inappropriate. I can't handle it. Lycan paused, then placed his hand where it had been. A wicked smile gradually crept across his face. This is the place you absolutely mustn't touch. Just a light touch, and your whole body will slowly go limp. How about we? Though he didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was clear. Xintian hastily shook her head, her eyes filled with shy colors. Stop it. I still need to focus on my cultivation. You already said that you want me to become stronger. I still need to avenge someone in the future, so I can't completely dedicate myself to serving you right now. But don't worry. In the future, once I've taken revenge, I'll surely give myself entirely to you. As she spoke, Xintian quickly stood up, fearing that if they continued, she wouldn't be able to withstand Lycan's methods. She might end up being taken by him right there, which would waste all the years of her cultivation, rendering it useless. How could she talk about vengeance then? Lycan couldn't help but chuckle. His gaze was filled with a never-before-seen expression. He pinched her cheeks gently. Since you understand, go back and meditate quickly. For a period of time, do not appear in front of me. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist my urge, and I'll definitely feel an overwhelming longing. You probably don't want to see me suffer, do you? So you will need to cooperate a bit. You also don't need to worry about your strength improving. I will provide you with some proper medicinal herbs. After taking them, you will become one of the most trusted people by my side. Actually, while passing on some martial art techniques, Lycan secretly used a small trick, ensuring that Xintian would always remain devoted to him. It wasn't that his methods were despicable, but rather that he needed to control the techniques he disseminated. Moreover, this kind of martial art was like letting many people easily take shortcuts. He did not wish for such things to spread within the Jianghu. Even deeper in his heart, he thought that if ever he got the chance, he would certainly become a world-renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor and pass down this legacy of medicine. He believed these actions were more meaningful. After Xia Tian left his side, he actually felt a tinge of reluctance. Soon enough, he pushed all those thoughts aside. If he didn't maintain his bottom line, no one would know how he might end up in the future. He didn't want to turn into the person he despised most deep inside. The sky darkened. Lin Shun had already made a decision. At this moment, he gathered a large number of herbs in front of him. These herbs were refined into medicinal liquids. All of it required his own primal spiritual energy, and at this time, the consumption was great. For him, refining so many herbs at once was also a challenge. After all, with his current strength compared to the alchemical prowess described in the heritage, he could only manage barely. However, some matters couldn't be delayed any longer. He feared that if Xia Tian couldn't control her hatred, she might act impulsively to seek revenge. If he could provide pills, constantly enhancing Xia Tian's cultivation, perhaps he could save her life at a crucial moment. Some things were far more complicated than they appeared on the surface. While these thoughts filled his mind, his facial expression remained unchanged. His efforts would not be shared with others. As he contemplated certain things, subtle changes occurred in his expressions. He carefully reflected. If one day he faced significant trouble, would anyone come to his aid? Various thoughts kept flashing through his mind, but soon he came back to reality. His expression grew very serious as he sensed something odd about the situation. He sniffed the air cautiously a few times and immediately realized what had happened, his face revealing a sinister smile. Who would have thought I'd be outsmarted? The villa is filled with a hallucinogenic agent. Who's the one scheming against me from behind? Chapter 123. Lifting stones to smash one's own feet. A contemplative expression surfaced on Lin Chen's face, his smile becoming increasingly evident. Gradually, he closed his eyes as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Summer hadn't noticed all this. He had already left and returned to his own room. Yet Lin Chen's expression appeared increasingly complex, as though he was going through some kind of experience. A shadowy figure slowly emerged from the corner. A very smug look now adorned his face. His whole body was cloaked in black robes. He slowly approached Lin Chen, his face full of disdain. A person like you. How dare you claim that your medical skills surpass all? I think you are just pretense, nothing more than someone trying to deceive those fools at Section 9 with some tricks. Really don't know why they trust you so much. As he said this, he reached out and was about to grab Lin Chen by the collar to drag him outside. However, as soon as his hand extended, he saw Lin Chen suddenly open his eyes. At that moment, it felt as if an unforgiving hand had tightly clenched his heart. An intense sense of danger surged over him, forcing him to hastily retreat without any resistance. Having always walked on the edge of life and death, and doing mostly extremely dangerous missions, now upon seeing Lin Chen, a suspicion arose in his mind. This guy wasn't poisoned, but was deliberately luring him to appear. You come, and now you want to leave? A mocking smile curved on Lin Chen's lips as he rose and slowly moved forward. There was no need for him to allow this man to act violently inside his villa. Otherwise, he might end up dirtying his villa. Moreover, certain matters needed to be clarified. Indeed, what sort of force did this guy originate from? Recalling the words the other party had previously spoken, clearly indicating a deep understanding of him, he couldn't help but wonder what this person's intent truly was. Now he leisurely followed behind. The robed man, however, bolted wildly, even leaving after-images behind. After running a long distance and hiding in my forest, his breathing became labored, his eyes filled with terror. If it hadn't been for his quick wits just then, he probably wouldn't have made it out today. He had assumed Lin Chen didn't understand pharmaceutical principles and was merely someone who relied on superficial fame. Now he realized how arrogant he himself had been. The hallucinogens placed in the villa hadn't affected Lin Chen much. He took several deep breaths to steady his emotions and gritted his teeth. Lin Chen, I don't believe you can be so cautious all the time. I'll be like a poisonous snake, constantly lurking behind you. I'll make you restless day and night. Thinking he had successfully escaped Lin Chen's range, his facial expression grew abysmal. Just then, his pupils abruptly contracted. That intense feeling of danger reemerged. A distinct voice rang out. Since you've declared to keep an eye on me day and night, I will naturally eradicate you, the troublemaker, before it gets worse. This clear statement turned the robed man's complexion ashen. He had originally thought Lin Chen hadn't caught up with him. On his way over here, he had continuously checked his back, but heard nothing. Now, he understood that Lin Chen's capabilities far surpassed his own. His movements were completely undetectable. His expression became extremely grim as his gaze swept around him, only hearing the voice but seeing no person. It seemed as if the voice was coming from all directions. Lin Chen's voice calmly remarked, "Don't bother looking. You won't find me. And if I wanted to kill you now, it would be effortless. Tell me, who sent you and why do you harbor intentions against me? Why do you wish to take me out directly?" Though Lin Chen's voice remained tranquil and composed, a killing intent akin to a surging tide rushed forth. An immense pressure suddenly materialized at this moment. The cloaked man felt as if a mountain lay atop his back, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. His facial expression became more panicked. Just the imposing aura was enough to put him in this state. Should Lin Chen make a move, he doubted he could even survive one strike. When had such a terrifying elder appeared in this city? He simply couldn't believe Lin Chen was a young man capable of harboring such formidable power. Such cultivation must signify extraordinary ability. It indicated someone who had lived for centuries at least, absolutely impossible for him to be just a youth. Without hesitation, he knelt down on the ground and shouted loudly, Senior, I apologize, it's all my fault. I thought you were a young man who could not withstand a breeze. I've only just realized that you are a senior expert. A senior like you would definitely disdain to move against someone of my junior status. Starting now, I will absolutely stop targeting you. And from this point forward, I'll also report to the forces behind us, telling them to stay far away and never cause you any trouble again. Let me go, and I can help say a few good words about you to those forces behind me. Otherwise, the trouble will be endless. I know a senior like you wouldn't care about such trivial matters, but it's still inconvenient to be continuously troubled. You can consider me as a fart. Let it out right now. When Lin Shun heard these words, a slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he instantly appeared in front of the black-robed man with just one step. The black-robed man felt his vision blur momentarily before he could make out the details. His pupils contracted severely as he recognized the clarity of Lin Shun's presence right before him. His heart was filled with shock and fear, for he hadn't even seen Lin Shun move. Yet he had arrived so effortlessly, as though appearing out of thin air. What level of cultivation had this man reached? Lin Shun said mockingly. I asked you a question earlier, and it seems you didn't hear a single word of it. Shouldn't you tell me which force you come from? Even if you're planning to use your backers to take revenge on me, you should at least inform me who they are. If your explanation isn't clear enough, I don't mind sending you straight down the road to the Yellow Spring. I'm giving you an opportunity, so you'd better know how to cherish it. Don't waste my time, you're not worthy of it. At this moment, Lin Shun's menacing aura grew more prominent, but his expression remained calm with a faint smile. The black-robed man began to feel increasingly unwell as the shadow of death loomed over him, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe were already pressing against his neck. Chapter 124, The Solution. Lin Shun, with a half-smile on his face, said, I gave you a chance, and it seems you aren't up to the task. Since that's the case, he didn't finish the sentence, but instead lifted his hand effortlessly. As he raised his hand, an immense pressure seemed to build. The black-robed man felt as if the thread of death was pressing down so hard that his soul might crack. His face showed increasing panic, and his trembling voice shouted out, Great Master, spare my life. I come from the Dark Alliance, which I'm sure you must know about. After all, someone like you, who has been around for so long, has certainly experienced what we've done in the past, and knows how powerful our organization is. He says that most of us have retreated overseas now, but our former glory is something you must have heard about. Lin Shun had a bit of knowledge about this force. His eyes slightly narrowed. Summer had become involved in one such example, but they belonged to the Dark Alliance, where there were many smaller groups. Together, these small organizations formed a near-unbreakable offense-defense relationship. Their goal was to have support while doing their evil deeds. A more derisive smirk appeared on his face, his voice coldly saying, You're nothing but a group of homeless dogs chased away by Division 9. What qualifications do you have to talk about having any sort of glorious name in front of me? The black-robed man's pupils constricted violently. Fear began spreading uncontrollably within him. This person standing before him clearly did not even consider them worth looking at, judging from his calm demeanor. He genuinely treated them as stray dogs. Encountering such a formidable expert could only be described as extremely unlucky. Yet his facial expression had already grown exceedingly terrified, his voice trembling more strongly. Great Master, today I unintentionally offended you. I will kowtow and apologize. Please forgive me just this once. I've already told you about the force behind me, and once I return, I'll definitely inform those above. They'll be told of your presence here, Great Master, a transcendent figure cultivating peacefully. We'll stay clear of this area, and absolutely won't bother you again. Lin Shun shook his head lightly with a smile, his voice steady as he replied. If it were someone else, perhaps I'd agree to let them go immediately. After all, I dislike trouble and prefer nipping potential problems in the bud. As for the lot of you, pests lurking in the sewers, you truly don't deserve mercy. You show no concern for morality or bottom lines. If I let you go now, I'm certain you'd harm those close to me. This behavior has already been proven time and again, and given your willingness to resort to any means necessary, it would simply be asking for more problems later. Better to attract all of you here now and turn you into obedient dogs than deal with that. At this moment, the smile on his face grew even clearer. However, the black-robed man was filled with intense fear. He already had an extremely bad feeling about this situation, his expression growing even more terrified. Shaking his voice, he implored, Great Master, we in the Dark Alliance stand united. If you harm me, countless others will surely seek you out, and in the end, it may very well provoke the true experts within the Dark Alliance. More than 100 years ago, our alliance was immensely powerful. Many of the greats back then are still alive now. If they find out someone continues to challenge us, they would certainly act without hesitation, not only to teach a lesson, but also to set an example. I humbly beg you to carefully consider your actions. Don't bring yourself great trouble and danger because of someone as insignificant as me. I am not worthy, nor deserving of your attention. Lin Shun nodded with a smile. What you say is correct. You indeed aren't worth much, but I don't need to kill you today either. You can behave like a loyal dog. After all, I have no trust in you. If in the future you do something that pleases me, I won't mind sparing your life. But if you fail to satisfy me, your fate will be slow and excruciating death. And today I leave you alive to attract more lackeys. To slaughter you vermin would dirty my hands. It's more fitting to make you dogs. To me, you are nothing but beasts. While speaking, Lin Shun's expression remained composed. He doubted some of what this guy said. Perhaps people from the Dark Alliance really would view him as a reclusive master and avoid causing trouble easily. Even so, his actions might later provoke them into becoming desperate fighters. As he contemplated this, his smile deepened slightly. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food, and it's even more so with the crucial role of an alchemist. If the news were to leak out and those people didn't hesitate because of me, instead sending even greater experts after me, I might be able to escape unscathed. However, my family and friends wouldn't stand a chance. With this in mind, his eyes slightly narrowed. The best solution would be to cut these people off at the pass, nip them in the bud. He contemplated carefully within himself. At this moment, the black-robed man was indeed losing his composure, his gaze filled with unprecedented panic, and his voice trembling severely. Esteemed elder, I truly have no intention of threatening you. It's my honor to become your loyal dog. But the force behind us controls us through coercion. You can't know. Every one of us carries a venomous parasite inside our bodies. If we go against the orders of those who control us, the parasite turns into a demon that slowly takes over our flesh and marrow. The torment will leave us wishing for death, a pain too immense to endure or survive. If they feel your actions are provocations, it would surely bring greater trouble to you, elder. Everything I've done has been out of consideration for you. Lin Shun wore a mocking smile. You keep saying how you won't threaten me, yet every word is brimming with implied menace. Your words mean nothing to me. Even if your powerful masters do show up, I don't fear them. Besides, as you've admitted yourself, I'm your predecessor, and thus must already understand my current identity isn't what it appears. Neither do I give any regard to those I call family or friends. Their use as leverage against me holds little sway. But still, my stance remains unchanged. I'll turn you into a dog, one that lures more dogs my way, turning all of you beasts into my tools. Chapter 125, Pitfalls Among Teammates. A strange smile flickered on Lin Chen's face as he took out a pill from his body. The pill was only the size of a soybean, jet black in color. With a mocking smirk, he said, "Eat this pill, and I'll give you one chance to live." Though the hooded man had no idea what Lin Chen's pill was meant for, he knew he didn't have any other options at that moment. To him, the person standing in front of him seemed like an ancient demon who had lived for countless years. The only option was to follow the orders given to him and hope that this ancient being wouldn't decide to kill him, but instead treat him as a mere plaything. Trembling, he took the pill into his hands and swallowed it immediately. At that very moment, he didn't dare entertain any second thoughts. His mind was only filled with silent prayers, hoping the person in front of him wouldn't hold a grudge against him. Otherwise, he might not even know how he'd die. Just then, something felt wrong. Inside his belly, it was as if he had swallowed molten lava, burning from the stomach upward. An unbearable pain radiated throughout his entire body. He felt like his bones and flesh were placed over a fire, roasting without end. An illusion similar to the act of cooking meat began forming within his mind, induced by the unbearable torment. It was at this point that the agony reached its peak. Heart-rending screams erupted from his throat, and instantly his facial expression turned viciously contorted, like a demonic ghost rising from hell. Gazing at Lin Shun, all traces of fear and respect in his eyes were replaced with deep hatred. His teeth were almost ground to powder as he struggled to mutter through clenched jaws. "You're despicable. How could you let such a poison torture me until death?" Lin Chen's expression remained half-smiling. "I already told you just now that I wouldn't take your life. I simply wanted you to feel this pain. As for the insect inside your body, rest assured, it's already dead. After all, such medicine is potent enough to withstand even those skeletal forms. However, this kind of toxin will linger like a parasite clinging to your bones, teaching you exactly what true despair feels like. This pain won't last too long, eventually seeping quietly into your bones. So unless you extract every drop of bone marrow from your body, this poison will keep resurfacing at irregular intervals, leaving you with no antidote, forcing you to endure death slowly under this unbearable suffering. I believe someone like you would be terrified of approaching death." Hearing this, the hooded man tried to respond, but the excruciating pain made his muscles tense up, twisting and spasming uncontrollably. This sort of agony was unheard of. About 4 to 5 minutes later, Lin Shun crushed the cigarette in his hand beneath his boot, and his smile widened. "The pain has subsided. Now, can you answer my questions properly? If you can't understand human speech, I'll wait for a bit longer until you regain comprehension. We'll chat then." Desperately, the hooded man scrambled up. At this moment, he only felt extreme weakness engulf his whole body, as though he had been fished out from drowning in the city. His face twisted with panic, and his voice trembled with unprecedented terror. "I truly regret it. Please, give me another chance. Sir, I genuinely wish to serve you like a dog. I don't want to endure this kind of pain again. It's not something humans should have to suffer through." In the end, his sobs broke forth into cries, and the previous torment was deeply imprinted onto his soul. Even if given another chance, he'd rather die than endure another second of that suffering. Now, with tears streaming down his face, mingling with bloody streaks under his eyes, his expression resembled that of someone shedding blood and tears. A clear smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. "Since I've given you another opportunity, you do know how to cherish it. But even if you beg endlessly, there still needs to be punishment to remind you. You've chosen to become a loyal follower. Now, here's one more thing. I'm giving you this single chance because merely consuming such toxins isn't enough. You need to bring over a few others and submit a sworn pledge. You surely understand what I mean, don't you?" The hooded man's pupils contracted sharply. Of course, he fully understood the implications. Panic etched across his face. He hesitated momentarily, yet recalling the previous suffering, now firmly embedded in his psyche, he acted without further delay. Shaking uncontrollably, He pulled out his mobile phone. With a trembling voice, he said, "Senior, I will call some of my colleagues right now. I believe they will definitely come over very quickly. After all, they are eager to gain some huge benefits from here. Once I call them over, it will be like directly betraying the entire Dark Alliance. My goo worms have been removed, and I believe they also want such benefits." Lin Shen smiled obviously and nodded lightly. "Make the calls. The more people you teach, the better. I'll remove all their goo worms and take those ancient worms for thorough research. Perhaps I can create some special little worms." He was also pondering in his mind about the descriptions of goo worms he had inherited during his earlier training. After about 20 minutes or so, someone couldn't wait any longer and rushed over. When they saw the black-robed figure, they hurriedly approached, their excitement growing ever clearer on their faces. Despite having doubts in their hearts, the thought of the promised benefits by the hooded man filled them with uncontainable excitement. "Old Black, what kind of method did you get that could remove our goo worms? Don't trick me. I am serious, and I don't appreciate jokes. If we can remove these goo worms from us, we'll truly be free." The Old Black was indeed the hooded man, who currently had a look of helplessness and sympathy in his eyes. He knew the upcoming pain these people would endure would be just like his own experience. Making one person go through this kind of agony made him feel extremely frustrated and hurt inside. But if everyone went through it together, his heart would instead find balance. At this moment, he intentionally wore an enigmatic smile and picked up a small bottle, opening it. "All you need to do is each take a pill. This pill will completely anesthetize the goo worm, ensuring the little bug doesn't harm you anymore." Chapter 126. What has been done? As Lin Shen watched the people gradually arriving, his smile grew increasingly noticeable. Old Black, however, did not look good. He forced a strained grin and tried to keep his voice calm as he said, "There's no need to rush for now. We will wait until everyone has gathered before I tell you all about this method. I believe that when the time comes, you'll successfully free yourselves from your burdens and completely restore your freedom. But I advise you not to entertain any thoughts of rebelling against the Dark Alliance. You should know how cruel their methods are." Upon hearing these words, several people in the room could not help but shiver, with unprecedented panic showing in their eyes. Most people who join the Dark Alliance have seen what happens to those who betray them. Every year, countless individuals attempt to defect. Since the Mark Alliance is like a large dye vat filled with people of all sorts, and no one can be certain whether someone is truly among them as a spy. The high-ranking officials of the Dark Alliance always prefer to kill rather than take chances. They absolutely do not allow spies into their midst. Thinking more about it only increased the sense of anxiety in their hearts, and their expressions turned slightly pale. Inside, Old Black sighed helplessly. Even if they wanted not to betray, there was simply no way for them to escape control. Moreover, Old Black himself had already been entirely controlled by Lin Shen. People quickly gathered. Their eyes were then drawn to Lin Shen. It was Lin Shen who deliberately let out some aura. Otherwise, even though he might have stood there for a long time, nobody would notice him because he had concealed his presence so well that standing right in front of them wouldn't make them aware. This is the qualitative change that occurs once a person reaches a certain level of power. "Old Black, who is this guy?" Someone asked directly, their hearts filled with anger. Doesn't this guy know what they're currently up to? If the information gets leaked, the consequences would be imaginable. Heck, the Alliance would definitely suspect that they harbored rebellious intentions. At that point, wouldn't everyone get dismembered? After all, those people would rather kill mistakenly than let anyone go. "Old Black, I think what you've done shows quite a bit of carelessness," another chimed in. "You should know that we came here because we trust you. We're all part of the same small group, and moreover, our best friends. But because of a single word from you, we all rushed over, fully trusting you. Yet, instead of being cautious, you bring a stranger here. Don't you fear this stranger might leak our plans? Do you realize how grave such an action would be? Those guys don't let anyone off lightly. They'd twist all our heads off, and you couldn't avoid blame either. The safest way, I think, is to eliminate him straight away. After all, only dead men keep silent." Upon hearing these words, Old Black trembled, and his eyes were filled with deep fear as he frantically shook his head at the man. "Shut up quickly. If you continue, heaven itself won't be able to save you. The reason I didn't reveal the plan before is because everything relies on this person. He is going to be my master from now on, and I will merely be his dog. In fact, I'm not even worthy enough to be his dog. However, at this critical moment, I have gained the honor of serving him." When these words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes, incredulity filling their gaze. In their minds, Old Black was an incredibly stubborn person. Even the Dark Alliance initially wasn't something Old Black willingly joined. It took earnest invitations before he finally consented. Once inside the Dark Alliance, they realized just how dangerous it truly was. Later, they did regret it. Unfortunately, life offers no second chances. Once they stepped into this whirlpool, stepping back would not come easy. Now, they looked at each other, filled with disbelief. How could Old Black become a dog to someone else? Where was his backbone? But soon they all reacted, and their faces also became very serious. "Old Black, what exactly do you mean? Do you intend to drag us down with you? You must not forget we are all friends. Why would you sell us out? I'm warning you. If you betray us today, not only will you die, but the ones behind you will suffer as well. Though I do not know where this guy hails from, I can guess he has ties with Division 9. Apart from Division 9, it's hard to imagine any other force daring to compete with us. What is the nature of the Dark Alliance? Don't you have a clue in your heart?" When these words were spoken, those people had already started to slowly retreat. Since Old Black dared to call them all over and gather them in one place, he obviously didn't fear their resistance. This person could likely already possess strength beyond their imagination. Although the opponent appeared very young, they had been immersed in this vortex for a long time and understood that some people couldn't be judged by appearances. Yet, there was only one notion in their minds. Run first, then inform the Dark Alliance about this news. After that, it would be up to the Dark Alliance to deal with Old Black. It would no longer concern them. They didn't want to be treated as traitors. Thinking about the fate of traitors filled their hearts with endless panic. Even if given 100 more guts, they wouldn't dare to betray. Even if the mind-controlling worms were removed from their bodies, they would still choose to remain obedient servants to the Dark Alliance. A faint arc formed at the corner of Lin Chen's lips. In a calm voice, he said, "Since you've already come, don't think about leaving. I've taken certain measures when you came over to temporarily strip you of your ability to resist. Then let Old Black explain how you should comply. After all, Old Black has been relatively competent." Upon hearing these words, some of the people present couldn't help but violently contract their pupils, their hearts filled with unprecedented panic. This was a move to subdue them all. As they struggled, they found that their whole body was completely out of control, their strength seeming to vanish. Their steps backward weakened abruptly, causing them to collapse onto the ground powerless. Some couldn't help but shout in shock, "What have you done to us?" Chapter 127, Satisfied. Lin Chen's face still bore a calm smile, his voice indifferent as he said, "I already told you before, when you came over, I had already taken action. Just consider it my way of welcoming you. Now that you've fallen into my hands, I'll give you a choice. Will you willingly become a single fighting dog for me, or resist? Even if you want to resist, there is no chance for you. All I see now is whether you have the heart to be my dogs. It doesn't matter if you refuse. I won't really kill you all. After all, as long as you're alive, others might still hide out. I definitely don't intend to kill all of you. If you die, who will act as my spies?" Upon hearing these words, those present had faces that turned extremely ugly. They now understood, Old Black had truly tricked them. Someone couldn't help but curse loudly. "Old Black, you bastard. We trusted you as a friend and believed in you immensely, yet you betrayed us. You'll have no good end. Even if we are forced to serve him now like dogs, the Dark Alliance will probably soon realize just how powerful their methods are. Haven't you people thought about it at all? Their information network spans everywhere. Who knows if among our own ranks aren't people working for them?" Those present felt a growing despair within them. They were fully aware that these words held not an ounce of falsehood since they were all part of the Dark Alliance, each understanding the implications clearly. Old Black shook his head. "I apologize to all of you, but I'm powerless. After all, I've become one of their dogs. I can only obediently follow orders without independent thought. My master commands me this way, so I must obey the organization's directives. Furthermore, our friendship, it was merely driven by self-interest on both sides. As for what you say about our being friends, and how you placed your trust in me, wasn't it all because you wanted to rid yourselves of the poison bugs? Your thinking was very simple. If I dared send you this message, I must be confident of success. If you hadn't successfully removed the poison bugs from your bodies, then with this information, you could tell your superiors behind the scenes, given their character of better safe than sorry, they'd surely come after me next. So you didn't need to fear me lying. You know exactly why you rushed here. Do you really trust me? It seems unlikely." He bluntly laid everything bare, not even attempting to talk about building trust with these people, knowing full well their natures. Between them, it was purely mutual exploitation. At this moment, his expression grew extraordinarily serious. He turned his gaze toward Lin Chen, then knelt down on one knee and sincerely asked, "What should I do next?" Lin Chen's brow twitched. "Remember to address me as young master from now on. As for them," he left the rest unsaid and instead tossed a small bottle to Old Black. When Old Black touched the bottle, he almost dropped it. He deeply felt the power of the thing inside. His heart raced. The expression on his face revealed panic, but still trembling, he opened the bottle and drew a wound on each person, placing its contents onto their bodies. Seeing this, some couldn't help shouting curses. "Old Black, you bastard, you're using the method to punish traitors against us. You will suffer a terrible death, making us all equal status and supposed friends, and you torment us in such a cruel manner. You will die far worse than any of us. Dark Alliance may do the same to you eventually. We'll wait for you on the road to the underworld. When you come, we'll cut you to pieces, grind your bones to dust." Old Black said nothing. He had known deep down what their subsequent choices would be. Once upon a time, he too had gone through such transformations. Going through pain and suffering alone felt excruciating, but if many experienced the same torment as him, he instead found a twisted balance in his heart. Lin Chen did not concern himself with their thoughts and directly stepped toward a nearby position. He was tired of listening to their wretched cries. It was simply too noisy. After waiting roughly 10 minutes, those individuals shakily followed Old Black over. At this point, there wasn't even a trace of resentment in their eyes. Everyone was fully aware that any thoughts of resisting Lin Chen would immediately result in a tiny insect inside their brains torturing them without hesitation. It was akin to having one's soul forcibly extracted and mercilessly tormented. This agony had completely shattered their understanding. Now they finally understood why the Dark Alliance punished traitors in such a way. This extreme pain could make anyone obedient, turning them into mere dogs. They would rather die than endure that kind of torment again. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he glanced at Old Black. "You've done exceptionally well. Now you are already very qualified. Next, you can explain to them clearly what I have told you. Besides these people, you need to further investigate other experts within your Dark Alliance. I hope my underlings increase in number. I've said before that sooner or later I will overthrow the entire Dark Alliance. Moreover, The means I am using are absolutely secret. No one else will discover them. Everyone instinctively nodded, especially those who arrived later, lowering their heads even further. They wished they could bury their heads in the ground entirely. Now they understood Old Black's choice. If it were them, they would surely have gathered more people, and now Old Black had become their leader. Even if Lin Shen hadn't said it, they knew what they should do. Lin Shen's face revealed a faint smile. Old Black, from now on, these people are entrusted to you. If I need you to do something, you can directly send messages to them, making them cooperate and assist you. As for whether someone in the Dark Alliance discovers you, there is no need to worry. If they really notice anything strange about you, you can directly lure those people to me. The stronger they are, the happier I'll be. What I need are powerful experts. Chapter 128, Making a Decision. After everything here was settled, Lin Shen went back directly. At this point, he had already made up his mind. Since they were already on opposing sides, there was no need to be polite with them anymore. Especially with the sum of the miraculous pills he would create in the future, which would surely make him increasingly famous. The people from the Dark Alliance weren't reasonable types. They would undoubtedly use any means necessary to force him. Then there were his family and friends. He didn't want them getting targeted. Those people had absolutely no bottom line. If they knew about his strength, they wouldn't let go easily either. They might even control his family and friends, and then use parasites to take control of him again. After telling Lahey about the Dark Alliance's underhanded methods, he had already decided that these people must be taken down, their forces overturned. Even if he couldn't completely annihilate them, he must at least ensure that before exposing himself, the agents from Bureau 9 protect his family. The worst-case scenario is that he just joins Bureau 9. Even if they were from the Dark Alliance, they wouldn't dare mess with a member of Bureau 9's family lightly. It was a reputation won through battles. This was like a red line that very few dared to cross. Lin Shen had his own plan in mind, but he wasn't thinking about cooperating with the 9th Division. It was best if only he and those being controlled knew about it. After all, those people had venomous spider silk implanted in their brains. If they ever thought of betraying him, those tiny insects would show them what it truly meant to feel worse off than dead, ensuring that even if they perished, no information about him could be revealed. That was his greatest trump card. And besides, he could also use the agents of Bureau 9 to gradually build his power and enhance his strength. Dealing with them caused him absolutely no psychological burden. As he contemplated all this in his heart, his phone suddenly buzzed, showing an incoming call number. A look of surprise surfaced on his face. It was Shun Bingxue who was calling. The moment the call connected, a slightly trembling voice came through. Do you have time? I want to talk to you about something. This matter is extremely important. I hope you can meet me. And this isn't about harassing you. I want to clear things up. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen furrowed his brows. He really didn't want to see Shin Bingxue again. However, since she had gone so far, he became genuinely curious about what she wanted. After hesitating for a moment, he had already made his decision. I'll send you an address. Just come over. He sent the villa's address without hiding anything from Shin Bingxue, because some things simply couldn't be hidden anyway. He had never deliberately concealed it either. It was just that Shun Bingxue didn't know herself. A response soon arrived from the other side. More than half an hour later, he drove to the villa's entrance, his face filled with disbelief, especially seeing Lin Shen seated in the living room of the villa with a master-like air about him. Shun Bingxue sighed inwardly, her expression carrying an intense sense of loss. Her voice resonated with unprecedented sorrow. Lin Shen had never felt such changes of mood from Shin Bingxue. His eyebrows flickered lightly as he spoke in a very calm voice. If you have something to tell me, say it straight. There's really nothing substantial between us worth discussing. Shun Bingxue shook her head, looking at Lin Shen with a complicated gaze. I originally planned to give you all the 30% stake I hold in the company, but seeing the villa where you live, I realized my offer was redundant. You've definitely become close with Miss Jiang by now, haven't you? By the end, her voice trembled slightly. It felt like losing the person she loved most, producing a sharp pain in her heart. Without hesitation, Lin Shen nodded. We are indeed very close, and I would consider her my girlfriend. You can fully pursue your own happiness. There is no way for us to reconcile, nor can we have any further relationship. I've already told you that once. Considered as strangers, we're the most familiar ones. As for the 30% share you possess, I'm not interested. You should keep it yourself. After all, it represents your hard work too. Shin Bingxue managed to control the bitterness and anguish inside her. Her voice trembled even more. Lin Shen, can you help me? I really don't want to lose his 60% of the shares, but there's nothing I can do. My mom has already sold the shares. It's not easy for me to reclaim them now. Considering the opponent's overwhelming power, it's beyond my capability to confront them. I have no idea where they come from, but I only know one thing. It's very likely that their real intention is to deal with Miss Jiang. After all, among those who could stand in opposition or cooperate with our pharmaceutical company, only this young lady fits. Previously, he was helping me for your sake, but by the time I found out the truth, it was already too late. Now, even if I wanted to fight back against them, I don't have the chance anymore. They've seized the absolute control over the company. If they want, they can rebrand and rename the company at any moment. Lin Shen shook his head, still maintaining a calm tone. That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. I've already said it. We're the most familiar strangers. If you came here just to talk about these things, then you can go back. Shin Bingshue's heart trembled. She could somehow sense that Lin Shen probably wasn't entirely resistant towards her. But why did his words always come out so coldly? Was there really no more feelings between them? Lin Shen seemed to have read Shin Bingshue's thoughts, and responded with a voice colder and calmer than ever. There is indeed no more feeling left between us. The moment you decided to get divorced, you cut everything off between us completely. I'm the kind of person who prefers clean breaks. That's my nature. Moreover, a good horse doesn't eat old hay. There's absolutely no possibility of any feelings being reignited between us. Even if there's some remnant sentiment left within me for you, I will forcefully suppress it. You should understand what kind of person I am. Once I've made up my mind, I won't regret it. Even if I'm wrong, I'll carry through the mistake without hesitation. Lin Chen's voice grew colder as he finished speaking. He didn't want to be entangled with Xun Bingxue anymore. And it seemed like Xun Bingxue also reached some sort of resolution, showing determination in her eyes. Chapter 129, Secret. Xun Bingxue felt a deep pain in her heart at this moment. In this instant, she realized that the distance between herself and Lin Chun had grown greater. If she could make a decision, it would be even more resolute within her heart. There was no hesitation on her face at this very moment. I know you may still have deep misunderstandings about me now, but I will definitely let you see my change. My main purpose today is to hand over all shares to you. If one day something happens to me, these shares won't fall into the wrong hands. Although I don't understand who is orchestrating all of this behind the scenes, I can be sure. Certainly, someone has targeted me, and they won't stop until they achieve their goal. Perhaps one day, I might really encounter danger, and when that time comes, there might be no time for you to save me. Don't get involved in those troubles because of me. I hope that I still hold some place in your heart. After finishing her speech, Xun Bingxue took several deep breaths, and then turned around to leave. Lin Chen's eyes slightly narrowed as he glanced at the contract on the table, flipping through a few pages. He found that it had already been fully signed by her. All he needed to do was sign his name, and the company's shares would belong to him. And the contract had already been notarized. This was an unconditional transfer. A faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, imperceptible. There were certain things he wouldn't say, but he would definitely act upon them. He took out his phone and sent out a few messages. Xun Bingxue walked out of the villa, looking back one last time. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and desolation, and her regret reached an unprecedented peak. Even with this last glance, she wasn't sure where her future would lead. Although she was the highest manager of the company, she no longer had any stake in its shares, as she had handed all her shares to Lin Chun. The remaining shares were still in other people's hands. One could even say that the company had completely changed ownership. And the reason for all of this lay with her mother and brother. If she said she didn't hate them, it would be a lie. But she only hated herself for why she so easily believed her mother and brother's words back then. Yet regretting it now wouldn't help. There's no regret pill in this world. If there were, she would willingly pay any price, willing to rewind time. Back to the moment when she first met Lin Chun. She certainly wouldn't have wanted Lin Chun to start a business like this. Instead, she would have wanted to settle down steadily and form a home with Lin Chun. Everything from before cannot be undone. So the only thing left is to try hard and let Lin Chun see her changes, perhaps still securing her a small place in his heart. When she returned to the company, her main intention was to gather the senior management, but she hadn't had the chance to issue orders yet after sitting in the office. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Seeing who had come, Xun Bingshue's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her gaze was filled with coldness. I've already said before, you don't need to keep coming to me anymore. It's pointless. The matter concerning your brother has nothing to do with me, and I couldn't possibly have done anything to harm him. Besides, we no longer have any connection between us. All those things you mentioned earlier, I letting go without pursuing further issues should already be seen as your good fortune. If you persist in coming to me, you'll bear the consequences yourself. And the person who came was Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian's expression turned full of regret at this moment. Tears began uncontrollably streaming down her face. President Shun, I'm sorry, I truly didn't realize the actions I did then would bring such significant harm to you. But I had no choice either. I could only follow Master Feng's orders. Now everything has passed. And the reason I'm here today is to clarify something with you. If I tell you a secret, would you possibly help my brother return? If you just discuss with Lin Shun, he must be able to help you. Lin Shun is actually the biggest instigator behind this matter. It must be him who made my brother disappear, but the person must still be alive. He wouldn't dare commit murder or arson. Xun Bingshue's eyes flickered with a cold look. She was never someone who hesitated. In fact, she had already resolved to make changes. How could the insignificant presence of Zhang Qian sway her mind? Coldly, she said, "Speak. I want to hear what kind of secret it is." Zhang Qian took several deep breaths, and then carefully said, "President Shun, you probably don't know, Lin Shun is backing from a major figure. As long as you please Lin Shun, the company will surely turn itself around. Moreover, based on what I've learned, young Master Feng has already been completely confined by his family and has no chance to cause trouble again. Lin Shun and President Feng have a very close relationship. Perhaps the reason for this stock acquisition is due to Lin Chen's machinations behind the scenes, and it's likely the stocks are already in his hands." Upon hearing this, Xun Bingxue was slightly startled. He furrowed his brows. "What do you mean? How could Lin Chen possibly get all the company's shares?" Zhang Qian immediately shook her head and said, "Not all of the shares, but the part sold by your mother and Mr. Shun is now in Lin Chen's possession. That part of the shares has already fallen into Lin Chen's hands." This statement was made with great certainty. Xun Bingshue's brow remained knitted as an unbelievable thought crossed his mind. Could all this really be Lin Chen's doing? Maybe he wanted to take complete control of the company? But upon recalling Lin Chen's earlier expression and emotional changes, this thought was quickly discarded from his mind, and his voice became colder while his gaze sharpened even more. "Zhang Qian, I've already tolerated you for too long. I never expected that you'd still dare to distort facts right in front of me. Who holds the shares? I know better than you. If you don't want to disappear from this world, It's best that you vanish from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh. I'm not one to shy away from decisive actions. In fact, I can easily make a call and casually spend some money to ensure you're erased forever. Do you still dare to create problems for me? Zhang Qian's face revealed an expression of disbelief. Her eyes filled with terror, as she could not comprehend how Shun Bingshue's demeanor had changed so drastically. In the past, he seemed like a naive, easily manipulated individual. Now, he appeared as a cold and merciless woman. This was her only opportunity. Her facial expression turned fearful as she hurriedly responded, President Shun, believe me, everything I say is true. If I dare deceive you, may I be struck by lightning and meet a terrible end. Chapter 130, Future Development. Shun Bingshue's cold expression on his face did not diminish in the slightest, and his eyes were filled with an unprecedented killing intent. In a frigid voice, he said, Zhang Qian, it seems that I have given you too good an impression before, which made you think that I was very easy to deceive. Do you know that long ago, I already realized that you were one of Lord Feng's people. But do you know the real reason why I haven't fired you yet? And why I haven't acted against you? It's because I knew you wouldn't end well. Now, how dare you say those words to me? Have you even thought about your consequences? Your brother is gone now. You don't need to cry here to me anymore. No one has come to ask me for help to save your brother since he has vanished from this world. Where am I supposed to save him from? Am I supposed to bring him back from the Hall of the Dead King? At this point, Shun Bingshue's voice grew even colder. You should already feel the pain of losing someone close, right? Lin Shun is more important to me than family. And precisely because of all of you who keep speaking those inciting words in front of me, our relationship has broken apart, and you must take significant responsibility for this. None of you will have a good ending. The rest of my time will be spent taking revenge on you without any restraint. I'll make you feel the same pain as me. When he said this, Shun Bingshue's eyes had become extremely sharp. At this moment, Zhang Qian was filled with endless fear inside. He could never imagine Shun Bingshue would turn into such a person, trying to speak, but just when his mouth opened, he heard Shun Bingshue's words again. Throw him out directly. I don't want to see him anymore. In the future, whenever he comes to the company, stop him right outside. Whoever dares let him in can also prepare to be dismissed instantly. The security guards at the door rushed in immediately and dragged Zhang Qian out. They had heard their boss Mr. Shen's clear instruction. Moreover, this woman used to boss them around like she owned them and never regarded them as human beings, even calling them watchdogs. Now that this woman was in trouble, it was exactly the opportunity for them to strike her down while she was down. Zhang Qian's voice was heard from outside, filled with unprecedented panic. Mr. Shun, I really haven't deceived you. The company shares have indeed been taken by Lin Shun. If you continue to trust him, you will end up in an irreversible catastrophe. If I lied to you, may I be struck by lightning and meet a bad end, or even worse, the entire company will eventually fall completely under Lin Shen's control. Upon hearing these words, there was actually a smile on Shun Bingshue's face. His voice even carried a trace of tenderness. If that truly happens, then it is the result I wanted to see. And what I intend to do next is to take revenge on all of you. After my revenge is completed, if Lin Shen hasn't changed his mind, I will keep trying. If that doesn't work either, I will think of other ways. These words were spoken lightly. No one heard them, but Shun Bingshue had already made up his mind deep inside, and there was absolutely no turning back. At this point, Zhang Qian was thrown outside. His facial expression became one of complete breakdown as he sat there weeping uncontrollably. When the employees saw this scene, they revealed mocking smiles. Some were so moved by the situation they wished they could personally beat him while he was down. You deserve it. Back in the day, you were so arrogant. Now you're this pathetic. How dare you continuously scheme against Mr. Shun? He only got what he deserved. In the past, he was so overbearing, but now look at him, like a puffed-up chicken. Everyone was speaking mockingly, and Zhang Qian, sitting on the ground, had resentment filling his eyes. He pleaded with many people, but nothing seemed to help. Even after going to Xinjun, the outcome left his heart trembling with deep fear. This fear gradually transformed into hatred. The grudge within him kept accumulating. At this moment, a car stopped in front of him, and Xinjun's face appeared in the window. So, I already told you before that my sister has completely changed into another person. She no longer regards him as a family member anymore. She treats him as my enemy. I could directly arrange for him to be taken down right now, but I need someone to help me with this. I think you're suitable for this role. After all, if something happens, there needs to be a scapegoat. This is the only chance. If you dare to do this, then I can directly save your brother at that time. Your brother is still alive. He's just suffering a great deal. Shun Bingshue has already said that he intends to take revenge on everyone. Not even I, his own younger brother, has ended up like this. Do you think you will escape unscathed? He wants you to experience the pain of losing someone close. Haven't you realized yet? If you don't retaliate, you'll spend the rest of your life in regret. I can't believe you would abandon your own brother. That's your real brother. Are you sure you're going to let him die without lifting a finger? The resentment in Zhang Qian's eyes began to explode, and his voice grew colder. Through gritted teeth, he said, I'll do it. You can directly connect me with someone, and I'll immediately take them to target Shun Bingshue. I'm going to tear him apart limb by limb, and I won't give him any chance to survive. And you can inherit the Shun group. Xinjun couldn't help but burst out laughing, satisfaction evident in his gaze. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. After discussing for half a while, they had made up their minds. Meanwhile, Shun Bingshue knew nothing about all of this. While busy, there was another knock on the door. His brows furrowed, still unsettled by the previous lowly person's visit. Thinking of everything that had happened before, which greatly affected his mood. At this moment, he softly called out, "Come in." The door opened, and the person who appeared outside shocked Shen Bingxue. It was none other than Mr. Feng. "Feng, how did you have time to come over? Why didn't you call ahead so I could personally welcome you?" Although Shen Bingxue's face carried a smile, the smile was fake, something even an ordinary person who didn't know much about reading expressions could sense. After all, Mr. Feng had acquired 60% of his company's shares for a minimal price, leaving Shen Bingxue feeling resentment inside. Mr. Feng wore a clear smile on his face. "I came mainly to discuss the future development of the company with you." Chapter 131, Very Timid. After hearing Mr. Feng's words, Shen Bingxue's pupils contracted slightly. He knew that Mr. Feng must have come for a reason. Since he had already arrived, they would discuss the future development. Mr. Feng must be up to something. Shen Bingxue forced a smile on his face, and gradually a look of caution appeared amidst the vagueness. "Mr. Feng, the company's development model has already been set. If you want to use the shares in your hands to become chairman, I can step aside directly, or I can even exit the company outright." Upon hearing these words, Mr. Feng understood that Shen Bingxue must have misunderstood. He shook his head with a smile, and his expression became increasingly gentle. "President Shen, I am not here to force you into making any choices this time. Instead, I want to make this matter clear to you. My acquisition of shares in your company is also for your own good. After all, I believe you understand the characters of your mother and younger brother. I actually owe Lin Shen a favor, but there is no way for me to repay him, since he does not even regard me as anything significant. So I could only proceed indirectly. And therefore, I have no choice but to focus my plans on you, helping you develop the company better. Perhaps then, Lin Shen might give me an opportunity to repay him. I want to build a deeper relationship with Lin Shen, and starting from you is most appropriate. Your company was in dire straits at that moment, and it was definitely one of my wisest decisions to offer an olive branch at that point. Even if Lin Shen seemingly takes no overt action against you, I can sense that his feelings for you remain deep." Hearing this, Shen Bingxue obviously hesitated, unable to believe that all of this happened because of Lin Shen. When recalling what Zhang Qian said before, he felt very fortunate inside. Thankfully, he hadn't kept any doubts, as Lin Shen turned out to be exactly as he had imagined. Throughout, Lin Shen had never targeted him. Everything was just as he had assumed. And if it weren't for Lin Shen back then, his company might have already gone under. At this thought, a trace of bitter laughter crossed his face. "Mr. Feng, I don't want to lie to you, but the bond between Lin Shen and me has already fallen apart. For the so-called deep attachment you mentioned, even I cannot feel it anymore. To help me tirelessly like this might end up being nothing more than chasing water with a bamboo basket. Are you sure you want to do this? After all, I do not wish to take advantage of Lin Shen's goodwill by merely asking him to assist with things for me. I don't want to squander his social network for my sake. In my heart, Lin Shen is truly the most important person." Mr. Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Although I don't know exactly what went wrong between you two, I understand quite clearly. I'm an older man who has lived through such situations. There are some things I can see clearly. You two are still too young, and each hold on to certain stubbornness within yourselves. Don't overthink about sticking to firm beliefs or preserving self-respect. Sometimes, letting go of your self-respect instead leads to gaining more. That's all I can say to you. Saying more may harm rather than help. Who knows? You and Lin Shen may still have a chance to reconcile. And all that I am doing now, let it be my way of staying clear of guilt, considering the fact that it was my son who messed things up in the first place, causing rifts between the two of you. I need to make amends." After finishing his statement, Mr. Feng placed the contract in his hand on the table. He smiled calmly and said, "I can entrust all the decision-making power of the company entirely to you, and this period will be at least 10 years or more. It is as though you are controlling 90% of the shares. The reason I can't transfer the shares directly to you is that I'm afraid you might give them again to your brother and mother. It's not that I don't trust you. I just think that a person like you with too soft a heart really isn't suited to be the CEO of a company. A successful businessman always treads over countless dead bones. One general success comes at the cost of myriad lives. This is absolutely not an exaggeration. The business world is a battlefield." Mr. Feng sighed lightly at the end, knocking gently on the contract, and then pushed it towards Shen Bingxue. "The terms in this contract have been arranged beforehand. You simply need to sign your name, and the company's future decision-making authority will be completely in your hands. As for the company's future development, I hope you can give me a detailed plan. Also, here's a piece of good news. Next, someone will come to negotiate cooperation with you, and that person will bring something that will surely interest you greatly." After speaking, Mr. Feng laughed softly, turned around, and walked away directly. It seemed impossible to believe that such good fortune had suddenly fallen into his lap. If this had happened in the past, Shen Bingxue would have been extremely excited. However, now he would first think about what qualities he possessed that were worth others plotting against. But, after much deliberation, he could not come up with anything worthwhile that someone else would covet, especially when it came to Mr. Feng. Could this person truly be such an altruistic good man? In the business world, Mr. Feng was known as a crafty old fox. Regardless, Mr. Feng held 60% of the company's shares and handed over all decision-making authority completely to him, with the contract right there on the table. It was as if the other party had dug a hole for him, and he had no choice but to jump in. Apparently, there were indeed no issues with the contract. Once his name was signed, the company would still effectively belong to him. Shen Bingxue took several deep breaths and suppressed the suspicion and unease in his heart. As he was contemplating other matters, a sound came from outside the office door once again. "Mr. Shen, do you have time? I want to talk to you. There's a great opportunity in front of you, but I don't know if you will cherish it. Upon hearing this, Shun Bingxue furrowed his brows even more tightly. How come his office wasn't secured properly? What were those security personnel at the gate eating that they let everyone just come to his office door? His expression was not pleasant, but he still walked to the door and opened it. He immediately noticed that a person around 40 years old was standing outside. His face bore a smile, but Shun Bingxue couldn't help but feel an intimidating aura emanating from him. That presence made him feel incredibly uncomfortable, as though he were staring at a butcher. Suspicion filled his heart. Who are you? The man was none other than Old Hay. Old Hay smiled brightly. Mr. Shun, you don't need to care who I am. I simply want to cooperate with a pharmaceutical company randomly, without revealing my identity. Now I can give you a prescription for producing drugs to treat chronic diseases. These drugs would be a money tree for your company, since the number of people getting chronic diseases every year is countless. If you want this money tree, you'll have to sign a contract with me. This contract will benefit me materially, while it gives you prestige. A person should be cautious about becoming famous, and I am very timid. Chapter 132, A Change in Fortune. Shun Bingxue simply couldn't believe that such a huge stroke of good luck could fall into her lap. Her face was full of disbelief. But then she heard Old Black say that she lacked courage. Her expression changed noticeably. Even though I don't know who you are, the words you just said to me clearly sound like something too good to be true. We have no family ties or any relationship. The benefits you offer would be the same for anyone, yet you directly gave them to me. That's like a pie falling from the sky. I don't believe in pies falling from the sky. Is this some kind of trap you've set for me? Old Black chuckled, shook his head, and calmly said, you might think that this thing is not appropriate for anyone other than you to do, because they might very well swallow all of my prescriptions at once. Judging by your strength, it can only be considered average. After all, your commercial empire is there for everyone to see, and now you're facing such great difficulties. Only I can save you. So when I cooperate with you, we'll sign a contract. These contracts I will keep tightly secured because no matter how much you develop in the future, your lifeline will always remain in my hands. And let me remind you one more time, this opportunity has been given to you. If you miss it, it would be like walking the wrong path in life. Do not disappoint me. Think it over before giving me an answer. If you choose to refuse now, without saying another word, I'll turn around and leave, and we won't meet again. Even if you tell others about this matter, probably few people would believe it. The reason I've come to find you is simply because you're still relatively weak, and your business power hasn't fully developed. Therefore, cooperation between us is most suitable. He made himself crystal clear, while the smile on his face looked quite calm. Yet that calm didn't seem reassuring. After all, his past history revealed him as a ruthless demon lord. Now, even if he tries to make his expressions appear calm, he still looks far from being a good person. Shun Bingxue isn't someone who's soft-hearted either, especially in business matters. If it weren't for his decisive nature, even with Lin Chen's long-term help, it wouldn't have been so easy to firmly grasp control of the company. His tenderness is reserved solely for his family. After a brief contemplation, Shun Bingxue had already made up his mind, speaking with a cold voice. Since you've presented this benefit right in front of me, refusing it would make me look rather ignorant. Fine, I'll sign the contract with you right now. But there needs to be one additional clause in the contract, that the authenticity of the prescription must be guaranteed and there must be no side effects. Otherwise, I won't sign it. Even after signing, you'll need to provide the corresponding compensation later. And I must know your real name, where you come from exactly. I don't want to be made a fool of. Old Black couldn't help but laugh, excitement evident in his eyes. The task given by the young master was accomplished. He thought this woman wasn't dumb, but just as the young master had predicted, she was absolutely greedy. Then he grinned. Since everything has been settled, there's no need to waste more time. Here are some credentials. If you can handle the task properly, our cooperation will definitely last for a long time. Besides, I also know that the true decision-maker behind this company isn't you. But if you can bring them benefits, they will surely choose to turn a blind eye. After all decision-making powers of the company are in your hands. Upon hearing these words, Shun Bingxue nodded slightly and didn't say much. If this person had approached him, it meant sufficient research had been done beforehand. After the two signed the contract, there was still hesitation in Shun Bingxue's heart about whether to immediately start producing several drugs according to the formula. These kinds of prescriptions, after all, still require some time for verification before they can be taken out immediately. Otherwise, they might suffer losses within their own company. While hesitating, his phone suddenly rang, making him pause slightly upon seeing the incoming number. It was Xuanhuan calling him. Taking a deep breath a few times, he directly pressed the answer button. A crisp and pleasant voice came through the phone. Mr. Shun, I believe you have obtained that prescription. Now I need to cooperate with you. I know what those people's purpose is, and they just want to make money, while you can earn fame. But you alone cannot withstand those wolves. If we cooperate together and continue to produce this prescription, I can clearly tell you that the prescription is real. I approached us before, but we offered too low a price, so they left. Unbelievably, they ended up going to you. We've had a basis for cooperation in the past, and now we can continue to develop it. Upon hearing these words, his eyes widened in disbelief, finding it hard to believe that this young lady would personally call him. And all because of that prescription. Thinking about it, his gaze subconsciously lifted towards the opposite side. Old Black had already left at some point, yet the materials were still on the table. If it weren't for these documents here, he might even have doubted whether he was experiencing an illusion. With all these good things coming suddenly, he felt as if it were unreal. But his reaction was fast enough. No problem, we can start discussing the cooperation right now. Since the prescription has been authorized to me, I will definitely produce it. After all, it's also to save countless lives. The conversation between the two lasted for a long time. Preliminary cooperation was arranged over the phone, and further arrangements did not need to involve this young lady. He felt deep helplessness inside. Never did he expect that just after the company shares fell into others' hands, the company would undergo such a dramatic change. Now, he even regrets somewhat. This regret wasn't because of giving Lin Chen 30% of the shares, but because he hadn't seized the opportunity when he had it. Especially when he recalled Lin Chen's reminders from before and how he had failed to listen. That regret became almost indescribable. As he contemplated these thoughts, a sudden knock on the door caught his attention. He collected his complex feelings and uttered 2 words. "Come in." Chapter 133 Madness. The person outside the office door pushed it open, and upon seeing Shun Bingxue, his face also revealed an evident smile. "Manager Shun, there's something I need your help with. And this matter is very important." This person held a significant position in the company as well. He came here and directly asked for help, which made Shun Bingxue furrow her brows, feeling that there was something off about his demeanor. "Just say what you want to say." The man didn't say much else, but closed the office door before approaching the desk. It felt as though he completely disregarded Shun Bingxue's presence. Shun Bingxue's brows were tightly knit. Her gaze changed, and a sense of alertness began to rise in her heart. "What do you want? Speak if you have anything to say. If it's not about the company, then there's no need for you to continue. I don't want to discuss anything unrelated to the company with you. And don't forget that you're my uncle. Don't provoke me." By this point, his expression had become extremely cold. However, the manager shook his head with a laugh. His expression gradually became more sinister. "Manager Shun, you've been investigating the company accounts recently. Although I haven't done too many out-of-line things, merely took some small benefits after those relatives of yours got their big shares. If this gets found out, you would definitely send me straight away. After all, you haven't been in a good mood recently, and once I'm sent away, it could potentially drag my family into it too. So I've no choice but to take a risk. Some people are already scheming against you. Their goal now is to send you to a deserted place to settle accounts. Even if something serious happens, it wouldn't be traced back to me. At most, I'd just be considered helping them along." When Shun Bingxue heard this, she abruptly stood up, preparing to shout. But at that moment, the manager indeed revealed a weapon in his hand. The weapon was pointed directly at Shun Bingxue, and his voice became colder and angrier. With gritted teeth, he said, "Back when you let your relatives run wild in the company, every time we suffered injustice, we still got blamed by you. You even told us directly not to bother dealing with it. How could we relax when they were there? You don't know how outrageous their words really are. I understand now. Whenever we think about these things, we can't help but roar with anger inside. That bastard has nothing going for him. Yet you kept promoting and giving raises to them repeatedly, while we ordinary employees mean less than pigs or dogs to you." At this point, his teeth were grinding audibly. The resentment in his eyes erupted uncontrollably at this moment, and his inner rage burned fiercely. His purpose was singular, to kidnap Shun Bingxue. He was left with no other option because the matters he previously mentioned had already been used as threats against him. If he refused, he might be locked up for decades, and he didn't want to spend years inside. Though he did take some benefits, compared to those relatives, it was negligible. As his facial expression grew increasingly sinister, "Shun Bingxue, their intention to create trouble for you doesn't concern me much. I'm merely being threatened by them. If you want to save yourself, try calling someone for help. If you follow me quietly, perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. If you resist, don't blame me for being unforgiving. I'm not a good person, and those who intend harm to you aren't either. It's just your misfortune." After saying this, he pushed the weapon closer, the sharp dagger nearly piercing Shun Bingxue's body. Shun Bingxue took a step back. His expression turned even angrier. But now, anger clearly couldn't solve the problem. She let out a slight sigh in relief within her heart, realizing that this guy still allowed her to contact for rescue. She took several deep breaths, and then tried hard to suppress the anger within her. "I know you must feel deeply dissatisfied inside. You are being threatened too, so you have to do this, and I can understand your current feelings. The past actions were indeed wrong on my part, and I will correct them from now on. Furthermore, I won't hold you accountable for anything, and even if you were coerced by them, it doesn't matter. All their dangerous deeds can be left unpunished. I'll make a promise here and now. As long as you tell me who's behind all this, I will immediately wipe everything off the slate. This is your one and only chance. If you really kidnap me now, the consequences would undoubtedly be unimaginable. Once something happens, there will definitely be people digging to the bottom of it. Do you think you could withstand their investigation? After all, you've only seen me, and the company is filled with surveillance equipment everywhere. You can't escape, and at the same time, I won't encounter any real danger to my life. As soon as anything happens to me, someone will notice. The company is at a critical point right now." At this point, his eyes became even sharper. "You must see the situation clearly and not ruin yourself." Upon hearing these words, not only did the manager not hesitate, but he became even angrier. He clenched his teeth and said, "Do you think I still believe your empty promises? I used to trust you completely, but in the end, you treated our suggestions as mere idle chatter. You're ruthless and absolutely will not let me off easily. So, I have no choice but to follow them until the bitter end. You think I only took minor benefits." When he got to this part, his facial expression grew even angrier. "They do things without facing any consequences just because they are related to you. Meanwhile, I was coerced by them into doing some unspeakable things. Do you know how much pain I'm enduring right now? In their eyes, I am less than a tool to be exploited. Especially your dear younger brother. He treats me like a dog. I thought that after you drove them out of your home, I could finally break free from their control. But unexpectedly, he appeared before me again. Now, he's like a lunatic, and I've been dragged into his madness. This is all because of your family. It's your turn to take responsibility. Chapter 130, For the Only Chance. Shen Bingshua's pupils contracted violently. The manager's words had already let him guess who was behind the scenes, but he never expected it to be his own younger brother. This matter also went beyond his expectations. Although he did drive his mother and younger brother out of the villa, he didn't do anything excessively cruel. But now they were planning to directly make a move against him. After all, they were blood-related family members. How could his own younger brother act like this? At this moment, he felt as if his heart was struggling, and his eyes were fixed on the manager in front of him. He saw the burst of anger in the other person's eyes, and he could see the bitterness inside that individual's heart right now. Knowing that there was an 80 to 90% chance this thing was true, all he could do was grit his teeth and say, if you are not the mastermind behind this matter, then you don't need to worry at all. You can take all the blame for this matter. Even if I figure out the truth of what has happened and find out about your outrageous actions, I can forgive past deeds. If you decide to stick with the wrongdoings till the end, then you will have no way out. I've given my assurance and promise regarding this matter and won't go back on it. If you don't agree, the final outcome will definitely be tragic. At that time, who do you think will be able to save you? Is it going to be my younger brother? With his nature, treating you like a dog, in the end, he'll pin the blame on you. When he asked you to kidnap me, he had already planned the result in his mind. The people above wouldn't suspect them, they would only investigate you. At that time, your family and friends will regret contacting him. You have no idea what kind of major force stands behind me. At this moment, all he could do was delay time as much as possible. At the same time, he silently began sending text messages on his phone. He randomly selected a contact from his address book without giving it much thought. The message sent immediately, and the recipient would instantly get the information and help him right away. Just as he relaxed slightly after sending the message, within just a few seconds, the manager's phone rang. A very familiar voice came through from the phone. The voice roared angrily. What foolish things have you done? Why did my sister send the text message to me? And it's a distress signal too. If he escapes, or if this thing isn't completed, then you're completely doomed. Hearing this roar, the manager couldn't help but widen his eyes. Only at this moment did he notice Shen Bingshua's phone under some documents nearby. He quickly tossed those documents aside. Then he saw the content of the message on the phone. His expression became extremely shocked at that moment, and after confirming that it wasn't a mass-sent text, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. But immediately afterwards, his facial expression turned even more vicious. His expression was like someone who had eaten a dead fly. Biting his teeth fiercely, he said, Shen Bingshua, I didn't expect that you'd actually dare to send out this information. Now I understand just how vicious you truly are. On the surface, you speak this way to me, but secretly, you're doing another set of things. I almost believed you, so now don't bother talking any useless nonsense to me. Do you want me to disfigure you, or should I take you away directly? After all, you've only contacted your dear younger brother. Isn't it obvious that you still don't trust what he has done? Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent the text message to him. Actually, upon hearing these words, he already knew what had happened. He originally still had some doubts, but now all his suspicions vanished completely. His face showed a complex and inexplicable pain. In his heart, he found it hard to believe, as if needles were piercing it, causing unbearable pain that almost made his entire soul explode. His expression at this moment turned even angrier. Do you really think you can do anything to me? I'll tell you, when I sent this text message, I also called Lin Shun. Perhaps others wouldn't help me at this moment, but one person absolutely would help me, and that person is Lin Shun. And I don't have just one mobile phone. Saying this, he took out another phone. The look on his face turned even angrier. Leave immediately. Perhaps even the Six-Fan sect might not catch you in time, but if you stay here, there won't be a good ending. If you don't believe me, just try. At this point, the manager's eyes were already somewhat red. He angrily shouted, I've got nowhere else to go. Now, I can only take action against you. With that, he charged over directly. It was obvious that the knife was about to stab through. Right at this moment, Lin Shun appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. He immediately grabbed his neck and applied a bit of force. The manager was thrown straight to the door of the office. How is it possible for you to have arrived so quickly? Lin Shun's face remained calm and indifferent as he said, I never left in the first place. I was just outside handling some matters. I wasn't far from here, so when I received the message, I came right away. I also have one thing to tell you. The person behind you will not end well either. If after all this happens, Shen Bingshua still remains kind-hearted, then he doesn't deserve to continue being the CEO of this company. After saying these words, Lin Shun glanced toward Shen Bingshua, but didn't say much more. Then he turned around and walked away. Before he could go too far, Shen Bingshua rushed forward and tightly hugged him from behind, her voice trembling with sobs. I'm sorry, and I truly realize my mistakes now. Can't you stay to protect me? Other than you, I trust no one else. Not even my own younger brother or my biological mother. Right now, they both seem to want to kill me. I don't even know what I've done to make them act this way toward me. Lin Shun's calm and indifferent voice answered. Money stirs hearts. This single phrase cut right to the core. Her body suddenly trembled violently, and she finally understood why her younger brother wanted to harm her. It was all because of the company. Thinking about this made tears uncontrollably well up in her eyes. Her voice quaked as she spoke. You're the only one who can help me now. Could you really watch me fall into utter ruin? I beg you, please stay. Chapter 135, A Hard Attitude. Lin Shun felt his wrist being grabbed. He could clearly feel the coldness transmitted from the soft hand. He was almost about to trust her and agree immediately, but he quickly suppressed all such thoughts. His voice turned somewhat icy as he said, "For me, this matter is by no means that easy. And I've already told you, I can't save your mother. The situation has been decided. Even if you can't accept it, there's nothing you can do. Your mother chose to jump into the fire pit herself, and no one could stop her. Just like I told you before, you can't wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Even if you put in all your efforts, they won't take them seriously and will instead think you're coveting their wealth. You might as well let them have a severe lesson. If she refuses to change her mind, then her fate is set." After saying that, he lightly struggled against the hand holding his. Shen Bingxue loosened her grip on his wrist. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Her gaze was filled with deep regret. If given another chance, she would definitely not make the same choice again. In this world, there's no medicine for regret. Regret was like needles continuously piercing her heart. Now she finally understood that Lin Chen simply didn't want to deal with this anymore. Even if he wanted to, there probably wasn't much he could do anyway. Her mother's personality was something she understood better than anyone else. If Shen Bingxue tried to stop her mother might even suspect her of trying to steal her wealth. Not to mention Lin Chen. Moreover, her mother already harbored prejudice toward Lin Chen. If the two were to meet without causing a conflict, that would already be the best possible outcome. Just like earlier when her mother made those statements, even Shen Bingxue found them difficult to hear. Does she really just have to watch her mother jump into the fire pit? Myriad thoughts churned inside her. At this moment, Lin Chen had already left the office. After taking several deep breaths, he forcefully suppressed some emerging thoughts within him. He was very clear about what would happen next. There was no reason for him to waste any more time. After stepping outside, Lin Chen had already made up his mind about how he would develop in the future. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the incoming number on the screen, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Nevertheless, he answered immediately. A crisp and pleasant voice came from the other end. It was xuanhuan. "Do you have time now? We've received someone's request here, and I thought you might help take a look at their condition. The symptoms seem strange, so I don't know whether or not treatment is possible. If you're too busy, forget about it. I can decline on your behalf. The treatment process needs to be monitored fully because of the patient's special identity. This matter could be described as a hot potato, but my father believes that if we manage to treat this person, it would create an exceptionally strong connection with powerful people." Hearing these words, Lin Chen's eyes slightly narrowed, reflecting a contemplative expression. A smile also appeared on his face. "It's worth a try. They can monitor the whole process, but if they refuse the treatment, I won't chase after them. Regardless of their status, I am merely a doctor." The original intention behind establishing the Divine Doctor Pavilion was also to expand his network of influential connections. Since Chairman Jiang has spoken thusly, there's no way he would refuse. After agreeing on a meeting location, Lin Chen rushed over. Time waits for no man, and since the other party has reached out personally, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't decline. When he arrived, he saw the people guarding the entrance. They weren't from the Jiang family, but he could sense an intense killing aura emanating from them. This kind of killer aura was quite potent. Their hands were undoubtedly stained with blood, and their standing posture resembled spears perfectly aligned. A faint smile surfaced on Lin Chen's face, though he spoke preemptively before being obstructed by them. "I'm the doctor invited by your side. If you doubt me, please confirm first." Upon hearing this, one of the men immediately nodded and hurried inside. After a few minutes, the man ran back out, bowed slightly to Lin Chen, and calmly said, "Please follow me." Lin Chen followed as instructed. Soon enough, he saw Jiang Lanyu seated there. Jiang Lanyu's expression, however, wasn't too pleasant. As he was about to say something upon seeing Lin Chen, he ended up suppressing the rest of his words. At this moment, a glance between the two was enough for them to understand each other's meaning. Lin Chen said indifferently, "Where's the patient you want me to treat? After I'm done treating him, I have important matters to attend to and won't waste more time here with you." He had already guessed that those people must be extraordinary. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have occurred. It felt as though Jiang Lanyu was completely under someone else's control. This made Lin Chen extremely displeased. If they sought his help sincerely, he would definitely do his best. But if they were merely making trouble, there was no way he would continue helping them. So his tone of voice was very uncooperative. At this moment, a young man in his 20s walked out of the room. His gaze at Lin Chen carried obvious hostility, and his voice dripped with frost. "I don't know who you are, but I can't believe you're a powerful medical expert. Cut the unnecessary talk. If you still want to continue treating my grandfather, then first demonstrate your medical skills again. Otherwise, I won't agree so easily." Lin Chen wore a faint smile on his face. "Forget it. I don't have the intention to waste my time here. I've already said before, if you trust me, I can help with the treatment. If not, let's part ways. And we don't need further treatment either." Upon hearing these words, the young man smirked with mockery. "Looks like you really don't have any real abilities and are just afraid of being exposed. You've even deceived my grandfather, so don't blame me for being rude now." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "So quick to judge, are we?" Chapter 136, Looking for Trouble. Lin Chen now already had anger in his heart, so he did not waste any more time. He gave a cold smile. His eyes were filled with icy disdain. "Since you have come to me, you should know my rules. I have no obligation to treat someone like you, and I might as well say it outright. If you keep coming to me, I won't help you again. You'd better find someone else to deal with your condition. We're leaving immediately." With that, he pulled Jiang Lanyu and turned around to walk away. He wasn't prepared to engage in conflict with these people. Though he didn't know their identities, a bit of thought would have made it clear. There was no reason for him to get into unnecessary trouble right now, especially since these people came from higher authorities and could possibly bring enormous influence to the area. By this point, Lin Shan had another idea in mind about what might be happening. As expected, just like his prediction, the moment Lin Shan was about to leave, the young man let out a cold snort and said, "Hold him back. You dare dismiss me without answering my questions." By this point, Lin Shan already guessed the others' intentions clearly. It seemed they had never intended to let them go and likely planned to cause trouble for Zhang Lanyu because of this matter. After all, the way that guy looked at Zhang Lanyu's face, an expression reeked of intense greed. The thought made Lin Shan increasingly irritated. His woman, and someone was trying to make advances towards her, finding excuses to involve him. This only fueled the rising anger within him, making his features colder than ever. "If you merely doubted me before, I wouldn't even bother responding. After all, I've never cared whether everyone believes in me. But what you've said now irritates me greatly. You accuse my medical skills of being inadequate, but let me tell you what true medical skills are." Saying this, he pointed his finger at the young man. "I don't know who you really are, but I do know that by overexerting yourself too much, your body is already weakened to the point where supplements can't help anymore. In fact, you've lost the ability to bear children. Someone like you has drained your vitality long ago, yet you still have the nerve to stare lewdly at my woman?" Lin Shan gave him no quarter. He directly exposed all the issues openly. The others present instinctively shifted their gaze to the young man. Eyes filled with shock and disbelief greeted him. The young man reacted as if stepped on like a cat with its tail caught. Anger flooded his eyes unlike anything seen before. Even appearing flustered, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Shan. "You're talking nonsense. I warn you not to try deliberately defaming me with baseless accusations. Don't think you can fool me with useless chatter. I'm not that easy to deceive. We're discussing my grandfather's condition, not mine. To talk about problems with my health is absurd. How could I possibly have such conditions? Do you even know who I am? I, the great young master of the Zhang family. What makes you think I'd have symptoms like that? Do you have any idea how many skilled physicians we have in our house? Any one of them could help replenish my vitality easily." Speaking with more intensity, his eyes were filled with menace. Of course, he understood his own condition more than anyone else. If things continued unchecked, it would only deteriorate further. However, he wasn't here today to seek treatment for himself. His priority was still about his grandfather. The condition of his grandfather was nearing critical. It had almost become unsustainable. Now, his grandfather was slipping into semi-coma status. If he couldn't get cured soon, then the towering figurehead of their family would collapse. So, despite having nothing left to lose, the young man harbored a very straightforward plan. If he could capture Zhang Lanyu right there and then, from that moment onward, he would have leverage both offensively and defensively. After securing her assets in this city, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. Even if the towering giant tree of their family fell, there would still be a vast network of influential connections left behind, allowing him to live carefree and untroubled regardless of any decisions he'd made. That was his true objective. Having seen countless beautiful women, Zhang Lanyu ranked among the best. To have such a woman become his future wife would certainly be a stroke of luck. Unanticipatedly meeting a stunning beauty of rare caliber during this visit felt to him like receiving a gift from heaven, an absolutely incredible opportunity he would never let slip away. Upon learning that the miraculous doctor they wanted to bring in was actually a young man about his own age, and that this person was also Zhang Lanyu's boyfriend, he could not tolerate it, so he found an excuse to start a fight. However, the other party directly pointed out his issues, which made him feel somewhat uneasy inside. Lin Shan's face carried a mocking expression, his gaze calm and indifferent. "Don't bother me with useless talk. I'm too lazy to deal with you. And if you want to make a move, I wouldn't mind teaching you a harsh lesson. As for you, an inexperienced fool, I don't mind uprooting your sheltered existence. After all, people like you easily bring great calamities and troubles to your family. These are fights you simply cannot win, remember that." Upon hearing these words, the young man slightly flinched, then his facial expression gradually turned cold. He laughed, a laugh that sent chills down anyone's spine, making them feel as though they were being stalked by a wolf. "I, young Master Zhang, have never been genuinely threatened before. Since you've said such things, there's no need for me to be polite anymore, excessively generous. Take him down immediately, leave him no room for escape. If we don't cripple him today, my resentment will never subside." When everyone present heard these words, they exchanged glances, but quickly reacted without hesitation, charging straight at Lin Shan. Lin Shan remained as composed as ever, while Zhang Lanyu let out a startled cry. She hadn't expected this much trouble would come to Lin Shan because of her. Had she known, she should have refused right from the start. Her heart was now full of guilt and awkwardness. But what dominated her emotions more now was fear. She feared Lin Shan getting into trouble, knowing just how powerful those individuals were. Every single one of them could rival 100 men. Chapter 137 Conflict. Zhang Daxiao's eyes were filled with jealousy and anger. He wished he could carve Lin Shan into 1,000 pieces right away. How dare this person, who he knows, pull the woman he has his eyes on. At this moment, he feels like there must be a flashing green light above his head. He had already decided that he must conquer this woman when he saw Zhang Lanyu for the first time. But now the prey he chose has directly fallen into someone else's hands. Attack him. Beat him up good. Absolutely don't give him any chance. Upon hearing these words, those people didn't hesitate at all. Although they weren't wearing anything special except black suits, they showed no mercy while fighting. Now they were all targeting Lin Shan's vital spots. One person even attacked Lin Shan's spine directly. If he was hit, it would result in paralysis at the least. Lin Shen wore a half-smiling expression, and the icy coldness gradually appeared in his gaze. Since you all want to die, then I'll oblige you. When these people were showing their disdain, Lin Shen acted swiftly, faster than lightning. He gave them no time to react. While holding Zhang Lanyu with one hand, he struck these people's faces with the other. Slap slap. The crisp sound of slaps continued incessantly. It was like fireworks. Anyone hit by him would spin and fly out. Once they landed on the ground, they would feel as if their brains were hit by a 1,000-pound hammer. They momentarily couldn't react, feeling as if they had been hit hard. Their minds were hazy, leaving them without the strength to fight back. Just with a single slap, they were defeated so thoroughly, it would have been effortless for Lin Shen to kill them if he wanted to. At this moment, the leader's eyes were wide open in shock. A word popped up in his mind. You're a cultivator, he exclaimed involuntarily. The others quickly realized this too. No one expected this person in front of them to actually be a cultivator, and clearly not an ordinary one either. Otherwise they wouldn't have been so easily defeated by more than a dozen of them. Their hearts began to tremble with slight fear. If it was just against normal people, that would be fine because those powerful commoners still couldn't compare with them. But the man in front of them is a cultivator. Their young master has encountered serious trouble, as if kicking against an unmovable steel plate. Zhang Daxiao's eyes also widened involuntarily. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. While glaring at Lin Shen, soon his eyes hardened with rage and carried a chilling aura. Through clenched teeth, he said, if you dare touch me, you're dead. Even though I know you're a cultivator, I don't take you seriously at all. You don't even understand how powerful our family really is. If I wanted to move against you, you'd have no chance. Still standing in front of Lin Shen, showing absolutely no sign of retreating, despite knowing Lin Shen was a cultivator, he remained obstinate. A noticeable smile spread across Lin Shen's face. In an even calmer tone, he said, this sentence should have been said to you. As long as someone lays a finger on my woman, using such tricks to hold me down, the surveillance in this villa has captured everything clearly. Since it's you provoking first, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if agents from Section 9 come, they can only watch as I beat you to death alive. But after I beat you to death, I won't carry any mental burden either. After all, a person like you is nothing but a pest. If I'm not wrong, your background must rely on some kind of powerful force. Regardless of which power you represent, your reasoning lacks foundation. Moreover, I've reached a certain agreement with Section 9 already. And aren't you aware of the rules among cultivators? If I initiate an attack before I provoke you, I might lose my standing without a way to redeem it. But if others act against me first, I can retaliate immediately, and the evidence shows every move they made trying to kill me. It's obvious that they are aiming to murder me. If I don't resist, it means they consider me weak. As Zhang Xiaoya heard this, his whole body turned uneasy. An idea surfaced in his mind. Could this guy in front of him truly dare to make a move against him? When he thought about it, his complexion changed noticeably, looking very difficult. If he had a chance to say something, Lin Shen did not give him the opportunity again. Instead, he coldly stared at him, the look in his eyes as if he were watching someone who was about to die. At this moment, all he could think of was one thing, to cut off the route completely. Just as he was about to make a move, a shout suddenly came from behind. Divine Doctor, what are you doing here? Lin Shen had already noticed it earlier. The man also heard familiar footsteps. He turned around and saw old Xia walking over. A hint of a faint smile appeared on his face, his voice calm and indifferent. I'm here because I want to deal with an arrogant individual. He actually intended to kill me outright. When he invited me here, it was clearly for me to help treat his grandfather's illness, but things have taken such a turn, making me extremely irritated. I'm even wondering whether there was another motive for inviting me here deliberately. Upon hearing this, old Xia slightly paused, but quickly realized the situation. It was highly likely that a conflict arose between Lin Shen and Zhang Xiaoyu. Taking several deep breaths, he hastily said, Divine Doctor, this might just be a misunderstanding. Lin Shen shook his head with a faint smile. His expression remained calm, yet the former indifference in his eyes was now replaced with a sharpness. Old Xia, you should know my character well. If others hadn't come to bother me, I would naturally never attack them lightly. Since they've provoked me, do I still need to be courteous to them? If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance video here. I don't even feel like explaining those extra details to you. This time, I only want to ask you whether you intend to stop me. Old Xia's mouth slightly opened and closed. He was fully aware of how much Lin Shen's assistance meant to them, especially the medicines Lin Shen provided last time, which made many of them realize Lin Shen's formidable capabilities. Losing Lin Shen would be akin to losing their hope of rising to prominence. But the identity of the young master of the Zhang family. Chapter 138. Who gave you the courage? Lin Shen's expression remained unchanged, calmly staring at old Xia. That look had already clearly conveyed his meaning. Old Xia couldn't help but tremble in his heart, suddenly becoming clear about which side was lighter and which was heavier. Just as he was about to speak, young Master Zhang could no longer hold back. His eyes were filled with unprecedented anger. Old Xia, how do you handle things? Why haven't you made a move on him yet? I'm just an ordinary person, and he actually dared to make a move against me, which directly violates the iron law of your 9th division. Under any circumstance, he must be taken down now. My grandfather is inside, unconscious right now. Isn't it shameful that before anything happens to him, you're already turning your backs on us? As he spoke, he glared with anger. His face was filled with fury. Thinking about the incident earlier when Lin Shen scared him so much that he trembled, he felt as though his self-respect had been trampled underfoot. At this moment, he would rather see Lin Shen shredded into pieces, but he didn't have the ability. He couldn't allow old Xia to act. Even the bodyguards around him were capable enough to fight 100 men each, yet they still proved powerless against Lin Shun. But old Xia was different. He was from the 9th Division. Old Xia was a true cultivator. They had encountered him before. His grandfather also held old Xia in very high regard. Although their identities differed, and they weren't part of the same system, their relationship wasn't ordinary. This was the time for old Xia to lend him a hand. However, old Xia said coldly, "Young Master Zhang, there are some words I should make clear to you. Our 9th Division indeed has an iron law. We cannot act against ordinary people. If ordinary people insist on provoking practitioners, even if they die, it will be considered deserved, and our 9th Division won't interfere with practitioners, otherwise it would be unfair. The existence of the 9th Division is to serve as a sharp blade hanging over all cultivators. In simple terms, we stop them from bullying ordinary people, but we don't allow ordinary people to harm them either. We're not unreasonable. We simply don't want the ones we protect to become ungrateful wolves. And aren't you aware of what you've done yourself? When I entered, although I didn't see the previous process, I know quite well about this divine doctor. He would absolutely never harm you without reason." Young Master Zhang's eyes widened, his gaze filled with disbelief, along with unprecedented shame and fury. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Old Xia, don't you think you've gone too far? My grandfather explicitly instructed you to keep an eye on my family's situation." He agreed. "Yet you're acting against me now? Aren't you ashamed? Aren't you worried about being laughed at if this gets out? It's often said that your 9th Division keeps its promises and maintains absolute fairness. What kind of fairness is this now? I am the weaker party. Shouldn't you deal with Lin Shun?" Old Xia found it hard to bear any longer. Was the young Master Zhang really so clueless about human relationships and customs? It must have been because he had too many smooth sailing days behind him. He doesn't allow anyone to contradict him or stand firm against him. But up to now, young Master Zhang still hadn't read the situation correctly. The more he thought, the angrier he became. If young Master Zhang could swallow his pride and apologize to Lin Shun, perhaps there would still be a chance to fix the situation. His current expression and rage would only make Lin Shun even more furious. There was no way he could save the man at that point. He might as well help Lin Shun clean up the subsequent mess. Otherwise, their 9th Division would surely lose significant respect in Lin Shun's eyes. He took a few deep breaths, his face becoming even colder. "Do you not realize what you've done? I don't know who indulged you to this extent, but it definitely wasn't Elder Zhang. His character is extremely rigid. He doesn't tolerate nonsense, and the arrogant things you've done now are simply unforgivable, even making me feel ashamed on behalf of Elder Zhang. You'd better come with us. At the 9th Division, I'll get to the bottom of everything. Once your grandfather wakes up, I'll naturally let him personally deal with you." Young Master Zhang's eyes widened with disbelief. "Are you going to arrest me? Who gave you the courage? Don't you know who I am? I warn you, don't you dare cause trouble, or the consequences will be more than you can bear. Do you really think that because you're from the 9th Division, we can't do anything to you? Now, you're actually turning against me and even planning to deal with me. Aren't you afraid?" Before he could finish, old Xia could no longer hold back. A hard slap was delivered across his face. Young Master Zhang never expected someone to dare slap him, let alone old Xia. His eyes turned red with anger, ready to say something more. But old Xia raised another slap and struck his other cheek, an icy aura emanating from him. "I truly don't understand how Mr. Zhang ended up with a descendant like you. I have no interest in wasting words on you. From this moment onward, close your mouth. If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for losing control. I don't know the meaning of restraint. And since you've said that I want to deal with you, then I'll make it real. If you don't believe me, try me." At that moment, his tone was extremely cold. The full might of a cultivator's power surged out of him without reservation. His goal was simple. By handling young Master Zhang himself, he would let Lin Shun vent some frustration. If Lin Shun had acted directly, there's a good chance this man wouldn't survive. Lin Shun watched nearby, willing to give old Xia face, but as far as this person was concerned, he absolutely did not want him to continue living freely and happily. In a calm voice, he spoke, "Old Xia, some people deserve to get their lesson learned and realize just how ignorant their actions have been. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Who knows when they might bring more serious troubles for you. These kinds of people are nothing but white-eye wolves who forget kindness but remember harm. What good is keeping someone like this around?" Though his voice remained tranquil, old Xia understood perfectly what he meant. Chapter 139, What Foolish Things Were Done. Lin Shun said with a smile on his face. "And do you want to hear the recording of our previous conversation? There are some things I don't want to say much about. He had already threatened me before, and he was also going to hurt my family and friends, which for me is unforgivable anger. But in your honor, I don't want to be too harsh with him, but he persists stubbornly and repeatedly wants to harm me. Up until now, do you think I still need to let him off? Now I hand over the choice to you. Since you're from Division 9 and also involved in this matter, can you give me a fair response? If all cultivators must endure insults silently, then why even bother being a cultivator? It might be better to reincarnate or, for the more radical ones, head overseas." The meaning of his words was almost self-evident. He never owed anyone anything. If anything, Division 9 owed him much. If old Xia couldn't give him a clear answer now, the consequences would be obvious. There was no point wasting any more time on the other side, given how valuable his time was. Moreover, if he couldn't even protect his woman and deal with those who were staring at her, wouldn't that just embolden their arrogance? His gaze became colder. Young Master Zhang finally sensed something amiss. He was trembling slightly, the hatred in his eyes barely concealed. Though fear gradually showed on his face, inside, Lin Shun continued to fill him with overwhelming resentment. Lin Shen looked at him with a smirk. You don't need to keep hiding here. Your eyes have already exposed all your thoughts. I'm also tired of dealing with you. Once old Xia makes his decision, you can come find me anytime. If old Xia lets you go, I won't mention any reasons. From now on, we'll sever all ties. All I can say is, I and Division 9 aren't on the same path. Old Xia knew the bitterness well within him. However, attacking young Master Zhang right now would surely cause reactions among many. After all, this old man's condition was precarious already. Learning about his grandson's predicament at such a time, it will certainly leave him overwhelmed with mixed feelings, making the end of his life anything but peaceful. This grandson was the only one he had left. Thinking of this, his face displayed a bitter smile as he wanted to explain further to Lin Shen. But Lin Shen waved his hand, indicating he didn't want to listen and refused to waste time, dragging Jiang Lanyu away. Old Xia opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately swallowed all the words back. His expression turned very somber. Finally, his gaze fell onto young Master Zhang behind him. The emotions in his eyes were extremely complicated, and his voice grew frigid. Young Master Zhang, you may be arrogant in front of anyone, but absolutely not in front of Lin Shen. Because no one can protect you forever. Furthermore, do you really think what you've done is flawless? Without the old man covering up your tracks all along, you probably wouldn't know how many times you've been duped. This is because you haven't committed grave errors yet. Tolerance for minor offenses isn't helping you, it's harming you. The old man hopes that one day you will awaken to realize what severe punishment truly means, but instead of awakening, you've become worse. The only hope the old man had to live longer has been crushed by your own hands. I won't handle this case against you, but you will not leave this room or contact the outside world again. I will call your father personally, and when he gets here, I expect him to provide a clear resolution. Young Master Zhang exhaled in relief once Lin Shen had left. When he glanced at old Xia, there wasn't much fear in his eyes anymore. Instead, his eyes were filled with obvious hatred, gritting his teeth and saying, "What's wrong with what I've done? Even if my father comes, I don't think I've done anything wrong. Besides, Lin Shen disrespected me first, so it's natural that I took action against him. What kind of status do I hold? And what does he amount to? Cultivators may seem noble, but they're merely tools to protect us, ordinary people. If he doesn't listen, then..." As he spoke, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Especially under old Xia's stare, Zhong Gujie's gaze seemed filled with overwhelming ferocity. His face Manchang managed to twist into an ugly expression. Old Xia let out a cold snort. "Looks like you really have been spoiled rotten. As for what you've done, it has indeed disappointed me utterly. Don't bother with useless nonsense anymore. From now on, understand that all your actions are restricted. I'll immediately call your dad." After that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. He and old Zhang had a very close relationship. One could even say they'd grown up together since childhood. Old Zhang lacked any cultivation talent, while he was extremely gifted. Now, both having their own jobs, though not within the system, they still worked hard to safeguard the world below. The call was soon answered, and from the other end came a low, raspy voice. "Old Xia, what made you suddenly decide to call me? Has something happened on my father's side?" Though I anticipated this day would come eventually, old Xia understood what the other man left unsaid as their conversation continued no further. They'd talked once before, when old Xia had said that if he called again, it wouldn't be good news. Now, less than 2 hours had passed, yet the call came again. It must be. Even the tremor in old Zhang's voice could be distinctly heard from the other side. But old Xia replied seriously, "You'd better come over personally, regardless of how busy you are. If you don't show up, your son is as good as dead. There are some videos I need you to see. These are surveillance recordings that have implicated matters of Division 9's core interests. Worse, if exposed, it will enrage everyone involved. People from Division 9 aren't ones to easily get along with. They may take action against him directly." An incredulous voice sounded from the phone. "What foolish things has he done?" Chapter 140. Where does the confidence come from? The call lasted for a long time. Old Xia sighed helplessly after he hung up the phone. He knew what kind of character his old friend was. At this moment, his eyes fell on Mr. Zhang. His voice was as cold as a blade. "Just now, your father already said that whatever I do to you, he wouldn't have any objection. He even told me to give you a good lesson because he's afraid he would kill you on the spot when he comes. You know your father's personality better than me. Just wait, you've caused a big trouble this time. It's like pricking the sky." Mr. Zhang also heard roughly the content of the conversation between the two just now. He originally thought his father would worry about his safety, but after hearing some of the conversation, now he truly understood how much trouble he has caused. All he did was just focus on a pretty woman. In the past, when he was in the city, he had done similar things too many times, and no one dared to defy him in any way. One could say that with just a glance, people would send those beautiful women over to him. But why is there such a change now? What bad luck has befallen him? His face had already turned pale. His voice trembled even more. "Did you just tell my dad that Lin Shen's medical skills are so extraordinary? Can he really save my grandpa?" Old Xia replied coldly. "I don't know if he can cure it, but if Lin Shen cannot heal your grandfather, then no one in this world can. Moreover, I had already made it very clear before, but you didn't understand what I meant. The 2 slaps I gave you were timely prevention against your arrogant words. Unfortunately, you paid no attention to what I said. All the punishment is due to your own actions. All those excuses I'm too lazy to repeat. I'm even too lazy to look at you anymore. I feel pity for Mr. Zhang." After finishing, he turned and walked away. He had arranged for the people from Department 9 to stay behind to watch over this guy, since Mr. Zhang wouldn't be here anytime soon. This matter was too serious. He couldn't hide it, nor dared to. because this concerns the core interests of all the people in Department 9. The ammunition Lin Chun could provide them is beyond their imagination. As long as Lin Chun agrees, at any time, they can increase the strength of Department 9 by a great step, especially the peak warriors. It could even let them directly confront their opponents. The higher the brothers' strength improved, the more chances of survival they had. In a certain sense, Lin Chun's emergence could reduce the casualty rate of Department 9 by more than 50%. If they really offend Lin Chun, the terrifying consequences would be something neither Old Xie nor Department 9 could bear. Lin Chun took Zhang Lanyu outside, and the two exchanged smiles. Zhang Lanyu hugged Lin Chun's arm, her voice soft as water. Big brother Lin, thank you. If it wasn't for you just now, I might have really been in trouble. If this incident will cause you a lot of trouble, I think that Mr. Zhang's identity must be extraordinary. My dad had already told me, if we can build a good relationship with them, it will be extraordinarily beneficial for our future development. Lin Chun shook his head with a smile. Although I do hope to gain some connections, not everyone is worth me saving. That old man may have a great reputation. For me, he is only a stranger, a passerby on my life journey. I just act based on my heart's intention, not theirs, especially that Mr. Zhang. He is so arrogant and looks at you with such eyes. How could I not understand his intentions? To dare to have designs on you is equal to slapping my face. How can I let him have it easy? When Zhang Lanyu heard this, her eyes were filled with deep affection. The feeling of being securely protected in someone's arms made her captivated. Lin Chun's smile became wider. Don't worry, this matter won't bring much trouble, and you still don't know my background. Even Department 9 needs to treat me carefully. Not everyone can provoke them. If they dare to cause me trouble, I will definitely make sure they never return and make them pay a heavy price. The two chatted while walking slowly. Their hearts seemed interconnected. Such a rare period of tranquility allowed Lin Chun to fully enjoy the current moment. However, he soon arrived at the villa where he resided. As soon as he reached the entrance, Lin Chun saw someone standing there. A surprised look momentarily crossed his face, but soon understanding shone in his eyes. Smiling, he walked over. Uncle Zhang, what brings you to my place? The man was none other than Zhang Lanyu's father. Zhang Qingshan's face revealed an expression caught between laughter and exasperation. His gaze held no trace of blame. Instead, it was filled with approval. Master Physician, I've already heard about the incident this time. If not for that guy's arrogance, the conflict between you wouldn't have happened. Moreover, I've already gone through all the surveillance footage. Knowing how fiercely you protected my daughter, I am deeply pleased. In the future, entrusting my daughter to you would make me entirely worry-free. She'll never be bullied. Even if those people want to create trouble, they'll definitely come to me first anyway. After all, I'm their prime target. If they truly want to play games, I wouldn't mind delivering a ruthless counterblow. I don't care even if it means putting my entire company and group on the line. The only thing I care about is my family. He spoke these words with absolute certainty. The implication was clear. He intended to help settle the matter for Lin Chun. Lin Chun also grinned as the other party had come to act as a peacemaker regarding this matter. If this actually happened, Lin Chun would, conversely, feel somewhat disappointed. But Uncle Zhang's reasoning resonated within him, eliciting both satisfaction and strong agreement. Uncle Zhang, rest assured, this matter absolutely will not implicate you. If they really wish to cause trouble, they'll only end up paying dearly for their actions. I have ways to handle it. No need to worry. At most, they'd just bump into a stone wall when they come here. They might even end up pleading for forgiveness outside my villa door by then. His tone was completely calm as he made these remarks. However, Zhang Qingshan couldn't help but feel his heart racing wildly. Where did Lin Chun get such confidence? After all, he knew all too well the identity of the other party involved. Chapter 141, Mistakes First. After seeing Lin Chun's reaction, Zhang Qingshan also felt a sense of relief in his heart. No matter where Lin Chun's instrument came from, it had at least given him a response now. It was obvious that he didn't give any consideration to the other guy. As long as Lin Chun was confident about this, there was no need for him to worry about those things anymore. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Divine Doctor, since you have already said that you don't like me interfering, then I will wait patiently for good news. If they really want to bother you, I will definitely do my best to help. After all, in this city, I am truly the dominant figure. It is not easy for them to deal with us. Moreover, I have already decided on you as the future leader of our entire family. Upon hearing this, his daughter, Zhang Lanyu's face turned slightly red with shyness. She wanted to explain, but it was embarrassing for her to say out loud because she indeed liked Brother Lin. Lin Chun just smiled faintly and did not explain too much. His expression remained calm. Uncle Zhang, why don't we sit down together? Moreover, your current mental state is indeed very good, but there are occasional signs of fatigue. This kind of fatigue isn't due to any physical issues, but rather because of your age. By chance, I have some medicine that can provide you with nourishment. This kind of medicine is unlike other supplements that require long-term use. One dose is enough. And we have already reached a cooperation agreement. This cooperation can continue. When he spoke these words, the smile on his face became even more evident. He knew that now was the time to develop his own power base. If he didn't cultivate these powers, there might be similar situations in the future. If his power in the background were strong enough, it would be equivalent to directly giving the other side a deterrent, so that those common troublemakers wouldn't dare to harbor any bad thoughts against him. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qingshan's face revealed uncontrollable excitement. His eyes filled with unprecedented passion. He followed Lin Chun into the villa. There wasn't much unnecessary talk between the two. It was more like a conversation between an elder and a younger person. Although Lin Chun took the lead, Zhang Qingshan looked at him as if he were an elder. Regardless of what was said, if there were no mistakes, he absolutely wouldn't overtalk, and he could even notice details that others might overlook. Indeed, he was a sly fox who had struggled for a long time in the business world. At that moment, the two were conversing quite happily. Lin Shen glanced at the time, and his face revealed an obvious smile. Uncle Jiang, since there are no issues with our cooperation, there is still another matter. That is making your body stronger, returning you to the vitality of 18 years old. Do not tell anyone about this matter, otherwise it might attract undesirable attention and even result in extreme actions. Upon hearing this, how could Jiang Chengxian refuse? He nodded without hesitation, his eyes filled with even greater anticipation. After receiving a pill from Lin Shen, he swallowed it down immediately without any doubt. Very quickly, he began to feel an intense heat spread throughout his body. It felt as though every cell in his body was being forged. It came quickly and left swiftly as well. After about 10 minutes, he had already regained his composure. However, a layer of sweat mixed with grayish residue appeared on his body. A concentrated odor emitted from his body as well. His facial expression turned extremely embarrassed, and he hastily spoke up. I'll head back first. This smell is simply too overwhelming. As he walked out, he noticed an earth-shattering change in his physical condition, filling his eyes with unprecedented excitement. Who could imagine the magnitude of this transformation, bringing him back to his youthful days? His eyes became slightly moist. No man remains young forever. And yet, such a miraculous event occurred right before his eyes. How could he not be delighted? Even excited, with slight tremors running through his body, he remembered the vivid scenario when he first encountered Lin Shen. He deeply realized that he had kept his promises faithfully. Had it not been for his unwavering contributions all along, there would not be this outcome today. Moreover, his daughter would soon become Lin Shen's closest companion. Perhaps in the future, he might even gain more benefits. This could be what they meant by one person attaining enlightenment and all around ascending. If others were to know that Mr. Jiang had such thoughts, they would likely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Lin Shen didn't dwell on it too much. His gaze immediately turned to Jiang Lanyu beside him. The smile on his face became more evident as he spoke calmly. Do you plan to stay here tonight, or go home? Jiang Lanyu's cheeks turned slightly red. The meaning in her eyes was already clear, though she didn't voice it out loud. After all, she was a woman. And not just any woman. She was still a true girl, not yet fully grown. Lin Shen smiled and said, I have some things to handle tonight, so I won't be able to chat with you later. The matters here are quite complicated. As they conversed, on the other side, at the 9th bureau, a middle-aged man rushed over, looking completely wind-worn and dusty. His eyes brimmed with unprecedented anger. Upon seeing his son, he struck without hesitation, delivering an extremely forceful slap. The slap was heavy. Young Master Zhang was instantly dazed, his vision filled with stars. He had originally planned to complain bitterly to his father, even exaggerating his version of events for sympathy. He had prepared a complete set of excuses, but his father's slap left him stunned. Normally, his father indulged him excessively. Thinking about how his father usually spoiled him, he'd even considered trying to twist the facts, but that one slap wiped all his ideas away. Old Zhang's expression turned exceedingly furious. Clenching his teeth, he hissed, What kind of stupid thing have you done this time? Do you even know what that person represents? If it weren't for old Xia, you would have probably died countless times already, and dying would have been utterly meaningless. Our family will have to personally visit to apologize. We'll admit our fault first and confess that we wrongfully offended that great person. Chapter 142, like falling into an ice cave. When young Master Zhang heard these words, his entire demeanor deteriorated. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented sense of panic. He never imagined that after his father arrived, he would utter such statements. His voice trembled violently. Father, how could this be possible? He is just. He wanted to say that the other person was merely a fraud. Otherwise, how could someone at such a young age possess such incredible medical skills? He refused to believe in the existence of such a person. However, what awaited him was another slap. Old Mr. Zhang's expression turned extremely furious, and at this moment, he resembled a raging lion. He had never before revealed this side of himself to his son, but now he deeply regretted it. If his son had been disciplined from a young age as he was raised under the rod to be filial, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Yet there was no remedy for regret in this world. He roared angrily, Shut up. You have no place to speak here. And starting now, you need to figure out what foolish deeds you've done. It's not that I look down on you, but someone like you, even with the family backing you, will never achieve greatness. Instead, you'll only ruin everything we've built. To be honest, I deeply regret it now. If I had the chance, I wouldn't have spoiled you like I did in the past. Mr. Xia was right. You're nothing more than a complete idiot. And starting now, you need to think carefully about where you went wrong. If you can't explain it, every passing minute, I will break one of your bones. I won't show any mercy toward you. It's because of you that your grandfather has fallen into a bottomless abyss. By the end, his tone became extremely sharp and cutting. Young Master Zhang knew all too well what kind of character his father had. In this moment, genuine fear welled up inside him. If his father truly used such methods to discipline him, he would have absolutely no way to fight back. Given even a shred of opportunity, he absolutely dared not provoke Lin Shen again. He had never expected that the person he randomly crossed would wield such immense power. Now his heart was filled with a previously unfelt regret. His voice quivered slightly. Father, I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have crossed him. I shouldn't have underestimated everyone around me. I only saw him as a swindler before, which is why I spoke so recklessly. I have never imagined that in this world, there actually exist such extraordinary masters outside the norm. It was now clear. Lin Chen's identity was undoubtedly exceptional. Even people from the Ninth Bureau dare not act rashly. Mr. Xia was indisputably the first in this city. But when facing Lin Chen, he seemed hesitant and full of doubts and struggles every time. Anyone else could see it clearly. Mr. Xia wasn't afraid of their family status at all. He was afraid that Lin Chen might get upset. If by now he still couldn't comprehend these matters, then he'd truly be a fool. His facial expression at this moment was full of anxiety and unease. He didn't know what kind of consequences he would face next. Upon hearing this, old Master Zhang inwardly sighed a small breath of relief. If his stubborn son had persisted in refusing to admit fault and displayed that resentful attitude, he might have even desired to beat him to death on the spot. After several deep breaths, his expression grew increasingly fierce and ugly. No matter how you feel, starting now, since you have realized your mistake, stop wasting time. I give you a day to seek Lin Chen's forgiveness. If you fail, you don't have to come back home ever again. I'll officially announce it. You are no longer the eldest son of our family Zhang. Instead, you will be discarded and regarded as a useless trash. One could even say it openly. Your death outside means clearing away trouble for the Zhang family. As he finished speaking, his tone grew colder and merciless. The reason he acted this way was to let his son fully understand the severity of the matter. Until now, his son still hadn't comprehended what danger meant. That was the real definition of being a fool. When these words reached his ears, Master Zhang himself felt unwell entirely. Deep inside him, fear overwhelmed him. Because he knew exactly how outrageous his previous actions had been. Putting himself in the other person's shoes, he certainly wouldn't forgive someone who treated him this way. If he were given a chance, he wouldn't dare to repeat those words from before. However, there was no remedy for regret in this world. As the distance in his pupils narrowed, he was overwhelmed with trepidation and anxiety. His voice quivered as he said, "Father, these things are simply forcing someone beyond their means. Since I've already clashed with him, it's impossible that he would forgive me easily. Moreover, the reason for our conflict, old Mr. Xia knows all too well. I genuinely encountered an unprecedented liking for someone I wanted to marry, and I had no other intentions. I thought he was just a fraud, so my words came out rather extreme." At this point, his facial expressions had become extremely unsightly. He continued, "Father, if I go see him now, he might really tear me apart piece by piece. He already made it clear, starting from now, he never wants to see me again. If I show up again, I could possibly die at his hands. Are you willing to watch silently as our old Zhang family line ends?" Upon hearing this, old Master Zhang fell into a brief silence, his gaze shifting slightly toward Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia understood the entire process of the incident. One could even say that in this entire matter, Mr. Xia played a crucial role. Had it not been for this old friend, his son would probably have perished long ago. Even if killed, they would have had no complaints. Nowadays, the Ninth Bureau had already unified its stance. They must make Lin Chen satisfied. Lin Chen was their future. Though their Zhang family's influence was powerful, even to the extent where their patriarch was like an evergreen tree, compared to the Ninth Bureau, they were incomparably inferior. There was no way to put them on the same level. To demand otherwise would be nothing short of a wild fantasy. And he himself could never do such a thing. Only his foolish son could act this way. Having come to a decision, his expression turned extremely cold. The words he spoke next sent chills through young Master Zhang's heart, as though he had fallen into an icy cave. Chapter 143, Scared. Old Zhang clenched his teeth and said, "I don't care what you're thinking inside, or whether you truly realize your mistakes. I'll still say this. If you can't gain Lin Chen's forgiveness, then you don't need to come back. Don't think I don't know the things you've done in the past. Without the family's protection, do you think you could survive for long? I'm telling you, you should know how to cherish it. Starting now, you are no longer my biological son, but my enemy since you almost killed my father. If not because of you, perhaps your grandfather would have already received proper treatment. So, this is your only chance. If you don't seize it, then death is all that awaits you." The young Master Zhang's voice trembled with disbelief. "Father, what are you saying? You actually want me to beg at that person's feet like a dog, even risking dying in front of him, and you don't care? Do I mean so little to you? I can't imagine what kind of charm Lin Chen has that everyone respects him so much when he is just in his 20s and around my age. Why does he command such respect from everyone? What makes him so special? Why must I obey your orders? Even if I'm exiled from the family or killed by everyone, I will never kneel before him to beg for mercy. I've wronged him, but my pride won't allow me to lower myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hold my head up again." Old Zhang didn't expect his son to have such defiance at this moment. His face turned red out of anger as he wanted nothing more than to beat his son senseless. However, at this time, old Xia stopped him and gave him a glance. Without saying much, they went outside. At this moment, the young Master Zhang let out a sigh of relief and was more determined about his thoughts. If he really lowered himself and begged, there would be no way he could ever regain his dignity. He had no other choice but to persevere until the end. He believed the family could handle this matter. It's just Lin Chen after all. Even though his medical skills are good, what else could he do? In his eyes, Lin Chen was nothing more than a doctor. He didn't take the other party seriously and harbored disdain. After this incident, he must make Lin Chen know how strong he is. Even if he doesn't act directly, he'll arrange others to torture Lin Chen mercilessly and let him suffer hundreds of times more pain than himself. Fury was filling his heart. It could be said it drowned his reason. Growing up, he had never experienced such humiliation, let alone understanding the opponent's background. He didn't expect his father to risk everything just for the remote hope of making him grovel in front of someone. He couldn't endure such disgrace and refused to go through it. As these thoughts crossed his mind, old Xie suddenly returned, his expression as cold as ice. Just now, your father has already told me that starting from now, he disowns you as his son. Things like those you've said violate every rule we have at Division 9. Thus my decision is final. According to our rules at Division 9, for someone like you, you should be handed over directly to Lin Chen for handling, or without needing Lin Chen's intervention, if he refuses to issue orders against you. Then we'll deal with you ourselves and sentence you straight to the executioner's platform. Don't think this is a joke. Orders have been sent, and you do not understand the status Lin Chen holds. In fact, it can be clearly stated that with Lin Chen, our strength at Division 9 will leap forward dramatically in the short term. Even adding together all of your clan's importance, it cannot compare to 1% of the value Division 9 attaches to Lin Chen. So stop having delusions. Even if your father dies trying to protect you, he lacks the ability because 99% of the people in Division 9 have made the same decision. Lin Chen needs to be satisfied. Otherwise, we at Division 9 will level the entire Zhang family. At this moment, his words were as loud as bells tolling in the young Master Zhang's heart. Young Master Zhang couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief as he gazed at old Xie. His voice trembled incredulously. Are you deliberately trying to deceive me? How could such a situation even occur? Don't forget, my grandfather was once a member of Division 9. He only withdrew because of unforeseen incidents. Shouldn't you be protecting all members of Division 9? Why are you making this decision now? Old Xie let out a cold laugh. We protect law-abiding ordinary people, not those like you who are arrogant and reckless. Also, let me tell you something. Our duty is to safeguard the well-being of the masses. If what you've done harms our own interests, we will show absolutely no mercy. And if you continue to refuse this opportunity to mend your ways, don't blame us when we have no choice but to kill you and present your sorry state before Lin Chen. Perhaps then, he might forgive you. Moreover, we truly do not consider you important in the least. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire Zhang family would be better off without you. At this point, he casually waved his hand, and immediately someone entered. These individuals held certain tools in their hands. Just looking at those implements made one feel uneasy. The sharp edges of the blades, as well as various hooks and forks, left no doubt as to their purpose. Young Master Zhang's eyes widened in fear as he beheld them, his heart gripped by unprecedented terror. He knew very well what awaited him if he continued resisting, complete ruin. Division 9 was not a place to be trifled with. His face contorted into an expression of sheer panic, and he hurriedly shouted, I'll apologize right away. I will certainly satisfy Lin Chen without any defiance, so please don't do anything rash. Chapter 144, Beg for Forgiveness. After hearing Mr. Zhang's words, old Xie also slightly relaxed inside. The fear was that this guy would rather die than yield. If they really offended Lin Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. At least their 9th division couldn't bear such results. At that time, he even feared that he himself would become a sinner of the 9th division. The benefits Lin Chen could bring to them were simply too great, so great that none of them could refuse such grace. Even though they all clearly understood Lin Chen's meaning now, even if it involved the entire Zhang family, they knew how much contribution Grandpa Zhang had made, but at this moment, they could only lower their heads. Old Xie's eyes looked at Mr. Zhang. He dared not show any other emotions, and he didn't know what kind of person this man in front of him actually was. There were even sighs amidst those thoughts. If you can't educate your descendants well, then it's better not to have them at all. At this moment, his voice became colder like a blade. Now no one can save you. I'm giving you the best choice. Since you want to beg for mercy, then you must obtain Lin Chen's forgiveness. Otherwise, you won't be able to come back after this. When I see you again, you'd better pray that you can escape our pursuit. If you fail to gain Lin Chen's forgiveness, every piece of torture equipment here awaits the opening with your blood. These things are legacies from the previous generation, and for us in the 9th division, we use these without psychological burden because the people we face are all extremely dangerous. Although you don't have their degree of madness, the things you've done already make you deserving of these tools. I advise you to follow orders properly. We naturally will arrange someone to take you over there. If Lin Chen directly kills you with a slap, it will only blame on yourself that you angered someone who shouldn't be angered. In your next life, pay attention when you're reborn, and make sure you open your eyes wide enough. When Mr. Zhang heard these words, his whole being felt unwell, and he was filled with unprecedented panic behind the scenes. He had never imagined that there would be a day like this. If he could do it again, he would run as far as possible, and he wouldn't even dare to follow his grandfather to this city. He originally thought that this trip would just be a mere formality, but he didn't expect such an unexpected event. Moreover, it was because he offended a young man. He had investigated the other party's background, finding absolutely nothing remarkable about him, or even something unworthy for him to meet personally. He just wanted to use this matter to directly grab that woman. However, the outcome went beyond his expectations. He trembled and said hesitantly, You go ahead and discover that I absolutely won't disobey your orders. After all, you're the 9th division. Since you've said this much, I naturally don't dare to defy. After all, in this world, no one can escape your compensation. Even if I ran to another corner of the world, you could still bring me back. I won't be so foolish to fight against you. At most, I'll just plead with Lin Chen. To put aside my dignity and pride is much better than losing my life. I'm not stupid. I definitely will seek Lin Chen's forgiveness. Please, let me go. Please don't use these methods. Without any ability to act, how am I supposed to ask Lin Chen to forgive me? At this point, he had completely lost hope. Losing his face and advice didn't matter, but he certainly couldn't lose his life either. If you lose your life, then everything else is gone. Mr. Zhang was soon released, and when he saw the moonlight outside once more, his inner feelings became indescribable with deep regret. In a flash, he was already sent to the front of this villa. When he arrived here, his heart was full of indecision. His eyes glanced at old Xie behind him, and his voice had started to tremble. Uncle Xie, no matter what, you and my father were old friends before. Could you help me say a few good words for me? I'm really scared that Lin Shen will just kill me. Lin Shen has suffered enough before. If he sees me again, he definitely won't let me off easily. Old Xie shook his head. His gaze was filled with coldness. You need to pay the price for your actions, and there's no way I can speak up for you. Even saying that not punishing you myself is already the height of my mercy. You have no idea what Lin Shen means to us. Now you can go over directly. Not even your father can save you, let alone me. Don't bother saying those useless nonsense. Get rid of all the Zhaoxing psychology in your heart. This is my greatest advice to you. After saying that, he kept silent and just looked at him quietly. At this moment, Mr. Zhang felt a chill down his spine. His heart was filled with unprecedented regret, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and unease. He stepped forward and pressed the doorbell of the villa. Soon, a figure came out from the villa. It was Lin Shen. Lin Shen had actually already guessed that there would be such an outcome. His face remained calm as he looked indifferently at Mr. Zhang. Though he did not know exactly who this guy was, from old Xie's previous expression, it was clear that the other party was definitely no ordinary person, one whom even the 9th Division would help plead for mercy. Unless this individual possessed some extraordinary value, or the person behind them had made significant contributions. These contributions couldn't make them completely heartless. Naturally, Lin Shen wasn't the type of person to be entirely cold-blooded or unreasonable. At this moment, his voice was indifferent. Speak if you have anything to say, don't waste my time. I don't have much time to waste on you, and you're not worth my time either. His tone was icy. Mr. Zhang felt utterly unwell. Upon seeing Lin Shen's gaze, all the arrogance and contempt he once had were gone, replaced by nothing but panic and unease. After hesitating briefly, he directly knelt down before Lin Shen, his voice trembling like a sieve. Divine Doctor, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have treated you with such an attitude. I definitely shouldn't have had those sinister thoughts. I now clearly recognize my mistakes. Please, give me one chance, forgive all my actions. Chapter 145, Firm Belief. A faint smile appeared on Lin Shen's face. His voice was calm and indifferent. If you've only come here to say this nonsense, then you can leave right now. I have no intention of wasting my time on you. I already told you before, next time I don't want to see you, otherwise, you will be in big trouble. But I have changed my mind. I do not wish to harm you because I fear it would sully my hands. So you should feel fortunate for that. Take advantage of my good mood and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. After saying that, he turned around and walked back into the villa. Young Master Zhang was completely shaken. Fear filled his eyes as he stared at Lin Shen. He fell to his knees, looking over his shoulder towards Old Xie's direction. Old Xie's expression turned extremely cold, glaring harshly while pulling out a dagger with just a flick of his wrist. He made ready to attack. Young Master Zhang was genuinely terrified. Although Lin Shen hadn't struck him down directly, deep down young Master Zhang didn't truly fear Lin Shen as much as he feared the pressure from all sides. At that moment, gritting his teeth tightly, he immediately got up and scrambled toward the entrance of the villa, screaming for mercy as he went. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. If you don't forgive me, I'll be ruined. I'm only in my 20s. If anything happens to me, my life is really over. I don't want to die. As long as you choose to forgive me, whatever you ask me to do, I'll agree without hesitation. Even if it means becoming your dog from now on, I'd willingly do it. At that point, he felt his dignity had been trampled beneath someone's feet. In his heart, there was only one thought left: survive. Only survival could lead to infinite future possibilities. If he were to die before Lin Shen now, everything would be gone. The beatings by his father only served as a reminder of his present situation. The people from Section 9 have already explained very clearly. If Lin Shen couldn't be convinced to forgive him, no one would be able to protect him. Lin Shen frowned, turning his gaze towards the sound. With a cold tone, he said, Is this how you apologize? I can't sense any remorse. All I perceive is endless fear and terror. It seems others are pressuring you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have revealed such an attitude. In your heart, you still deeply resent and hate me. Do you truly think I can't feel it? Go ahead and express what's truly in your mind. I prefer sincere people instead of fools like you. His voice remained calm, yet distant. Then he simply walked back into the villa. Yet another sentence came drifting out. Old Xie, do not let him step into my villa. I don't want it dirted. He had known for some time that Old Xie was stationed near the villa. After reflecting briefly, he understood Old Xie's intent, merely allowing this man the chance to beg for forgiveness and thus offering him a way to live. Although he didn't know the extent of the old man's contributions, every time Old Xie mentioned this person, his eyes brimmed with boundless respect. Anyone worthy enough to elicit such respect from Old Xie must have achieved great things, definitely not common. And naturally, Lin Shen wasn't utterly cold-blooded and merciless. As long as this young Master Zhang stayed out of trouble, Lin Shen was too lazy to bother dealing with such a trivial annoyance. In his mind, young Master Zhang was no different than a clown. Achieving this level of strength meant those societal statuses meant nothing more than a joke to him. Whenever he pleased, he could wipe them all away cleanly without leaving any trace behind. Precisely because of this, his own mindset evolved gradually. Old Xie quickly strode forward, grabbing hold of young Master Zhang who attempted to rush inside again. His voice grew even colder. You imbecile, Haven't you understood what was implied in those words? Even though I don't know exactly what you're thinking, I can tell. You are indeed disrespectful towards the Medicine King now. Only because of our influence and anger from your father have forced you to lower yourself. Right now, your submission isn't voluntary. You shall kneel humbly outside the villa until the Medicine King feels satisfied. Young Master Zhang couldn't help but ask, what if he doesn't forgive me? Old Xie gave a cold laugh. Then you'll kneel until you die. Or, you can let me experience the cruelest method to make me understand how much suffering there is in this world. When Zhang Xiaoya heard these words, his whole body went cold. He was now genuinely regretting everything he had done at the beginning. If given another chance, without hesitation, he would kneel before Lin Chun and beg him to save his grandfather. Yet, there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Even if he smashed his head until it bled, he still wouldn't get any opportunity. At this moment, drizzle began to fall from the cloudy sky. Old Xiao walked back into the car, his eyes never leaving Zhang Xiaoya. The light rain soon turned into a heavy downpour. Zhang Xiaoya was truly terrified at this point, his eyes brimming with anxiety and unease. As long as Lin Chun didn't forgive him, he would remain kneeling there. Inside the villa, Zhang Lanyu witnessed the entire scene, her eyes filled with disbelief and awe. Even though she didn't know exactly how noble Lin Chun's identity was, the events that unfolded had already given her a glimpse. Each glance at Lin Chun held an added spark of ardor. The person she admired really was extraordinary. Lin Chun felt her gaze, turned around, and their eyes met. A faint smile crept up on his lips. It's so late already, aren't you planning to go back? I won't be going home tonight. I'll rest here, Zhang Lanyu said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she reached out and hugged Lin Chun's arm, her voice tinged with coyness. Big brother Lin, you once told me you're not ready for a relationship yet, but I've heard that when a woman chases after a man, it's like a thin layer of silk separating them. I want to try my best. From now on, I'll stick by your side. Whether you agree or not, I feel this is doable because I have the right to pursue my own love. By the end of her speech, her demeanor grew even more determined. Her beautiful eyes were soft with affection, as if trying to drown Lin Chun in her gaze. Chapter 146, Resolute. The torrential rain seemed to be washing away all the filth in this city. And at another place, Zhang Qian's eyes became colder as she looked at the villa. Her gaze immediately turned to the few people by her side. Without hesitation, she directly said, I have given you enough money. What I ask you to do today will indeed put you in a perilous situation beyond redemption. You have already guaranteed that you would handle this matter perfectly. Today, I can ensure our operation is foolproof and no surveillance cameras will take your photos. I've even arranged for someone to destroy the power supply system of the entire villa. Although they have their own power supply, it won't start up right away. I know this villa inside out. People have already been arranged to sabotage everything here, so you can go ahead without worry. All you need to do is put Shun Bingxue in the car. The rest is my responsibility. You'll then be able to take that money and live comfortably overseas. The few men all had greedy expressions in their eyes. Without any hesitation, they quickly nodded. They were even more filled with anticipation in their hearts. This affair was going smoother than they expected. Each time the security personnel of the villa patrolled, they easily avoided their patrol routes and evaded every camera's field of vision. Although it was risky, they thought it was worth it since the other party offered too much, far exceeding their resistance to such temptation. Even though they knew what they were doing was wrong. After all, greed leads to destruction. Rest assured, we will definitely get this done. Miss Zhang, you have already provided us with all the detailed information about the villa. As soon as we rush in, we'll subdue him immediately and bind him away in the shortest possible time. From delivering him to the car until we leave, it will take no more than 5 minutes. And all you have to do is drive away with him. It may not even take a minute. Zhang Qian nodded, feeling an unprecedented excitement in her heart. She felt like her heartbeat had slowed down a beat. At this moment, hatred gradually emerged in her eyes. Perhaps there are things she didn't fully understand, but she knew that her eldest brother has disappeared completely from this world. He is dead. If she cannot avenge her elder brother, she feels that living has no meaning for her. Thinking of this, her gaze became more resolute. All right, then let's begin now. I'll send them a message to destroy the power supply system. Upon hearing these words, those people were already prepared. Shen Bingxue was in the study, organizing some files. Once only he remained in the villa, no one else disturbed him anymore. He had dismissed the cleaning staff, and the villa's hygiene was managed daily by hourly workers. Being alone gave him an unprecedented sense of tranquility. This peace made him feel like his mind had achieved a higher state. While thinking deeply, suddenly, the lights went out. The backup power source in the villa should have made the lights turn back on immediately. However, they flickered briefly a few times before extinguishing again. He felt something was off and immediately pulled out his phone to send a message. This message was sent to property management asking them to come check the situation, but after sending the message, there was no response from them. His pupils contracted slightly at this moment. After having experienced several events, Shen Bingxue had already become paranoid. At this moment, he stood up instantly without hesitation, even wearing a set of pajamas, ready to leave the villa. The villa had likely become extremely unsafe. But just as he reached the door, he heard the rustling footsteps outside. She wouldn't believe these belonged to property management. They couldn't possibly have arrived so quickly. Moreover, the whole villa area had fallen into darkness. It was highly possible this incident was targeting her. Thinking of recent developments, her pupils shrank slightly once more as a thought flashed across her mind. She quickly ran toward one of the rooms at top speed. This room was very secure. Now, who should I seek help from? Would they have malicious intentions? Shen Bingxue entered that room. Her heart calmed down slightly, and she hesitated a little before taking out her phone and unconsciously dialing Lin Chen's number. Lin Chen answered the call after several seconds. A calm and indifferent voice came through. "Is there anything I can help with?" Shun Bingxue trembled slightly as she said, "I might be in danger. The first person I thought of is you. After all, if I call the 6 ministries, they would still need time to get here. If the other side had been prepared, they certainly wouldn't give me enough time to hide. Right now, I've hidden in the safe room of my villa. But I doubt it will hold for long. Such a safe room has too many flaws. If I really encounter any danger, all that I own will go to you. I have already placed the documents proving this in the bank's safe deposit box. You just need to retrieve them with your ID." These words were as if he were leaving behind final instructions. When Lin Shun heard these words, his brows furrowed and a cold expression appeared on his face. His voice naturally carried a note of anxiety. What exactly is happening now? Shen Bingxue felt warmth inside her heart. She knew Lin Chen absolutely could not possibly have no feelings for her at all. But at this moment, she did not want him to be dragged into this situation. She understood that she was likely infringing upon someone's interests or that an enemy was looking for her. After deep breathing a few times, her voice became even more gentle. "Lin Shun, I do not know if I can survive. Maybe they are after my life. My business is currently skyrocketing. One might say that in no time at all, my company will rank among the top 500 enterprises. People fear fame as pigs fear getting fat. Blocking someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. The danger I am facing now, if you cannot handle it, there is no need for you to come over. There is no need for so much explanation. I only want to tell you one thing. I love you so much. To the point where I can't stop myself, loving you until I'm lost in myself. I once promised to personally help you win back what you lost, but I probably don't have the chance anymore. I just want to tell you one last thing. Please remember me afterward. At least let me live on in your heart." Chapter 147, Stabbing from Behind. Lin Chen's voice was low as he said, "Tell me where you are now and send me your exact address. Hide the phone and enable real-time tracking. I'm coming over right away." He had expected an immediate agreement, but instead Shen Bingxue only gave him a faint laugh. "You've already left this world of trouble, so don't get involved again. It's obvious that someone is deliberately seeking revenge on me, and if I drag you into this, it would be a huge problem for you. I won't let myself get implicated because of me again. One time, because of me, you spent 3 years in prison. These 3 years have changed too much. I really don't want to see the same result again. And I've made up my mind. No matter when, my sincerity towards you will never change. As long as you're willing, I'll always belong to you. Forever and ever you will be the one I belong to. Unfortunately, I have no chance to change myself anymore, and no opportunity to make you reconsider. If one day you really decide to come back, I would be extremely happy, but I definitely won't wait for that day. Regardless of their actual purpose, there's no way they'll touch me. Because I only belong to you." After finishing, she directly hung up the phone. Shen Bingxue took a few deep breaths and hid herself completely in the room. His aim was singular. Even if he disappeared from the world entirely, at least Lin Chen's heart would retain a deep impression of him. At least he lived in Lin Chen's heart. As long as he lives in someone else's heart, perhaps it could also count as another form of living. There was another reason. Last time, he got Lin Chen involved, forcing Lin Chen to stay inside for 3 years. In these 3 years, he didn't know how to repay, let alone the fact that the current situation was more severe, and those people might even try to kill Lin Chen outright. However, those people wouldn't likely act immediately after capturing him. Everything still had a chance. Just as he was thinking about all this, suddenly, through the surveillance video, he saw those people rushing toward the safe house. His pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. Were those people so familiar with him? Why did they come straight to the safe house without keys, which obviously couldn't be entered? Besides, there were only 3 keys in total. 2 of them were in his possession, while the other was in the hands of his younger brother. But he suddenly seemed to remember something, his expression turning incredibly grim. There was no way to lock the door from the inside since the keys could directly open it. This safe house wasn't of the highest level either. As expected, if someone inserted the key into the lock, he witnessed firsthand on the monitor as the man wearing the pig face mask looked up, eyes meeting the camera. Although he couldn't see the man's expression beneath the mask, he could discern mockery and disdain from those eyes, especially the teasing glint. This caused his heart to contract painfully, as though an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly. His face had turned pale as paper. Just as he stood up, the door opened. Following in came the masked man, whose face was hidden, only revealing eyes full of contempt and mockery. A gruff, hoarse voice then spoke. "Mr. Shan, would you do us a favor and come along quietly? If you cooperate nicely, you'll save me a lot of trouble, and I won't lay a finger on you since I am quite a gentleman who pities beauty. But if you don't cooperate, well, the consequences will be quite serious. Once I start, I won't care whether you're male or female. At that point, you're bound to get hurt. As a fine gentleman like yourself, you'd inevitably experience some bumps and bruises. Why resist so fiercely?" While saying this, the man took a step forward and extended his hand, wanting to touch Shen Bingshue's cheek. Shen Bingxue took a step back, his expression becoming exceedingly cold, forcing himself to calm down. His voice turned sharp as a blade. "I may not know exactly who you are, but I do know that this matter has everything to do with my younger brother. When I kicked him out of the house, my intention was to teach him to fend for himself, to realize how wrong all the things he used to do actually were. Now I realize the real mistake was mine. I should have given him a second chance. I should never have allowed him to live. If I have another chance, I will definitely lock him up and send him inside so he understands the magnitude of his mistakes." By the end, His voice had developed a slight tremble. The forced calmness he had maintained was now nearly unbearable, threatening to shatter at any moment. To be stabbed, right in the fatal spot, by none other than his own younger brother. As this thought crossed his mind, tears began welling up in his eyes. Other people's younger brothers were always protective of their sisters. Even if the sister struck first, the brother wouldn't dare resist, only allowing himself to be bullied. But when it came to him, he had pampered his younger brother endlessly. What was the result? He couldn't help but recall words from his ancestors. A filial child is raised with discipline. In the past, he had been too indulgent, and his mother had completely spoiled him. He wasn't sure if his mother had any involvement in this matter, but for someone to get the key to the safe house, it could only mean that one of his family members had betrayed him. With this realization, his eyes grew even darker. If given another chance, he would never choose to divorce Lin Chen. His regret had already reached its peak. Yet he showed no sign of it, only staring straight into the pig-faced man before him with an increasingly cold tone. How much did they pay you? I can double, or even multiply your payment tenfold. You're only doing all this for the money. As long as the offer's good enough, you'd break your principles easily. Even if I am a famous female entrepreneur in this city, my disappearance would attract attention, and the 6 Van Gate, 6 ministries, would fully dedicate themselves to solving the case. Our surveillance system here is connected externally and transmits live. Do you really think you can escape without leaving a trace? The pig-faced man laughed, a laugh full of mockery. You've already guessed who sent me. Do you really think we'd make such rookie mistakes? After I take you away, someone will come here to clean everything up perfectly. Chapter 148, Madness. Shen Bingxue had been doubting just moments ago. The only people who had the key to the safe house were her younger brother and herself. She once wanted to hand the key directly to her mother, but her mother refused, saying it would never be used. It was only her younger brother, fearing retaliation one day, who took the key. Yet she never imagined that it would become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Her gaze grew even dimmer, her voice trembling as she said, "Since you're so familiar with this place, I have nothing much else to say. After all, he is my own flesh and blood younger brother. Although I don't know his purpose, I believe he absolutely would not try to kill me. Since you formally invited me, I'll go with you." The man with the pig face mask revealed a deep sense of mockery in his eyes. For now, he said nothing more, considering they were still inside the villa. One could never tell if any monitoring devices were added secretly within this villa. He escorted Shen Bingxue out of the villa. A car immediately drove up, and someone stepped out from the vehicle. The man with the pig face mask grinned and said, "All clues here will be handed over to you. Make sure to handle everything thoroughly, leaving no traces behind. You should know how formidable Lu Shuangman truly is. I don't want anyone to eventually find us." These men immediately nodded their heads respectfully in agreement. Finally, the man with the pig face mask invited Shen Bingxue to sit in the passenger seat. His smile became even more pronounced. "Ms. Shen, rest assured, I will not harm your life. The reason we've invited you so politely is because our boss, Mr. Shen, has reminded me. He told us not to harm you easily. As long as you don't resist, we won't make trouble either. But if you choose to fight back or come up with any tricks, don't blame us for not being kind. After all, we're not good guys. We even look forward to your resistance, since your fighting back provides us with more opportunities. To be honest, I've grown this far without ever seeing a woman as beautiful as you. Every time I see you, I can't help but feel my heartbeat quicken, and there's even an urge to claim you outright. But I follow professional ethics. I keep my promises, nothing will change about that. I'll definitely let you see your younger brother first." After finishing, he started the car, keeping his mask on throughout. Shen Bingxue felt something was off, but this wasn't the moment to talk about it. All she could do was silently pray inside that her younger brother retained some humanity. If he really lost his conscience and turned beast-like, there wouldn't be much difference between him and a wild animal. To protect her life, she needed to think carefully about how to deal with the situation. The car drove for roughly 15 minutes. Then the pig-faced masked man parked at a countryside homestay. Only then did he remove the mask, revealing the face of a 30-something man with a resolute expression. With a derisive smile, he said, "Ms. Shen, you've seen my face now, so surely you won't choose to retaliate against me later, right? Remember, when someone like me is recognized, it increases danger to both parties. Be assured, we don't intend real harm toward you. You are a businessman, you understand the value of peace. As long as you don't contact others for help, at worst, we'll merely arrange a meeting between you and your brother. How he disposes of you afterward, I will completely follow his instructions." Shen Bingxue nodded silently, showing no emotion on her face. There was little she could do about the brazen stares of that man. This wasn't the right time or place. Once she extricated herself from this mess, she would certainly make these people pay dearly for what they'd done. Just by abducting her, they had committed either a minor or serious crime, depending on interpretation. She resolved to teach her younger brother the consequences of such behavior. She vowed never to spoil him again. He must pay a heavy price for this. Otherwise, who knew what kinds of disasters might happen next? Now sending him to prison, even if it cost him his freedom, would at least preserve his life. If he continued down this path unchecked, he might eventually end up losing it altogether. With those thoughts swirling in her mind, she followed along into the country inn. This place usually didn't get much business, and today it seemed completely booked by them. Inside were many burly men wearing black vests, each of them smiling with scornful expressions. It felt as if Shen Bingxue had been completely disregarded, and there was an eagerness to take action against her. Shen Bingxue already had a very bad feeling in her heart. Walking into the hall, she saw Shen Jun sitting there eating and drinking to his heart's content. He was gripping a large crab and munching on it. Upon seeing Shun Bingxue, the expression on his face couldn't help but break into a smirk. The crab was tossed aside casually, and he grabbed a nearby towel to wipe his hands. The mockery and unrestrainedness on his face became even more evident, and especially that look in his eyes gave off the vibe of a frenzied devil. My dear sister, we finally meet again. Do you remember the words you said to me last time we met? I remember them clearly. It was from that moment I truly realized that my so-called good sister never cared about me. It's precisely because of that I became extremely disappointed in you. You were the last straw that broke the camel's back inside my heart. Had it not been for the big boss behind me helping out, who knows, I might have already become a crippled person tested for interest rates. After such a long time has passed since I've come after you, it's because I needed to recover from my injuries. At the end of his speech, his gaze became even more vicious. Like a wild beast, Shun Bingxue gritted her teeth audibly, and her eyes burned with growing anger. Her voice was filled with utmost fury. Why do this? I am your own blood sister. Chasing you away before was simply to let you understand how difficult life in this world is. Previously, you didn't realize the consequences of what you spoke. I merely wanted you to toughen up a bit, but I didn't expect you'd turn out like this. I am thoroughly disappointed in you. By the end of her speech, Shun Bingshue's voice was laced with heartache and anguish. Chapter 149, Beyond Saving. Shun Bingxue gritted her teeth, her eyes gradually turning colder. Although I don't know what you're thinking, I am very clear that you are absolutely not that kind of person. Besides, we are siblings. Are you going to harm me for some purpose? Aren't you afraid that when this news gets out, others will call you an animal? When Shinjun heard these words, not only was he not angry, but he became even more mocking. The madness in his eyes grew increasingly obvious. He said through gritted teeth, Dear sister, if it weren't for him, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did back then. Do you know how much suffering I endured because of Lin Shen? There are many things I want to tell you now, but I estimate you won't believe them. Because in your heart, there's only Lin Shen. One could say he has completely bewitched you. Although I don't know what kind of charm that guy used on you, I understand that you absolutely have no impression of our family anymore. My father and mother have already ended up in a pitiful situation, yet you don't care at all. All you can think about is Lin Shen. We must admit that Lin Shen indeed sacrificed a lot, but what happened in the end? To be honest, I've long been extremely angry with you, and every time I see you, I feel so painful inside. And you don't even deserve to be my sister. At this point, his eyes became even more fierce as he stared straight at Shun Bingxue. His voice grew colder. The reason I brought you here is to make you hand over all the company shares and everything else to me. This is my last chance for you. You're one of us. Later, I'll marry you off directly to a wealthy businessman, ensuring you won't suffer any more hardships, making you become a goldfinch. That's also the best result for you. After all, you're just a woman. A woman should obediently stay at home, looking after her husband and educating children instead of going out to start businesses. By the end, his eyes were full of deep mockery as he looked toward the man wearing the pig-face mask. Laughing, he said, My sister certainly won't cooperate easily, so we'll need your help next. Feel free to relax. I think it's impossible for me to stand idly by while you do anything to my sister, so I will close my eyes. Even if we do something excessive, it doesn't matter to me because there are plenty of rooms, and the soundproofing is very good. Whatever happens, I don't care. All I care about are those shares and my wealth. The man wearing the pig-face mask laughed. There was heavy mockery in his smile. However, he didn't say much and instead shifted his gaze toward Shun Bingxue. Ms. Shun, will you cooperate? If you refuse, it would suit my wish perfectly. As he spoke, his smile grew wider, because he had already guessed the outcome. At this moment, the first thing on his mind was how they would enjoy themselves next. Shun Bingxue couldn't have anticipated that her own brother would make such a decision. Her expression turned even angrier. Her voice began to tremble uncontrollably. She fumed through gritted teeth. Do you still not clearly know whether I have any shares left? Mom long ago sold both your shares to someone else. This stock, I never reclaimed. As for my own shares, I've already handed them all over to Lin Shen. So, I can only be considered the company executor. The company's revenue and assets hardly have much to do with us. As for you, have you still not realized your mistakes up to this point? If you let me go right now, I can overlook past grievances. I might even give you all the money I possess. That's my final capital. Originally, this money was prepared for a chance for me to rise again. Now, I have come to fully recognize reality. I don't want to have any more entanglements with you people. In the future, I even feel that being someone's secret lover would be more appropriate. After all, only under such circumstances would I avoid getting involved in such disputes, and I would never be targeted by my own brother again. In saying these words, she actually had a probing thought. She wanted to see if her brother really had no cure. Shun Bingxue took several deep breaths. Her eyes filled with a dim look. Because she had already seen the result, Shinjun couldn't help but open his eyes wide, filled with disbelief. His voice was filled with furious hysteria. What did you just say? You actually gave away that 30% of shares directly to Lin Shen. Have you gone mad? Shun Bingxue shook her head. Her voice calmed down, even becoming resolute. You're my younger brother, and you know me very well. There's no need to say more. You should know what kind of person I am. Since I've already made my decision, there's absolutely no possibility of any change. Think about all the things that have happened in the past. Have you forgotten them? If it weren't for Lin Shen, how could we possibly have owned this company? So many times Lin Shen helped us, putting so much effort into it. In the end, because of the company, my family was ruined. And at this moment, I realized who among my close ones is human and who is worse than a dog. Honestly, I'm extremely disappointed. I never thought my own younger brother would do such a heinous thing and harm his own sister. Now, I've completely lost my patience. No matter what you do to me, it doesn't matter because I will absolutely not let them touch me even slightly. I'd rather die than submit. As she spoke, Xinjun rushed forward, attempting to seize the fruit knife on the table. However, the man with the pig face mask reacted faster. Before Shun Bingxue could grab the knife, he had already grabbed her wrist tightly. With a mocking smile on his face, he said, "Ms. Shun, you're not being obedient, are you? Isn't it time to take action now? It seems like your sister isn't cooperating properly." Xinjun clenched his teeth angrily. "Now you must act immediately. Torture her as brutally as possible. I want to hear her cries of misery. I won't go inside to watch since, after all, this is still my older sister. When you act, remember to be cruel but don't kill her. I'm keeping her alive to exchange for shares from Lin Shun." The man with the pig face mask was ready to start. Despair surged even more in Shun Bingshue's heart. Chapter 150, Distorted Values. Shun Bingxue could never have imagined that her own brother could be so cold-blooded and ruthless. One could even say that he had completely lost his humanity. She felt as if everything she was experiencing now was the retribution for what she had done in the past. The retribution had landed on her. Perhaps it was her due. She had closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down inside. He absolutely could not let these people touch him. He only belonged to Lin Shun and absolutely would not allow others to touch him. But just at this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the door. Everyone's attention instantly focused there. When they saw the person standing at the door, they were all clearly stunned. However, right away Xinjun's expression had already turned extremely delighted. His face showed even more ferocity. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, with an unprecedented madness in his laughter. He pointed his finger directly at Lin Shun, with a heavy tone of mockery. "I really didn't expect it. You damn fool actually dared to come, and knowing that I was about to make my move against my sister, you still dared to chase after me. It seems you two truly have deep affection, and I didn't expect you to have taken my sister's shares. Now, the entire company's shares should already belong to you. I guess you've set a trap long ago. You're just waiting for us to fall into it. I don't care what your intentions are, but today all the shares must be transferred to me, and you. You must die, and die in the most miserable way possible, since it's because of you inciting my sister that I've ended up like this. The root cause of all this is you. You deserve to be doomed forever." By the end of his speech, his facial expression had become wildly distorted. The person he hated the most in his heart was Lin Shun. If it hadn't been for Lin Shun, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. His sister should have handed over all the company's shares to him. He was the sole heir of the family. Regardless of who originally founded the company, he didn't dwell much on that thought in his mind. There was only one belief ingrained in his thoughts. It must belong to him. His twisted appearance and warped values were now fully displayed on his face. Lin Shun had no change in expression. He simply directed his gaze towards Shun Bingxue. Shun Bingxue hadn't expected Lin Shun to appear at this moment. Thinking back to the phone call earlier when she wasn't sure where Lin Shun was. And yet with just a single call made, within merely 10 or so minutes, Lin Shun found her. This gave rise to a kind of suspicion within her. Perhaps Lin Shun had been watching over her every moment. Originally, he always acted coldly toward her outwardly, but internally, he cared deeply about her. Knowing this outcome, she was already very satisfied. Thinking about this, she hurriedly shouted, "Are you stupid? Why did you rush here? You should have called the authorities and let them deal with this. What can you possibly do alone here? Quick, run. After you go, I will be safe. If you don't, they'll catch both of us. Are you foolish?" Her voice became sharp with worry showing on her face. But Xinjun was not anxious. With a nod and an explicit expression toward the group around him, he sneered. "Since you Lin Shun are here, we naturally won't let you leave. We've arranged everything carefully around here. Do you really think there are only a few of us here? Today, since you've come willingly into our net, don't blame us for being harsh. We'll definitely let you know what true suffering feels like. And I will have them torture you until you break completely. In front of you, I'll let them violate that despicable woman. And let you watch, breaking you mentally and emotionally. I want to see if you will go utterly mad. To make you experience firsthand what I went through." As he said this, his face revealed a ferocious distortion. Even his eyes were full of dense red bloodshot streaks, filled with hatred for making Lin Shun feel his pain. He piled all his hate onto Lin Shun. Lin Shun responded calmly and coldly. "Time and time again, I've forgiven you, but you show no repentance. Do you take my tolerance as your stepping stone to overstep boundaries? And besides, what does this company have to do with you? The company was initially established by me, and all its foundation has been built by me. My sister simply followed your instigation, so you directly thought of involving her in company management, and I handed everything over to my sister. Strictly speaking, this company should belong to me. Is there anything wrong with me taking back my own company now? You people were the ones who begged me to marry your sister back then. It wasn't like this at that time. Who were you people back then? Have you all forgotten? White-eyed wolves are truly impossible to raise properly." By the time he reached this point, his voice had become extremely cold, especially when he thought about the time of his marriage to Shun Bingxue. This was how those people fawned over him then. At that moment, he was already a local celebrity, not necessarily immensely wealthy or noble, but all the funds used to establish the company were his own investments. The company grew better and better. Eventually, it gained some fame locally. Precisely because of this, the mother-son duo set their sights on the assets of his company, also fearing that he would hand the company over to someone else in the future. After all, after he married Shun Bingxue, they had no children. This led to different thoughts arising in the minds of the mother-son pair. He had guessed the intentions of this mother-son duo long ago, knowing their true nature. However, He trusted Shen Bingxue, so he handed over the entire management of the company to her. Later, due to certain events, his situation became increasingly dire. Yet the final outcome was that he was directly kicked out of the family. He did not blame anyone. He only regretted being too soft-hearted back then and making the wrong decision. But the final result made him very displeased now, especially with the behavior Shenjun was displaying. It seemed as though Shenjun was acting like something had been stolen from him. At this moment, Shenjun's facial expression became even more hideous, his eyes filled with anger and embarrassment. His voice carried a tone of frenzied screaming. Lin Shun, the company originally belonged to our family. When naming it, you yourself said it was called Shun Group. A mocking look appeared on Lin Shen's face. Who came up with this name? Did anyone get my approval? Chapter 151, Begging for a Beating. Lin Shen's face grew even colder. He took a step forward, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Wasn't the name change done secretly by you and your mother without permission? And Shun Xuebing has implicitly agreed to it. This matter was decided without any one of you asking for my approval. You merely informed me afterward. What difference is there between that and just notifying me? I didn't originally care about dealing with this. Something as trivial as this could easily be brushed aside. But you have repeatedly overstepped your boundaries, which has completely ruined our relationship. Strictly speaking, there wasn't any major conflict or issue in the feelings between me and your sister. Unfortunately, she listened too much to you too, resulting in what we see now. As for those apologies, what's the use of belated regret? Shenjun noticeably froze upon hearing the phone. He never expected Lin Shun to say these words. The Lin Shen from before always seemed to tolerate silently, never uttering such grievances. Even the injustices were swallowed without complaint, enduring them all to maintain family harmony. But today, Lin Shen's sharp remarks left him speechless, unable to provide any response. This made him feel both angry and embarrassed. His face turned red with anger, and his expression became distorted. You bastard, I don't want to waste time on useless talk with you. There's no need to delay time here. Today, I intend for you to die. I will also let you experience unprecedented humiliation before your death. And I'll make sure you watch as your woman gets disrespected right in front of you. All this can only blame yourself. It's because you failed to see things clearly. If you had obediently handed over all those shares to me, I might have given you a way out and allowed you to live an ordinary life with my sister. It's not too late if you hand over the shares now. Otherwise, when the time comes, and you're tortured until you prefer death over life, I won't show you any mercy. Lin Shen revealed a clear look of ridicule on his face. Are you so foolish that you think everyone else is as stupid as you? Even if I gave the shares to you, I doubt you would let us off easily. In fact, you would probably become even more ruthless. The things you said just now must already have been heard by Shen Xuebing. Even your own sister you treat with such cruel methods. Do you still expect others to believe in your credibility? Shenjun became furious at this moment. As he watched Lin Shen enter the room unafraid, a sense of unease began to grow within him. At his side, the masked man suddenly stepped forward. Looking at Lin Shen with seriousness, he said, Young man, daring to come alone means you've likely prepared well. Speak, do you have any tricks up your sleeve? As long as you're not stupid, you wouldn't recklessly walk into a dragon's lair. Or are you simply trying to waste time? Recalling how Lin Shen burst through the door just when they were about to make their move, it likely indicated he could no longer bear to see Shen Xuebing suffer, wanting to save her immediately. He was probably stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Perhaps, people from the Sixth Gate would soon get here. They couldn't afford for those enforcers to discover them. Otherwise, none of them would escape trouble. At this point, fierce glares were present in his eyes. He certainly wasn't like Shenjun, a fool. Lin Shen gave a faint smile. With calm eyes, he said, You don't need to worry. I'm not calling people from the Sixth Gate. I'll contact another department later. They're the ones capable of handling something like this. After all, there could potentially be casualties here, not just one or two. But I've secured evidence. Everyone will know that my actions are in self-defense. He then pulled out his mobile phone. The phone had a video recording playing, and the recording continued. A smirk graced his face. If you leave now, I'll forget everything, and I won't pursue this further. After all, killing you would be easier than crushing an ant. If you insist on continuing this futile attempt against me, I won't hold back. I haven't taken your threats seriously and don't consider them much of a challenge. I find your empty words rather irritating. I've patiently advised you in good faith out of consideration. This is already my utmost tolerance, and I hope you appreciate this opportunity. At the sound of these words, the masked man was now absolutely certain that Lin Shun was most likely deliberately stalling for time. His expression turned extremely sinister. With a mocking tone, he said, The rescue you called hasn't arrived yet. But it doesn't matter, by the time they get here, we will already be long gone. Attack together, subdue him first, then move to a new place immediately. This little bastard might have summoned people from the Sixth Gate. We absolutely cannot let him continue stalling, or else all of us will be in trouble later. The others had caught on. Upon hearing their leader's words, none of them hesitated any longer. They charged forward directly. Hold on. Lin Shen softly spoke 3 words, yet they were clearly heard by everyone present. He held his phone, recording, with a smile spreading across his face. However, this smile sent chills down the spines of everyone in the room. None of them could figure out why they felt this way. Their intuition told them that the person in front of them was incredibly dangerous. The bad premonition of the masked man grew stronger and stronger. He assumed the reinforcements Lin Shen had called were about to arrive, making it even more urgent not to waste time. Darkening his face, he was just about to act himself. At that moment, Lin Shen's voice cut through again. I've already been clear enough in my warning. Are you really determined to keep resisting? I'm angry right now, so I won't hold back at all. If I end up killing you, don't blame me. If you regret anything, blame yourselves for seeking your own demise. By the time the others heard this, they were already furious. They originally thought Lin Chen's pause meant he wanted to beg for mercy, but never expected such an overconfident and arrogant statement instead. One of the men rushing forward pointed at his own face, laughing wildly from anger. Go ahead, hit my face. Have the guts to kill me. If I die, it'll only be my own fault for deserving it, but I doubt you've got the balls to do it. He's practically putting his face right in front of you. Go ahead and hit it if you dare. Me? I'm begging for a beating. This outrageous display caused everyone there to wear smiles filled with relief. Figures like this one deserve to have their faces slammed hard, daring to put on airs in front of them. Chapter 152, Unworthy. Everyone present couldn't help but burst out laughing, their eyes filled with intense mockery. The unspoken meaning in their eyes was clear. They simply wanted to see how the guy in front of them would respond. A smile indeed appeared on Lin Chen's face, a cold and frosty one. And then everyone there couldn't help but shiver. They didn't know where this dangerous feeling came from, but they knew that they absolutely couldn't waste any more time at this moment. Just as they were preparing to take further action, Lin Chen suddenly raised his palm. When it descended, it moved slowly. The man who had been begging for a slap, full of mockery now, tried to dodge. Yet he realized that no matter how hard he tried to avoid it, it seemed impossible to escape from this slap. It was as if he'd already been locked onto by someone. Fear surged in his heart before he even had time to react. All he felt was as though his face had been run over by a car. The pain instantly numbed half of his face. All that could be heard was a slap. The sound of a slap usually rings sharply, but now it produced an extremely muffled sound. All that the crowd saw was the haughty person spinning in the air, not knowing how many rotations occurred, landing with his neck already turned 360 degrees. His eyes were wide open, the pupils slowly enlarging. Even in his final moments, his brain was buzzing, and his thoughts remained frozen forever at this instant. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring with wide open eyes. No one expected such an outcome, completely unforeseen. A slap making someone fly up into the air and rotate unknown numbers of times in midair, even rotating the neck 360 degrees. How much force could that require? Probably a vehicle collision would have the same effect. At this point, Lin Chen shook his hand slightly, revealing a faint smile on his face. In a calm voice, he said, "This guy's face is thick enough. This slap didn't break his skin, but broke his neck instead. Likely just a weakling. Next, anyone else?" As these last few words fell, everyone present involuntarily took a step back. They sensed a fierce and aggressive aura emanating from Lin Chen. This aura was akin to that of a terrifying, ferocious beast. It was as if they were lambs being stared down by a wild animal. Everyone felt deep fear within their hearts, especially at this moment. Their backs began to feel cold, sweat trickling down from their foreheads. The masked man's pupils violently contracted, as if realizing something, shouting out in alarm. "Are you a cultivator?" Surprisingly, Lin Chen turned his gaze, then revealed a noticeable smile on his face. His voice, indifferent but brimming with lethal intent. He paused the video recording on his phone and said lightly, "You seem somewhat knowledgeable, only you aren't qualified to know my true strength. And you also saw, I repeatedly gave you chances. Not because I genuinely wanted to let you off the hook. The purpose was merely to create a false impression for you, making you think I was just delaying time unnecessarily, whereas I wasn't looking for more time. Instead, I wanted to leave behind sufficient evidence. After all, killing all of you means dealing with dozens of lives. The 9th Division will surely conduct an investigation once they know, so naturally, I must leave behind ample evidence for them. Otherwise, they might grow suspicious later. Evidence is now available." The masked man's pupils violently contracted, his eyes filling with disbelief and awe. His voice trembled more severely. His steps started retreating backward, his expression growing increasingly panicked. "From the start, you've been deliberately calculating against us. And very likely, you've already been here for quite some time. All of this done for the sole purpose of eliminating us in a seemingly reasonable manner. In reality, you've been seething with rage." Lin Chen offered a faint smile, not providing any response. Everything he did was merely aimed at setting an example through punishment. These dozen or so people, he had no intention of letting them live. As for Xinjun, he didn't plan on killing him. He would retaliate 100-fold for everything the other side had mentioned. By now, Xin Bingxue also needed to understand. Some things were destined to conclude a certain way. Xinjun, on the other hand, looked completely bewildered. He didn't know what cultivator meant. All he saw was the mask-wearing man full of panic. Quickly, Xinjun urged, "What are you afraid of? No matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. You have knives, don't you? Take them out and fight. Even if he's incredible, it's impossible for him to have copper skin and iron bones. As long as we stab a few holes in him, he will surely die. Just kill him outright." His voice had barely faded when the masked man slapped him hard across the face. Xinjun was completely confused. Clutching his face, he looked at the other person full of bewilderment. The masked man gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with overwhelming anger. He angrily said, "You bastard, it's precisely because we accepted your mission that we decided to make a move on this distinguished adult. Now all we want is to kill you." After speaking, he delivered several more slaps, directly striking Xinjun senseless and dizzy. When Xinjun fell to the ground, he didn't even get a chance to utter a single word. But the masked man immediately knelt before Lin Chen. The expression on his face was filled with panic. "Esteemed sir, there's no enmity or feud between us. I merely took on a job and acted accordingly. I implore you to give us one more chance. From now on, whatever instructions you have, we guarantee absolute obedience without any hesitation. Small matters like these aren't even worth your personal involvement. People like us, who are unworthy of being mentioned in polite company, can easily resolve such troubles for you. Lin Chen's face revealed a mocking smile. In a calm, indifferent tone, he said, "So you want to serve as my dogs?" The man wearing the mask nodded furiously, like a chick pecking at rice. At this moment, as long as he could stay alive, he wouldn't care whether it meant being a dog or not. Even if they asked him to kneel down and lick shoes, he would agree without hesitation. Lin Chen's lips curled into an evil, crooked smile as his voice turned icy cold, saying, "Even if you wanted to be my dogs, you're unworthy. And I already stated earlier that I intend to annihilate all of you, ensuring that your deaths are justified." Upon hearing this, the masked man grew flustered, realizing it might be his last chance to survive, and his facial expression changed noticeably. Chapter 153, Methods. Xinjun was utterly dumbfounded at this point. He could not have imagined that things would end up like this. His eyes scanned the few people present. A string of questions popped up in his mind. Where am I? And what have I gone through? Lin Chen's face revealed a hint of faint smile, his voice calmer. Some things, if I told you, would be a complete waste of my time. I already made it crystal clear just now. I need to know who the person behind you is. If you don't tell me, that's fine too. I've given you the chance, but if you don't take advantage of it, then whatever method I use next will be entirely your own fault. Upon hearing these words, the others present couldn't help but sharply constrict their pupils. They weren't fools. They had already understood the implications. Their expressions turned extremely fearful. Even some among them felt an uncontrollable trembling run through their whole bodies. In their gazes, there was an unprecedented terror. Even several of them couldn't stop trembling and collapsed onto the ground in weakness. They looked at Lin Chun with their eyes, revealing a look of imploring. Lin Chun smiled faintly. The matter is right before your eyes, and I hope you can provide a clear response. I do not wish to waste more time with you. After all, I have only given you 10 seconds to consider. Once I count to 10, if you still do not give a clear answer, then don't blame me for being unfriendly. When everyone heard these words, they all glanced nervously at each other, especially the masked man. At this moment, he had clearly realized that he was no match for Lin Chun. If he continued to stir up trouble, he might not even know how he would die. At this very instant, his heart trembled as never before. As Lin Chun began counting, each number sounded like a heavy hammer pounding forcefully against their hearts. Lin Chen's smiling face made them feel as though they were looking upon the grin of a devil. Just as he was about to count to 10, the masked man suddenly shouted loudly, "I agree to your request. Whatever you ask me to do, I will agree without hesitation. I only beg you to leave me a way out. I truly do not want to endure any kind of suffering. The person behind us hasn't appeared yet, but I can tell you this clearly. Our family is absolutely not what you have guessed. Their power far exceeds your imagination. If they so desire, they could easily make a move on you at any moment. Moreover, we also have a highly powerful expert backing us. That expert is beyond even your." But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chun slapped him hard across the face. He didn't have the time to react to anything. It felt as though this slap was like a train directly crashing into his body. His expression immediately turned one of great disbelief. When he fell to the ground, it felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Lin Chun said with a half smile, half scorn, "Almost everything has been presented before you, yet all you're doing is spouting nonsense. I've said it. I don't have the patience to waste time with you." These words sent silence through the group. The mask on the face of the masked man fell to the ground. His expression kept shifting rapidly, now filled with fear. Regret even started creeping into his heart. Why had he agreed to Lin Chen's demands so readily? If he hadn't backed down just then, perhaps Lin Chen wouldn't have done anything to them. As long as they'd stood firm and refused, that might have been the best outcome for them. As long as they guarded their secrets well, Lin Chen certainly couldn't kill them all. Lin Chun said with another mocking tone, "Your pointless chatter. I'm tired of wasting time on it. You may think I believe your words now, but you're wrong about something. I gave you a choice, but your repeated hesitation has drained my patience entirely. So I'm about to use a method on you. And when this method is used, it may bring you a bit of shock." Upon hearing this, their faces clouded over with confusion. None of them could imagine what Lin Chun was up to. Now, all eyes were fixed on Lin Chun. Lin Chun sneered slightly, then gently waved his hand. A fleeting shadow passed in front of them. However, before they could react, it felt as if an illusion had appeared around them, causing their vision to blur intermittently. Just as they were about to say something, Lin Chun's voice suddenly cut through. "Now, the things I've scattered here are a special kind of toxin that will completely stop any of your ability to resist. You'll barely be able to manage uttering a few words. But no worries, you're about to discover what true despair feels like." As he said this, he approached the group. Then, a scalpel appeared in his hand. He lightly drew a bloodied wound across one of their bodies with the blade. In their extreme panic, Lin Chun produced a black pill, crushing it slightly in his fingers so that the powder spread directly onto their wounds. Lin Chun's smile widened further. "I know you must all be very curious right now, but don't worry, soon enough, you'll understand what real pain feels like. This kind of pain inflicted on you will surely bring an unparalleled experience of suffering." The captives glanced at each other in sheer terror. They now understood that the person before them was far from an ordinary young man. His strength had already exceeded their imagination. If he wanted to destroy them, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Lin Chun observed them silently for about 10 seconds. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. feeling as though countless ants were gnawing at their marrow and flesh. The agony was akin to being flayed alive. Everyone screamed pitifully in excruciating pain, while Lin Shun remained expressionless, wielding the scalpel steadily and without hesitation. At this moment, the rest finally comprehended the severity of the situation. This level of pain made them truly understand what the ultimate torment felt like. Chapter 154, At Their Mercy. A faint curve formed on Lin Shen's lips, barely noticeable. His voice remained calm as he said, I know there must be support from other people behind you, but those people will not yet reveal their true identities. Perhaps they are now all deeply hiding themselves, just like cockroaches in the sewer. If they hadn't acted against me, it would have been fine. Now that they're coming after me directly, I'm very displeased, and I don't mind using some tactics against them. And these tactics will show them what true fear is. At this point, Lin Shen's expression turned extremely cold. His gaze swept over the scene, his voice as sharp as a blade. I've given you all a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. From now on, don't blame me for being impolite. You'll feel this pain spreading continuously, and the toxins entering your bloodstreams will give your pain nerves an extraordinary experience. This experience will make your minds collapse completely. Once your spirits are completely shattered, I'll slowly interrogate you. At that time, I believe you'll certainly be able to provide clear answers. He was still smiling, but now no one mistook his smile for kindness. It felt like the grin of a demon, constantly testing their nerves. Everyone was full of overwhelming fear, especially at this moment. It felt as if daggers were piercing their hearts repeatedly. With a smile on his face, Lin Shen said, Don't rush, this is just the beginning. There will be plenty of time to play later. After your spirits collapse entirely, we can chat leisurely. When they heard this, many couldn't help but widen their eyes, filled with uncontrollable anger in their gazes. They wanted to say something, but the agony had already completely spread within their hearts. If they had another chance, they would definitely divulge all their thoughts at once and would not dare to resist further. They knew deep down, falling into Lin Shen's hands meant being at his mercy. It was only about having a slightly higher chance to survive, so they chose resistance. After all, Lin Shen gave them the feeling of facing a real devil. The torment made life worse than death. Lin Shen's face showed a light smile, and his tone was as calm as water. Now you've experienced the suffering you're enduring. If you want to continue bearing it until you're gradually tortured to death, I won't say much more. I might even admire your tough attitudes. But if you want to betray, you could just truthfully confess everything you know. After all, I've made it very clear. My goal is simple, to find out who the person behind you is. If you cannot give me a clear answer, then among all of you here, each and every one counts. None of you will escape. He was smiling, but those present felt tears brimming in their eyes, with fear continuing to spread uncontrollably within them. At this moment, their minds had fully realized how utterly wasted their efforts were. Lin Shun smiled slightly. Who will be the first to tell me who the person behind you is? The first one to talk may receive greater benefits. Even if I don't let you live, I'll at least grant you a swift death, without letting you endure such torment. Anyone providing some useful information will naturally be rewarded accordingly. Dying quickly is what you seek now. Finally, someone could not hold back anymore. In a trembling voice, he shouted out, There's a young master surnamed Zhang behind us. Master Zhang is the true core of his family. As for us, we're merely peripheral members of the family, not even considered tools in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen slightly narrowed his eyes, and his gaze became filled with coldness. As for the Zhang young master mentioned by the other party, he really didn't recall when he had any grudge against someone like that. At this moment, his face revealed an even smile, and his voice became colder. Some words I'm about to say, I suspect you will think I'm deliberately deceiving you. Just like the person who spoke up earlier. I don't know if what you said is true or false, but from your look, you seem not to be lying. You can be granted a swift death, so you won't die in vain. For the rest of you, if you can't provide any useful clue, you will end up being tortured to death alive. If I break my promise later, there wouldn't be any time for regret. If you refuse now, I wouldn't have any complaint and let you die thoroughly in such agony. It would be fulfilling your stubbornness. While saying this, he lightly waved his hand. The one who provided the information just now felt his body trembling suddenly. Then it was as if he had fallen into total unconsciousness. A slight curve formed on Lin Shen's lips as he calmly spoke. I already mentioned that whoever provides the first piece of information will reap some benefits. Now, he has died and been totally freed from all the pain. But the eternal release from the atrocities you've committed will leave me unwilling to bother too much with you. However, I believe that the agents from Division 9 will be highly interested in all of you. I will naturally give them this favor and deliver you to them. What kind of ending awaits you once you fall into Division 9's hands? I won't elaborate further. At this point, his expression remained calm as ever, yet he opened his mouth again. And these new words caused everyone present to involuntarily shudder. In fact, at this very moment, they even doubted whether the person in front of them wasn't some demon crawling out of hell. It was utterly devoid of conscience. Lin Shen's face revealed a faint smile while his voice became even calmer. As long as you provide me with some useful information, I truly wouldn't go so far as to mistreat you. Rather, I'll allow you a quick death. As for those with hard bones, in order to show respect to you, I will directly spread the message indicating that it was you who gave me some valuable clues. They had fully understood what his words implied. Chapter 155, Preferred Death to Chufu. The others present had already understood what this meant. Lin Shun was clearly telling them that if they didn't listen obediently, then Lin Shun would directly inform the people behind them that it was they who chose to betray and sold out the entire family. How could the family possibly spare their wives and children? Thinking about this, their expressions had already become very unpleasant, and a thought had formed in their minds. The person in front of them was absolutely a devil, and there was no way they could be let off easily. The only method was to submit. They could only choose to be traitors obediently. Finally, someone couldn't help but say, I know where our young master Zhang is right now. I can immediately share his location with you right now. He has already told us that once this matter is taken care of, we should go find him. Finding him will lead to great benefits. I am just an outer member. In our family, there are many big shots, and this Master Zhang is truly the core of our family. As long as he handles matters for our family, even if things get overly extreme, there will be people to sort it out for him. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen's eyes slightly narrowed, and his gaze became icy cold. There was also obvious mockery on his face. In a calm voice, he said, All right, you can directly share your family young master's information with me. You and the previous guy can meet your end swiftly. As for the others, I will directly inform your esteemed young Master Zhang. It was they who betrayed your family. You won't receive any punishment. You have preferred death over betrayal. You are heroes within the family. These words caused panic among the rest of those present, because everyone's hearts were very clear. This incident had brought them tremendous trouble. Some people were already shouting loudly in desperation. We can reveal this information too. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. It's too late for you to talk now. They have told me everything already. Discussing useless topics with you guys is simply wasting my time. Since I already know who the mastermind behind all this is, and have found clues leading to this guy, why should I waste my time dealing with small fry like you? After these words came out, the expressions of those few people changed simultaneously and turned extremely ugly. Their eyes filled with deep terror. Lin Chen really portrayed them as traitors. It's not hard to imagine how cruel the means of their own families would be toward their spouses and children as a symbol of the same fate. Fear spread uncontrollably in their hearts. At this moment, they harbored one single thought in their minds. Isn't this guy in front of them a devil? Lin Chen's lips slightly curled into a nearly imperceptible smirk, his tone indifferent and dispassionate. With a cold look on his face, he spoke. I gave you all a chance, but it's you yourselves who failed to appreciate it properly. There are countless opportunities on the road of life, but you failed to make the correct choice. Therefore, the final outcome can only be a life worse than death. From ancient times until now, success makes kings, failure makes losers. The consequences you bear today serve as the best proof of this. After saying this, he cast his eyes towards the one who had spoken earlier. With a light flick of his finger, he said with a smile on his face, You can take out your phone right now. All the suffering you feel on your body has completely disappeared. You need to share the location details with me. At this point, the man who had spoken before experienced sheer fear of death, but he dared not act rashly. His own death wasn't a problem, but he hoped his family would live better lives. This was his final hope. Moreover, the pain he endured earlier made him wish for nothing more than death. He couldn't endure such torment anymore. Shakily, he took out his phone, which displayed a positioning detail. When Lin Chen saw the detail, there was an evident smile on his face. Great. You've done very well. Now, it's time for you to die. Don't be so arrogant if you want to reincarnate as a human being next time. After speaking, he lightly patted the man on his shoulder. Then he turned around and left. As for the others present, he didn't even give them a second glance. And those people at this moment were truly living in unbearable agony. When Lin Chen used his methods, it had already made them experience the feeling of having a mouth but being unable to speak, and hands that couldn't move. Xinjun couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment. He originally wanted to call out to Lin Chen directly, but before the words could come out, he was paralyzed, unable to react. The expression on his face turned extremely panicked, and fear trembled within him. If he spoke now, Lin Shan might suddenly remember him and silence him altogether. He didn't want to end up like those others, unable to move or speak. What difference would there be between that and being a vegetable? At this moment, his trembling heart felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly. He even thought to himself that after Lin Chen left, he would immediately run as far as possible. He absolutely did not want to be involved in this anymore. It was simply a clash between deities. And at this moment, he truly realized just how ignorant he had been. Compared to Lin Chen, he seemed more like an insignificant bug with no power to fight back. How could Lin Chen not notice him? But at this point, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's lips. Even if he didn't act, the people behind him would surely not let Xinjun off easily. What kind of ending Xinjun would meet would be entirely up to himself. By this time, his face had already become very calm. He looked at the positioning information on his phone and headed straight over. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the suburban location. Looking around at the surroundings, he slightly raised his eyebrows. The other party certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. Everything around appeared normal. It allowed him to clearly hear the sounds coming from inside the room. The cheerful and frivolous voices were endless. He slowly approached the door, lightly knocking on it. An extremely impatient voice came from inside. I've already told you all not to disturb me so easily. Haven't you understood my words? Chapter 156, Distorted Perspective. Lin Shun heard the impatient voice coming from inside. A faint smile appeared on his face as he stepped forward and gently turned the door lock. The steel-made door lock felt like foam in his hands, being twisted into a pretzel. The door opened. The person inside was filled with rage, their eyes carrying unprecedented anger. But when they saw Lin Shun, they were momentarily stunned, with expressions of astonishment. Who are you? How did you end up here? Lin Shen's lips curved into an almost imperceptible arc as he spoke calmly. Haven't you been wanting to deal with me all along? Now that I'm standing right before you, do you not recognize me? To be honest, I am quite curious about you. There should be no grievances between us. So why have you targeted me? Upon hearing this, young Master Zhang couldn't help but widen his eyes, his gaze full of disbelief. Involuntarily, his eyes glanced toward the door, finding no one who had noticed any commotion. His brows furrowed even more tightly. With displeasure, he said, "Before my security personnel outside the door return, leave my room immediately. Perhaps our situation can still be improved. If you insist on continuing, don't blame me for not being courteous. The people guarding me are not someone you can handle. I've given you a chance, don't waste it. Now get out immediately. Everything is negotiable if you don't disturb my enjoyment." Even as he said these words, his heart was already somewhat fearful. Although he was a young master, he himself lacked strength, and many experts in his family looked down on him, always thinking he only sought after achievements. Even if he were useless, he was still the true heir in the family. At most, he could only be considered untrained in cultivation, yet his identity remained important. Whoever wanted action against him would have to consider whether his family would agree. At this moment, his facial expression showed no excessive fear, but instead carried an extremely arrogant demeanor. His eyes locked onto Lin Chun as if he were looking at a dead man. "Although I don't know how you managed to find your way here, it is likely those fools I sent couldn't handle you. Since you've already shown your own strength, I don't want to waste more time with you. The reason I wanted to find you is to see if you could help treat the issue with my veins. I was born with them blocked. If you can help me resolve this problem, you will definitely benefit from it." At this moment, he directly sat on the sofa, looking at Lin Chun with an air of superiority despite being the host. Lin Chun's face revealed a slight smile. His voice was exceptionally calm as he said, "If it's just helping to treat your blocked veins, it's easy for me. It doesn't even require my effort. A single pill would suffice. This kind of pill is called xuanhuan, bone-washing pill." Upon hearing this, young Master Zhang became agitated. He abruptly straightened his body, his face showing incredible shock. "You possess such medicine? Something that gives ordinary people cultivator potential. What exactly is this drug?" Lin Chun smirked mockingly. "Isn't what I've said clear enough? Its name is xuanhuan. Moreover, producing this drug isn't difficult for me, but finding the necessary herbs is the hard part. Besides, I actually have this ready-made. Do you want it?" Upon hearing this, young Master Zhang didn't think twice. Being used to arrogance, he immediately nodded without considering if Lin Chun truly dared or not. At worst, he might beat him up, something he wasn't unfamiliar with since he came from a cultivation family. In reality, he desperately wanted to cultivate and had nearly gone mad trying to. Everyone in his entire family could cultivate, except him who was born with vein blockages, leaving him unable to practice these arts. This fact created a deep distortion in his mind. After discovering Lin Chun's formidable strength and medical expertise, he thought not of directly asking Lin Chun for help, but of binding him to focus solely on treating him. If treatment worked, then well and good. If not, there would be no need for Lin Chun to exist further. He wouldn't allow someone so capable to remain nearby, lest his own shine be overshadowed. At this moment, Lin Chun's revelation about his previous life had delivered such a massive piece of information that Zhang's excitement was impossible to suppress. Even as he looked at Lin Chun, his entire body began to tremble slightly. If Lin Chun could truly produce such medicine, it would be like finding hope in despair for him. He had endured the darkness before, but now that he had glimpsed the light, how could he ever willingly remain in the shadows? His gaze gradually became feverish. "Are you sure what you just said isn't some kind of trick? If you deceive me, you'll regret it. I assure you, you won't walk out of this hotel alive." By this point, his voice was trembling slightly. Initially intending to deal with Lin Chun, upon hearing these words, Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face grew more evident. "Of course I have it. In fact, I already have prepared pills. The only question is whether you dare to take them." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, revealing a black pill the size of a soybean resting on his fingertip. With a gentle flick, the pill landed directly into young Master Zhang's palm. Zhang didn't even think twice. He couldn't imagine Lin Chun daring to poison him with something so dangerous. The expression on his face turned incredibly delighted without hesitation, and he swallowed the pill without even tasting it first. But as soon as the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved into a warm flow. The moment the medicine flowed into his stomach, a burning sensation surged through him, spreading slowly throughout his abdomen. This burning only intensified, making him feel as if his entire body was aflame. Unable to believe it, he lifted his head, staring at Lin Chun with questioning eyes. "Are you poisoning me?" Lin Chun smirked lightly, his eyes filled with obvious mockery. "You are the honored young master of the Zhang family. How could I possibly dare to poison you? Even when you swallowed this pill, you already knew I wouldn't dare use cruel methods against you, unless I am confident enough to control you completely." Chapter 157, Choice. Young Master Zhang couldn't help but let a smile appear on his face. However, the pain coursing through his body caused him to shiver uncontrollably at this moment. That feeling was simply too unbearable. He was almost unable to endure it, and ended up letting out a cry of agony. "What did you give me to eat? This absolutely cannot be the muscle-washing pill. Otherwise, how could it be this painful?" His facial expression had already become contorted, with even more unprecedented resentment in his eyes. The person before him most likely intended to mock him deliberately, especially when he thought about the streak of mockery that flashed in Lin Chun's eyes. He truly was very foolish. Someone casually gave him a pill, and he actually dared to consume it without hesitation. If it were really poison, his entire life would be utterly ruined. At this point, his expression grew even more grotesque. "How dare you try to kill me? You're done for. There is absolutely no way I'll let you walk out of this hotel alive. That pill from earlier absolutely wasn't the muscle-washing pill. What did you give me? Lin Chen's face revealed an ambiguous sneer. This medicine that I gave you is indeed another version of the muscle-washing pill. Everything in this world has both yin and yang aspects. When refining the muscle-washing pill, it's inevitable that some toxins will emerge within the ingredients. These condensed toxins are what you consumed just now. This pill can render a cultivator into a useless being, or even block all of their meridians and infuse them with a bit of toxicity. Regardless of whether they cultivate their inner energy or attempt to do anything similar, it brings immense harm. You originally had vein obstructions. Now with these added toxins, your suffering will make you wish you were dead. Upon hearing this, young Master Zhang became completely undone. His gaze was filled with unprecedented anger. The fury blazing in his eyes seemed as if it wanted to burn Lin Chen alive. With a smile, Lin Chen said, I already made everything clear to you before. Today I came here to ask why you're against me, but instead, you insisted on asking about treatments. I've already explained everything to you clearly now. You have no qualifications to consume the muscle-washing pill, and leaving someone like you, a waste and fool, only wastes food. It might as well end in a way that leaves you wishing you were dead. As he spoke, he calmly sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette for himself. His expression remained extremely tranquil. When the women inside saw this scene, they were so terrified that their whole bodies began to tremble violently. Because they were very clear, if the person before them dared to touch Master Zhang of the Zhang family, it definitely meant silencing them permanently. After all, the person opposing them surely didn't possess overwhelming strength. Otherwise they wouldn't be so easily dealt with by Master Zhang. At this moment, fear engulfed their hearts entirely. Lin Chen glanced at them faintly, then turned his attention away, his voice growing calmer. Even though I don't know exactly who you are, I understand clearly enough. If you've already targeted me, it's like a wild beast eyeing a little lamb. Even if you say you'll spare me, no matter how stupid I may seem, there's absolutely no way I would believe it. The choice lies in front of you. I'm giving you an opportunity to choose. Should you obediently become my dog, I won't mind making your present torment fade temporarily. One needs to take medication monthly to alleviate toxins spread in the body. If you behave obediently and act as my loyal dog, naturally I will reward you with this antidote to ease your pain. But should I be dissatisfied with your actions? Well, figure it out yourself. His voice was calm, yet every word caused Master Zhang to lose his composure entirely. Master Zhang's eyes showed complete disbelief and shock. He never imagined that the individual before him actually intended for him to become a mere lapdog. He was after all the esteemed young master of a major merchant family. How dared he? Lin Chen's face displayed a serene smile. He said indifferently, I've given you several choices. What happens next depends entirely on you, but I don't have time to waste on you. Starting now, I'll only give you 10 seconds to consider. After considering, tell me your answer. Are you willing to continue enduring this, or are you ready to be my loyal dog? At that moment, the smile on his face caused Master Zhang to feel an increased sense of anguish throughout his body. In fact, that smile left him utterly chilled. It convinced him that Lin Chen could genuinely carry out such things. Involuntarily hesitating internally, he began to contemplate carefully. If he were to agree with Lin Chen, then his dignity today would be entirely crushed beneath the other's feet. If he refused, then he would be completely finished. This kind of pain would absolutely make him feel worse than death. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. The 10 seconds have already passed. From your silence, it seems like you've made your choice. I don't want to waste more time with you. Tell me, what is your choice? At this moment, he had already stood up. His expression and smile were as if he were facing an extremely casual matter. Young Master Zhang was trembling both physically and mentally. This sensation left him unable to focus at the moment, the shaking pain making him feel as though countless knives were slowly slicing his flesh apart. It could be said that it felt like being cut by a blunt knife, growing increasingly painful. At this point, his expression was filled with sheer terror due to his inability to endure any further. He had started shouting almost instinctively, I am willing to be your dog. From now on, I'll be your dog. Please, give me one more chance. Do not let this suffering continue. I simply can't bear it. I already feel like I'm about to die. Since he had made his choice, there was no need for him to hold onto any semblance of dignity anymore. He even dropped to his knees in front of Lin Chen. His voice quivered even more severely. Please spare me. I swear I will never dare again. Give me another chance. From now on, I'll obediently serve as your dog. Please don't allow this pain to persist any longer. I truly can't handle it. By the end, tears were streaming down his face uncontrollably, his expression becoming more and more fearful. He no longer entertained any other thoughts, only wanting to plead with Lin Chen to spare him. That pain was simply something a human couldn't endure. Lin Chen's face displayed a hint of satisfaction in his smile. His voice became even calmer. Since you have chosen to obediently serve as my dog, I won't torment you any longer. You can go back and let the people in your family check whether they can neutralize the toxins in your body. But I also have to remind you, never take medicine indiscriminately. Otherwise, when your pain intensifies, I will not take responsibility for it. Chapter 158, Wealth Moves the Heart. Lin Chen's face wore an expression of calmness, and there seemed to be no trace of emotion in his eyes. Swallow this medicine, and not only will you have the qualifications of a cultivator, but your constitution will also improve. After all, you've already become my dog. I am never stingy with my own dogs. He tossed a golden pill onto the ground. Even if it were a pile of dung placed in front of him, young Master Zhang would swallow it without hesitation. After picking up the pill, he swallowed it straight away. The expression on his face gradually changed from initial contortion to calmness. At this moment, his thoughts became more active. His voice trembled slightly as he looked at Lin Shun. Could the medicine you gave me be the marrow cleansing pill you mentioned? Lin Shun faintly smiled and indifferently replied, yes, this is the marrow cleansing pill. But now that I've given you this fine thing, you can go back and find your family members. You can also let your family members come to find me. Anyway, remember to bring more experts when the time comes. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he turned around and left directly. It was impossible for him to truly massacre the entire Zhang family. Regarding the shadowy mastermind behind the scenes, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Making the other party endure pain was just the beginning. He had his own methods planned afterward. It was also necessary to make the greed within those people bloom fully. Indeed, the pill he gave out was the marrow cleansing pill. This drug was easy for him to refine, and with many medicinal herbs provided by Section 9, refining this type of pill wasn't difficult. Having control over the other party was his real goal. Young Master Zhang couldn't help but widen his eyes after seeing Lin Shun leave. He was filled with disbelief, not expecting the other party to let him off so easily. But what did the smile at the end mean? Had the other side already figured out what he intended to do? At this thought, his complexion already became extremely unpleasant, especially when he recalled the painful process earlier. He involuntarily shivered, and deep psychological scars had formed in his mind. At this moment, a few women who were hiding inside dared to come out. Extreme fear was evident on their faces. Master Zhang, are you all right? They asked. Upon hearing these sweet words, Master Zhang's expression turned even uglier. His embarrassing moment earlier must have been seen by these women. However, at this point, he was too lazy to care about such things. With a sullen face, he coldly said, forget everything that happened today. I don't want to see you again. Go away. Remember, not a word should be leaked. Otherwise, you and your families will vanish from this world forever. I'm not joking with you. I'm warning you. Upon hearing these words, the women nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They didn't know that all these matters involved ordinary people. After they left, Master Zhang indeed took out his phone and sent out a message. His hands were trembling. Of course, there was no response from the outside people, which made him feel an ominous premonition. Could Lin Shun have knocked them all down already? Just as he was pondering this in his heart, a scream came from the women outside. Walking over, looking toward where the voices originated. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes widened despite himself. The few bodyguards arranged by his family for his protection lay on the ground at this moment, like piles of mud. His pupils contracted sharply, realizing that Lin Shun might not only know how to refine pills, but could also possibly possess very high skills. At this moment, he didn't bother with the people lying on the ground, but instead pulled out his phone and made a call. It was his father's number. After the call was connected, his voice trembled violently, even bringing a sobbing tone. After recounting all the events that occurred, he hesitantly said, Dad, can you send a true expert to pick me up? Also, I'm really curious to know if I can cultivate during your trip here. I'll try it out. If there really is a marrow cleansing pill as Lin Shun mentioned, then this incident could actually be a blessing in disguise for me. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. If there really is such an effect, then this secret must not be leaked. Moreover, the women who heard you earlier don't need to be kept around anymore. I'll have someone handle it. After a few more sentences, the call ended. Young Master Zhang immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began cultivating. Soon, he felt something was off and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Can I really cultivate? Lin Shun didn't lie to me. This time, I've had extraordinary luck. At this moment, his excitement was evident in his expression. This look also became increasingly unbelievable. It could even be said that with this change, his name would spread throughout the cultivation world. Everyone knew him as a waste, having no talent for cultivation. But once he gained some cultivation base, many people would certainly be shocked. While he was thinking about these things, the door was suddenly kicked open. A few people walked in. All were in their 40s or 50s. Their strength was terrifying, and upon seeing that their young master was unharmed, they let out a long sigh of relief, then escorted young Master Zhang away from the hotel. When they returned home, young Master Zhang immediately revealed his cultivation, even though it was just a small portion of it. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Their faces were filled with excitement because they all knew what this pill meant. The patriarch of the Zhang family couldn't help but burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with unprecedented excitement. Who would have thought that Lin Shun could produce such a good thing? It seems he has the confidence to control it. But we don't need to study that poison for now. After all, once we capture Lin Shun, everything will be fine. And this matter must remain a secret. If others find out that Lin Shun can refine such a powerful pill, they might try to take him back. Moreover, there's a high possibility that Lin Shun is backed by Section 9, so we must proceed cleanly. Everyone instinctively nodded. Wealth moves the heart, and how much more so for such precious pills. Chapter 159, Twisted Thoughts. When Lin Shun received the message, a smile appeared on his face. His eyes carried an intense sense of mockery. As he had expected, after giving them just a little taste of sweetness and throwing out a hint, those people couldn't help but bite the hook immediately. Upon seeing the information sent by young Master Zhang, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Now I can't wait anymore. I'm really curious when all you experts will arrive. But by the time you get here, I suspect it will mark the true beginning of your fear. None of the Zhang family wanted to waste even a second, worried about any mishaps. After making all their arrangements, young Master Zhang was left behind in the hotel. He did not follow, while this time the whole group of the Zhang clan set out, each one possessing innate realm strength or higher. When they reached the villa, they didn't even take a car. Everyone went lightly equipped and the attitude displayed by every person was extremely cautious. Even Patriarch Zhang personally led the way, walking into the villa. Just as he was about to directly destroy the camera surveillance on the roof of the villa, Lin Chen's voice suddenly came through. You've come already, so why do you have to think about destroying things? Destroying it would mean needing repairs later, which would be troublesome. You should enter and go through it. Let's have a good chat. This sudden voice scared Patriarch Zhang, who hadn't anticipated that Lin Chen was so perceptive and detected their presence right away. Recalling the words spoken by his son, a smile appeared on his face, his pupils slightly turning as he immediately signaled the ones behind him with a glance. The ones behind followed suit and entered together. Their gazes locked upon each other. Lin Chen's lips curved up in a sinister arc. All of you, have you come to pay off young Master Zhang's debt? He took a xuanhuan pill from me and said that there were many valuable treasures within their family that could be used to repay the debt, so I gave him some benefits beforehand. If you're here to pay off the debt, then everything can be easily resolved. In fact, I might even be able to establish deep cooperation with you in the future. All the medicines you need, I can provide firsthand, and I can even customize certain drugs for you. For instance, your strength is acceptable, but you've been stuck at this level for a long time. You require a pill to enhance your cultivation. And you, although there are no major issues with yourself, your talent is quite inferior. You need a xuanhuan pill to improve your natural endowment. And I possess what you all seek. I just worry if you have enough to offer in return. Of course, if you don't have too many rare treasures, you can choose to serve me like a dog. I am very generous to my followers and never stingy. This is the worst choice. It's up to you what you decide to do. The debt you owe me definitely needs to be repaid first. This is step one. As he spoke, the smile on his face gradually became more apparent. Those present exchanged puzzled looks. They hadn't expected Lin Chen to dare to be so audacious. Furthermore, they had already checked earlier in secret, and inside this villa was only Lin Chen himself. Their hearts began to brim with unbridled excitement. There were too many good things mentioned by Lin Chen. It caused their greed to grow infinitely. Patriarch Zhang said, his facial expression feigning a laugh without genuine amusement. Although I do not know how many precious medicines you actually possess, you may have overlooked something important. Have you thought about what happens when a child walks around openly carrying gold bricks? As long as you join our family, we will revere you like an ancestor. Moreover, our family truly possesses a lot of rare herbs. These herbs can all be given to you to refine medicine. Besides these benefits, our family can also guarantee your safety and peace of mind. No matter how strong you are, you're still a young man in your 20s. Your foundation compared to our family differs greatly. Joining our family means sharing resources, which may bring you more advantages in the future. Our cooperation is mutual benefit. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his smile becoming more tinged with mockery. I understand your meaning now. Are you planning to settle things by force? I'll warn you once. I'm talking nicely to you now because I regard you as my customers. If you insist on stirring up trouble, don't blame me for not holding back. In the end, everyone here will pay a terrible price. Moreover, if you choose to act recklessly, then according to the rules among cultivators, since you provoke me first, it would only be your fault if I ended up killing you. Isn't what I said just now correct? When they heard this, all the people present instinctively nodded. However, they never took Lin Chen seriously in the first place. After all, the young man in front of them was barely over 20 years old, while the youngest person in their group was already more than 40. Their formidable strength couldn't be underestimated. Even if the Ninth Bureau learned about their full mobilization, they would probably feel very anxious and concerned. But at this moment, Lin Chen remained entirely unperturbed. He faintly smiled and said, judging by your expressions, it seems like you've made your choice. There's no need to waste any more time then. Paying debts is a natural obligation. It's fine even if you refuse to repay. But to think that you would dare to directly move against me, and from the looks of it, your intention is to kidnap me and force me into becoming your tool. Do you really think I'm that foolish? If reasoning doesn't work, I suppose there's no choice but to show you some real stuff. The head of the Zhang family couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone else followed suit with loud chuckles, as though Lin Chen had just told the funniest joke in the world. Lin Chen understood why they were laughing. He didn't respond, however. After all, he had plenty of time and could toy with these people gradually, especially when looking at Zhang Patriarch, whose face was brimming with intense greed and mockery. Lin Chen, I wonder where your audacity comes from to speak to me with such an attitude. But there's one thing you've definitely gotten wrong. Even if the Ninth Bureau personnel were here, they wouldn't be able to stop us, and there are many ways to control someone. The resources you've mentioned are simply too enticing for anyone among us cultivators. It's impossible to resist, so we're left with no choice but to resort to underhanded means. Chapter 160, Duped. Mr. Zhang's face was filled with a derisive smile. And this is what they call suffering because of your virtues. Holding so many good things in your hands, and letting us know about them. We can easily snatch your stuff, take you down, bring you back, then lock you in a small black room to make you produce medicine for us every day. But if you don't listen to us, your family and friends will suffer. Anyone who has a connection with you, we'll just take them back and show you our methods right in front of you. At this point, he was ready to completely rip off the mask and no longer waste time. He gave a signal to his family members. The meaning was clear. Those people surrounded Lin Chen, but Lin Chen's face still showed no trace of panic. Even his smile was particularly noticeable. He said calmly, first the courtesy, then the force. But even after showing all the courtesy, you still misbehave. You've lived for so long. Haven't you regressed into behaving like animals? Mr. Zhang snorted coldly. What a silver tongue. In the world of cultivators, the one whose fists are stronger has the final say. Let me see if you have the strength behind that silver tongue. As he spoke, he attacked directly. But the person who made the move wasn't him, but someone beside him. After all, he was the head of the family, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't personally step forward. Although his own power was strong, it was still lacking compared to some of those around him. The person moved quickly, appearing instantly before Lin Chun, holding a rubber baton in his hand, initially aiming for Lin Chun's legs, intending to force him to kneel. But before he could attack, Lin Chun moved first. In front of the other person's shocked eyes, he kicked directly at the man's knee. Crack! The sound of broken bones echoed, causing everyone to feel their teeth grind. Then Lin Chun kicked again, hitting the man and sending him flying dozens of meters away, landing outside the villa. This sudden turn of events caused all the people on the stage to open their eyes wide in surprise. No one had expected such an outcome, completely beyond their imagination. Lin Chun's mouth curved into a smile as he looked at Mr. Zhang. His expression was exactly the same as before, whereas Mr. Zhang and his people trembled slightly. The arrogance of Lin Chun earlier was perceived by them as youthful arrogance, yet now his arrogance seemed entirely justified. This person's strength was too great, exceeding their imagination. When a true expert makes a move, their competence becomes immediately apparent. Everyone was a cultivator, especially during Lin Chun's actions. The aura radiating from him startled all the people present. By this point, Mr. Zhang's body trembled slightly more. His eyes were also filled with seriousness. You absolutely cannot be Lin Chun. Lin Chun is only a little over 20 years old. We've conducted detailed investigations on him, knowing all of his information. Even if you started cultivation since being in the womb, it would be impossible to reach such a level. You must already have reached the level of Grandmaster. As he spoke, there was a sense of anticipation in his voice, hoping for Lin Chun's negative response. Lin Chun's smile grew wider, his tone carrying mockery. Something you can achieve doesn't mean others can't either. And in my view, you're just a bunch of fools. Did you not find something suspicious? Hearing these words, all the people present looked at Lin Chun with puzzled eyes, lost in deep thought. Lin Chun smiled and said, "How about you think more carefully? For instance, why did your son suddenly call you? And also, if there was such a big opportunity to gain here, why didn't he just take me away directly? Why instead send you all these experts?" Upon hearing these words, Mr. Zhang quickly understood what had happened. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his voice trembled violently. "Impossible. My son can't possibly be a traitor. He couldn't betray our own family." Lin Chun's smile deepened. "Since you've guessed it, there's no need to waste more time. The main reason to lure all of you here was to capture each and every one of you. The reason is very simple." "What reason?" At this moment, Mr. Zhang was already feeling some fear inside. Since they knew that others intentionally lured them over, there must have been some means to easily control all of them, and this was what he feared the most. Lin Chun smirked and said, "Of course, it's for eliminating future troubles. You people are not good guys in everyday life. Big or small, you're always causing problems. When one trouble is resolved, there will still be old fools running over to bother me. Rather than dealing with each of you separately, I'll just attract all your experts here and make you serve me like dogs." When hearing this, Mr. Zhang didn't even think twice before directly shouting out angrily, "You're dreaming. You want us to become your dogs? You deserve that. Even though I don't know what tricks you've got, from now on we're leaving immediately, pretending nothing has happened. We can forgive and forget, and I won't blame you for everything that's occurred. After all, it was our mistake first. Let's go." At this moment, his only thought was to leave as soon as possible. Staying here, he always felt a bit uneasy inside, and he didn't believe Lin Chun really dared to wipe them all out. After all, every cultivator had a sword hanging over their heads, and that was Bureau Number 9. What Bureau Number 9 hates to see the most is mutual slaughter among cultivators. Lin Chun's lips curved up mockingly. He said indifferently, "It's time for you to fall." After these words were spoken, everyone at the scene felt an invisible hand tightly squeezing their hearts. Instinctively, everyone turned around. Lin Chun smirked again and said, "You thought you could leave so easily? It seems you haven't taken my words to heart at all. Then fall down first. After enduring the pain, you'll gradually learn to talk properly. Without giving you a lesson, you really don't know your place." Right when his voice fell silent, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Chapter 161. Making an example by killing a chicken. Lin Chun lightly snapped his fingers. The people who had just been vigilant towards him, ready to strike in anger, now felt their bodies go limp, and like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, they all collapsed on the ground. "You? What have you done to us?" Zhang family head's pupils contracted violently. His eyes were filled with unprecedented panic. If Lin Chun wanted to kill them outright, they probably wouldn't stand a chance now. They didn't expect that all of Lin Chun's talking earlier was just to delay time. At this moment, he couldn't help but angrily utter a few words. "You're despicable and shameless, actually poisoning us." The smile on Lin Chun's face grew wider. "I could easily deal with all of you without wasting my time fighting. Poisoning is merely one of the means. After all, our conflicts cannot be reconciled anymore. Now there are only two choices for you. Either die, or choose to be my dogs, listen obediently to me, and I might give you some benefits. After all, you already know my true secrets. To prevent you from spreading lies about my secrets, I can only give you these two paths." His smile was more evident at this moment, but the smile sent chills down everyone's spine. It was as if an invisible hand tightly clutched their hearts. Their breaths faltered. Lin Chun, half joking and half serious, said, "I've given you an opportunity. You should know how to choose. I don't have much patience to waste here with you guys. Each person has 10 seconds to consider. After 10 seconds, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. His smile made everyone extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. All of them wished to rush forward and fight Lin Chen desperately, but realizing they currently had no ability to resist, they were completely limp, not even able to move their fingertips. Everyone's eyes were filled with unprecedented terror. The 10 seconds are up. Why don't you, as the leader of the Zhang family, speak first? I really want to know what kind of choice you'll make. Zhang family head realized that Lin Chen was about to act against him, and this action aimed directly at making an example of him to warn the others. If he chose to surrender directly, he would lose standing even in his own home. Moreover, he wasn't the strongest expert in the family. His father was even stronger. With this thought, his gaze turned extremely ferocious. Even his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, so infuriated that bloodshot veins spread across his eyes. He yelled frantically, Lin Chen, I advise you not to do anything reckless, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences. Do you truly believe our family consists only of these experts? Our strongest expert hasn't shown up yet, my father. His power has reached the peak of a great master and may break through to become an earth god anytime soon. If you mess with us, no matter where you run to the ends of the earth, my father will chase after you relentlessly. By the end of his speech, his teeth were grinding audibly. Never had he encountered such a loss before. Initially thinking that saving his son would be the end of it, never did he imagine facing this kind of situation. It was a trap deliberately set up by Lin Chen. None of them believed what Lin Chen had said about those medicines just now. Perhaps allowing their son to cultivate was nothing but an illusion, a mere trick designed to deceive them. They trusted their son too much and let greed cloud their judgment. After everything became clear, it was as if a bucket of cold water had drenched them, cooling their hearts entirely. Lin Chen wore an ambiguous expression on his face. Even if your father comes, you still have to follow my orders quietly. And now, I've given you the opportunity to make a choice, resistance. As I said before, I don't have the patience to waste time here with you. Since you refuse to submit, then you'll know the consequence of offending me. Don't worry, I will give you another chance to choose. At that time, you'll definitely give me a satisfactory answer. His words instead solidified Zhang family head's belief further. Lin Chen absolutely could not capture them all at once. Otherwise, the 9th division would never let him off easily. If you dare, just kill me outright. Don't think I don't know. You simply don't dare to kill all of us. You ask us to become your dogs merely to shatter our self-respect, wanting us to turn into weaklings. Unfortunately, you've misjudged. I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. As Zhang family head spoke, Lin Chen's smile grew wider on his face. He lightly clapped his hands, as if applauding. With a sarcastic laugh, he said, I like your stubbornness the most. I hope you can still say the same thing soon. After finishing his words, his gaze shifted directly to the others present, and their mocking smiles deepened. Just a single glance made those people feel an internal shiver. The unknown is the most terrifying. They didn't know what methods would be used on them, but they were sure it wouldn't be pleasant. Lin Chen took out a small medicine bottle from his body. His smile gradually surfaced as he opened the bottle. His finger lightly flicked, and something very tiny appeared. Smaller than a thread end, yet it twitched softly. Seeing this thing, Zhang family head's pupils violently contracted, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented terror. Could it be a goo worm? This is forbidden by Division 9, absolutely not allowed to appear. Could it be that you're also a goo master? Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, gazing at his shocked expression, his voice calm. Isn't raising these little bugs as simple as having hands? And I'm not the kind of goo master you think I am. These little bugs, I use them to treat special conditions. Using them on you now is just putting them to good use. Saying that, he walked directly toward Zhang family head. Zhang family head desperately tried to retreat. Faced with goo worms, anyone would feel bone-chilling fear. Because this little thing would burrow into someone's body, one doesn't know where it might land. It could slowly corrode their organs, eating away at their insides bit by bit from within. The pain was unimaginable. Lin Chen's smile grew even broader. Mr. Zhang, do you guess where on your body I will place this little bug? Zhang family head began to regret his decision. Why had he pretended to be so resolute? After being tormented by the goo worm, it would likely cause permanent damage, and recovery would be impossible. Chapter 162. Not excessive, right? A sarcastic smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. I've already told you about some things before, but you completely ignored my words. It was just in one ear and out the other. Now you're actually asking me to spare you after challenging my bottom line again and again. How do you expect me to let you off? After sparing you, are you going to act arrogantly again? Why should I leave myself with such a big trouble? It would be simpler to deal with you directly. When hearing this, the patriarch of the Zhang family couldn't help but feel his pupils constrict dramatically. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He never expected that Lin Chen intended to take him down. What is the role of the poison bug then? Lin Chen smiled mockingly. This little bug is just for show. If you die, all your direct descendants will disappear, meaning your son should be the one in charge. He is very obedient and compliant. I'm also quite satisfied with both of them. As for you, your abilities can only be considered average. Probably due to your noble background, you have reached this level now. Otherwise, with your current ability, you wouldn't qualify as the true patriarch. Zhang Patriarch's pupils contracted violently as he understood Lin Chen's intentions. Tremors crept into his voice. What do you mean? Could you really want to kill me? Haven't you forgotten those words I once said to you? My father is the first expert in our family. His strength has already reached the Grandmaster level. Although you are stronger than me now, if something happens to me, my father will definitely not let you off. Do you really want to court death? I suggest you have self-awareness. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Just remember, even your family and friends might be dragged down with you. However, if you release me, we can call it quits between us. From now on, I will give you a wide berth whenever I see you. We know your strength and won't dare come bother you anymore, especially since you're such a gifted genius. If we can't eliminate you, you'll eventually bring disaster upon our family. This has always been our strategy. Lin Chen shook his head with a mocking smile. The conflict between us cannot be resolved. Today, I have rendered all of you incapable of resistance. And it was achieved very easily by using drugs to deal with you. Why waste time on you guys? Do you really think I have cultivated so many of these little bugs? If you have such a powerful expert backing you, then go ahead and summon him here. The amusement on his face grew more evident. You can call your father right now and ask him to come over personally for a visit. Aren't you convinced of his immense power? Let him come by to see whose strength prevails between us. If I can subdue him effortlessly, from now on your entire family will obediently serve under me like dogs. On the contrary, if he defeats me, I assure you, I can easily neutralize your toxins. In fact, we might reconcile with each other. Collaborations must be based on equal strength. Any opportunity to eliminate the weaker party, you certainly wouldn't miss. Don't talk nonsense to me, because I absolutely don't believe a word you say. There's only one chance. Make your choice. At this moment, Lin Chen's expression remained extremely calm, but the whole being of the Zhang family patriarch was in disarray, filled with fear in his heart. The person in front of him was no ordinary individual. How dared he directly invite their family's #1 expert to come over without any hesitation? There must be absolute confidence behind it. And he seriously doubted whether his father could resist the toxins made by Lin Chen. Having done the toxins, how could they still resist? Now, he deeply realized how unbearable his current state truly was. Besides speaking, he was completely immobile. Hands, feet, or even the simple turning of his head, all impossible. Lin Chen's face carried an ironic half-smile. Look at your condition. It seems like you've made a decision. But it doesn't matter. I'm not asking you yet. You can refuse. Of course, I can opt to make someone else visit instead, like telling your father, all these experts of yours have fallen at my hands, encountering extreme peril. If you get here the fastest way possible, there might still be hope to save all your lives. Guess if he would come or not. The Zhang patriarch couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Initially, he thought Lin Chen would be too proud to use lowly methods. Only now did he realize that the person in front of him didn't care about appearances at all. People like this were the hardest to deal with. At such a young age, he already possessed this kind of mindset. If allowed to grow for a few more years, their entire family would likely be easily schemed against and destroyed by him. He even had no idea where his son had gotten involved with such a monstrous talent. He regretted it deeply at this moment. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. I have very little patience. I've given you so many chances already. What are you going to do? Upon these words leaving his mouth, the Zhang patriarch hesitated internally. Should he directly call his father, or simply choose to refuse? With so many people present, not everyone could choose refusal so resolutely, especially when those present clearly feared Lin Chen. If he died, the others, leaderless, might actually betray him. If they betrayed his family, then Lin Chen would gain more time to prepare. While he was calling his father, he could also give his dad a warning. Thinking this through, he took several deep breaths, and his expression became very serious. In a bitter tone, he said, "Now, I'll call my father directly. I believe that once he knows our situation, there's no way he'd just watch from the sidelines. He will rush over as soon as possible. But it still takes some time to get here from our family estate. I hope you can give us a little time." Lin Chen revealed an obvious smirk, his voice calm, yet dripping with mockery. "You can take full advantage of this situation. You could even let your father attack me directly. You better think it through. If anything happens to my family and friends, for every hair of theirs you harm, I want one of your lives in return. Not too much to ask, is it?" Upon hearing this, the Zhang patriarch wanted to curse. Is this what you call not too much? Are you simply a devil? Chapter 163, Puppet on Strings. Lin Chen's smile remained calm, and beneath his eyes was indeed filled with disdain. If he didn't know the specific strength of the other side, he wouldn't have easily provoked those people either. Now that he already knew their system, there was no need to waste time with them anymore. The information he looked for has been found. The most important thing is to solve this trouble completely. Otherwise, it would be like having a poisonous snake watching him, ready to jump out and bite him anytime. An old saying goes, if you don't pull up grass by the root, it will sprout again when the spring breeze blows. No one knows when they will create problems. However, at this moment Zhang Zhuzhu noticed Lin Chen's implication. He can make this call, but shouldn't say too much, or Lin Chen might really take someone's life, most likely his own. He took a few deep breaths, and his voice trembled as he said, "Then I will call immediately. I believe my father, after knowing the situation, will come as soon as possible." Lin Chen nodded. His expression did not change much. The head of the family quickly took out his phone and dialed his father's number. It took a long while before the call connected. A low voice came through from the other end. "Weren't you just saying that you had important matters to deal with? Is everything done now? Has anything happened to my precious grandson?" At that point, Zhang's gaze instinctively flicked toward Lin Chen, whose voice slightly trembled. "Dad, your precious grandson sold us out. Now we are all in danger, and I can instantly send you the exact location. Please come as soon as possible, otherwise, everyone in our family might be trapped here." When Lin Chen heard these words, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At that moment, his gaze fixed on the patriarch of the Zhang family. In his hand appeared the ancient insect. His smile became more obvious, and its meaning was crystal clear. If anyone dared to talk too much, this little bug would be placed on him. The patriarch of Zhang family was now scared. Fear surged within him. His eyes glanced towards the other members of the Zhang clan. No one dared to meet his gaze. There was only terror and anxiety reflected in their eyes. The insects used in Gusu techniques were extremely cruel. Anyone who had even heard about them would not remain indifferent. They had seen too much. On the other side of the phone, an angry voice echoed. What are you talking about? How dare anyone lay hands on you guys? What the heck were you supposed to do there? Those men sent over have merely less strength than me. They're only one step away from becoming masters. Yet, you've all been taken down. Zhang's voice started to tremble. He used poison. After uttering just these few words, he felt as if death itself had set its sights on him. Raising his head instinctively, he collided his eyes directly with Lin Chen's. Their gazes locked. Lin Chen revealed a half-smile, neither fully formed nor non-existent. At that moment, the entire body of Zhang deteriorated into severe trembling. His tone carried violent tremors. You'd better come here as fast as possible. I'll send you the positioning coordinates right away. Your grandchild sold us out. Our chances of survival depend entirely on how promptly you can arrive. Right now, we're trying to stay ahead of them. Please come as soon as possible. After finishing, he ended the call without further delay, sending over the position coordinates. At that very moment, his facial expressions grew unusually unpleasant. Because he had sensed Lin Chen's intentions, Lin Chen smirked faintly, stating, I reminded you earlier not to speak recklessly. Tell your dad, we failed because of toxins, which allowed me to round you all up effortlessly. And this essentially hints at him to exercise utmost caution. Now, let's discuss what kind of treatment I should offer you. Should I kill you outright? Or perhaps use the insect to control whether you live or die? After all, back then, your dad was the top warrior of your family. Without him, others from your family are simply incapable, and they could fall prey to others at any time. Since I've made the decision to subdue you all and turn you into my dogs, obediently following my commands, it's certainly necessary to retain your capabilities. At this juncture, his smile carried more sinister charm. Zhang's pupils shrank dramatically. Before he could say anything, Lin Chen plunged a silver needle directly into his body. This left him unable to utter another word. Lin Chen's smile became more pronounced. You only get one chance. Now I will place this little bug on your body. This small insect will slowly enter your brain and then fuse with it, effectively turning you into a symbiotic being. And after my multiple rounds of cultivation, I've been feeding this insect with my essence blood. One could say that the insect is now in tune with my intentions. It has developed rudimentary sentience. As soon as any thought of betrayal arises within you, or if you attempt to commit suicide and sense danger to yourself, it will immediately respond. You'll feel it very soon. It's pointless for me to explain further. Why not let you experience it for yourself? At this point, his smile deepened. He directly placed the tiny insect on the wound of the Zhang patriarch. The patriarch watched helplessly as the insect burrowed through his wound, filling him with sheer terror and despair so overwhelming that his mental state was nearing collapse. A visible smirk crossed Lin Chen's face. Soon you will understand the nature of this pain. Rest assured, the agony won't last long. It will only persist for 5 or 6 minutes before subsiding, leaving you otherwise normal. However, because of your fusion with this insect, you may temporarily experience some physical coordination issues. The insect can sense your thoughts and control your body at will. Any information about me must remain concealed. To disclose anything would mean immediate betrayal. At this point, Lin Chen's grin took on an eerie charm. Those present who heard this couldn't help but open their eyes wide in shock, fear evident in their gazes. Indeed, they all felt an unprecedented terror. To be afflicted by such a poison bug essentially meant becoming a puppet controlled by someone else's strings. Could there really exist such a terrifying type of poison bug in this world? The patriarch of the Zhang family tried to resist, but it was all futile. Fear, anxiety, and helplessness surged within him, and his complexion turned deathly pale. Lin Chen continued smiling broadly. You'll soon know what it feels like, don't rush. Chapter 164, No Stinginess. Lin Chen wore a smile, but his expression grew colder. From the beginning, he never intended to reason with these people kindly. It's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. Their greed had completely taken over all their thoughts. The head of the Zhang family was already feeling that pain intensify, as if something had drilled into his brain. His neurons were subjected to an intense challenge at that moment. That pain was like pulling out his soul and throwing it into a pot of boiling oil. The tearing agony made him cry out involuntarily. When those present heard such anguished cries, they all felt bone-chilling fear. Lin Chen remained smiling. This is just the beginning. I didn't expect you to have already broken through your sealed acupoints. It seems this suffering has truly given you quite an extraordinary experience. But soon you will understand what real pain means. At that time, even if you want to scream, you might not be able to make a sound. The smile on his face became more evident. Those present indeed felt deeply terrified. From this moment onward, they had only one thought. Never offend Lin Chen again. Otherwise, if something similar happened to them, no matter who faced it, they would all perish. Lin Chen's smile became even more pronounced. He scanned all the people present, and he clearly had no intention of putting ancient city's entire attention onto every single person there. As he had said before, raising such tiny insects was extremely troublesome. Cultivating these poisonous insects required great sacrifices. Naturally, he wouldn't focus his mind on those individuals now. After enduring 5 or 6 minutes of pain, the Zhang family head looked at Lin Chen, his eyes showing increasing terror. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Lin Chen, from now on, you are my master. Whatever you ask me to do, I will follow without hesitation. I beg you, don't torture me with these methods anymore. I really can't bear it. If you give me another chance, no matter what you let me do, I will obey without hesitation. Even if you ask me to betray my own father, I will comply. At this moment, his mental state was nearing collapse. If given a chance to start over, he would choose to run as far away as possible. Even if his son died at Lin Chen's hands, he wouldn't entertain any thought of revenge. It was simply too painful. In all his life, this was the first time he understood what true despair meant. Even being carved 1,000 times was insignificant compared to this pain. The others around did not know exactly what their headmaster had gone through, but judging by his expression and current condition, they could guess. At that moment, everyone was utterly silent. Lin Chen revealed an obvious smile, and his voice grew calmer. I enjoy doing things methodically. What each of you have done previously thoroughly angered me, so I've decided to put each of you in chains. We don't need to worry about these chains harming you severely, nor making you feel this unbearable anguish in a short period. The worst we'll do is make you endure some pain for only about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't worry, it's not due to the worms. After all, cultivating these little bugs isn't easy either. Therefore, I will use certain toxins to control you. You can try to find someone to help neutralize the poison. Once someone helps neutralize it, you'll gain total freedom, and you won't have to continue serving me like dogs. After he spoke, the others present sighed in relief. No matter how excruciating the toxin's torment, it paled in comparison to the suffering caused by those worms. They knew the personality of their head well, yet under the torture of these small insects, he showed such vulnerability, which painted a vivid picture of the harm inflicted by those creatures. At this point, Lin Chen had already left a deep impression of fear on their minds, leaving behind lasting psychological trauma. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his tone even calmer. He spoke softly. Each of you come here to collect a pill from me. You already have limited mobility now. Even though weak, you're at least able to stand and take a few steps. I hope you do not disappoint me and listen obediently. In the future, you will still have meat to eat. After all, I am generous with the dogs who serve me loyally. I never let my dogs starve. He took a small bottle out of his body, filled with black pills the size of soybeans. When these people saw the things in front of them, they couldn't help but tremble all over. This person was nothing short of a devil to them. Though they didn't know what sinister plan Lin Chen had next, their hearts were already filled with deep panic. If they had another chance to start anew, none of them would have come here, yet there was no such thing as regret. Even if their guts turned green from regret, it wouldn't change anything. After the first pill, the second followed without pause. Everyone swallowed that toxic pill. Lin Chen was very satisfied with their reaction. A clear smile emerged on his face. Starting now, each of you is a dog under my control. I won't be stingy with you lot. I'll provide some medicine that will temporarily boost your strength. Before the old man arrives, I'll raise your strength once more. When he gets here, you'll simply overpower him and spare me the effort. Upon hearing these words, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes, disbelief showing in their gazes. Did he really expect them to fight against their family's top expert? Among them, even the strongest was merely an expert master, and this expert master had shown no resistance whatsoever in front of Lin Chen, collapsing instantly after being poisoned. Right now, they had absolutely no idea about Lin Chen's true capabilities. Without further ado, Lin Chen tossed them a bottle of pills, saying lightly, "Each one gets a pill. Since you're my dogs now, I naturally can't treat you with stinginess. Once you take the pills, you'll know how strong you've become. All you need to understand is that it's a great honor to serve as my dog." Hearing these words, the gathered crowd exchanged nervous glances. At that moment, none of them dared to hesitate, fearing Lin Chen might punish them. They all obediently nodded. Chapter 165, Surviving by the Skin of Their Teeth. Lin Chen was extremely satisfied with the reactions of those people. A noticeable smile appeared on his face. He said calmly, "Since everything has already been explained, there's no need to waste any more time. I'm actually quite looking forward to the arrival of the old man and your family. If this matter is resolved completely, I won't bother calling you again when I don't need you, and I assume you would also be annoyed by me." Upon saying this, the smile on his face grew even wider, and the people present all shook their heads frantically like a tambourine. Not a single person dared to refute his words. Right now, Lin Chen was practically their master. Lin Chen said indifferently, "Do not overestimate how evil I am. I have already told you before. And as for me, I always repay kindness and enmity clearly. You came here to trouble me, so I merely defended myself. Currently, the only thing left is the last step. If that old man understands the situation well, everything can be discussed smoothly. If he refuses to cooperate, then it will be necessary to send him on his way." Everyone had their heads bowed low. They had accepted Lin Chen's capabilities. Now they had ingested the poison, and were completely controlled by Lin Chen, becoming puppets under his control. All of them no longer had the thought to resist. To resist meant death, and a painful one at that. Why couldn't they just survive barely? Seeing they did not respond, Lin Chen said faintly, "My words are irreversible. Since I promised to give you benefits, I definitely won't let you leave empty-handed. Swallow the medicines. I don't want to divulge my information or those abilities. After swallowing the medicine, you'll understand what I mean. You will be glad about today's choice." The people looked at each other apprehensively after having fallen into a trap once before. Now they were filled with psychological fear towards Lin Chen. Why insist on forcing them to take the medication? Wasn't it enough to torment them? Was he finding joy in torturing them? Their mental defenses had already collapsed. What else did Lin Chen intend to do? The head of the Zhang family reacted fastest, and at this point, he had already endured the harshest beatings. Having suffered a beating surely teaches someone lessons. Now he was perfectly clear. If Lin Shan wanted to deal with them, it wouldn't be this troublesome. Could it really be as Lin Shan said, that taking this medicine would significantly increase their own strength? He didn't dare to hesitate too much, fearing he might be used as Lin Shan's scapegoat. He quickly opened the bottle and swallowed a pill. His heart was prepared to meet whatever end comes. After all, why wouldn't he set an example, being the head of the family? Everything that happened earlier was humiliating. Even if they wanted to hide this incident entirely, it wasn't possible with so many people present. Mr. Zhang could not guarantee whether others would keep silent. After all, they were some of the mainstays of their family. He understood better than anyone their characters. At this moment, he could only hope Lin Shan was telling the truth, hoping that Lin Shan wasn't exaggerating. He would rather have his power grow insignificantly than betray his father. Moreover, if such a good thing truly existed, Lin Shan would have traded it long ago with others, instead of giving it to puppets like them. As common knowledge goes, puppets exist merely to take blame and be cannon fodder. Just as his thoughts ran wild, he suddenly felt a different sensation coursing through his body. When he focused his gaze, though, it was full of awe hard to suppress, because he distinctly felt an internal force continuously swelling. Without cultivation soon, his meridians might explode. Realizing this, he dared not hesitate a moment, and sat down cross-legged on the ground, immediately starting to absorb the potent energy from within the drug. How potent the drug was! Mr. Zhang almost couldn't resist spraying out a mouthful of old blood. Too strong. Although his acupoints were inferior, this drug forcibly boosted him by a significant margin. In his heart, there was an unfathomable shock. This isn't medicine, it's a celestial pill. After continuous cultivation for around 20 minutes, he opened his eyes. Originally, he was only at the full potential of the innate realm, far away from becoming a master. In his father's words, although he had talent, it was extremely poor. A lifetime breakthrough was hopeless, and his comprehension could only be considered average. Unless some kind of serendipitous encounter happened, otherwise, he would only reach this level for life. The family currently was running short of talent. What was he feeling at this moment? Master, thank you for your gift. I guarantee that I will not act recklessly in the future, nor will I cause any trouble. Lin Shan just smiled, his expression still calm. Their purpose here was to block that old man Zhang. After all, the other party's strength had already reached the realm of a great master. If this person were fully cultivated, perhaps that old man could bring him unexpected surprises. After all, although he currently had sufficient personal power, there was no powerful force around him to rely on. If he could build a strong power base centered on himself, then in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about people trying to mess with those close to him. Anyone wanting to harm him would first need to assess whether they had the ability to withstand his wrath. At this moment, a smile gradually appeared on his face, his gaze directly focusing on the head of the Zhang family. He said calmly, "Now do you feel that it is appropriate to become a dog by my side? Are you honored?" The head of the Zhang family twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Although he indeed felt that he had gained greatly at this moment, the words just sounded awkward. However, he quickly threw away these thoughts. If cultivators hit a bottleneck and can't break through for a long time, when others offer an opportunity to transcend and provide extremely powerful medicine, it might be worth risking their lives. He took a deep breath several times, then bowed to Lin Shan. "Thank you, Master, for giving me this opportunity. From now on, our entire family will be your dogs. Whatever task you give us, completing it will be our first priority." Lin Shan nodded with a smile. "Not bad for the Zhang family. Your words are quite skillful. Since you've already agreed, we don't need to waste any more time. You can distribute the rest of the pills among yourselves. I am curious how far your potential can take you. Will another great master emerge from your ranks?" Chapter 166, The Wager. The others present all had expressions of extreme anticipation on their faces. Having seen the reaction of their own master, they knew this was absolutely a great deal. In such a situation, resisting would make them truly foolish. That medicine was definitely no simple thing. Everyone immediately took the drug given by Lin Shan and consumed it without delay. Lin Shan's lips curved slightly upward. His face didn't betray any expression of surprise, as his gaze then turned toward Master Zhang. A smile gradually emerged. "Now that you have already agreed to bring your entire family to join me, I will naturally give you more benefits in the future. Besides, I wouldn't let you help me do things for nothing. As long as you do things well, I don't mind providing you with more useful medicines, and in return, you can collect some precious herbs for me. Otherwise, I'd be spending more than I earn." At that point, delays in rewards are bound to happen. In fact, to put it simply, we can also operate in a cooperative model. Just some things, you understand how to proceed with them. First giving a slap, then offering a sweet jujube. Don't you feel more comfortable inside? Master Zhang clearly paused momentarily. Now he considered himself understanding. Lin Shan, this devil, acted unpredictably. This wasn't about making them listen obediently and cooperate. Instead, it was completely seizing the absolute initiative. If it were just a cooperation, they could break the partnership at any time and even stab behind their back any time. But could they dare to do so now? Bitterness showed on his face as he slightly bowed down to pay respect. "Young master, we absolutely dare not harbor any rebellious thoughts. You please rest assured, we will always wait for orders from you. Regardless of what matters you propose, we will find a way to resolve them. Even if our strength is insufficient, we will risk our lives for the cause." Lin Shan displayed a satisfied smile. "You've indeed made a promise. But we still need to see about that old man." "Old man." Master Zhang slightly startled, instinctively looking up and following Lin Shan's gaze. At an unknown time, there was already an old man standing there. Fury filled his eyes. He could never have imagined that one day his son would choose to become a lackey for someone else. This thought alone stirred a raging fire within him, a fury that had never flared up like this before. His teeth ground together audibly. How dare you? Upon hearing these words, Master Zhang turned pale in fear and hurriedly attempted to explain. But before he could utter a word, the old man named Zhang had already stepped forward. His eyes locked onto Lin Chun, his expression seeming as if two daggers were formed. Still smiling calmly, Lin Chun said indifferently, "Indeed, just as I anticipated, this old fellow doesn't know my strength, and it seems he harbors quite strong animosity towards me. Do you think how should I treat him?" Master Zhang shook his head like a clapper drum. "Young master, my father has no idea about your prowess. I will explain to him. Please show mercy. Giving me just 1 minute is enough." The old man Zhang snorted coldly, anger filling his eyes as it had never done before. "Shut up. If you weren't my own son, I'd already kill you with one slap. Yet here you stand asking for grace. Do you think I'm afraid of them?" By the end, a killing intent flashed fiercely in his eyes. He wanted to act against Lin Chun right away, still appearing calm as if there was no change. At this moment, a gradual smile appeared on his face. Speaking calmly, "That's enough. Stop wasting your breath. If you want to take action, just attack. If you really manage to harm me in any way, I'll leave myself to your disposal." Zhang Elder frowned deeply at this moment. He had never felt his power unmatched in the world, and moreover, he had come directly in front of Lin Chun now. However, this person seemed utterly unbothered and allowed him to make the first move. Zhang grew increasingly cautious, regaining a sense of reason amidst his anger. He stared fixedly at Lin Chun, gritting his teeth audibly. "Though I may not know what grievances lie between us, I hope you will allow my family to leave. They might all have been poisoned, or they wouldn't be sitting there motionless." It had been a while since he began talking here, but the people seated remained completely inert. One could imagine how dire the situation was for those individuals. Lin Chun didn't expect that this old man's attitude would change so drastically before and after, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. He said calmly, "Since you've already stated that you want to resolve the conflict, then let's make a wager. Everyone here is not only completely free from danger, but on the contrary, they have also received a great opportunity. It was me who gave them this opportunity. I have enabled their strength to rise by 1 level in a short period of time. Even if it were you, as long as I provide you with sufficient medicine, you could also reach a much stronger level. If I accomplish all of this, then in the future, you will obediently become my subordinate. I won't forcibly require you to do anything excessive, but within your capabilities, you must follow my orders." When Zhang Laotu heard these words, he couldn't help but display a grin that clearly carried strong tones of mockery. He sarcastically said, "You probably think to trick me into taking some medication so my cultivation can improve, right? I suggest you abandon that thought at once. Earlier, I was observing by the door, and perhaps my son didn't notice it, but I overheard your entire conversation. You're nothing more than someone deceiving him like a fool. I had never imagined that my son could be so stupid." By the end, his gaze revealed extreme anger and frustration. He glared furiously at his son, an expression that seemed ready to crush him entirely. Zhang family patriarch tried several times to speak, but stopped each time. Yet he realized there was no chance for him to interject. His father would never believe what he says, only what he saw here and now. Lin Chun's lips curled up slightly, indifferently saying, "Our disagreement aside for the moment, I just have one question for you now. Do you dare to take this bet? If I can raise the power of your clan members by 1 realm, will you obey and work for me?" Chapter 167. Bet and bear the consequences. Lin Chun's words were calm, as if everything was under his control. And old Zhang looked at their youthful faces, only in their early 20s. His expression gradually showed a mocking smile. There was also disdain in his eyes. "All right, I'll take your bet. If our family members' abilities can be greatly improved in a short period of time, even if I have to lower myself and become a mere tool for you until my death, I would do it willingly. After all, our entire family would advance by 1 great realm. Even without this old man's support, they could still progress rapidly. They might even rise above the level they had before. With or without me, the result would be the same. But if you're deceiving me, don't blame me for being unfriendly. The way you delay the time and speak so much is likely waiting for someone else to come. Although I don't know who has given you such courage, I must make it clear that even if the people from Department 9 arrive, I won't give them any respect. You have disrespected our whole business clan by humiliating us. What I value most is my pride." The rage within him was boiling more and more violently at that moment. But his alertness did not decrease at all. He knew clearly inside that the person in front of him couldn't be simple. Otherwise, his son wouldn't have fallen for it so easily. Zhang Zhudao sighed slightly again, finally choosing not to speak further, knowing his father's stubborn personality and realizing no amount of talking would help much. Rather than continue trying to persuade him, he preferred letting this old father hit the brick wall himself. Only when one collides with a brick wall yet refuses to turn back would they truly be foolish. A smile appeared on Lin Chun's face. "All right. Then we shall consider the agreement officially established now. They are about to awaken soon, the drug's efficacy fully unleashed, and since they had prepared mentally earlier, the absorption was incredibly clean." Old Zhang wanted to say something, but at that very moment, he distinctly sensed something strange. He suddenly turned toward a figure not far away. That person was the second strongest expert in their family, and this was why he had felt confident coming here. Hadn't there been a presence ensuring everything would go smoothly? But upon receiving the news later, he felt an urgent worry inside. Even though his strength ranked in the first tier among the family, someone else had outwitted him. His son had told him they were poisoned earlier. Now after some time passed, it felt like the situation wasn't just about poisoning, it was worse than he expected. With confusion still swirling in his heart, he couldn't hide his burning anger. Yet at this point, something started to seem off. Soon, his eyes slowly widened, astonishment filling his gaze. An overwhelming shock swept through his mind like tidal waves. He actually sensed the aura of a great master emanating from that individual. This aura didn't feel fabricated in any way. Instead, it seemed like it had developed naturally through steady cultivation over time. How is this possible? Given his familiarity with the individuals in his family, this person would never be able to reach the genuine great master level due to limited talent and insufficient resources. As a result, the individual was supposed to remain at the full master level forever. What was going on now? Still, he refused to believe it was due to Lin Chen's doing, with his inner tremors intensifying even further. If everything was indeed orchestrated by Lin Chen, it meant one thing. They lost the bet. Did it really mean he had to become a mere puppet for Lin Chen? He absolutely refused to play the role of a marionette. Complex emotions flickered in his eyes. A barely noticeable arc appeared on Lin Chen's lips as he said calmly, "It's just the beginning, don't be so amazed. There will be many more breakthroughs. Their breakthroughs will be stronger. After all, the medicine I gave them works effectively only below the great master level." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Zhudao involuntarily contracted his pupils severely. If what Lin Chen said was true, then their encounter wasn't simply about hitting an obstacle. It was probably discovering a true living immortal. However, he hadn't noticed the glances from his family members. These people weren't looking at Lin Chen with admiration of a living deity, nor were they overly excited. Rather, their hearts were filled with more astonishment and fear. Indeed, the person in front of them had exceeded their expectations. One might even say, he resembled more a living devil than anything divine. That method of torture made them wish they were dead. If given another chance to make a choice, they would rather not gain any enhancement, just to avoid this man standing in front of them again. It was utterly humiliating, leaving a deep psychological scar on them all. Lin Chen paid little heed to their distress. His smile grew even more evident. With a calm voice, he spoke. "Now that each of their breakthroughs has begun, will you continue with the bet, or are you seeking a way out for yourself? You could choose to leave now, and I will let bygones be bygones. After all, you are quite old. Living this long is no small feat moreover. Your restraint of anger in such critical moments proves your rationality, which is commendable." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Laotu took several deep breaths. His gaze suddenly shifted toward Lin Chen, revealing an indescribable complexity in his eyes. Even at the most crucial moments, he managed to suppress the greed deep within him. He understood clearly. This was an opportunity for resurgence. Yet, he couldn't risk everything on this gamble. After taking a few more deep breaths, he gritted his teeth and ultimately said, "A bet is a bet. I'm willing to become your trusted ally, ready to follow your orders without hesitation. But the people in my family, you must let them go. I cannot have my entire family suffer due to my momentary oversight in this wager. I do not want my family to become slaves under others' control from now on." As he spoke those words resolutely, he knew well that Lin Chen would absolutely never agree. Otherwise, there would have been no need for the other party to painstakingly cultivate members of his family in the first place. Since everything had already been clarified so thoroughly, he believed Lin Chen would understand his implied meaning. However, Lin Chen's face revealed only growing amusement as he chuckled calmly. Everyone else, though, was chilled to the bone. Chapter 168, Breaking Promises. A noticeable smile lingered on Lin Chen's face as he shook his head slightly. "You're overthinking this. The conditions you mentioned aren't enough. You can think about it more." When Zhang Lao heard these words, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Because he had guessed what Lin Chen was thinking, this was probably a scheme to take in his entire family. This was not the outcome he wanted, and inside, he was brimming with uncontrollable fury. However, this fury quickly subsided as he carefully pondered his next move after a brief moment of thought. His furrowed brows loosened, and his expression gradually relaxed. Then he revealed a smile, full of mockery. "Lin Chen, I never expected you to be so insatiable. But this actually gives me even more reason." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, the smile on his face slowly fading. "Old man, are you trying to give me an excuse? Clearly, you're deliberately stirring up trouble, but now that you've lost the bet, you refuse to own up to it. You look for all sorts of excuses to refute what I said earlier, and as for your shameless behavior, I don't feel inclined to argue about broken promises with you. Still, there are some things I must make clear. For instance, the things you did just now. Since I allowed your entire family to achieve breakthroughs, yet now you refuse to honor our bet, I have no choice but to take what is mine by force." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lao couldn't help but burst into laughter. His gaze was filled with deep mockery. Initially, he didn't want to do something utterly dishonorable in front of everyone from his family. Now Lin Chen's words gave him an excuse. He sneered and mocked. "Lin Chen, to be honest, I initially intended to honor the bet. But you're too greedy, wanting to completely control our entire family, something I will absolutely never allow. Your actions have thoroughly enraged me." At this point, his face turned extremely hideous. His eyes were brimming with overwhelming greed. There was only one thought in his mind. He must subdue Lin Chen. If Lin Chen became a mere lapdog under his control, he could use him to rapidly strengthen the family's power. In fact, seeing the continuous progress of his family members, which was clearly due to the medicine Lin Chen had provided, showing effects that could turn rotten matter into miracles, he even suspected this guy might be a Dan refining master. Though there was no evidence right now, He believed it strongly within himself. He laughed coldly and said, "No matter how powerful your methods may be, your strength remains there for everyone to see. You're merely in your 20s. Even if you started training then, you're still no match for me. I intend to make my move against you, and you have absolutely no way to resist. If you have any further tricks up your sleeve, I suggest you bring them out as soon as possible. Otherwise, you're finished." As he spoke these words, he already began moving toward Lin Shun. His intentions were now crystal clear. He would attack directly, without any thought of resolving matters peacefully. On the contrary, Lin Chen's smile gradually returned. He had already anticipated all kinds of outcomes. Originally, he planned to wipe out all the troublesome individuals who opposed him. But later, he felt this approach was overly bloody. He was a normal person. It wasn't possible to live every day shouting for fights and killings. Taking control of these people would be the best solution. Moreover, the old man before him had clearly developed greedy thoughts. Unless his intentions were dealt with, who knew what insane acts he might commit? With this realization, Lin Chen's smile slowly disappeared. Without hesitation, Zhang Lao aimed straight at Lin Chen's vital points. He intended to cripple Lin Shun, but needed to leave him alive. Although he wasn't entirely sure about the secrets of a Dan refining master's lineage, as long as he kept this man alive, he'd find ways to extract all the true information. Lin Shun had already understood the man's intention and showed no mercy. When the opponent attacked, Lin Shun simply lifted his hand, directly gripping Zhang Lao's wrist. Their eyes met. Zhang Lao's pupils violently contracted, his face filled with shock beyond belief. His previous smirk now froze on his face, his beard trembling ever so slightly. No matter how, he had never imagined that Lin Chen's strength had already become so powerful, leaving him no time to react at all. Lin Shun could easily seize him without any effort. Moreover, with such great power, why did Lin Shun bother to say so much useless nonsense to him? This was the part he couldn't understand. If the other party had shown such formidable strength earlier, would he have dared to resist, even a little? He would have been on his knees begging for mercy long before. Having lived to this old age, people became more fearful of death as they aged. He was clouded by greed earlier, but now it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. His heart was filled with deep fear. His voice trembled slightly. "Lin Shun, if I tell you that I was just joking with you before, wouldn't you believe me?" Lin Shun gave a slight smile. "Of course I do." Zhang Lao's eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. "Are you really trusting me? You're not playing another joke on me?" Lin Shun shook his head with a gentle smile. His expression turned colder. "It was you who started by joking around with me. So why are you talking this nonsense now? I've said it already. Since you refuse to honor your promise, there's nothing left but for me to personally take back what you owe." When Zhang Lao heard these words, his whole body stiffened. His eyes filled with unprecedented fear and an urge to flee. But how could there be any chance? As fast as lightning, Lin Shun struck directly into his dantian. He didn't destroy his dantian altogether since the old man's power was fairly good. In the future, under control, he could still be used as a weapon. A clear smile emerged on his face. "Old man, tell me, how do you wish to die?" He had already perceived the old man's true intentions. The older one got, the more fearful of death. Currently, it was merely intentional intimidation. He had already figured out how to handle this elder. Chapter 169 gained much insight. Lin Chen's face carried a sarcastic smile. "Old man, I just gave you a chance. But greed got the better of you, and it irritated me. Some things were right in front of you, but you acted as if you didn't see them. Do you really think I don't know what's on your mind?" Zhang Lao's voice trembled slightly. "What happened just now was indeed my mistake. I never expected that your strength would be so powerful. And you're not Lin Chen, are you?" At this moment, an idea emerged in his mind. If Lin Chen truly had such formidable power, how could he possibly only be in his 20s? He had practiced all his life. Practicing through the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, he had paid countless costs to achieve his current level. The Lin Chen standing before him was merely in his 20s. Even if he started practicing from the womb, it would be almost impossible for him to become a master surpassing him. With a smile, Lin Chen said, "Old thing, I see you still have no answer. Instead, let me give you a chance. A chance to stay alive." Zhang Laotu quickly nodded, his eyes filled with deep anticipation. If he could survive, he would pay any price without hesitation. A smirk flickered across Lin Chen's face as he spoke coldly. "From now on, start behaving like a dog, obediently following my orders. In the future, whoever I tell you to bite, you will open your mouth and do so." Fury surged in Zhang Lao's heart. No matter what, he was still a highly skilled expert. People bowed respectfully when they met him. Even those from the 9th Division hadn't dared to insult him with such words. This man in front of him simply ordered him to act like a dog. Although his actions might not have been entirely appropriate, did that mean he deserved such disgrace? Despite growing more furious inside, he didn't dare harbor the slightest thought of resistance. But slight hesitation crossed his features as his teeth clenched tightly. Lin Shun wore an obvious grin, mockery evident in his tone. "Now that we're at home, you still haven't recognized your position. Do you really think you'll have another chance to live? It would be easier for me to kill you than stepping on an ant. Allowing you to act like a dog is already giving you an opportunity. It is your honor. If you don't cherish such an opportunity, then there's no need for me to waste any more time with you. A quick death sounds good to you, doesn't it? After all, so many people in your family are watching. If I am too cruel to you, it wouldn't benefit the future management of others, and they may even grow resentful towards me." His expression seemed to hover between a smile and a frown, and his icy gaze caused Zhang Lao's heart to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand. At this moment, Zhang Laotu was genuinely afraid. The person in front of him wasn't interested in reasoning, and even if they did talk, he'd remain in the wrong anyway. The crux of the matter was that this person was strong enough. If he wanted Zhang Laotu to act as a dog, what other insane tasks might he order him to do? What if he forced him to do something terrible and then left him as the scapegoat? In the face of death, his heart couldn't stay calm. If given another chance, he would run as far away as possible and would never appear in front of Lin Chen again. The members of his family had set him up. And worse yet, the one who made the call was his own son. All the experts within their family were present here. If Lin Chen truly decided to move against them and placed all of them under his control, it would be equivalent to a total transfer of authority over their entire clan. The more Zhang Laotu thought about it, the colder his heart grew. His facial expression gradually became extremely grim, and his voice quivered with fear. Didn't you calculate everything beforehand and attract all of us here to keep us firmly under control? It's like offering our entire family to you on a silver platter. Do you belong to the ninth trial? Talented individuals from there wouldn't do such things unless you are part of some amoral dark alliance. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile upon hearing these words, gazing at Zhang Laotu with a look that hovered between amusement and seriousness. You have quite an imagination, but if you've already investigated me thoroughly, why do you still lack knowledge about my background? Zhang Laotu wanted to spit on Lin Chen's face. It was clearly trying to fool him. Taking him for a fool? He would never believe Lin Chen's identity was genuine. A mere young man in his 20s, even if he started cultivating from birth, he shouldn't be able to surpass him. Moreover, the other party's strength was vast like the sea. An expert reveals their prowess in just one move. Just now, when Lin Chen made his move, he had already firmly controlled Zhang Laotu, and Zhang knew he couldn't withstand even a single strike. At this moment, after taking several deep breaths, he suppressed the resentment and unwillingness in his heart. He tried hard to keep himself calm and said shakily, "Although I don't know your true purpose, everyone in our family is now in your hands. I will leave it up to you whether you want to kill us or harm us." He had originally thought that the people within his family would likely stand by him until death. But as soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Zhang family could no longer hold back. "Dad, stop having those thoughts. The young master won't show mercy to you. If you make the young master lose patience, the consequences will be extremely severe." Zhang Laotu wanted to turn around and glare at his son. Instead, what he saw in the eyes of the family members were signs telling him no one would die alongside him, but rather they showed only fear and retreat. At this point, he seriously suspected that someone in his family had been replaced. Previously, those people were extremely resolute in character. How had they suddenly become so timid? Lin Chen smiled faintly. This is called the wise adapting to circumstances. And you, old man, are the most shameless among them. For these people, I am actually very reassured. I used simple means to control them and wouldn't usually make harsh demands on them. I give them medicine periodically and quantitatively to alleviate the toxins in their bodies. The toxins would make them feel worse than dead, which is why they chose to comply. Who doesn't want to live peacefully? Only you, old man, are causing trouble here, making me extremely irritated. Since you refuse to listen obediently, I'll add another set of shackles for you. I have much experience dealing with old beasts like you who lack dignity. Chapter 170, Parasite. At this moment, the Zhang family members were all feeling a chill down their spines. Though they did not know exactly what kind of means Lin Chen would use, they were certain it was nothing good. Lin Chen took out a medicine bottle. At this point, old man Zhang was unable to move, his eyes filled with doubt. He had no knowledge of the situation when he took the medicine earlier, nor did he know that now. After Lin Chen opened the medicine bottle, an unprecedented aroma of medicine spread from within. That fragrance made him feel as though every cell in his body was celebrating joyfully. An extreme craving arose. It felt like there was a voice deep in his heart telling him he must consume the medicine in that bottle. Lin Chen poured out one pill. It was only the size of a soybean, completely golden, like a pill of immortality. Then, he handed the pill over. Old man Zhang seemed somewhat dazed and obediently slightly opened his mouth. With a light flick of his finger, Lin Chen sent the pill directly into old man Zhang's mouth. The pill dissolved into a warm stream flowing into his stomach and then dispersed throughout his limbs. Old man Zhang suddenly became clear-headed. His eyes radiated with unbelievable shock. Recalling the feeling from before, it was like being under someone else's mental control. Thus, his eyes were filled with even deeper fear. His wrinkled old face tightened together like tree bark. His voice trembled with previously unmatched panic. "Lin Chen, what did you make me eat just now? I'm having illusions now. It feels like something is crawling on me, inside my brain." Lin Chen's smile grew more pronounced. "Not only does that little thing crawl into your brain, but it also has other functions, such as refining essence and marrow. It can improve your qualifications, preparing you for the next breakthrough. And after your physical condition surpasses itself, this little thing will slowly fuse with your brain, equivalent to a parasite. It could be said that you will become a symbiotic entity. Such things are very rare in my possession. If it weren't for my wish to make you into an obedient old dog, I wouldn't have shared such valuable items with you." When old man Zhang heard this, he felt terrible, as if intangible insects were crawling all over him. This unknown horror deeply stabbed at his inner soul. And at this moment, he also sensed the position of the bug inside him. As a powerful expert with high-level abilities, his control over his own body was already delicate to the smallest detail. How is that possible? The pill you just gave me was a medicine, yet why is there a bug inside? What kind of skill did you use? Lin Chen smiled faintly and uttered two words. "Poisonous insect." Old man Zhang nearly lost his mind with fright. He couldn't help but shout in terror. "Are you a poison master? Haven't the poison masters been eradicated by the people of Bureau 9 long ago? Even their legacies have been utterly destroyed. How could you still possess their skills? Bureau 9 strictly forbids anyone from raising poisonous insects. You're defying their orders. Don't you fear they will take your life? His statement caused himself to start trembling with anxiety first. As someone from the older generation, he had personally witnessed the arrogance of those poison masters, especially the puppets controlled by them. Their lives could be considered worse than death. Even after those poison masters were exterminated, the fates of those controlled puppets remained extremely miserable. Now the situation was right in front of him. He might really be controlled by someone. In a sense, his life would now be in Lin Chen's hands, always manipulated by others. The more he thought about it, the more overwhelming his anxiety became. His facial expression turned increasingly grim. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Old man, have you now felt where the bug is located? It's not me scaring you, but this creation will soon fuse with your brain. As a result, you'll form a symbiotic relationship, during which you'll experience some harm from the bug. However, rest assured, it will ultimately bring you great benefits. In the future, you don't need to worry about poisoning. This bug is the most venomous, capable of absorbing all toxins from your body. Moreover, you'll be immune to all diseases. Just as Old Man Zhang was about to say something, he experienced excruciating pain akin to having his soul peeled away. It felt like his soul was thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Such agony left him desiring nothing more than immediate death. He fell straight onto the ground. Every muscle in his body was twitching, as if countless little worms were drilling through his skin. The real agony, however, was originating from within his brain, not throughout his body. His physical self was entirely out of his control. Lin Chen's face still bore a noticeable smile, and his eyes were filled with mockery. A calm voice then followed. I know you want to speak right now, but there's no need to waste any more time. After a few minutes, when you've completely fused with the little bug, we'll have all the time in the world to chat. And I liked your earlier rebellious attitude much more. Your shameless appearance suggests that you would surely excel at carrying out tasks. His words carried a tinge of sarcasm. At this moment, everyone from the Zhang family had slightly bowed their heads. They had already witnessed the head of their clan enduring such pain, and now Elder Zhang was experiencing the same torment. They certainly did not wish for the same fate. At the moment, everyone stood frozen in silence, afraid to breathe loudly for fear of drawing Lin Chen's attention. Their regret had reached its peak. The person before them could not be called human. He was a devil. Lin Chen paid no attention to what was going on inside the minds of those around him. Instead, his face radiated satisfaction with a peaceful tone as he spoke. You've seen some things. If it weren't for my strength, the one lying on the ground in excruciating pain might very well be me. You understand just how shameless this old man is. I merely repaid him in his own currency. If he possessed similar means, he would have exploited them 100-fold. You dared to provoke me, and now that you're in my hands, it's fair to say your lives belong to me. I'll decide how to proceed. If you want to survive, listen to me. Everyone nodded vigorously, like pounding garlic. Some people, reacting quickly, directly knelt before Lin Chen, pledging loyalty. They were truly terrified. This demonstration of power, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, was something Lin Chen found extremely satisfying. Chapter 171, Recompense. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, Words are spoken well. Misfortune relies on fortune. You aren't without benefits. Having done wrong, one must pay a price for their errors. The price is to have a chain placed around you from now on, making you consider whether your actions are right or wrong. I will not allow any insane events in my territory. Otherwise, without the need for others to move, I will personally eliminate each and every one of you. My words must be remembered. I won't repeat myself. Any dog that dares to bare its teeth at me, I'll slaughter it. There will be no margin for error regarding you all. Despite his smile, his words were as cold as knives. All those present immediately nodded. Not a single person dared to speak out against him. Simultaneously, they were trying hard to restrain themselves internally, determined to become good people afterward and never do things that betray moral standards again. Although they hadn't committed too many heinous deeds in the past, after all, the Ninth Bureau was still above them, causing them to proceed cautiously. They had indeed engaged in bullying. Now they restrained themselves even more vigorously, fearing to be used as Lin Chen's scapegoat. Lin Chen just casted a calm glance at them, then calmly continued. Misfortune harbors fortune. Regardless of what I make you do in the future, I myself will offer you great rewards. I won't demand endlessly without reciprocating. You found a support, and I am your support. Did you hear that? At this moment, Old Man Zhang was cowering on the side, not daring to utter a word. Others nearby couldn't help but widen their eyes, hearts pounding wildly. Lin Chen's meaning was akin to informing them that they would now have an immensely powerful backer, someone strong backing them up. If anyone dared to oppress them, they could simply approach Lin Chen for assistance. Lin Chen said calmly, though I don't like trouble, I also don't fear it. I prefer to extinguish trouble at its very inception. If you act honestly yet face bullying, you can respond properly, and come to me if you cannot withstand the fight. However, such situations might not occur, because I plan to select some among you to increase your strength, to grant you the qualifications necessary to work for me. At your current state, you lack the ability even to qualify to serve me. Upon hearing these words, everyone present slightly lowered their heads. But deep within them, there was a swell of discontent. It was too dismissive of them. In the days before meeting Lin Chen, they had been unbearably arrogant, particularly in their hometown of Fujian. Their Zhang family was undeniably a hidden aristocratic power. None dared easily provoke them. Even the agents from the Ninth Bureau treated them with care. Lin Shen said quietly. I know what's in your hearts. Aren't you dissatisfied, thinking my words sound too decisive? Before those people could open their mouths, he continued. You messed with me and ended up kicking an iron plate, didn't you? Who can assure us that there aren't other worldly experts lurking around? The world is vast, especially the Jojo continent where thousands of years of tradition haven't broken. It's profoundly deep. I advise you to conduct yourselves less arrogantly, otherwise, one day, you may truly provoke someone you shouldn't. Even if you want me to save you, it might already be too late. Though beating a dog does concern its master, I dislike conflicts, hence my name isn't prominent. Do you understand my meaning? Master Zhang nodded repeatedly like a pecking chicken. He realized the consequences of his own arrogance and pride at that moment. Junior Lord, I've decided to gather all our family's strength concentrated around this city, especially around the villa complex where you reside. I plan to spend heavily, buying the entire area, and place it around you. Not because we're irrational wanting to protect you, but to protect the others around you. In the future, we will be your most loyal subordinates. We hope you give us this opportunity to show our loyalty, which is the only way for us to express our gratitude. Lin Shen found the Patriarch Zhang extremely satisfying, as this man certainly knew how to navigate smoothly upward. A smile crept onto his face, and he spoke lightly. Agreed. Proceed according to your plans. If there's anything you need to do, I will naturally contact you. As for your son, he was also forced to act like this. Even you can't bear that kind of pain, let alone him. By now, he probably feels extremely guilty. However, he is also a talent. Cultivate him well in the future. After saying this, he waved his hand. As for those people, they could leave, but his gaze fell on old man Zhang. His voice was calm, yet left no room for argument. You stay behind. We have things to discuss properly. There are matters you are more suitable for than them. In the future, you don't need to appear in public anymore. Others, if they hear of you, should only know you as a shadow who can silently extinguish lives in their sleep. Upon hearing these words, old man Zhang raised his head. His expression was filled with disbelief, clearly indicating that he was reluctant to become a hidden shadow. He wanted to protest, but all the words were forcibly swallowed back down. The person before him truly held life and death in his hands. With just a thought, he could obliterate him completely. No one dared say more, and everyone quietly left the villa. However, before they departed, concern was evident in their eyes. They all knew what kind of character their old ancestor had. At a word's disagreement, he really could kill someone outright. Recalling their previous behavior, none of them chose to support the elder, fearing he might return and retaliate against all their families. Especially remembering that old man's past words. If the entire family had to be sacrificed for one great benefit, he would take it and live carefree. This showed he didn't see them as family at all, merely as tools. Lin Shen's lips curled slightly upward as his gaze fell on the remaining old man Zhang. Terrified, Zhang immediately knelt down. Since there was no one else around, he no longer cared about his dignity. With a trembling voice, he said, Young master, whatever you tell me to do, I will carry out without hesitation, even if I am required to disappear completely from the public eye and turn into a shadow hidden in darkness. I won't have any complaints. My loyalty will belong only to young master. Chapter 172, Leaving Without Saying Goodbye. Lin Shen raised his hand, signaling that old man Zhang could get up. He said indifferently, It's not as serious as you say. If I don't do those illegal things, naturally I won't do those insane things. So you can completely set your mind at ease. The Ninth Bureau will never come after you. If they find you later, it will only be for your help. I need someone nearby to heed my orders at all times. I think you're quite suitable. Old man Zhang was filled with astonishment because he didn't know what Lin Shen meant by this statement. Having lived so many years, he had grown up in luxury, with infinite resources and exceptional talent, all of which contributed to his current strength and status akin to an ancient patriarch. Used to being waited upon all the time, when had he ever done such menial tasks? He dared not oppose. With an awkward expression on his face, he said, Young master, I've never done these kinds of things. From now on, I'll be the most obedient person by your side. Whatever you tell me to do, I will follow your orders. Lin Shen smiled faintly. Although your power has broken through, it still isn't enough. You can also understand it as me just needing a tool man who obeys every command. Of course, I won't overwork you either. The words you mentioned earlier made me extremely uncomfortable. So I'm going to let you experience what it feels like to be under someone's command. You can consider yourself a puppet manipulated by strings. Old man Zhang's face was full of bitterness, and he could only nod. But then Lin Shen tossed him a pill. Upon seeing this pill, his whole body began to shiver. What nonsense. Just now, I couldn't resist the temptation and ate this pill, which resulted in me now becoming someone else's puppet, one without any chance of resistance. He was utterly terrified to become such a tool. Lin Shen half smiled, half joked, You don't need to be afraid. This is to increase your strength. Your current abilities are still too weak, but your foundation is very solid. After consuming this pill, you'll need some time to absorb its effects, allowing your strength to barely reach the peak of the terrestrial immortal realm. Once your realm stabilizes, I'll let you break through to the next level. How could the people around me be mere terrestrial immortals? After finishing his words, a smile of confidence and pride spread across his face. Old man Zhang could not help but widen his eyes. His gaze was full of disbelief and awe, as if waves were surging in his heart. Becoming a terrestrial immortal had always been his lifelong pursuit. Yet now, Lin Shen told him that this realm wasn't even enough to qualify as a dog. His mentality was almost shattered. However, thinking about Lin Shen's methods, he became excited to the point where his hands and feet were trembling slightly. If he truly reached that kind of realm, he couldn't imagine how terrifying Lin Chen's power might already be. Was this the frightening aspect of being a potion master? He didn't dare to think further and swallowed the pill without hesitation. Then he felt as though his entire physique was undergoing a dramatic transformation. All the cells in his body seemed to leap with joy. It felt like the pores were opening their mouths to breathe. The whole person was as if elevated. Lin Chen said calmly, "I sense the cultivation method you practice. It leans towards softness and enjoys lurking in the shadows. In the future, stay by my side. You don't need to appear all the time. If there's anything you need to do, just look into my eyes. You are definitely shameless enough and have no face left. Therefore, many tasks would be absolutely appropriate handed over to you." As soon as these words were spoken, old man Zhang involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth. The most shameful moments came when he was facing Lin Chen. In the end, it was like kicking against iron plates. The helplessness and bitterness in his heart were magnified infinitely at that moment. Yet what followed immediately was a feeling of relief. He even considered it an honor. Without Lin Chen, perhaps he would never be able to reach the realm of the terrestrial immortal, especially since his physique underwent such dramatic changes. Cultivation was step by step climbing upward, and now he truly ascended to heaven in a single step. Young master, meeting you is the greatest opportunity of my life. To be a shadow at your side is my greatest honor. Lin Chen understood, slap first, and then offer a sweet date. Now he was very satisfied. After solving all the troubles this time, let old man Zhang find a room in the villa. Nominally, he would be his old steward. Tomorrow, some servants could be hired. The villa was empty except for him. Although that Miss Zhang would occasionally come over to stay, it was indeed too desolate. A gentle night breeze blew. Even the summer wind, after 10 o'clock, carried a hint of coolness. Lin Chen stood on the balcony, breathing steadily, his eyes slightly closed as he slowly began to cultivate. Old man Zhang had been about to bring up some things and deliver some items upstairs. He had already hired some servants, all of them professionally trained and exceptionally beautiful women. Just as he was about to report back, at this moment, he suddenly felt an immense shock coursing through his body, causing his eyes to widen involuntarily. His expression was filled with awe, as if he had just seen a ghost. He thought he had overestimated Lin Chen's abilities before, but now he realized how foolish he had been. Only after witnessing Lin Chen practicing did he fully comprehend the vast chasm between them. After old man Zhang's strength reached the terrestrial immortal realm, his perception of the natural world around him deepened immensely, and he clearly caught glimpses of the rules woven into the universe. But when Lin Chen revealed even a fraction of his true cultivation during practice, it left old man Zhang in utter amazement. There were people in this world so extraordinary that their level transcended his wildest imagination. In front of Lin Chen, he felt like a child taking their first faltering steps, realizing that everything he knew barely scratched the surface of what true power entailed. Lin Chen opened his eyes. His gaze shifted. He had noticed earlier the maids bustling about the villa. He hadn't expected that old man Zhang would be so extravagant, hiring so many attractive female servants, each of whom could easily score above 90 out of 100 in looks. Still, he didn't refuse outright. "Is there something you need?" Old man Zhang's demeanor grew even more respectful, his humility evident in every glance. Bending forward, he took a few small steps closer. "Young master, everything in the villa has been fully arranged. However, while cleaning, someone found a letter left behind in one of the rooms. And this letter is addressed to young master." Chapter 173, Prioritize the Greater Picture. Lin Chen's expression clearly showed a moment of surprise. A letter for himself? There was a look of doubt in his eyes. The old Zhang quickly and respectfully held the letter out with both hands, explaining earnestly, "Young master, this letter was found in another room. The servant discovered it and immediately reported to me. I didn't dare open it and brought it over as soon as possible." Lin Chen took the letter and after opening it, quickly saw its content. His brows gradually furrowed, but his face did not show any change. He had already known what Tian had been thinking before, yet he had never expected that Tian would choose to leave without saying goodbye at this moment. That's why such a big event happened yesterday, and Tian wasn't there. Tian had already left the previous day. His facial expression did not change much. Casually crumpling the envelope into a ball, Lin Chen clenched it in his hand and then opened his palm again. That letter turned into a powder. With a voice calm as water, he said, "Call old Xia. Just say Tian caused some trouble." Upon receiving the call, old Xia rushed over without hesitation. Tian was the daughter of his life and death friend. Old Xia originally thought that things could progress smoothly under Lin Chen's watch, but never anticipated she would leave without notice, causing great trouble in her absence. This made his mind filled with conflict and tension. He clearly knew Lin Chen's character. If Lin Chen had promised to raise someone, then he would never break that promise. So why did this happen? Could it be they quarreled? But when he considered Tian's current character, such a situation seemed impossible, and he was only full of confusion and urgency. When arriving here, he hastily entered the villa. However, upon seeing the several stunningly beautiful maids in the villa, and also witnessing the respectful-looking old Zhang standing there, his eyes nearly popped out. As the director of the 9th subdivision of this region, old Xia had more than one encounter with this old man. This man's arrogance was deeply etched into old Xia's memory. This old guy had not only made him feel humiliated more than once, but every time he encountered something, there were no traces or evidence to follow up on. Since these actions had not gone beyond moral or ethical boundaries, all the 9th subdivision could do was turn a blind eye. What caught his attention now? It appeared that this old man was respectfully standing beside Lin Chen. His demeanor was as if he were an old butler. Lin Shen's face carried a faint smile. Old Xia, I asked the old steward to call you just to inform you that little girl Tian ran away by herself. She believes that she can handle things now. The letter she left told me she didn't want to get involved with me in this matter. Therefore, she decided to take revenge directly, even if it means risking death. Because I mentioned before that revenge is something she must handle alone. She couldn't wait any longer. Upon hearing these words, old Xia couldn't help but roar angrily. Why didn't you stop her? Tian is such a stubborn little fool. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to join the Dark Alliance back then. We worked hard to cover up all her information, creating a fake status of her death. Who knows? Maybe now the Dark Alliance has targeted you. What she's done now isn't going to. He wanted to say it might expose Lin Shen as well. It could easily lead to a terribly unfortunate outcome. What kind of place is the Dark Alliance? Others might not know clearly, but he understood them quite thoroughly. That force was akin to a swarm of cockroaches hiding in the shadows. Yet, only their 9th Division dared to view them as such. Other forces, when confronting the Dark Alliance, always avoided them entirely, perhaps trembling in fear just at the mere mention. Meeting them equated to significant trouble. They could potentially become special targets anytime. Lin Shen's face showed a slight smile, his tone still as tranquil as ever. One cannot truly understand the vastness of this world without going through certain experiences. Previously, I mentioned I'd nurture her into a real expert. In her understanding, those so-called political experts only managed to reach the great master level. And indeed, she has already reached that realm now. I told her, even that doesn't amount to crossing the threshold. She simply thought I was exaggerating. Old Xia's body shuddered violently. He really wanted to ask what means Lin Shen had used, because despite his own efforts, he had barely crossed into the master realm. This was mainly due to the miraculous herbs provided by Lin Shen. If it weren't for those medicines, he would probably still be stuck at the Shintanman realm. He couldn't help but swallow, his voice trembling. Are you saying that Xia Tian has now reached the great master level? Lin Shen nodded, but then shook his head. His great master level still has much room for growth. After all, he just broke through to this level, and even before his cultivation could stabilize, he gave in to his desire for revenge. He told me that if one day he survives, he will come back as a slave or servant. Do you think I lack such things? Now I have no way to grasp his specific information and whereabouts. After all, I am alone. You, on the other hand, are different. You can quickly find some detailed information. If you find him, bring him back immediately and tell him I need him to do something more important. Old Xia chuckled bitterly. You're too kind to me. As soon as I received your message, I sent people to look for these clues. But so far, there has been no useful clue found, and 2 members were lost in the process. Those 2 members haven't sent back any messages. I estimate their chances of survival are slim. After all, our previous tracks are now exposed because of my rash actions. But since this matter involves you, those higher up haven't said much. They only told me. We cannot bury all our achievements because of one person. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen understood what it meant. The smile on his face faded. Are you trying to tell me that the 9th Division won't help anymore? Old Xia opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. They had played a big game, and now everyone must prioritize the greater picture. Especially him. He must strictly adhere. They had their own discipline. If they hadn't initiated this plan, perhaps he could have done everything possible to search, but now he was unable to do so. The bitterness and helplessness on his face made Lin Shen understand the answer. A decision was also made in Lin Shen's heart. Chapter 174, Guilt. Lin Shen's fingers lightly tapped on the table as he thought about how to voice these words. His gaze shifted to Old Xia. Old Xia's expression was filled with guilt and awkwardness, and his heart bore a heavy sense of self-reproach. There were things he truly didn't know how to explain. Perhaps he hadn't paid enough attention to the daughter of his lifelong friend. He originally thought that following Lin Shen would bring her more advantages, perhaps even allowing her to quickly reach heights others could not achieve in a short time. But after events unfolded, he realized what kind of thoughts Xia Tian actually had. From start to finish, she never forgot the hatred from her past. Now, everything lay before her eyes. Xia Tian might currently be undergoing the transformation between life and death. Or worse, before completing this transformation, she could vanish entirely from the world, leaving no trace behind, alive or dead. As this thought crossed his mind, his facial expression turned extremely grim. His eyes showed an unwavering determination. Master Physician, right now, I want to resign directly and go by myself to find every clue about Xia Tian. I can't mobilize the entire resources of Section 9 to help me do this. It's my personal matter. By the end of his statement, his voice grew dimmer, but there was no wavering on his face. Even if it meant no longer managing this branch office, he had to retrieve the daughter of his close friend. She was the only bloodline of his friend who shared life and death together. If something like this happened, he would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Lin Shen already saw through his thoughts, and a faint smile appeared on his face. With an extremely calm voice, he said, "You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. I will investigate thoroughly. I will use some forces, for example, all the people from the Zhang family. If we let them handle this investigation, they may very well uncover some clues. All these people are from the Dark Alliance, so finding traces related to them is not difficult. The most important thing now is that once your Section 9 knows someone is investigating information about them, don't act hastily. We're not enemies. We simply share the same goal, to dismantle this power. Their existence threatens the safety of many people." Old Xia blinked slightly, but then he couldn't help widening his eyes, filled with incredible shock. His voice trembled dramatically. "Your meaning is the entire Zhang family can be fully controlled by you? You must understand, confronting the whole Dark Alliance. Not many forces have such courage. The Zhangs are known to avoid trouble. I've also investigated their relevant information. Back then, the Zhang family gave us a lot of intelligence. The main purpose was to defend against targeting by people in the Dark Alliance. They were afraid that people from the Dark Alliance would drag them into dire straits. In fact, their aim was to make both of our sides fight to the death while they remained safe. Lin Chen smiled slightly. It seems you guys have been doing some major moves recently. Otherwise, you should have received news that people from the Zhang family came to cause me trouble. Upon hearing these words, old Xia couldn't resist standing up abruptly. He was about to speak, but immediately understood. Lin Chen was sitting here unscathed and had directly told him the entire Zhang family would provide assistance. This was equivalent to clearly informing him that troubles had been resolved. Instead, those individuals had been tightly held under control. If his own subordinates had achieved such progress, he would surely have rejoiced wildly. But in front of him sat a true sage beyond worldly affairs. He was a pill cultivator, a lineage that had been interrupted for over 1,000 years. Now appearing again before everyone, he revealed the true strength of a pill master, completely surpassing all conventional techniques and methods. Lin Chen smiled, still looking very calm. A lot of matters have already been laid before us. The goal is simple, to bring Xia Tian back. I've already warned them before. Without my permission, don't recklessly disturb these people. Otherwise, you'll only harm yourselves in the end. He might think his power is already strong enough, but most of the time, those Grandmaster-level fighters are just cannon fodder. The Dark Alliance has managed to exist until today, especially when going head-to-head with your 9th Division. One can imagine how formidable their strength must be. If they were all so simple, how could your 9th Division possibly allow them to live up to this point? It's because he hasn't thought things through properly, but I will investigate immediately. You can tell me all the clues you have. When old Xia heard this, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master Physician, let me be honest with you. It was some of the clues you gave us in the past that allowed us to formulate a plan. And this plan is the core. Because of this plan, I cannot easily take action. Otherwise, those higher-ups might consider me a dangerous person for interfering with the plan, and they would deal with me accordingly. The 9th Division indeed has many rules and restrictions, but the purpose is to protect the safety of everyone around us. No one wants their teammates to stab them in the back. Lin Shun understood some parts, but at this moment, he simply smiled faintly. People who stay in place grow stagnant, while people who move thrive. Trees that are moved die. Sometimes rigid adherence to rules isn't necessary, but for the 9th Division, it truly is the best method. No one's personal feelings should disrupt the overall plan. He understood this. The 9th Division is a collective entity, unlike himself, a lone individual free to go wherever he wishes. Targeting the Dark Alliance didn't need to be so troublesome. Everyone should rise to punish them. His expression grew more confident, and he cast an assured glance toward old Xia. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore, and you shouldn't feel any guilt. If even I can't save Xia Tian, then probably no one can. As the two were speaking, Lin Shun had already sent the information to the Zhang family. In particular, Old Master Zhang was highly enthusiastic at this moment. After receiving the medicine provided by Lin Shun, his power had greatly increased, and now was the perfect time to demonstrate his worth. Chapter 175, The Gathering of Clouds from All Directions. The Zhang family was in the process of relocating all their businesses and core interests to Rongtian City. Before they could even organize those things, they received a message from Lin Shun. Everyone who saw the content was instantly energized, as if injected with adrenaline. Especially Zhang's family head, who immediately gathered all the members of their clan together. They needed to hold a small meeting. He couldn't treat this place like his personal one-man show. Even though Lin Shun had given them information, it wasn't an order, but at this moment, they had to consider the well-being of the entire family. It wasn't about wanting to please Lin Shun, but rather finding a better solution. At this moment, his eyes were filled with an anticipatory glow. Everyone present knows our current situation. I can even say that starting now, we are just a pack of dogs before the young master. The young master treats us very respectfully, asking us for assistance in the investigation directly. If we don't want to help, we can refuse. But since matters have been assigned to us, if we can't seize this opportunity, how will he be able to gain more benefits in the future? Why do we struggle so hard over these things? Isn't it all just to improve our own strength? Nothing is more important than improving our own capabilities. If our strength becomes stronger in the future, when the young master gives us orders again, why would we need to hesitate like we do now? Isn't it just the Dark Alliance? Can they really overturn the skies on the Jiuzhou continent? If our power is high enough, they will think twice about attacking us, considering whether they can withstand our ambitions and anger. At this point, he looked around at everyone present without continuing further. In fact, he already knew the answer. No one in the room was foolish. Everyone was crystal clear about the situation. If they could handle this matter well, then in the coming period, they would enjoy a significant position in the young master's heart. They might even become his trusted aides. Everyone knew well how great the young master's influence was. People from Division 9 vied for collaboration with him not for any personal gains, but due to respect for his abilities. Not just because of his individual strength, but more importantly, his capacity. Involuntarily, everyone widened their eyes, their looks filled with unrestrained anticipation. Lord of the family, since everything has been laid out so clearly, I'll take a stance. I can state firmly that no matter what you're thinking, I only have one idea, which is to closely follow the steps of the young master. No matter what difficulties lie ahead, nothing can interrupt my loyalty to the young master. All of them could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Their thoughts were aligned. Yet, here was this person expressing such undying devotion while the young master wasn't even present. Who exactly was he trying to impress? The man smiled. Why don't we let me take care of this? After all, I currently control the flow of information within our entire family. We should focus all our resources around this city and investigate. This task isn't too hard. It can be handled simply by cooperating with Division 9. With the strength of our family, if we actively offer to assist in the investigation of the local branch of the Dark Alliance, they won't refuse. Instead, they will feel greatly relieved. Our intention at Division 9 is uniting all possible forces to directly resist the Shadow Alliance. When they heard this, everyone present nodded. If Division 9 could give them more information, many issues could be resolved. No matter how vast their intelligence network was, it still fell short compared to Division 9, which covered the entire Jiuzhou continent, whereas they were merely tied to their own limited areas. With this confirmed, the leader of the Zhang family quickly made the most detailed arrangements. But they couldn't assign this task to just one person. Virtually all senior members of the Zhang family mobilized. Once they obtained some detailed information, they displayed all their skills as quickly as possible. As a united family working together, it took less than half a day for the news to reach Lin Chen's hands. Upon reading the specific details of the news, his eyes slightly narrowed. His face showed a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curving upward imperceptibly. At this moment, he stood up and looked at the old man Zhang beside him. Some things don't need to be handled by your experts. They only need to investigate some detailed situations. If they really get involved in this matter, it could directly lead to their annihilation. So you'd better just tell those people in your family. The next steps do not require their participation anymore. This matter can be pushed onto Division 9. After all, Division 9 and the Shadow Alliance are fiercely battling with each other. And this time it won't necessarily provoke a full-scale counterattack from the Dark Alliance. It's merely about finding one person. You don't need to go either. I am enough on my own. You just need to relay the message. Having said that, his figure flickered, and he had already disappeared from the villa. Old man Zhang didn't expect that things would develop into this shape at the end. Originally, he was still pondering in his heart that this might very well make their family take the fall, but never did he imagine that Lin Shun was actually going to keep their entire family out of it, just for the sake of not involving them. This deeply moved him internally. With such a curse, how could he and his future not encounter danger? Meanwhile, at another place, Summer was entirely enveloped in a black cloak, his gaze filled with vigilance. After confirming all the circumstances, he deliberately asked in a hoarse voice, "What exactly do you want me to do here? I've already made it clear before. I'm a member of the Dark Alliance, and my purpose for coming here is mainly to give you more benefits. Our cooperation is what truly matters." Upon hearing these words, the person walking ahead revealed a smirk, then continued without responding, heading directly towards a farmstay where the lights were turned on nearby. Summer hesitated slightly, but followed along nonetheless. There was only one thought in his mind: revenge. Vengeance had already consumed his soul. Chapter 176. Do you regret? Shifting her gaze toward the nearby countryside inn, Xia Tian's heart trembled slightly. The blood and xuanhuan, grudge souls, of over 120 family members were like an immense boulder that had been pressing down on her all this time. The silhouette of the man who had emerged in the darkest part of her life continuously appeared in her mind. Perhaps she would never be able to repay his kindness in this lifetime. A firm resolve formed within her heart. Lord Xiao, if there really is a next life, I am willing to serve as your slave or servant. After such hardship to find clues and traces about them, there must not be any thoughts of giving up. Missing this opportunity, it will not be easy to find them again in the future. I must avenge the lives of over 120 family members. Xia Tian was very clear that with her own abilities, she couldn't possibly dismantle the entire Dark Alliance from its roots. All she could do was eliminate those executioners. Otherwise, even if she died, she wouldn't have the face to meet her ancestors. Thinking about the warmth of past family bonds, and looking at her present where only Lord Xiao remained by her side, it seemed as though no one else could bring any warmth to her heart. Her world was dead. If not for meeting Lord Xiao, her entire world might have remained nothing but a bleak shade, with only the two words revenge swirling in her mind. Now, Lord Xiao has given her new life. Yet she had squandered his well-meaning intentions, silently murmuring apologies within her heart. With these thoughts, she gradually entered the countryside inn. As she walked in, the door slammed shut with a loud sound. The people behind immediately revealed thick grins, but their smiles looked abnormally greedy, particularly their eyes, obscenely lewd. Seeing their gazes, Xia Tian's heart skipped a beat. Could she have fallen into a trap? But now wasn't the time to panic. She forced herself to remain calm. Gradually from the courtyard emerged about a dozen people, encircling Xia Tian. Their gazes were filled entirely with mockery and unrestrained greed, especially the person leading them. After turning his eyes a few times over Xia Tian's figure, he spoke mockingly, almost laughing but not quite. If I'm not mistaken, you should be surnamed Xia. Moreover, you're the sole survivor of that family. You're called Xia Tian. Previously, you were just an inconspicuous little character within the Dark Alliance, someone we merely wanted to toy with. But unexpectedly, you disappeared without a trace. Something we hadn't predicted, however, was that you encountered some incredible fortune and your strength has now reached the level of great master. It certainly came as a great surprise to us. When you reappeared, you sought us out directly and offered us great benefits, even providing some medication to a few of us. All those medicines we've carefully tested already have truly shocked us. If our guess is correct, those medicines are likely pills refined by master alchemists. Yet, you a woman in your early 20s. How could you possibly refine such powerful medicine? It's evident that you've only inherited some previous master's legacies. I intend to take this fortune of yours. And you as a woman, I intend to claim you definitively. Saying this, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, his expression becoming increasingly rampant. He didn't give Xia Tian even the slightest consideration. By this point, Xia Tian had understood completely. Her every movement had been thoroughly investigated. Doubts bubbled up inside her. Who could it be that betrayed me? Among those aware of my detailed situation, they could only be a handful. It certainly wasn't Uncle Xia, and absolutely not my young master. The only possibility was those few individuals from Department 9. Previously, it was they who gave me some crucial information, enabling me to track down these former individuals. Particularly upon seeing their familiar faces, an intense murderous intent couldn't help but surge within me. Right now, her eyes blazed with unprecedented resentment. Grinding her teeth furiously, Xia Tian knew. Since you already know my identity, there's no need to waste more time. The dozens of you here aren't all the members who harm my family. But it doesn't matter, I will definitely extract more information from each of you. And before coming here, I had already prepared thoroughly, especially equipping myself with tools specifically designed to counteract your threats. Even if my strength pales compared to yours, I can still make you bow and submit. You have no idea how powerful my means truly are. As this thought crossed his mind, a warm sensation surged within him, especially when he recalled the pill Lin Shun had once given him. Lin Shun had told him, unless absolutely necessary, don't use this pill. When you do, it'll be like injuring 1,000 enemies, but also hurting yourself significantly. He was unaware of the pill's exact effects. But at this moment, he had no time for such concerns and was about to crush the pill. However, before Xia Tian could exert force, Director Jean felt his fingers go limp, unable even to break such a small pill. He trembled uncontrollably, collapsing onto the ground, completely paralyzed, unable to move even his fingers. His beautiful eyes widened in shock. His gaze was filled with an unprecedented level of panic. The tactics he had planned turned out to be useless. Panic swelled within him as unease gradually set in, accompanied by anxiety and fear. Glaring at the man in charge, his expression brimmed with unparalleled anger and resentment. What exactly have you done to me? The leader couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, his eyes radiating thick sarcasm. His voice dripped with disdain. Xia Tian, you're still too young. You have no idea that we had long prepared everything beforehand. We lured you here, even utilizing some pawns from Division 9. Do you actually think we were only after you? In reality, we've already uncovered that the person who saved you is the real master, perhaps even someone extraordinary, a true recluse. Unfortunately for him, now thanks to you, he's become our primary target, and we must eradicate all traces. After all, you killed the head of our family along with over 120 others. How could you possibly obey our commands easily? Thus, we had no choice but to resort to ruthless methods. But I believe that whoever chose to save you might just be captivated by your beautiful face, wanting to make you his woman. How pitiful though, all his efforts will come to nothing. Are you regretting now? Chapter 177, very angry. Tianxia's figure trembled slightly, her mind constantly replaying some of the words Lin Shun had said to her before. Her heart was filled with regret, but it was too late for regrets. If she had listened to the young master's advice, once her strength broke through to the next great realm, even if she encountered such toxins again, she could maintain her inner breathing and expel these toxins in a short period of time. She slowly closed her eyes, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. I really do regret it. I regret why I acted so rashly. But you will never have a good end either. He will definitely avenge me. In the future, you will pay 100-fold, and you will understand what true despair feels like. In her heart, there was only Lin Chen's shadow. Would that person help her take revenge? This question just appeared in her mind when it was already filled with certainty. If he knew something happened to her, even if it meant getting into serious trouble, he would not stand idly by. He would definitely make those people pay dearly. Thinking about this, an unexpectedly beautiful smile appeared on her cold, stunning face. All the other people present were slightly stunned. None of them knew who Xia Tian was referring to. The leader, however, smirked coldly. Do you think you'll get any kind of good ending? To dare scheme against us and prepare to attack us? I really wonder who gave you the nerve and courage. However, I'm extremely curious. How did you, a remnant, manage to break through to this realm so quickly? I estimate that there must be someone supporting you wholeheartedly behind the scenes. Even if he is a member of Division 9, he's finished this time. The method of cultivating powerful experts in such a short period is indeed incredibly strong and unnatural. If we can't use it for ourselves, then we absolutely won't allow such a person to exist. If you truthfully handed him over, I might give you a quick death, at least without letting you suffer extreme torture and pain before dying. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as your death. I'll make you realize what true torment is, and not only will I torment you physically, but also mentally. You're such a breathtakingly beautiful woman. I believe many people can only look at you from afar. If we force you to take some drugs that strip away your rationality, making you lose control and act purely instinctively, I believe it would certainly be a very entertaining spectacle. If we release this video, it would surely attract countless people's attention. Think about those who are familiar with you. When they see your state, what kind of thoughts do you think will arise in their minds? Xia Tian suddenly widened her eyes, anger burning more intensely than ever before. Even at this moment, she felt as though the heavens were about to collapse. She knew these people were capable of everything they threatened. None of them had any bottom line, all completely insane. There was nothing these people wouldn't do. The leader burst out laughing maniacally, his eyes growing increasingly haughty. Are you scared? Good. You should be. Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. With your current strength, all I need to do is seal your meridians and dantian, then continuously pump those drugs into your system while gathering countless vagrants. And we'll put on countless shows. Your ladyship from the Xia family will be thoroughly reduced to scrap. Also, after taking these drugs for long periods, you won't die, but your mind will be consumed by only one thought, any slight touch, and water will flow uncontrollably. To be honest, I'm already looking forward to that scene because I myself am getting excited now. After all, you're so beautiful, filling me with anticipation. Looking forward to your performance. As he said this, he extended his hand directly towards Xia Tian. Xia Tian's eyes blazed with rage, almost tangible, boundless murderous intent erupted. The leader showed no sign of restraint. Rather, he grew even more arrogant, reaching out towards a prominent part of her body. But just as his hand was about to touch her, suddenly, a cold, bone-chilling voice rang out. I'm very angry. These unexpected words shocked the leader deeply, causing him to abruptly turn his head. Everyone else instinctively turned their gaze toward the door. When they saw the visitor, they all paused briefly in surprise. None of them expected someone else to appear here so suddenly. Moreover, the visitor had arrived so quietly that not a single person noticed them, proving that this person's strength was certainly extraordinary. They had managed to evade the awareness of everyone present. After reaching a certain level of strength, even the sound of a mosquito flying by several meters away would be as clear as day, let alone the sound of footsteps. Yet now, they hadn't heard a single thing, not even as someone approached them closely. If this person hadn't spoken up, they might still have remained oblivious. But they weren't overly worried, thinking they had simply been too engrossed in admiring Xia Tian's desperate expression. Such a high-caliber beauty was indeed very rare after all. The leader didn't rush to act against Xia Tian. Instead, he stood up and turned his gaze toward the young man approaching. His eyes were wary, and at the same time, he subtly signaled to those around him. These people moved swiftly, dashing past Lin Shun without hesitation. They needed to confirm whether anyone else was nearby. Lin Shun paid no attention to them. His face as cold as frost, he glanced at Xia Tian lying on the ground. Their eyes met. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Xia Tian's face. She opened her red lips as if to say something, but all the words got stuck in her throat, unable to form a single sound. Without uttering a word of reproach, Lin Shun instead gave her an obvious smile. I've come. It was a simple phrase, yet it made Xia Tian feel an unparalleled warmth filling her heart. Tears flowed like beads breaking from a broken string. For the first time in her abyss of despair, Lin Shun had pulled her out. She had disobeyed his advice, snuck out secretly, and attempted to deal with these people. Not only did Lin Shun not blame her, but he showed such a gentle smile. Her emotions collapsed completely. Lin Shun comforted her gently. Don't cry, be good. Since they are your family's enemies and mere tools for executioners. Today, I'll help you take them down and make them understand what real suffering feels like. I'm very angry right now, and the consequences will be severe. The last sentence was directed at the leader, spoken lightly, yet when those words left Lin Chen's mouth, every single person present felt an undeniable chill run down their spines. Chapter 178. In the next life, be sharper with your eyes. Lin Chun was extremely angry at this moment, and one could even say his rage had reached its peak, like a volcano about to erupt. Although the time spent with himself during the summer was not long, every moment she silently stayed by his side. Silently, yet seemingly like a little tail that followed him wherever he went. He felt that if there were always someone like her around, it would be nice. Just as he had become accustomed to this kind of life, suddenly one day his little shadow was taken away, and they were planning to treat the person who meant something to him in such a cruel manner. At this moment, he found that the anger was unbearable. His gaze swept over all those present. Then he suddenly laughed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Under the lights, his teeth gleamed, so bright. The people there felt an ominous chill, especially the leader. He trusted his instincts very much. After all, these people were desperados, often walking on the edge between life and death. They placed great trust in their own instincts, but they had never expected that the dangerous agent giving them this sense of foreboding would be a young man in his 20s. The leader noticed someone running towards them and turned his gaze. This person did not bother with Lin Chun, instead reporting directly. We have already checked the surroundings. Besides him, there is no one else. And the motion-sensitive cameras we installed in the area haven't captured any figures. Perhaps those powerful experts could hide their presence, letting them go unnoticed. However, thermal imaging cameras are different. No matter how strong an expert might be, as long as they're human, many modern technological methods can easily uncover their hiding spots. Even though there was indeed no one else around, which meant only this individual before them had arrived. The leader didn't understand where this instinct came from, but now he was genuinely enraged. Through gritted teeth, he said, "You, a 20-year-old young punk, dare to be arrogant before me? Though we aren't vastly different in age, I have plenty of experts around me. You wouldn't stand a chance against them even if you had started training since the womb. Right now, I am extremely upset, almost livid. You claim the consequences of my anger are severe, but you have no idea what kind of people you have offended. Perhaps Xia Tian has deceived you into underestimating the gravity of the situation. So, I'll teach you how to behave. In your next life, keep your eyes sharper and don't provoke those who are beyond your reach." At this point, he had no more patience to waste time on meaningless talk. With a sudden wave of his hand, icy words escaped his lips. Break his 4 limbs, ruin his cultivation, turn him into a pile of mud, and let him watch helplessly as Xiatian is tormented by us. I'll make him become a frenzied mad dog. Anger flared in his eyes. He even felt as if he had been toyed with. That dangerous intuition earlier made him highly cautious. For a moment, his heart had risen up to his throat. And now, realizing that it was just this single opponent in front of him, it felt like mockery. A young guy, however strong, could still be how strong? Some things needn't be elaborated upon further. Those beside him had already caught on to their boss's mood. They, too, felt extremely annoyed. Without hesitation, they immediately rushed forward. Their attacks were as swift as lightning, not targeting Lin Chen's vital points, but instead striking directly at his joints. Xiatian showed no worry. Rather, her face displayed a smile that had never appeared before, a smile that made all the flowers pale in comparison. Tears streamed down her face incessantly, evoking a feeling of pity. The onlookers wanted nothing more than to embrace her in lavish affection. The leader's face darkened like a bottom of a pot. He opened his mouth to speak, but just in the next second, his eyes widened in shock. His mind was overwhelmed by a single thought. How could this be possible? Bang bang. Muffled sounds echoed out, as if rubber hammers had struck heavily against their bodies. The speed at which those rushing forward returned was faster. When they landed on the ground, they weren't dead. However, the areas that were struck saw all bones shattered, twisting grotesquely. From the broken bone positions, red blood dripped profusely. The others who had originally been watching cheerfully failed entirely to catch how Lin Chen moved his hands. Too fast, it completely exceeded their ability to track motion. At this moment, the scene fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Just less than a second of silence. And then the cries of agony erupted from those men. The cries rang in everyone's ears, jolting them abruptly back to reality. All present were suddenly awakened within their hearts. Their eyes brimmed with solemnity. The leader's heartbeat accelerated abruptly, causing him involuntarily to recall the dangerous aura he had felt earlier. Now, when he looked at Lin Chen, he saw an entirely changed man. The other's speed was too fast, so fast that he could barely perceive it. He considered himself a genius, even though he was part of a certain power group. Even within that group, his cultivation talent was considered top tier. Furthermore, he was at least 10 years older than Lin Chen. Yet, his elite subordinates were effortlessly crushed by the latter. What rank of master could this possibly be? His heart was filled with doubts and uncertainties, but now one possibility came to mind. You, who are you actually? Could it be you've been supporting Xiatian all along? Did you enable him to reach his current level in such a short time? A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, yet his gaze was cold as frost. With an icy voice, he said, "You are not worthy to know. You just need to understand the unimaginable pain you'll endure next, the utmost anguish this world can offer. And you will live for a long time. I will ensure you live 100 years. The words I speak are like spilled water. I will let you continue living while enduring this kind of torment, making you repent for everything in endless suffering." He took a step forward. His aura rose accordingly. One step forward seemed as if it were stomped onto the hearts of the people there. They felt as though they were gradually pressed down under a mountain. That heavy pressure caused many to audibly creak with the strain on their bones. Merely through his imposing presence, Lin Chen made these men feel breathless. The group leader simply could not imagine what kind of monstrous being stood before him. This power far surpassed his expectations. Chapter 179. Afraid it's not a devil? Lin Chen would no longer continue to waste time with them. When he took the fifth step, his momentum had already reached its peak. The person leading them could no longer bear the immense pressure, bending over and falling to their knees with a thud. His lips were already bleeding, full of blood streaks from his gums. His heart was filled with immense shock and fear. You'd better not act recklessly. At this moment, his voice was shaking violently. His facial expression twisted slightly. His emotions were on the brink of collapse. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying cultivation this person in front of him possessed. But he could be sure of one thing. This person was definitely not just a young man in his 20s. It must be that old monster who has returned to youth. Because even though this person was a highly skilled expert at the innate perfection level, they couldn't stay standing before Lin Chen. And without Lin Chen even making a move, relying solely on his own imposing aura, he had terrified everyone present. There was a cold sneer on Lin Chen's face. Though his voice was calm, it was chilling enough to make one's hair stand on end. Regretting now? It seemed like this scene was somewhat familiar. The group hesitated slightly, remembering that these words had been spoken by their leader earlier. Now, it was given back to them. What an irony. Lin Chen's expression did not change too much. He continued walking forward another step, causing the pressure to surge again. Everyone originally thought that Lin Chen's imposing momentum had reached its zenith. But they realized now, that person still had something hidden up their sleeve. Involuntarily, all sorts of thoughts appeared in their minds. What kind of old fiend is this? The leader trembled violently, almost like a sieve, and his teeth clicked together uncontrollably. His trembling voice grew even more severe. "I don't know who you are, but I warn you not to act rashly. Otherwise, the people behind me will surely not let you go. You have no idea what kind of enormous power stands behind us. Even if your strength is great, it's impossible for you alone to fight against our power. Are you really going to side against all of us because of Xiatian, that little wretch?" Lin Chen gradually revealed a smile. Such a smile made everyone feel bone-chilling terror. Their fear kept surfacing. At this moment, their thoughts froze. Lin Chen chuckled. "As for the force behind you, I neither know nor wish to understand. Right now, all I feel is that you've made me incredibly unhappy. I've already said before that I'm angry, and the consequences will be very serious. You should consider how to bear my anger instead of continuing to provoke me. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes gazed upon that person as his smile deepened further. He pulled out a small bottle, subsequently opened it, lightly shaking some content inside. A transparent insect, almost white, landed gently on Lin Chen's fingertips. It was sesame seed-sized. Seeing this, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. Fear filled their gazes. Others might not fully comprehend what this object was, but they knew it well. It was the goo worm. You? What do you intend to do? The lead person spoke with intense trembling. They had witnessed the destructive power of this item firsthand, more than once. Now, here it was right in front of them, making them experience a chill down their spines. Normally, they used this weapon against others. Now someone was using it against them. Their inner terror reached its limit. If this tiny creature landed on them, what hope would they have left? With a gentle smile, Lin Chen stated, "This small insect is a special type of goo worm. I remember it being obtained from someone in the Dark Alliance. This bug mainly attaches itself to your body, slowly crawling through your veins into your brain, where it then merges with it. It won't kill you outright. After all, from now on, you too will be symbionts. But it will torture you bit by bit, allowing you to truly understand what extreme pain feels like." While smiling and saying this, Lin Chen caused every mind present to unconsciously form one sentence. "This must be a devil." Lin Chen directed his gaze towards the rest and said with a light smile, "Don't worry, I'll deal with you using other methods next, but your leader is rather special, so I'll give them particular treatment. And you won't experience this extreme pain, although it's slightly less intense. But who let him be your leader? Thus, his treatment must naturally be somewhat special. Don't be in a hurry. I will get to each of you one by one. Everyone will get their share." As soon as his words trailed off, the group leader was almost on the verge of collapse, instinctively jumping up and trying to flee. At this point, even the immense pressure around him could no longer hold him back. The ultimate fear drove him beyond his limits. But before he could take a step, Lin Chen's palm had already rested upon his shoulder, fingers gliding over his shoulder with a smile on his face. The sharp gust tore through the cloth, piercing his skin. The tiny goo worm settled right at the wound. Lin Chen lightly tapped him on his body. Without any resistance, the group leader collapsed onto the ground. The terror still etched on his face. He reached out towards his wound, attempting to dig the insect out. But it proved useless. Lin Chen casually waved a hand. It seemed like something had dispersed into the air. Only now did the rest react, realizing they wanted to escape. How could Lin Chen allow them such an opportunity? He smiled and said, "Before, when you used poison on Xiatian, it made him lose all ability to resist within a short time frame, leaving him completely paralyzed. This kind of toxin is very easy for me to make. And now, I'm going to let you feel the same sensation. Isn't it making you feel powerless inside, almost to the point of collapsing? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Next, I'll ensure each of you takes a special kind of medicine. This medicine won't kill you. It will merely make you feel worse than death." As if to confirm his words, the group leader suddenly clutched his head and started howling in agony, tearing his soul apart. The sound was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze. In just the briefest moment, they understood what was happening. A mix of dread, unease, and sheer terror filled their hearts, twisting their faces into grotesque shapes. At this precise moment, their limbs went limp, betraying their commands and collapsing onto the ground. Lin Chen laughed. These people, however, were close to tears. Chapter 180. If you can't have it, destroy it. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at Xiatian. With a clear smile on his face, he said, "Kid, next time don't be so careless. When dealing with people like them, don't talk about righteousness or morality. Learn from their means and become even crueler than them, because the ones you are facing are beasts. Actually, one could say they're not even worthy of being called beasts. That's the lesson I want to teach you today. Let them know what real despair feels like. Make them understand what true cruelty is. Only then will they dare not bother you again next time." Lin Chen suddenly smiled. "I just made a mistake in my speech. They won't have a next time. When encountering beasts like them, we should make them regret living in this world. Let them slowly repent in future suffering." Xiatian tightly pressed her red lips, and tears constantly fell from her eyes. She was very clear that this was nothing more than a step given by the young master. She was no match for those people, or one might even say she had become prey since she arrived here. The reversal between hunter and prey sometimes happens in an instant. Had it not been for the young master's appearance, she would probably have been completely ruined today, and even if she were to die, she couldn't maintain her honor. She might even end up wishing she was dead. At this moment, hatred surged within her heart. She hated why those people would attack her family. Why would they wield their butcher knives against her loved ones? Now as she saw the agonized struggle of these people, she felt incomparably elated. Still, there was some worry. Leaving on her own might make the young master extremely displeased. He came to rescue her perhaps out of obligation, or maybe because of the things he had initially given her. After this incident, would the young master simply discard her? Thinking about this, her eyes filled with tears. Her voice carried sobs and slight trembling. "Young master, I've realized my mistake. Could you please don't abandon me? If you do leave me, I truly wouldn't know where to go. You are my last ray of light in this world. One could also say that you are my entire world. Without you, it's equivalent to losing the whole world. From now on, I might turn into a walking corpse. Even the thought of staying alive may disappear." By the end of her words, Xiatian's voice became especially pitiful. Her look brought Lin Chen a pang of pain. He walked over and directly lifted Xiatian in his arms, smiling gently. "Let's go home. These simple few words made Xiatian feel as if a blazing warmth erupted inside her. This warm sensation was incredibly soothing. She stretched her hands around Lin Chen's neck and leaned her small face into his embrace. Since the incident at home, she had never been as relaxed as today. She glanced at those lying on the ground spastically shaking individuals, seeing their utmost painful appearances. The last shred of hatred in her heart gradually dissipated. Those people received the punishment and suffering they deserved. And not long after Lin Chen left, people from Section 9 rushed over hurriedly. When they saw the situation here, expressions of disbelief and astonishment appeared on their faces. Tremendous waves of shock surged within their hearts. Although they did not know what kind of means this was, they saw the extreme agony these people exhibited, with facial expressions distorted and convulsing, looking far less like humans, but rather like ghosts. People from Section 9 took all these guys away. These people had lost even the ability to speak. After the doctors conducted multiple examinations, they couldn't find any issues, thinking that these people might have ingested some specific toxin. But since this type of toxin had never appeared before anyone's eyes, they had no knowledge of it. However, Lin Chen soon received old Xie's call. Sitting in front of the sofa at that moment, his face displayed deep helplessness as he watched the soap opera on TV, while holding the person in his arms. Xiatian's expression carried a sweet happiness. Old Xie's voice rang out on the phone. "Mr. Lin, how exactly did you do it?" That voice carried shock and disbelief. Lin Chen slightly smiled. "Nothing special, just some toxins extracted from medicinal herbs when making medicine. It's not particularly powerful, only barely bringing them some pain. They won't die. The pain will cease within a few hours. After all, they are all cultivators and recover quickly from spirit loss. But since this toxin is highly unique, once they've been poisoned, within a dozen minutes, they will lose all their ability to act. Including their ability to speak, they are like living vegetables. But they still have a clear consciousness. This is what they deserve. After all, the family that personally slaughtered more than 100 people should repent slowly in endless pain." Old Xia on the phone had difficulty breathing. He never imagined that Lin Chen's medical skills were so divine, and his expertise in toxins was just as mysterious. He was practically a living king of hell. Old Xia couldn't help but imagine the kind of torment those people endured. Even imagining it gave him chills down his spine, raising the hairs on his arms. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly laughed nervously. "They do deserve it. Originally, we wanted to extract some useful information from their mouths. It seems now that source of information has been cut off. To investigate their dark alliance, we'll have to look elsewhere. Mr. Lin, did you inquire about any leads before?" This was a faint glimmer of hope, but soon it vanished. Lin Chen smiled faintly, saying, "I merely went to save my person. As for who is behind these criminals, I'm not interested. But even with just a bit of thought, it's easy to guess they're from the Dark Alliance. Summer is safe now, and her greatest vengeance has been fulfilled. However, we've only found the executioners. Only when the entire alliance is wiped out can it truly be considered complete retribution." At this statement, old Xia paused slightly. Then he bitterly chuckled. "Mr. Lin, this vendetta might be difficult to settle. We've been battling the Dark Alliance for such a long time, and we know their situation best. Dealing with them isn't the hard part. Finding them is the challenge. They hide like cockroaches and rats in the sewers. They are buried too deeply." Lin Chen naturally understood the situation, and he only laughed. "That's your concern. I'm just an ordinary person and don't want to get involved in these troubles. Just like what I told you when you initially tried to recruit me. Joining you would mean the Dark Alliance will constantly come after me. If they can't have it, they'll destroy it." Chapter 181, Taken for Granted. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Old Xia, this isn't the first time you've dealt with them. Do you still not understand what kind of people they are? This is also why I refuse to join you. I don't want to be someone else's target, nor do I want to be constantly targeted. I have a clear understanding of my position. I don't want to get involved in meaningless struggles. This isn't even my business, and besides, I've already said that I can't give selflessly. In my heart, family and friends are the most important. To protect my loved ones, I can resort to any means necessary, but for things unrelated to me, I simply can't step forward. There may be some things you don't quite understand, thinking that I'm overly selfish. But I believe you've already done a detailed investigation, clearly understanding my past events and experiences, and you should know the environment in which I grew up, right?" Lin Chen didn't say any more. If he really encountered some utterly crazy incidents, he naturally wouldn't stand by idly. However, if he were asked to selflessly sacrifice himself for others, he couldn't do it. Xia let out a bitter sigh. "Mr. Lin, how did you know I was trying to recruit you?" Just then, he had indeed been about to throw another olive branch towards Lin Chen. Ideally, he wanted to directly recruit Lin Chen into their team, which would bring them immense benefits. Lin Chen just smiled faintly and said, "You actually already prepared another plan. Clearly, if I choose to join you, Department 9 will take responsibility for this matter, easily telling outsiders that your department caught those people. If I refuse to join you, you won't take responsibility for my actions either. It's as simple as that. You're not the one who can make such a decision. I reckon the higher-ups have already given you your final orders to use this matter as an opportunity for a simple negotiation with me. Even becoming a peripheral member could work. You might offer selfless support, but you don't want to bear any blame for others." Old Xia didn't answer. Lin Chen knew he'd guessed correctly. He understood that some people within Department 9 weren't truly selfless either. But he wouldn't join Department 9 because of this. The more the other party tried, the more resistant he became. His face turned colder now. Tian's hands became slightly stiff, her demeanor full of worry and tension. Lin Shun held the slightly cold hand and gave an obvious smile. You guys don't need to help me shoulder the blame either. The Dark Alliance will try to recruit me too. If necessary, they won't dare to kill me outright. To put it simply, if they cause trouble, there's nothing wrong with making deals with them. What deals I strike with whom is none of your concern. Why must I listen to you? Tell your higher-ups that if you push me too far, I'm capable of anything. If you want me to be a parasite, stop bragging around me. Though I'm no saint, I'm not stupid. I'm not a mere pawn for them to manipulate. Don't think you can both gain and keep your dignity with me. Old Xia, I'm speaking frankly to you because some things need to be made clear. I can never be true partners with you all because I'm not one of those pure believers in your ideals. Saying this, Lin Shen ended the call immediately. His eyes turned towards Xia Tian. Tian's eyes were filled with guilt and anxiety. Master, this is all my fault. I brought trouble to you. Perhaps they will soon publicize this incident, claiming that it was your doing. Then people from the Dark Alliance will surely come after you. Those in Department 9 probably feel that to counter the Dark Alliance, you must join them. After all, the abilities you've displayed have completely surpassed their expectations. I also know Uncle Xia's character well. He can't hide these matters forever. He will definitely report them. Some individuals may have started scheming already. People aren't perfect. Once greed clouds their judgment, they might do anything without limits. Not joining either side may end up offending both. A smile appeared on Lin Shen's face. He chuckled faintly. Even without your situation this time, they would have set up a trap in something else. If things explode sooner rather than later, they might be resolved faster. There are many pure-hearted people in Department 9, but it would be wrong to say they are all selfless. I could pretend to join them, and then slack off, outwardly complying while inwardly opposing. But such things I can't do. I won't tolerate any tricks in my eyes. Whoever uses what means against me, I will return it 100-fold. You're just an excuse they came up with casually. Ever since I saved you, it already sealed our destined connection. After saying this, he gently hugged the rather slender figure in his arms. Smelling the intoxicating fragrance, a thick smile curved at the corner of his lips. Besides, my gain is immense as well. To have someone like you by my side all the time, I'm already very content. Xia Tian tightly bit her red lips, tears shimmering in her eyes. She said nothing, but her inner resolve was stronger than ever. She clung tightly to Lin Shen, expressing everything through her actions. At that moment, within Department 9, old Xia hung up the phone, his gaze shifting towards a few people not far away. All those people were exchanging uneasy glances. None of them had anticipated that Lin Shen would display such a resolute character, completely disregarding their presence. In a low tone, old Xia said, "Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have necessarily shared this matter with you. What's the result after sharing it? Now, relations are getting increasingly strained. If Lin Shen stops providing us with any medicine in the future, it's equivalent to directly cutting off our chance for rapid advancement. Why did you all deliberate and end up with such an outcome?" The faces of those individuals kept changing. Some looked awkward and embarrassed, their expressions stiffening. However, one among them let out a cold snort. "Old Xia, your words don't sit well with me. Lin Shen is also a member of the Jiuzhou continent. Since he's a cultivator and even a pharmacist, why shouldn't he join our Department 9 and contribute to us? It's his ideological awareness that has issues." Chapter 182 Wrong? Old Xia looked at the man, and his gaze gradually changed. He hated most when this guy spoke. No matter what the matter was about, he always liked to slap you with a big label. This kind of thing wasn't just once or twice, especially that one event in the past. Just thinking about it made him feel a surge of anger rising inside him. At this moment, he glared coldly at the guy, with unprecedented fury burning in his voice. "You've done things like this more than once or twice, haven't you? Many people could actually join the 9th Division willingly, but as long as you get involved in those matters, the final recruitment might end up with enmity. They don't join us under duress, but they often only heed calls rather than respond enthusiastically. When we ask them to do anything, they merely pay lip service while defying secretly. Yet you can't find any excuses against them. They could have shone brightly, but in the end, you extinguished the flames in their hearts. You better not forget that we are the 9th Division, the sharp blade hanging over all practitioners' heads. Not your knife, to be used however you please. How dare you speak to me like that?" The man suddenly stood up, also with flames of anger in his eyes. He glanced around at the people present and then clenched his teeth as he said, "You've seen old Xia's attitude. I suspect that he has a heavy personal relationship with Lin Shen. Their overly intimate personal relationship makes it inappropriate for them to be involved in this matter. Hand over this matter to me. I'll definitely make Lin Shen join us, and I can let Lin Shen provide enough medicine for all of us. Moreover, I seriously doubt that the herbs Lin Shen took before were not fully utilized. He isn't genuinely helping us, but treating me as a sucker. After receiving many benefits from us, he only gives back small favors to pacify us. For someone like this, we must use certain means. You're foolishly being cut like grass, and yet are you willing to admit that you're nothing more than green grass?" When they heard his words, the people present remained silent. They wanted to gain great advantages from this as well. Although there was greed in their hearts, they could still strictly control their greedy emotions. If an opportunity arises to benefit, they would naturally not refuse. Old Xia couldn't help widening his eyes. It was full of disbelief, and his voice trembled slightly. "Since you've already said it, we're the 9th Division. What means do you want to use? Do you want to make us the 9th Division look like executioners in other people's eyes? We are representatives of fairness and justice, the sharp blade above everyone's head, not ones who kill indiscriminately." The man wore a sarcastic sneer on his face. "Old Xia, how do you know that I will use such excessive methods? Moreover, Lin Shen's position is extremely important. If he joins the Dark Alliance, or if he directly conducts transactions with them. It would be equivalent to nurturing our opposing forces. In such situations, what should we do? Of course, we should directly take action against him. Considering he possesses special skills, we can try to make him a member of ours, letting him make up for his mistakes by contributing to us. If he hasn't conducted transactions with the opposite side, consider what I've said as nothing. I'll use the correct way to invite him to join us. That's settled, I'll handle this matter. Who agrees and who opposes? No matter how much old Xia opposed, it had no effect. His position here only represented one of the many voices. This wasn't his one-man show. He seethed with rage, but the next words from that person caused him even greater anger. Since no one opposes, I suggest letting old Xia stay in the office for a period of time first. During this time, don't let him contact anyone. Otherwise, he might leak information to Lin Shun, given his attitude which you've already witnessed. I hope everyone cooperates with my work. Enraged beyond measure, old Xia shouted, "Asshole, what exactly do you plan to do? Are you planning to set us and Mr. Lin against each other? I even seriously suspect that you're part of the Dark Alliance, pushing our friends and collaborators away. Don't forget what I said earlier. How many herbs did Mr. Lin collect? And how many medicines did he give back to us? Are you really conscienceless enough to harm our own people? Although Mr. Lin hasn't joined us, he will absolutely not collude with the people of the Dark Alliance." The words he spoke earlier were nothing but said in anger. Both sides stuck to their own arguments. That man could bring enough benefits to the others, so they maintained a tacit acceptance. By the end of the meeting, old Xia was sitting in the office accompanying a few other individuals. He looked at those people, and his gaze finally turned into a deep sigh of helplessness. His voice was filled with unprecedented desolation. "I'm out." When these three words were heard, everyone present slightly froze in surprise. They immediately understood old Xia's meaning as if they had seen a ghost. "Old Xia, what's wrong with your nerves? Have you forgotten our original declaration?" Old Xia's face was full of bitter smiles, and his voice became even more resolute. "I haven't forgotten, but certain people have already turned everything into a mess. I no longer wish to stay, because I feel ashamed before him. I don't care what you're thinking inside. Let me give you one piece of advice. Don't act recklessly, and don't stand against him. Otherwise, every single one of you here may not survive. Don't become someone else's internal consumption. This is my final warning to you all. Let's meet again on the rivers and lakes in the future, everyone." After finishing, he closed his eyes and ceased speaking. This matter truly broke his heart, and within his thoughts, a possibility arose. Lin Shun might truly be pushed towards the Dark Alliance. He never wanted to stand opposite to Lin Shun. It was him who felt indebted to Lin Shun. Lin Shun once told him not to leak his information to anyone, especially not to those higher-ups. He couldn't guarantee that all the people in the 9th Division were pure-hearted, but he failed to keep this secret, causing such a huge calamity for Lin Shun. At this moment, his heart was filled with guilt, so much so that he was ready to quit entirely. The others exchanged glances, gradually realizing the seriousness of the situation. "Did we make a mistake?" someone asked uncertainly. Chapter 183, Young Master, don't go. What did I do wrong? As soon as the first person had finished speaking, someone immediately rebutted. This was Feng Chuang, who had always been against old Xia. He could never stand when anyone interfered with affairs of the 9th Division. If one didn't choose to join the 9th Division, then they were the enemy of the 9th Division. Feng Chuang glared at old Xia and said, "Old Xia, do you think we will be afraid of you just because you threaten us with leaving? The 9th Division can function perfectly fine even without you. Having one more or one less of you doesn't matter. Feng Chuang, there's no need for you to try and provoke me. I know your character too well." Old Xia disdainfully stated, "I'm only kindly reminding you once. Since you refuse to listen, I won't bother persuading you anymore." After that, old Xia stood up, angrily walked out. The entire venue fell silent. Slap. A while later, Feng Chuang slammed his hand hard on the table and said furiously, "Rebellion. It's a rebellion. How could someone like old Xia, such a cowardly man in the 9th Division, oppose us for Lin Shen's sake? I don't think he's cowardly. Probably he is genuinely considering our benefit." At this moment, the person who intended to support old Xia spoke seriously. "We should have an understanding of old Xia's character. He has always been loyal to the 9th Division and has never done anything that betrayed it. His departure today must be an action trying to warn us not to make the wrong decision. So whether or not we should consider Lin Shun as an enemy still needs careful consideration. Old Wang, I see that you're in cahoots with old Xia. If you're also scared, feel free to leave with old Xia." Feng Chuang defiantly said. "Now let's vote. All those who want to join me in taking care of Lin Shun, raise your hands." After saying that, he raised his hand first. Among the people present, 4 or 5 people hesitated not at all and followed Feng Chuang in raising their hands. However, the remaining dozen or so people shook their heads, thinking that this matter shouldn't be acted on hastily. "Good, very good. Those who are willing to join me in dealing with Lin Shun, let's go now and discuss how to deal with Lin Shun somewhere else. As for the rest of you, stay here and wait for our good news. For the 9th Division, I, Feng Chuang, am willing to lead in clearing out pests. Let's go." After speaking coldly, Feng Chuang immediately left with those who supported him. Meanwhile, Lin Shun had already brought Xia Tian back home. All along the way, Xia Tian, full of gratitude, snuggled close to Lin Shun. She felt extremely happy. Lin Shun, seeing that she was safe and sound, after settling her down, said, "Rest well at home. I will not disturb you further." "Young master, don't go." Xia Tian suddenly hugged Lin Shun from behind, tightly pressing her face against his back, feeling the warmth Lin Shun brought her, smiling and saying, "Young master, I want to keep you by my side forever." Can you stay with me today? I will definitely listen obediently to everything you say from now on. Xiaotian, I'm not blaming you. I understand your feelings towards me, but I still cannot. Before Lin Shen could stop her, she unexpectedly turned around and ran in front of Lin Shen, using her red lips to directly cover Lin Shen's mouth. At this moment, Xiaotian thought about nothing else in her mind. She wanted to fully own Lin Shen. Lin Shen frowned tightly, wanting to push her away with his hands, but unexpectedly, her hands were wrapped around his neck, unwilling to let go. He didn't even have a chance to speak. The two kissed for a whole minute before Xiaotian gradually parted from Lin Shen. With a dazed gaze, she stared at Lin Shen and said, "Young master, I don't want to wander aimlessly anymore. Give me a place of peace. I am willing to follow young master for a lifetime. Even if you ask me to die for you, I would do so willingly. But today, I hope young master does not reject me." Saying this, Xiaotian actually began unbuttoning her clothes right in front of Lin Shen. In an instant, her snow-white skin appeared, causing Lin Shen's heart to beat faster. He quickly turned his head aside and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Put your clothes back on properly. Young master, I beg you, please agree to me just this once. I know you've lost all hope in your ex-wife. Could it be that all these years, you truly haven't missed women? I can be the one for you to vent all your anger and frustration. Let all your resentment fall upon me. I can withstand it." As Xiaotian was speaking, she was about to take off her last piece of clothing. At this point, Lin Shen immediately reached out to stop her, gently caressing her cheek, and said softly, "Xiaotian, I understand what you mean, but I don't want things to be unfair for you. Give me some time to carefully consider. You are also in an impulsive phase now. After I leave, think about it carefully. If you haven't changed your mind in 3 days, I will give you a satisfactory answer." Really? Upon hearing Lin Shen's promise, her eyes lit up with excitement. Lin Shen nodded seriously and said, "Have I ever lied to you? Rest well at home." After speaking, Lin Shen immediately got up and left. He was worried that if he stayed too long inside, he wouldn't be able to control his inner desires. Actually, Xiaotian had a point. As a young man in his 20s who hadn't released his urges for a long time, how could his inner desires not be strong? But he didn't want to hurt any woman again. He knew that he had many missions ahead, and if they were unfulfilled, enemies would threaten him using the women in his life. In the end, those women would suffer the consequences. So Lin Shen's mind remained crystal clear. This was not the time to consider romance. The reason he gave Xiaotian 3 days was merely a delaying tactic. "Hey, big brother Lin Shen, are you busy right now?" At this moment, Lin Shen received a call from Xuanhuan. In the phone, Xuanhuan asked cutely, "I'm not busy, what's up?" Lin Shen curiously asked, "Yes, I have some good news to tell you. I invite you to participate in an event where some important figures will be present, and it might help you as well." Xuanhuan blinked mischievously and invited enthusiastically. "Important figures? How big of figures?" Lin Shen became more curious. "Hee, you'll know once you get there. Anyway, I'm not lying to you. Send me your location, and I'll come pick you up immediately." Xuanhuan deliberately stuck out her tongue playfully, keeping it a secret. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment. Since he had nothing else to do anyway, going with the little miss to unwind sounded like a good idea. After hanging up, he sent his location to Xuanhuan. About 10 minutes later, she drove her car to where he was. The car door opened, revealing a pair of shiny, delicate legs stepping out. Chapter 184, Xuanhuan's invitation. Lin Shen's brother, the one who just got out of the car, was precisely Xuanhuan. She was wearing a blue evening gown today, with originally a pair of crystal high heels on her feet, but due to driving, she had changed into a pair of white sneakers. After getting out of the car, she excitedly ran up to Lin Shen, immediately diving into his arms. With a blink of her beautiful eyes, she looked at Lin Shen joyfully and asked, "Lin Shen brother, does my gown look good on me?" "Very nice. When you first got out of the car, I almost didn't recognize you. I thought some little fairy had come out." Lin Shen intentionally joked. "I knew you'd say that. Your mouth is the sweetest." Xuanhuan stuck out her tongue and continued, "Lin Shen brother, get in the car. The event will start soon. We have to hurry over there." "What kind of event? About which aspect?" Lin Shen asked curiously as he got in the car. "Of course it's an event related to medicine. The investor of this event is Uncle C from the provincial capital. Have you heard of this person?" Xuanhuan asked with anticipation on her face. But Lin Shen shook his head. Aside from knowing about some figures in the city, he hadn't really heard much about other characters. "Seriously? You don't even know Uncle C from the provincial capital?" Xuanhuan revealed an expression of astonishment. Even someone as renowned as him didn't know. It surprised her that someone as capable as Lin Shen wouldn't recognize the name. "Should I know him? What exactly is his identity? Are there also Elder 1, 2, and 3 before him?" Lin Shen shrugged and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Let me tell you, Lin Shen brother, this Uncle C from the provincial capital, he's actually the biggest bigwig in the medical field throughout the whole province. Recently, he has developed a new drug. They say it can cure terminal illnesses, even more potent than the medicine you gave to my dad by hundreds of times. Today's event, hosted under his investment, is recruiting collaborators, and live during the event, they'll display how powerful this drug is." While vividly narrating, when hearing these words, Lin Shen couldn't help but take an interest in this man. Lin Shen nodded, calmly saying, "I see. Then I might as well meet him. Do you think people like Uncle C would be willing to see just anyone? Even the 4 major families of the provincial capital would give this guy a little face. Because apart from being a big figure in the medical world, he has another identity." Xuanhuan teased while hinting. "What identity?" Lin Shen asked again. "Of course he's the underground dragon king. Although Uncle C himself doesn't know martial arts, Gathered around him are all top-level experts from the martial arts realm. Even land immortals are his friends. He walks proudly through the provincial capital, a man of great righteousness who can single-handedly manipulate everything. Pretty impressive, huh? Xuanhuan patiently explained. So impressive. After hearing these words, Lin Cheng finally showed a bit of change in his expression. But to him, the land immortal didn't seem to be such a high level. Furthermore, regarding the life-saving drug mentioned by this Uncle C, if Lin Cheng wanted to develop it, he could do so within minutes. There was nothing remarkable about it. However, since Jiang Lanyu was so excited about it, he didn't want to embarrass her and thus casually agreed a couple of times. Not long after, they both arrived in front of a 5-star hotel. This hotel usually has booming business, always full every day. But today, it was even busier than usual. A long red carpet was laid out at the entrance, and cars parked in the hotel parking lot were all worth tens of millions or more, including several extremely rare limited edition sports cars. It was evident that those attending the event today were all astonishingly important figures. Seeing the crowd today, Lin Cheng also noticed some influential people from around the entire city, as well as some hospital experts and professors. Lin Cheng, brother, wait for me here for a moment. I forgot my invitation letter. They were about to rush inside, but suddenly, Jiang Lanyu checked her pocket and found that she didn't bring her invitation letter. She quickly told Lin Cheng and ran back to the parking lot. Lin Cheng waited by the door, and during the waiting time, suddenly a car came driving towards the entrance. A white BMW drove up, coming to a stop where its front was only less than 10 centimeters away from Lin Cheng's legs. Lin Cheng stood still without moving an inch. The car door opened, and a slender woman stepped out. Heavily made up, she wasn't exceptionally beautiful. The moment she exited the car, she began cursing at Lin Cheng, pointing a finger and yelling, "Hey, do you have eyes or not? How dare you block Andy's way? Do you believe?" Before she finished her sentence, she suddenly recognized Lin Cheng's face. When halfway through her rant, she realized who it was. At the sound of her calling his name, Lin Cheng also couldn't help but glance curiously towards her. At first glance, she seemed somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite remember who she was. After some careful reflection, Lin Cheng suddenly realized. She was Qin Yeye, the former university campus beauty. Time flies, it has been 7 or 8 years. If she hadn't been outstandingly good-looking and a campus beauty back then, Lin Cheng wouldn't have recognized her at all. It wasn't because her current appearance had become ugly. It's just that Lin Cheng often encountered beautiful women in his daily life. Even if the beauty of the former campus queen was unmatched, compared to women like Jiang Lanyu and Xia Tian, she couldn't hold a candle to them. Even Shen Bingxue was hundreds of times more beautiful than her. Oh, who would have thought that you, Lin Cheng, the top student in college, ended up as a hotel security guard? Seeing Lin Cheng standing motionless at the door, Qin Ye couldn't help but mock him with a hand covering her mouth. Lin Cheng remained expressionless, glancing at her disdainfully before smiling coldly and saying, "Didn't expect Miss Qin, the famous campus queen, to still be so beautiful. You've even managed to drive a BMW. Impressive stuff. Too kind, not impressive. It's all thanks to my husband." Qin Ye intentionally flaunted a green jade ring on her arm and a golden necklace around her neck, proudly laughing. "My husband is a rich second-generation man of noble status. Do you see the jewelry and clothes I'm wearing? He bought them all for me." "Oh right, Lin Cheng, have you been working as a security guard since graduation? Have you even gotten married yet? Poor to the point where you can't afford a wife?" Snicker, snicker. A person's fate is truly decided by heaven. A woman like me, though I didn't study very well back then, skyrocketed after graduation, becoming a wealthy lady. And our former academic genius, despite excelling in studies, after all these years of graduation, ends up being nothing more than a security guard. What a huge disparity indeed. Yeah, do you know this guy? At this moment, a young man in a blue suit, looking overweight, emerged from the driver's side of the car. He wore a black dragon ring on his hand and confidently strode forward, asking, "Honey, let me introduce him to you. This is my university classmate. He's called Lin Cheng. He was also the top student at our school. Now he works as a security guard here." Qin Ye clung to the man's arm, laughing while mocking. Chapter 185. The arrogant one is you. What? A scholar working as a security guard? Ha ha ha. There's actually such an amusing thing in this world. Upon hearing Qin Ye's introduction, the man burst into laughter, his jowls shaking and his hands clutching his stomach, almost laughing himself to tears. Lin Cheng looked at the two with a calm expression and said, "You've got it wrong. I'm not actually a security guard here. Spare me, Lin Cheng. Do you think I don't know what you're like? Other than being somewhat handsome and good at studying, what other skills do you have? Your family background isn't great either, no connections or resources, and finding work as a hotel security guard isn't bad." Qin Ye cut Lin Cheng off mid-sentence, continuing her laugh. "Considering we've been classmates for a while, we'll let your blocking our way slide today. But next time, if you see a luxury car like this, don't be so foolish. Know your place and step aside. Otherwise, if you damage someone else's car, you wouldn't even be able to compensate for the loss with your life." "Yeah, who is he to you? Why let it go just like that?" Unexpectedly, before she could finish speaking, the rich second-generation's face turned cold suddenly. Pulling up his pants slightly, he mockingly looked at Lin Cheng and said, "An odious security guard daring to block my path. How presumptuous of him. I don't care if he's your classmate or not. Today, since he touched my car, he has to take full responsibility for the damages." "What did I damage when I didn't even touch your car?" Lin Cheng turned around and looked at his car. Not even a speck of paint was missing. He asked curiously, "TCH, you poor wretch, dare you argue back with me?" With an angry look on his face, the wealthy heir pointed at Lin Chen's face and said, "Listen well, brat. This car I'm driving costs over 1 million yuan. It's a BMW 7 Series. Just now when you blocked my way, I had to make a sudden stop, wrecking the brake pads. Replacing parts on this car will cost me at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Considering you're friends with Yaya, I'll be magnanimous and ask for only 50,000. 50,000? Does a brake pad really cost that much? Plus, this so-called luxury car seems quite fragile, doesn't it? Even a 3,000 yuan car should endure heavy braking without its brakes breaking." Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Hey, what gives you the nerve to question me? Do you want me to make sure you lose your job?" The rich heir glared angrily at Lin Chen and yelled curses. "Enough, honey, don't waste your breath arguing with this little guy. Don't ruin your health over it. He can't afford it anyway." Qin Yaya feigned concern and consoled the rich boy. However, still feeling irritated, she turned around to glare coldly at Lin Chen and said, "Lin Chen, why are you so stubborn against my husband? My husband isn't a person with the best temperament. Quickly apologize to him, and maybe he'll allow you to keep your job. But if you don't listen to me, no matter how many chances you have, today is the day you'll lose this position." "Qin Yaya, are you out of your mind? Who's at fault here? Do I need to explain it to you again?" Lin Chen had clearly figured out already that this ridiculous couple had come here specifically to humiliate people. He scoffed indifferently. "Your car just dirted my shoes, and you owe me compensation. My shoes aren't too expensive, about 200,000 yuan. Given that we were classmates, giving me 10,000 would suffice." "Huh, what did you say?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Qin Yaya couldn't hold back her laughter and shook her head, saying, Lin Chen, I never thought a mere security guard like you would dare to blackmail people here. Initially, I intended to give you a chance, but seeing how incompetent you are, I guess there's nothing I can do. Come, people." Qin Yaya shouted loud enough for 2 security guards from afar to come over. One of the guards, noticing Qin Yaya's anger, asked confusedly, "Ma'am, is there anything wrong? Isn't he a security guard at your hotel? Tell your captain to fire him. He was extorting me here." Ma'am, this gentleman is not our hotel security guard. Please understand, we cannot do that. If there's any trouble, perhaps it's best to call the authorities." The security guard glanced at Lin Chen, not recognizing him, then shrugged. "What? He's not a hotel security guard." Qin Yaya stood dumbfounded right there. Looking bewildered at Lin Chen, she asked, "Hey, if you're not a security guard, what were you admitting earlier? When did I admit anything? I've been clarifying all along that I am not a security guard. Are you deaf?" Lin Chen sighed and shrugged, saying, "I'm just waiting for someone here. If you have nothing else to do, please move along. I don't have time to waste chatting with you." "Humph, what a big mouth. So you won't pay money and think you can chase us away?" Qin Yaya snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "Do you know who my boyfriend is? He's the young master of the Zhang family, Mr. Zhang, the chairman of Zhang Group. Do you recognize him? He's my husband's second uncle." Zhang Group. Lin Chen suddenly understood. What a coincidence. He had just dealt with the Zhang father and son, and now the Zhang family nephew was causing trouble here again. It seemed that he and the Zhang family were destined to have an unspoken connection. "The chairman of Zhang Group I know well, and he happens to be my junior." Lin Chen nodded and said, "Since you're from the Zhang family, let me give you a piece of advice. Let this matter drop here. I won't hold it against you too much. If we keep going, it will be you who will suffer." "Phew, what are you worth?" The rich second-generation Zhang Zhe couldn't help but shout out coldly, glaring at Lin Chen. "You dare say my second uncle is your junior? He will be here in a moment, and when he arrives, I will make sure you have no place left to bury your body." "Humph. Lin Chen, I gave you a chance kindly, but you don't know how to cherish it. Moreover, you dare to boast here recklessly. The chairman of Zhang Group is one of the most powerful people under heaven and above 10,000 others in the city. You claim you are his big brother? Haha, that's truly suicidal." Qin Yaya also mocked Lin Chen, following up with a cold laugh. "People like you are destined to be forever trampled on by rich people like us. Want to show off in front of us? That can't be done with mere talk." "You're right, it's not done with mere talk. When the person with the surname Zhang arrives soon, you will naturally know who the unlucky one of today is." Lin Chen finished saying this expressionlessly. At this moment, a car belonging to the Zhang family drove over from afar. The person who got out of the car was none other than the Zhang father and son. After getting out of the car simultaneously, they looked around happily at the scene and then walked toward the entrance together. "Brother, second uncle." Upon seeing the two of them, Zhang Zhe immediately rushed over excitedly and said with a chuckle, "You came at just the right time. Earlier, I found someone pretending to be your friend and even claiming that you're his juniors. It was utterly outrageous." Chapter 186, A Godlike Existence. Who dares to be so bold? As soon as young Master Zhang heard his cousin's words, his face turned an ashen white with anger, and his mouth twitched. In the whole city, no one had dared to show such disrespect to the Zhang family. Whoever was making these grandiose claims was practically deserving of death. Even Chairman Zhang's expression had changed. His brows furrowed tightly as he lowered his voice, asking seriously, "Where is that person?" "He's standing at the door. Uncle Zhang, please look." Zhang Zhe immediately pointed toward the entrance, directing towards Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, when Chairman Zhang and Zhang Zhe simultaneously looked in the direction of the entrance, their gazes froze. It was Mr. Lin. "Chairman Zhang, young Master Zhang, it's good to see you again." Before either of them could speak, Lin Chen suddenly turned around and calmly greeted them. Thump. At this moment, Chairman Zhang and young Master Zhang were struck with cold sweat all over their bodies. They didn't dare to have any slowness in their response, hurriedly stepping closer, walking together toward Lin Chen. Chairman Zhang humbly bent his waist, awkwardly smiling. Mr. Lin, it's you? Are you also attending today's event? What do you think? Lin Chen's single sentence, just a single glance, was enough to make Chairman Zhang break out into a cold sweat. Previously, he had lost to Lin Chen twice, nearly costing him his life. To them, Lin Chen was a devil who could control their life and death at will. Realizing this, Chairman Zhang wiped the sweat from his nervous face and reiterated, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. My nephew acted recklessly and has offended you. Allow me to apologize on his behalf. Yes, exactly. And me too. Mr. Lin, please don't hold a grudge against a small-minded person like him. This cousin of mine often loses his mind, his brain frequently squashed by the doors, speaking without any decorum. This incident is entirely his fault. On behalf of the Zhang family, I also offer my apologies to you. We hope you can calm your anger. Without saying another word, young Master Zhang bowed deeply to Lin Chen to express his respect. Angering this man would have unimaginable consequences. However, Zhang Zhe was bewildered, stepping forward in discontent, asking, Uncle, Brother Cohen, what's wrong with you two? This guy publicly insulted you earlier. Why are you now being so polite to him? Cousin, shut up. Young Master Zhang gave him a meaningful glare, explaining quietly. This Mr. Lin is absolutely correct. Both my father and I indeed follow his orders. Don't say you. Even if your father met him, he would treat him respectfully, or he wouldn't know how he'd die otherwise. What? Zhang Zhe almost thought he was hallucinating. The Zhang Group was a well-known large enterprise in the entire city, among the 4 major families. On a normal day, the Zhang family never feared anyone. How come today, they're all afraid of this young man? Even his wife Qin Yuema stood dumbfounded, completely speechless. Chairman Zhang's face grew cold, glaring back at Zhang Zhe angrily. Zhang Zhe, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. Do you want the Zhang family to be annihilated? Uncle I. Zhang Zhe gradually came to his senses, but there was evident dissatisfaction in his eyes. What virtues or abilities did this kid possess, that he made the Zhang family submit to him? Had Uncle gone out without taking his medication today? This kid looks like a loser. Any man strolling down the street seemed 100 times better than him. After a while, Zhang Zhe suddenly mustered up his courage and arrogantly declared, Uncle, since you fear him, I won't rely on you anymore. I'll resolve this matter myself. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and proudly walked up to Lin Chen. His icy gaze fixed on Lin Chen as he said, Kid, I don't know what tricks you've used to make my uncle act so friendly towards you. But in my eyes, you're just trash among trash. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. Ho ho, true ignorance knows no fear. Lin Chen saw him clenching his fists, about to charge at him, and couldn't help but shake his head and mock. Both Chairman Zhang and young Master Zhang were overwhelmed with fear upon seeing this. Lin Chen's current gaze was simply too familiar to them. Without a word, both retreated a few steps simultaneously, needing no imagination to foresee the result. Zhang Zhe was merely a distant relative, and if he went too far, they would prefer not having this kind of relative. Boom. The next second, Zhang Zhe rushed at Lin Chen with his fist, but before his punch could reach Lin Chen had already sent him flying with a single kick. Despite weighing close to 200 pounds, Zhang Zhe flew 10 meters away with that one kick. When his body hit the ground, it slid several more meters backward. Gradually, his body came to a stop, and his mind buzzed. Husband, are you alright? Qin Ye was the first to run over to him, quickly helping him up and asking with tender concern, Husband, how are you? Did you get hurt when you fell? Did you just see how he attacked me? Zhang Zhe shook his head a couple of times, looking incredulously at Qin Ye as he asked. Qin Ye also shook her head slightly, showing that she hadn't seen anything clearly. She distinctly remembered that Lin Chen wasn't skilled in martial arts, so how could he suddenly become this powerful now? From afar, Chairman Zhang and young Master Zhang simultaneously covered their eyes, unable to bear watching the scene unfolding. After a while, Zhang Zhe held his chest, struggling extremely to rise from the ground, and slowly made his way back to the entrance once more. But he still couldn't admit defeat to Lin Chen. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Kid, what did you just do there? Don't think some random sleight of hand will make me kneel before you. If you're so brave, let's have another round. Get on your knees. Lin Chen suddenly barked out an icy command. For no reason, Zhang Zhe's legs both disobeyed him and involuntarily dropped him down into a kneeling position before Lin Chen. Now, even though Zhang Zhe tried hard to lift his legs again, he found himself utterly powerless. It was like his 2 legs were paralyzed all of a sudden. How could this be happening? Lin Chen, looking at his dumbfounded face, sneered as he walked up to him, smiling, and said, What did you say to me just now? You wanted another match. You can get up from here, and I'll let you go. Zhang Zhe gathered all his strength and struggled fiercely to rise from the ground. But as soon as he stood up only 5 centimeters, his body encountered an overwhelming pressure, forcing him back onto his knees. And throughout the whole process, Lin Chen didn't touch him even once. Even Qin Ye watched in disbelief at Zhang Zhe, encouraging him as she helped him up, saying, Husband, get up quick. There's no one stopping you. Isn't it easy to stand up? Why don't you try it yourself? Zhang Zhe exhausted himself trying twice more, but he still failed. He seemed to feel the presence of some divine being. Chapter 187. There's something wrong with the prescription. What on earth is going on? Zhang Zhe had repeatedly only managed to stand halfway up before being pulled down by the powerful gravity of the ground, his body heavy like a fallen pig. Qin Ye was full of disbelief. When she knelt down and tried twice, she could easily stand up. This directly left Zhang Zhe dumbfounded. Actually, how would he know that Lin Chen just secretly sealed 2 of his acupoints? leaving his legs unable to exert any force at all. If he exerted force, he would instantly lose consciousness. It seems you've lost. A person who can't even stand up actually still has the nerve to talk about dueling with me? How laughable. Lin Shan deliberately mocked him. The people around who passed by were confused about what happened, why this man was kneeling as if seeking forgiveness. Not long after, Jiang Lanlu returned from the parking lot with an invitation letter. When she returned to Lin Shan's side and saw the woman kneeling before her, she asked incredulously, "Big brother Lin Shan, what's going on? Who is he? Why is he kneeling before you?" "It's nothing. He made a few mistakes, feels too guilty towards me, so he kneeled down." Lin Shan smiled slightly, scratching her nose and said, "Did you bring the invitation letter? Then let's go inside." "All right, big brother Lin Shan." Jiang Lanlu affectionately supported Lin Shan's arm as they walked together toward the inside. After they left, Chairman Zhang and young Master Zhang didn't bother to care about Zhang Zhe, turning around to enter the venue together. "Uncle Tu, Brother Kuan, don't leave. You must help me quickly." Seeing no one willing to help him, Zhang Zhe immediately called out loudly in excitement. But soon after, Chairman Zhang and young Master Zhang both disappeared without a trace. Standing beside him, Qin Ye felt extremely shocked inside. How did that gorgeously dressed woman, decked in famous brands, act so intimate with Lin Shan earlier? Could it be they're a couple? What has Lin Shan experienced over these years for him to become so outstanding? And he's also grown so handsome. If only I'd known he was such a rising star back then, I would have looked for him upon graduation. Yeah, what are you standing there doing? Haven't you helped me up yet?" Zhang Zhe, kneeling on the ground, felt numb all over. However, with his weight over 200 pounds, even if Qin Ye gave her all, she couldn't pull him up. Several attempts later, it ended in failure. In this way, Zhang Zhe kept kneeling on the ground, even abandoning the qualification to attend the event. All those who passed by him pointed fingers at him non-stop, thinking he was proposing marriage to the beauty. Meanwhile, Lin Shan and Jiang Lanlu had already entered the venue. Today, the venue was packed with people, and all the presidents and tycoons of the city's medical community were present. Looking around, the entire venue was simply a gathering place for elites. Jiang Lanlu tightly clung to Lin Shan's arm, but because of the height difference, she kept tiptoeing to see the position in the center of the crowd. At the center of the crowd on the exhibition stage, several new drugs were already displayed in front of everyone. Each of these drugs was a surprise brought to everyone by Uncle C from the provincial capital. Today's protagonist is these 4 new drugs. Not bad. Uncle C from the provincial capital, the greatest figure in the province's medical field. Each of these drugs can treat a different kind of terminal illness. Any company that gets these drugs first will surely benefit greatly. Who isn't saying the same thing? These drugs are what we have always dreamed of. I've wanted to research one of these new drugs in my dreams, but after more than 10 years, my scientific research team has worked hard to no avail. These 4 different drugs, even if I could get one of them, I'd feel it worth it for my entire life. Among the surrounding spectators, 2 wealthy businessmen from medical companies couldn't help but start discussing. Others echoed their sentiments. Such good things, who wouldn't want them? Even Jiang Lanlu, when she saw the introductions to these new drugs, couldn't help but reveal an excited look, pulling Lin Shan and saying, "Big brother Lin Shan, are these drugs very strong? Are they much stronger than the drug you gave to Dad?" "Lanlu, do you want to hear the truth?" After reading the introductions of these drugs, Lin Shan suddenly smiled and looked at Jiang Lanlu while asking. "Of course," nodded Jiang Lanlu. "These 4 drugs are actually quite average. In less than 10 minutes, I can completely reproduce them exactly. Even their efficacy surpasses these 4. Lin Shan said calmly. "What? Developed in 10 minutes?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lanlu's eyes immediately widened. At the same time, many of the spectators nearby turned their heads and began looking at Lin Shan with disdainful and scornful eyes. Young people talking big nonsense, actually daring to question the technology of new drugs from Uncle C in the provincial capital here. Don't say you can develop these 4 medicines. Even if you could develop one, you wouldn't be here. Your achievements would have long surpassed Master 4. Where are the security guards? There's a nonsense-smelling kid here, so drag him down quick. Many of the people in the audience simultaneously glared at Lin Shan with hostility. They believed that allowing these 4 medicines to make an appearance was entirely for the benefit of the people. Yet, Lin Shan denied Master 4's achievement in just a few words and brazenly claimed that he himself could also develop medicine. This was an outright insult to Master 4 from the provincial city. Lin Shan calmly looked at them as he explained, "Gentlemen, please calm down. I am not jesting with any of you. Everything I said is true. These medicines, their formulas aren't too difficult. Moreover, there are some flaws in the formulas of these 4 drugs. If used directly on patients, some elderly people might not endure it well, leading to worsened conditions." "Nonsense." A medical professor present coldly stared at Lin Shan and said, "Who are you? A mere upstart? How dare you spout off such nonsense here? What gives you the right to claim that the elderly will not be able to handle this drug?" Master 4 from the provincial city conducted countless experiments before releasing these 4 drugs. Without absolute confidence, he wouldn't have taken out the drugs for us to see. You young whippersnapper, your audacity to slander Master 4 truly deserves severe punishment. What good are all those experiments if he hasn't covered every possible complication? If there's any overlooked side effect not tested yet, it could cause the medicine to produce adverse effects. All of you here are venerable figures in the medical field. Surely you understand the potential side effects that each new drug might bring. As for me, I can confirm that these 4 drugs possess very strong side effects, irreversible ones. Once seniors with many complications take them, it would certainly lead to grave consequences, including life-threatening situations. Lin Shun explained everything clearly to everyone present. What an arrogant statement. Let me see who you are. How dare someone question my research results? At this moment, a deep male voice sounded from outside the crowd. Chapter 188. Verification of truth or falsehood. Fourth young master is here. This young man is about to get it. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads simultaneously, and they saw fourth young master gradually appearing before them. Fourth young master from the provincial capital, full name Long Si. He is a well-known wealthy merchant across the entire province, and also the Dragon King in the underground world, someone no one dares to provoke. Ordinarily, when people encounter him, they grovel and flatter without end. However, today, for the first time, they met such a tough case, someone who dared to be disrespectful to him in front of so many people. As he coughed intermittently, he slowly approached the crowd. Everyone around spontaneously made way for him. After coming to a stop, his gaze swept over Lin Shun briefly, and with a disdainful snort, he asked, "Young man, what's your name? How dare you come to my turf, Long Si, and issue a challenge? Do you not acknowledge my status?" Boom. The whole venue was startled by these words. These words carried immense weight and were obviously aimed at Lin Shun. If Lin Shun didn't back down, there was a possibility that he wouldn't leave alive today. Lin Shun picked up on the implications but showed no fear as he shrugged and said, "Fourth young master, I'm not here to issue any challenges. Every word I say is the truth. I can point out the flaws in all 4 of your new medicines, and I have plans that can make them perfect. If fourth young master doesn't believe me, I can demonstrate live for everyone." "Nonsense," Long Si shouted icily, outright disbelieving Lin Shun's words. He had personally developed those drugs which secretly saved countless terminal patients, including the numerous elders he mentioned. If the medicine had issues, those elders would have already fallen ill long ago. How could they possibly have lasted until now? Moreover, Lin Shun was just a young man. He absolutely wouldn't believe that a young man like him was spouting nonsense. "Brother Lin Shun, stop talking. This fourth young master does not lie. He is the universally recognized good man in the eyes of everyone." Jiang Lanyu noticed the offbeat atmosphere and quickly tugged at Lin Shun, giving him a reminder. "It's fine. I believe since Mr. Long is a good person, he will definitely listen to others' advice rather than directly drive them away." Facing all present, Lin Shun looked directly at Long Si and said, "Fourth young master, may I have a chance to showcase myself? I can publicly improve your formulas in front of everyone. Then you take them and experiment. If my prescription proves inferior to yours, then dispose of me however you wish. With your abilities, finding me should be effortless. But if my prescription is better than yours, fourth young master, you owe me something and must meet one of my requests." Fine. Why don't you write it out then?" With a cold snort, Long Si felt this young man had voluntarily sought his doom, so let him do so. Had he simply driven Lin Shun out, it might have caused rumors that he was too small-minded to let anyone verify his prescriptions. "Bring me paper and pen." A pleased look appeared on Lin Shun's face. Earlier he merely used a provocation tactic, and fourth young master predictably fell into the trap. Not long after, paper and pen were prepared in front of Lin Shun. Due to the confidentiality of the formula, Lin Shun didn't write it in public view. Instead, turning his back to everyone, where no one else could see, he wrote down an entirely new prescription. Once finished, Lin Shun turned back around, handed the folded prescription to Long Si. Looking at Long Si with complete composure, he said, "Fourth young master, this is my new prescription. You can compare my prescription with these 4 new medications of yours. This one belongs to the 4-in-1 category. As long as you follow the proportioning instructions of my prescription to produce the medicine, it can treat any one of these 4 terminal diseases. If it cannot, feel free to punish me as you see fit." "Alright, since you put it this way, I'll find someone to mix the medicine and conduct some tests." Without hesitation, Long Si nodded and accepted. All the spectators present unanimously thought Lin Shun was speaking nonsense. The medical professor, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward and said, "Fourth young master, this guy is stalling for time deliberately. In my opinion, you needn't cooperate with him. Simply kick him out." "That's right. This kid is making things up entirely. If there were such an amazing recipe in the world, why hasn't it surfaced until now? And besides, if this kid were truly that talented, his achievements would have far surpassed all the big shots in the medical community we're seeing here now. Yet none of us recognize him. You are all wrong." Jiang Lanyu couldn't bear to hear their doubts and immediately stood up. She placed her hands on her hips and declared, "My brother Lin Shun's prescription is also quite powerful. It's because of him that my father's terminal disease was cured." "Little girl, who exactly are you? And what about your father? Is he really that famous?" The medical professor sneered. "My name is Jiang Lanyu. My father's name is Jiang Chengshun. Tell me, is he renowned enough?" With great pride, Jiang Lanyu spoke loudly to everyone present. Jiang Chengshun, the richest man in Jiang City? Upon hearing this name, everyone present couldn't help but take in a sharp breath, and the scene instantly became quiet. Even Long Si's gaze had a slight change at this moment. Jiang Lanyu confidently looked at everyone present and said, "My brother Lin Chen's prescription is unparalleled in the world. Today, I am not sure if Lin Chen's brother's prescription can win over young Master 4, but you're belittling him here, calling him an unknown figure. I absolutely do not agree with. Miss Jiang, even if you speak eloquently, the prescription isn't something you say works, just works." The medical professor stepped forward, looking at Lin Shun provocatively. "Although the richest Mr. Jiang recognizes this young man, we may not necessarily recognize him. Who knows if he cured your father's disease by pure coincidence?" "You, Jiang Lanyu immediately clenched her small fists in anger. At this moment, one of Long Si's subordinates suddenly ran in from outside the crowd, approached Long Si, and began whispering to him. The moment Long Si finished listening, his entire complexion changed drastically. He looked solemnly at the subordinate and asked, "Is what you're saying true?" "Absolutely certain. The patient is still in the lab now, with many renowned doctors attempting to save him." The subordinate said in a low voice. "Everyone, today's pharmaceutical exhibition is hereby concluded." After a brief hesitation, Long Si suddenly looked at everyone and announced, "For the rigor of the prescription, I will actively adopt the proposal of this young man. After I have experimented with this young man's prescription, I will reconvene a pharmaceutical exhibition. Today I have wasted everyone's time, for which I offer my apologies. In order to express my sincerity, I will arrange for a 100-table feast on the spot, and everyone is welcome to go to the second-floor hall for a meal and exchange academic views. I still have some urgent matters to handle, so I won't be able to entertain everyone here." After finishing, he instructed his subordinates to escort everyone upstairs for the meal. Lin Chen also prepared to walk toward the second floor, when suddenly Long Si's bodyguard placed a hand on Lin Chen's shoulder. "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment." Chapter 189, A Strange Research Institute. "Is there something else?" Lin Chen turned around and asked the black-clad bodyguard. This bodyguard looked very robust, all muscles, with arms thicker than Lin Chen's thighs. He was clearly not an ordinary person. His large hand rested on Lin Chen's shoulder as if a stone hand of a Buddha were pressing down, which showed his powerful qi. The fourth master's subordinates were indeed full of highly skilled individuals. "Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand me. I would like to invite you to come with me. This is not the place for a conversation. Please follow me." Long Si came in front of Lin Chen, asking the bodyguard to step back temporarily, and said this to Lin Chen. Lin Chen could see the seriousness in Long Si's eyes, and the sudden halt of the new drug demonstration activity just now must have more to do with it than merely his prescription. Apparently, something else had happened. All right, after a brief thought, Lin Chen decisively agreed. Subsequently, he first let Jiang Lanyu leave on her own. Being a girl, some things were inappropriate for her to hear. Jiang Lanyu immediately furrowed her eyebrows, assuming that Lin Chen had offended Long Si and that Long Si would take the opportunity to retaliate against Lin Chen. So she resolutely looked at Long Si and requested, "Fourth master, Lin Chen is my friend. Please do not make things difficult for him. If Lin Chen has done anything wrong to offend you and make you unhappy, my family, the Jins, are willing to take full responsibility and provide rich compensation as an apology." "Miss Jiang, you've misunderstood me. I invited Mr. Jiang to talk because I want him to help me, not to cause him trouble," Long Si explained, calming Jiang Lanyu's concerns. After Jiang Lanyu left, Long Si took Lin Chen upstairs. During their time alone, Long Si explained the matter that one of his subordinates had reported earlier. After hearing it, Lin Chen frowned and asked, "Fourth master, what exactly do you need from me? Could it be that you want me to help you treat that elder?" "You're right. From your young age, I can see an extraordinary demeanor in you. Moreover, most of the prescriptions you wrote down coincide with the formulas for my new drugs, and you've even added a few new herbs. I thus confirm that you're not joking around with me. That elder has a remarkable identity, being a titan in the medical field who voluntarily tried the drugs, but he suddenly suffered from drug backlash, and the experts and professors in my lab couldn't find any way to treat him. If you're willing to come with me to save the person, perhaps we'll find a solution." "No problem. As a healer, saving lives is my duty. Since it's about saving a life, let's hurry up and go. Delaying will risk the condition changing," Lin Chen responded smoothly. At present, making connections was very important to him. This Long Si was a prominent figure standing at the pinnacle of the provincial city. Helping him out meant he could later provide Lin Chen with substantial resources. With this support, Lin Chen could overcome the dark forces behind him and become a pillar in his field. By himself, Lin Chen simply couldn't defeat such a formidable dark power. Half an hour later, they both arrived at a pharmaceutical research institute. The location of this institute was secluded, surrounded by strict security. Unless you were one of the staff members, regular people had no chance of getting in. As Lin Chen entered, he also noticed some snipers hiding around. All these were precautionary safety measures. An average pharmaceutical research institute wouldn't possibly have such strong security capabilities. Moreover, the two new drugs that Long Si launched onto the market were just ordinary treatments for terminal illnesses, nothing that required such extensive security precautions. Could this institute be hiding other secrets? While continuing to walk further inside, Lin Chen became increasingly perplexed in his mind. "Mr. Lin, please, the laboratory is just a bit ahead." Long Si, accompanied by several close bodyguards, invited Lin Chen to continue walking forward. Out of curiosity, Lin Chen casually asked, "Fourth master, this institute is so vast and hidden. Surely occupying such a large area isn't just for researching those two new drugs." "Of course not. The predecessor of this institute was once the largest medical research institute nationwide, existing since the 1980s. I gained the authority to possess this institute through certain connections," Long Si explained. "I see." Lin Chen instantly understood. No wonder there were so many facilities here. It had once ranked high nationwide. Even though Lin Chen still noticed some renovated facilities around and had some doubts, he did not pursue the matter further. Given his current standing in Long Si's eyes, there were definitely some matters where Long Si wasn't telling the truth. A few minutes later, Long Si led Lin Chen into a secluded laboratory. Before entering, each person put on a set of dust-proof suits and had to pass through a highly professional electrostatic and dust removal channel before finally reaching the innermost part of the laboratory. As soon as he walked in, An intense smell of chemical reagents hit his nose. There were at least 100 staff members inside. In the enormous laboratory hall, everyone was busy with their own work. Professional experimental equipment, test tubes, and instruments caught Lin Chen's eye one after another. He was left dazzled by it all. Fourth Master Long, old he is further inside. He's already on his last breaths. A medical expert wearing black-framed glasses approached Long Si anxiously to report. Take me to him immediately. Not wasting any time. Long Si responded quickly and followed him into the treatment room where Old He lay. Inside, more than a dozen top medical experts were trying desperately to save Old He's life. But despite employing every method they could think of, including advanced imported medication, they still couldn't bring him back from the brink. Fourth Master Long, we apologize greatly. We've done everything possible for his rescue. Old He has reached his end. Even a god descended to earth would not be able to save him. Long Si stood next to the bed, looking painfully at Old He lying there quietly, deeply unconscious. This was told to him by Kai Donghai, the leading professor and medical expert responsible for Old He's treatment. Have you tried every method? Standing at the bedside, Long Si's eyes filled with sorrow. Over the years, Old He had made countless contributions to him. If it weren't for Old He's support behind the scenes, his future wouldn't have shone so brightly. Yes, Fourth Master Long, we've exhausted every possible approach and still found no effect, Kai Donghai reported promptly. Mr. Lin, take a look at Old He's condition and see if there's anything you can do. Long Si turned back to Lin Shun, extending a very courteous invitation. At this moment, all eyes of those present turned toward Lin Shun. They exchanged glances with each other, confusion written on their faces. Who was this young man? Why did Fourth Master Long suddenly have the idea to bring a completely unknown youth to treat Old He? Chapter 190. Turns out I'm the clown. All right, Lord 4. Lin Shun calmly stepped forward, half sat on the edge of the bed, grabbed one of He Jinzhong's hands, and began to diagnose his pulse. Unexpectedly, after a few minutes, Lin Chen's brows suddenly furrowed. Go quickly and prepare the prescription I gave you. Follow the dosage precisely, grind the medicine into powder. After Lin Chen put down He Jinzhong's arm, he seriously turned around and instructed Long Si. Long Si dared not waste any time. Even if they were treating a dead horse as if it were alive, though they didn't know if the medicine could save him, they must make every effort to try once. He looked at Kai Donghai and said, Professor Kai, go quickly and prepare the medicine according to Mr. Lin's prescription. Lord 4, are you sure to trust this young man? Kai Donghai's eyebrows knitted tightly, clearly harboring hostility towards Lin Shun. Not only him, but also the other professors and experts surrounding them all showed looks of distrust. Lord 4, this young man doesn't seem to have much fame in the medical field. None of us have seen him. Even we couldn't treat Elder He. What qualifications does he have? Please reconsider carefully, Lord 4. If there's an issue with his prescription, Elder He might die instantly. Before Kai Donghai acted, quite a few medical professors around already raised objections. Long Si's brows tightened. He coldly snorted and asked, Elder He is in mortal danger now. Since you don't believe in Mr. Lin's prescription, can any of you think of a way to save him? Everyone present fell silent. If you can't, why not go quick? If you delay Mr. Lin from saving Elder He, I'll hold you all accountable for your lives. Long Si instantly exploded with anger. Daring not waste another second, Kai Donghai immediately set out to the pharmacy to prepare the medication. Because Lin Chen wrote down some Chinese herbal names, he had to specially go to the Chinese medicine pharmacy to prepare the herbs. About 10 minutes later, the herbs Lin Chen required were ground into powder and handed over to him. Lin Chen just placed the powder before his nose for a sniff and could judge the amount and authenticity of the herbs. After confirming that the herbs were correct, Lin Chen pinched a handful of the powdered herbs and gently sprinkled it by Old He's mouth. His palm slowly circulated a stream of true energy, pressing on Old He's forehead and gradually infusing it into his body. His mouth automatically opened slightly, and he actually swallowed the powder. This sight shocked everyone present. What kind of divine skill is this? Elder He has already stopped eating and drinking since yesterday, yet this young man has managed to make Elder He take the medicine voluntarily. The technique the young man just used probably isn't common medical magic. It resembles martial arts. Two medical professors near the area simultaneously began discussing. Lin Chen continued feeding Elder He medicine. After having fed all the medicine to him, he then turned back and ordered again. Prepare me a set of silver needles. Fetch the silver needles immediately. Long Si didn't hesitate. He'd already determined from Lin Chen's previous treatment method that this young man wasn't speaking nonsense. Perhaps he really could bring Elder He back to life. Not long after, the silver needles were prepared for Lin Chen. Everyone watched intently, filled with anticipation, though their hearts were full of doubts about whether Lin Chen would use the silver needles correctly or not. Next, Lin Chen very skillfully took 3 silver needles from his needle bag and accurately inserted each needle into 3 specific acupoints in front of Elder He's neck. The needle tips penetrated 3/10 of the way. Lin Chen's hand firmly held the needles while continuously manipulating them, using a fluid combination of pricking, lifting, and rolling techniques to perform a seamless flow of acupuncture. Skillful. This young man is truly skillful. This set of needle techniques, it is the lost soul-devouring divine needles. In my lifetime, to witness such a needle art is truly a miracle. Soul-devouring needle method? Could it be the exclusive needle method created by Zhang Zhongjing? Some of the professors present who understood acupuncture couldn't help but discuss in shock. That master physician who identified the soul-devouring needle method stroked his beard and said, correct, this is the needle method created by ancestor Zhang Zhongjing. Even ancient medical books merely record fragments. There has never been a complete diagram. Unbelievable. This young man can even fully demonstrate the entire set of needle methods. It seems that his master must be a well-known divine doctor nationwide. It's truly amazing how someone so young already possesses such profound medical skills. It makes us old folks who call ourselves experts and professors feel ashamed. Puff. As soon as these words left his mouth, He Jianzhong suddenly spewed a mouthful of black blood. All gazes were astonished. Even Long Si was startled and hastily asked, "Mr. Lin, what's going on? Why is Elder He spitting blood?" "Don't worry. I just helped unblock his 9 meridians, forcing out the stasis poison blood within his body." While pulling out the needles, Lin Shun explained calmly. "Stasis poison blood?" Long Si was greatly surprised. His brows furrowed, and he asked perplexedly, "Are you saying that Mr. He was poisoned?" Not only was he poisoned, but it wasn't by an ordinary toxin. It was by the extremely rare and insidious goo poison. Lin Shun had seen goo poison before, so he remained calm. However, all the people around him had never heard of such a bizarre case, and they looked at Lin Shun in shock. Long Si's eyes widened as he continued to ask, "Mr. Lin, what exactly is goo poison? Wasn't Mr. He suffering from side effects caused by my new drug, which led to his sudden illness? How could it be related to goo poison?" "Lord 4, you must understand that the side effects of your new drug merely catalyze the old illnesses of frail elderly patients. Before taking your medicine, Mr. He had already been infected with goo poison. It just hadn't manifested yet. After taking the new drug, the toxins within his body were instantly activated and began to spread through his blood vessels. As the goo poison entered the blood vessels connected to his 5 internal organs and 6 viscera, he naturally fell into a coma. If the toxins aren't promptly expelled, his life will be in grave danger." Lin Shun patiently explained. "That can't be right. We conducted a full physical examination on Mr. He earlier and found no signs of poisoning. The goo poison you mentioned should not have escaped detection by medical instruments." Kai Donghai questioned with doubt. "Medical instruments can detect some types of poison, but goo poison essentially comes from parasites that can hide within the body and evade detection. Therefore, conventional medical methods are incapable of detecting the presence of this type of toxin," Lin Shun explained further. "I see. Who would have thought that despite being so young, Mr. Lin understands goo poison so thoroughly? It's far beyond our knowledge. We're deeply impressed. I apologize for my ignorance and folly towards Mr. Lin earlier." Kai Donghai now regretted his previous actions. Moments ago, he had insulted Lin Shun for being unknown and dismissed his prescriptions. But now, he realized that he himself was the fool. As a result, he deeply regretted his prior behavior. Chapter 191. A debt of gratitude hard to repay. "No harm done. You didn't have bad intentions, and I won't blame you." Lin Shun slightly shook his head, put all the silver needles away, and then returned them to Long Si, saying, "Mr. He should wake up immediately." Cough cough. Just as the words were spoken, He Jianzhong on the sickbed immediately showed a reaction. He coughed twice and gradually opened his eyes, as if he had just experienced a very long dream, gazing around in confusion. His lips weakly parted, asking, "What happened? Why are all of you here?" "Mr. He, you've finally woken up. This time, it truly frightened me." Long Si was overwhelmed with excitement. He personally stepped forward, tightly grasping He Jianzhong's arm to offer comfort. As soon as He Jianzhong turned his head and saw Long Si by his side, he hurriedly tried to get up to greet Long Si, but was promptly stopped by Long Si. "Mr. He, don't move about yet. Your body has just recovered. You need more rest. After a while, I'll send you back to your recuperation villa. Take good care of yourself. During this period, you worked very hard for me researching new medicine. Master Si, it's my duty to serve you," He Jianzhong said weakly. With Long Si's help, he gradually sat up, and his mind began to recall what had happened before. He remembered clearly that he had fallen into a coma after taking the newly developed drug. But now, why did he suddenly feel so light-bodied, as if all his illnesses had vanished? "Master Si, who saved me? I feel like my body has reverted to when I was younger, with no trace of fatigue at all, even an endless amount of energy." He Jianzhong asked curiously, "Is this really true?" Long Si was astonished once again. Just from one prescription combined with a set of acupuncture techniques, Mr. He's condition could be restored to this extent? If this were true, Mr. Lin is indeed an extraordinary talent rarely seen in the world. "It's true. Let go of me now, and I'll walk a few steps to try it out." He Jianzhong understood his physical condition well. Once Long Si and the surrounding medical staff let go, he voluntarily got off the bed and walked 2 circles in the laboratory. Originally, even when he felt well, walking a few steps would make him pant heavily. But now, things were different. He circled the entire laboratory 3 or 4 times without any signs of fatigue. Truly miraculous, a miracle. Mr. He's body is indeed much better than before. He looks full of spirit, at least 10 years younger. Not just 10 years, 20 years, if you ask me. I've known Mr. He for over 20 years, and his health then was similar to what it is now. The present medical professors all wore expressions of joy. Seeing this, Long Si couldn't help but be amazed. He firmly grabbed Lin Shen's hand, excitedly stating, "Mr. Lin, you're truly a divine doctor. Meeting you today is truly a blessing from my previous life. Master Si, you flatter me. I merely helped drive out the toxins within Mr. He's body. His previous exhaustion was entirely due to these toxins. Now that the toxins have been thoroughly removed, naturally there's nothing left wrong." Lin Chen humbly explained. "Poisoning." Just then, He Jianzhong suddenly looked back with surprise, approaching Lin Chen to carefully examine him before asking, "Young man, it was you who brought me back to life, wasn't it?" Earlier, you mentioned that I was poisoned. What exactly happened? Mr. He, this question must be asked to yourself. Lin Shen calmly explained. While diagnosing your body earlier, I unexpectedly discovered a strange poison within you, which caused your continuous mysterious illness. If my guess is correct, this kind of poison should not have entered your body all at once. Someone might have continuously placed poison in your food or drink. Ow! How could something like this happen? He Jianzhong's pupils violently shrank. He could never have imagined that someone would poison him. But upon careful reflection, aside from work, he seemed not to have offended anyone. How could he have been poisoned out of nowhere? Mr. He, carefully think about it. Around a year ago, did you meet any peculiar strangers? This kind of poison is made of over 100 poisons mixed together by someone skilled in such poisons. An average person wouldn't use such poison, so whoever used this must be highly proficient in the art of cultivating such poisons. Lin Shen continued to remind him. Cultivating poisons? I've never dealt with such poison cultivation, nor have I met strange people. He Jianzhong's brain nearly overheated from thinking, but still couldn't figure out who had poisoned him. Lin Shen stroked his chin, carefully pondering for a moment before speaking frankly. Mr. He, since you can't think of it for now, then don't force yourself. You can keep my contact information. If one day you encounter any strange people or incidents, contact me promptly. I can go and help you eliminate this poison cultivator. All right, young man, by saving my life today, you've become an honored benefactor of mine. Please accept the respect of Mr. He with this bow. Once he regained his senses, He Jianzhong immediately knelt down on the spot, ready to kowtow to Lin Shen. Startled, Lin Shen hurriedly helped him up, smiling as he said, Mr. He, please get up. There's no need for such formality. Saving you was something I did offhand. There's no need to repay me. How can that be? I, He Jianzhong, have always lived by never owing anyone anything. When Fourth Master saved me once before, I vowed to serve him for the rest of my life. Now, young brother Lin, you've saved my life, and I must absolutely repay this favor. He Jianzhong said with great solemnity. Mr. He, you will still work by my side in the future. And Lin Sir is invited by me. So this debt of gratitude, let me take responsibility to repay it on your behalf. At this point, Long Si interjected to He Jianzhong, and then turned to Lin Shen with a full smile on his face saying, Mr. Lin, I truly didn't expect you to possess such incredible abilities. I underestimated you earlier. If Mr. Lin is interested, we could collaborate together to research new drug technologies. The medicine formula you just provided, I'm willing to spend 100 million for it. What do you say, Mr. Lin? 100 million? Fourth Master is indeed very generous. In fact, that formula isn't worth this much money. If Fourth Master sincerely wants it, giving me 10 million would already suffice. Lin Shen smiled. How could that be? Long Si quickly disagreed. I, Long Si, spent 50 million on research and development costs just to produce the new medicine showcase today. Yet Mr. Lin simply dismissed my formula with a few words and gave me a superior one instead. This formula is unparalleled in value. To me, it's worth 100 million. There's enough money in this card. Please, Mr. Lin, you must accept it. Chapter 192. Sincerely seeking a master. Fourth Master, it's really too much. I can't accept this. Lin Shen had principles. Some money he could take, but others he would firmly refuse. No matter how Fourth Master tried to persuade him, Lin Shen refused to accept the money. In the end, seeing no other way, Fourth Master gave up. But Fourth Master thought that since Lin Shen possessed such remarkable medical skills, and even casually written prescriptions were miraculous, if he could gain more assistance with prescriptions from Lin Shen, his company would surely grow even larger. With that thought, Fourth Master looked seriously at Lin Shen and said, Mr. Lin, since you will not accept money, I do not insist. However, there is another thing I wish to discuss, and I hope Mr. Lin can stay for a moment. What is it? Lin Shen asked, full of curiosity. Mr. Lin's medical artistry is unmatched, and Long has great admiration. There must be other even more amazing prescriptions beyond this one. I wonder if Mr. Lin might sell me one or two more. I, Long, would be eternally grateful. Long Si didn't dare to ask for too much, just an additional one or two. For he knew each prescription penned by Lin Shen was invaluable treasure, certainly far beyond ordinary things. Obtaining another prescription would already be an immense honor. How could he ask for more? Since Fourth Master shows this sincerity, there is no harm in my writing another prescription for you as a gift. As long as Fourth Master uses this prescription to heal and save lives, I have no objections. Lin Shen agreed readily after slight contemplation. The relationship between Lin Shen and Long Si wasn't particularly close yet. Not accepting payment for the earlier prescription from Long Si allowed Lin Shen to place Long Si under obligation. So if difficulties arose in the future, it would be easier to seek his assistance. By providing another prescription to Long Si, their relationship would develop faster, deepening Long Si's debt to Lin Shen. Before long, paper and pen were brought over. After some brief thinking, Lin Shen carefully wrote down a new prescription on the paper. After finishing, he handed it to Long Si and said, Fourth Master, the previous prescription could treat 4 incurable diseases but was not considered top tier. This prescription I have written for you now serves as a perfect complement. If the disease outside of cancer, use the first prescription which can spare the person from death. If it is cancer, then use the second prescription, which can completely cure all cancers, including late-stage patients. Cure cancer? Are you serious? Long Si's face showed shock. Even all the medical experts present were stunned speechless. Cancer was currently one of the hardest illnesses for the medical field to overcome, often referred to as incurable. It was beyond their imagination that a drug of such effectiveness could exist. Finding ways to alleviate cancer was itself a miracle in the medical field. Clearly, Lin Shen's prescription was about to play an immeasurable role in the world of medicine. This also meant that Lin Shen was about to become renowned in the medical community. That's correct. Cancer is not scary in itself. In the ancient Chinese medicine practices spanning thousands of years, the term cancer did not even exist. Unfortunately, traditional Chinese medicine hasn't been promoted widely enough, and nobody has conducted extensive research on ancient medicinal herbs. Because of this, we've been unable to find a cure for this deadly illness. With this prescription of mine, people who are suffering from cancer on the brink of death can quickly be saved. Taking it continuously for a week will ensure complete recovery. Lin Shen patiently explained to the medical professors and experts present, showing a smile once again as he looked at Long Si and said, "Fourth Master, here is your prescription. Next steps on how to use it lie entirely with you. If you can help me preserve and pass down ancient Chinese medical techniques, I would be forever grateful. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I used to be ignorant and unaware of the charm of Chinese medicine, but today I've seen it. I, Long Si, will do my best to fulfill Mr. Lin's wish, which is my humble contribution to the field of medicine." Without hesitation, Long Si agreed. He immediately took out a platinum card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shen, saying, "Mr. Lin, this platinum card is the supreme VIP card of my Long family group. It exists only in 3 copies throughout the province. With it, one can access any industry or company under our Long group while enjoying the highest level of treatment. To see this card is like seeing me, Long Si. No one across the province would dare show disrespect." This. Lin Shen was genuinely surprised. Who would have thought that such a small card held such immense power? Clearly, those 2 prescriptions had indeed moved Fourth Master. This time, Lin Shen did not hesitate, smiling faintly before responding. "Fine. If Fourth Master insists on thanking me this way, then I shall humbly accept this card. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment." Just as Lin Shen had taken the card and was preparing to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind him, a voice belonging to an old man. Lin Shen turned around and saw He Jinzhong walking towards him. He quickly approached Lin Shen and knelt down right in front of him, saying, "Mr. Lin, please accept my respect. The great favor you show me today, I cannot repay. From this day forward, any order from Mr. Lin will be my mission. If you ever encounter difficulties in the medical field, you may simply mention my name, He Jinzhong, and more often than not, the problem will be solved. If there's anything even Mr. Lin can't resolve, feel free to come directly to me, and I will personally take care of it for you. He Senior, please get up." Lin Shen hurriedly reached out and helped He Jinzhong stand, politely saying, "Senior He, there's no need to be so formal. Your kindness earlier was already repaid by Fourth Master, so there's no need for you to treat me with such courtesy. Mr. Lin, I wonder if you would be interested in taking on an apprentice? I, He Jinzhong, deeply admire your medical skills. If you don't mind, I would like to kneel before you as a disciple and become your student." After standing up, He Jinzhong seriously looked at Lin Shen and asked, "Become my disciple?" Lin Shen was greatly surprised. This senior, he was a renowned figure in the medical field. Moreover, he had never thought about taking on an apprentice. After some consideration, Lin Shen smiled and shook his head, saying, "Senior He, given your status in the medical field, there's no need for you to become my disciple. However, we could certainly be friends and discuss challenging medical issues together in the future." Hearing this, He Jinzhong grew even more respectful of Lin Shen's character. Such a capable, yet humble young man was truly rare in the world. He understood Lin Shen's implication, essentially suggesting that he didn't want to see his dignity compromised. If word got out that He Jinzhong had knelt before a young man in his 20s as a master-disciple relationship, how would others perceive it? Regaining his composure, He Jinzhong firmly gripped Lin Shen's arm and said tearfully, "Very well. Mr. Lin has considered my situation so deeply, and thus I respect your decision. Starting from today, I, He Jinzhong, vow to dedicate everything I have to Mr. Lin and to ease your burdens." The moment these words were spoken, the other medical professors and experts gathered around Lin Shen, expressing their willingness to support him as well. Lin Shen was immensely touched. Chapter 193, The Threat from Department 9. After bidding farewell to Long Si, Lin Shen left the research institute. Before departure, Long Si arranged for people to escort him throughout the journey, ostensibly for Lin Shen's safety. However, Lin Shen could feel their vigilance. It seemed they were worried that he might mistakenly wander into some of the other laboratories. As for what was stored in those labs, Lin Shen had no way of knowing. Out of respect for Long Si, he did not probe or inquire excessively. After leaving the research institute, Long Si personally sent someone to return Lin Shen to the downtown area. As soon as he got out of the car and was about to head back, a vehicle suddenly stopped in front of Lin Shen. Immediately afterward, 4 or 5 burly men stepped out of the car, with a middle-aged man leading them. "Who are you?" Seeing that the man had come for him, Lin Shen asked solemnly. "I guess you must be Lin Shen." The middle-aged man, with a stern expression, sized him up and then introduced himself by extending his hand. "My name is Feng Chuang, the group leader of Team 2 in Department 9. I have some matters to discuss with you today. Please follow me." Department 9's people? Lin Shen felt extremely curious. Usually, it was old Xie who communicated with him, so why was a stranger here today? "Mr. Lin, please get in the car." Before Lin Shen could react, the car door was opened, and several men dressed in black standing behind him stepped aside to clear a path. Without hesitation, Lin Shen climbed into the car and followed them away. The car began driving around the outermost loop of the city. As it left the urban area, Lin Shen clearly noticed that they were heading toward an uninhabited place. This immediately aroused Lin Chen's suspicion. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Chuang sitting next to the driver. Director Feng, where exactly are you taking me? The car seems to be getting further and further away from the city. Just sit still, you'll understand everything when we arrive. Feng Chuang responded expressionlessly and ordered the driver to continue speeding up. About 10 minutes later, the car arrived in a barren mountainous wilderness. After getting out of the car, there was an abyss-like cliff not far ahead. Lin Chen sensed something was amiss. It seemed like Feng Chuang wasn't here just to discuss matters, but had some sinister intentions. Director Feng, why have you brought me here? Can't we discuss things while eating and drinking at a hotel instead? Lin Chen asked casually, trying to act relaxed. Young man, clean your mouth. Do you even know who you are? Do you think you can consider yourself equal with our Director Feng? One of the black-clad toughs behind him gave this cold command. Simultaneously, all of them revealed the weapons on their waists, and several gun muzzles were pointed directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, staring intently at Feng Chuang and asked, Director Feng, your subordinates are being so disrespectful to me. Aren't you going to do anything about it? You should know about my relationship with old Xia. If we calculate carefully, we should not be enemies. Whether or not we're enemies isn't something you decide. It's something I decide. With a sinister look on his face, Feng Chuang took out a contract from his body and tossed it in front of Lin Chen, saying, Lin Chen, I know your abilities are exceptional, fully meeting the requirements for joining our Department 9. Today, I will give you two choices. Either join Department 9 and become one of our members, or become our enemy. A formidable rival like you would force me to eliminate you immediately to prevent future trouble. Haha, so it's about recruiting me. Lin Chen smiled lightly and instantly understood everything. Picking up the contract from the ground, he glanced through it before shaking his head and saying, Director Feng, compared to the promises old CM made to me, whether it's conditions or benefits, what you've offered here falls significantly short. I didn't even agree to old Xia's requests, and now with so many tyrannical terms you've set up, do you really think I'd accept? So, you refuse to join our Department 9? Killing intent was already showing in Feng Chuang's eyes. Once Lin Chen refused, he would have justification for officially resolving the issue of Lin Chen. Lin Chen gave a calm smile, tearing up the contract in his hand on the spot, and said, Director Feng, it seems you never truly intended to recruit me, but wanted Lin Chen's life today. In that case, stop talking nonsense and make your move. Young man, you're indeed smart. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish right now. Fire. Feng Chuang was always efficient in how he handled matters. At his command, everyone around Lin Chen simultaneously aimed their guns at him, and 5 bullets flew towards Lin Chen's heart almost instantly. In that crucial moment just before the bullets struck him, Lin Chen smirked, suddenly gathering strength underfoot, and tilted his body slightly. He moved with blinding speed, appearing beside the 5 big men in the blink of an eye. Pow! 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 A crisp and decisive palm technique accurately struck the chins of each man. In just 3 seconds, the 5 burly men were simultaneously thrown into the air. With a jump of his legs, Lin Chen leaped high above and delivered a sweeping kick with overwhelming power. A powerful trail of light swept through the air. The 5 burly men fell to the ground instantly. Feng Chuang, who was leading them, stared in disbelief. He looked at Lin Chen in astonishment, incredulously saying, How is this possible? You're faster than bullets. This can't be real. Could it be that you're not human? Whether or not I'm human isn't obvious. Blame yourself for being too weak. After finishing his words, Lin Chen slowly approached Feng Chuang, pressing a hand on his shoulder with a slight force that sent Feng Chuang bending down involuntarily. Pain etched Feng Chuang's face as cold sweat began dripping down from his forehead. Clenching his teeth tightly, he suddenly retreated, barely breaking free from Lin Chen's grip. Still, a cold gleam lingered in his eyes as he suddenly pulled out a dart from his body and swiftly launched it toward Lin Chen. With a backward bow, Lin Chen easily dodged Feng Chuang's hidden weapon. Unexpectedly, when Lin Chen straightened up, Feng Chuang had already drawn another weapon, a bullet flying gracefully toward Lin Chen's chest. The bullet was now only half a meter away from Lin Chen, leaving no room for evasion. Feng Chuang sneered in disdain, mocking Lin Chen. Boy, you're still far too inexperienced to contend with me. Countless experts have perished under my hands, and you're destined to become one of them. After your death, I'll burn paper money for you every year. Rest in peace. Swish. However, the very next second, Lin Chen suddenly extended 2 fingers, precisely pinching the bullet speeding toward him between them. And he remained unscathed. What? Feng Chuang was utterly shocked, gaping in amazement. Impossible. How could someone catch a bullet with bare hands? He stammered. This can't be true. Your knowledge falls far short of old CS. Although I don't know why you want to kill me, judging by your current character and insight, you're unworthy of being a qualified member of Department 9. As Lin Chen finished speaking, his body moved faster than an arrow, rushing straight at Feng Chuang. Chapter 194, Trouble in Summer. Boom. Lin Chen struck Feng Chuang's chest with a palm, and he was thrown away by an immense energy. At the moment he hit the ground, blood gushed from his mouth. Lin Chen calmly walked up to him, grabbed his clothes, and asked icily, Tell me, why do you want to kill me? Aye. Feng Chuang looked at Lin Chen's eyes with great trepidation, as if seeing a devil. If he said anything wrong, it could cost him his life here. He stammered for quite a while, unable to utter a word. Suddenly Lin Chen gripped his neck and said coldly, Still not talking? Why do you want to kill me? I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't speak up, you're a dead man. Don't kill me. Cold sweat beaded on Feng Chuang's face as he shook his head repeatedly. I'll talk. It's because I'm envious of your abilities and I wanted to claim credit by eliminating you. If I could kill you, I'd become the leader of Team 1 in Department 9. Headquarters would definitely specially commend me and promote me as a candidate to enter headquarters. For your own selfish benefit? Lin Shun frowned deeply, looking at this old man before him who had a weaselly look, a clear sign of a petty person. He released Feng Chuang and said coldly, I'm letting you go now. I'll let Mr. Xie inform headquarters about what you've done. Whatever happens to you will depend on Department 9's official announcement. Also, I'm letting you go today entirely out of consideration for Department 9. If you weren't part of Department 9, you'd already be a corpse. Leave immediately. As soon as these words landed, Feng Chuang was scared speechless. He scrambled to get up, waving his hand to lead his men in a hurried escape. After he left, Lin Shin just happened to receive a call from old Xie. As soon as the line opened, old Xie said, Mr. Lin, danger ahead. Feng Chuang from Department 9 is coming after you. Be extremely careful. He has already been here. Lin Shin replied calmly, I just drove them away. I was about to call you to notify headquarters about Feng Chuang's actions so they can severely punish him. What? He's already come. Old Xie was deeply shocked. Despite rushing and leaving Department 9 immediately after finding a safe spot to call Lin Shun, he hadn't expected Feng Chuang to act so fast. Thankfully, Mr. Lin's martial arts were superb, and he wasn't harmed. Old Xie sighed in relief on the other end, nodding. Mr. Lin, rest assured, his actions will certainly not be forgiven. Unfortunately, I am no longer a member of Department 9. I have nowhere to return. What does that mean? Have you exited Department 9? Lin Shin asked with confusion. Yes, members of Department 9 are currently split into two factions with deep conflicts. For instance, Feng Chuang and I are complete opposites. Neither side yields to the other. In a fit of anger today, I directly left Department 9. I no longer wish to get involved in their various disputes. If Mr. Lin is willing to take me in, I will become one of your subordinates in the future, ready to shed blood and sacrifice for you. Old Xie declared solemnly. Old Xie, you're confused. Department 9 is an immensely large organization. This sudden departure is like giving a small man like Feng Chuang the opportunity he needs. Once Department 9 becomes dominated by villains, you will regret today's decision. Lin Shin shook his head helplessly and continued. But fortunately, since you've just quit, it's still possible to return. I will do everything in my power to help you re-enter Department 9 and reclaim the lost position. Mr. Lin, Old Xie had already decided that he would never go back, nor serve Department 9 again. However, Lin Shin's words made him feel thoroughly ashamed. Department 9 was practically his second home, and naturally, he didn't want to see it become a haven for villains. Because of his lack of foresight earlier, he hadn't considered such severe consequences. Thanks to Lin Shin's reminder, he suddenly understood. Recovering himself, he looked at Lin Shin seriously and said, Mr. Lin, since you've said this much, I have no objections. I will do everything in my power to eliminate the influence of those villains and restore honor to Department 9. That's correct. Before you return to Department 9, there are some preparations needed. Feng Chuang, whom I met just now, is an unscrupulous villain. For his own selfish gain, he'd sacrifice everything. So, I need to assign you a mission, lure Feng Chuang into a trap, and then expose his scheme publicly within Department 9. This way, we can eliminate Feng Chuang, and your status in Department 9 will also skyrocket significantly, Lin Shin sternly declared. Understood, Mr. Lin. I'll follow all your instructions. Old Xie held great admiration for Lin Shin's ability. This plan was simply brilliant. After hearing Lin Shin's specific plan, he hung up the phone and proceeded to make all necessary preparations. Hey, Summer, what's wrong? Just as Lin Shin had finished arranging the plan with Old Xie, Summer contacted him again. As soon as the call connected, a very weak voice came from Summer's end. Young master, please, save me. Summer, what happened? Upon hearing her plea for help, Lin Shin became increasingly anxious. I think I've suffered a spiritual breakdown during my training. Hurry and save me. When Lin Shin learned that she was still at home, he immediately set off to go there. When he pushed open the door and entered the living room, he suddenly saw Summer lying on the ground, rolling around incessantly. Her clothes were torn apart by herself, her hair was disheveled, and she looked extremely pitiful. Moreover, there was a clear red mark on her forehead. Lin Shin immediately recognized that she had indeed experienced a spiritual breakdown while practicing her skills. Summer, stop moving around. Let me take you back inside. Lin Shin walked over and picked her up in a princess carry, carrying her straight to the bedroom. He made Summer sit on the bed and slowly channeled his internal energy into her body. After a few minutes passed, the red mark on Summer's forehead gradually faded, and her body stopped heating up as much as it did before. However, Summer's consciousness remained hazy. She slowly opened her eyes, turned around to look at Lin Shin, and suddenly hugged him, saying in a dazed tone, Young master, I want you. I like you. Give yourself to me. Summer, calm down. Your body is currently being controlled by malevolent forces. You're not fully recovered yet. Lie down first, and I'll help adjust your chi flow so you can mostly recover. Lin Shin consoled her and gradually laid her down. He then placed his palm on her chest and ran his true energy downward to cure her. But at this moment, Summer was completely consumed by evil thoughts. It seemed as if another force was controlling her. When Lin Shin's hand approached her abdomen, she suddenly shivered all over. With both hands, she pressed down on Lin Shin's hand, forcing him to lift up her blouse. Chapter 195, Falling into the Trap. When Lin Shin felt the warmth of her abdomen, his gaze immediately averted, fearing that if he continued further, he would be ensnared by Xia Tian's beauty and lose control. Xiaotian, let go of me quickly. Lin Shun whispered as he pulled Xiaotian's arm to the side with his other hand. Immediately afterward, Lin Shun quickened the pace of the treatment. The true essence in his palm seemed like 10,000 needles piercing into his body. Xiaotian's expression became extremely pained. Her whole body was breaking out in streams of sweat, and the heat from her body was finally being expelled. After about 10 minutes, Xiaotian's body had mostly recovered, but her body was still quite weak. Lin Shun took a towel and wiped the fragrant sweat off her forehead. He stroked her face and said, Xiaotian, you need to rest well. You can't practice martial arts in the short term. I'll go out and get some medicine for you. It will help you quickly regain your original strength. Master, don't leave me. Xiaotian grabbed Lin Shun's hand and looked at him affectionately. She wanted Lin Shun to accompany her, to experience the sweetest feeling under heaven. Lin Shun gave a faint smile and consoled her. Don't worry, I won't go far. I'll stay here with you. Your body won't recover if I leave anyway. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. A moment later, after soothing her to sleep, Lin Shun left home. After leaving, Lin Shun first went to Shun Group where he could obtain the necessary drugs. However, when he arrived at Shun Group and went to Shun Bingshua's office to find her, just as he reached the door, he heard a man's voice inside. Director Shun, even though you're not the largest shareholder of Shun Group, as the president, you should still have the authority to make this decision, right? Our pharmaceutical company is the largest in scale throughout the city, and the price I offer for the herbs is incredibly low. You won't find this deal anywhere else in the city. If you miss this opportunity, it will never come again, said the middle-aged man. Can you guarantee the quality of your company's herbs? With such a low price, even buying directly from the farm couldn't give us these prices. Are you sure you're making a profit? Shin Bingxue wasn't new to business dealings. She always found deals like this too good to be true. Moreover, she wanted to do her best now, managing the company properly for Lin Shun to gradually win his goodwill, creating an opportunity for their reunion. Director Shun, perhaps you don't know, but the farms you usually buy from all supply local herbs. Due to the high value of land locally, your procurement cost is naturally higher. However, my herbs are all imported. The planting areas have cheaper land prices and almost no labor costs. Prices are more than half compared to domestic ones. This price I offer to you is entirely because our chairman has a positive outlook on your company, explained the middle-aged man earnestly. Then he smiled and said, Director Shun, I don't have much time to let you consider. Make your decision quickly. I've still got another place to visit shortly. If someone else gets the upper hand on this batch of herbs, Director Shin will cry without any place to shed tears. I want to check the samples of the herbs first. Did you bring them along? Shin Bingxue clearly showed interest in the price. Yet, she was unsure of the quality of the herbs. If these herbs were vastly different from what she usually purchased, then they could possibly collaborate. Of course, in my bag, there are several herb samples. Let me get them. The middle-aged man reached into a bag beside him and pulled out some herbs, Codonopsis palacula and Ganoderma lucidum. Though they were artificially cultivated, they looked in size, color, and scent as if they were grown wild. When Shun Bingxue picked up the herbs and smelled them, she was greatly surprised. These herbs, how do they smell like wild ones? Are you sure they're artificially cultivated? Shun Bingxue had never seen such high-quality herbs before, and yet at such low prices, it was like finding treasure. Director Shun, they are certainly artificially cultivated. If they were wild, they wouldn't be this price. Isn't the quality of these herbs significantly better than what you normally procure? It's all thanks to foreign soil and sunlight. Now that you've checked the herb quality, can we sign the contract? You only need to pay a deposit up front, and once the herbs reach your warehouse and you've inspected them, you pay the remaining balance. There's no risk to you whatsoever, said the middle-aged man again. All right, then I'll collaborate with your company once. We'll test the effectiveness, and if it goes smoothly, we can include your company among our regular suppliers. After finishing, Shun Bingxue picked up the pen ready to sign. Wait a moment. Just then, the office door suddenly opened, and Lin Shun walked in expressionless. When Shun Bingxue saw Lin Shun, her face lit up with joy. She quickly rose and came to his side, saying, Lin Shun, you've come just in time. Take a look at the supplier I've chosen. Their goods are not only of high quality, but also inexpensive. If they become our supplier, it will greatly help us cut costs. You've been tricked. Lin Shun straightforwardly responded, his gaze flickering toward the middle-aged man as he bluntly asked, which pharmaceutical company are you from? Who's your boss? Could this gentleman be Mr. Lin? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Shun, scrutinizing him carefully, and then smiled warmly, replying, Mr. Lin, greetings. I am the sales manager of Kansho Pharmaceutical Group, and my name is Wu Da. Our boss is none other than the famous pharmaceutical tycoon, Su Muyang. Kansho Pharmaceutical Group is indeed a company I have heard of. But why would you bring toxic herbs to try to harm our company when we have no grievances against each other? Lin Shun cut straight to the chase, coldly exposing their scheme. Thump. Wu Da's heart skipped a beat. His eyes darted back and forth nervously as he said, Mr. Lin, you cannot slander me like this. All of our company's herbs are of superior quality, complete with inspection certificates. What gives you the right to call our herbs toxic? If you continue spouting nonsense, it won't just be the termination of cooperation. I'll sue your company for compensation due to false accusations. Facts speak louder than words. You should know perfectly well what kind of herbs you brought here today. Since you refuse to admit, I guess I'll personally verify these herbs for you. Lin Shun finished his cold statement and immediately approached the bag, tearing it open so that the ginseng and lingji scattered out. Then, without hesitation, he bent down, picked up a random piece of lingji, and gently kneaded it in his palm. In no time, the lingji turned into powder in his hands. As the powder fell to the ground, it transformed into numerous tiny insects. Chapter 196. Shun Bingshue's Conditions. How could this happen? Shun Bingshue was greatly shocked by the situation. Wuda's eyeballs began to turn quickly, clearly becoming nervous. Lin Shun looked at the young insects crawling on the ground, turned around, and coldly stared at Wuda, asking, "What else do you have to explain? Do I still need to elaborate on the origins of these herbs?" Lin Shun, I didn't expect you to have such skill. You can even see through the hidden poison bugs in my herbs with one glance. Wuda's face suddenly changed, looking very sinister as he glanced at Lin Shun, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Expressionless, Lin Shun bluntly asked, "Confess honestly, who exactly sent you here? If you tell me the truth, I won't make things difficult for you." Daydreaming in broad daylight. Wuda gave a cold snort and said indifferently, "Since you figured it out, there's no need for me to waste words. Die now." After saying that, he abruptly drew a concealed weapon from his body and quickly shot it towards Lin Shun. Lin Shun moved swiftly. As the projectile reached him, he immediately extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched the weapon between them. When he regained consciousness, Wuda was preparing to escape through the window. Lin Shun rushed over in one swift step. Before Wuda could get his second leg out of the window, Lin Shun had already pressed down on his shoulder. What? Wuda was greatly startled. He hadn't expected Lin Shun's speed to be so fast. As he was turning back, preparing to fire another concealed weapon, Lin Shun suddenly grabbed his clothes and threw him hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, his fall left him in such pain that he screamed and felt as though he had been broken into pieces, thinking he was ruined. Lin Shun then stepped on his chest, coldly saying, "Still thinking about escaping? Since you came here, clarify everything to me. If you can't provide a clear explanation, I'll let those poison bugs all drill into your body. You should be aware of the consequences once those bugs enter the human body. Spare my life." Wuda's face turned pale with fright. Terrified, he desperately explained, "This isn't my doing, someone instructed me to do this. I have no grudges against you, and even if you killed me, it would be futile." "No nonsense, who instructed you?" Lin Shun cut him off before he could finish, immediately stepping on his chest again to ask. It's. In response to Lin Shun's questioning, his eyes flickered incessantly, becoming hesitant. Lin Shun stared at him expressionlessly and said, "Still not confessing? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't speak up, the bugs will invade your body immediately. Don't. I'll confess. It was Mr. Zhou who made me come here. He instructed me to sell these herbs entirely to Shun Bingshue, thus allowing your company to lose its reputation completely, while Shun Bingshue simultaneously gets poisoned. If she is poisoned, young Master Zhou can control her easily, making her obedient to his every command." Wuda shivered violently with fear and revealed everything. "The young Master Zhou you're talking about, is that the Zhou Dongxiang?" Lin Shun stepped on him again and asked. At the same time, a surge of anger rose within Lin Shun. He hadn't anticipated that after giving the Zhou family father and son a lesson last time, they hadn't learned their lesson and dared to come after Shin Group again. Clearly, they were targeting Shun Bingshue and Shin Group this time, aiming to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own abilities. "Yes, it's young Master Zhou Dongxiang. I've confessed everything. Can you let me go now, Director Lin? I'm just a small pawn in the Zhou family. Let me disappear like fart," Wuda begged fearfully. "One can be pardoned death, but not escape punishment. A scoundrel without any moral bottom line like you. If we simply release you, next time you'll surely continue to work for the Zhou family." After Lin Shun finished speaking, he suddenly stepped on his shin bone, and a crackling sound was heard. His shin bone broke instantly. Wuda couldn't help but scream in agony. Lin Shun loosened his grip, saying icily, "Get out of here. Don't let me see you again, or next time, you won't meet such a good end." Yes, I'll leave right away." Wuda endured the pain, painfully getting up from the ground, fleeing from the office like the wind. He almost lost his life there. Fortunately, Lin Shun wasn't completely enraged. In the future, let others come, but he would never participate again. Lin Shun, who would have thought that this guy was lying to me? It's all my fault. I almost fell for his trick. Originally, I wanted to work hard for you, hoping to make up for my past mistakes. Shun Bingshue walked gently in front of Lin Shun, looking apologetically at Lin Shun in a docile manner. Lin Shun showed no expression, showing no intention of forgiving her, instead coldly stating, "Be smarter from now on. How could you still be deceived knowing well that there's no such thing as a free lunch? This time I can let it go, but if there is a next time, you don't deserve to be the president." Shun Bingshue wanted to say more, but seeing Lin Shun turn his head away, the words on the tip of her tongue were forced back. A moment later, Shun Bingshue obediently nodded and said, "I understand, Lin Shun. I will perform well. Have someone clean up the bugs on the ground. These insects are still in their larval stage and have not developed inside the human body yet, so they are not very harmful." Lin Shun gave her another instruction and turned towards the herb warehouse. He needed to check whether the herbs in the warehouse had been tampered with. If there was a problem with the herb warehouse, it would be devastating for the entire company. The abilities of Shun Bingshue proved to be quite average without his support. Fortunately, the herbs in the warehouse were all fine. After Lin Shun checked them thoroughly, he took some herbs he needed and left directly. Unexpectedly, when he reached the entrance of the company, Shun Bingshue called him again. "Lin Shun, wait." Shun Bingshue ran out, approached Lin Shun, and looked at him deeply, saying, "Lin Shun, I know you haven't completely forgiven me yet, but I won't give up on you. The shares that you hold, I won't ask for them, but I want to make a request of you." "Make a request to me? Do you think you're qualified?" Lin Shun asked coldly. "I certainly am," Shun Bingshue said confidently. No matter how incompetent I may be, I'm still your ex-wife, and I dare say I've never done anything to wrong you. Although I previously misunderstood you, I sincerely admitted my mistake to you. So, the condition I want to propose is this. Give me 1 month. If within 1 month, I accomplish something big for you, you must reconcile with me. Why should I agree to that? Lin Shen asked coldly again. Just hear me out. If I fail, I will never bother you again, and I will never bring up reconciling. Shen Bingxue stated firmly. Chapter 197. Searching for a savior. Is this satisfactory enough? All right, I'll agree with you. I'll give you a month's time. Is there anything else now? Lin Shen said without looking back. Nothing else. Shen Bingxue shook her head. Lin Shen immediately got up and left. He first returned to Xia Tian's side, personally boiled a dose of medicine for her, and helped take it to her room. Xia Tian had just woken up, lying on her side, revealing 2 white and beautiful legs. She was alone scrolling through short videos, laughing heartily like a carefree woman. Stop watching and take your medicine first. After finishing the medicine, I will help you adjust your body with true essence. Then, you can resume your training. Lin Shen held the medicine, walking to her side with a smile. Master has returned. Xia Tian was so engrossed in her video that she didn't even notice when Lin Shen came back. She quickly got up, holding the medicine herself, smilingly said, Master, you're really good to me. It would be great if you could stay by my side every day. By the way, Master, are my legs white? What do you plan to do? Lin Shen glanced at her legs. They were not only white, but glowing. Of course we need to do something. Master, come on. Xia Tian didn't expect her master to become so proactive suddenly. She finished the medicine right away, then started to take off her clothes to welcome Master. Lin Shen immediately stopped her, surprisingly asked, Hey, what are you doing? I'm asking why you let me see your legs, not whether we're going to do that. I misunderstood. I thought Master changed his mind all of a sudden. Xia Tian pouted, actively hugged into Lin Shen's arms, saying, But I'm not in a rush. I tempt Master every day. Sooner or later Master won't be able to resist. When Master can't hold back, I will certainly serve Master well. Enough from you. You better focus on practicing. If you can advance another level, I might consider practicing with you together. Lin Shen pinched her nose while speaking. Really? Xia Tian blinked her beautiful eyes. Upon hearing these words, suddenly gained motivation to practice. Absolutely real. However, based on your current strength, it would take no less than 10 years to elevate another level. Lin Shen shrugged. Who said that? With the rare herbs, I definitely can advance quickly. Master mustn't underestimate me. If one day I improve, you can't break your promise. Xia Tian pointed at Lin Shen's nose with her delicate fingers. All right, I promise. Lin Shen agreed readily. Immediately after, Lin Shen began circulating true energy, helping her recuperate her body. After each recuperation session, Xia Tian always felt lethargic throughout her body. Before she knew it, she fell asleep again beside him. This was precisely the result Lin Shen wished to see. Lin Shen stood up afterward, covered her properly with the blanket, turned around, and walked out. A flicker of cold light appeared on his face instantly. It was time to settle accounts with the Zhou family. Previously, Lin Shen never expected that father and son from the Zhou family would use venomous worms to harm others. What entanglement did they have with the Dark Alliance? This point must be thoroughly investigated. Currently, Lin Shen's biggest enemy is the Dark Alliance. But he couldn't find anyone from the Dark Alliance everywhere he looked. Today, he unexpectedly obtained clues about the Dark Alliance from the mouth of a Zhou family subordinate. After leaving the house, he drove straight to the Zhou group's headquarters. Meanwhile, inside the Zhou group, Zhou Jianlin and his son, Zhou Dongxiang, were playing with beauties in a hot spring pool on the top floor of their company building. On the edge of the hot spring pool, an old man draped in a black cloak sat cross-legged there, eyes closed tightly, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth as well as the harmonious yin-yang spirit of the pool. No, Mr. Zhou, save me. Suddenly, from the entrance at the rooftop, a wounded subordinate crawled over. It was Wu Da. Wu Da endured his pain, arriving in front of the pool where Zhou Jianlin and his son, Zhou Dongxiang, swam, begging them. Mr. Zhou, young Master Zhou, please save me. The plan you handed to me has been seen through by Lin Shen. He broke one of my legs and crushed all of Master Geng's venomous worms. What did you say? Zhou Jianlin suddenly turned icy, glaring toward the shore. His gaze flickered with a hint of murderous intent as he threw a heavy punch into the water surface, splashing water droplets everywhere. Even the beautiful women he carried in his arms shrank back. Walking ashore with a cold expression, Zhou Jianlin addressed him in a chilling tone. You incompetent waste, unable to accomplish such a trivial task for me. How did Lin Shen discover your plan? Isn't he usually not at the company? Isn't Shen Bingxue the only one there? Yes, that's correct. But when I was about to sign the contract with Shen Bingxue, Lin Shen suddenly reappeared at the company. At one glance, he identified problems with our medicines and squeezed the bugs out from within. Wu Da knelt on the ground and truthfully responded. Waste. Zhou Jianlin violently kicked Wu Da in the chest. Rolling twice, Wu Da lay on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. At this moment, Zhou Dongxiang also came out of the water, draped in a bath towel, approaching Zhou Jianlin and saying, Dad, we can't blame Wu Da. That Lin Shen isn't even human. The little tricks we used, if he spotted them, they would be easily exposed by him. This time, he didn't just disgrace our family Zhou, but also Master Geng's face. Those worms were all of Master Geng's hard work. I'm sure Master Geng has suffered a heavy loss and won't let Lin Shen off. Oh, Zhou Jianlin's gaze swept over Master Geng who was meditating, then looked at Zhou Dongxiang. immediately realizing that his son was deliberately provoking Master Geng to make him act personally for revenge against their family. After pondering for a bit, Zhou Jianlin smiled and said, "You're right. Though Lin Xun is stronger than us, Master Geng is a powerful figure from the Dark Alliance. Dealing with him is as simple as crushing an ant. Lin Xun killing Master Geng's worms this time is no different from provoking Master Geng's taboo. Master Geng will surely take personal vengeance for us. Are you done talking?" Suddenly, Master Geng, who had been sitting cross-legged meditating nearby, opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, with a sweep of his sleeves, 2 streams of black gas shot into the hot spring water. Gurgle gurgle. The hot spring water bubbled as if it were boiling, producing bubbles on the spot. Several beauties enjoying themselves in the water instantly felt the rising heat and tried to escape. But as they were about to climb ashore, they suddenly felt a force wrapping around their feet. When they looked down at the bottom of the water, they discovered a terrifying creature with a ferocious appearance lurking beneath. Splash! With one leap, the monster thrust one of the women caught by its grip into the air and, as she descended, precisely dropped her into its gaping mouth. Chapter 198, Incredible Skills. Ah! A woman's scream of agony echoed through the water. In a flash, the woman was devoured by a monster that returned to the water, turning the once clear hot spring into crimson. The other 2 women attempted to flee, but as they barely struggled free from the monster's grasp and climbed above the water, Master Geng suddenly raised his hand. A black flame emerged from his palm, allowing him to manipulate the 2 women from afar. As he gestured upward, both women were lifted high into the air. They struggled frantically in midair, as if bound by an invisible black rope. Shortly after, Master Geng thrust his palm toward the sky, shaking it. Instantly, the 2 women disintegrated into blood mist. Witnessing this scene left Zhou Jianlin and Zhou Dongxiang utterly stunned. Such a young novice dares to challenge me. He must truly be courting his own demise. Master Geng slowly rose, his feet seemingly equipped with some sort of levitation device, skimming effortlessly over the water surface as he crossed the hot spring and approached Zhou Jianlin and Zhou Dongxiang. He patted their shoulders and said, "You can rest assured. As long as I am here, if that boy dares to trouble you, his end will be certain." "This is wonderful. Master Geng has incredible abilities. It's our great fortune to have your help," Zhou Jianlin responded joyfully. "Master Geng, please help us shred Lin Xun into pieces. He has deep enmity with our Zhou family, and we cannot leave it unavenged. If you assist us, all the precious resources you desire, we will bestow upon you." Zhou Dongxiang now pinned his hopes for revenge on Master Geng. Master Geng had been invited at great expense to protect the Zhou family following their last defeat by Lin Xun, thus ensuring their readiness against unforeseen threats. "Rest assured, even if that boy doesn't come to me, I shall take the initiative to seek him out." Master Geng extended his hand and calculated something, then suddenly furrowed his brow. After a couple of seconds, a trace of a smirk appeared on his face as he nodded and said, "It seems unnecessary to go searching further. The one seeking revenge has already arrived." "What? Is Lin Xun here?" Zhou Dongxiang jumped in fright, looking around but seeing no sign of Lin Xun. Master Geng remained expressionless, staring at the entrance as he stated, "He is already on his way up. You 2 step back, allow me to deal with this boy for you." Good. Thank you, Master." The Zhou father and son both nodded in response, quickly retreating behind Master Geng. Moments after hiding, heavy footsteps resounded from the direction of the entrance. Before they saw him, they heard his voice booming with authority. There was a noticeable powerful energy wave spreading through the channel leading to the rooftop. Even the hot spring water began to tremble. Splash! Seconds later, a cacophony of screams erupted from the entrance. In the blink of an eye, the security guards of the Zhou group were thrown violently out of the entrance. This demonstrated the strength of the approaching figure. "Zhou Jianlin, Zhou Dongxiang, why don't you 2 come out to die?" A commanding and imposing voice echoed from the entrance. Lin Xun stepped into view one step at a time. Upon his appearance, the Zhou father and son were already quivering with fear. Zhou Jianlin urged Master Geng, "Master Geng, it's this boy who bullied us. Be sure to kill him and avenge us." "That's right, Master Geng, we can only rely on you now. This boy's strength isn't ordinary. You must not underestimate him." "Oomph, a mere greenhorn like you isn't even worth my attention." Master Geng coldly snorted and scanned Lin Xun with a dark, malevolent glare before scoffing disdainfully. "So you're the one bullying the head of the Zhou family and his family? Huh, so you're the one who used the poison charm. I was just about to look for you, and here you are showing yourself. Truly a stroke of luck." Lin Xun shot a contemptuous glance at Master Geng and clenched his fists. "Huh." Master Geng burst out laughing, stepping forward a few paces while emanating his own formidable energy wave. Ignoring Lin Xun, he sneered, "Young man, though you're small in years, your words seem bold. You mean to say you want to kill me? Kill you? That would be far too lenient for someone like you. Evil individuals such as yourself deserve to suffer unspeakably under the knife," Lin Xun declared, clenching his fists. "All right, let's see if you've got the skills for it." Master Geng revealed a sinister smirk, raising his hand and sweeping it towards the water. In an instant, the creature that ate people earlier leapt out again from the water. Its appearance, sharp fangs and claws covered in slime, was larger than a person. Its gaping maw evoked indescribable fear. Seeing it flying toward him, Lin Xun's face remained expressionless, and he secretly began to build up strength in his fists. Boom! As the monster surged forward to attack, Lin Xun suddenly unleashed a punch. A surging wave of energy immediately collided with the beast. Though its body was as hard as steel, Even after receiving Lin Chen's powerful strike, it was not only not blasted away, but effortlessly managed to withstand Lin Chen's blow. Gung Master let out an arrogant laugh, sneering disdainfully. Young man, no matter how strong you are, facing my iron-hard venomous beast, there's no way for you to defeat it. You won't last long. I advise you to surrender now, or else you won't even be left with a complete corpse. Master Gung is amazing. Never would I have thought that your abilities surpass Lin Chen. Now we can relax. Zhou Jianlin, seeing Lin Chen struggling mightily against the ferocious beast, couldn't help but get excited. He gave Gung Master a thumbs up and said so. Confidence beamed on Gung Master's face as he turned back and gave a faint smile. Is that so? Right at this moment, Lin Chen abruptly responded, and the power in his fists started to gradually intensify. He who had been at a disadvantage earlier had now gradually taken control of the situation. A powerful wall of energy continuously drove the venomous beast back. Could a lowly insect like this block me? Utter nonsense. Shatter for me. The instant Lin Chen finished speaking, his body leapt high into the air. Both fists simultaneously gathered immense strength, causing even the weather to change in their wake. Under the thick blanket of dark clouds, Lin Chen revealed unprecedented power. With lightning interwoven within his fists, he unleashed a massive blow straight onto the head of the venomous beast. Flash! At the exact moment his force hit the beast, it instantly shattered, letting out a shrill cry of pain before its body smashed heavily onto the ground. The hard surface below even developed cracks. As Lin Chen landed his feet firmly on the ground, the venomous beast exploded into chunks of meat. What? Gung Master's smile froze mid-face, and the two Zhou men were equally stunned beyond words. Chapter 199, Impure Intentions. Kid, you actually killed my poisoned beast. I'll take your life. Master Gung's face suddenly erupted with anger. He gathered strength in his legs and instantly appeared in front of Lin Chen, his fists filled with surging black poison gas, like a very powerful fierce beast colliding with Lin Chen. His moves were fast and fierce, his punches and kicks almost as fast as light. Lin Chen skillfully countered each of his moves, seeing the attack and dodging it accurately, while retaliating with heavy punches. After hundreds of moves, it seemed hard to distinguish a winner. But in reality, Lin Chen was deliberately memorizing his moves. After 100 moves passed, Lin Chen's lips curved slightly upward, seeing the other person's dual fist attack coming. He quickly jumped up with both feet, accurately kicking the other person's chest. The force instantly expanded and penetrated through the other's whole body. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Master Gung had an energy ball explode inside his body. After being hit, Master Gung felt powerless in his legs, taking several steps back. He began gathering strength in his arms, releasing his ultimate move, Spirit of Poison. As he chanted a spell, his arms diffused numerous strands of black gas, and at the same time, hundreds of black poison insects crawled out from the ground. Under Master Gung's control, they quickly darted towards Lin Chen's surroundings. At the moment they were about to get close to Lin Chen, they suddenly leaped, jumping onto Lin Chen and crazily biting him. Lin Chen stood there motionless. It was as if he had been completely bound by the bugs and couldn't move. Zhou family father and son relaxed somewhat, secretly thinking that this kid Lin Chen would finally die. So many bugs biting him at once, just the toxins inside could kill him. If the bugs fancied his flesh, he would soon be eaten without leaving even a trace. However, just as they rejoiced secretly, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a purple glow spreading all over his body, resembling thousands of needles shooting out from his body. Each strand of light precisely pierced through the poison insects on his body. The insects were immediately repelled, blood spurting from their heart areas, and the moment they fell to the ground, they instantly turned into black gas, vanishing without a trace. What? Seeing his summoned poison insects defeated again, Master Gung's defense was now utterly broken. He couldn't believe what he saw. These insects were all gathered from his lifetime of toxic power. A normal person would die the moment they touched one. Yet, this kid was bitten but didn't get injured, instead killing all the insects off. Was he even human? Now it's your turn. After eliminating all the poison insects around him, Lin Chen's icy gaze suddenly fell upon Master Gung. In a single stride, he rushed to Master Gung's front, giving him no room for retaliation. Suddenly, he kicked him right in the chest. Master Gung resisted, but unexpectedly was still sent flying 10 meters high. Hitting the ground with a thud, a large spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Lin Chen walked over, his foot firmly stomping on his chest, coldly saying, Master Gung, right? Didn't you say earlier that you'd make me die under your hand? How did you end up beneath my feet after only 100 moves? Spare my life. Realizing he wasn't Lin Chen's match, the young man's strength far exceeding his imagination, Master Gung surrendered before it was too late. He merely liked making money but didn't like betting his life. Lin Chen showed no expression as he stepped harder, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he said, I'll give you a chance to live, but first tell me who you really are, and what's your connection with the Dark Alliance? No, I don't know what the Dark Alliance is. Please forgive me. Master Gung's color changed. Obviously he was afraid. Once he revealed the whereabouts of the Dark Alliance, he would certainly be met with fatal retribution. However, he greatly underestimated Lin Chen's retaliatory abilities. Gradually, several threads of black silk emerged from Lin Chen's palm, instantly penetrating his head. Next second, Master Gung felt like there were countless bugs biting in his brain, causing him to emit extremely sharp cries of pain. Lin Chen calmly explained, I've injected you with something called the myriad venom spider silk. This poison silk can transform into countless venomous bugs inside your body. eating away all your muscles, blood vessels, and internal organs. However, during the entire process of being eaten, your consciousness will remain absolutely clear, and the suffering will continue until your last moment of death. Don't kill me. Big brother, I beg you to spare me. I'll never go against you again. Master Gung endured the pain, looking pitifully at Lin Shun while begging. Lin Shun, however, shook his head and said indifferently, "If you want to live, tell me the whereabouts of the Dark Alliance. If you don't confess honestly, it won't be them who kill you. You will die under my spider silk." This. Master Gung's eyes darted around anxiously. He obviously didn't want to die here, but if he revealed the information, he would still face death. What should he do now? Still unwilling to talk? I guess I'm being too lenient with you. Lin Shun noticed his inner hesitation, so he summoned more spider silk, injecting it into Master Gung's heart this time. Master Gung screamed in agony again. As soon as the spider silk entered his body, he felt like it wasn't his own anymore. The spider silk completely controlled his life, ready to steal his consciousness at any moment. He could feel all his internal organs gradually being emptied by insects. At first, he only felt excruciating pain throughout his body, but now, there was an unbearable itch inside, making his scalp numb. I'm wrong. I'll tell you. Finally, after enduring for 2 minutes, he couldn't hold out anymore. In panic, he confessed to Lin Shun, "I am a subordinate of Master Gu Shun. Our lineage of Gu Shun has long been subjugated by the Dark Alliance, becoming their controlled puppets. I came to Rongtian City this time to complete a task, finding a celestial treasure named Blood Spirit Seed from Master Gu Shun. After investigation, I learned that this Blood Spirit Seed is in the Zhou family. So, I cunningly helped them by solving a great problem, allowing me to obtain what I wanted. But no matter how much I calculated, I never expected to encounter a powerful person like you. Blood Spirit Seed? Is it a treasure for your Master Gu Shun to enhance his cultivation? Where is your Master Gu Shun?" Lin Shun quickly followed up. I don't know. Master Gu Shun specializes in transformation techniques. He can transform into any ordinary person's appearance at any time, hiding among the crowd to achieve his purposes. Master Gung confessed in fear. "You don't know? It seems you have no intention of telling me the truth. Since this is the case, keeping you alive serves no purpose. You may as well die." Lin Shun finished speaking and suddenly extended his palm, intending to smash it down and kill him immediately. "Wait!" Master Gung shouted again, scared to death. Chapter 200, Making Your Son Infertile. Regretful? Then confess. Where's your superior? Lin Shun asked coldly. The witchcraft cult was like a tumor. If it wasn't eradicated thoroughly, many more people would suffer from the curse in the future. This poison master before his eyes had taken lives everywhere, just for a heavenly treasure, which showed that they were all wicked people who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Such villains must be killed one by one as soon as they are found. Brother, I swear to heaven that everything I said just now is true. I really didn't lie to you. Gung Master looked at Lin Shun with a pleading gaze and explained despite his suffering. If you want to find our Lord of Witchcraft, I do have a method. What method? Lin Shun asked solemnly. Our Lord of Witchcraft has a great fondness for women. The places he appears are generally those places of pleasure. If you want to find him, just visit these pleasure spots, and naturally there will be clues. With your abilities, identifying him should be very easy. All of us witchcraft practitioners have a peculiar smell on our bodies, which is a residue from practicing witchcraft. Even taking a bath won't remove it. Gung Master said fearfully. I've already told you everything I know. Brother, please spare me. I promise I won't harm anyone anymore in the future. Judging by the tone of your voice, what you said doesn't seem fake. I, Lin Shun, have always kept my promises. Today, I can let you go, but there's one condition. You must disable your own powers before you leave, and become an invalid for life. Only then can you be considered harmless to the outside world. Lin Shun said indifferently. What? Brother, please let me go. I don't want to be an invalid. Gung Master was terrified and pale-faced, shaking his head repeatedly while begging Lin Shun for mercy. However, in the next second, Lin Shun's palm had already struck his back. Pooh! Gung Master spat out another mouthful of blood, and his dantian shattered instantly. When Lin Shun retracted his palm technique, Gung Master immediately collapsed to his knees, completely powerless and unable to stand up. At this point, Zhou family father and son were so frightened that they were sweating profusely. When Lin Shun's gaze scanned them, they both trembled involuntarily and hid in the corner. Lin Shun laughed coldly and said while approaching them, Mr. Zhou, you and your son have such audacity. Last time, I kindly let you off the hook, and yet you went after me. Mr. Lin, we were momentarily confused. Please don't blame us. Give us another chance. Zhou Jianlin turned his eyes quickly, and before Lin Shun could get closer, he immediately knelt down and pleaded with Lin Shun actively. That's right, Mr. Lin, we won't dare anymore. This time, I lost my senses and suddenly thought about going against Shin Corporation. From now on, I definitely won't make such low-level mistakes again. Zhou Dongxiang also knelt down and begged together. They both knew the consequences of offending Lin Shun. Lin Shun's strength was terrifying. Even Gung Master of the witchcraft sect was no match for him. Their lives were entirely in Lin Shun's control. Once Lin Shun became displeased, they wouldn't survive. A mistake? It was quite a significant mistake you made. How can you tell me this perfectly planned scheme was merely a mistake? Lin Shun grabbed Zhou Dongxiang with one hand, and his gaze was ice cold as he asked, what did you plan to do by using the poisonous insects to control Shin Bingxue? Are you still lusting after Shin Bingxue's body? No, I dare not. She is your woman, Mr. Lin. Even if you gave me 100 more gallbladders, I wouldn't dare think about her. I was just confused and wanted to obtain Shin Corporation, So I acted this way. Zhou Dongxiang broke out in cold sweat, and his heart almost leapt out as he hurriedly explained to Lin Chun. He desired Xin Bingxue, but if this goal was discovered by Lin Chun, it would provoke Lin Chun's anger, and he would die a terrible death. Good. You clearly knew Xin Corporation was under my control, and yet you still attempted to seize the company from me. Thus, you ignored every single instruction I previously gave you. If so, these ears of yours are useless anyway. I might as well cut them off and feed them to dogs. Lin Feng suddenly grabbed his ear and took a knife from his body, placing it directly on his ear. No, no. Zhou Dongxiang wet his pants in terror and shook fearfully. Mr. Lin, please give me another chance. I'm willing to be your dog for the rest of my life, and I mean what I say. To be my dog? What exactly can you do? Would you eat garbage if I told you to? Lin Shen let out a cold laugh and turned his head to look at the nearby trash can, which emitted a strong stench. He pointed at it and said, "Why don't you go over there right now and eat some garbage for me? Let me see if this dog of yours is loyal." This, Zhou Dongxiang, as the eldest son of the Zhou family, had never experienced such humiliation. But now he didn't have time to care about that. To survive, it was already a luxury for him. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he immediately nodded and said, "Fine, I'll eat it. I will show Mr. Lin my sincerity." After speaking, he quickly crawled over to the trash can, fished out some garbage, closed his eyes, and shoved it directly into his mouth. Zhou Jianlin watched his son's desperate act and felt an overwhelming pang of pain in his heart. Yet, he dared not voice any objections because his own life hung in the balance, and he didn't know what Lin Shen would do to him next. Lin Shen, seeing Zhou Dongxiang's enthusiastic performance, smiled faintly and said, "You're doing quite well. Since you like being my dog so much, today I'll give you a chance to live." "Thank you, Mr. Lin, thank you." Zhou Dongxiang's face beamed with joy, and he hastily kowtowed to thank Lin Shen. However, Lin Shen wasn't finished speaking. He tossed the knife in his hand straight in front of Zhou Dongxiang and commanded coldly, "To ensure you don't lust after Xin Bingxue or any other decent women in the future, castrate yourself, and this matter will be considered resolved." What? Zhou Dongxiang widened his eyes, his brain buzzing in shock. He had never expected that Lin Shen would actually want him to cut off his manhood. He hadn't even married or had children yet. If he lost his virility, wouldn't that doom the Zhou family line? Zhou Jianlin also only had one son, and upon hearing these words, he fell on his knees in fear and begged earnestly, "Mr. Lin, please spare my son. I only have this one son. He cannot leave behind no heir. You don't want your son to become infertile? Then how about you take his place? Cut off your own virility, and I'll let him go." Lin Shen replied coldly. Chapter 201. Times have changed. What? Let me replace him. Zhou Jianlin was so terrified that he broke out in a cold sweat, and his whole body went limp. Lin Shen said expressionlessly, "You as a father shouldn't mind suffering a little for your son, right? Oh, and after you cut, you're not allowed to treat the wound. Since you're replacing him, you should pay a higher price. Mr. Lin, if I don't treat the wound, wouldn't I bleed to death?" Zhou Jianlin stared wide-eyed, only then realizing what Lin Shen meant. Lin Shen wanted him to pay with his life. "How about this? You think it's a big deal for your Zhou family's line to end, right? Now, using your life to save one of your Zhou family descendants isn't inappropriate, is it? Are you unwilling?" Aye. Zhou Jianlin stuttered, unable to say anything. Before he could agree, suddenly Zhou Dongxiang crawled in front of Zhou Jianlin and pleaded, "Dad, just agree. This is my last chance. As long as my lineage remains intact, I can continue the family's line in the future. Just do whatever Mr. Lin requires. After you pass away, I will definitely visit your grave every year. You ungrateful son, how dare you ask me to die for you?" Zhou Jianlin usually indulged in women, but seeing his son so unfilial now made him furious. Slap. Zhou Jianlin had been concerned for his son, trying to plead on his behalf. But now, seeing that his son was willing to sacrifice him, he struck him hard across the face. Zhou Dongxiang, clutching his face which bore red marks, looked at Zhou Jianlin pitifully and said, "Dad, aren't you worried about our Zhou family line? You ungrateful son, how could I have wasted my time raising someone so unfilial like you? I should have left you in the mountains for wolves when you were a baby." After roaring with fury, Zhou Jianlin turned to Lin Shen and said, "Mr. Lin, my unfilial son deserves punishment. I fully respect your punishment. I won't show favoritism." "Good. Since you've made your final choice, I'll follow your wishes." As soon as Lin Shen finished speaking, he turned a cold gaze towards Zhou Dongxiang and sneered, "Zhou Dongxiang, your father has spoken. What else do you have to say? No, don't let my line end. Mr. Lin, I beg you, give me another chance. As long as it doesn't end my family line, I'll do anything." Zhou Dongxiang quickly knelt before Lin Shen and begged. But Lin Shen had already lost patience with him. His face grew fierce as he glared at him harshly. "Zhou Dongxiang, you only have one last chance. If you don't accept this condition, you'll have no other path but death. Make your choice." Aye. Zhou Dongxiang felt a chill run through him as he glanced around nervously. In desperation, he tried to rush out and escape. However, unexpectedly, before he reached the exit, Lin Shen slapped a palm onto his back. He fell forward, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Lin Shen turned around and slowly approached him lying on the ground, snorting disdainfully. "Thinking of running even now? Any chance you have to run is due to my incompetence. Please spare me. I really won't dare anymore. Mr. Lin, I will kowtow to you. Please give me another chance." Zhou Dongxiang continued kneeling down, repeatedly bowing without stopping. His heart had completely broken down at this moment, bitterly regretting that he dared send people to deal with Xin Bingxue. But there was no undoing the deeds already done. Now Lin Feng's expression was firm, clearly not intending to leave any room for bargaining. If you still don't act, I will take action myself. The day next year will be your anniversary. Seeing that he still refused to act, Lin Shen suddenly clenched his fist tightly, with intense qi radiating from it, making Zhou Dongxiang pale as death. He swallowed hard and hastily shook his head saying, "No, please don't kill me. I'm willing to castrate myself. I'll cut off my manhood and beg Mr. Lin to spare my life." "And why don't you act?" Lin Shen asked expressionlessly. Zhou Dongxiang had no way out now. After a difficult internal deliberation, he finally mustered up the courage, crawling over to the knife, picking it up, lowering it towards his groin, and slicing sharply with a ka-cha sound. A splash of fresh red blood shot through the air. Zhou Dongxiang screamed to the heavens in agony, fainting immediately due to the excruciating pain. Son. Although Zhou Jianlin was annoyed with his son, he couldn't help feeling sorrow upon seeing him bleeding unconscious. He quickly rushed over to support him, saying, "Son, wake up. Dad will definitely find you the best doctors, ensuring you live comfortably thereafter." "Zhou Jianlin, I won't hold you accountable for this matter today. However, remember well, if there's a next time, I'll claim both your and your son's lives." Lin Shen stated coldly, "I understand. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. We will never seek revenge on you again, and we will remain loyal to you for the rest of our lives." Zhou Jianlin cried out in reply. Lin Shun turned around and left the rooftop of the Zhou group. As soon as he exited the Zhou group building, old Xia called him. "Hey, Mr. Lin, are you available now? I've already met Feng Chuang as per your request, and the other members of the 9th Division have been arranged in the neighboring private room. I will meet Feng Chuang personally soon. If your plan succeeds, I will certainly come to thank you personally. Where are you now? I'll come find you." Lin Shen was concerned that once Feng Chuang's real purpose was exposed, he might seize the opportunity to escape or retaliate. Old Xia was crucial to Lin Shen, so under no circumstances could anything happen to him. After receiving the address where Old Xia was, Lin Shen drove to the Tianlong Grand Hotel. At this moment, inside the Tianlong Grand Hotel, Old Xia had already prepared an extravagant banquet and was waiting for Feng Chuang to show up. Now that Old Xia was no longer a member of the 9th Division, Feng Chuang held much more authority over him. Old Xia had waited for half an hour, with Feng Chuang promising to come, but showing no sign yet. "Big brother Xia, is this Feng Chuang even coming? When you were in the 9th Division, he wouldn't dare treat you like this." The small assistant Old Xia brought along couldn't help but express his anger after constantly glancing at his watch. No worries. Since he said he'd come, he definitely will. Waiting a little longer isn't an issue. Unruffled, Old Xia noticed a server passing by the door and summoned her to reheat the dishes laid out on the table. After all the dishes were reheated and brought back, Feng Chuang finally sauntered in slowly. As soon as he entered, and seeing the abundance of sumptuous dishes, he revealed a delighted expression and said, "Wow, this is quite rare. You used to treat me as an enemy, Old Xia, and now you're inviting me to dinner. Is there something you want from me?" Chapter 202, True Nature Revealed. Times have changed. I don't even have a job now, but you, Director Feng, are in such a high position. How dare I not treat you properly? Old Xia immediately stood up to greet him when he saw him and ordered the little assistant nearby to fetch some wine. Today he intended to drink with Feng Chuang until they were both completely drunk. The assistant felt somewhat dissatisfied inside. This Feng Chuang was simply too overbearing. He was clearly intentionally late, making Brother Xia feel embarrassed. However, his dissatisfaction did not show on his face. After promising, he obediently left the private room to get the wine outside. After the wine arrived, Old Xia personally poured a glass for Feng Chuang and respectfully said, "Director Feng, today I asked you to come here because there are some things I want to discuss with you. I hope you will give me some face, and I will toast you first." "Hold it." Feng Chuang stopped Old Xia, coldly saying, "Before you drink, why don't you first tell me what matter you want me to handle? In case after drinking, your matter can't be done by me. Wouldn't this meal be eaten in vain?" "Director Feng, if this thing couldn't be done by you, then no one could do it. I want to return to the 9th Division and hope that Director Feng would give me some face. Considering my past good performance in the 9th Division, please intercede for me so I can go back. Is it just this matter?" Upon hearing Old Xia's words, Feng Chuang carefully scrutinized him, picked up his chopsticks to eat a bite of meat, thought for a moment, and said, "Old Xia, you know I've just taken the position of group leader and haven't fully smoothed out my relationships with higher-ups yet. To put it bluntly, it's also hard for me at the 9th Division right now. Besides work, I also have to deal with a pile of family troubles every day. My son has just gone abroad to study, requiring a lot of money, which I don't have yet. Old Xia, you're asking me for such a big favor. I'd have to expend a lot of energy on it. You can't expect me to work for nothing, can you?" "That's definitely certain. If group leader Feng is willing to help me, I can offer you several thousand yuan as a benefit fee. We have been colleagues after all. Treating you to dinner today counts as a re-interview. What do you say?" Old Xia casually said. "Several thousand yuan? Are you giving alms to beggars, Old Xia? Did you not understand what I just said?" Feng Chuang's expression suddenly turned cold. He looked down contemptuously at Old Xia and said, "If you want to return to the 9th Division, apart from giving me a bribe, you must provide enough money to grease the wheels upstairs. Without 10 million, this matter won't be settled." 10 million. Old Xia deliberately raised his voice, eyes wide open as he asked, "Director Feng, isn't this extortion? I haven't earned that much money in my entire life. Where am I supposed to find 10 million for you? This is none of my business. If you want me to take care of this for you, Apart from these monies, I also need 20 women to accompany me for 3 days and 3 nights. Also, these women must be virgins and their professions must be models. If you can fulfill all these conditions, you can report back to the 9th Division tomorrow. If not, forget about it. Feng Chuang said very decisively. Director Feng, this is simply too unreasonable. I only left in a fit of anger last time. With my abilities, I absolutely qualify to join the 9th Division. And you, just having become the group leader, are already trying to overreach. How can this continue in the future? Old Xia continued raising his voice so that all the members of the 9th Division next door could hear it clearly. They never imagined Feng Chuang to be such a despicable person. But this was merely a small test from Old Xia, a subtle implication that Feng Chuang failed to pick up on. Feng Chuang let out a cold snort and continued to threaten. Old Xia, you must realize your current situation. Do you know how much effort I spent to secure your resignation so I could replace you? When you proactively offered to resign last time, I was actually baiting you into a trap. Only by doing this could I inherit your position. If you show sufficient sincerity this time, I can intercede for you to let you return. But even if you return, I have conditions. You must not compete with me for the group leader's position, and any credit or accomplishments must actively be passed to me. As long as you agree to these conditions, your job is definitely assured. In other words, if I don't agree to these conditions, or don't give you 10 million, you won't let me return to the 9th Division? Aren't you cutting off my retreat? Old Xia's expression gradually became stiff as he asked coldly. Certainly, what else did you think? Feng Chuang shrugged indifferently and said condescendingly, I have waited for this opportunity for many years. Now that I finally have such a good chance, how can I let it slip? Have you considered that once other members of the 9th Division hear these words, it will greatly tarnish your reputation? This behavior is explicitly forbidden by the 9th Division's official regulations. Old Xia continued, it's just you and me here. Who else would know? If you don't agree, then you don't have to give me the money. I won't take your money. Even if you report me, it won't succeed. But if you give me the money, we'll be in the same boat. If you report me, you'll be finished too. Feng Chuang said confidently. Since he dared to say these words, of course, he had a sure grasp on the situation. At this moment, Old Xia couldn't help but laugh, nodding his head and saying, that's how it is, but you're going to be disappointed today. The things you just said were not only heard by me, but also by all the remaining members of the 9th Division. What? You invited others here for dinner? Feng Chuang's confident smile abruptly disappeared. His gaze quickly looked around the other parts of the private room, but he did not find anyone else inside. Old Xia slowly picked up his wine glass, calmly drinking it as he said, don't bother looking. The people aren't in this private room, they're all in the next one. By now, they might already be at the door. What? Feng Chuang's face turned pale with shock. In a panic, he ran to the door, pulling it open to look outside. There stood over a dozen members of the 9th Division. Instantly, Feng Chuang was left stunned. He finally realized that today was a trap set for him by Old Xia. Feng Chuang, you have really great audacity to openly threaten Old Xia here and demand bribes from him. Do you still respect the rules of the 9th Division? Deputy Director Kai stepped forward, coldly and angrily scolding Feng Chuang. Feng Chuang's heart sank, his eyes suddenly becoming fierce as he stood up and slapped the table, saying, who are you guys to not know that I am the group leader of the 9th Division? How dare you yell at me like that? Do you believe that I can make all of you leave with just one word? When you're gone, I can recruit new members into the 9th Division. Chapter 203, The Price to Pay. How arrogant you are. Old Kai directly pulled out a special token from his body and said seriously, Feng Chuang, have you forgotten my second identity as the deputy group leader in Department 9? I am in charge of the discipline enforcement team in Department 9, specifically responsible for investigating disciplinary violations. We've gathered all the evidence we need regarding everything you've said today. Still, you threatened to expel us all. I think the person who should be expelled is you. Yes, Feng Chuang, you've been against Old Xia multiple times before, deliberately driving him away. Today, you want to use the same method to chase us out too. We were truly blind back then, allowing you to become the group leader. All your actions will be truthfully reported. Don't think you can continue as this group leader. You don't deserve to stay and work in Department 9. You, listening to everyone opposing him, Feng Chuang's fingers trembled with sudden anger. His eyes flashed with a cold, sinister light as he said, good, so you're determined to go against me, Feng. Do you think it's that easy to punish me? Today I, Feng, stand right here. Whoever dares disrespect me will not be treated kindly by me. After speaking, Feng Chuang was ready to fight everyone present. Looking at their skills, no one there could surely defeat Feng Chuang. I'll do it. At this moment, Old Xia suddenly spoke coldly and stepped out from behind the table. He made everyone retreat, and today, he personally intended to deal with Feng Chuang. Feng Chuang turned around and looked at him disdainfully, saying, Old Xia, I never thought we'd ultimately end up in battle. Since it has come to this, let's fight a good fight and see who really is the most capable fighter in Department 9. As he finished speaking, Feng Chuang took an offensive stance against Old Xia. Unyielding, Old Xia also prepared for a big battle with Feng Chuang. Seeing sparks in each other's eyes, following Feng Chuang's angry roar, they lunged towards Old Xia instantly. Feng used an eagle claw technique to attack Old Xia's neck. Old Xia deflected the move and counterattacked with a punch aimed at Feng Chuang. The two exchanged moves skillfully, creating a fierce and evenly matched battle. The 9th Bureau members watching nearby felt exhilarated as Old Xia managed to suppress Feng Chuang within just a few dozen moves. Old Xia, after all, had been tutored by Lin Chun, making Feng Chuang appear far beneath his standard. Bang! Suddenly, Old Xia landed a blow on Feng Chuang's chest. Feng Chuang retreated several steps quickly, preparing to counterattack, but then suddenly realized Old Xia had vanished. The next moment, Old Xia appeared behind him, striking another blow to Feng Chuang's head. Feng Chuang was thrown directly through the window. This was the third floor. He fell straight down from the third-floor window. With a thud, he hit the ground, remaining stunned for a while. A pool of blood formed on the ground quickly. All the people inside rushed to the window to check, but when they arrived, Feng Chuang had already slowly gotten up from the ground. He flipped them off and immediately turned around, clutching his chest, fleeing. Not good, we cannot let him escape. If he runs away, it will be hard to catch him again, Old Kai stated urgently. No rush, he won't escape. Mr. Lin should have been lying in wait outside, Old Xia calmly replied. Mr. Lin? Are you saying that Mr. Lin has also come? Both Old Kai and other members of Department 9 revealed looks of curiosity simultaneously. Old Xia smiled slightly and said, Yes, Mr. Lin came to help me. He foresaw that Feng Chuang would attempt to flee during the crucial moment, so if he goes outside now, he'll only be walking into the tiger's jaws. That's excellent. Who would have thought Mr. Lin is so visionary? With his help, we're secure now, Old Kai exclaimed excitedly. The others also showed confident smiles on their faces. They had heard Old Xia recount how remarkable Lin Chun was, and once Lin Chun intervened, Feng Chuang wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, Feng Chuang's men couldn't handle Lin Chun earlier. He must have already failed against Lin. Just as they said, Lin Chun indeed waited outside the hotel for some time, awaiting Feng Chuang's appearance. Feng Chuang didn't know at all, thinking he would be safe as long as he left the hotel. However, not long after he ran a bit of distance, he soon felt a chilling presence closing in from behind. Turning around abruptly, he saw a familiar face, which startled him immensely. Lin Chun, why is it you? Feng Chuang didn't know when Lin Chun had appeared right behind him, his face filled with panic. I've been waiting for you. Your loss to Old Xia today was actually due to the strategies I helped Old Xia devise, all aimed at exposing your ambition and underhanded nature. Now, if you return with me and confess your crimes willingly, I can offer you a way out. If you refuse to come back with me, I'll cripple you before taking you in. Lin Chun stated coldly. Nice try, but I won't let you control me. Let's see who is truly more capable. Feng Chuang would never surrender so easily. Even though he knew he wasn't Lin Chun's match, he still prepared to battle against him once again. Boom. The result was predictable. He couldn't withstand even one move from Lin Chun. Before his body could get close, an overwhelming wave of energy emitted by Lin Chun sent Feng Chuang flying away. As Feng Chuang hit the ground, he felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Lin Chun instantly appeared beside him, gripping Feng Chuang's arm with one hand and snapping it effortlessly. Feng Chuang screamed in agony once more. Spare me, Mr. Lin, please spare me. I won't run anymore. Feng Chuang's pain was so unbearable that tears streamed down his face. Begging pitifully, he hoped Lin Chun would reduce his suffering. Lin Chun seized Feng Chuang by his shirt, speaking coldly. You rejected the path to salvation and willingly embraced damnation. This is your well-deserved fate. Get up, come with me. Yes, I will follow you. Please be gentle. Feng Chuang nodded rapidly, following Lin Chun back to the hotel suite without hesitation. When Old Xia and the members of Department 9 saw Lin Chun bring Feng Chuang back, everyone beamed with delight. Old Kai immediately contacted the higher-ups in Department 9 to have Feng Chuang taken away for serious processing. Old Xia approached Lin Chun respectfully, expressing gratitude. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Without your help today, that despicable man Feng Chuang would have escaped. Old Xia, there's no need for such formality between us. You've also done a lot for me in the past. If someone as capable as you were expelled from Department 9, it would be their loss. Lin Chun patted Old Xia on the shoulder with a warm smile. Old Xia felt honored. At this moment, Old Kai walked up to Lin Chun, carefully inspecting him with respect. Excuse me, are you Lin Chun, the person Old Xia frequently speaks highly of? Chapter 204, Giving Full Support. Correct, I am Lin Chun, and this person is. Lin Chun glanced at the man. He had star-like eyebrows and bright eyes, with a benevolent demeanor, so he should not be a bad person. Mr. Lin, hello, my name is Kaihua. I'm the deputy leader of the 9th Division. I have heard about you many times from Old Xia. Unfortunately, we from the 9th Division couldn't bring you over to our side, which was really regrettable. Old Kai sighed as he said. That's truly sorry. Everyone has their own ambitions. I don't like being restricted. I've become accustomed to a free-spirited life. So please forgive me, Leader Kai, Lin Chun politely replied. No problem. As long as Mr. Lin occasionally helps us in the 9th Division, we will already be satisfied. We will absolutely not make things difficult for anyone. Today, Mr. Lin has done a great favor for us in the 9th Division. In the future, you'll be our benefactor. If Mr. Lin needs our help, feel free to ask. We will certainly give full support. Kaihua directly stated. All right, then thank you. Lin Chun smiled and said. By the way, Old Kai, isn't your daughter suffering from a strange illness, and you still haven't found an appropriate doctor? Mr. Lin has great medical skills. You might take this opportunity to ask Mr. Lin to diagnose your daughter. Perhaps there's a solution. At this moment, Old Xia suddenly appeared before him and casually mentioned it. Indeed, but I wonder if Mr. Lin would agree to help out. If you're willing to assist, I'll definitely express my gratitude. Kaihua then looked at Lin Chun and asked, what illness does your daughter have? Lin Chun furrowed his brows slightly, his expression turning serious. Alas, up to now, I still haven't been able to diagnose her specific condition. I've taken her to hospitals all around, but the doctors all say it's an incurable disease. Although it won't be fatal, it also can't be cured. My daughter experiences uncontrollable convulsions every once in a while, and her entire body goes cold. Even during the hottest days of summer, once her condition flares up, the air conditioning must be turned to its highest temperature setting to warm her continuously. Kaihua roughly described his daughter's condition. After hearing this, Linshan also felt something odd. Among the diseases he knew, there seemed to be no records about this kind of disease. However, he had a peculiar kind of energy on his body that might possibly help with this ailment. After contemplating for a bit, Linshan came back to reality and said, I can agree to diagnose your daughter, though I can't guarantee I can cure her for sure, so please mentally prepare yourself beforehand. No issue. As long as Mr. Lin is willing to diagnose, I already feel very grateful. Kaihua's face lit up with delight. Upon saying this, he deeply bowed to thank Linshan, then arranged a time. Linshan decided to contact him the next day to see his daughter's condition. Then, he further discussed some matters regarding old Xie with old Kai. Now, all members of the 9th Division unanimously agreed to let old Xie return to the 9th Division and even serve as the leader. Old Xie, in order to show gratitude, invited everyone for dinner. After the meal, old Xie personally saw everyone off. In the end, only he and Linshan remained. Linshan, having eaten well and drunk enough, was also preparing to leave. Thus, he bid farewell to old Xie. Old Xie, I am leaving too. You don't need to send me off far. Congratulations on returning to the 9th Division. If I ever need any assistance, I will contact you immediately. No problem. Now, Mr. Lin, you could be considered acquainted with all our members of the 9th Division. Whenever you speak, we will all do our utmost to assist you. After exchanging pleasantries with Linshan, old Xie watched Linshan depart. As Linshan walked away, just when he prepared to go check on Xia Tian, he received a call from Brother Long. Hey, what's up, Brother Long? Linshan answered curiously. Master, I have some good news to tell you. My level has improved again. The practice methods you taught me are simply incredible. Combined with the miraculous treasures I have, my skills have reached a near transcendent stage. Brother Long sounded extremely excited on the other side of the phone, but after a few seconds, his face showed a trace of melancholy. His eyes darted around as he said, Oh Master, I'm attending a martial arts gathering in a couple of days. Although my abilities have significantly enhanced compared to before, I still lack the strength to defeat my nemesis. Could you come over and help me, Master? I've already taught you the critical method of cultivation. There's nothing else I can help you with, unless you find some extremely excellent miraculous treasures. Only such treasures can accelerate your training progress. Linshan plainly stated. I know that too, but miraculous treasures are limited. I've already used all the ones that were usable at home. Nowadays, my dad chases me around to beat me every day. I dare not return home now, and with only the icy 40 billion yuan I have left, I really don't know where to go anymore. Brother Long sighed. 40 billion cold yuan? You're actually troubled by money, even though you're rich? I happen to have a great place to recommend, just not sure if you're interested. Linshan thought for a moment, and then said, What place? Long Ji's eyes widened as he asked. I know that in Rongtian City, there is an underground auction house. Every day, many treasures are sold there. A situation like yours makes it perfect for finding hidden gems. Maybe you'll encounter something useful for your cultivation. Linshan explained. Really? That would be wonderful, Master. Would you go with me? My ability to appraise precious materials is very limited, but with your help, it'll surely make a difference. Long Gu was extremely excited on the other end of the line. All right, come pick me up, I'll go with you. I also need some valuable resources to see if there's more room for my improvement. Linshan nodded in agreement and hung up the phone, waiting right there for him to arrive. While he was waiting, he suddenly noticed a car speeding towards his direction from a nearby intersection. Right in front of Linshan was a puddle of water. Swish. As the car drove past, dirty water splashed all over Linshan. Suddenly, thousands of horses seemed to gallop through Lin Chen's mouth. He had no tissues on him, so there was no way to clean himself. The car that had just passed suddenly stopped ahead. Linshan thought the driver would get out and apologize, but instead, a young man stepped out of the car. After sizing Linshan up and down, he immediately started yelling. Hey, don't you have eyes? Didn't you see me driving here? You almost got run over, do you know that? What did you say? Linshan's face darkened instantly, walking directly toward him. Coldly, he stated, You can't drive, and now you blame me? Don't you see I'm drenched in dirty water? I demand you apologize to me immediately. Ha ha ha. Are you asking this young master to apologize? The rich second generation couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 205, The Secret of Insiders. Boy, are you mistaken? Don't you even look at yourself in the mirror. How dare you ask this young master to apologize to you? The rich second generation continued arrogantly. It's already good that I'm not making you wash my car. You actually dare to demand compensation from me. Do you think you deserve it, you dirty slob? Ho ho. So according to you, there will be no apology? Linshan smirked with disdain. Since things can't be sorted out by words, then let fists do the talking. His expression suddenly turned cold. Just as he was about to make his move, a voice came from afar. Master, step aside. Let me take revenge for you. Linshan turned around and saw his disciple Long Gu driving quickly toward them. At once, Linshan understood Long Ji's intention and immediately stepped back. When Long Ji's car was about to stop in front of the rich man, it suddenly made a beautiful drift turn. The car's rear ended up in a pool of water, splashing the rich man all over, even getting his car dirty. You bastard. The rich man became livid. He wiped his face and looked down at his white suit, which had now become gray all over. Clenching his fists, he shouted, Who are you, some blind idiot daring to splash dirty water on this young master? Mr. Liu, you deserve this. Who told you to bully my master? The car window lowered, and Long Gu stuck his head out. mocking the rich man behind him. So it was you, Li Filong. Lu Jiantao recognized that it was his arch-nemesis Li Filong sitting inside the car, and he instantly fumed with anger, his fists creaking loudly. Li Filong, however, paid no heed, turning back towards Lin Shun and said, "Master, get in the car. Let me take you away." All right. Lin Shun sensed the grudge between them. His own grievance was already avenged, thus there was no need to further oppose Lu Jiantao. After entering the car, Li Filong stomped hard on the accelerator, and another puddle of dirty water splashed onto Lu Jiantao's body. Furious, Lu Jiantao stared at the direction where Li Filong disappeared and spat. "Li Filong, wait for me. Next time at the martial arts convention, I will personally beat you to death." Originally, that person earlier was the one you told me about, your mortal enemy? While Lin Shun was following Li Filong on the way to the auction site, he heard Li Filong tell him about the identity of that rich second generation. Li Filong rolled his eyes and said, "That's right. I didn't get out of the car because I didn't want to tangle with him too long. Plus, I'm no match for him now either. I will defeat him honorably at next year's martial arts convention. Master, whether or not I can do this, depends on you later." "Well, that depends on your luck today. See if you can acquire good heavenly treasures. Drive carefully. I'll first clean the dirt off my body." After Lin Shun finished speaking, he started wiping the mud off his body with tissues. About half an hour later, they arrived together at an underground auction site. Because it was an underground auction, its location was extremely remote, located in an abandoned iron factory outside the city suburbs. After stopping the car, Li Filong curiously asked, "Master, are you sure the auction is here?" "Relax, the location won't be wrong. When I was hospitalized due to illness, I heard people in the hospital talk about an auction here. There are many natural treasures here because of its hidden position, so apart from insiders in the industry, no one else knows about it." This was Lin Shin's first visit to such a place. He'd only heard about it before. Li Filong showed even more confusion on his face, got out of the car, and followed Lin Shin deep into the scrap iron plant. They walked inside for dozens of meters and found there seemed to be nothing but abandoned factories here. Li Filong observed the barren terrain here and muttered sarcastically, "Master, have we taken a wrong turn? It doesn't feel like an auction house at all here. Don't rush. I've already heard sounds coming from up ahead." Lin Shun tilted his ear towards the cacophony coming from not far in front and sped up, leading Li Filong forward. Though puzzled, Li Filong believed in Lin Shin's capabilities and immediately followed him. When they finally reached a large warehouse, they indeed found something different. Near the large warehouse were parked countless luxury cars, and at the warehouse's entrance, there were several patrolmen walking back and forth. They observed their surroundings very cautiously. If anything abnormal occurred, they would immediately halt the auction inside. "Who are you guys?" Before Lin Shun and Li Filong could get close, they were spotted by one of the guards at the gate who approached them and asked seriously after examining them, "Good day, young sir. We were introduced here by acquaintances. We heard about this auction, so we've come to take a look." Lin Shun smiled and explained while stepping forward, "If you're here for the auction, do you have a pass?" The guard assumed they were on the same side once he heard they came for the auction, but Lin Shun had no idea about any pass. After pretending to pat his pocket, he slapped his forehead and said apologetically, "Oh dear, I am truly sorry, young sir. An old friend of mine gave it to me, but I left it at home. Could you make an exception for us? Just let me in." "That's impossible. If you don't have a pass, please leave immediately. Don't linger here." The guard waved his hand with no room for negotiation. Lin Shun quickly thought for a moment, then fished out a few bills from Li Feilong's pocket. He approached the guard and quietly slipped the money into his pocket, smiling and saying, "Here's some cash for you to buy cigarettes or alcohol when you go home. Could you make an exception for us this time? We've traveled such a long way. By the time we return, the auction might already be over." The guard shoved his hand into his pocket and counted the money. There were 10 bills, which made him instantly grin. But soon regaining composure, he coughed twice and coldly said, "Both of you follow me, and don't make a fuss." "Sure. Thank you for accommodating us, young sir." Lin Shun was thrilled and immediately pulled Li Filong forward. Li Filong was utterly shocked. He stared at Lin Shun in disbelief, thinking how could this possibly work? "After you two get inside, head straight to the last row of the auction hall and sit down quietly." The guard led them directly into the auction venue. When they entered, they found the passage extremely dark. This passage was specially built for handling emergencies. For instance, if people from the 6 gates tracked them down, if anyone dared enter without the guard's permission, the alarm would sound off. In the time it took to cross the passage, those inside could retreat quickly through other exits. This way, even if the 6 gates carried out a surprise attack, there would be no way to catch them. Chapter 206, Auction at the Bottom Price. Lin Shun looked at the construction here and could easily see through their intentions. He couldn't help but admire their creativity immensely in his heart. "Wow, it's so dark, master. How much further do we need to go?" Li Filong was tightly following behind Lin Shun, feeling like this tunnel would never end. Lin Shun was very patient, explaining softly, "Don't rush. This is their safety passage. We didn't enter through the main door, so it's normal for it to be very dark." Are you saying there's more than just one entrance?" Li Filong asked in surprise. "Do you think they placed the real entrance so obviously? The real entrance is probably very hidden. If I'm correct, there should be a basement. That's the actual front door. But they definitely need the access card they mentioned to enter. This young man has let us take a secret passageway that doesn't require a card. It's also used to handle emergencies." Lin Shun explained. "I see now. I never expected the layout of this underground auction to be so intricate. If you weren't here, master, I'd never have known about places like this," Li Filong said in amazement. There are plenty of surprising places in this world. This is nothing. Do you see the light up ahead? That should be the exit. After we go out, don't make any noise. Just follow the advice of the young man earlier and slip into a seat. Lin Shen reminded him cleverly, and he readily agreed. The two of them passed through the passage, and sure enough, everything matched Lin Shen's guess. Inside was a vast venue, and this was not the main entrance, but rather an emergency passage entrance. He and Lin Shen entered without making any noise, directly sitting quietly on the last row of seats for the auction. Only then did Lin Shen completely relax, knowing no obstacles would come their way. The interior structure was very formal, looking exactly like a regular auction site. There were lights hanging high on all sides, and the central position at the front was the auction stage. Standing on the platform was a beautiful female hostess in a Cheongsam, Qipao, with a perfect figure and refined features. Next to her stood a bronze ding tripod. The patterns on the tripod were extremely fine and ancient, definitely an old artifact. Now, everyone may begin bidding. The starting price for this Warring States period bronze ding is 50 million yuan, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 2 million. The auction begins. As soon as the beautiful host finished speaking, several wealthy merchants immediately raised their bidding signs. Li Feilong swallowed hard, incredulously saying, "Master, this auction is too intense. They're casually throwing around tens of millions for some items, and my cold 40 billion seems not even close to being enough. Don't worry. All we need to do is find one rare treasure, which will be enough for you. Plus, if we can snap something up on the cheap, it won't cost much." Lin Shen reassured Li Feilong, who calmed down upon hearing those words. This bronze tripod was not the rare treasure Lin Shen was looking for, so he had no interest in learning about its fluctuating price. About 2 minutes later, the bronze ding was successfully sold to a bald businessman for 120 million yuan. Everyone who wanted this bronze tripod envied him greatly. The next item up for auction was a jade pendant encrusted with gemstones. The jade material came from Song Dynasty sheep, fat white jade, while the red stone on it was unknown. Its brilliance made it appear extraordinarily dazzling. When Lin Shen saw the gemstone, his face instantly lit up with excitement. He tugged lightly at Li Feilong beside him and said, "Here comes the good stuff. It's this jade pendant. Make sure you get it no matter what. I estimate the price of this pendant won't be too high." "What? Are you sure, master? I think this jade pendant is pretty ordinary." Li Feilong had seen too many jade pendants before, so ones of this quality didn't attract his attention anymore. But Lin Shen smiled faintly and replied, "What do you know? What we're after isn't the jade pendant, but the gemstone on it. That's your rare treasure. Trust my judgment, there won't be any mistakes." Oh, then I'll participate in the bidding and try to secure it at the lowest possible price." After finishing the sentence, they both glanced at the other participants in the scene. It seemed everyone shared Li Feilong's attitude towards this jade pendant. Many shook their heads when they saw it, clearly disappointed. "Please look at this jade pendant. It's from the Tang Dynasty, a personal adornment of the concubine. Although the coloring is not perfect, its precious feature is that it is embedded with a red gemstone. This treasure is one of a kind and a unique masterpiece under heaven. Its starting price is 800,000 yuan, and every increase must be at least 10,000. Now the auction starts." The beautiful hostess's words instantly brightened Li Feilong's eyes. He excitedly pulled Lin Shen, saying, Master, you were indeed right. This thing is indeed not worth much. The starting bid is only 800,000 yuan. With this price, why are you hesitating? Just grab it, and we'll be good to go." Lin Shen smiled. This price was also beyond Lin Shen's imagination. He thought that with the quality of this jade pendant, the starting bid should at least be 1 or 2 million yuan. It showed that there were still many treasures at this auction, and things of average quality were basically given out as welfare. Seeing that no one in the venue seemed interested, Li Feilong picked up a bidding paddle from a nearby seat and raised it, saying, "I'll bid 800,000. Great. Now there is already one participant willing to bid 800,000. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid higher?" The beautiful hostess looked around, but found no one raising their hand. After a brief pause, the hostess smiled and said, "Since there's no one bidding higher than 800,000, I will announce the final price. 800,000 once, 800,000 twice, 800,000 thrice, sold." Fantastic. Li Feilong's heart surged with indescribable excitement. He never imagined he could secure the jade pendant at its reserve price. Soon after, he completed the transaction on stage, gripping the jade pendant tightly as he returned to his seat. He showed the jade pendant to Lin Shen, saying, "Master, I've secured this jade pendant, but when I touched it, I didn't feel anything strange about it. Could it be fake? Treasures like this need your internal energy to activate, which will then bring out its essence. However, don't do so here. Once it emits an intense red light, all attention will be drawn to us, and we won't be able to leave afterward." Lin Shen whispered, All right, I'll follow your instructions, master." Li Feilong nodded quickly and carefully hid the jade pendant away. Following this, the auction continued. As the next auction item was revealed, Lin Shen's gaze once again sparkled with interest. Chapter 207, Too Bold. The auction item this time was a piece of, or that looked quite extraordinary. It was not an ancient artifact, but seemed to be something from outer space. When the bidders saw this item, they once again displayed expressions of disappointment. Most people who came here to bid were primarily seeking valuable treasures, especially items like bronze artifacts or porcelain and jade. A strangely shaped stone like this wasn't exactly their cup of tea. The next treasure is a rare meteorite from outer space. Its color varies widely, and it's quite legendary, having great collection value. The starting price is 1 million, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100,000. After the beautiful hostess finished speaking, the scene remained eerily silent. Lin Chen calmly smiled, then directly raised his bidding paddle. I'll offer 1 million. Hey master, is this thing really a treasure too? Long Gu asked with excitement as he saw Lin Chen take action. This thing truly is a treasure, but it's beyond your capability to control, Lin Chen calmly explained, causing Long Gu to frown slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. He had thought that Lin Chen had found him another natural treasure. If only he could find 2 more, his strength would definitely improve by 100-fold. Actually, such treasures are not necessarily better in greater numbers. The ruby he already possessed was enough to help him ascend 2 to 3 stages. With the martial arts conference coming up soon, there should be no problem for him. The stone Lin Chen selected, however, was intended to boost his own power. He sensed that there was extremely strong spiritual energy inside this stone. Moreover, when he first acquired his Golden Fingers ability, it was also because he was struck by a meteorite. Perhaps there might be some connection between the two. There is now a gentleman who has offered 1 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The beautiful hostess asked with a smile as she looked at the quiet audience. Still, absolute silence filled the room. Lin Chen inwardly rejoiced. It seemed like he could secure this meteorite easily. Hold on, I want to report something. The last 2 people back there don't have passes, they snuck in. Just at that moment, an inappropriate voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Swish. All eyes immediately turned toward the source of the disturbance. Long Gu and Lin Chen's smiles froze instantly. What? How is that guy here? Long Gu clenched his fists tightly when he realized that the person who reported them was none other than Lu Jiangtao, whom they had just encountered on the road earlier. Unbelievably, Lu Jiangtao was also present at the auction. Clearly, Lu Jiangtao was not interested in competing over Lin Chen's items, but simply wanted revenge against the pair. Now both Lin Chen and Long Gu were in grave danger. If discovered by the auction attendees, they would be forcibly evicted. Excuse me, may we see your passes please? Before long, security personnel arrived in front of Lin Chen and Long Gu, asking politely. Thump. Both of their hearts raced. Lin Chen hadn't anticipated such a mishap. Seeing their nervous faces, the security guards clearly knew they couldn't produce any passes. They immediately became stern and coldly said, Indeed, no passes. Restrain them. Wait, what are you doing? Who said we don't have passes? If we didn't have passes, how could we even get in? Don't touch me. Long Gu was the first to react, widening his eyes and preparing to attack the guards. At this moment, Lu Jiangtao gave a smirk as he taunted Li Feilong. Li Feilong, if you have passes, show them. It's obvious you and your master sneaked in through the emergency exit. Did you think I wouldn't know? Lu Jiangtao, what a disgraceful liar you are. Why not face off properly at the upcoming martial arts conference? Using underhanded tricks now doesn't make you any kind of hero. Li Feilong shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at Lu Jiangtao. Lu Jiangtao dismissed it with a shrug. What underhanded tricks? My reporting you is entirely factual. The rules here are strict, certainly not places where people like you can enter and exit freely. Since you have no passes, you should be kicked out. Or you could beg me, and I might forgive you if both you and your master kneel before me and knock a few heads together. I'll apply for 2 free passes for you guys. I happen to be friends with the manager here. As long as you both comply, I might still assist you. You're daydreaming. Li Feilong angrily tightened his fists and glared hard at him. You despicable man. Do you think we would kneel to someone like you? I swear I will smash your head at the next martial arts conference. Looking forward to it. Let's see who emerges victorious. Lu Jiangtao's face suddenly turned cold, and he then looked at the security guards and said, Since these 2 can't produce their passes, it shows they don't have the qualifications to be here at the auction. Now please immediately escort them out to maintain fairness. Yes, throw them out. Get rid of them to ensure our fair bidding. Voices of anger spread through the crowd. The security officers remained grim-faced as they once again looked at Li Feilong and said, If you 2 do not have passes, kindly leave on your own accord instead of making us enforce it. Who says we don't have them? We simply forgot to bring them. Don't listen to that guy Lu Jiangtao. He is framing us, Li Feilong said, trying to appear calm as he straightened his clothes. Seeing him still defiant, the guards instantly flashed a cold look in their eyes and ordered harshly, You dare to resist? Detain them immediately. Shit, this is bad. Li Feilong had not expected them to completely ignore his words and quickly positioned himself in front of Lin Chen, determinedly saying, Master, don't worry about me. You go first, leave this to me. They're no match for me. No matter when, Brother Long would always be the first to step forward for Lin Chen. Hold everything right there. At this moment, a deep and cold voice rang out from outside the crowd. All heads turned simultaneously. From the VIP area on the 2nd floor of the warehouse, a middle-aged man slowly descended. Everyone recognized him and showed unmistakable respect. This was none other than the famous 4th young master. Even Lu Jiangtao calmed down immediately upon seeing 4th young master. In order to flatter him, Lu Jiangtao cheerfully approached 4th young master's side, respectfully introducing himself. 4th young master, hello. I am Lu Jiangtao, the young master of the martial arts Lu family. Do I know you? Long Si paid no attention to Lu Jiangtao and instead asked coldly, Was it you who reported these 2? Yes, 4th young master. These 2 do not have passes, they sneaked in from outside. I'm truly sorry, it was such a minor issue but I ended up troubling you with it. It must be because my voice was too loud just now. Lu Jiangtao courteously explained. You didn't speak too loudly, you acted too recklessly. Long Si's expression remained frigid as he spoke. Chapter 208, Black Wind Sha. Boom. Everyone saw 4th master lose his temper, and their faces turned suddenly shocked. No one knew what the situation was. Did the actions of these two people anger Fourth Master? The whole venue fell silent. Lu Jiantao lowered his head, confusedly asking, Fourth Master, I am also considering the fairness of the auction. Why do you blame me? I know it. It must be these two bastards ruining your good mood, right? I'll have them removed immediately. After saying this, he walked forward and ordered the security guards. What are you waiting for? Haven't you seen Fourth Master angry? Throw these two out quickly. Slap. In the next second, Long Si slapped Lu Jiangtao's face. The crisp sound of the slap stunned all the bidders present. Fourth Master, why did you hit me? You should hit them instead. Lu Jiangtao knew Long Si's status in Rongtian City. Even the leader of the martial arts world would give him a little respect. The Lu family couldn't afford to provoke him. Long Si's face was icy as he glared at Lu Jiangtao and said, I'm hitting you because you don't know the rules. This Mr. Lin is my friend, Long Si's friend. How dare you show disrespect to my friend? Beating you is already being too lenient. What? He is your friend? Lu Jiangtao's mouth hung open. Others were similarly astonished on the spot. Then, Long Si smiled and approached Lin Shun respectfully, saying, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for arriving late and causing you distress. Fourth Master, it's unnecessary. We indeed didn't have a pass, and it is our mistake. However, we had no ill intentions. We just came here for fun. Lin Shun took the initiative to speak. Mr. Lin, you're my friend. There's no need for any passes. Your presence here is everyone's honor. Long Si replied decisively, then coldly swept his eyes around the room, saying, If anyone shows disrespect to Mr. Lin, they're opposing me, Long Si, and I will make sure they can't survive in Rongtian City. Boom. It felt like thunder struck the venue, scaring everyone into complete silence. Especially Lu Jiangtao, who couldn't believe such a coincidence. What virtue or ability did that young man possess to gain the respect of Fourth Master? Mr. Lin, I would like to invite you to the VIP room on the second floor to meet the boss of the auction house. I hope you could grant me this small favor. After regaining his composure, Long Si politely asked Lin Shun again. Of course, if I refused Fourth Master's request, it wouldn't make sense. But earlier, I bid on that meteorite. Please, Fourth Master, help package the stone and send it upstairs later. Lin Shun frankly stated. That's no problem. Anything Mr. Lin takes interest in, I will spare no effort to offer it to you. Long Si readily agreed, followed by dismissing the security guard and inviting Lin Shun and Li Feilong up to the second floor. Li Feilong couldn't help but widen his eyes and, seeing how much face Lin Shun had here, whispered curiously, Master, I never expected you to have so much influence. Even Fourth Master has to show you respect, which is truly surprising. The person Fourth Master plans to introduce us to must hold an even higher position. This is the first time I've encountered someone of such high status. Hush, once we go upstairs, try not to talk too much. I'm still unclear about who they are. We shouldn't offend them carelessly. Lin Shun reminded him quietly. Please rest assured, Master. I will be mindful, Li Feilong guaranteed while patting his chest. Earlier, when Lin Shun helped him vent his frustration, he thought it was incredibly cool. Not long after, they followed Long Si upstairs. At the moment the door of the VIP room was pushed open, the interior decoration was extremely modern, entirely different from the old warehouse outside. Fully decorated with ancient golden Phoebe wood, the style gave off a luxurious impression. Behind the solid wood tea table sat a middle-aged man who exuded authority without needing to raise his voice. He was the actual owner behind this auction. Although his true status in the business world was unknown, anyone respected by Long Si must be an outstanding figure in the business community. Boss Chiu, let me introduce someone to you. This is Mr. Lin Shun, the person I mentioned earlier. Since he also came to participate in the auction today, I took the opportunity to invite him up for you to meet. After sitting down, Long Si smiled and introduced Lin Shun to Boss Chiu. Oh, so this is Mr. Lin? Truly an impressive talent, with remarkable achievements in the medical field at such a young age. Indeed, talents emerge endlessly. Boss Chiu scrutinized Lin Shun carefully, personally inviting him to sit down and pouring a cup of tea for him. In the instant Lin Shun took the teacup, he noticed something unusual. There was a cluster of persistent black qi gathered on Boss Chiu's arm. This, Black Winsha. Lin Shun's heart sank instantly. He hadn't expected Boss Chiu to be under the influence of such malevolent energy. In the world, there are probably no more than 5 people who can wield this kind of toxic qi. It seems that Boss Chiu has no idea yet that he has already been afflicted with this evil qi. After taking the teacup, Lin Feng didn't show any abnormality but politely said, Boss Chiu, you flatter me. I have no fame in the medical field. I only know a little about pharmacological techniques. Young man, you're too modest. Someone who earns Fourth Master's approval couldn't possibly just know a little. Boss Chiu spoke very courteously to Lin Shun, then waved at his subordinate nearby and directly ordered, What are you still standing around for? Mr. Lin is a new acquaintance of mine. Go get a welcoming gift. Yes, boss. A well-dressed subordinate respectfully acknowledged the order and left the VIP room. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun quickly refused. Boss Chiu, there's no need to be so formal with me. I'm already very satisfied with your hospitality. Mr. Lin, it's my principle, you don't need to feel awkward about accepting it. Boss Chiu replied with a smile. Soon, his subordinate returned carrying a brocade box and walked up to Lin Shun, respectfully handing it over. This single brocade box, crafted from golden silk Namu wood, was already quite valuable. One could only imagine how much the contents inside were worth. Lin Shun hadn't expected Boss Chiu to be so generous. He originally intended to refuse again, But at this moment Long Si interjected. Mr. Lin, this is always Boss Chio's way. There's no need to be overly polite. Just take it. In that case, thank you, Boss Chio. Lin Shen had no choice but to accept the brocade box according to Boss Chio's principles. Out of politeness, he didn't immediately open the box to see what was inside, but instead earnestly looked at Boss Chio and said, Since you've given me a gift, Boss Chio, I also have a present to return to you. What gift would Mr. Lin give me? Boss Chio asked curiously. What I'm going to give you, Boss Chio, are some words of advice. Lin Feng stared at Boss Chio and declared, Boss Chio, your body has been affected by an evil force, one that will cause your death within a day. Chapter 209, Problem in the Company. To avoid this calamity, you need to listen to me and always wear a jade pendant of Fire Dragon. This jade can help Mr. Chio get rid of evil influence from his body. Otherwise, Mr. Chio will encounter great misfortune within a day. By then, it may be too late to escape. Lin Feng said solemnly, Mr. Lin, I appreciate your kindness. Suddenly, Mr. Chio's face turned very displeased. His eyes showed a cold light as he directly said, I, Mr. Chio, never believe in evil superstitions, let alone the existence of malevolent energy in this world. All my life I've been dealing in antiques. If there were truly malevolent influences in this world, I probably wouldn't have lived so long. Mr. Chio, this has nothing to do with superstition. Evil influence is an array of malevolent energy affecting human body, and I've already said that I don't believe these things. Mr. Lin, there's no need to insist anymore. Before Lin Shen could finish his words, Mr. Chio cut him off. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen chose not to say any more. Long Si smiled and persuaded Mr. Chio, saying, Mr. Chio, this isn't much of a problem. Mr. Lin is kindly reminding you. We won't talk about this matter anymore. Let me offer you a cup of tea, Mr. Chio. In the future, I hope Mr. Chio can cooperate more with me. Together we will become bigger and stronger. All right, let's drink together. Only then did Mr. Chio's face show a bit of smile, and he started drinking tea with Long Si and Lin Shen. Throughout, Lin Shen remained solemn, knowing that Mr. Chio's malevolent influence had become very serious. If it wasn't expelled in time, he might really be unable to escape this calamity. Helpless, he bit his finger before leaving after drinking tea, using his own blood to secretly draw a talisman on the back of the teacup and activated it with genuine qi. After finishing the tea, the auction outside was basically over. Long Si took Lin Shen and bid farewell to Mr. Chio, leaving the auction site. Mr. Lin, today you were too impolite. Do you know that Mr. Chio just now is a well-known figure in the national antique circle? If he weren't my old friend, you would have been in trouble today. He usually dislikes when people talk to him about those supernatural matters. After coming out, Long Si seriously reminded Lin Shen. Master Four, you think I'm joking with him? Lin Shen's face was calm as he smiled and said, everything I told him was true. Since he didn't listen, I couldn't make him believe. But with my blood charm protecting him, he should be able to save his life. When the time comes, if he asks you to bring him to see me, just take him directly to the villa where I live. I have other things to do today, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Lin Shen left with Brother Long. Brother Long was also quite amazed throughout the process. After getting into the car, Brother Long touched his chin and asked, Master, are the words you said today all true? Is that Mr. Chio really in danger of losing his life? He fell victim to the Black Wind evil influence, ranked first among evil arrays and classified as a death array. It seems that he offended someone with extremely high skills in feng shui and sorcery, and who's also adept at poison. Rescuing others is my duty, but it also depends on the patient's karmic connection with me. If the patient lacks this connection, then it is heaven's will, and further rescue is unnecessary. Lin Shen explained. Didn't understand, but I fully trust Master's abilities. Oh Master, how should I use the red gemstone I photographed today? Just activate it with real qi. Not bad. When you return home, use your genuine qi to activate this stone, and you will feel an endless stream of spiritual energy entering your body. Then you carefully cultivate yourself, and you must be able to advance a major realm. Lin Shen seriously said. Good. If I successfully cultivate upon returning home, I will surely thank Master properly. Advancing a major realm means that in the future, I won't have to worry about that idiot Lu Jiantao anymore. Brother Long tightly clenched his fists with determination shining in his eyes. Finally, Brother Long sent Lin Shen back to the city. Lin Shen originally planned to go home and see Xia Tian, but unexpectedly, his phone rang suddenly. It was Shen Bingxue. Immediately, he furrowed his eyebrows. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shen still answered. Hello, what's up? Do you have time, Lin Shen? There's something wrong with the company. Shen Bingshua's voice was extremely anxious, almost crying while pacing back and forth. I don't know who transferred the money from the company account. Someone hacked our account and transferred all the money to an overseas account. What? Is this true? Hearing this, Lin Shen's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. Anyone who could do such a thing must be the enemy of Shen's group. As the behind-the-scenes boss of Shen's group, Lin Shen could not ignore this matter. Wait for me there. I'll be there soon. After responding briefly, Lin Shen immediately hung up the phone and headed to Shen's group to find Shen Bingxue. When he arrived at the company, everyone was busy investigating the incident. Shen Bingxue was already in a state of panic, constantly sending people to check the foreign account and hiring 2 computer programming experts to conduct an investigation, looking for any signs of a virus on the company's computers. It turned out there was no virus on the computers. Instead, someone had remotely controlled them, shielding their exact location, making it impossible to track them down. Lin Shen, you're here? All the money in the company is gone now. The other party has hidden very deeply. I've tried every possible method, but I haven't been able to uncover their identity. Shen Bingxue immediately went over to report to Lin Shun as soon as he walked in. Don't worry yet. I've already called old Xie and asked him to send some people over to investigate this matter. There are many experts in their 9th bureau, so they will surely figure it out. Lin Shun responded calmly, then sat down and asked Shen Bingxue to open the financial system for him. Since he also had some knowledge of computers, he wanted to take a look at the situation. However, when Shen Bingxue opened the financial system, everything inside appeared unchanged. Even after checking the access records, they could not find the trace of the hacker's site. It seemed that the intruder had changed their alias before entering, using a virtual locator to alter the access record, leaving no way to track them. Has the company received any strange calls or messages recently? Lin Shin turned back and seriously asked. No, all the calls I received were from clients. I didn't receive any unknown calls or text messages, Shen Bingxue replied firmly. This is strange. Without receiving any calls or texts, how could the other party have entered the financial trading center and transferred the money using the correct password? Lin Shun furrowed his brow, stroking his chin with confusion. Oh, right, just before the incident happened, I did receive a call from someone familiar, my mom. Suddenly, Shen Bingxue remembered the call from Li Qin and anxiously said, Chapter 210, They Can't Escape. Li Qin. Lin Shen instantly furrowed his brows. It had been a while since he last saw her. Ever since she broke ties with Shen Bingxue, Lin Shen thought she wouldn't contact Shen Bingxue again, but it was quite unexpected to encounter this coincidence now. Could this matter have anything to do with her? What did she call you for? Is there something important? Lin Shen curiously asked. No, she just called to ask about me and offer some consolations, then hung up. At the time, I felt quite curious. By the way, during the process of her calling me, I also received a strange text message containing a verification code. I'm not sure if this verification code is related to what's happening in the company. Shen Bingxue also suddenly started suspecting Li Qin due to Lin Shen's questions. Li Qin was entirely focused on obtaining the Shen group, but as she watched her chances of gaining shares slipping away, she would undoubtedly seek other shortcuts. Hacking into the company's financial system and making direct transfers was the simplest method. It seems like you've suspected her too. I agree with your thoughts. Lin Shen felt that Shen Bingxue was indeed much smarter now than before. In the past, she absolutely wouldn't have thought that her mother could be involved in something like this. Shen Bingxue frowned deeply and worriedly said, if it really is them, the situation is extremely grim. All our company's funds have been transferred to foreign accounts. She might run away with Xinjun. Once they escape overseas, we'll almost never be able to catch them. Don't worry, they can't escape. Lin Shen responded with determination. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Old Xie calling. Old Xie had already arrived at the Shun group with network experts from Division 9. After answering the call, Lin Shen immediately instructed the security downstairs to let them in. Once they reached the top floor of the company and met Lin Shen, he explained in detail what had happened within the company. Old Xie immediately wore a deep expression as he looked at Lin Shen and said, Mr. Lin, don't worry. This network expert from Division 9 can trace the exact location of the top hackers nationwide. Techniques such as hiding identities or creating fake profiles are nothing before him. That's excellent. Thank this brother for his hard work. After Lin Shen made polite conversation, he immediately asked this brother to start querying. He opened his professional computer and connected it with the company's computers, then began tapping in a series of codes swiftly to investigate the identity and location of the person who conducted the transfer. For an expert like him, there is no one in the world he couldn't find. He originally joined Division 9 because his hacking skills were exceptional, leading to his special recruitment. He even represented the Huaxiao team in global coding competitions and won first place. He has countless registered patents. I found them. Within less than 5 minutes, he hit the confirm key. The computer screen displayed their location, a flashing red indicating the area where they had initiated the money transfer. This place wasn't far from the company, and they hadn't yet fled. After rushing over excitedly, Lin Shen compared the map coordinates with the flashing red dot location, resulting in a great shock. It's actually the Zhang group. Lin Shen frowned deeply, never expecting this search to lead to the Zhang family patriarch. This old man apparently hadn't given up his vengeance. His actions were more despicable than those two people from the Zhou family. Lin Shen clenched his fists tightly, turned back, and said to Old Xie, Old Xie, thanks to your friend. Keep monitoring their location here. I will head to the Zhang group, find the real culprit, and severely punish them. All right, Mr. Lin, go ahead and deal with it. This side is in our hands. Old Xie agreed without hesitation. Before leaving, Shen Bingxue especially warned Lin Shen to be careful. However, Lin Shen didn't pay much attention to her. As far as Lin Shen was concerned, he still hadn't forgiven Shen Bingxue. Meanwhile, inside the Zhang group, Li Qin and Xinjun were together in Zhang Patriarch's office, watching a hacker infiltrate Shen Group's systems. They observed as Shen Group's account funds continuously drained out while the international account balance kept rising, which filled them both with immense joy. Wonderful. Who would have guessed that the Zhang Patriarch had such formidable power, easily siphoning off all of Shen Group's funds? If only we had known the Zhang Patriarch was capable of this earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much effort trying to seize Shen Bingxue's shares. Shen Jun's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had never seen so much money in his life. The current Shen Group was much stronger than before. What used to be just a few billion yuan in its account was now tens of billions. Li Qin couldn't help but express her excitement, her face glowing with joy. Patriarch Zhang, this time I am truly grateful to you. Thanks to your technical support, once we've transferred all the money from their company's accounts, we will split it 50-50 as agreed. Once we get the money, we'll leave the country immediately and won't disclose any information about Patriarch Zhang. All we want now is a stable and wealthy life. This is best. I've been bullied too many times by that guy Lin Chun. This time, I finally have a chance to get my revenge. Patriarch Zhang clenched his fists tightly. The reason he helped Li Qin and Xin Jun was not entirely for them, but mainly for himself. He yearned for revenge. As long as he could make Lin Chun go bankrupt, he believed he would then have the strength to defeat Lin Chun, ensuring Lin Chun could never turn the tables on him. It was his lifelong wish, and he didn't think it would come true so soon. The hacker was still attacking Shin Group's account, but just as everyone was gloating over their success, the hacker suddenly noticed that his computer was being monitored. His nerves instantly tensed up. Turning back, he exclaimed in alarm, "Patriarch Zhang, something terrible has happened. Our location might already be exposed. I found out that they have a monitoring computer, which is tracking our real-time activities. Their technology surpasses mine. He's cracked through my fake ID technique and virtual positioning. If they've already located us, they must have sent people to find us. We need to evacuate immediately." "What? Didn't you tell me that your skills were flawless, and there was no one at their company who could discover us?" Patriarch Zhang's smile faded, and his anticipation turned into tension and worry in an instant. "I don't know who they've brought in, but this person must be one of the top cyber experts in the country, especially skilled in technical tracing. Patriarch Zhang, if we don't withdraw now, it might be too late," the hacker said anxiously. Chapter 211, Finding the Root Cause. Hurry up and withdraw. At this moment, although Mr. Zhang was somewhat reluctant to leave, he considered safety issues. Furthermore, billions of yuan from the Shun Group's funds had already been transferred out. For Lin Chun, this was already a devastating blow. The most pressing task now was to ensure that Lin Chun absolutely couldn't find their ultimate objective. Once his people tracked them down, they would be implicated too. "Mr. Zhang, we're so close to finishing. You can't just give up halfway. Even if they find our location, it will still take some time for them to arrive, right? Why don't we wait a little longer?" Li Qin, seeing that more funds could still be added to the account, pleaded. "Are you crazy? Don't you value your life over money? Didn't you hear the hacker say the other side already knows our position? You should know very well what Lin Chun is capable of. Once he has evidence against us, none of us will escape punishment." Mr. Zhang wouldn't take any unnecessary risks. This was his company, and setting this operation here already posed significant risk for him. If they didn't leave immediately, once danger appeared, the consequences would be more than he could bear. "Mom, we already have tens of billions now. We should be satisfied. We should listen to Boss Zhang. No matter how much money we have, the most important thing is always safety first." Xin Jun was quite practical at this point, knowing what would benefit him the most. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Qin also made her final decision, planning to retreat as soon as possible. However, just as the hacker was shutting down the computer and preparing to follow Mr. Zhang to leave, the office doors suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Lin Chen's face appeared in front of them. Lin Chun. When they saw Lin Chun, all of them looked filled with panic. Lin Chen's expression was icy cold, but upon seeing they hadn't managed to flee yet, he mentally acknowledged that he had arrived just in time. He snorted and said, looking directly at Mr. Zhang, "Mr. Zhang, it seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. You haven't experienced the true pain that I, Lin Chun, will bestow on you, have you? Bring someone. Stop him." Mr. Zhang realized there was no way out and decided to fight back. Despite trying every possible means to delay, he hadn't anticipated that Lin Chun would ultimately capture them red-handed. Li Qin and Xin Jun were hiding behind Mr. Zhang at this moment. They believed Mr. Zhang could handle Lin Chun. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps could be heard, and quickly, more than 10 black-suited bodyguards rushed into the room, swiftly surrounding Lin Chun. "Mr. Lin, I really didn't want to be enemies with you, but you've gone too far. Old Zhang here cannot endure such humiliation anymore. Either you let me go today without making me an enemy, or if you refuse to let me go, I'll battle you to the death." Mr. Zhang feigned bravery, clenching his fists tightly while glaring at Lin Chun. "Do you think these men of yours are my match?" Lin Chun showed no respect and gradually approached Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang's heart sank as he watched Lin Chun getting closer and closer. Cold sweat began breaking out on his forehead. Terrified, he stepped back a few steps and swiftly issued orders. "What are you waiting for? Attack together. Bring Lin Chun down." "Yes, master." As soon as he finished speaking, all the bodyguards rushed forward together. They grabbed their weapons and attacked Lin Chun simultaneously with full force. Lin Chun snorted again. "A bunch of ants like you actually dare to obstruct me? If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Boom, boom. In a flash of anger, Lin Chun charged through the crowd like a flame wave. His movements were so swift that the surrounding bodyguards couldn't even see clearly. All they felt was a streak of light flashing before their eyes, and their bodies instantly lost control, flying backward. In less than half a minute, all of Mr. Zhang's bodyguards had crashed painfully onto the ground, groaning and struggling. It was evident they had been severely beaten. Mr. Zhang stood there in complete shock, swallowing hard. Watching Lin Chun slowly approach, he suddenly pulled out a weapon and pointed it at Lin Chun, growling furiously. "Lin Chun, I'll kill you." Bang! Without warning, a gunshot rang out. Mr. Zhang thought he was sure to kill Lin Chun, but after firing, he discovered Lin Chun had used 2 fingers to catch the bullet midair. This moment startled everyone present. "What? Can you really stop bullets with your bare hands?" Mr. Zhang's understanding of Lin Chun's abilities was once again revised upwards. He was so amazed his jaw nearly dropped. Seeing Lin Chun approach, his legs involuntarily went weak. Suddenly, he fell to his knees in front of Lin Chun. Knocking his head on the floor, he pleaded, Mr. Lin, I admit my mistakes. It's my fault for not listening and trusting those two slanderous words, showing disrespect to you and harboring murderous thoughts towards you. I'll slap myself, and I hope Mr. Lin can let me off. I won't dare to do it again in the future. At this moment, he had harshly slapped his own face. The arrogance he had just shown completely vanished in an instant. In sheer panic, he knelt on the ground, utterly cowering. Li Qin and Xin Jun were even more terrified at this moment when they realized that even Master Zhang had been defeated by Lin Shun. Lin Shun slowly bent down and forced him to look up at him, saying coldly, "Your meaning is, all of your actions today were entirely their idea?" "Yes, it's them." Master Zhang nodded without hesitation, pointing at Li Qin and Xin Jun behind him, and said, "They wanted to bankrupt you, and then leave with your money to Huaxia. All of this was their scheme. I just temporarily lost my mind for wealth and fell for their trick. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin." "Good, then I'll deal with them first before I handle you." After speaking coldly, Lin Shen's gaze suddenly turned towards Li Qin and Xin Jun as he gradually moved closer to them, saying, "Li Qin, Xin Jun, you two seem unwilling to give up and want to take all the money from my company, don't you?" "Lin Shun, that's my daughter's money. What does it have to do with you? You've divorced a long time ago, but you're still holding on to Shun Group's assets. That money originally belonged to our Shin family. All we're doing is taking back what belongs to us," Li Qin said convincingly, her eyes darting with determination. "That's right. Lin Shun betrayed my sister and yet dares to seize her company. Even if we didn't get along with her, the company shouldn't be inherited by you. We are simply reclaiming what belongs to us, and you have no right to interfere." Xin Jun followed quickly after. Slap. Without hesitation, Lin Shen delivered a hard slap across Xin Jun's face. He stared icily at Xin Jun. "You have no place to speak here. Until I ask you, you'd better keep your mouth shut." "You?" Xin Jun held his cheek, revealing a face full of resentment. But when he saw the murderous intent in Lin Shen's expression, he immediately became frightened again. Chapter 212, Big Loss this time. "You two seem to be very dissatisfied with my actions, thinking that Shun Group shouldn't fall into my hands, right?" Lin Shen's face showed disdain as he turned to look at Li Qin and said, "Since you think I'm not qualified to have a share in Shun Group, why didn't you come to me directly instead of using these lowly means to transfer assets? Isn't it because you're guilty that you act so sneakily? What business is it of yours? Our sneaky actions are directed at Shun Bingxue. You're no longer part of the Shin family, so you have no right to interfere with us." Li Qin coldly snorted and said. A flash of icy light crossed Lin Shen's eyes. Apparently, if Li Qin didn't learn her lesson today, she wouldn't know her own limitations. "All right, my good mother-in-law. It seems you still don't realize your mistake. Even someone surnamed Zhang shows such respect towards me, yet you two dare to act so arrogantly. It seems you really lack sense." As Lin Shen finished speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed Li Qin by the shoulder. Li Qin felt an indescribable sharp pain in her shoulder. Her expression revealed a touch of suffering as she looked at Lin Shen in surprise and said, "Lin Shen, what do you want to do? I warn you, you'd better let go of me." "Do you think you have the qualifications to ask me to let go?" Lin Shen dismissed her, while talking his fingers instantly pressed against Li Qin's clavicle area. His palm gave a gentle rub, and there was a crackling sound coming from Li Qin's clavicle area. The bone broke right on the spot. "Ah!" Li Qin cried out in agony. Sweat beads quickly formed on her forehead, fear gradually showing in her eyes as she shakily told Lin Shun, "Lin Shun, release me. In front of me, people who show no discipline will never meet a good end, and neither will you or your son." Lin Shen's expression remained unchanged. Not only did he not loosen his grip, but instead, exerted more force. A mass of black energy flowed from his palm straight into her body. Her complexion turned black, her facial skin feeling as if a bug was crawling all over it. She experienced a mixture of pain and itchiness, extremely unbearable. Mom, what's wrong with you?" Xin Jun noticed his mother's expression becoming increasingly distorted and immediately turned around furiously staring at Lin Shun and said, "Lin Shun, take it on me. Bullying my mom doesn't prove anything." "Don't worry, you won't get away either," Lin Shun coldly stated, then delivered a slap to Xin Jun's shoulder, injecting a similar stream of black energy into his body. Not long after, his expression also became extremely agonized. This sensation was very familiar to Master Zhang, who once had kneeled down before Lin Shun because of this same force. Seeing this energy flow again made him recall his own past humiliation. He could imagine the upcoming pain that Li Qin and Xin Jun would soon experience. Help! Within a minute, unable to endure the pain, Li Qin tearfully shouted, "Lin Shun, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never target you again." "Now you admit to being wrong? So what are you going to do next? Still attempt to seize Shin Group's assets?" Lin Shun asked icily. "I won't. I don't want anything anymore. Just spare me, and I promise not to oppose you, nor bother Shin Bingxue." Li Qin sobbed and pleaded for mercy. Seeing her relatively sincere response, Lin Shun abruptly released his grip, watching as she fell helplessly onto the ground. Turning back, he continued to look at Xin Jun and asked, "Li Qin has surrendered. What about you? Do you have any intention to express sincerity?" I also admit my fault. Beg brother-in-law to give me a way out. From now on, I will listen to my mom, and I will no longer oppose you." Xin Jun too had experienced the charm of the insect toxin invading his body. He felt like the worms in his stomach were eating up all his intestines. He endured the pain, hoping Lin Shen would spare him. Lin Shen gave a cold laugh and bluntly said, "If my guess is correct, the idea to transfer the company's assets was thought up by you. If I just let you go, I doubt you'll learn your lesson. Why don't I cut out your tongue today so you can remember your sins? And if there's another time, I will certainly make you pay with your life. After finishing his words, Lin Shun turned around and had Master Zhang bring him a knife. Swiftly raising his hand and cutting, he cleanly severed Shun Jun's tongue. Shun Jun's mouth spewed out a mouthful of blood right then. He clenched his teeth and groaned in pain, covering his mouth and letting out painful cries. Even Master Zhang beside them felt a twinge of cruelty at the sight, realizing there was nothing Lin Shun wasn't capable of doing. You two leave now. And in the future, don't let me see you targeting Shun Group again. Lin Shen's roar struck fear in their hearts, causing both of them to immediately scramble away. Now it was the turn of the head of the Zhang family, who had hired a hacker to transfer the funds. Regardless of whose idea this was, the ultimate executor was the head of the Zhang family. Thus, Lin Shen's punishment for him would not be light. Mr. Zhang, you should still remember my warning from last time and what you promised me then, right? Was it just a matter of days before you forgot everything? Lin Shun gradually approached the head of the Zhang family, bent down, and patted his shoulder while asking. Aye. The head of the Zhang family trembled all over with fear, even wetting his pants. He didn't dare to look at Lin Shun once, fearing he'd lose his tongue too. Without waiting for his response, Lin Shun continued. I'll give you 5 minutes first to return all the money that was transferred earlier. If you can't do that, you won't keep your tongue, and I'll cut off all 10 of your fingers. I'll transfer it back immediately. Terrified, the head of the Zhang family quickly agreed and commanded the hacker to return the stolen funds to the original account. The hacker was also quite frightened. Trembling, he opened his computer and began working again. About 4 minutes later, he had completed everything. He timidly said to Lin Shun, Mr. Lin, I've already returned the money. You can call to check it. Good, it seems your instinct for survival is still strong. Satisfied, Lin Shun nodded and turned back to look at the head of the Zhang family, saying, You should thank your subordinate. He saved your life. However, what you've done today has greatly disappointed me. I give you 2 choices. The first, sever both your arms and become a disabled person. The second, hand over the shares of the Zhang Group to me for management, while you retreat to the background. No matter what commands I issue for company management, you must not interfere. What? You want my company? The head of the Zhang family felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. He had originally planned to make a fortune through this opportunity, but in the end, he lost the company? This was truly a major loss. Chapter 213, Shun Bingshue's Concerns. If you're not willing to give it, that's fine too. I don't like forcing others. After saying this expressionlessly, Lin Shun directly threw the knife in front of Master Zhang. Commit suicide to atone for your sins. If you die, I will forgive everything you've done today. You should know, those who can die painlessly as a punishment from me are actually lucky. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I am willing to hand over the company. Please let me go. After hearing these words, Master Zhang knelt down before Lin Shun in fright, his forehead covered with cold sweat as he begged for mercy. Compared to the company and wealth, he would rather keep his life. Lin Shun looked at him disdainfully and chuckled. Since you have agreed, then don't procrastinate. I need to see the contract within 10 minutes. If you cannot prepare it, you might as well die. Certainly. Without wasting a second, Master Zhang got up from the floor, clumsily ran behind the desk, found a contract template, and quickly printed out several contracts. The entire process took no more than 5 minutes. Then, he rushed back to Lin Shun, handing the contracts to him with both hands while smiling nervously, and said, Mr. Lin, please review. I have prepared the contract. You did a good job. After receiving the contract, Lin Shun carefully examined it and didn't find any issues. He immediately signed on it, then handed it over to Master Zhang saying, Each party gets 1 copy. Starting from today, the chairman of Zhang Corporation is me. From now on, you must follow all my orders without any resistance. Yes, I'll make sure to do so. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin. Master Zhang responded very actively, but secretly, he viewed Lin Shun as his biggest enemy. If given an opportunity to kill Lin Shun, he wouldn't hesitate. When Lin Shun looked at him again, the obsequious smile appeared once more on his face. Upon obtaining the contract, Lin Shun immediately dismissed his chairman position. This office would belong to Lin Shun from now on. The first thing Lin Shun did after assuming the role was sitting in Master Zhang's position, flipping through some important industrial contracts of his company, checking if there was anything useful to him. As expected, within just a few seconds, Lin Shun found several medical-related industries. Some involved raw materials in medicinal herb businesses, while others included pharmaceutical manufacturing companies. Some of these companies could perfectly complement Shun Group. Without a word, he drafted a new contract for all these projects, making Shun Group the major collaborator. In this way, the business scale of Shun Group could instantly expand several times over. After preparing the contract, Lin Shun casually snapped his fingers and asked Master Zhang to affix the seal on the contract. When Master Zhang saw the decisions Lin Shun had made, he couldn't help but be greatly surprised. He looked at Lin Shun with astonishment and said, Mr. Lin, are you sure about this? These industrial chains already have fixed partners. Our company does not have the capacity to collaborate with 2 pharmaceutical companies simultaneously. Can't I just terminate the previous partnerships? Shun Group is my priority. Since I've decided to collaborate with this company, it's my decision. Do you have any objections? Lin Shun asked coldly while looking at Master Zhang. And no. How could Master Zhang dare utter even a single no? That's good. When I'm not in the company, you can exercise some powers on my behalf, but major decisions must get my approval. As for the partnerships I want to cancel, you will coordinate the communications. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Lin Shun patted Master Zhang on the shoulder, left him in charge of all these troublesome tasks, and departed alone. After leaving the company, Lin Shun looked at the contracts in his hand, marveling at what an incredible stroke of luck. Who says there's no such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky? Isn't this exactly such a big deal falling right into place? When Lin Shun returned to Shun Group and placed the contracts in front of Shun Bingxue, she was utterly baffled for a moment. Lin Shun, what are these? Shun Bingxue asked curiously. The contract between Zhang Group and us. They've transferred many of their collaborations to us. Since I'm often absent from the company, you execute these collaborations on my behalf, Lin Shun said calmly. What? Zhang Group is collaborating with us? Shun Bingxue was utterly shocked. She didn't know how Lin Shun managed to pull all of this off. Zhang Group was also a prestigious family in Rongtian City. How could Lin Shun get Zhang Group to cooperate with them just by speaking a few words when he went there? Moreover, just before Lin Shun returned, all the funds that were transferred away had already been automatically returned. How much power does Lin Shun actually have? She can hardly imagine it. What's wrong? Aren't you trying to impress me to win me back? Can't you even handle a few collaborations I've handed over to you? Seeing her stunned expression, Lin Shun asked curiously. No, that's not it. Shun Bingxue came back to her senses and quickly assured Lin Shun. Don't worry, I'll definitely take full responsibility for these collaborations and ensure there are no mistakes. Good. With your words, I'm reassured. Now that Shun Group is out of danger, the rest of the matters are up to you. I'll leave first. After finishing his instructions, Lin Shun was about to leave directly. But Shun Bingxue showed a look of reluctance and hurriedly stopped Lin Shun, saying, Lin Shun, after all, I am your ex-wife. You don't have to be so cold toward me, do you? I have a few questions to ask you. What questions? Lin Shun turned back curiously and asked, have you achieved all of this only by relying on Miss Jiang from the Jiang family? In fact, Shun Bingxue had long wanted to ask Lin Shun how far his relationship with Jiang Lanyu had developed. Could it be that she herself couldn't hold any place in Lin Shun's heart because that Miss Jiang had taken over Lin Shun's affection? Turning around, Lin Shun looked at Shun Bingxue with a faint smile and asked, why do you ask? Do you think I can only obtain these capabilities and resources through the Jiang family? Otherwise, how could so many people fear you if it weren't for the Jiang family? Although I don't understand where your abilities come from, everything must be closely related to the Jiang family. If my guess is correct, haven't you already? You know, with Jiang Lanyu? Have you even set a marriage pact? That's why you deliberately keep your distance from me. Shun Bingxue earnestly questioned Lin Shun. You're overthinking it. The relationship between me and Miss Jiang isn't what you think. And you don't need to make too many guesses about me. You won't be able to figure me out. After saying this coldly, Lin Shun immediately turned around and left. Chapter 214. I will avenge this grudge. Shun Bingxue originally wanted to call him back and kindly persuade him not to make the same mistake again. After all, the Jiang family had such a prestigious identity that they might be intentionally taking advantage of him. However, before Shun Bingxue could say these words, Lin Shun had already left. She looked at Lin Shun's retreating figure with deep concern and sighed heavily in her heart. Lin Shun, there's no such thing as free lunch in this world. Even if Miss Jiang temporarily admires your looks, you will never go far. How much I hope you could come back, so we can both work hard together to grow the Shun Group stronger. On the other side, inside Jiang Corporation, after Zhang just sent Lin Shun away, he sat down on his old seat, angrily smashing it with a punch. Lin Shun, you son of a bitch, how dare you take my company? I swear to heaven I'll never share the sky with you. Zhang glared with intense anger in his eyes, but he didn't have the power to avenge himself against Lin Shun. At this moment, suddenly a knock came from outside. He let the person in. It was his female assistant. What do you want? Zhang's mood wasn't great now, and he asked angrily. Mr. Zhang, someone outside claims to be your nephew and is here to visit you. Should we allow him to see you? The assistant casually asked. My nephew? What's his name? Zhang asked suspiciously. He's called Lu Jiantao, said the female assistant. Lu Jiantao? It's actually someone from the Lu family. Bring him in quickly. Upon hearing this name, Mr. Zhang's face immediately turned filled with delight. It seemed like hope was within sight. Lu Jiantao was his sister's son, also the heir of the Wudao Wu family master, Lu Qianxin. It was rumored that this young man had won the championship in the Wudao conference for 3 consecutive terms, acclaimed in the martial arts community as a prodigy seen once every 100 years. He reached the realm of grandmaster at a young age. Clearly, his martial skills were extremely high, surpassing those of ordinary people. If he were willing to help avenge himself, dealing with Lin Shun would be like adding wings to a tiger. In a short while, the assistant brought Lu Jiantao up from downstairs. This time Lu Jiantao came to Rongtian City mainly for 2 reasons. 1. To attend an auction to see if he could obtain some rare treasures. The second reason was to visit his uncle. His mother personally instructed him to do so. He was seen carrying 2 gift boxes and smiling as he walked over to Mr. Zhang and said, Uncle, this is the special gift my mom asked me to bring for you. Good. Jiantao, I can't believe how much you've grown. I've heard about your remarkable martial arts talents. Your achievements are bound to exceed your father's. Now that you're here, please sit down. I'll have someone brew tea for you. Mr. Zhang invited Lu Jiantao to sit down in immense excitement, and the assistant voluntarily brewed a cup of tea for him. Lu Jiantao picked up the tea and sipped it. Seeing that Mr. Zhang was looking at him expectantly, as if expecting something, he curiously asked, Uncle, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face, or do you need my help? Dear nephew, you're too smart. With anticipation on his face, Mr. Zhang smiled and said, Uncle indeed has a favor to ask of you, hoping you can solve a problem for me. What is it? Uncle, please speak. As long as it's within my ability, I will certainly not refuse. Lu Jiantao agreed very decisively. Alas, this matter requires a lot of explanation. Don't look down upon me because uncle appears wealthy and powerful with this big business now, but my life is actually worse than that of a dog. Deeply sighing, Mr. Zhang scolded himself as being useless and harshly slapped his own face. Quickly stopping him, Lu Jiantao was shocked and asked, "Uncle, what exactly happened? My mom says you are one of the top entrepreneurs in Rongtian City, so how could you possibly live worse than a dog? Could it be that someone is bullying you? Not just bullying, it's beyond outrageous." Mr. Zhang bit his teeth and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. "Jiantao, you don't know. Recently, there's been a young man in Rongtian City who uses his martial arts prowess to bully me repeatedly. He has inflicted so much fear in me that I now bear deep psychological trauma. That boy easily defeated my company's bodyguards, and even when I hired killers to deal with him, they failed every time. He found out and subsequently beat me mercilessly, placing my life completely under his control. So, I ask you to help me vent this grievance by catching this guy, breaking his limbs. I want to shred him into pieces with my own hands." Mr. Zhang clenched his fists tightly. "What? There's actually such a thing?" Lu Jiantao felt very surprised. Unimaginable that in such a small place like Rongtian City, someone dared to bully his uncle. After a moment, Lu Jiantao regained his composure and grabbed Mr. Zhang's hand, saying, "Uncle, don't worry about it. This is nothing for me. I'll help you take revenge on that guy. I will surely bring him before you so that you can punish him." "Really?" Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up with excitement as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Jiangtao, if you can do this big favor for me, Uncle will definitely thank you properly. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Uncle, don't worry. We are family. Why be so formal?" Lu Jiantao smiled and spoke very politely to Mr. Zhang. But deep down, he had another purpose. Originally, he wasn't sure how to approach his uncle, but now since the uncle needed his help, he didn't need to initiate the request himself. He could mention it after helping him. "By the way, Uncle, what's this person's name and where does he live?" Lu Jiantao quickly followed up. "His name is Lin Shun. He's the chairman of Shun Group, acting arrogantly and doing whatever he pleases without respecting others. Jiangtao, if you go after him, tread carefully. That boy has superb martial arts skills and must not be underestimated." Mr. Zhang reminded seriously. "You say his name is Lin Shun?" Lu Jiantao furrowed his brows, sensing that this name was extremely familiar. After reflecting for a moment, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the same person who opposed him at the auction? He was allied with Li Feilong. Lu Jiantao was already looking for a chance to avenge himself against this guy, and faithfully discovered that he was also his uncle's enemy. In this case, it saved him the trouble of hunting him down himself. "Uncle, rest assured, leave this matter to me. Coincidentally, I also have a grudge against this Lin Shun, and I intend to settle some old accounts with him thoroughly." A flash of sternness crossed Lu Jiantao's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. "What? Do you know that little brat Lin Shun too?" Mr. Zhang asked with great surprise. Chapter 215, Provocation. "Yes, Uncle, but you don't need to worry. That guy is no match for me. As long as I take action, it will take me no more than 10 moves to knock his teeth out. I will definitely bring him back to you personally so you can teach him a lesson." Lu Jiantao vowed with determination. "Jiangtao, you're unfamiliar with the people and geography of Rongtian City, so it won't be easy for you to find him. This time, I'll go with you, and I'll bring some men to give you courage. Once you defeat him, I want to make him kneel down in front of me and beg for mercy on the spot." The head of the Zhang family was already eager for Lin Shun to pay the price. With their combined uncle-nephew efforts, they immediately set off with a group of people to settle accounts with Lin Shun. At that moment, Lin Shun had just left Shun Group, preparing to find a quiet place to absorb the spiritual energy within the meteorite he acquired at the auction. He looked forward to seeing what kind of changes would occur in his body after absorbing the meteorite's energy again. He found an auspicious spot in a garden outside the company, sat cross-legged on a stone, and began fusing the spiritual energy in his palms with that in the meteorite. When the meteorite's spiritual energy entered his body, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of warm currents throughout his entire being. This current wasn't too hot. Instead, it made him feel comfortably energized. It was as if a fireball was gently roasting in his dantian. Gradually sweat trickled from his forehead, and his tendons and bones could clearly feel strengthening. The energy in his dantian also became extremely substantial at this very moment. Compared to the previously weak energy, it now felt like a sapling had grown into a towering tree. Swish! The moment he opened his eyes, he felt his strength seemed ready to explode. Limitless energy lay dormant in his arms. A punch might topple an elephant. Unfortunately, there was no place for him to practice. If a skilled warrior were to come now, testing these immense energies would have been ideal. Everyone keep up. Ahead is Shun Group. Today we must ensure that Lin Shun has no burial place. At that moment, Lin Shun's ears caught a familiar voice. His gaze swept toward the entrance of the garden, and in the distance, he saw the Zhang family head leading a group of people rushing aggressively toward Shun Group. Lin Shun furrowed his brow, wondering why this guy dared to confront him after having been beaten earlier. Wait. Lin Shun noticed another familiar face among the group. It was Lu Jiangtao, whom he had met before. Instantly, Lin Shun understood everything. The Zhang family had invited a powerful helper, believing Lu Jiangtao could exact revenge on his behalf, which led them here today. Since this was the case, he would use this opportunity to hone his skills and see how far his strength had improved compared to before. With that thought, Lin Shun got up and left the garden. As he emerged, he coincidentally encountered Zhang family head along with Lu Jiangtao and others coming towards him. The Zhang family head also spotted Lin Shun and immediately stopped everyone, glaring icily at Lin Shun, saying, Lin Shun, I've come to settle the debt from earlier. Let me introduce you. This is my nephew, an heir of a martial arts family and also the youngest martial genius. He can deal with you using just one finger. If you're scared right now, then just surrender, and I might let you off easily. But if you don't surrender, today I will turn you into nothing more than a useless cripple. Zhang, are you out of your mind? You've been taught lessons multiple times by me, and yet you still have the audacity to humiliate yourself by coming here again. Lin Shun contemptuously mocked him and shook his head, saying, Do you know what consequences you'll face if you lose again? Are you sure your life is enough to compensate for all your past wrongdoings? Lin Shun, you little punk, stop trying to intimidate me. It's not me fighting you today, but my nephew against you. He will show you what a true martial arts expert is. I wouldn't have come to seek revenge if I weren't 100% confident. The Zhang family head said proudly. So you're entirely certain that he can help you get revenge, is that it? Lin Shun found his words utterly laughable. A moment later, Lin Shun continued. If that's the case, then I will properly test myself against this idiot, letting you know what despair truly means. Young man, you have an arrogant mouth. At this point, Lu Jiangtao stepped forward and said with disdain, Don't think that because the Dragon Master spoke on your behalf at the auction today, you can do as you please in Rongtian City. I, Lu Jiangtao, can kill you as easily as squashing an ant. If you kneel down now and apologize to me, then come crawling to beg for my mercy, I might just give you a chance. Opportunities are meant for useless people like you. Lin Shun showed utter disdain and coldly retorted, continuing, You'd better bring out all your skills. Otherwise, if I defeat you in one move later, you'll be utterly humiliated. What did you say? That I will be defeated in one move? You clearly don't know how insignificant you are compared to the world around you. Even across the entire province, no one dares to make such boastful statements. And here you are spouting nonsense. Today, I will show you just how capable I am. As he finished speaking, Lu Jiangtao suddenly leaped forward, his body darting at Lin Shun like a sharp arrow. Lin Shun nimbly stepped back, deflecting his moves with ease, exerting minimal effort. Compared to his old maneuvers, Lin Shun felt his movements had become much lighter, effortlessly sidestepping whatever technique Lu Jiangtao used, no matter how swift they were. Lu Jiangtao's fists were filled with strong, true energy, causing icy winds that made nearby trees tremble. Each of his moves targeted Lin Shun's vital points. Yet every single one was always just slightly off target, and Lin Shun could deftly evade them with ease. With a calm smile, Lin Shun taunted while dodging. Is this all you've got? The so-called martial genius isn't anything special after all. Boy, how dare you look down on me? I haven't fully displayed my techniques yet. Lu Jiangtao was taken aback by Lin Shun's effortless responses. The techniques he used earlier would have reduced any ordinary martial artist to bloodied pulp on the spot. However, against Lin Shun, he had gained absolutely no advantage. Boom, boom, boom. His following attacks became noticeably fiercer, a punch aimed directly at Lin Shun's temple. Lin Shun calmly smiled, and at the very moment Lu Jiangtao's fist was about to strike, he smoothly dodged aside and grabbed hold of the attacking fist with only one hand. Snap! A bone-crushing sound erupted. Lu Jiangtao let out an excruciating scream instantly. Chapter 216, Unique Concealed Weapon. Lu Jiangtao gritted his teeth tightly, and, in the instant he turned to look at Lin Shun suddenly struck out with a powerful force that sent him flying. Boom! After his body crashed heavily onto the ground, the strong energy wave still rippled, causing him to slide for a full 10 meters before gradually coming to a stop. His skin was all bloodied and raw, and he lay on the ground for quite some time, unable to react. Mr. Zhang watched this happen and was completely dumbfounded. He had not expected his nephew to be unable to defeat Lin Shun. Could it be that Lin Shun's strength had already surpassed that of a martial arts grandmaster? In all of China, there were only a handful of individuals who had reached the level of grandmaster, let alone ones in their early 20s. Nephew, are you alright? Are your injuries severe? Once Mr. Zhang snapped back to reality, he immediately rushed over to Lu Jiangtao's side, helping him up while asking anxiously. This is impossible. Lu Jiangtao, injured, was extremely shocked. When he had lost to Lin Shun earlier, it felt like a dream. How could someone like him possibly lose to an unknown nobody? With a cold expression, Lin Shun walked forward and disdainfully looked down at Lu Jiangtao as he said, Young Master Lu, I warned you earlier to surrender promptly, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on walking towards death instead. Truly, even God couldn't save you. Exactly which martial arts family do you belong to? I've never seen techniques like yours before. You're roughly my age, yet how have you managed to reach the level of grandmaster? Lu Jiangtao stared at Lin Shun in disbelief. Just recalling the surge of energy Lin Shun had released made him shiver in fear. Thankfully, he had managed to dissipate the power in time. Otherwise, he would probably be dead by now. Lin Shun disdainfully remarked, Who told you I'm from a martial arts family? That was just your own conjecture. And, I should also tell you an unfortunate truth. In defeating you earlier, I accidentally crushed your knuckles. It seems unlikely that your right hand will ever fully recover. So, you'll never be able to practice boxing again. What are you talking about? Lu Jiangtao's eyes widened. He lowered his head and raised his right hand, only to find that any contact caused immense pain, and he couldn't form a fist anymore. If he lost the use of his right fist, it meant his path in martial arts would come to a complete halt. Boxing was his strongest skill, and losing it was far worse than losing his life. The next moment, filled with rage, he glared at Lin Shun, saying, Kid, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Knowing my boxing is my greatest strength, you still crushed my fists. And what if I did this on purpose? Lin Shan laughed coldly and sneered. You tried to kill me just now. If I hadn't just destroyed one of your fists, I might have killed you. Compared to that, I've been quite merciful. Now, I don't want to see you anymore. Get out of here immediately. Nephew, let's go. This kid is a devil. We shouldn't compete with him. At these words, Mr. Zhang quickly helped Lu Jiangtao get up to leave. But at that moment, Lin Shan suddenly stopped them coldly, saying, Hold on, I only asked Lu Jiangtao to leave. Did I say you could leave too? You, what do you mean? Mr. Zhang trembled as he questioned. You truly haven't changed. Not long ago, you gave me the Zhang Corporation, and now you're acting troublesome again. I wonder what you're willing to give this time to save your life. Lin Shan asked coldly. Mr. Zhang momentarily stuttered. He understood Lin Shan's meaning clearly now. Obviously, he intended to extort more money from him. Lin Shan said indifferently. If you have nothing to offer, then give me your head to redeem yourself. I wouldn't mind it. I definitely have treasures. Mr. Zhang's face turned white with fright. After pondering for a bit, he suddenly grinned toward Lin Shan and said, Master Lin, it's only now that I realize how formidable you truly are. This is our family heirloom treasure. Please accept it, and I hope you won't hold any grudges against me. I swear that I will no longer trouble you. As he spoke, he took a step closer to Lin Shan. From his person, he pulled out a red wooden silk box. The box appeared quite exquisite, carved with dragons and phoenixes, its style modern and elegant. The contents inside must have been something extraordinary. However, just as Lin Shan accepted the box and was about to open it, a voice rang out in the distance. Master Lin, do not under any circumstances open that box. It contains concealed weapons of the Lu family, and once opened, the consequences will be catastrophic. Lin Shan paused his actions, raising his head. He saw Long Si running over urgently. See, Sir Long Si. Seeing Long Si, Mr. Zhang's face turned visibly terrified. Long Si's status in Rongtian City far exceeded that of the Zhang family, and he wasn't even worthy to carry Long Si's shoes. Bang! Long Si arrived in front of Lin Shan and immediately slapped Mr. Zhang across the face. A strong killing intent flashed in his eyes as he glared angrily at Mr. Zhang, saying, You, Mr. Zhang, have such audacity, daring to harm Mr. Lin. See, Master Long Si, this is all a misunderstanding. Please let me off the hook. Mr. Zhang's eyes darted around, and he immediately knelt down on the ground, pleading for mercy from Long Si. He knew if he angered Long Si, there would be no way for him to continue surviving in Rongtian City. Long Si had come here this time with an urgent matter to discuss with Lin Shan, so he didn't have time to waste too much energy on Mr. Zhang. Regaining his composure, he directly ordered his subordinates. Take this Mr. Zhang away and give him a severe beating. Make sure he can never harm anyone again. Yes, Master Si. Long Si's subordinates responded unanimously, then immediately walked up to Mr. Zhang, dragging him into the car before driving off with him. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangtao, seeing the situation turning unfavorable, silently clutched his chest and fled the scene without another word. Long Si was about to chase after him, but Lin Shan stopped him. That's enough, Master Si. Don't bother chasing him anymore. He already cannot practice martial arts anymore. He's effectively just a useless man now. He poses no threat to me. Oh, right, you mentioned that it was a concealed weapon, wasn't it? That's correct. It's a unique concealed weapon of the Lu family. Besides their Wudao boxing techniques, what they're most famous for are their concealed weapons. There must be some mechanism on this box that allows it to open properly to reveal its interior design. But if someone tries to forcibly open it by unlocking the button, the mechanism will automatically trigger, causing hidden poisoned arrows inside to shoot out, taking the life of whoever attempted to open it. Long Si said seriously. I see, so that's how it works. This box is so intricately crafted. I truly didn't expect it to have a hidden mechanism within. But I'm curious. I want to experience firsthand how strong this mechanism really is. With that said, Lin Shan reached out and directly unlocked the button lock on the box. The box emitted 2 clicking sounds and simultaneously shot out 3 poisoned arrows. Chapter 217. It came true. This scene directly terrified Long Si. Mr. Lin, be careful. At the moment Long Si warned Lin Shan's lips slightly curved upwards. He easily stretched out his hand and grabbed all 3 poisoned arrows between his fingers. His speed was so fast, it seemed like light speed. Long Si couldn't believe this was true. There was actually such incredible speed in this world. Previously, he only knew that Lin Shan was a very powerful genius in the medical field, but now he learned that Lin Shan's martial prowess was also unmatched. That Lu Jiatong from earlier was a prodigy of the Lu family, renowned even in the martial arts world. Yet Lin Shan had defeated him, and now caught the Lu family's concealed weapon barehanded. If Lu Jiatong were to see this scene, he would probably doubt his own life. Because until today, no one in the martial arts world could withstand the hidden weapons of his family. Precisely for this reason, their family's hidden weapons always rank first on the weapons chart in the martial arts world. Mr. Lin is astonishingly talented, almost celestial. You are the strongest top expert among many people I've met who practice martial arts. Please accept my respect. Long Si was thoroughly impressed by Lin Shan's strength. Such immense power certainly wasn't cultivated overnight with effort alone. From this, it could be seen that Lin Shan's talent in the martial arts world could be called number 1 under heaven. Grandpa Si flatters me. The quality of this concealed weapon is merely as such. In my opinion, this poison arrow still has room for improvement. Since the Lu family enjoys creating concealed weapons so much, then I wouldn't mind preparing them another surprise. Lin Shan knew that after Lu Jiatong returned this time, he would definitely find someone to come back for revenge. Next time they came, Lin Shen planned to use his self-made hidden weapon to properly show them their deficiencies. Composing himself, Lin Shen looked at Long Si and said, "Grandpa Si, I am missing some materials. You will have to help me prepare them later." "That is no problem. With Mr. Lin's intelligence and wisdom, there must be nothing in this world you cannot accomplish. I am willing to do my utmost to assist." Long Si agreed without hesitation and then continued, "Mr. Lin, I came to find you today actually because of Boss Chiu. The things you told him before have all come true. When he was working in that warehouse office, the roof beam suddenly collapsed, heading straight toward him. But somehow, his desk emitted a powerful energy at the critical moment, directly hitting the roof beam, which saved Boss Chiu's life. However, with the continuous collapse, Boss Chiu was still severely injured and is currently unconscious at home. I specially came to ask for your assistance. I hope you can go with me to the Chiu family and save him." "Oh, I anticipated this long ago. Do you remember the blood talisman I mentioned?" Lin Shen asked calmly. "Blood talisman? I recall now. At the time, Mr. Lin said that the blood talisman would protect him, allowing him to escape this disaster." Long Si suddenly realized, after talking about it for so long, it turned out that the strong energy came from Mr. Lin's blood talisman. Lin Shen nodded and said, "Yes, the blood talisman can dissolve malevolent qi. If not for this talisman, Boss Chiu would have been dead long ago. However, since he is your friend, saving him once would be fine too. Grandpa Si, lead me to his place." "All right. Thank you for coming to rescue. Please get into the car." Long Si respectfully led Lin Shen into the car and ordered the driver to drive directly towards the Chiu residence. At the same time, inside the Chiu family villa, Chiu Tian's family was engulfed in extreme grief. Chiu Tian was comatose. His family had already summoned numerous experts and professors, yet none were able to revive him. Most who came to see him told the family that for the rest of his life, Chiu Tian would remain a vegetable. The crying echoed continuously throughout the villa, especially Chiu Tian's wife. She was sobbing her eyes out, close to fainting any moment. "Madam, there is a Taoist outside seeking an audience. He claims he can heal Lord Chiu's condition." Just then, a manager walked into the room and respectfully told the weeping madam. Turning around, the madam asked eagerly, "Is it true? Please invite him in quickly." "Yes, madam." The manager promised and immediately left the room to fetch the Taoist. A short while later, a middle-aged Taoist entered. His features were sharp-nosed and cheeky, wearing a blue Taoist robe, donning a Taoist hat. He held a feather duster in one hand and a purple gourd in the other. Seemingly possessing a somewhat genuine air of authority, upon arriving in front of the madam, he examined the patient on the bed, feigning deep thought, and stated, "Humph, indeed, plagued by malevolent qi. Just now, as I casually passed by this place, I noticed a towering presence of malevolent qi beyond the house. Turns out the source of this malevolent qi resides within this person. There's no need for you to panic, madam. I am the Taoist abbot from Purple Gold Mountain. As long as I perform a ritual to exorcise the malevolent qi within him, he will wake up." "Taoist abbot, is that true? Can you really wake my husband? As long as you can save my husband, I will offer my deepest gratitude. Please act quickly." Upon hearing the Taoist's words, the madam was instantly filled with hope and earnestly pleaded with the Taoist. The Taoist took his time, raising his purple gold gourd, and then said calmly, "Madam, to save him, we need precious jade to activate the spiritual energy contained within my gourd. Once this spiritual energy is released from the gourd, all the malevolent qi will be eliminated and absorbed by it. Jade? We have plenty of it. I'll have someone fetch some for you." The madam readily agreed and immediately instructed the steward to retrieve jade pieces from the master's study. Chiu Tian was the largest antiquities merchant in Rongtian City, so naturally, his home had an abundance of antiques. In just a short while, the steward returned from the study with more than a dozen exquisite white jade pieces of high purity. After handing them over to the Taoist, his eyes lit up with delight. His joy almost showed through the corners of his mouth, barely restrained. However, when he held the jade against the purple gold gourd and performed his rituals, only a faint glimmer of spirit light emanated from its opening. Heaving a deep sigh, the Taoist declared, "Madam, this isn't enough jade. The patient won't awaken until all the spiritual energy inside the gourd has been discharged. Not enough? Fetch more." To save Chiu Tian, the madam was willing to pay any price. Sacrificing a few pieces of jade meant nothing to her. Within a few minutes, the steward brought out a large chest filled with colorful jade ornaments, which were now spread out before the Taoist. He was practically drooling at the sight. Gleefully, he proclaimed, "This should be enough. Now, I will perform my magic and start saving him." "Wait." Just as the Taoist was about to proceed, a stern voice cut through from outside the room. Chapter 218, He's a fraud. Stop it right now. The person who walked in was Long Si. With a serious look on his face, he approached the madam and directly advised her, "Madam, don't believe this Taoist's words. He is deceiving you." "What? Deceit?" The madam was very surprised as she looked at Long Si. She had met Long Si more than once before, so she had a high level of trust in him. Long Si then brought Lin Shen to the madam's side and continued, "Taoists always emphasize purity and minimal desires. When did they ever become so interested in jade and antiques? You have been deceived by this fake Taoist. He's not here to save anyone. He has his eyes on your collection of antiques. If you don't believe me, tell him that these items can only be used for rituals and none of them can be taken away. Then see if he still agrees to help save anyone." "This?" The madam's face showed signs of doubt as she turned back to look at the Taoist and asked, "Master Taoist, may I ask, You've heard what fourth master said. Would you agree to bring my father back to life without taking anything? Madam, I have already said that saving lives and curing ailments are my duties. I certainly didn't come for wealth. The Taoist replied quite readily. If he slipped up now, there would be no way for him to leave the villa. So even though he coveted those jades, he could only temporarily pretend not to care. Unexpectedly, just after he finished speaking, Long Si continued again. Since you claim that you can save people, and it's not about money, let me ask you one more question. Do you know what type of sha qi, evil energy, Mr. Chiu was afflicted with? What are its characteristics, and how should it be dispelled? This is, of course, a very potent sha qi. Even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't understand it. The best way to remove sha qi is through rituals, naturally. With my formidable skills, all I need to do is make my purple gold gourd emit light, and all sha qi in the world can be contained within it. The Taoist stroked his beard confidently while saying so. Long Si had seen many fraudsters, but today he encountered such a persistent scammer for the first time. He calmly stepped forward, glanced at the gourd of gold, and lightly chuckled as he asked, "What secrets are hidden in your purple gold gourd? And why does it have the function to absorb sha qi? It's only natural. My gourd is crafted from special materials, accompanied by cinnabar talismans. Once the spiritual energy of antiques stimulates it, it will emit the spiritual energy capable of absorbing all types of worldly sha qi." The Taoist continued to speak calmly. If Long Si and Lin Shen weren't here, the Chiu family members would really have believed him. However, at this moment, Long Si glanced at Lin Shen next to him respectfully and said, "Mr. Lin, I have already raised questions for you, and he has also given his explanations. Now, it's up to you to personally unveil his hypocritical mask." "No problem. This so-called purple gold gourd is actually not made of the advertised special material. Furthermore, a mechanism has been installed on this gourd, with the mechanism's button located at the bottom of the gourd." Lin Shen stepped forward, scanned the Taoist with his gaze, and then asked with a faint smile, "Master Taoist, might I ask if what I said is correct? By pressing the mechanism, the gourd will emit a golden ray. That's because there is a small flashlight inside. The flashlight's glow looks much like divine light. So you masquerade as divine light to deceive Mrs. Chiu." "Nonsense." The Taoist felt a thud in his heart. Instinctively, he clutched the bottom of the gourd, sternly staring at Lin Shen and retorted, "Young man, who gave you the qualification to question my skills? My magical practices were learned from the Taoist temple on Purple Mountain. Don't you dare to blaspheme against Taoism." "Ho ho, then may I ask if you dare to show the bottom of your gourd to everyone present? Or explain the types of sha qi, their distinctions, and the necessary incantations needed to eliminate it? Wouldn't it be impossible for a Taoist not to know these basic principles?" Lin Shen continued asking. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, the Taoist immediately broke out into a cold sweat. After cheating for so long, this was the first time he encountered such questioning. If he had known today would be so unfavorable, he would have consulted an oracle early in the morning. But it was clearly too late now. Can't answer any of it? So, everything I said appears to be true. Lin Shen smirked faintly, and when the Taoist wasn't paying attention, he swiftly snatched the gourd from his hand. Then he showed the bottom part of the gourd to everyone present and pressed the button at the bottom. Sure enough, a streak of light appeared from within the gourd. It was exactly the same weak luminous color as the light emitted earlier from inside the gourd. Upon seeing this scene, the madam instantly flared up with anger, glaring fiercely at the Taoist and shouted, "How dare you, imposter Taoist, to run around defrauding my family Chiu of wealth and potentially ruining lives? Are you crazy or something? I haven't. What evidence do you have to say that I'm after the wealth? I've already said I don't want these jewels at all." The Taoist's eyes darted around as he quickly explained in a nervous tone, "You did say you don't want them, but what you didn't say was whether or not you'd steal them." At this moment, Lin Shen approached him and directly pulled out several jade pendants from his pocket, precisely the ones he had stolen from the treasure chest. This Taoist wasn't just a con artist, he was also an agile master thief. When Lin Shen passed by the door earlier, he happened to see the Taoist secretly stealing a few jade pendants during his conversation with someone else, slipping them into his own clothes. Now, the evidence of theft was undeniable, and the Taoist's wide eyes betrayed his speechlessness. "Do you have anything more to say?" Lin Shen threw the jade pendants back into the box, then turned around with a faint smile to look at the Taoist and asked, "Young man, you've ruined my plans. I will never forgive you. Just wait for me." Seeing things going south, the Taoist immediately fished out a smoke pill from his robe and flung it onto the ground. Immediately, a thick black fog spread throughout the scene. By the time everyone managed to disperse the fog, the Taoist had vanished without a trace. Long Si frowned deeply and instantly ordered his subordinates to pursue the man at all costs to bring him back. After his men left, Mrs. Chiu looked gratefully at Long Si and Lin Shen. "Master Si, young friend, thank you so much. If it weren't for you two exposing that man's tricks just now, I would have fallen for his deception. These jewels are old Master Chiu's accumulated wealth. If they were taken away like this, surely when he wakes up, he'd scold me severely. Mrs. Chiu, losing valuables is no big deal. But if the patient's life is lost, that would be catastrophic. My name is Lin Shen, and I was invited by Master Si to treat Mr. Chiu. Indeed, he has been affected by sha qi. Please step aside and let me help treat him. I can guarantee that Mr. Chiu will wake up within 10 minutes. Lin Shen declared resolutely. All right. Thank you, young friend Lin." The madam immediately stepped aside upon hearing Lin Shen's words. "Hold on a moment." Right then, a cold voice came from outside the door. Chapter 219, He is my master. Everyone in the room turned around at the same time. A young, tall woman with a cold demeanor, dressed in a white dress, who looked like a model, walked in from outside. She was Qiu Juetian's daughter, Qiu Mimi. She was also a well-known actress throughout the province, a leading figure in the entertainment industry. Mimi, how did you come back? Didn't you say you had to film today and didn't have time to return? Mrs. Qiu asked curiously when she saw her daughter walk in. Mom, Dad is so sick at home. How can I not care? Qiu Mimi said with concern, then coldly scanned Lin Shun with disdain and said, You just claimed you could cure my father, but you look like a fraudulent scammer to me. Mimi, do not be rude. Mrs. Qiu quickly intervened and said, It was thanks to this Mr. Lin that we exposed that Taoist earlier, otherwise your father would really have been harmed by the scammer. This Mr. Lin is someone invited by Lord Long. How could he possibly be a scammer? Mother, there are too many scammers these days, both low-end and high-end ones. Uncle Long must have also been deceived by this guy, which is why he believes him. Qiu Mimi responded seriously after looking over Lin Shun, and said with contempt, I've seen countless doctors, but how could such a young one have profound medical skills? Miss Qiu, I've personally witnessed the exceptional medical skill of this Mr. Lin, and it's only thanks to Mr. Lin using a blood charm that your father managed to survive today. You should not be disrespectful towards him. At this point, Long Si frowned deeply and stared seriously at Qiu Mimi while saying, What are you talking about? He saved your father. Truly laughable. Qiu Mimi couldn't help but scoff coldly, shaking her head as she looked at Long Si and said, Uncle Long, you're a good friend of my father, and I respect you greatly. But what you're saying today, I cannot agree with. According to Mom, my father actually had an incident at an antique auction, and at that time, only he and his subordinates were present there. My father survived purely due to his good fortune. What does this guy have to do with it? Miss Qiu, you may not know this, but your father met Mr. Lin before the incident occurred, and Mr. Lin even predicted that your father might encounter danger. Unfortunately, your father didn't believe Mr. Lin and drove him away. It's because Mr. Lin respected their close relationship that he left behind the blood talisman to save your father's life. Long Si explained earnestly. He never imagined that Miss Qiu's daughter would have the exact temperament as old Qiu. If Mr. Lin gets upset because of her words, then old Qiu's life might truly be lost forever. Before Qiu Mimi could respond again, Lin Shen suddenly stepped forward, interrupting Long Si, and said, Sir Si, since some people don't trust my medical skill, perhaps it's best we let this person die. Mr. Lin, please calm down. Actually, Miss Qiu. Enough, Sir Si, I've already given you face. If it weren't for your sincere request today, I wouldn't have bothered coming here to save anyone. Since Miss Qiu doesn't believe in me, I see no need for me to force myself upon you. Let her find whoever she wants to save her. Lin Shen finished speaking and immediately turned to walk away. For a moment, there was an awkward silence on the scene. Especially Mrs. Qiu felt extremely complex emotions. She ran up to Qiu Mimi and tugged at her, saying, Mimi, you're really being obtuse. Do you have any idea how much effort Uncle Four went through to invite Mr. Lin here? Before Mr. Lin arrived, all the doctors treating your father declared there was no way for him to wake up. Mr. Lin is the only doctor capable of saving him. Mother, don't let yourself be duped by that boy. I think he's nothing more than another con artist. I refuse to believe he's the only person in the world who can treat diseases. Surely the doctors I brought for my dad will be able to heal him too. Qiu Mimi firmly replied. At this, Mrs. Qiu showed a surprised expression, confused, asking, What did you just say? Have you hired other doctors? Whom did you bring? Mother, I invited a top traditional Chinese medicine expert known as the Xuanhuan acupuncture king. To persuade him to act, I paid billions in consultation fees and made multiple requests before finally managing to invite him. He should be arriving very soon, Qiu Mimi said with conviction. Meanwhile, after Lin Shun and Long Si left the villa, Lin Shun had barely walked out when Long Si immediately caught up, respectfully saying, Mr. Lin, please stop. What Qiu Mimi said earlier was indeed too harsh, but I understand this girl quite well. She might not speak well sometimes, but she has a kind heart. She definitely wasn't trying to offend you intentionally. Sir Four, her words just now were very clear in meaning. Why do you bother to speak up for her? Mr. Qiu's fate is predetermined. If his daughter becomes his next calamity, then that's his destiny. I cannot act against heaven's will. Lin Shun frankly stated. This. Long Si didn't know how to persuade Lin Shun. Just hearing Qiu Mimi's words made him feel she had gone too far. It was no surprise that Mr. Lin was angry. But now old Qiu was on the brink of danger. How could he ask Mr. Lin to intervene again? While he was pondering this, a car suddenly pulled up from afar near the villa and came to a steady stop at the entrance. The driver got out first and quickly rushed to the rear door to open it and invite the passenger inside to exit. As the door opened, an old man wearing a traditional Chinese suit with a round hat stepped out slowly. He looked frail but carried a medicine box with him. His face was rather familiar. Lin Shun did not expect to see him here again. Old Zhang, it's been a while. Before the person who got out of the car noticed Lin Shun gave a light laugh and said as he looked towards the approaching figure, Master, Master. The old man heard a familiar voice and hastily raised his head towards Lin Shun, only to truly confirm it was his master. This old Zhang's skills in acupuncture were actually taught by Lin Shun 3 years ago. Back when Jiang Cheng was critically ill, this old man was the one who tried treating him initially without success, which led to Lin Shun stepping in to save his life. Impressed by Lin Shun's medical prowess, the old man asked Lin Shun to accept him as a disciple. Initially, Lin Shun had no intention of taking him as a disciple, but he kept pestering Lin Shun incessantly and bowed repeatedly asking for mentorship. Eventually, out of sheer persistence, Lin Shun relented and imparted him a set of acupuncture techniques. Thanks to his talent and the expertise of these methods, he became known as the Needle King within just 3 short years. In the entire world, aside from Lin Shun being the one whom he submits to as his overlord, there probably wouldn't be another person. Seeing Lin Shun standing outside, he couldn't help but curiously ask, "Master, why are you here?" Chapter 220. Even gods have difficulty curing. These words should be coming from me asking you. Lin Shun shot back a counter-question. Over the past 3 years, Lin Shun had never seen his face or asked about how he was doing. Anyway, Lin Shun had already taught him everything that needed to be taught. Whatever achievements he attained afterwards were entirely up to him. It's like this, master. I was invited by Miss Chiu to come here and treat her father's illness. I heard that Grandpa Chiu suffers from a rare condition, so I specially came here to diagnose and treat him, Zhang Xuanhuan said without hesitation. In that case, there is no need for you to attempt treatment. That Miss Chiu is very high and mighty. Even I, your master, was driven out. Do you really think with your abilities, you can cure Mr. Chiu? Lin Shun subtly hinted. Boom. Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Zhang Xuanhuan's face immediately changed drastically. His brows suddenly furrowed coldly, and he clenched his fists tightly as he said, "So this is how it is. The last time they invited me, she seemed humble and sincere enough, but behind closed doors, she is such a pompous person. Master, you don't need to worry. Since she disrespected you, today, I absolutely will not treat their patient. It's not about whether you decide to treat them or not. How is your practice in acupuncture now? What level have you reached?" Lin Shun didn't want to dwell on the matter, and instead curiously asked, "Master, my acupuncture technique has now reached perfection. I can now guide the needle with qi," Zhang Xuanhuan said with great pride. In just 3 short years, you've managed to reach the stage where you can control the needle with qi. You indeed possess some talent. However, this isn't the highest realm of acupuncture. You are still quite far from reaching the pinnacle of its mastery. Lin Shun seriously said, "What? Is there an even more powerful technique of acupuncture beyond controlling needles with qi?" Zhang Xuanhuan's smile abruptly vanished. He thought his acupuncture skills had already reached the highest level, but one sentence from Lin Shun completely shattered his confidence. Looking at Lin Shun with great surprise, he asked, "Master, apart from guiding needles with qi, what other realms exist?" The highest form of acupuncture is when no needle triumphs over having one. When you achieve the state where there is no physical needle in your hand, yet a needle exists in your heart, then you've probably reached the highest level of acupuncture. However, attaining this level is no easy task, so you must maintain peace of mind and patience in practicing. The more agitated you become, the less likely you are to master the peak level of acupuncture techniques. Lin Shun earnestly instructed. "Yes, master. I'll remember your advice. I'll certainly practice diligently once I return home," Zhang Xuanhuan resolutely agreed. Today, he was extremely glad to meet Lin Shun again. The usual confidence and arrogance he displayed before others disappeared instantly. In front of Lin Shun, he felt like a small student. "Master Zhang, when did you arrive? Why haven't you gone inside yet?" Just at that moment, the villa door opened, and Xiao Mimi walked out from the living room. Seeing her, Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned grave instantaneously, shaking his head as he said, "Miss Qiu, your father's illness is none of my concern. You do not need to implore me any longer to take action. I'll return all the medical consultation fees you paid previously. Please stop bothering me henceforth." "What? Master Zhang, where have I offended you? My father is in dire straits right now. You're the only one who can save him in this entire world. Please don't abandon him like this." Qiu Mimi's eyebrows tightened, and she hurriedly pleaded earnestly. "If you agree to help him, our family, the Qius, will gladly pay double the original consultation fee. I humbly request your assistance." "Miss Qiu, you just claimed that in this world, only I can revive your father. This statement is a bit too grand. A person standing beside me can save your father, and he is the most respected master of mine throughout my life. By now, you probably know who he is." Since Zhang Xiaohuan noticed she was still obstinately unaware, he directly revealed the truth to her. Qiu Mimi froze on the spot. Her gaze scanned the surroundings. Besides Master Zhang, the only people present here were Lin Feng and Uncle Long. It was evident that Uncle Long knew nothing about medicine. Though he had invested in pharmaceutical groups, he was clueless about curing illnesses. Could it be Lin Shen? This notion flickered in her consciousness for only a moment before disappearing. She believed this was absolutely impossible. Who exactly was Master Zhang? He was the leading senior expert in the medical field. Endless numbers of people wanted his help, yet he would only act based on his mood. How could Lin Shun, this young man, whose age doesn't even amount to a third of Master Zhang's, possibly qualify as Master Zhang's teacher? If this were true, it would be laughable nonsense. "Master Zhang, please stop joking with me. There are only a few of us here. Who could possibly be your master? If you find the money I offer inadequate, I am willing to triple the diagnostic fee. Please extend a helping hand and save my father." After coming back to her senses, Qiu Mimi continued to implore Zhang Xiaohua. Miss Qiu, as it seems, my master spoke the truth when he said you're self-assured and arrogantly conceited. To be frank, my master is none other than Mr. Lin Shen here. All of my medical skills have been taught by him. If I can cure your father's illness, then for my master, it would certainly be effortless. But since you've been so disrespectful towards my master, even if you were to offer me 100 times the consultation fee today, I absolutely will not extend help." Zhang Xiaohua declared with unwavering resolution, snorted coldly, and left with his head held high. Qiu Mimi froze where she stood. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect Lin Shun to actually be Master Zhang's teacher. So his departure must surely have been due to her offense against Lin Shun. Master Zhang, I realize my mistake. Please give me another chance. Even though Qiu Mimi tried to chase after Zhang Qiuhua and seek his forgiveness, Zhang Qiuhua was extremely resolute in walking away without looking back once. After watching Zhang Qiuhua walk far enough away, she finally regained her senses and looked regretfully at Lin Shun. She respectfully approached Lin Shun and admitted, Mr. Lin, it was my blindness before, unaware of the depth of your medical prowess. Please forgive me. Even if you know now, it changes nothing. Lin Shun said expressionlessly, your father's condition has reached a critical state. If treated in time just now, there might still have been a chance for a full recovery. But from the looks of it now, all you'll be able to do is prepare for his funeral. What? Upon hearing these words, Qiu Mimi's eyes became filled with immense despair. Even Long Si beside her was greatly shocked. He hurriedly asked Lin Shun, Mr. Lin, is what you say true? Could Mr. Qiu really? That's correct. He was afflicted by a malevolent energy. For every minute this malevolent energy stays inside his body, it becomes increasingly perilous. When I had initially prepared to act, that was already his final limit. By now, this malevolent energy must have surely attacked his vital organs. Even divine intervention cannot save him now. Before Long Si could finish, Lin Shun answered promptly. Boom. It was as if thunder struck Qiu Mimi's mind. She almost fainted. Chapter 221, Trading Your Body. Dad, it's my fault. It's all my mistake. Tears welled in Qiu Miao Miao's eyes as they streamed down her cheeks. She realized her mistakes fully now, but it was too late. She lifted her hand and slapped her own face twice hard, unable to accept the truth before her eyes, crying out through her tears, Dad, it's your daughter who has killed you. I have been too arrogant. Rest assured, after I send you off, I will accompany you in death. I won't leave you alone. After saying this, she despaired and stood up, ready to walk into the villa. At this moment, Lin Shun suddenly coughed twice and continued to say, although your father's illness is incurable even for gods, I have another title called Beyond God. My medical skills are so remarkable that even gods would yield to me by a third. If you show enough sincerity, perhaps I can cure your father's illness. Are you serious? Qiu Miao Miao, who had originally given up all hope, suddenly heard Lin Shun's words and turned around instantly. Lin Shun nodded seriously and said, I never joke. Since I said I could save him, I certainly can. Mr. Lin, please forgive my ignorance and foolishness. As long as you are willing to save my father, I am willing to pay any price. Please save him. I will kowtow to you for forgiveness. Upon hearing Lin Shun's resolute words, Qiu Miao Miao quickly ran over to Lin Shun and knelt down with a thud. However, Lin Shun wasn't impressed. He waved his hand indifferently and said, you don't need to kneel down to me. What I want is not your kneeling. So what do you want, Mr. Lin? As long as I can give it, I will definitely agree without hesitation. Qiu Miao Miao said decisively, if what I want is you, are you willing to sacrifice yourself to save your father? Lin Shun asked solemnly, what are you saying? Qiu Miao Miao's heart sank. She looked at Lin Shun very strangely, never imagining that Lin Shun actually had his eyes on her, wanting her to trade her body for her father's life. Although she was unwilling to comply, her purity being the most important thing to her, something she couldn't lose. The current situation was special, with her father's life hanging in the balance, caused entirely by her actions. To atone, she was prepared to sacrifice everything. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly nodded earnestly. All right, I will agree with you. As long as you're willing to take action, I'll do anything. That's what you said. Lin Shun looked at her in some surprise, thinking that this high and mighty and proud woman truly was a filial daughter. It's true, Mr. Lin, I beg you to help and save my dad. Qiu Miao Miao nodded and continued saying, fine, since you've agreed to my terms, let's go inside and save him first. Afterward, tonight you will come to where I live and take care of me properly for the night. Then we'll be even. Lin Shun walked up to her, lightly raised his hand, and touched her chin, smiling and saying, although she resisted strongly, for the sake of her father, she didn't show any signs of refusal. Not long afterward, Lin Shun followed Qiu Miao Miao upstairs to the villa. In front of Qiu Juetian, Lin Shun reached out and grasped his pulse to diagnose, furrowing his brow and saying, as expected, the ominous energy inside Mr. Qiu has already affected his heart. All of you step back a few steps. When I attempt to save him, there is a possibility I might accidentally hurt you. Hurry up and retreat. Long Si had seen the strength of Lin Feng's inner energy. He imagined Lin Feng must use the internal energy within his body to save the patient. After retreating 3 meters with the mother and daughter from the Qiu family, Lin Feng then turned around and began to use his method to save lives. As he took a bow stance, his arms slowly rose upwards. Following the slow movement of his qi from his lower abdomen, 2 golden dragons appeared between his arms, circling his body and flying non-stop. Qiu Miao Miao, seeing this scene, was completely astonished. It seemed that Lin Shun truly possessed unparalleled medical skills. This level of power was certainly not something an ordinary person could cultivate. Could it be that Lin Shun really was a deity? Roar! A roar of a true dragon resounded in the air. The entire house started shaking. The inner energy in Lin Shun's hands continuously stirred the air as his hands were placed flat on Qiu Juetian's chest, causing the 2 dragons to slowly enter Qiu Juetian's body. At this moment, Qiu Juetian's body was completely covered in golden light. Lin Shun gathered strength in his fingers, releasing bursts of golden light rapidly, shooting into Qiu Juetian's body. In just a few minutes, Qiu Juetian suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His whole face immediately turned black. This frightened everyone in the room so much their faces turned pale. Mr. Lin, what's wrong with my husband? Why is he? Mrs. Chiu saw this and became extremely anxious, rushing forward and asking Lin Chen. Before Chiu Miao Miao could finish speaking, Long Si immediately stopped her and said seriously, Mrs. Chiu, don't go forward. The martial art technique Mr. Lin is using is very powerful. If you get close, you will definitely be injured by the true energy. Trust in Mr. Lin's medical skills. Old Chiu will surely be fine. All right. Mrs. Chiu had no choice but to endure her worries and continue watching from where she stood. Lin Chen suddenly released another surge of energy, which was then infused into Chiu Juetian's body. Chiu Juetian passed out instantly this time. After Lin Chen carefully inputted the energy bit by bit, he raised his hand high, and the two golden dragons shot out of his body, gradually retreating back into his palms. All the healing techniques were now finished. Lin Chen took a long breath, and finally, the surrounding air grew calm once more. He slowly turned around, looking at Long Si and the mother and daughter of the Chiu family, saying, Mr. Chiu is already fine. You can come over to check on him now. Is he healed already? Mrs. Chiu showed a look of amazement on her face. She walked up to Lin Chen and observed that her husband's complexion had indeed recovered to a great extent, with all the previous black spots completely disappearing. It's truly the case. Mr. Lin is a divine physician. My husband's black marks are all gone. Mrs. Chiu marveled as she praised Lin Chen. Chiu Miao Miao also looked at her father incredulously, amazed that Lin Chen was able to restore her father's health so quickly with just his hands. She glanced back at Lin Chen with some astonishment, feeling a trace of respect arise for him in her heart. However, as soon as she recalled the condition Lin Chen had previously demanded from her, any little good impression disappeared in an instant. Mr. Lin, old Chiu is still unconscious. When will he wake up? Long Si looked at the unconscious Chiu Juetian and asked curiously. This won't take long. In no more than 10 minutes, he'll open his eyes and meet all of you. Lin Chen stated very confidently. There's movement. Dad just moved his hand. As Lin Chen finished speaking, Chiu Miao Miao called out excitedly. Everyone immediately looked over. Chapter 222, The Fourth Master's Invitation. Chiu Juetian's hands were still trembling incessantly, and after a moment, his brows also furrowed slightly. This gave the onlookers a glimpse of hope, especially Chiu's mother and daughter, who felt an overwhelming surge of excitement upon seeing the unconscious Chiu Juetian about to awaken. That's wonderful. Dad is really waking up. Chiu Mimi tightly clutched her mother's hand and said. As soon as she finished speaking, Chiu Juetian woke up. His eyes slowly opened, though his gaze was still scattered and dim, indicating some weakness in his condition, but the previous expression of pain had vanished completely. Old Chiu, you're finally awake. How are you feeling now? Is there any part of your body that feels uncomfortable? At the moment Long Si saw his eyes open, a huge weight that had been resting on his heart finally lifted. Chiu Juetian looked around at everyone present. When he saw his family and Long Si, he only felt happiness, but when his eyes met Lin Chen's, he became extraordinarily agitated. He struggled forcefully to get up from the bed, yet his arms and legs lacked the necessary strength. Chiu Mimi quickly moved forward to stop him. Dad, you've just awakened. Your body is still weak. Please don't move recklessly. No, help me out of bed. My life has been saved by Mr. Lin, and I must thank him personally. Chiu Juetian firmly insisted. Only he knew what he had seen when he got into trouble. He witnessed with his own eyes the moment the roof beam fell down. A strong red light emanated from under the table, instantly knocking away the roof beam, thus allowing him to escape harm. When he suffered serious injuries and looked under the table afterwards, he unexpectedly found a red blood charm. There was no doubt that this blood charm was left behind for him by Lin Chen. Although he did not believe Lin Chen's words at that time, since the incident happened, he considered Lin Chen as a deity. Mr. Chiu, it's best if you heed your daughter's advice. You indeed shouldn't be moving around too much right now. If you want to thank me, you can express your gratitude after your wounds heal. Lin Chen interjected before he continued. With great emotion, he grasped Lin Chen's hand earnestly and said, Mr. Lin, you have truly saved my life. I deeply regret not listening to your words before. If I had listened to you earlier, I wouldn't have gone through such a disaster. Mr. Chiu, your fate wasn't supposed to end here. Since heaven has granted you another chance at life, you must treasure it well. Lin Chen sincerely consoled him a few times and then mentioned, by the way, Mr. Chiu, the malevolent energy within your body this time clearly indicates that you've offended someone skilled. This person excels in feng shui formations, so in the future, you must take extreme care. Feng shui formations? I've never known people like that. How could I have possibly offended them? Chiu Juetian asked puzzled. Not knowing them doesn't mean your enemies don't know them. It's possible they hired such a master to intentionally leave malevolent energy in your body to kill you indirectly. Lin Chen seriously replied. The power of this malevolent energy is extremely great. According to my knowledge, even across the entire country, very few people should be able to utilize it. Hence, whoever wishes to harm you must hold immense authority. I understand. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Thanks for reminding me, benefactor. After reflecting for a moment, Chiu Juetian solemnly thanked. Immediately after, he turned back towards his wife and instructed, Wife, go to my study quickly. Fetch that night pearl. I want to personally give it to our benefactor. All right, I'll do that immediately. Chiu's wife promptly left the room to fetch the treasure. A few minutes later, she arrived in front of Lin Chen, holding a box with both hands. After opening the box herself, it revealed a luminous and translucent night pearl. The night pearl was about the size of a football. It was estimated to be one of the largest in the entire nation, making it incredibly precious. It was extremely valuable. When Chiu's wife expressed her wish to present it to Lin Chen, he swiftly refused. President Xiao, this precious gift is something I can't accept. I treated you only because of Master Four's request, not for money. So, keep the pearl with you for now. No matter how, I cannot accept it. Benefactor, if you refuse, I will have my wife and daughter kneel forever, Xiao Juetian firmly stated, then promptly ordered Xiao's wife and Xiao Mimi to kneel simultaneously. Seeing this, Lin Shen immediately stepped forward to support them, but without Xiao Juetian's command, neither of them could move. Out of sheer helplessness, Lin Shen finally consented. All right, since President Xiao shows such goodwill, I'll humbly accept it. After speaking, he approached and successfully helped them both up. Now that Xiao Juetian's illness was completely cured, Lin Shen felt that staying here longer served no purpose, so he took his leave along with Long Si, and they departed from the Qiu household. Before leaving, Long Si especially instructed Xiao Juetian to rest properly, promising to come see him again shortly. Everyone in the Qiu family wore joyful expressions. Only Xiao Mimi, watching Lin Shen's retreating back, was momentarily unsure whether he was a good person or a bad one. He had saved her dad and even refused to take money for it. Surely, that didn't make him look like a bad person. But then again, he'd asked her to serve him later that night. Wasn't that the mark of a typical lecherous man? Xiao Mimi despised men who were overly lustful and oily. She wouldn't have agreed to Lin Shen's demand if it wasn't to save her father's life. Now she was extremely pressured about what to do that evening. Mr. Lin, the medical skills you just demonstrated were truly incredible. To witness such an impressive healing process in my lifetime is truly an honor. As Long Si walked Lin Shen out of the villa, on their way down the road, Long Si couldn't help but praise him. Lord Four, your flattery is unnecessary. Saving lives and curing ailments are the duties of us doctors. The difficulties I placed upon Miss Qiu earlier were not intentionally targeted at her, but to teach her the lesson that there are always greater things beyond one's own world and more capable people than oneself. If she remains trapped within her small universe, she will make poor decisions when faced with future challenges, and in severe cases, those mistakes could cost lives, Lin Shen explained. Ah, I see. For a moment, I thought Mr. Lin harbored admiration for Miss Qiu's beauty and figure. I even planned to introduce the two of you further. Long Si suddenly realized after hearing Lin Shen's words. He had completely misunderstood Lin Shen's intentions before. After a brief pause, Long Si suddenly said, Mr. Lin, I noticed earlier that you carefully selected antiques at the auction, so I know you must be quite knowledgeable about them. Now that we've finished treating the patient, I wonder if you might be interested in stopping by my home? I have a substantial collection of antiques, and I'd love for Mr. Lin to give them a professional appraisal. If there's anything you fancy, I'd gladly part with a few pieces for you because my treasure room is practically overflowing. Oh, is that so? Lin Shen understood his implied meaning and, after pondering for a moment, replied, Since Lord Four has graciously extended the invitation, how could I possibly decline? Chapter 223, a high-level expert behind the scenes. Haha, if that's the case, Mr. Lin, then please proceed. Long Si laughed twice, then took Lin Shen to his car and drove off to his house. About half an hour later, Long Si and Lin Shen arrived at the Long family villa. This villa looked about as luxurious as the one owned by Mr. Qiu, both covering over 1,000 square meters and looking extremely opulent in the European villa style. Truly magnificent. Mr. Lin, please come inside. Long Si respectfully invited Lin Shen into the villa. Unexpectedly, just as Long Si was about to open the door, Lin Shen suddenly heard a rapid series of footsteps from behind. At the same time, an intense killing aura was closing in on them threateningly. Lin Shen frowned, sensing something was wrong, and quickly said to Long Si, Sir Si, get inside the yard immediately and don't come out. Someone intends to harm you. What? Long Si didn't react in time, but when he turned around, he saw a figure descending from the sky. Long Si, prepare to die. A sharp voice echoed as the blade approached Long Si's head. Reacting too slowly, Long Si managed to dodge thanks to Lin Shen's quick action. Pushing Long Si aside, Lin Shen himself swiftly moved to the side. The killer's blade hit the ground with such force it bent into a 90-degree angle. Then using the bending power, the body easily leapt aside, assuming an attacking stance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As he readied himself for battle, more than 10 other masked individuals emerged from the shadows. Masters, all similar to him. Each of them held a knife, exuding immense energy. Apparently, they had all come for Long Si. Long Si frowned, knowing he often encountered assassination attempts, but never had so many acted together against him at once. With a great deal of enemies from his past, he always asked assassins their identity. Who are you? Who sent you? Long Si walked forward and sternly questioned. Long Si, you've meddled with our boss's affairs many times, and yet you have the audacity to ask who we are. If you want to know our identities, go ask King Yama, replied the lead assassin coldly before giving a direct order. Everyone attack. Sir Si, step back a bit. Let me handle these little nuisances. Lin Shen voluntarily stepped up and was the first to move toward helping Long Si defend against the masked people. During the fight, Lin Shen discovered that these people were not only skilled in martial arts, but also emitted a strong Gu Qi, poisonous charm aura, with every move. It seemed all of them were underlings of the Gu clan. You boy, what sort of stumbling block are you? Your skills aren't bad, but you shouldn't stand against us. The leading assassin attacked Lin Shen while icily questioning him. I should be the one asking you guys this. You Dark Alliance villains commit numerous evil deeds. Why are you here today dealing with Sir Si? Lin Shen said, and suddenly launched a fierce tiger collision. Bang! In a flash, Lin Shen rushed to the front of the leading assassin, colliding fists with his chest. Uft! The other person spat out blood instantly, being flung several meters away by Lin Chun. Seeing this, others couldn't help but display astonished expressions. However, they did not concede, instead increasing their speed and strength even more. Lin Chun executed a few flying kicks continuously without allowing them any time to respond or defend, effortlessly throwing all of them away. The whole thing lasted less than a minute. Everyone fell to the ground, struggling painfully. Good, very powerful strength. The lead masked man clutched his chest, struggling but unable to rise from the ground for a long time. Lin Chun calmly walked over, stepping on his chest, and asked, still refusing to confess, "Who's your superior? Boy, aren't you aware of our identity? If you know, why bother asking so much?" The lead masked man, with a determined expression, fiercely glared at Lin Chun and threatened, "Don't think that because you can fight, you can do whatever you want. The scale of the Dark Alliance's influence is beyond your imagination. Boy, you've now engaged in combat with us, meaning you won't live for more than 3 days." Daring to boast at death's doorstep, Lin Chun exerted more pressure with his foot. The lead masked man couldn't bear the pain and let out a piercing cry. Lin Chun observed his grotesque expression and continued, "I will give you one last chance. Quickly confess who the person behind all this is. If you refuse again, I'll take your life right now." No, don't kill me." Seeing Lin Chun getting serious, his eyes filled with menace, causing the lead masked man to beg desperately, "Brother, let me go. I know I was wrong, but I truly cannot say. If I disclose it, I will die myself. If you don't speak, your death will be even more painful." A flying finger from Lin Chun struck the chest of the leading masked man, instantly sending a black shadow into his body. A piercing scream of agony echoed out. He felt as if there was a strange force wildly rushing around inside his chest cavity, capable of bursting his blood vessels and causing extreme pain. "Just now, I injected a stream of true energy into your body. This true energy will continuously assault all of your blood vessels. With each cycle through your body, the risk that your blood vessels will burst will increase. Besides that, you'll also endure extremely intense pain until all your blood vessels completely rupture," Lin Chun said coldly. Upon hearing this, the leading masked man turned pale with fear. Gradually, he began to feel the torment within his body. Wherever the true energy passed, his blood vessels bulged, ready to burst at any moment. The pain was worse than being bitten by insects. Even someone skilled in goo sorcery would find it impossible to resist such agony. "I can't take it anymore. Save me." The masked man, unable to bear the pain, screamed for mercy repeatedly. Lin Chun stared coldly at him and said, "As long as you tell me who your superior is now, I promise you'll be fine. But if you continue to remain silent, there's only one way out, death." I'll talk. Unable to endure the pain any longer, the masked man confessed, "My superior is King Kuan Ta Sui. He is Grandpa Ta Sui of the Gu clan, and one of the highly authoritative leaders. It was him who ordered me to kill Mr. Long Si." King Kuan Ta Sui. Lin Chun looked toward Long Si curiously and asked, "Sir Si, do you know this King Kuan Ta Sui he mentioned?" "I've never heard of that name before, but indeed, I have some feuds with the Dark Alliance," said Long Si deeply. Now, everything became clear to him. He understood the origins of these people. Since knowing their origins, matters would be easier to resolve going forward. Every grievance has its source, every debt its owner. Chapter 224, Jade Qilin. Get out of here. After understanding the situation, Lin Chun knew that these few assassins were no longer useful to him. Hearing Lin Chun's angry roar, they were frightened and ran away as quickly as possible, soon vanishing without a trace. Lin Chun walked up to Long Si and said solemnly, "Lord Si, I didn't expect that you also have enmity with the Dark Alliance. It seems our enemies are the same. Oh, Mr. Lin, you also have grudges against them?" Long Si looked at Lin Chun in great shock and asked. Lin Chun nodded and patiently explained, "Indeed, this group of people from the Dark Alliance does wrong and commits all kinds of evil deeds. Previously, I offended their interests, which led to their retaliation. If that's the case, why didn't Mr. Lin kill them just now and instead let them go back?" Long Si asked in surprise. "If I had killed them directly, it would only bring more assassins after us, which wouldn't be advantageous. But if we let them escape and return to inform others, through them, we can find where the Xuanhuan Ta Sui he mentioned is," Lin Chun confidently said. Long Si looked utterly confused and couldn't understand what Lin Chun was talking about. A few seconds later, Lin Chun continued speaking. "Before I let them go earlier, I injected true qi into their bodies. It's actually a special kind of tracking charm. No matter where they go, I can always track their exact location. As long as they go back, they won't escape my grasp." "Ah, I see. Mr. Lin has thought everything through so thoroughly. I am extremely impressed." Long Si suddenly understood. He used to think he was cautious enough and reliable in doing things. However, after encountering Lin Chun's way of handling matters today, he realized his own abilities paled in comparison. Right after that, Long Si invited Lin Chun home. Once they arrived, Long Si immediately took Lin Chun to the second-floor antique collection room. As soon as they walked in, Lin Chun saw colorful antiques inside, ranging from porcelain to jade artifacts, calligraphy, bronze items, coins, etc. The variety was endless, leaving one dazzled and overwhelmed. Long Si invited Lin Chun to sit down and began introducing the origins of these antiques one by one. Each antique had its own unique story. Not only were the backgrounds of the antiques extraordinary, but the processes by which Long Si acquired them, from auction houses or picking up hidden treasures or spending exorbitant prices to obtain them, all told fascinating stories. Seeing so many treasures, Lin Shun could easily tell how passionately devoted Long Si was to antiquities on a regular basis. But these antiques were not Long Si's favorite. He kept the most cherished item hidden away in a drawer, teasing Lin Shun for a moment before finally showing off his treasure. With careful hands, he unlocked the copper lock with a key, pulled out the drawer, then retrieved an exquisite multicolored brocade box from within. He carefully placed it on the table and smilingly introduced to Lin Shun. Mr. Lin, this treasure was given to me by an old friend. This object is a rare treasure unmatched anywhere in the world. Since you've come to my house as a guest today, I'll show this to you so that you can have a good look at these treasures I've collected, which make them very distinct from the general antique market outside. As he spoke, he slowly opened the brocade box. The moment the box opened, inside appeared an extremely exquisite jade qilin. This jade qilin seemed lifelike, just like a living creature. It was crafted entirely from centuries-old white jade and hand-carved meticulously. Although only palm-sized, both the intricate detail and perfect preservation of this jade qilin absolutely surpassed all jade carvings available in the market. If this piece were ever shown at an auction, even a price over 100 million yuan would still attract fierce bidding wars. This was exactly Long Si's proudest collection piece. Carefully admiring this jade sculpture, he turned proudly toward Lin Shun and asked, Mr. Lin, what do you think of the value of this jade qilin? Doesn't it give you the illusion that the qilin is about to come alive? The origin of this jade qilin is truly remarkable. In ancient times, it was a treasure only fit for emperors. Lord Si, may I offer you a word of advice? When Lin Shun saw this jade sculpture, he couldn't deny its craftsmanship and material, but his expression remained deeply solemn after looking at it. Upon hearing this, Long Si noticed Lin Shun's serious expression. His own smile gradually disappeared as well, turning exceedingly serious. Could it be, Mr. Lin, that you don't value this jade qilin highly? Or is there something hidden within it? It's neither. Lin Shun shook his head and solemnly explained. This jade qilin is an antique capable of absorbing blessings. If you keep it at home, it may influence your financial luck and life fortune. After it absorbs a certain amount of blessings, it will transform into an evil entity. Not only could it lead to your family's ruin, but it would also pose a significant threat to your life. Just now, I heard Lord Si say that this item was a gift from an old friend of yours. So, I suspect your so-called old friend isn't a good one. His intention in giving you this thing is obvious to anyone with eyes. What? This is an evil object. When Long Si heard Lin Shun's words, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Recalling the events when he had first obtained this jade qilin, his business at the time did experience some twists and troubles. However, he never suspected it had anything to do with the jade qilin. Afterward, there were several car accidents, though he managed to escape each time unscathed. Before acquiring the jade qilin, he had never experienced such incidents. Reflecting on all this now, it was truly frightening. Lin Shun noticed his contemplative expression and continued to advise. Lord Si, if you're not attached to this item, do as I said. Wrap it in vermilion sandalwood cloth. Then find a remote deep mountain forest and throw it into a deep pool. Only then can the sinister energy be dispelled. If not, continuing to keep this object will surely lead to significant harm for you later on. But what is the reason? Could it be possible that my old friend was unaware of its secrets? Long Si didn't heed Lin Shun's advice, but asked skeptically. Lin Shun shook his head firmly and said, the person who gave this to you could not possibly have been unaware of this point, because this jade qilin requires blood recognition to become the master's property. I noticed earlier that the jade qilin has already undergone the blood recognition process. The one who completed the blood recognition certainly knows it's an evil object. Once it recognizes its master, any fortune or blessings absorbed elsewhere will be transferred to the body of its master. You think carefully. After these years since you've possessed it, has the fortune you lost gone to your old friend? Lin Shun's explanation left Long Si utterly shocked on the spot. As he reflected deeply on everything, he suddenly realized the truth. Chapter 225, The Truth Comes to Light. Ever since Long Si's business hit obstacles, losing his fortune, everything he attempted went awry. No matter what he did, he faced setbacks, and he even had to close several well-operating entertainment venues. However, his old friend suddenly turned the tables, experiencing nothing but smooth sailing. It seemed as if the god of wealth favored him exclusively, transforming all his money-losing ventures into companies that profited 100-fold. Previously, Long Si had merely thought himself incapable, but he never expected that someone had stolen his good fortune. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. A cold look flashed in Long Si's eyes as he said icily, I never imagined my most trusted old friend would use the jade qilin to harm me. I've clearly misjudged him. Actually, Lord Si doesn't need to worry over these trivial matters. Everyone makes mistakes at times, and the key is identifying who are your toxic friends. Like this old friend of yours, he must still be gloating, proudly taking the act of siphoning off your luck as something to brag about, probably boasting everywhere. Lin Shun calmly finished speaking, and Long Si immediately made up his mind to follow Lin Shun's advice, wrapping the jade qilin in cinnabar and then burying it deep in the mountains. Unexpectedly, just as he instructed his subordinates to wrap the jade qilin in cinnabar, there came a sudden knock on the door outside. Long Si felt curious. Who could be visiting at this moment? He hadn't scheduled any visitors for today. As one of his subordinates went out to open the door and he walked out from the study with Lin Shun, they saw a middle-aged man in his 50s appear in the living room downstairs. This man was dressed in traditional Chinese attire, exuding an air of majesty and power. But the moment Long Si laid eyes on him, his initial anticipation vanished, replaced by great disappointment. The visitor was none other than Wu Gui, the very old friend Long Si had just been discussing with Lin Shun. Wu Gui was a seasoned antique expert with decades of experience in the antiques world and held a certain position and strength in that field. He had known Long Si since they were young and had become good friends. Long Si had always regarded him as a true friend, but had no idea how deceitful he truly was. "Old Wu, what wind has blown you here? It's been a while, haven't seen any trouble, have you?" Long Si descended from upstairs without any expression on his face. Upon seeing Long Si, Wu Gui was full of joy and smiled, saying, "Lord Si, of course I bring good news. I found a treasure in the black market that I'm sure will interest you, so I specially brought it over to see if you want it. This treasure is something beyond imagination, and I thought of you the very first moment I got it. Is that so? Then you're truly thoughtful." Long Si said coldly. If it were before, Long Si would have undoubtedly been ecstatic hearing such news. But now, knowing Wu Gui's true nature, he had completely lost his trust in him. Wouldn't he have kept the good things for himself if he actually had them? He'd already grabbed whatever treasures first before sharing. "Ho ho, we've been friends for years. You've helped me plenty in the past. Isn't it natural for me to give you my best finds?" Wu Gui chuckled while saying this, pulling some dried bones out of his clothes. He earnestly explained to Long Si, "Lord Si, look at this piece of bone. It's the famous black dragon bone. This bone has survived from ancient times till now, and there might only be this one piece left in the entire world. I put every ounce of effort into getting this dragon bone, barely snatching it away from its owner. If it's such a fine thing, why didn't you keep it for yourself? Why bother running over here to give it to me? I hear that your recent businesses in the antique industry have been going quite well. Even some industries that should have gone bankrupt have revived. I thought maybe your newfound wealth caused you to forget an old friend like me." Long Si hinted meaningfully, "Lord Si, you're really misunderstanding me. How could I possibly forget your kindness towards me?" While Wu Gui was saying this, he sighed and added, "To be honest, my business has indeed been extremely busy recently, but my success wouldn't have been possible without your help back then. I have never forgotten that grace, so when I encountered a good find, I thought of you right away and brought it to you." "Is that so?" Long Si stared deeply, recognizing how perfectly the old man performed his role. Had Lin Shun not been here today to expose his tricks, Long Si would definitely not have realized the real side of this man. Just as he was about to step forward and carefully take a closer look at the dragon bone, Lin Shun suddenly spoke behind him, "Lord Si, this black dragon bone doesn't match your destiny, so it's better if you don't touch it." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Long Si instantly pulled his hand back. A chill shot through him as he pondered whether this object might also be something harmful. Is this old man Wu Gui plotting harm once again? He looked at Lin Shun with great astonishment and asked, "Mr. Lin, why is the black dragon bone incompatible with my destiny? Your life path aligns with the Wealth King destiny, while this black dragon bone, also known as the Conquering Yang bone, was crafted by a shaman in ancient times using special bones. Although this object is indeed one of a kind in the entire world and priceless, its emanating energy is not something an ordinary person can suppress. If it were reactivated with the blood of a black dog, it would be extremely harmful to anyone." Lin Shun explained thoroughly. The growing fear in Long Si's heart became more apparent as he continued to ask incredulously, "Has this bone been activated already? My say doesn't count. You probably need to ask your old friend about that." Lin Shun smiled faintly and abruptly shifted the question onto Wu Gui. Wu Gui's face appeared grave now, his heart secretly startled by this young man who could identify the Conquering Yang bone. It seemed there were very few people in the whole world who knew its name. Recovering from his shock, he pretended to glare at Lin Shun disdainfully and said, "Pure nonsense. I have spent my entire life studying antiques, and how come I've never heard of it being called the Conquering Yang bone? This black dragon bone is a treasure that bestows good fortune and longevity. Placing this item in the home ensures 100 years of life for the homeowner." After speaking, he turned to Long Si again and explained, "Lord Si, I specifically brought this to ensure you live a long life. And out of gratitude for all your kindness towards me, I will accept no payment. This is absolutely not what this young man claims it to be, some Conquering Yang bone. You may rest assured and accept it freely. Old Wu, do you dare to swear to the heavens in front of me that not a single word you've told me is a lie? If you break your vow, may you be struck down by lightning, and our friendship will thus end forever." Long Si asked expressionlessly. Chapter 226, Betrayal by an Old Friend. Long Si wanted to see if this old man had any bottom line at all. If he didn't value their friendship at all, then there was no need for Long Si to indulge him anymore. "Master Si, are you doubting me?" A moment later, Wu Gui looked curiously at Long Si and said, "We've known each other for several decades. Is our decades of friendship not worth more than a random comment from this young man? If I really wanted to harm you, wouldn't you have seen my nature long ago in these dozens of years? Would it come down to today? To know someone's face is easy, but their heart is hard to decipher." Long Si suddenly pressed his hand on Wu Gui's shoulder and sighed deeply, saying, "Old Wu, if you treat me sincerely, why should you be afraid to take an oath? I'm not afraid at all. Since you want me to swear, then right now I shall swear. If even one word I said is false, may I be struck by lightning when I go outside, and our friendship shall end here and now." Wu Gui took the oath very decisively. Upon hearing this, Long Si already had an opinion formed in his mind. He stopped being polite with Wu Gui and directly took out the jade kylin prepared earlier, wrapped in cinnabar, placing it in front of him and saying, Old Wu, I really never thought you could be so shameless. I ask you, is the jade kylin you gave me before actually an auspicious antique decoration?" Or an evil object that absorbs good fortune? Has your blood been fused into it? What? Evil object? Wu Gui's eyes darted around as he feigned ignorance, shaking his head and saying, Master C, what do you mean by this? I don't understand. This jade Kylan is a proper fortune-bringing antique. That thing used to be my favorite item. I also regarded you as my best friend, which is why I gave it to you. Are you sure about that? Then why, after I got the jade Kylan, has my business gone terribly awry, while yours becomes increasingly prosperous, reaching its peak? Is all of this truly unrelated to this jade Kylan? Long Si asked coldly. I swear to heaven, absolutely unrelated. Wu Gui responded quite readily. At this point, Lin Shen calmly stepped forward and looked at Wu Gui, saying, Mr. Wu, you yourself have said that Master C has done you a great favor. How dare you lie to his face, even harming him with evil objects? From the last time you absorbed Master C's fortune through the jade Kylan, to this time bringing a piece of black dragon bone intending to absorb his life force, if Master C had really accepted this thing, his lifespan would likely not exceed a month. Nonsense. Wu Gui glared fiercely at Lin Shen and scolded. You little whelp. Who exactly do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to criticize me? You're slanderously maligning me without restraint here. My relationship with Master C is something you junior can spread rumors about. If you say I'm harming Master C, can you produce evidence? Ho ho, you're truly unrepentant until faced with death. Since you want evidence, I'll show you. Lin Shen smirked disdainfully, his gaze sweeping over the black dragon bone in Wu Gui's hands, straightforwardly stating, the piece of black dragon bone in your hand requires soaking in dog's blood for 3 days beforehand to make it absorb human longevity energy. After the black dragon bone completely absorbs the dog's blood, a shortened life charm must then be inserted into the black dragon bone. Do you dare allow Master C to carefully inspect with a magnifying glass whether there are any drilled holes on the black dragon bone that have been patched up? If there are, simply reopening the hole will reveal the yellow talisman inside. This. At the moment Lin Shen said these words, cold sweat spontaneously broke out on Wu Gui's forehead. How could this kid possibly know there was a yellow talisman inside the black dragon bone? According to reason, this kind of absorption method should be known by very few people. Seeing his nervous expression, Lin Shen smiled lightly, saying, So, as soon as I mentioned the verification method, you're already showing signs of guilt and are unwilling to let Master C verify it. And if I expose another feng shui item you have on you that harms others, would you not become so angry you faint on the spot? Another one? Before Wu Gui could open his mouth, Long Si suddenly revealed a look of astonishment, curiously asking. Lin Shen nodded and said, Yes, the item is hidden on his body. As long as Master C makes him take it out, everything will become clear. Old Wu, since Mr. Lin has exposed your scheme, stop wasting words and just take out the thing on your body. If you willingly confess everything, perhaps I can give you a chance to live. But if you don't cooperate, don't blame me for disregarding our brotherhood and making you die without a grave today. Long Si's gaze suddenly turned icy cold as it swept toward Wu Gui. Wu Gui's heart sank. Clearly, he was quite frightened. His eyes darted back and forth, and he instinctively clutched his pocket, looking guilty. Master C, we've known each other for so many years, and I never thought you would have no trust in me at all. Since this is the case, I believe there's no need for us to remain friends. Let's just pretend we've never met. Farewell. Wu Gui, fearing his scheme would be uncovered, came back to his senses, let out a cold snort, and was about to leave. However, at that moment, a flash of cold light passed through Long Si's eyes, and he immediately waved his hand to one of his subordinates. In an instant, the subordinate appeared in front of Wu Gui, blocking his way. Search him. Long Si issued the order without any courtesy, his voice cold. His subordinate gave Wu Gui no face whatsoever and immediately pulled him aside to pat him down. Wu Gui was extremely reluctant. He glared fiercely at Long Si and said, Master C, what are you doing? If you don't trust me, fine, but how dare you block my way? Master C, we found something. Just as he finished speaking, one of the subordinates suddenly found a wooden carving on Wu Gui's body. The wooden carving depicted a small figure inscribed with texts, resembling excerpts from an ancient scripture. However, these words did not escape Lin Shen's discerning eyes. The content was actually a feng shui talisman spell. As long as this item was placed in Long Si's home, the feng shui master behind it could take advantage of the opportunity to perform magic spells to achieve their goals. When combined with the black dragon bone Wu Gui had brought earlier, the effects would double. After Lin Shen explained all of this to Long Si finally understood everything. He then ordered his subordinate to retrieve the black dragon bone and inspect it using the method Lin Shen had mentioned earlier, searching for repaired traces under a magnifying glass. Sure enough, his subordinate quickly found a repaired spot, drilled a small hole with a miniature drill, and used tweezers to extract a piece of yellow paper inside. Upon unfolding the yellow paper, a talisman covered in strange symbols was revealed before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing this, Long Si was enraged. It was clear now, it was all true. Turning back, he angrily stared at Wu Gui, who was dragged in front of him by the subordinate. Long Si grabbed his throat and asked furiously, Wu Gui, do you have anything else to say? Chapter 227, No Survivors. I regarded you as my best brother and provided so much help to you, but all you thought about was harming me. You should know my consistent manner. I hate people who betray me the most. What you have done today has severely crossed my line. I will make you experience the taste of betraying me. Long Si's eyes flashed with a furious cold light, and the strength in his palm had become greater than before. Wu Gui's face turned pale. He wanted to speak, but couldn't make any sound, struggling constantly, at the verge of losing his breath. Lin Shen noticed his mouth opening and closing continuously, with his eyes filled with desire, as if he had something to say. Looking back, Lin Shen said to Long Si, Sir Si, perhaps he has something hidden that is hard to express. Why not give him a chance to explain? If his answer disappoints you, you can kill him later. All right. After thinking for a while, Long Si decided to follow Lin Shen's suggestion and suddenly loosened his grip. Wu Guowei collapsed weakly on the ground and clutched his throat while gasping for air several times. Then, Long Si asked coldly, Let me ask you, why did you betray me? Have I wronged you in any way? I was sent by someone, Sir Si. Please spare me this life. I don't want to die. Wu Guowei had already intended to beg earlier, but since Long Si had been choking him, he could not speak. Long Si suddenly changed his expression drastically. Staring sternly at Wu Guowei, he asked, Was it someone who dispatched you? It's Mr. Li from the Li Family Corporation. He asked me to bring these things to find you, aiming to harm you. Clutching his throat, Wu Guowei weakly added, It was my family that he threatened me with. If I didn't follow his instructions, he would kill my whole family. But as long as I listened to him, he promised me countless orders. In fact, the Jade Kylan wasn't activated with my blood, but with Mr. Li's. These years, my business improved slightly because I helped Mr. Li with his tasks. The orders he gave me allowed me to become wealthy. Sir Si, I only did all these things under duress. Please give me another chance. I swear I will never do anything against you again. Humph. Then why didn't you clarify everything to me earlier? Long Si coldly snorted and showed no intention of forgiving him, glaring fiercely at him. If you had explained clearly to me earlier, I could protect you easily with my skills. But instead, you chose to collude with Mr. Li against me. For this reason alone, I absolutely cannot forgive you. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand toward his subordinates and ordered, Get someone to drag him down and throw him directly into the crocodile pond to feed the fish. Yes, Sir Si. The subordinates dragged Wu Guowei away on the spot. Wu Guowei cried desperately while pleading, Sir Si, please spare my life. Consider our relationship as brothers. Please let me go. I'm begging you. Even though his cries and shouts continued, Long Si didn't feel any sympathy. This was the price of betrayal. Regaining his composure, Long Si looked at Lin Shen with gratitude and said, Mr. Lin, once again, you have saved my life today, and I am deeply grateful. I don't even know how to repay you. Spare the pleasantries, Sir Si. We've met through fate. Helping each other is only natural. Just remember, Sir Si, be extremely careful around the people around you in the future. You may not plan to harm others, but you must always guard yourself against them. If I'm correct, those Gu clan members who suddenly attacked you earlier might have leaked your whereabouts. After Lin Shen reminded Long Si's face became deeply serious. Nodding his head, he expressed gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Lin. I'll take heed in the future. By the way, Sir Si, isn't the Mr. Li mentioned by Wu Guowei very familiar to you? Lin Shen suddenly recalled Mr. Li and seriously stated, The feng shui spell on that wood carving was written by a highly skilled feng shui master. It shows that Mr. Li is extraordinarily capable. You must be extremely cautious in the future, Sir Si. Never fall for that man's tricks. Otherwise, once you enter the feng shui array, your chances of survival are almost zero. I understand. Feng shui masters, I've indeed heard of their formidable powers. This Li certainly considers me his enemy. His attack was ruthless. I certainly won't let him off either. Long Si replied with deep eyes. Though the Li family possessed considerable power, to Long Si, their strength was merely comparable. In the past, Long Si hadn't taken him seriously because he didn't know he'd resort to such despicable means. But now, it was evident that some action had to be taken against him. After a short exchange between Lin Shen and Long Si, Lin Shen bade farewell and left the villa. Before leaving, Long Si still intended to present Lin Shen with a few antiques as gifts, but Lin Shen refused them all. Lin Shen didn't need any of the antiques from Long Si's house. What he needed was extraterrestrial meteorites that could help him grow stronger. He realized only the unique energy in the meteorites could aid in his growth. Even today's unexpected gain, the Night Pearl, held no energy that could assist him. After leaving Long Si's villa, Lin Shen went straight home. At the same time, in Li Corporation's office, Mr. Li sat on his chair, smoking a cigar while making a phone call to Wu Guowei. But after several attempts, he found that the other party's phone was off. Instantly, Mr. Li frowned and muttered, Strange, where is Wu Guowei? I asked him to deliver something for me, but his phone is off. Mr. Li, there is another possibility. He met with an accident. Suddenly, an elder in a white robe with long hair standing behind him spoke up. I have not yet detected that the feng shui formation on the wood carving has taken effect. Apparently, the carving is not at Long Si's house. It is very likely that Long Si discovered Wu Guowei's scheme and dealt with him. Long Si has always despised those who betray him. If he finds out that Wu Guowei betrayed him, it will be almost impossible for Wu Guowei to return alive. Do you mean our plan has completely failed? Mr. Li put down his cigar, his gaze icy as he said, We've spent a long time preparing this plan, and success was just within reach. How could Long Si suddenly discover Wu Guowei's trick? This matter requires further investigation, but anyone capable of recognizing my feng shui techniques must be an extraordinary person. It's clearly beyond Long Si's capability. If Wu Guowei truly encountered trouble, it means someone of great skill is assisting Long Si. The elder in the white robe stated firmly, Humph, even if that person is skilled, how could they possibly surpass Master Jiang? Mr. Li scoffed coldly and immediately issued an order. I now command you to find out everything about this expert helping Long Si and eliminate them without mercy. Leave no survivors. Chapter 228. The Li family's revenge. All right, Mr. Li. The old man in the white robe concluded his words, suddenly stretching out 2 fingers. As he chanted a spell and swung his long sleeve, his figure immediately transformed into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. This master was a feng shui curse formation expert invited by Mr. Li to help him achieve great success. Whenever there were experts opposing Mr. Li, this master usually took action to resolve the situation. His strength has not yet met a match in Rongtian City. Wherever he acts, a bloody case is bound to appear. At the same time, after leaving Long Si's house, Lin Shen prepared to go home, but at this moment, he suddenly received a call from Miss Chiu, the young lady of the Chiu family. It was then that Lin Shen suddenly remembered that he had made an appointment with the young lady of the Chiu family for her to express her gratitude by booking a room. It seems that this young lady of the Chiu family indeed keeps her word. Thinking of this, Lin Shen picked up the phone. Hello, Miss Chiu. Glad to hear from you. Don't talk nonsense. Give me an address. I will come over right away to be with you. After tonight, we'll have nothing more to do with each other. Came the icy voice of Chiu Mimi. She always kept her promises, since what she said must be done, otherwise it would be no different than being a beast. So even if she knew what Lin Shen might do to her tonight, she had no objections whatsoever. All right, then I will wait for you at Qiujin Grand Hotel. Miss Chiu must hurry up. Oh. Lin Shen originally intended to give her a chance to beg for mercy, letting her off lightly. But as soon as he heard her tone of voice, Lin Shen instantly changed his mind. Such a haughty woman was certainly intriguing to Lin Shen. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shen didn't go home, but went to the Qiujin Grand Hotel instead. He came to the hotel, checked into a room in advance, and waited expectantly for Chiu Mimi in the room. This woman had a breathtaking beauty. Though she looked a bit aloof, she was definitely not the type who refrains from desire. Her figure and looks were like those of a protagonist stepping out of an anime, making people find nothing to fault with her. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Shen held the room card and arrived on the 10th floor corridor, his peripheral vision noticed something unusual happening at a doorway a little distance ahead. Several burly men were covering a young girl's mouth and forcibly dragging her into the room. That girl's clothing even seemed somewhat familiar. Shit. Jiang young lady. Suddenly realizing this, Lin Shen recognized Jiang Lanyu. Her figure and clothes were simply too familiar. Even without seeing her face, Lin Shen could undoubtedly identify her. Never did he imagine that Jiang Lanyu would encounter such danger. Who dared so audaciously to bring the young miss of the Jiang family here? Let me go? What are you going to do? In the room that Lin Shen had been watching, after Jiang Lanyu was dragged inside by several men, they threw her onto the bed. The bed was very soft. Despite only weighing around 80 jin, about 40 kilograms, when she fell on it, her body bounced high. After bouncing back a few times, she covered her chest in terror and glared at the large men in front of her, asking, "Who exactly are you? Do you know I am the young miss of the Jiang family, Jiang Lanyu? If my father finds out that you abducted me, he will surely kill all of you. Miss Jiang, we are merely following orders. The one who truly ordered us to abduct you is Master Li Changshan of the Li family." A strong man stood upright beside them, dispatching others to block the door and windows, while patiently explaining to Jiang Lanyu. Li Changshan. So it's that beast. Jiang Lanyu suddenly understood. After all the explanation, it turned out that Master Li from the Li family was the one who had her abducted. Li Changshan was a rich second-generation person who had been relentlessly pursuing her recently, using every possible way to try to make her fall for him. But all of his attempts were rejected by Jiang Lanyu. Jiang Lanyu's eyes were only for Lin Shen. She absolutely would not like that playboy. But she didn't expect that the playboy would use such malicious methods against her. Tonight, after leaving the company intending to go straight home, she unexpectedly encountered these strong men along the way. As soon as they met, they attacked her. How could a young girl resist so many strong men? In no time, she was seized and lifted into the car. While inside the car, she felt a subtle pain in her arm. Looking back, she saw the leader among the strong men injecting some medicine into her arm. Since the injection, she felt completely powerless and unable to fight back. Miss Jiang, our young Master Li's love for you is like a continuous stream, endless. Since you refuse to accept his pursuit, our young Master Li can only resort to other ways to force your compliance. Seeing that Jiang Lanyu wanted to jump off the bed and run away, but her body softened and she collapsed directly back onto the bed, her consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. What have you done to me? Why can't my body obey my brain? And my mind is somewhat blurry. As the drug gradually took effect, Jiang Lanyu clutched her head, feeling a slight headache. Her whole body was completely unable to muster any strength. Miss Jiang, the drug I injected you with on the way here is enough to turn you from a very rebellious woman into an obedient girl. Now it should be taking effect. Once our young Master Li arrives here, you will lose control completely. Even before he makes a move, you will probably want to take off your clothes and do some indescribable things with young Master Li. The leading strong man, seeing Jiang Lanyu's condition growing increasingly dazed, said with a faint smile. Seeing her in this state, the other subordinates around them also couldn't help but develop a bit of desire in their hearts. But they knew that this woman was liked by young Master Li, so even if they had 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to touch her arbitrarily. Moreover, this woman was not ordinary like the girls they usually dated. After young Master Li has his fun, they might get a little share of the leftovers. This time, even if young Master Li takes down Miss Jiang, they won't get a piece of it. Dong dong. At this moment, there was suddenly a knock at the door outside. The face of the leading strong man turned joyful as he laughed and said, "It must be young Master Li. You guys keep an eye on her. I'll go open the door for young Master Li." "Yes, boss." All the subordinates replied together. The leading strong man eagerly walked to the door and opened it directly, preparing to respectfully greet young Master Li. But upon raising his head, he saw someone unfamiliar. "Who are you?" Before the huge man could finish his astonished question, the stranger didn't respond, but immediately kicked him into the room. Pang! His body hit the ground hard, breaking his coccyx instantly, causing him unbearable pain as he writhed on the floor continuously. In the next second, everyone present looked over here. Seeing that this kid dared to attack young Master Li, they revealed fierce expressions, clenched their fists tightly, and rushed angrily toward Lin Shan all at once. Chapter 229. Stray into a dangerous situation. Bang bang bang. Lin Shan's moves were extremely swift, unleashing a combo of punches at them with lightning speed. It was as if they had been hit by cannonballs. Each one got blasted away. Without exception. Damn it, who is this guy? Why is he so powerful? The leading muscular man fell to the ground, staring at the scene with immense shock in his heart. Fortunately, Lin Shan did not pay attention to them. After defeating them, he immediately rushed to the bedside and supported Zhang Lanyu. He noticed Zhang Lanyu's eyes seemed lost, her cheeks flushed, and her entire body weak, without an ounce of strength. He roughly guessed what they had done to her. "Lanyu, bear with it for a little while longer. I'm going to save you." Lin Shan held her shoulder with one hand and quickly pressed several acupoints on her chest with the other. A few quick taps, and her body gradually regained some strength, but her consciousness remained foggy. She saw Lin Shan sitting in front of her, and suddenly a seductive smile appeared on her face. She embraced Lin Shan's arms with both hands and giggled. "Brother Lin Shan, is that you? Please give me something, I'm so hot." "Lanyu, you've been drugged. Hold on for a moment. I'll help you expel the drug from your body." Lin Shan couldn't bring himself to meet Zhang Lanyu's gaze. Her expression at this moment was incredibly enticing, and just one glance could spark uncontrollable desires. Though Lin Shan hadn't confessed to Zhang Lanyu before, that didn't mean he was immune to her allure. If not for Shen Bingshui and the past marriage experience with her, Lin Shan would likely have already been together with Zhang Lanyu by now. This young miss of the Zhang family was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also had a top-tier figure. Even some famous actresses couldn't match Zhang Lanyu in beauty and charm. "Brother Lin Shan, I like you. Don't refuse me. I'm willing to offer everything I have to you." Zhang Lanyu paid no attention to Lin Shan's words. Instead, she persisted in holding onto Lin Shan's arm, wanting to engage in intimacy. Lin Shan felt utterly helpless. He did his best to suppress Zhang Lanyu's urges and swiftly helped her expel the drug using his inner energy. Initially, he assumed the drug was ingested, but no matter what method Lin Shan tried, he couldn't get rid of it. He then realized that the drug wasn't swallowed but injected into her body instead. Such a method would rapidly merge the drug with her blood. Once merged, it would be almost impossible to remove the drug unless through bloodletting. These bastards, using such despicable methods against you. Lin Shan frowned tightly, knowing there was no immediate way to expel the effects of the drug. He sealed her acupoints, making her lie still on one side. Subsequently, Lin Shan's icy glare suddenly fixed on the fallen muscular man on the ground. That piercing gaze was akin to death itself. Instantly, the man began trembling all over, cold sweat breaking out involuntarily. Terrified, he warned, "You, what are you going to do? I warn you, we're all people of the Li family. If you dare touch us, Lord Li will not let you go unpunished." "Li family? Which Li family?" Lin Shan's frown deepened. Just moments ago, he came out from a meeting with Long Si and learned that Long Si had been harmed by someone surnamed Li. Could this Lord Li be from the same Li family that offended Long Si? Humph, there is only one powerful Li family in the entire Rongtian city, and our Lord Li is none other than Li Xiongfei. You'd better run if you know what's good for you. Don't meddle. Soon, our Master Li will arrive. Once he sees that you saved this girl, he'll make sure you have no place left to bury yourself. The leading thug smirked coldly, pressing his hand to his chest as he threatened Lin Shan. "At death's doorstep, and you still dare threaten me?" A flash of cold light once again crossed Lin Shan's eyes as he moved closer to him. Immediately, he grabbed the man by the throat, immobilizing him instantly. The man felt his whole body go numb at that very instant. Horrified, he looked at Lin Shan and stuttered. You actually dare kill me? The likes of your Master Li will leave here limping today. How much more you, a mere lackey?" With Lin Shan's final word, he kicked forcefully at the man's chest. The kick caused him to spew blood. In an instant, the man lay on the ground, completely despairing. As Lin Shan approached him again, fear gripped him, forcing him to beg for mercy. "Big brother, I've made a mistake. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. When is your Master Li coming? Call him right away, and tell him to come here and see me." Lin Shan was losing patience with these people, particularly the Master Li who intended harm to Miss Jiang today, becoming a major target Lin Shan planned to confront. Yes. The henchman dared not voice any objections, hurriedly pulling out his phone and calling Master Li. It so happened that Master Li had just arrived at the hotel and was heading towards the room at this very moment. No sooner had he hung up the phone than Master Li appeared at the hotel entrance. However, as soon as he entered the room and saw all his men lying on the ground, he immediately wore a look of surprise. He glanced toward the man sitting by the bedside and was suddenly so infuriated that his mouth twitched. Gripping his hands tightly, he cursed. "What the hell are you? Daring to ruin my good time? Have you lived long enough? Are you their boss, young Master Li?" Lin Shan cast an expressionless glance toward him, sizing up this young Master Li. Fat head, big ears, utterly ugly. Other than being rich, he was absolutely worthless. A man like this could make xuanhuan fall for him? That's more likely to happen in dreams. Since you know my identity, why don't you just scram out of here? Do you think you're worthy to sit on Lan Yu's bed? Seeing Lin Shen sitting next to Jiang Lan Yu, with one hand still holding hers, Master Li turned bright red with anger. I'm not worthy, but are you? Lin Shen's face remained emotionless as he glared at him, and said, Lan Yu is my friend. As my friend, I will never allow anyone to bully her, especially you. Just now, I found traces of drugs in Lan Yu's body, planted by your followers behind you. Was this certainly done under your orders? So what if it was me? Can you little guy interfere with my affairs? Young Master Li spoke arrogantly. I warn you, get up right now and come over here to kowtow and apologize to me. Beg me to forgive you. Otherwise, you'd be going against the Li family. The Li family won't let you off. Ho ho, some small Li family. I pay no attention to it at all. You'd better think about your own consequences. Lin Shen scoffed coldly, and then suddenly appeared in front of young Master Li, throwing a powerful punch straight toward his chest. Realizing the situation wasn't favorable, Master Li quickly dodged backward. He himself was also a martial artist with extraordinary skills, and had even earned the reputation of being a genius in the martial arts world. But he didn't expect. This single punch from Lin Shen far exceeded his imagination. Chapter 230. You don't have the qualification. Bang. The immense power of Lin Shen's punch was beyond his ability to resist. He had used all his strength to counterattack with his fists, but unexpectedly, upon contact with Lin Shen, he instantly felt a powerful current surge through his body. Then, his body was immediately swept away by the forceful wave. By the time he hit the ground, he realized how formidable this person was before him. So, you're also one who practices martial arts. Li Xiao clutched his chest and struggled to rise from the ground, glaring fiercely at Lin Shen as he asked, which sect are you a disciple of? Who is your master? I, Lin Shen, belong to no sect. It's bad luck that you've met me today. Lin Shen declared confidently, then advanced once more toward Li Xiao. Li Xiao couldn't help but feel a tinge of panic. From the moves Lin Shen executed earlier, it was clear that Lin Shen's skills were profound and possibly even superior to his own. He had always believed himself to be the most talented young genius in Rongtian City, but meeting Lin Shen today made him suddenly doubt the authenticity of his talent. This guy was not only highly skilled, but also incredibly ruthless with his strikes. The move just now was undoubtedly Lin Shen using full force in an attempt for an instant victory. As Lin Shen closed in step by step, Li Xiao's eyes flickered uneasily. He issued a threat. Kid, I might let you go without a fight today, but I hope you stop acting recklessly. If you dare to act against me again, it means going against the entire Li family. The consequences are something you can't possibly bear. In that case, let's see how capable the Li family really is. Lin Shen showed no regard, lifting his palm afterward. A streak of thunder energy flashed within his palm. At this moment, Li Xiao was terrified down to his bones. It was evident that this blow would unleash even greater power than Lin Shen's previous attack. Was this guy even human? Bang! As Lin Shen hurled the force of his palm strike from above, Li Xiao broke out in cold sweat, believing that he was certain to die today. But what he didn't expect was that just as he closed his eyes, preparing for death, a white-robed elder suddenly burst in and quickly pulled Li Xiao aside. Lin Shen's palm struck empty air, and turning around, his expression grew cold upon seeing the new arrival. Because he noticed an odd kind of energy emanating from this person, which was exactly the same as the energy released from the antique that had harmed Long Si. From this, Lin Shen confirmed that this was the hired expert by the Li family, and also a very accomplished feng shui master. So you're the kid named Lin Shen, quite the arrogant fellow, attacking our master Li and disrespecting the Li family. The white-robed elder stared icily at Lin Shen, disdainfully saying, Young man, don't think that just because you have some skills, you can act with total impunity in Rongtian City. You need to understand that there will always be someone stronger out there. The Li family is not something you can offend easily. By saving Master Li today, I've also saved your life. Now if you kowtow and apologize to Master Li, I, Master Bai, will still let you off. Otherwise, your end will be rather miserable today. So, it was you who cast the feng shui curse on young Master 4, and used the antiques to siphon off his fortune. You should focus on cultivating your feng shui skills instead of helping wicked people like the Li family do harm to others. Such behavior makes you a disgrace to the world of feng shui. Lin Shen glared coldly at him, showing no respect at all. His fists clenched tightly as he retorted, What you just said applies much better to you. Among people, there will always be those more skillful, yet in my eyes, your so-called skills are far from reaching even the entry level of genuine mastery. What did you say? Hearing this mockery, the color of the white-robed elder's face drastically changed. His eyes blazed with intense fury as he abruptly stomped his foot, instantly covering the entire room with a potent true chi field. Little brat, you dare boast in front of me? Let me show you a taste of my great abilities. The elements swirl, 5 directions transform into a dragon. The hands of the white-robed elder moved the true chi, and with the tai chi motions of his hands, currents of wind and energy from all sides seemed to gather towards him. Gradually, a luminous ball formed between his arms. Everyone present could sense the authority and powerful waves emitted by the old-robed man. Master Bai, you must kill this boy and take revenge for me. Li Xiao, seeing Master Bai employing the feng shui sphere array, revealed an instant smile, filled with anticipation. This technique was Master Bai's hallmark. The gathered light balls contained the mysteries of the 5 elements and bagua. A person unfamiliar with feng shui techniques wouldn't stand a chance against this attack and would instantly perish with their bones and blood vessels shattered. All subordinates watching believed Lin Shun was doomed. To anger Master Bai was equivalent to angering a mighty grandmaster. The glowing sphere in the white-robed elder's hands grew larger and larger, his beard and hair fluttering around as if caught in a strong breeze. When he had gathered the sphere's power to its peak, he roared and instantly unleashed the glowing sphere. The sphere rushed toward Lin Shun with the speed of a bullet. However, Lin Shun stood there motionless, merely extending one palm. With a slight tremble of his shoulder, true chi flickered between his fingers as he effortlessly met the sphere head-on. The glowing sphere immediately halted. At this very moment, everyone present wore an expression of utter astonishment. What the hell? Li Xiao's eyes bulged almost out of their sockets. This guy actually managed to stop Master Bai's glowing sphere. What kind of strength did he possess? Even Master Bai himself was now greatly surprised. He stared at Lin Shun in bewilderment, and after taking a deep breath, said, "You're quite a kid. I didn't expect you could stop my glowing sphere. Let's see how many more you can take." With those words still lingering in the air, he began amassing more energy from the surroundings. Within mere minutes, he conjured up 5 glowing spheres, hurling them all toward Lin Shun. Lin Shun remained rooted in place, completely unfazed. Instead, he used both hands to counter all 5 spheres, a trace of disdain flickering across his face as he scoffed. "Is this all you've got? I thought you were something special, but it seems you're nothing much." What? Master Bai, seeing this young man still holding on, couldn't help but feel humiliated. Even a grandmaster-level martial artist would have difficulty resisting these 5 glowing spheres. How on earth was this boy enduring? It was simply unimaginable. Lin Shun sneered coldly, saying, "Since you've witnessed my perfect defense, let me show you my true power." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shun unleashed his full might, driving the 5 glowing spheres backward straight toward the white-robed elder. The sphere's speed was astonishingly fast. The blinding white light completely engulfed the old master's vision. He had no idea how to defend. Before he even had time to unleash his powers to counterattack, the spheres already enveloped his whole body, instantly launching him back. Boom. The immense wave of energy shattered all the windows and doors in the hotel room, even breaking through the walls, leaving a massive gaping hole. Chapter 231. The Taste of Heart-Wrenching Pain. Such an overwhelming power. Everyone at the hotel, including young Master Li, was stunned by the sight. Lin Qing's strength surpassed that of Master Bai. After this realization, young Master Li finally fell silent. He couldn't believe that even the top assassin hired by his father, Master Bai, could not match Lin Qing. Pooh! As Master Bai collapsed to the ground, he coughed up blood, completely shocked. How could he have been defeated by such a minor opponent? After reining in his techniques, Lin Qing approached Master Bai with icy steps. At this moment, Master Bai's face was filled with panic. Seeing Lin Qing in front of him, he thought not of a human, but of a devil. How could there be such a young supreme master in this world? "Young man, I lost to you today because of my inadequacies. But before I die, I want to know which family you belong to. To my knowledge, not even the descendants of those martial arts grandmasters could rival someone like you." Master Bai knew he was completely damaged and unable to fight Lin Qing any longer. For Lin Qing to kill him would be effortless, yet he did not wish to die without understanding why. "You do not have the right to ask about my identity. What intrigues me is how a feng shui sorcerer like you would assist the Li family. Is it for some kind of benefit from the Lis?" Lin Qing asked coldly. "Yes, the resources the Li family can offer are abundant. The most important aspect of our feng shui line is the feng shui stones. These stones are extremely valuable, and without serving wealthy families, we wouldn't have access to these treasures." Master Bai explained while holding his chest. "I see. You shouldn't have helped them in their misdeeds. Since you've lost today, and death looms over you, I'll grant you the favor of dying." With these words, a streak of golden light gathered in Lin Qing's palm. Just as Lin Qing was about to end Master Bai's life, Master Bai suddenly spoke up. "Wait. My life is already in your hands, and you can kill me just by uttering a word. Could you allow me one last moment to call my family and leave a few final words? You care deeply for your family. This simple request, I'll honor it." Seeing Master Bai's sincerity, Lin Qing granted him this chance. However, Lin Qing did not know that when Master Bai pulled out his phone, he wasn't calling his family, but sending a text message to his master, seeking revenge. Once the message was sent, he put away his phone, looked up at Lin Qing calmly, and said, "I'm ready. You may kill me now. Just remember, after you do, your time will come soon too. I'll be waiting for you down below. Do you truly believe that sending a text will summon someone to avenge you?" Lin Qing smirked faintly, shaking his head. "You're too naive. Have you checked if your text was successfully sent? The SIM card in your phone was destroyed the moment I summoned my light sphere." "What?" Hearing Lin Qing's words, Master Bai couldn't help but take out his phone in disbelief. To his horror, the text had not been sent, indicated by a red exclamation mark behind the message. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his face. "I kindly gave you a chance to settle your affairs, but you sought vengeance against me. It seems your death isn't undeserved. Take heed in your next life." The moment these words left Lin Qing's lips, he swiftly brought a palm down toward Master Bai's forehead. Pooh! A spout of blood sprayed out from Master Bai's mouth as he immediately collapsed, dead. This sight left young Master Li frozen in shock from afar. Li felt all strength drain from his body, fear evident in his eyes. Before Lin Qing could approach, Li suddenly changed tactics and begged Lin Qing, "Master Lin, please let me off the hook. I will no longer covet Miss Jiang." "How foolish. Your family hires feng shui sorcerers to harm others and dares to molest the young mistress of the Jiang family. Death wouldn't be enough for you. In icy anger, Lin Shan rebuked him, his voice thunderous. Li's pants got wet in that instant. His forehead dripped with sweat, like rain, never stopping despite his constant wiping. Master Lin, please give me one more chance. All the evil sorcerers were recruited by my father, and they have nothing to do with me. I only know how to eat, drink, and play. I have no skills whatsoever. Please let me live, Master Lin. If you spare my life, I will obey your orders and respect you utterly, committing no further offenses against you. Young Master Li continued pleading. Why should I believe your words? If you leave today and immediately report to your father, who then seeks revenge against me, what will you say? Lin Shan asked coldly. I won't do that. I always keep my promises. If I don't, may heaven strike me with lightning. Li Sha's eyes darted around anxiously as he continued swearing his oath. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan placed a hand lightly on his shoulder and said directly, if you wish to live, it's not difficult. I can give you a chance, but you must help me with one thing. Absolutely no problem. Anything you say, I will do. Li Sha nodded without hesitation. Don't rush. I haven't even told you the task yet, and if you fail, your demise will be 100 times worse than now, Lin Shan warned him, his eyes cold. What I want you to do is persuade your father to apologize and make amends to Lord C until he forgives him. If he refuses, both you and your father will meet the same end as Master by just moments ago. Agreed. I will surely follow Mr. Lin's request and try to reason with my father upon returning home. For the sake of survival, Li Sha agreed instantly without deliberation. He couldn't afford to think too much. If he lost his life, he'd lose everything. Lin Shan gently pressed down on his shoulder, smiling and saying, you'd better think this through carefully. If you can't accomplish it, neither of you two will come to a good end. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. Since I've promised, it will definitely work out. Li Sha reassured Lin Shan once again. Seeing his sincerity, Lin Shan ultimately decided to spare his life temporarily. However, though he escaped death, punishment was unavoidable. Just as Lin Shan was about to let him go, he suddenly shot a stream of energy into Li Sha's body. In an instant, Li Sha felt an intense pain surge in his back. Looking at Lin Shan curiously, he asked, Mr. Lin, what have you done to me? Don't panic, it's simply a strand of spider venom injected into your body. As long as you follow my orders, the poison will remain dormant. But if you betray me, the venom will take effect and kill you instantly, causing excruciating pain before death. Lin Shan replied calmly. Chapter 232. A misunderstanding arises. What? Upon hearing Lin Shan's words, Li Shao's heart instantly tensed. He didn't expect that Lin Shan had actually tampered with him in some way. Now it seemed like his plan to take revenge would require much more caution. Despite this realization, his face didn't betray any evident dissatisfaction. Instead, he respectfully bade farewell to Lin Shan and left the scene. After he departed with his subordinates, Lin Shan quickly returned to Jiang Lanyu's side. He pressed a few acupoints on her body, allowing her to awaken once again from unconsciousness. This time, she woke up looking significantly better than before, though her cheeks still carried a faint blush, as the effects of the drug hadn't fully dissipated yet. Big brother Lin Shan, what happened just now? Why do I feel like I've just taken a nap? Jiang Lanyu, with a seductive gaze, pulled Lin Shan's hand and earnestly asked him. Lin Shan gently held her delicate hand, smoothing back the hair from her face as he smiled and explained, the Li family drugged you. Earlier, I had to seal a few acupoints on your body to control the effects of the poison. Even though you're awake now, the effects of the drug haven't passed completely. In a little while, the effects will flare up again. You need to resist your impulses. I'll carry you to the bathroom first so that you can immerse your whole body in cold water. Cold water will help quickly neutralize the effects of the drug. After finishing his explanation, Lin Shan picked her up from the bed. However, before Lin Shan could bring her to the bathroom, the drug in her system already began to flare up, clouding her consciousness entirely with desires. She softly whispered into Lin Shan's ear, her voice enticing. Big brother Lin Shan, the drug is taking effect again. Can you help me? I don't want to soak in cold water. I want you to neutralize the drug for me. I feel like there's a fire burning inside me, and no one but you can help me. Miss Jiang, calm down. I'll take you to the bathroom right now. You have to hold on. Lin Shan encouraged her patiently, accelerating his pace to bring her to the bathroom. Placing Jiang Lanyu in the bathtub, he immediately turned on the cold water, letting the stream flow onto her. At this moment, an invigorating chill instantly quenched the flames of desire within her. Her body involuntarily curled up in the water as she repeatedly called out, I'm so cold. Big brother Lin Shan, I want to leave here. The cold is good. It's the cold water rapidly absorbing the effects of the drug in your body. After soaking for 10 minutes, you will be completely fine. Lin Shan explained seriously to her while firmly holding her arms and encouraging her strenuously. Seeing Lin Shan make such efforts to save her, she too forced herself to endure the biting cold for as long as possible. As her entire body became submerged in the water, the thin dress she wore gradually turned semi-transparent, tightly adhering to her body, revealing all of her impressive figure. Lying in the water, Jiang Lanyu appeared as if naturally born at tempting beauty, irresistibly drawing more than a few glances. Her floating tresses on the water surface accentuated her exquisitely adorable and delicate face. Her two long legs were exceptionally fair-skinned, resembling peeled lotus roots. Daring not to glance at her more than necessary, Lin Shan struggled to suppress his inner impulse amidst this scene. Although he had been married to Shen Bingxue, every time she bathed, he never had the privilege to enter and watch. Thus he had never personally witnessed a woman bathing. If he were to look even a few minutes longer, Lin Shun was sure his inner excitement would inevitably erupt, leaving things uncontrollable. About 10 minutes later, Lin Shun noticed that she had gradually adapted to the temperature of the water and looked no longer in distress. He then lifted her out of the water, wrapped her in a towel, and brought her back to the room. Lin Shun observed that her complexion had fully recovered, and her consciousness returned to normal. With a smile, he said, "Since you've already recovered, I'll go first. You can rest in the hotel tonight. Dry your clothes, and make sure to dry your hair before sleeping. Get a good night's sleep. I will compensate the hotel for the damage in the room." Big brother Lin Shun, wait. Just as Lin Shun was about to leave, Xuanhuan suddenly stopped him. Turning around, Lin Shun curiously looked at her and asked, "Is there something else?" "Big brother Lin Shun, don't you have even a tiny bit of interest in me?" Suddenly, Xuanhuan unwrapped the towel around her body and started unbuttoning her clothes, smiling at Lin Shun and saying, "You are single now, so you really don't have to think about so much. While I was soaking in the cold water earlier, I clearly saw you wanting to look at my body but being hesitant. I'll let you look your fill tonight. If you want to do anything to me, I won't refuse you." The moment she finished speaking, Xuanhuan had already completely undone her one-piece dress. As the clothing slipped off her shoulders, they were suddenly revealed to Lin Chen's eyes. She slowly walked towards Lin Shun, and his heart began pounding fiercely. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he stayed here any longer. So, before Xuanhuan could reach him, he abruptly said, I just remembered that I have some other things to do. I'll go first." "Brother Lin Shun, don't go." Xuanhuan tried to run over and hug Lin Shun, but she was a step too slow. By the time she rushed over, Lin Shun had already fled the room. She immediately frowned in disappointment, shaking her head and sighing. "Seriously, am I really that scary? Brother Lin Shun, you clearly feel something for me, yet you refuse to take things further with me. Why is that? Could it be that your thoughts are still on Shen Bingxue? What makes her deserve such an excellent man as you? I've figured it out. It must be that fox Shen Bingxue who has been trying to seduce you. I will definitely have a word with her and tell her not to disturb you anymore." With this thought, Xuanhuan had no more time to linger in the hotel. She went to the bathroom and dried her dress with a hairdryer before leaving the room. Meanwhile, Lin Shun had just rushed out of Xuanhuan's room when he unfortunately ran into a familiar figure in the hallway. It was none other than Xiao Mimi, whom he had invited over. The moment Xiao Mimi saw him, her eyebrows knitted together sharply. How could he have the audacity to meet with another woman in a hotel room before seeing her? What a scumbag. "Miss Xiao, what a coincidence. Who would have thought we'd meet under these circumstances?" Lin Shun also felt somewhat awkward, realizing from Xiao Mimi's cold expression that she had misunderstood him. Xiao Mimi sneered. "There's no such thing as coincidence. This is perfectly timed. If I hadn't come now, how would I know what kind of man Mr. Lin truly is?" Chapter 233. This is your own willingness. "Miss Xiao, actually Alright, you don't need to explain to me. There's hardly any relationship between the two of us anyway, and who you are has nothing to do with me." Xiao Mimi interrupted Lin Shun's words and took out her room card, saying, "I'm here tonight to repay your kindness. Everything I do with you tonight, I hope you'll forget all about it by tomorrow morning. And also, nobody can know about our affairs, otherwise my future will be ruined. Miss Xiao, come over here with me." At this moment, Lin Shun's tone suddenly became solemn as he walked to Xiao Mimi's side, hugged her slender waist, and quickly returned to the room. After they went in, a man holding a mobile phone for video recording quickly appeared from the dark corner of the hallway. He looked shifty-eyed and silently tracked Xiao Mimi to the room door, then pressed his ear against the door to listen to the sounds inside. "Lin Shun, what are you doing? Let go of me." Xiao Mimi, after entering the room with Lin Shun, was very dissatisfied with his gestures and immediately pushed his arm away. "Sure, don't talk yet." Lin Shun made a gesture for silence, glancing at the door, and continued looking at Xiao Mimi as he said, "The things you said just now, you certainly wouldn't want a third person to hear them. But earlier, right behind you, there was a creepy guy following you to the hotel. You probably didn't know that, did you? What are you talking about?" "Someone was tracking me." Xiao Mimi showed an astonished expression, half believing and staring at Lin Shun, asking, "Are you sure you're not fooling me? If you don't believe me, you can check through the peephole. That person should still be outside eavesdropping." Lin Shun shrugged and explained. Xiao Mimi curiously glanced at the door and cautiously walked towards it. When she just placed her head near the door, she indeed saw a man crouching right outside. Her heart sank abruptly. Just now when she arrived, she hadn't noticed at all that she was being followed. Lin Shun gestured for her to return and asked calmly, "Now you know I wasn't lying to you, right? The guy outside is probably a paparazzo, but not a proper one. What you said to me earlier will definitely be on the front page by tomorrow morning. Do you think your reputation can still be preserved?" "What? No. I must go out right now and make him hand over the evidence." Xiao Mimi felt even more panicked inside. If this matter gets out, it will surely have a huge impact on her reputation and future career. But before she could turn around, Lin Shun grabbed her. She asked coldly, "What are you doing? Even though I agreed to come here to repay you, that doesn't mean I'm willing to destroy myself. Of course, I understand that. But can you guarantee that if you go out, you can get the evidence? The moment you open the door, he would likely run away without a trace." Lin Shun stated calmly. This. Xiao Mimi's mood instantly became despairing. She really couldn't ensure that the person wouldn't run once the door opens. Once he runs, it's like letting a tiger back into the mountains. So what should we do now? If I had known earlier, I would have let you find me. It's too risky here in this public place. Xiao Mimi anxiously stomped her foot. Lin Shun calmly said, "Don't panic. I have a way to erase the evidence he holds. But if I help you, you'll owe me another favor." "What shall we do then?" Can you really do it? At this point, Mimi didn't care much about owing someone a favor. Solving the urgent problem at hand was most important. That's true, but Miss Chiu needs to plead with me. As long as you ask, I'll help you. Mimi didn't expect Lin Shun, at this critical moment, to still try to threaten her. But currently, Mimi has no other options. After hesitating for a few seconds, she nodded and agreed. All right, I plead with you. Please drive away the man outside. I'll give you a handsome gratuity. Is this how you plead with people? Seeing her indifferent look without showing any sincerity, Lin Shun felt quite dissatisfied. Mimi furrowed her eyebrows tightly and asked icily, then what else do you want? If you're pleading with someone, your attitude should be good and you should make me feel your sincerity. Since you always seem so cold, why don't you show some affection toward me? Lin Shun stated calmly. Affection? Mimi's face was utterly cold. She had never shown affection to anyone, let alone to a not-so-familiar man. After hesitating for a moment, she looked coldly at Lin Shun and said, I don't know how to do this. You'd better change your condition. If you can't, then I won't help either. Your problem has nothing to do with me. Lin Shun shrugged indifferently after speaking, then directly hugged her waist and went to the bridal chamber. Mimi resisted instinctively, but unexpectedly. The more she resisted, the less Lin Shun let go of her. Splash! She struggled with all her might, only for Lin Shun to suddenly let go. She lost balance and fell onto the bed. Lin Shun casually climbed on top of her and teased her nose while saying, Miss Chiu, since you agreed to come repay me, you must listen to everything I say. Let that person outside eavesdrop as they please. Soon, I'll make you scream. Lin Shun, you bastard, what else can you do other than threatening women? Mimi glared at him and asked icily when she saw his malicious expression. Threaten you? Isn't this all your own willingness? I gave you a chance just now when you wanted my help, but it was you who didn't cherish it. Who is to blame for that? Lin Shun replied nonchalantly. All right, I agree with you. If you can get rid of the person outside and keep the evidence, I will act coquettishly toward you. Mimi quickly said that while Lin Shun was about to pounce down on her. Not acceptable unless you act coquettishly first. Call me darling husband, and let me hear your sincerity. Lin Shun continued teasing her. You? All right, I'll call you darling husband. After hesitating for a few seconds, Mimi lowered her voice and coldly turned her head away to say it. Lin Shun shook his head dissatisfied. No, too quiet and not gentle enough. Turn your head back and call it again in front of me. All right, darling husband. With her chin held up by Lin Shun, their eyes locked. Mimi stuttered to open her mouth and called out once again. But Lin Shun was still unsatisfied. Shaking his head, Lin Shun said, Speak up, show some feelings, and try again. Darling husband, darling husband, darling husband. Are you satisfied now? Seeing Lin Shun repeatedly making things difficult for herself, Mimi suddenly let loose her emotions, calling Lin Shun several times in succession as darling husband, glaring at Lin Shun with her large, wide eyes. Lin Shun could feel her entire body was extremely tense, her heart pounding heavily, her cheeks becoming flushed. Clearly she had surpassed her own character limit. After a slight consideration of 2 seconds, Lin Shun smiled and said, All right, I'm relatively satisfied with your performance this time. I'll help you once. Splash. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Shun suddenly waved a palm towards the hotel room door. Chapter 234, The Real Purpose. In an instant, the mobile phone of the man eavesdropping outside the door exploded on the spot, and one of his hands was blown into a bloody mess. Right after, a ghastly wail of agony came from outside the door. Before he could regain his senses, the hotel room door had already been opened, and Lin Shun calmly walked out. Lin Shun saw this sharp-featured, weasel-faced man who was now not only full of guilt, but also trembling with extreme fear. Seeing that his presence had been discovered, the man immediately turned around and tried to run away in pain. However, before he could take a few steps, Lin Shun effortlessly grabbed him by the shoulder. Lin Shun coldly stared at him and asked, Where do you think you're going? What were you doing with your phone just now? Big brother, spare my life. I'm just a small-time journalist trying to get the scoop on Mimi. I promise never to secretly follow celebrities again. Brother, please let me off the hook. The man's face was deathly pale as he repeatedly bowed to Lin Shun for mercy. He was indeed a journalist without doubt, as his credentials hung from his body, though it was inconvenient to track with the full set of equipment, so he chose casual attire instead. But what he had never imagined was that he would encounter someone as terrifyingly skilled as Lin Shun. All he wanted was to make a living off celebrity gossip news, never expecting it could cost him his life. After confirming there was nothing suspicious about the man and ensuring all evidence on his phone was destroyed, Lin Shun coldly commanded, Leave immediately, and don't let me see you again. As for tonight's incident, if you dare leak even half a word, I will end your life. Brother, rest assured, I will not reveal a single thing. I swear to the heavens. How could the man dare show any disrespect to Lin Shun? This was a matter of life or death. If he had known earlier that the man Mimi was dating possessed such formidable strength, he would rather die than risk coming here to sneakily photograph them. After being reprimanded by Lin Shun, and upon the moment Lin Shun loosened his grip, the man hastily turned and ran away without a trace, too shocked to notice that his wounded hand was still bleeding painfully. After dismissing the man, Lin Shun returned to the room where Mimi still awaited anxiously. Approaching her, he said calmly, You no longer need to worry. The person tracking you outside was merely a minor paparazzo hoping to profit from public opinion. All evidence in his possession has been completely erased. Your reputation will remain untarnished, and no one will know about what happened in the hotel tonight. Thank you. Xiao Mimi breathed a sigh of relief. Ordinarily, she detested such stealthy paparazzi more than anything else. Yet these pesky stalkers were everywhere, and she had already fallen victim to their antics more than once. Tonight, it wasn't Lin Chen's fault. It was entirely due to her own carelessness that drew the attention of the paparazzi and resulted in the sneaky photography session. Had it not been for Lin Chen's timely intervention, by morning, she might have once again made headlines in the news. Upon seeing the sincere look in her eyes, Lin Chen disdainfully shrugged his shoulders and said, "No problem, it was just a small favor which isn't much of a deal for me. Just keep in mind that big stars like you should always have bodyguards around, otherwise your reputation is bound to crumble sooner or later. I certainly do have bodyguards, but our rendezvous tonight was highly discreet. I didn't want anyone to know I'd been here." Xiao Mimi confessed her thoughts sincerely to Lin Chen. After taking a deep breath and calming herself down, she looked at Lin Chen icily and said, "Since there's no one left to disturb us outside, I'll honor the condition I promised you earlier. If you have anything you wish to do to me, go ahead. I will cooperate as best as I can." "So generous?" Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Mimi in slight surprise. He thought Xiao Mimi would try to plead with him, but he did not expect such straightforwardness. Without waiting for Lin Chen's consent, Xiao Mimi obediently laid down on the bed, waiting for Lin Chen to unleash his storm upon her. She knew Lin Chen was a playboy, and men like him wouldn't pass up on opportunities like this. Therefore, she had no excessive expectations, choosing simply to consider this as repaying the kindness he had shown in saving her father's life. However, for a long while after she gently closed her eyes, there was no sign of Lin Chen pouncing down on her. A little perplexed, she couldn't help opening her eyes slightly and looking at Lin Chen curiously. "Why haven't you moved yet? Is there something wrong with how I'm acting?" "It's not that. I just wanted to admire you a little longer." Lin Chen regarded her with a touch of admiration, carefully inspecting her figure and beauty. He smiled and complimented. "Miss Qiu, you are truly a natural beauty. Your stunning looks and elegant figure are exceedingly rare in this world. To be able to marry someone like you would be 3 lifetimes worth of virtue, but there's one drawback, and that is, your character is too cold. Do you know that men around the world generally dislike such aloof and high and mighty personalities? My character seems to have nothing to do with you. Don't you just care about my looks and figure?" Xiao Mimi replied expressionlessly, continuing to look at Lin Chen and said, "I hope you can hurry up a bit. I don't want to be tormented by you for too long." "Fine, since you're so decisive, there's no need for me to be polite with you." Lin Chen saw her attitude remain unchanged, suddenly pounced on her body, and with 2 light slaps easily pressed the acupoints on her body. At this moment, Xiao Mimi tightly closed her eyes, clearly feeling a large hand continuously teasing her all over, slowly peeling away every layer of her clothes. She furrowed her brows. This was her first experience of being touched by a man. Although she appeared calm now, her heart was like the turbulent waves of a river. Tense, yet overwhelming. Huff, huff. When Lin Chen's hand passed over her abdomen, he could distinctly feel her stomach slightly tense, her breathing becoming heavy. Taking advantage of her distraction, Lin Chen's palms suddenly emitted a burst of warm energy, striking directly toward her abdomen. At that moment, Xiao Mimi felt as if a ball of fire were blazing inside her belly. However, the heat from this fiery ball did not cause her any pain, but rather made her feel comfortable instead. Her breathing gradually steadied. None of the imagined horrifying scenes happened in her mind. All she felt was Lin Chen's strong hand continuously massaging her abdomen. After 5 minutes, Lin Chen finally pulled his hand away. The moment Lin Chen retracted his true energy, Xiao Mimi felt her entire body relax, the exhaustion she had accumulated instantly vanishing. Lin Chen released her acupoints, calmly saying, "Miss Qiu, feel around your dantian and see if there is a strange flow of energy moving through it." "What did you do to me?" Xiao Mimi looked at Lin Chen in great surprise. As she sat up and took a breath, she truly felt the flow of energy Lin Chen mentioned. Seeing her extreme tension, Lin Chen explained calmly, "Don't panic. What I did was to save your life." Chapter 235, Contract Forgery. "Help me save my life." Xiao Mimi was very puzzled, looking at Lin Chen with doubt. Lin Chen nodded and continued, "That's right. The toxins accumulated in your body have almost taken your life, yet you are completely unaware. These toxins were secretly put there by someone who wants to harm you, especially someone close to you. I didn't mention it in front of your parents earlier because I didn't want them to worry about your health. So, did you invite me to the hotel tonight just to save you?" Xiao Mimi said in great surprise. She simply couldn't believe that Lin Chen had proposed those conditions just to save her life. During such a good opportunity, he didn't actually do anything improper to her. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. "Do you really think I would be interested in you? Although you're a big star with some looks and figure, you're not my type. I prefer girls who are cute and obedient. Even if you lay in front of me for free, I won't have any interest in you. The only reason I saved you is out of respect for your father's good attitude towards me." Xiao Mimi frowned. Logically speaking, she should feel happy since Lin Chen wasn't interested in her. But for some unknown reason, she felt anger. No woman can withstand flattery, nor can they bear being ridiculed. Lin Chen's previous attitude clearly showed disdain towards her. From childhood through entering the entertainment industry, she had always been admired by others. Nobody dared to speak ill of her. Yet Lin Chen showed so much contempt for her, as if she was utterly worthless. Besides anger, she also felt a bit of disappointment inside. Just as she was about to say something to Lin Chen suddenly interjected, "Take care of yourself slowly, be more cautious about people around you poisoning you. I'm feeling sleepy, I'll go home and sleep. Good night, Miss Qiu." After finishing his words, Lin Chen waved his hand, and left the hotel room without looking back. Looking after Lin Chen's departure, Xiao Mimi looked serious. She no longer thought about Lin Chen's disdain towards her, but instead recalled who might be secretly poisoning her. It was unlikely to be someone from her family, as she was their only child, and her parents had always spoiled her. If not from the family, then it must be one of her friends or colleagues from the entertainment company. On a regular basis, everyone treats her politely, but she doesn't know who is truly sincere towards her. Some may seem nice on the surface, but could possibly be plotting harm behind her back. This matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. She no longer had the intention to stay in the hotel tonight. Since nothing happened between her and Lin Shun, her worries naturally disappeared. She immediately got up and left the hotel. At the same time, Lin Shun had already returned home. When he came back, Xia Tian was sound asleep in the room. Lin Shun didn't disturb her, but went to the bathroom alone for a wash-up before returning to the room to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Shun just woke up from his dream when he received a call from Jiang Chengxin. He couldn't help but feel curious and asked upon answering the phone, "Mr. Jiang, why did you call me so early? Is there something important?" "Mr. Lin, I am calling to thank you. I already know about last night when Lanyu was kidnapped. Thank you so much for saving Lanyu. This great favor, Mr. Jiang must repay," Jiang Chengxin seriously said. "Mr. Jiang, you're being too polite considering our relationship." Lin Shin smiled faintly and consoled Jiang Chengxin. "You don't need to think too much. I consider Lanyu a friend. Helping her is my responsibility. You've helped me many times before. Without you, Shun Group wouldn't have achieved its current glory. Moreover, I still count on you to continue expanding Shun Group. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, as long as I'm around in Rongtian City, I will certainly help take care of the company," Jiang Chengxin resolutely stated in the phone call. He felt he owed Lin Shin too much, and it wasn't just taking care of a company that could repay the favor. Actually, he hoped that Jiang Lanyu could catch Lin Shin's fancy. If Lin Shin agreed to become the son-in-law of the Jiang family, that would be wonderful. But judging by the current situation, Lin Shun had no such idea. He didn't dare to bring it up either. "By the way, Mr. Lin, I suddenly remembered something, which I think I should report to you." Jiang Chengxin gradually came back to reality, remembering a contract issue from yesterday, and informed Lin Shun. "Yesterday, I received a contract from Shun Group, but both the signature and signature markings seemed off. I've cross-checked with Shun Group's project department, and they stated no one was sent to me for contract signing. At the time, I didn't pay much attention to it, but now recalling this matter, I feel there's something fishy. Could it be someone targeting your Shun Group? Trying to scheme against your company? Is that even possible?" Upon hearing Jiang Chengxin's words, Lin Shin also felt a bit perplexed. With no better option, he decided to visit Jiang Group once to examine what was wrong with the contract. 10 minutes after hanging up the phone, he arrived at Jiang Chengxin's company. Upon entering Jiang Chengxin's office, Lin Shin observed him carefully comparing the contract. He did not dare to be negligent in handling matters concerning Lin Shin. Curious, Lin Shin approached and asked, "Leader of House Jiang, nice to see you again. How's the contract check going? Have you found the issue yet?" "Mr. Lin, you arrived just at the right moment. I've carefully examined the contract again and compared it with previous project contracts. Except for the final signature and seal which were forged, everything else matches perfectly. This contract must have been done by someone who knows Shun Group well, or perhaps stole your company's contract and copied it, mimicking your name and seal," Jiang Chengxin explained seriously. "Forged contract." Lin Shin wore an expression full of doubt, stroking his chin as he pondered, asking, what benefit would he get from doing such a thing? Even if you made a payment, it would be transferred to Shun Group's official account. It seems he wouldn't gain anything. "No, Mr. Lin, there's more." Jiang Chengxin immediately shook his head, then proactively explained to Lin Shin, "Mr. Lin, when this person handed us the contract, they provided a new account and instructed us to transfer the funds into the new account. Their reason was that your company's old account was being updated. I promised to make the payment within a day, but today, suddenly realizing there was something off, I rechecked carefully with your company and indeed spotted the anomaly. So I wanted to let you know about this special circumstance." Chapter 236, Lin Shen's Trap. "Lord Jiang, thank goodness you reminded me in time. If I had transferred that money, it would have been lost by now." Lin Shin thought Jiang Chengxin was very clever. Ever since the incident where Li Qin and Shun Jun tried to transfer the money through a hacker, Lin Shun had paid special attention to those two. Unfortunately, he couldn't find their whereabouts. After the last incident, it seemed like they had vanished. Who would have thought that just a few days later, they were causing trouble again? Although Lin Shin didn't have solid evidence to prove it was them, upon careful consideration, besides them, no one else could have stolen Shun Group's contract or be so familiar with his handwriting. "Mr. Lin, do you perhaps know who copied this contract?" Upon hearing Lin Shin's words, Jiang Chengxin couldn't help but feel shocked and asked curiously, "Yes, these people are Shun Bingshua's younger brother Shin Jun and my former mother-in-law Li Qin." Lin Shun responded solemnly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he mentioned their names. Jiang Chengxin frowned deeply and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "It's actually them. Truly unexpected. Weren't they expelled from the Shin family long ago? And yet they still covet the Shun Group's assets. The greed of these mother and son pair is something I've witnessed before," said Lin Shun as he regained his composure and looked at Jiang Chengxin. "Since they've reached out this time, I have an idea to lure them out, teach them a good lesson, and ideally send them to jail." "What kind of plan?" Jiang Chengxin asked curiously. "The bait-and-hook approach. Since they're greedy, they have a fatal flaw, lack of rationality." Lin Shin cleverly said, "They must still be expecting the money to come through. Why don't you, Lord Jiang, give a call to the contact on this list and tell him to come collect the cash instead?" As long as we don't let slip any clues and fully play our roles, Li Qin and Shun Jun will surely fall for it. Once they show up, there's no way they'll leave today. Great idea. Since Mr. Lin has decided to do it this way, I will follow all your arrangements. Jiang Chengxin seriously agreed. In fact, he genuinely didn't want Li Qin and Shun Jun to succeed. They had harmed Lin Chen's interests more than once, and Jiang Chengxin had long wanted them to pay the price they deserved. After discussing it thoroughly with Lin Shun, Jiang Chengxin took out his phone and contacted the person who delivered the contract yesterday. The person delivering the contract wasn't Li Qin or Shun Jun, but someone else, possibly an actor they hired. A moment later, the call was answered, and a man's voice came from the other end. Hello, Lord Jiang. Is there anything you need? Where's your boss? I was about to transfer money to the account you provided this morning when an issue occurred with our accounts. It got locked down. So we'll need to trouble your boss to personally come collect the cash instead. Perhaps Miss Shun can make the trip? Jiang Chengxin deliberately named Miss Shun Bingxue so as not to raise suspicion. Boss Jiang, our boss is too busy today to spare time to come get the money. Would it be possible for me to take her place and pick up the money? The person on the other end hesitated slightly before responding. That won't work. The contract contains signatures from both General Shun and Mr. Lin, meaning one of them needs to personally come claim the money. If Shun cannot make it, perhaps she could send a family member over. We need to ensure that the funds safely reach the Shun Corporation. Jiang Chengxin continued. After his remark, the person on the other side quickly devised a response. Well then, let me consult with General Shun. If possible, Shun herself might come. Good, then it's settled. I'll wait for Miss Shun at the company. Jiang Chengxin agreed and immediately hung up the phone. He truthfully relayed the previous conversation to Lin Chen. After hearing this, Lin Chen gave a thumbs up and said, Lord Jiang, you're indeed smart. With what you said, Shun Jun and Li Qin will surely fall for it. They have no idea about the deep relationship between you and me. One of them will definitely show up soon to ask you for the money. All thanks to Mr. Lin's wisdom. If not for such a brilliant scheme from you, I wouldn't have known how to handle this matter. Jiang Chengxin humbly shook his head. After praising each other, they detailed the plan and patiently waited for Li Qin and Shun Jun to arrive. At the same time, the person who had hung up the phone just now immediately contacted Shun Jun and informed him of the situation. Upon hearing this, Shun Jun couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled and asked curiously, was it really Lord Jiang who called you just now? Not someone calling on his behalf. It was indeed Lord Jiang. There's an issue with their company's account, so they cannot transfer the money. And at first, he only wanted Shun Bingxue to come and collect the cash. Your name and Madame Li's were not mentioned initially. The subordinate truthfully replied. I see. Then this news must be genuine. Shun Jun felt secretly pleased upon hearing this. As long as he could go to the Jiang group and get this money, he could take his mother far away and never look back. Their last plan was a miscalculation. It shouldn't have failed. This time, no matter what, they had to succeed. These past 2 days cooped up in a dingy rented apartment were truly unbearable. He was even nervous buying food, always fearing that the law enforcement would spot him. Fortunately, their new plan was about to succeed. Once they left this wretched place, they'd be free in another country, unfettered ever again. After hanging up, he immediately shared this good news with Li Qin. Li Qin's face lit up with joy after listening. With extreme excitement, she said, Fantastic. Leave this matter to you, Xiao Jun. Once you act swiftly and get the money, notify me immediately so we can head straight to the airport. All right, Mom. Just wait here for my good news. Until I give you the signal, do not leave this place under any circumstances, or if the law enforcement spots you, things will go wrong. After giving her a reminder, Shun Jun quickly left the rental house. About 20 minutes later, he took a taxi and arrived at the Jiang group. At this point, he still had no idea that a trap was already set for him inside. He approached the reception area where a polite young lady asked, Sir, may I ask whom you're looking for? I'm here to see your general manager Jiang. I'm Shun Jun from Shun Corporation, sent by my sister to meet GM Jiang. Shun Jun put on a solemn demeanor. Mr. Shun, please follow me upstairs. Our general manager, Jiang, has been waiting for you. The receptionist greeted him respectfully, leading the way directly to the top floor office. The whole journey there, Shun Jun's heart was unusually restless. Chapter 237. The truth comes out. Today's money is crucial to his future quality of life. No matter what, it has to succeed. The miracle is about to happen. The receptionist beauty quickly led him to the office door of Jiang Chengxin and smiled back. Mr. Shun, this is Mr. Jiang's office. Good, thank you. After adjusting his psychological state, Shun Jun directly pushed the door open and walked inside. When he came in, he saw Jiang Chengxin sitting on the office chair, with a square face, seriously dealing with company affairs. Shun Jun was doing something that made him feel guilty, so he was a bit nervous at this moment. But for the sake of money, he had to suppress his tension and approached Jiang Chengxin. With a full face of respectful smiles, he interrupted Jiang Chengxin's work and said, Mr. Jiang, I am Shun Bingshue's younger brother. We met before. My sister asked me to come and collect money on her behalf. Is that you? Jiang Chengxin slowly raised his head and looked at Shun Jun with a stern expression. Your sister doesn't have time to come? Yes, my sister is too busy with work, so she sent me here. All you need to do is give me the money. After I go back, I will count it and hand it over to my sister. You can also confirm it with my sister by calling her. Shun Jun said very seriously. He wasn't worried about Jiang Chengxin making a call because he had already prepared in advance, turning off the signal on his older sister's mobile phone screen, which means Jiang Chengxin won't be able to get through. Seeing how confident Shun Jun was, Jiang Chengxin was somewhat surprised internally. If not knowing beforehand that the contract was forged by him, he might have believed what Shin Jun said. Okay, then I will first verify with your sister. If there are no issues, I will give you the money. Jiang Chengxin pretended to be cautious, took out his phone, and dialed Shun Bingshua's number. He wanted to see what kind of trick Shin Jun could pull. As soon as he called, he heard a message from the other end stating that the recipient was currently in a call. A little later, he tried again, but it was the same result. At this point, he realized that Shin Jun had tampered with Shun Bingshua's phone early on, which explained why he wasn't worried. Mr. Jiang, my sister may be in a meeting. When I saw her earlier, she mentioned she had won. Oh, here's a note my sister wrote for me, saying just to give it to you after I meet with you. While speaking, Shin Jun approached Jiang Chengxin again and handed over the note to Jiang Chengxin. Jiang Chengxin saw that it was a receipt, and Shun Bingshua's signature was already done. Judging from the receipt, it seemed real and not counterfeit. Before he could ask any questions, Shin Jun smiled again and said, Mr. Jiang, once you give me the money, this receipt is enough to prove that our Shun Corporation has received it. For you, there will be no concerns afterward. That receipt was signed by my sister herself. You don't need to worry. Good. Wait a moment here. I will send someone from finance to bring the money over. Jiang Chengxin understood everything and then let him sit patiently on the side chair while actually going to check the surroundings outside his office to ensure no accomplices were brought in. If there were accomplices, they would capture them all in advance. If no accomplice exists, Shin Jun could be easily caught like a fish in a pot. Not long after, Jiang Chengxin received confirmation that only Shin Jun had come today. Relieved in his mind, Jiang Chengxin immediately dispatched security guards to the door guard, making sure Shin Jun couldn't escape. Mr. Jiang, is it not ready yet? Shin Jun noticed that 10 minutes had passed, but no one from finance had arrived, causing him some anxiety. Jiang Chengxin calmly responded, it will be done soon. It's cash after all. Our finance department is also under pressure and needs someone to go to the bank to withdraw money. Oh, okay. Shin Jun had no choice but to wait patiently. However, he did not know that what he was about to wait for was an immense misfortune. 3 or 4 minutes passed when Jiang Chengxin's phone vibrated slightly. Looking at the screen, he slightly curled up the corner of his mouth and answered the call in front of Shin Jun. Hey, Captain Hao, you can come straight up now. Shin Jun is already in my office. There is no way he can escape. I've already surrounded the office with people. You guys worked hard finding him for so long. After coming up, I'll treat you to tea. After finishing the conversation, Jiang Chengxin hung up. Shin Jun's heart suddenly sank. He suddenly foresaw something wrong happening. Jiang Chengxin was not getting money. He was reporting the case. For days, the Six Fan Department people have been looking for him and Li Qin. Captain Hao just now must have been the leader of the Six Fan Department. Realizing this, Shin Jun stood up immediately without another word and wanted to run out. But as soon as he reached the door, Jiang Chengxin reminded him, Shin Jun, don't waste your effort. I've already arranged people to guard the outside. You won't be able to leave. Why? Mr. Jiang, why did you deceive me? Shin Jun was now in utter panic. He didn't want to be arrested or go to jail. Do you think I couldn't see there was something wrong with the contract someone brought me yesterday? Jiang Chengxin sternly reminded him. After noticing the problem with the handwriting on the contract, I called Mr. Lin to personally verify this matter. Lin Shen, you actually contacted Lin Shen. Upon hearing these 2 words, Shin Jun's face showed even more panic. His eyes darted back and forth as he realized his animosity toward Lin Shen. If Lin Shen found out about this, he would surely crush him. This must have been all Lin Shen's idea. Regaining his composure, a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes as he looked up at Jiang Chengxin once more, his anger fully revealed on his face. Jiang Chengxin, you set a trap for me and colluded with Lin Shen against me. I'll make sure you die with me. After saying this, he suddenly rushed towards the desk like a madman. Unexpectedly, before he could get close to the desk, a lightning-fast figure appeared in front of him, grabbing his hand with a loud snap, instantly deforming his wrist. He couldn't help but let out a sharp and painful scream as cold sweat poured down his face. Lin Shen stood before him, letting out a cold snort and saying, Shin Jun, you didn't expect it, but today it was actually me who set the trap for you, luring you into my net. These past few days, you hid so well, making me work hard to find you. I thought you had already left Rongtian City, but instead, you're still scheming to take Shin Corporation's assets, forging fake contracts, and coming here to Mr. Zhang's office to scam money. Lin Shen, I made a mistake. Please let me go, I beg you. Shin Jun knew the consequences of being caught. All that remained on his face was helplessness and terror, tears streaming down from his eyes. He wanted to kneel down and plead for mercy, but Lin Shen held onto his arm, not giving him any chance to fall to his knees. Chapter 238, The Trail of Li Qin. Shin Jun, did I not give you enough chances before? But you have never known how to cherish them. Instead, you've grown more audacious in asking for more, even coveting the Shun Group's assets. Lin Shen coldly stared at Shin Jun as he spoke. The beads of cold sweat on Shin Jun's face were growing in number. Despite his current appearance of full apology, he had never reformed. If given another chance, there would certainly be a next time. I swear this is the last time. Lin Shen, please, considering that I was once your brother-in-law, give me one more chance. I beg you. Shin Jun looked anxiously at Lin Shen, earnestly stating. Lin Shen's face showed utter disdain as he coldly said, Do you think I'll give you a chance? If you truly regarded me as your brother-in-law, you wouldn't keep scheming after the company's assets. All of this is on you, and you will bear the consequences alone. As soon as he finished speaking, several members of the Six Fan sect entered, coming directly to Lin Shen. At once, they noticed Shin Jun, who had already been detained. He stared coldly at Shin Jun, solemnly saying, You really know how to hide. We've been looking for you. and now it turns out you are up to something harmful again. Spare my life. Captain, I beg you not to take me away. I'll never dare do such a thing again. When Xuanhuan saw the six-fan sect members, he was almost scared out of his wits. However, these members wouldn't let him off easily. With just a wave of his hand, Xuanhuan was grabbed by his subordinates. At that moment, team leader Hao walked up to him, grabbing his collar to ask, "What about your accomplice and your mother? Where is she now? I hope you will truthfully confess. If you continue to withhold information, I'll make sure you regret it." I don't know where she is. Since our escape last time, we got separated. This contract forgery was entirely my doing. Xuanhuan replied with an air of sincerity. He would never betray Li Qin. As long as Li Qin was out there, she had a chance to find people to help get him out. But if Li Qin was captured, any future chances would vanish. Do you really not know her whereabouts? Team leader Hao asked solemnly, not believing Xuanhuan's words. I really don't. Please investigate thoroughly. How, Captain? Xuanhuan nodded decisively. Let me take you back first. After a thorough interrogation, I will see if you indeed know nothing. Team leader Hao responded with a cold laugh, turning back to instruct his subordinates to take him away. Just then, Lin Shen suddenly stopped them, saying, Captain, wait a second. How about letting me handle the interrogation? I know this guy like the back of my hand. I am fully aware of his intentions. You are? Team leader Hao was somewhat astonished as he gazed at Lin Shen, unfamiliar with him. Jiang Chengshan approached, personally explaining, This is Mr. Lin Shen, a close friend of mine. He is a highly righteous individual and excels in medical skills. Captain Hao can trust him unconditionally. All right. Thank you for your effort, Mr. Lin. Hao Captain nodded, handing Xuanhuan over to Lin Shen for interrogation. Lin Shen turned around to look at Xuanhuan, smirking coldly. Xuanhuan, do you think Li Qin can save you if you don't reveal her location? Don't be naive. If you confess now, you're creating an opportunity for leniency. Don't forget what you've done. I know every single detail. If I provide more evidence to Captain Hao, your charges will pile up. Surely you don't want to spend decades inside, right? Lin Shen, don't try to fool me. I won't believe you. Even if I tell you, you won't let me go either. Xuanhuan firmly stated. Upon speaking these words, Xuanhuan immediately regretted them. By saying this, he had admitted that he knew Li Qin's exact location. But it was too late to take it back now. Lin Shen remarked indifferently, whether you believe or not. If you voluntarily disclose the information, I can reduce some of the accusations against you, or even forgive you. If you refuse, you will face severe punishment. Moreover, even if you don't tell me Li Qin's whereabouts, I can still track her down through my own abilities. You should be well aware of what I'm capable of. This task would be effortless for me. After Lin Shen finished his statements, Xuanhuan became hesitant for a while. Although uncertain whether Lin Shen's claims were true, Lin Shen could undeniably influence the severity of his sins. A short pause later, Xuanhuan abruptly changed his attitude toward Lin Shen, crying and saying, Brother-in-law, I realize my mistake. I'm willing to divulge my mother's location. I only want leniency. Please help me. It depends on your performance. Tell me, where is Li Qin? Lin Shen questioned without any emotion. She's at the inn in the courtyard behind Jin Lin Hotel. I've been hiding there with her recently, originally planning to quickly leave the country after getting this money, but unexpectedly ran into trouble. Xuanhuan ultimately disclosed Li Qin's location. As soon as Captain Hao heard this place, he immediately sent people to search for Li Qin. Meanwhile, Li Qin had no idea that Xuanhuan had already been caught. She anxiously hid in the small house, pacing back and forth, feeling extremely worried. It's been so long already, why hasn't he come back? Could something have happened to Xiaojun? Li Qin muttered to herself, constantly checking the time on her watch. Reasonably speaking, Xuanhuan should have obtained the money long ago if he went that long ago. She wanted to call Xuanhuan to confirm, but as soon as she took out her phone, she immediately regretted it. Because she feared Xuanhuan might have already been captured, and this call would mean exposing her own position, they would surely send people over immediately. No, for safety's sake, I can't just sit here and wait any longer. If Xiaojun got arrested, the six-fan sect will definitely search here at top speed. I need to change my residence and hide temporarily. If Xiaojun wasn't arrested, he will contact me actively. Li Qin was, after all, a veteran. For these kinds of minor issues, she could handle them herself. Thinking this, she immediately began packing up her things, hiding all valuable jewelry under her clothes, then packed her suitcase and quickly headed downstairs to leave. To avoid being discovered by others, she deliberately wrapped a scarf around her head. Just as she came downstairs, handed the room key to the inn owner, and prepared to check out, she suddenly caught sight of several members of the six-fan sect in her peripheral vision. They were walking directly inside. At this moment, Li Qin quickly covered her face and avoided looking directly at them. While the inn owner helped her check out, one of the six-fan sect members had already approached, solemnly looking at the inn owner and asking, Boss, may I ask you whether there was a mother-son pair who came here for accommodation before? The woman is about 40 years old, the son about 20 years old. They should have been staying here these past few days. Chapter 239, A Difficult Choice. A mother and son? Then that must be. The innkeeper instinctively glanced at Li Qin, but at that moment, Li Qin suddenly began coughing violently. As she coughed, she pulled out a tissue and walked towards the trash can by the door. When she reached the door, without a word, she grabbed her luggage and sprinted off. At this point, the innkeeper immediately pointed at Li Qin and shouted, That woman who just left is the person you're looking for. What? Go after her quickly. The leader of the six-fan team was shocked. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to pursue her. After running out of the inn, Li Qin frantically bolted down an alley ahead. This alley was lined with snack shops. It was crowded with people at the moment. Though she couldn't run very fast, Hiding within the crowd made it hard for the six fan men to find her. She darted through the crowd for a while, quickly turned around, and ran into another alley, disappearing in no time. Damn it, where did she go? She was just here a moment ago. The captain rushed over, looked left and right, but found no trace of Li Qin. After glancing around, the captain commanded his subordinates. Let's split up into 3 groups. Some of you go ahead, others go east, and the rest follow me. Upon the words being spoken, they quickly divided into 3 teams, dispersing rapidly to search for Li Qin. After they had all left, Li Qin finally emerged from hiding. Seeing all the members of the 6 fan men vanish, she smirked coldly, muttering to herself. You think you can beat me? You're not ready yet. It seems Xiaojun has already been captured. I can't stay in Rongtian City anymore, or I'll eventually get caught. After pondering for a moment, she decided to leave this trouble-ridden place immediately, making sure none of her acquaintances could track her down. But as she was about to step out of the alley and hail a taxi to the airport, a man clad in a black robe suddenly appeared before her, blocking her way. Who are you? What do you want? Li Qin jumped in fear. Looking up, she saw the face of the man, pockmarked and extremely terrifying. What scared her most was the innate killing intent in his eyes. Clearly, this man didn't have good intentions. You're Lin Qin's ex-mother-in-law, Li Qin, aren't you? I hope you'll come with me willingly. I won't harm you. Without any hesitation, the robed man grabbed Li Qin's arm and spoke coldly. Let go of me. Why should I go with you? I don't even know you. Terrified, Li Qin struggled fiercely, continuously resisting. However, she was no match for the robed man. Within moments, he effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder and carried her away. Let go of me. Let go. While on his back, Li Qin continued shouting, but no one paid attention to her. As the man's speed increased, she felt the scenery around her blur. Within 10 minutes, Li Qin was brought to a forest shrouded in mist. Upon landing, when she saw the robed man's face filled with sinister aura, she recoiled in terror. She had no idea what kind of monster this was. Just now, this robed man ran with her faster than any car on the road. If this robed man wanted to kill her, it would be effortless. Who exactly are you? What's your purpose for bringing me here? Li Qin asked fearfully, staring at the man before her. Don't you see? The fact that I haven't killed you means we're not enemies, right? The robed man's expression remained calm. After inspecting Li Qin closely, a smile gradually formed on his lips. Bending down, he lightly sniffed the fragrance from her body and said contentedly, I like the scent you carry. You pervert, stay away from me. Seeing his evil expression, Li Qin instinctively clutched at her neckline. She certainly didn't want to lose her dignity to this hideous man. Even though she was already over 40, she had meticulously maintained her skin and body with cosmetics over the years, making her look no different from women in their 30s. On the streets, she often received declarations of love, so she had full confidence in her appearance and figure. However, the robed man before her wasn't there to take her body. A few seconds later, the robed man smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. I brought you here solely to help you seek revenge. Help me seek revenge? What does that mean? Seeing him move farther away, Li Qin's tension lessened, but she still remained highly cautious. Lin Shun is also my enemy. If you obey me, I can make you as powerful as him. The black-robed man clenched his fists tightly, and a wisp of black gas appeared between his fists. As he smashed a punch at the nearby tree, the tree instantly cracked and then fell straight down. Seeing this scene, Li Qin was left stunned in fear. She didn't expect this man to be so strong. You must have seen Lin Feng's skills. If you want revenge, it's not enough to rely solely on your mind. You also need solid fists. The black-robed man gradually retracted his fist, turning back to look at Li Qin and said, If you are willing to learn my skills, I will teach you all the martial arts I possess and help you become an outstanding martial artist. As long as you master them, even if you face Lin Shun, you won't have to fear him. Truly, really? Are you really willing to teach me those skills you just displayed? Li Qin was overwhelmed with disbelief. She never thought that she would meet such a benefactor in her middle age. Yet her heart still brimmed with doubts. After a moment, she fixed her gaze on the black-robed man and asked, Since you have such abilities, why don't you go after Lin Shun yourself for revenge, instead of abducting me to teach me these skills? Why use a cow-killing blade to slay a chicken? Lin Shun is but a minor lackey, unworthy of my personal intervention. 2 of my previous apprentices went after him, but due to their incomplete mastery and lack of talent, they died at Lin Shun's hands. Not until I discovered your latent talent did I realize that all my past choices were wrong. To truly learn my skills, talent should come first. I am confident that I can shape you into the #1 female powerhouse in the Chinese martial arts world. As long as you nod your agreement, are willing to undergo intensive training in the deep mountains with me, and recognize me as your master, it will take you no more than a month before you can seek vengeance from Lin Shun. As he spoke, the black-robed man turned aside. Li Qin's eyes darted about anxiously as she momentarily fell into hesitation. Should she run, or learn these extraordinary skills to deal with Lin Shun? Chapter 240, The Hidden Li Qin. You must think carefully. If you run away now, you will never have the chance to seek revenge. The black-robed man, seeing her hesitation, continued to persuade her. Do you want to live your entire life under others' care and be manipulated by Lin Shun? Of course not. Li Qin responded with obvious frustration. She would love nothing more than to kill Lin Shun herself. If it weren't for Lin Shun, she would still be living a carefree life. But ever since Lin Shun began to oppose her, her days had become worse one after another. She could not understand how Lin Shun became so strong. In the past, Lin Shun was obviously timid, only listening to his family's control, but something unknown changed him, making him suddenly become strong and independent. Even the Shun group, which she once took pride in, ended up in Lin Chen's hands. She thought Lin Chen didn't deserve any of this. Good. I can see hatred in your eyes. The more hatred you have, the higher the chance of mastering my divine kung fu, and possibly surpassing me. The black-robed man saw an extremely strong, killing aura in Li Qin. This was exactly what he wanted to see. It was incredibly rare. As long as you follow my guidance and practice according to my methods, you can achieve your goal. Personally kill Lin Chen, and no one will ever dare to bully you again. You can obtain everything you desire through great power and rescue your son. The black-robed man continued persuading Li Qin. Li Qin gradually got lost in her desires. She slowly looked up and asked the black-robed man, "Can you really give me all of this? Have you deceived me? I have no need to deceive you. Do you think there is anything on you that I find useful? You have already lost everything. I merely want to help you take revenge." The black-robed man smiled faintly, saying, "To me, Lin Chen's strength is not difficult to deal with. If you trust me, feel free to cooperate with me. Even if I am deceiving you, there is no loss for you. Instead, you get a set of kung fu skills for free. Don't you agree? All right, I believe you this time. I will practice kung fu with you. What should I do?" After deep consideration, Li Qin eventually decided to cooperate with the black-robed man to practice martial arts and take revenge. Excellent. With this belief, you've already achieved enough. Follow me, and I'll take you to a place. The black-robed man nodded deeply and led Li Qin to a cave not far ahead. This cave was where the black-robed man usually lived while practicing his martial arts. He chose to close himself off here during meditation periods. However, his regular living conditions were not here, hence the conditions in the cave were somewhat rudimentary. Fortunately, Li Qin did not care about the cultivation environment right now. To her, getting stronger was sufficient. However, just when she entered the cave, she not only noticed its rudimentary conditions, but also spotted an extremely large black insect inside. It resembled a cockroach, except this cockroach was as big as a person. What was strangest of all was that this creature possessed a pair of sharp teeth, and its outer skin seemed like steel armor. What is this thing? Li Qin felt her heart racing in fear and instinctively stepped back a few steps, asking, "Don't panic. Haven't you seen poison used in witchcraft before? These toxins are transmitted via witchcraft insects. And the bug you're looking at is a magical insect that I have carefully raised. This magical insect devours over 100 pounds of poisonous bugs every day, and its power is immense. Even the toxins present in its excrement are 100 times stronger than those of regular poisonous bugs. But once you master this set of kung fu skills, it won't matter, because neither this magical insect nor the thousands of poisons in the world could hurt you. It allows you to become impervious to hundreds of poisons, just like me." The black-robed man walked up to the magical insect, gently stroking its head like petting a pet. The insect showed absolutely no aggression toward him. Li Qin couldn't help but marvel at the sight, inwardly astonished. There truly existed such bizarre kung fu in the world, something rarely seen. After hearing the black-robed man's explanation, she gradually stopped being afraid of the giant bug, realizing that it seemed to pose no hostility toward her. Regaining her senses, she curiously asked again, "Then how should I start practicing kung fu?" "Very simple. First, get used to the toxin of the magical insect. If you cannot withstand these poisons, then you won't be able to successfully master the kung fu. Now come over here, approach the antennae of the magical insect slowly. It will leave a trace of the magical poison in your body. This magical poison won't be fatal. At most, it will make you feel dizzy and nauseous." The black-robed man seriously taught Li Qin, and Li Qin cautiously walked towards the magical insect. She knew the black-robed man would not harm her. If he wanted to kill her, it would be much easier for him without going through all this trouble. She gradually approached the magical insect as instructed, gently placing her hand near its antennae. The antennae moved slightly, and suddenly a silver needle-like vein extended from it, piercing into Li Qin's fingertip. SSS. Li Qin felt a pang of pain, followed by dizziness and unsteadiness in her steps. She looked down at her finger and saw it rapidly turning black. Her body was severely uncomfortable, as if she were about to faint. The black-robed man noticed her struggling and quickly stepped forward, placing one hand on her shoulder. He slowly transmitted a stream of energy into her body. After a short while, Li Qin gradually returned to normal, her consciousness fully restored. "Adjust your breathing according to my instructions. Then transfer the flow of energy I injected into your abdomen. This will eventually become your dantian." The black-robed man patiently taught Li Qin the methods of practice. Despite her exhaustion, Li Qin adjusted her breathing. Sure enough, she felt the flow of energy gradually descending. Finally, the flow settled in her dantian. She instinctively sat down, resting her hands calmly on her knees, closing her eyes lightly, feeling completely relaxed as if entering a whole new realm. The black-robed man continued to teach her the techniques of practice along with the method of regulating her breath. In less than 10 minutes, Li Qin had already mastered the basics, learning at an astonishing speed, much to the satisfaction of the black-robed man. "Excellent, I did not choose wrong. You are the most suitable person to practice this martial art. Next, you will enter the second-level state. In this state, your entire body will feel unbearably hot. You need to remove all your clothes to refine this great kung fu." As he spoke, he personally helped Li Qin unbutton her clothes. Chapter 241, The Aura of a King. "What are you going to do?" Li Qin felt a slight cool breeze pass over her chest as her clothes were partially undone, causing immediate panic within her. The man in the black robe calmly said, "There's no need to worry. I'm doing this for your benefit. Soon, while you're practicing, the immense heat produced by your body will make your organs feel like they're on fire. Only by dispersing the heat properly can you successfully transition into the second stage. All you need to do now is relax completely and not concern yourself with what I do to you. Focus solely on becoming stronger. Be free from distractions, and naturally, anew you will be achieved. All right, I shall clear my mind. I must become stronger. I am the strongest woman in the entire city. Li Qin gradually adjusted her breathing, returning once more to tranquility. She let the black-robed man remove her clothes and gently set them aside. This perfect figure was thus revealed before the man in black, but he seemed entirely disinterested in her. Instead, he continued earnestly guiding her through her practice. A short while later, her whole body began to emit an overwhelming amount of heat, and streams of white vapor escaped from Li Qin's pores. At this moment, Li Qin wore a look of pain, yet she could feel a force within her about to burst forth. Boom. When she opened her eyes and released all her energy, there was a sudden, powerful sound of collapse from all sides. A rock nearly half a person's height instantly shattered into pieces under her palm strike. Most importantly, she had achieved it without direct contact. After releasing the energy inside her and successfully transitioning into the second stage, even she found it hard to believe that this was real. Shocked, she looked at her own hands and joyfully exclaimed, "I've really succeeded. I have mastered this divine skill. You shouldn't celebrate too soon. For now, I've only helped you reach the gateway. You've just entered the second stage, and there are still 7 more stages ahead. Each one will multiply your strength many times over. When you truly become a great master, then you can seek revenge on Lin Shun." The black-robed man seriously stated. "Good, I will certainly succeed. I will definitely take revenge on Lin Shun." Li Qin gritted her teeth and fiercely vowed. After calming down a little, the black-robed man tossed her clothes back, continuing, "Get dressed. Continue to train following my method." With that, the black-robed man turned around and walked toward the entrance of the cave. As Li Qin glanced back at the black-robed man, for some reason, she felt disappointed when she saw his lack of interest in her. However, she didn't dwell on it much. Regaining her focus, she returned to her practice. On the other side, at the Jiang Family Corporation, the people from the 6 gates had returned to report the situation to team leader Hao, stating they hadn't been able to find Li Qin, and she had slipped away. Upon hearing this, Hao's face was filled with rage. "How did you mess this up? This is such a big thing, and you failed? Didn't I explicitly tell you not to reveal your identities beforehand?" Hao severely questioned. "Captain, we didn't expose ourselves, but Li Qin was simply too cunning. By the time we arrived, she was already planning to flee. As soon as we asked for the room number, she immediately turned and ran. After we rushed out to chase her, her trail had already disappeared." One of his subordinates reported. "Do you think it's wise to try and justify yourself to me?" Hao's face flushed red with anger upon hearing this. In his book, there was never room for explanations, only whether or not the mission was accomplished. Now that his men had failed to complete the task as planned, punishment would follow. "Starting today, your deputy captain status is revoked. Go home and reflect on your actions." Hao directly commanded. "Captain Hao, you don't necessarily need to be so strict on your men. Even the 9th Bureau isn't as severe as you. Perhaps today Li Qin escaping was Heaven's arrangement. Maybe Heaven wanted her to hide outside for a while. If we didn't capture her this time, we'll get her next time. After all, on her own, she won't be able to cause much trouble." At this moment, Lin Shin stepped forward and sincerely consoled Captain Hao. "Do you know people from the 9th Division?" Captain Hao, upon hearing Lin Shin's words, asked in surprise. "Yes, old Xie from the 9th Division is my friend, and our relationship is quite good." Lin Shin nodded. "I see. I underestimated Mr. Lin's capabilities. Not only are you acquainted with a businessman like Mr. Jiang, but you also know people from the 9th Division. The more I learn about you, Mr. Lin, the more interesting you become. It would be worthwhile to form a proper friendship." Seeing Lin Shin's composed demeanor, Captain Hao felt that Lin Shun was a deeply contemplative and capable man who could achieve great things. More importantly, Lin Shun possessed an aura of a king, a presence that even made him, the mighty leader of the 6 Gates Police Department, feel unworthy. Lin Shun smiled humbly and said, "Captain Hao is truly kind. What merits do I have to deserve Captain Hao taking the initiative to befriend me? On the contrary, it's me who admires you greatly. Your presence fills me with yearning." Haha, Mr. Lin is too modest. After hearing that, most of my anger has subsided. Why don't we exchange contact information? If either of us gets a lead on Li Qin, we'll notify each other immediately. I will do my utmost to bring that woman Li Qin back as soon as possible. Captain Hao shook hands with Lin Shun, showing great humility. "Good, then it's settled." Lin Shun exchanged contact details with him, and subsequently saw Captain Hao off. After the people from the 6 gates left, Jiang Chengxin walked up to Lin Shun with a smile, respectfully saying, "Mr. Lin, it seems your charm has even drawn in someone from the 6 gates. But you'd better be careful. This Captain Hao is quite the pushy type, and he's also a drunkard. Now that he has your contact, he might frequently invite you for drinks. Is that so? Then I must truly be cautious. If I accidentally get drunk and say the wrong things, I might not even know how I ended up in jail." Lin Shin laughed in response. "It won't come to that. Although Captain Hao loves going wild during his drunken spells, he's very righteous. In all these years of being friends with him, he's never once handled a wrongful or unjust case. On the contrary, every case he handles is impeccable. That's what I admire most about him." Jiang Chengxin chatted with Lin Shun about some matters concerning Captain Hao. A moment later, he suddenly remembered something about an auction and looked at Lin Shun, saying, "By the way, Mr. Lin, did you hear that a few days ago in a dilapidated warehouse in Rongtian City, there was an underground auction?" I've been having trouble sleeping lately and want to find a jade amulet that can help with sleep. I heard there's going to be another auction there soon, so I plan to try my luck. Would you be interested in coming along with me? An underground auction? I've already attended one before. It's indeed a good place. If you're interested, I can certainly recommend it to you and secure 2 tickets. Lin Shen responded decisively. Chapter 242, A Clever and Naughty Girl. Oh, Mr. Lin can get tickets there? That would be wonderful. I was worried about this. I heard that the auction there requires an entry ticket, which is quite hard to obtain. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Jiang Chengxin became very excited and said. Lin Shen smiled faintly and said, "It's a stroke of luck that I know the boss over there. You just wait a moment. I'll give Boss Chiu a call and talk to him about this matter." Subsequently, he walked aside, took out his phone and called Qiu Juetian. In a short while, the call was answered, and Qiu Juetian's voice came through. "Mr. Lin, how come you have time to call me? Is there something you need my help with?" "Boss Qiu, you're sharp. Indeed, I have a small favor to ask. A friend of mine wants to attend your auction, but currently doesn't have a ticket. Could you? Is that all?" Before Lin Shen could finish speaking, Qiu Juetian chuckled and said, "Mr. Lin is my VIP guest. Whatever number of tickets you need, I can send them over to you. Send me your location, and I'll have someone deliver the tickets right away." "All right, then thank you, Boss Qiu. I owe you this favor for now. When you're fully recovered, I'll treat you to dinner." Lin Shen smiled and said, "This is nothing. It should be me treating Mr. Lin. After all, you saved my life, and I haven't thanked you properly yet." After some polite conversation on the phone between Qiu Juetian and Lin Shen put his phone back into his pocket and returned to face Jiang Chengxin, informing him that everything had been arranged. Upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but feel extremely excited. He tightly grabbed Lin Shen's hand and said, "Mr. Lin, I'm truly grateful to you. Being able to receive your kindness is the greatest honor of my life. Mr. Jiang, we should help each other as it is only right. Just wait a moment in your office. I'll go to the restroom and pick up the tickets." After briefly bidding farewell to him, Lin Shen went outside to wait for the person Qiu Juetian had sent. About 10 minutes later, a pink Maserati pulled up in front of the Jiang Group headquarters. When the car stopped and the window was lowered, the face that appeared caused Lin Shen to momentarily pause in surprise. He didn't expect that the person delivering the entrance tickets would be Qiu Mimi. Instantly, Lin Shen approached Qiu Mimi with a smile on his face, extending his hand and saying, "Miss Qiu, I never expected that President Qiu would personally send you to deliver the tickets. Truly thank you very much. Mr. Lin, our family owes you an immense debt of gratitude. And last night, you also helped me. I've already found out who poisoned me. This favor I must repay." Qiu Mimi handed Lin Shen a stack of admission tickets, along with a business card attached underneath. Upon seeing the business card, Lin Shen looked curiously at Qiu Mimi and asked, "Miss Qiu, what does this mean?" "The private account number is on the back. Feel free to contact this number when you have time. My main account is easily monitored by others, especially from the company side, so I worry about possible inconveniences." Qiu Mimi explained further, then asked, "Mr. Lin, are you available for lunch? To express my gratitude for saving my life yesterday, I would like to invite you for a meal. I hope you will grant me the pleasure." "To be determined. If I am free, Miss Qiu is always welcome," Lin Shen replied before waving goodbye and sending her off. However, not long after her car drove away, Lin Shen turned around, heading back towards the company when suddenly a familiar voice called out from behind. "Hey, Brother Lin, good to see you." Blue Rain. Lin Shen turned back and saw Jiang Lanyu running toward him from a distance, curiosity piqued. "Why did you come to the company? Did your dad ask you to come?" "Of course not. I just came to see if there's anything I can do here. I'm technically one of the executives of the company. Even though I don't really have any actual power, I still want to contribute my bit to the company." "And what about you?" Jiang Lanyu blinked mischievously and leaned closer to Lin Shen, laughing and teasingly said, "You wouldn't happen to be here looking for me, would you? Do you regret leaving the hotel early last night? If you stayed at the hotel, you might have gained quite a lot by now." "Lanyu, stop teasing me. I said no romance for now, and I meant it. I'm actually here to find your father. There was an issue with the cooperation between his company and me, which I just resolved," Lin Shen patiently explained. "TSK, who are you trying to fool? Didn't I just see a woman chatting with you earlier? She even has a Maserati, definitely a rich and beautiful woman." Jiang Lanyu glanced at Lin Shen with a touch of jealousy, her delicate fingers pointing at his nose as she asked, "Tell me honestly, are you interested in another woman and that's why you're making excuses to avoid me?" "My dear young miss, why would I deceive you? That was Miss Qiu from the Qiu family, Qiu Mimi. She came to give me the entry tickets because your father wanted me to accompany him to an antique auction, but we didn't have tickets." Lin Shen explained helplessly. "Really?" Jiang Lanyu blinked her beautiful eyes and instantly became cheerful again. With a chuckle, she grabbed Lin Shen's hand and said, "I knew it. Brother Lin Shen, you definitely wouldn't abandon me for other women. Since you'll be going to the auction soon, why don't you take me along?" "You, a young girl, want to attend an auction?" Lin Shen looked at her curiously. Such places were usually frequented by men. Taking a young girl like her felt awkward. Moreover, Jiang Lanyu was certainly not a fan of antiques. She simply wanted to join in the excitement. The underground venue could lead to unexpected incidents, and if something happened to her there, Lin Shen couldn't bear the responsibility. However, before he could refuse, Jiang Lanyu suddenly and cleverly snatched an entry ticket from his hand, sticking out her tongue cutely as she declared, "What's wrong with girls attending auctions? I love them. It's settled, we three will go together." "Lanyu, don't act up. That place really isn't suitable for you." Lin Shen followed her as she ran into the company building. 10 minutes later, The three arrived at the entrance of the abandoned factory where the antique auction was being held. After getting out of the car, Xuanhuan looked around in shock and couldn't help but exclaim, "No way, brother Lin Shun. Did you come to the wrong place? Is this supposed to be the entrance to the auction? Isn't this just an abandoned factory? I already told you, once you come here, you'll get bored, but you didn't listen. If you don't want to participate, you can still go back now." Lin Shun shrugged. "TSK, the more you say that, the more mysterious it seems. I bet there's something intriguing inside. No way am I leaving." Xuanhuan twinkled her eyes mischievously. After saying that, she happily skipped toward the inside of the factory. Chapter 243, Intense Auction. "This girl has been spoiled by me all day." Jiang Chengshan looked at Jiang Lunyu's stubborn behavior and sighed. Lin Shin smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Jiang, Lunyu's lively personality is quite adorable. I didn't let her come mainly because I was worried about the mess inside, and that someone might harm her. Let's hurry up and follow her to avoid any real trouble." "All right, Mr. Lin, everything will be done as you say." Jiang Chengshan nodded and followed Lin Shun towards the interior of the factory. Jiang Lunyu walked at the front. She had walked for a long time without seeing the entrance of the auction and was just about to complain when she suddenly turned around and saw a few security guards with weapons standing in front of a factory building. Immediately, her eyes sparkled. She thought to herself that this must be the entrance to the auction. Turning back, she shouted at Lin Shun and Jiang Chengshan, "Brother Lin Shun, hurry up. I found the entrance." "You slow down." Jiang Chengshan was 50 years old. His pace couldn't possibly keep up with Jiang Lanyu. When he puffed up and arrived beside Jiang Lanyu, he also saw the two people there and asked, "Mr. Lin, is that the entrance?" "Exactly, follow me." Lin Shin knew this place like the back of his hand, as it wasn't the first time he had come here. When they arrived at the entrance, a guard stopped them. "3 gentlemen, please show your tickets." "Yeah, here are exactly 3. After Lin Shun handed over the 3 tickets, he nodded and pointed to another direction, saying, "You can enter from the entrance on that side, where there will be someone to guide you." "Okay." After Lin Shun received the inspected tickets, he then led Jiang Lanyu and Jiang Chengshan to turn towards the other side. Jiang Lanyu asked curiously, "Isn't here the entrance? There's clearly a door behind him." "This is a safety passage, prepared for emergencies. The proper entrance won't be so obviously exposed." Lin Shin had discovered this situation last time he came. When they arrived at the other side, they found only 2 guards, but no visible entrance. However, before they could ask, one of the guards led them to a wall, placing a palm on one of the bricks, causing the wall to automatically open, revealing a door. This scene stunned Jiang Lanyu completely. Gosh, a door can be hidden so well, it's too amazing. While following Lin Shin into the door, Jiang Lanyu couldn't help but marvel. Lin Shin indicated that she should be quiet. When the trio entered the interior of the auction, they found that there weren't many people yet, still some time before the auction began. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Shin?" After entering, Lin Shin hadn't taken more than a few steps when suddenly a pretty girl dressed in high heels, paired with a cheongsam and ponytail approached Lin Shun and asked, "Yes, who are you?" Lin Shin asked curiously, "I am sent by Boss Zhou to specifically welcome you." The girl finished smiling, then pointed to the direction upstairs and said, "Please follow me to the member lounge on the 2nd floor, where there is a rest area. After the auction begins, you can participate in the bidding directly upstairs." "Is that so? Then thank your boss on my behalf." Lin Shin nodded, then took Jiang Chengshan and Jiang Lanyu upstairs again. Inside the suite on the 2nd floor, the decoration was very luxurious, equipped with sofas, televisions, transparent glass facades, and all necessities. From here, one could have a clear view of the auction site on the 1st floor outside. Because it was closer to the auction stand, one could see the auction items more clearly than on the 1st floor. This was undoubtedly an excellent seat. "Wow, brother Lin Shun, you're amazing. You even know the boss here, and that beauty has prepared us food and drinks. I'm a bit thirsty, so you two can chat while I go get some water." Jiang Lan, you seem to have opened a new world, sitting alone eating and drinking. Lin Shin introduced himself and his relationship with Qiu Juetian to Jiang Chengshan. After learning this, Jiang Chengshan deeply nodded in admiration. He knew that with Lin Shin's abilities, not just one Qiu Juetian, even the richest person in Kyoto would eagerly try to befriend him upon knowing his power. Soon, the on-site auction was about to begin. In the venue on the 1st floor outside, it was already filled with people, densely packed on their seats, discussing animatedly what was to be auctioned off today. As the lights on the auction platform lit up, a female hostess slowly stepped onto the stage, expressing thanks to everyone before announcing the start of the auction, presenting the first item to be auctioned. Emperor Yang Jade. The moment the first thing was revealed, Jiang Chengshan immediately exclaimed in amazement inside the suite. This was precisely the thing he needed today. Lin Shin smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Jiang, the auction here cannot be participated in carelessly. The object you see now, though it is an Emperor Yang Jade, wearing it would not help you sleep well. On the contrary, it would harm you." "Why is that?" asked the puzzled Jiang Chengshan. "Because this piece of Emperor Yang Jade has lain buried underground for too long, absorbing too much yin energy. The originally yang dominant energy within the jade has been entirely absorbed and consumed. Whoever bids on this item will surely invite calamity," Lin Shin explained. "I see. Thanks to Mr. Lin's warning, I have avoided a great disaster." Jiang Chengshan suddenly became enlightened after hearing Lin Shin's words. At this moment, Lin Shin's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar face at the auction venue on the 1st floor outside. On closer inspection, it was none other than Lu Jietao, who had been expelled from the auction last time. Who would have thought he'd come again? This guy was truly obsessed with antiques and couldn't stop himself. However, When Lin Shen carefully looked around him, he noticed that Lu Jiatao wasn't alone this time, but accompanied by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man exuded immense authority, making people feel a strong sense of pressure just by standing there. Clearly, he was also a highly skilled martial artist, far surpassing Lu Jiatao in strength. The auction process started very quickly. Once the host announced the starting bid price for the Emperor Yang Jade pendant, bidders immediately started competing fiercely. In less than a minute, the pendant's price skyrocketed from a starting bid of 300,000 directly to 1 million. Even Jiang Chengxin, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel shocked inside. He had seen many auctions before, but this kind of underground auction, with its chaotic wild bidding, was something he had never encountered before. The bidders on site were fiercely competing, almost ready to fight each other. I bid 1.5 million. Just as everyone was engaged in fierce bidding, a surprisingly high price suddenly rang out from somewhere in the middle of the seats. Chapter 244, Fell for the Trick. All eyes at the scene simultaneously turned to this direction. The person raising the sign was none other than Lu Jiangtao. Even Lin Shun on the second floor couldn't help but look over to the scene. Lin Shun chuckled inwardly, never imagining that this guy would spend over $1 million just to buy a jade pendant that was harmful to him. Seeing how clueless he was, it seemed like playing with him could be fun. I'll offer 2 million. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, another high bid came from the direction of the second floor. At that moment, all eyes turned to the members within the glass wall on the second floor. The scene erupted in commotion instantly. Look, there's actually someone bidding in the VIP area on the second floor. This clearly shows the extraordinary quality of this jade. It can't be compared with ordinary items. I remember that young man. Last time, he was invited by Master Fu to go upstairs. The audience on the scene chattered incessantly. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangtao also saw Lin Shen standing on the second floor, his sudden anger causing him to tightly clench his fists. He had previously suffered a loss to Lin Shen and learned that he was a martial arts expert. These few days, he had been trying to find Lin Shen's whereabouts, wanting an opportunity for revenge, but unexpectedly, Lin Shen delivered himself into the trap. Uncle Tu, the guy upstairs is the one who beat me last time. Never imagined we'd meet here today. You must teach him a good lesson. Lu Jiangtao said, looking back at the middle-aged man next to him. Chua. A flash of cold light shot from the middle-aged man towards the private room on the second floor, locking eyes with Lin Shen. From his gaze, Lin Shen felt as if he were facing an about to roar ferocious tiger. His eyes brimmed with killing intent and appeared somewhat sinister, surely not someone who played fair and square. Lin Shen stared back, showing not the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. After a moment, the middle-aged man nodded and said, Rest assured, nephew. Anyone who dares to harm our Lu family will pay dearly. A mere rookie, daring to act brazenly before our Lu family, is just asking for death. Great, Uncle Tu. With your word, I'm reassured. Lu Jiangtao heard his uncle's words, and a smile lit up his face. Continue to raise the price. Don't let this guy succeed. We're determined to get this piece of jade. Lung Tianfeng coldly commanded Lu Jiangtao. Without any hesitation, Lu Jiangtao picked up the sign again and declared, I'll offer 2 million. What? This jade has been offered at 2 million. This is a sky-high price, indicating that today's bidders are all top-notch. Do you know who that is? He's Lu Jiangtao, young master of the Wudao family from the provincial city. His family's wealth is inexhaustible. They don't lack money. The spectators chatted away once more on the spot. Before the sound even settled, Lin Shen immediately lifted his sign and shouted, I'll offer 2.5 million. Hua. Lin Shen's shout similarly caused quite a stir among those present. Jiang Changshan, however, looked utterly perplexed, casting a surprised glance at Lin Shen and asked, Mr. Lin, why are you still raising the price? Didn't you say this jade is harmful to the human body? Uncle Jiang, I know it's harmful, but some people may not realize it. The person downstairs competing against me is my mortal enemy. He wants something. How can I possibly let him obtain it easily? Lin Shen calmly stated. So you want it? Jiang Changshan, who was experienced in business matters, instantly grasped Lin Shen's intention. Lin Shen smiled but remained silent. Lu Jiangtao downstairs apparently fell for the trick already. Seeing Lin Shen constantly challenging him, and with the surrounding audience stirring excitement, waiting for this spectacle, he gritted his teeth and raised the sign again, saying, I'll offer 3 million. This price far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Lin Shen thought it was getting outrageously high. The jade being auctioned off right now, even if harmless to the human body, was at most worth 1 or 2 million, plus its age and origin did not exceed 2 million. But someone had already offered 3 million. Lin Shen thus lost interest. Trapping him this time around would certainly leave a bitter taste in his mouth. I give up. Congratulations to Mr. Lu then. Lin Shen suddenly put down the sign, sat leisurely on the sofa behind him, crossing his legs and sipping water calmly. At this moment, everyone present was stupefied. Everyone assumed the member on the second floor would refuse to step down, yet he so easily gave in. It also left Lu Jiangtao momentarily stunned. He felt an ominous premonition deep inside. This strategy seemingly encountered somewhere before. Is there anyone else willing to bid higher than 3 million? Once at 3 million, twice at 3 million, thrice at 3 million deal. The auctioneer finalized the hammer, concluding this trade. With a very uneasy heart, Lu Jiangtao walked toward the stage. The moment he paid the money and took the jade pendant into his hands, infinite worries surged in his heart. He was secretly thinking, could this item be a fake? This kid, since he had been recognized by Uncle Fu and Mr. Chiu, should have some knowledge about antiques. However, after carefully inspecting the jade several times, he still couldn't find any issues with it. He himself also had some understanding of antiques. After paying, the host also handed him a certificate of authentication. When he saw the signature on the certificate, all his worries disappeared, because the appraiser for this jade pendant was none other than the renowned Tang Yuhua from the entire province. He is one of the top senior veterans in the world of antiques. Anything that has passed through his appraisal is considered to have received authoritative certification. He confidently came down from the stage, carrying the treasure and the certificate. Once he returned to his original spot downstairs, he immediately showed the jade to his Uncle Tu. After checking it, Uncle Tu's face lit up with delight as he praised. It truly is an invaluable piece of yang jade. Such jade should only exist in heaven. How often does one hear of it on earth? The skills of that kid upstairs are merely average. We got such a huge deal right here. We're going to make a fortune. Uncle Tu, does this jade pendant really help our cultivation as you said? Lu Jiangtao curiously asked. Just now, the reason why he was willing to pay such a high price for this treasure was because his Uncle Tu had told him that this piece of jade was a once-in-a-millennium yang jade. Such jade was extremely valuable, and its yang properties could be absorbed by those who practiced martial arts, which would greatly assist in enhancing their powers. Lu Tianfeng, gazing at this piece of fine jade, could hardly wait to grip it and feel the yang energy inside. As he used his true qi to activate this jade, the subtle threads of energy within merged with his true qi. After taking 2 deep breaths, he felt the energy flow from the jade pendant blend into his body, bringing indescribable comfort. Exquisite jade, exquisite jade. Lu Tianfeng was extremely excited. He had never seen such an outstanding piece of jade. Chapter 245, Hidden Mysteries. When Lu Jiangtao saw this scene, he felt a bit itchy. He also wanted to stretch out his hands to feel the yang energy of this jade pendant, but just as he was about to do so, he suddenly noticed a slight change in Lu Tianfeng's expression. Lu Tianfeng's face started to show signs of pain. At that moment, he was constantly shaking his head, and large sweat drops rolled down his face. He felt something like being stirred inside his brain, which instantly interrupted his absorption. Strange. Why did I feel a very special kind of energy from the jade pendant entering my body just now? Lu Tianfeng was very surprised and couldn't help doubting himself. Uncle Tu, is it because there isn't enough spiritual energy here and there are too many people? After we finish the auction, let's try absorbing deep in the mountains. Surely, we will have a different experience, Lu Jiangtao explained. That's possible. Lu Tianfeng immediately stopped practicing his qigong, adjusted his breathing for a while, then returned the jade pendant to Lu Jiangtao, instructing him. You must take good care of this jade pendant, don't break it. Okay, Uncle Tu. Lu Jiangtao carefully put away the jade pendant. The next item on display is a piece of Tang Dynasty porcelain. The host on the stage began to introduce the next auction item. Meanwhile, in the private room, Lin Chen and Jiang Chengxin were still immersed in the joy of their recent success. Jiang Chengxin had indeed guessed Lin Chen's intention. Not only did Lin Chen allow Lu Jiangtao to bid for the antique harmful to health, but it also cost him 3 million yuan. This really tricked him badly. After their emotions stabilized, they continued watching the ongoing auction. This Tang Dynasty porcelain wasn't as popular as the previous jade pendant. There weren't many people bidding on it, because such items could be seen everywhere on the market, and at first glance, its condition didn't look too great either. Jiang Chengxin, looking at this piece, couldn't help shaking his head and saying, this porcelain doesn't seem worth much money. No one seems to like it. Uncle Jiang, if you don't want this porcelain, then I'll take it. Lin Chen glanced at the porcelain, then suddenly smiled faintly as he looked at Jiang Chengxin and said, although this porcelain doesn't look like much, it actually harbors secrets. Harbors secrets? Jiang Chengxin, puzzled, asked Lin Chen. What profound aspect does this thing have? Look closely at the vase's body. Although it appears old, the blue flower carvings on it are extraordinary. These blue flower carvings do not originate from Tang Dynasty technology, but rather far before the Tang Dynasty. Lin Chen explained. Before the Tang Dynasty? How is that possible? Jiang Chengxin was full of shock, frowning, and said, this style only exists in the Tang Dynasty. How can the carvings come from before the Tang Dynasty? These two things clearly contradict each other. Not contradictory. If this bottle was created by later generations and deliberately used older carvings combined with Tang Dynasty style, wouldn't that make sense? Lin Chen explained. Uh-huh. So this porcelain is fake? Then why does Mr. Lin like it so much? A fake item would be even less valuable. Jiang Chengxin's confusion deepened. Lin Chen smiled indifferently and explained to him. You see, although this porcelain is fake, its craftsmanship and aging technique are extremely skillful. This causes there to be hidden mysteries within the porcelain shards, which no one has been able to discover. I can guarantee that if we get this porcelain bottle, it will definitely be a profitable deal. After saying this, Lin Chen saw that the auction price on site had reached 300,000 yuan, so he decisively raised his paddle and shouted, I'll offer 350,000 yuan. Once this price was called out, many people on site shook their heads and stopped raising their paddles. Moreover, Lin Chen's bid did not cause too much astonishment among the people present, because everyone originally regarded this item as more of an entertainment auction. No one treated it as a treasure. If it were sold at a low price, it might be purchased, but if it wasn't appropriate, they'd simply give up. Even Lu Jiangtao completely showed no interest in this item. Looking up at Lin Chen, he couldn't help mocking. What a fool, paying 350,000 yuan for a porcelain bottle. This thing is worth at most 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. How could this guy be so lucky and gain so much attention from Lord C and Mr. Chiu? No need to bother with him. Regardless of how good his luck is, once the auction is over, it will be his end. Lu Tianfeng tightly clenched his fists, a strong killing intent flashing through his eyes. Is there anyone who offers higher than 300,000 yuan on site? 300,000 yuan once, 300,000 yuan twice. Sold. The host on the stage struck the hammer to confirm the deal. Lin Shun went on stage to complete the transaction. When he returned to the private room with the porcelain bottle, Jiang Chengxin approached him with great excitement, looking at Lin Shun and asking, Mr. Lin, what special aspects does this porcelain have? I think its appearance and color are ordinary, and it doesn't seem like a fake item. Uncle Jiang, the highest level of antique forgery is making it undetectable by human eyes. However, once I restore its true nature, everything will become clear to you. After calmly saying this, Lin Shun gradually conjured up a flame in his palm. The porcelain was now being roasted at high temperatures right in his hands. Surprisingly, as the porcelain was scorched by the heat, it rapidly changed color. All the signs of artificial aging vanished. Even the glaze cracked under the intense heat. Jiang Chengxin was completely overwhelmed with disbelief. This porcelain had already been fired at over 1,000 degrees Celsius, so logically it should not fear such heat. But why could Lin Shen's flame destroy its glaze entirely? This clearly indicated that the temperature of the flame in Lin Shen's hand far exceeded the firing temperature for porcelain. Such a feat was truly a miracle in the world. Wow, brother Lin Shen, you're amazing. How did you do it? Why are there flashing things inside this porcelain, like diamonds? Seeing this scene, Zhang Lanyu excitedly ran over from the side. She observed the porcelain in Lin Shen's palm. Once the glaze had disappeared, although the body of the porcelain was exposed, within it lay gems resembling diamonds. This was something she had never seen before, and certainly not what one would expect inside a porcelain piece. Clearly, someone had intentionally concealed items within the porcelain. These objects looked bizarre and extraordinary, suggesting they must be of significant value. Mr. Lin, what exactly is going on? Are these glowing objects inside worth an astronomical amount? Jiang Chengxin asked incredulously while looking at the porcelain. These are natural minerals, but they are extremely rare. Each stone's worth rivals that of a gemstone. To ordinary people, they may only be considered as mere ornaments. But for experts in martial arts, each one of these can be traded for 1 billion. Lin Shen stated quite calmly. One gem worth tens of billions? And inside this porcelain, there are thousands of them like stars. Isn't that equivalent to exchanging for trillions? Jiang Chengxin couldn't help but take a sharp breath, astonished at the revelation. Chapter 246, The Second Son's Revenge. It's not quite that exaggerated. Although this thing is valuable, billionaires with assets worth tens of billions would not buy them. And the martial arts families who want to purchase these rare minerals cannot afford it either, Lin Shen explained. That makes sense. After careful consideration, Jiang Chengxin agreed that Lin Shen was completely right. Ordinary martial arts families usually focus on studying martial arts. At most they earn some money by taking in disciples and opening martial arts schools. Compared to rich merchants, their financial resources are not very substantial. Like the young man Lu who competed with Lin Shen earlier, spending several million to bid on an antique already counts as a sky-high price for him. Judging solely by financial capability, there are countless people throughout the city who can spare several million to buy antiques. He doesn't count as a wealthy person by any means. Uncle Jiang, please help me keep this item safe. Then find someone to extract all the minerals inside. Once everything is done, I will come and retrieve it from you, Lin Shen earnestly instructed. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Leave this small matter to me. Jiang Chengxin readily agreed. At this moment, Zhang Lanru walked up to Lin Shun with a smile, smiling, and said, Big brother Lin Shun, I have a request that I hope you'll agree to. What is it? Lin Shun curiously asked. Hee, I also like these minerals a lot. I'd like to make jewelry out of them. Would you be able to give me a couple when the time comes? Zhang Lanru blinked her beautiful eyes, full of anticipation as she asked. Her words barely finished before Jiang Chengxin frowned severely, glaring at her coldly. Lanru, don't be impolite. These minerals of Mr. Lin's are priceless treasures. They aren't something that can just be given away for free. No problem. Lanru is my good friend. Forget 2 pieces, even 20 pieces. Anything she desires, I'd be happy to give her. Lin Shen stopped Jiang Chengxin, smiling warmly. This. Jiang Chengxin was immediately speechless, but secretly delighted in his heart. Perhaps Mr. Lin already had feelings for Lanru since he was so generous towards her. Thank you, big brother Lin Shen. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Jiang Lanru became extremely excited and grabbed his hand. Lin Shen smiled calmly and turned back to look at the ongoing auction site. The next item to appear was another jade pendant. However, the value of this pendant far surpassed everyone's imagination on site, as it was an ancient relic from prehistoric times. It was also known as a national treasure. This jade pendant had the same material as the royal seal of the Qin dynasty. Its value was incomparable and couldn't be measured by money. When Lin Shen saw this object, he immediately turned back and said to Jiang Chengxin, Uncle Jiang, this jade pendant matches your insomnia symptoms perfectly. The Lu family can't afford to bid on it. This time, you can show off your skills. Understood. There's nothing I, surnamed Jiang, lack more than money. If this object alleviates my insomnia, I must have it, Jiang Chengxin declared firmly. As soon as the bidding started, all the bidders present actively participated. Initially, the Lu family was among the bidders, but as the value of the jade pendant continued to rise, from an initial bid of 2 million yuan up to 10 million yuan, it was beyond Lu Jiatao's reach anymore. At this moment, Jiang Chengxin believed the right opportunity had come, shouting out a high price of 15 million yuan, shocking the entire venue. For nearly a minute, no one continued to place a higher bid. The host announced the results. The jade pendant was acquired by Jiang Chengxin. The following part of the auction held little meaning for Lin Shun and Jiang Changshan. Since no other good items appeared, they didn't wait for the end of the auction and left early. Before leaving, the manager of the auction personally escorted them out respectfully. Once outside, Jiang Changshan, with a joyful expression, looked at Lin Shun gratefully and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you sincerely. Today, thanks to your help, tonight I'm hosting the dinner. Please come over to my home for a meal. I hope Mr. Lin could give me this face." "That's right, big brother Lin Shun. My mom cooks delicious food, and I also know how to make noodles. I'll personally cook noodles for you to taste." Jiang Lanru also chimed in cheerfully. "Cooking noodles for me?" Lin Shun intentionally teased Jiang Lanru by giving her a sidelong glance. Her face immediately flushed red. Shyly glaring at Lin Shun, she complained, "You're nasty. It's not that kind of cooking. Haha, you youngsters today really know how to play games." Only then did Jiang Changshan catch on, unable to hold back his laughter. Lin Shun smiled gently and told Jiang Changshan, "Uncle Jiang, I'm just joking around with Lanru. Don't take it seriously." "Haha, no worries. I know you two were joking around. By the way, I've still got something to do, so I'll head back to the company first. You and Lanru can explore around a bit." Jiang Changshan felt that he needed to create more opportunities for Lin Shun and Jiang Lanru to deepen their bond. If Lanru could hold the same significance to Lin Shun as Shun Bingxue does, the mission could be considered accomplished. Jiang Lanru naturally understood her father's intention and therefore did not refuse. However, just as Jiang Changshan was about to leave, a cold voice came from behind. "Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment." How is it you?" Jiang Changshan turned around and saw Lu Jiatao and Lu Tianfeng walking over, immediately frowning deeply. At this moment, Lin Shen's gaze also turned ice cold as he stared at Lu Jiatao with no expression, asking, "Lu Jiatao, what do you want? The auction isn't over yet. Aren't you two supposed to be inside having fun? Boy, shut your mouth." Lu Jiatao glared at Lin Shun, clenching his fists tightly. "It's not your turn to talk yet. After my nephew and I achieve our goal, we will deal with you later." After speaking, he seriously looked at Jiang Changshan and said, "Mr. Jiang, let me introduce you to someone. This is my second uncle, known as the Poison Palm King. His palm techniques have reached perfection, making him a grandmaster-level powerhouse. The two of us have come to discuss something with you. If you are willing to hand over that jade pendant you just won at the auction to my second uncle will protect your family in return. No matter who tries to oppose you, as long as my second uncle steps in, he will surely eliminate your enemies." Not needed. Finally, Jiang Changshan understood their true intentions. They had come for the jade pendant he had bid on. What cunning plans these two were making. If Jiang family placed itself under their protection, given their ambitions, they would likely one day attempt to seize control of the Jiang family. "Mr. Jiang, are you sure you don't need this? Families all over the world are vying for my second uncle's protection. Such an opportunity is hard to come by, yet it is being offered to you freely. You should feel delighted." Lu Jiatao continued to smile and speak. "That might make you happy, but I, Jiang, have Mr. Lin to protect me. I don't need anyone else protecting my family. If you are thinking about taking the jade pendant from me, forget about it," Jiang Changshan said resolutely. Chapter 247, Failure in a Second. "Old man, don't be ungrateful." Lu Jiangtao, seeing Jiang Changshan's resolute attitude, suddenly became serious and fiercely glared at him, saying, "Although your family is the richest in Jiang City, in our martial arts families, you're nothing but a trash family. Our Lu family can destroy your family with just a word, so you'd better think carefully about what you should do." "Mr. Lu, are you threatening me, Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Changshan clenched his fists tightly and stared at him fiercely, saying, "I, Mr. Jiang, have never been afraid of anyone in Jiang City. If you dare to threaten me, I, Mr. Jiang, will always accompany you." You have quite a bit of spirit, but it seems you won't have a chance to resist," Lu Jiangtao said, lightly smiling. "If you don't hand over the jade pendant now, my uncle will make you suffer from severe poisoning, enduring the pain of poison for a long time. By then, when you'd rather be dead than alive, you'll still have to obediently hand over the jade pendant and beg my uncle to save you. Why endure this calamity? Joke, do you really think I, Mr. Jiang, am scared? Even if I have to die fighting you all today, I will not let you threaten us." A trace of anger flickered in Jiang Changshan's eyes as he spoke fiercely. "Uncle Jiang, these two sinister people are here for your jade pendant. There's no need for you to fight them to the death. Let me handle them instead and teach them a lesson, showing their Lu family that Jiang City isn't where they can run wild easily." Lin Shun took the initiative to step forward and comforted Jiang Changshan. "Brush." The two from the Lu family simultaneously shifted their gaze onto Lin Shun. Lu Jiangtao couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Lin Shun, do you actually believe that you'll survive after winning against me last time? My uncle's strength far exceeds mine. I originally intended to bring my uncle to seek revenge on you. But unexpectedly, you've delivered yourself right into our hands, making it much more convenient for me. Today is the day of your demise. Haha, want to kill me? Your Lu family must prove capable first." Finishing without expression, Lin Shen's gaze abruptly scanned towards Lu Tianfeng, sneering coldly. "You're Lu Jiangtao's uncle? I'll give you an advance warning. If you can't kill me today, it will be your end." Arrogance to the extreme. Lu Tianfeng simply didn't regard Lin Shen seriously. He was one of the few grandmasters in the province's martial arts circle. Scanning throughout the entire province, there were only a handful of people whose strength surpassed his own. He was also one of the 4 judges at the annual martial arts conference, showing his high status in the martial arts world, which wasn't easily shaken by commoners. Anyone who dared to provoke him would meet a horrible end. He had no idea of Lin Chen's capabilities. Ignoring Lin Chen, he huffed lightly and said, "Youngster, I've seen plenty like you who boast wildly, getting all hyped up alone. With just one finger, I can force you to kneel down and beg for mercy. You can still apologize voluntarily and kneel before my nephew. Or else, next year's today will be your anniversary." As soon as his words fell, a frosty light erupted from his clenched fist. His glare bore down intensely upon Lin Chen, seemingly unable to wait any longer to slay Lin Chen. Truly foolish. The likes of you are like the narrow-minded ones I've encountered previously, those who met their ends under my hands. All your tricks, unleash them already. Stop wasting time. It's meaningless speaking with such stupid old fools. After finishing, Lin Chen crossed his arms behind his back, showing an utterly dismissive stance. "Youngster, you're asking for death." At the sound of these words, Lu Tianfeng was entirely provoked, releasing a surging palm wind directly vertical to Lin Chen's shoulder in a single instant. With blinding speed, Lu Tianfeng moved so fast he became almost impossible to track. A shadow palm move landed before Lin Chen, within less than 5 meters away. Roaring furiously, 10 poisonous needles immediately spread out from his palms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Moving with extraordinary swiftness, the toxic needle shadows instantly pierced Lin Chen's chest. These 10 needles aimed to seal off the opponent's life pulse. Once sealed, even the strongest true energy could not be utilized, leaving one completely at Lu Tianfeng's mercy. However, Lin Chen remained motionless, not even attempting to evade, allowing the needles to enter his body. "Brother Lin Chen." Seeing Lin Chen get hit, Jiang Lanju cried out loudly in alarm. But at that moment, she was stopped by Jiang Chengshun, who pulled her aside, stating, "Lanyu, don't go near. Mr. Lin will be fine." But those needles have already entered Brother Lin Chen's body. Jiang Lanju anxiously stomped her feet. "Huh." Lu Jiangtao couldn't help but laugh loudly at this point, speaking with disdain. "Jiang Chengshun, do you really expect this kid to save your life? Once my second uncle's poison needles hit, no one in this world can detoxify them. Moreover, the moment the needle tip enters the body, the poison will quickly seal off his heart meridian. Now he has no way to retaliate. My second uncle needs just 2 more moves to make him die on the spot." "What did you say?" Just a moment ago, Jiang Chengshun had been very confident, but upon hearing these words, couldn't help feeling some worry. Mr. Lin might not have taken the enemy seriously enough? "Kid, don't you feel like your whole body can't move now? Your heart meridian has already been eroded by my toxin. If you use true energy, your heart will explode. If you beg me to let you go now, maybe I'll be in a good mood and give you a chance to live." Lu Tianfeng saw Lin Chen close his eyes tightly, standing motionlessly in front of him, and arrogantly threatened. "Do you think you've already won?" Suddenly, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and there was a glint of golden light flashing in them now. His shoulder trembled slightly, his right foot gently stomped the ground, and surprisingly, the 10 poison needles in his chest were all forced out in an instant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The poison needles swiftly pierced into Lu Tianfeng's chest, giving him no opportunity to react. Lin Chen immediately pressed down hard after embedding the poison needles deeper into Lu Tianfeng's chest. The poison needles rapidly penetrated through Lu Tianfeng's body, flying out from his back on the spot. In just a second, Lu Tianfeng's power was broken. As he let out a sharp cry, a mouthful of black blood spewed out from his mouth right then and there. Lin Chen sneered coldly. "Feeling the taste of being injured by your own poison now? Never thought in your entire life that you'd die from your own poison needles, huh? Kid you. Lu Tianfeng's fingers trembled, filled with 10,000 regrets inside. But now he had no way to continue resisting. Just a slight movement would make his heart explode. A flash of cruelty flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, suddenly transforming his palm strike into a fierce punch that smashed directly onto Lu Tianfeng's heart area, punching a hole right through it. Chapter 248, died unwillingly. Pooh. Lu Tianfeng fell completely, instantly holding his breath. "Uncle too." Lu Jiangtao saw this scene, and quickly rushed over from afar. When he helped up his uncle had already passed away, with eyes wide open like bells, clearly dying unwillingly. "Dead. Lin Chen, how could you kill my uncle too?" Lu Jiangtao couldn't believe this fact. He angrily looked at Lin Chen and said, "You've offended the Lu family. You're finished, utterly finished. My uncle too is the mainstay of the Lu family. Now that you've killed him, the Lu family will surely unite and treat you as a mortal enemy. Very much looking forward to your revenge. But next time when you send people, remember not to find such trash. Find someone stronger, showing some ability in your Lu family." After Lin Chen finished speaking, he turned and walked to Jiang Chengshun's side and said, "Uncle Jiang, let's go, the trouble is solved." "Good, I knew Mr. Lin certainly could." Jiang Chengshun excitedly praised. He didn't expect Lin Chen to deal with the Lu family's expert in one move. This strength would surely shock the martial arts world if placed there. Jiang Lanyu was also full of joy on her face. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and ran to Lin Chen. She grabbed his arm and said, "Brother Lin Chen, you really scared me just now. I thought you couldn't deal with that guy. If you really died of poisoning, I wouldn't live either." "Lanyu, how could I die of poisoning? I said I would protect your family, and I won't break my promise," Lin Chen consoled her. After the three left the auction site, originally Jiang Chengshun wanted to give Lin Chen and Jiang Lanyu a chance to be alone, but unexpectedly Lin Chen received a call from Long Si and had something to do, so they had to part ways. "Hey Master Si, what's up?" Lin Chen answered the phone and asked Long Si on the other end. Mr. Lin, Mr. Li Peixiong of the Li family just called me, saying he wanted to personally come and thank me, and also said it was because of you that they came. I want to ask if this matter is true or not. Long Si seriously asked on the other end of the phone. He felt that someone surnamed Li couldn't be so kind-hearted to apologize to him. Previously, he specially hired people to harm him. How could he suddenly change like that? Lin Shen chuckled and explained, "Oh, it's about that thing. I did meet the young master of the Li family last night and gave him a lesson. I made him persuade his father to come apologize to you. I didn't expect him to persuade so quickly. You can let him come and see how sincere he is. If you encounter any problems, contact me anytime." "All right, Mr. Lin, you've worked hard to handle matters for me. Once I settle things with the Li family, I will definitely hold a banquet personally to thank you for your kindness," Long Si said on the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shen took out the meteorite from last time that improved his strength and continued to look for a quiet place to cultivate. On the other hand, Lu Jiangtao hurriedly returned home to the Lu family. At this time, all members of the Lu family were hosting a birthday banquet for the old man, with everyone celebrating enthusiastically together. Colorful lanterns and laughter filled the air. Originally, Lu Jiangtao was tasked by his father to bring his uncle along to the Jiang city to look for some treasures as gifts for the old man. But unexpectedly, an accident occurred. "Dad, something happened. Uncle Tu was killed by someone." Lu Jiangtao tumbled back into his house, rushed into the hall, and fell to the ground in panic, nervously informing his father. "What are you saying?" At these words, a fierce murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Lu family head. Other members of the Lu family also showed expressions of disbelief. Especially Lu Tianfeng's wife and daughter, both revealed shocked looks simultaneously. Lu Yinxian stepped forward and grabbed Lu Jiangtao's chest and asked, "Cousin, what did you say? My father was killed? Who did it?" He calls himself Lin Shun, the boss of the Shun Medical Group in Jiang City. "Just now, after my uncle scolded him a few words, he immediately killed Uncle Tu." Lu Jiangtao, his eyes flickering, deliberately told a lie in front of the Lu family. Only by making all the Lu family hate Lin Shen immensely would they all want to kill Lin Shen. What audacity, dare killing my dad. I'll make him die without a burial place." Lu Yinxian was extremely angry. Suddenly, fiery flames erupted in her eyes. "Where's my husband's body now?" Lu Tianfeng's wife Zhang Xiuyan stood up and said sorrowfully and angrily, "I have already brought Uncle Tu's body back. He is outside the gate." Lu Jiangtao pointed toward the gate and informed everyone present. In an instant, everyone ran toward the gate. Even the head of the Lu family went to the door with him, asking while walking, "Jiangtao, is what you said just now true? Was it really that guy called Lin Shen who killed your Uncle Tu?" "Yes, Dad, it was indeed Lin Shen. I originally thought Uncle Tu could beat him, but unexpectedly, that guy actually intercepted Uncle Tu's poisonous needles and used Uncle Tu's own needles to kill him." Lu Jiangtao recounted the combat details of that time. When the head of the Lu family finished listening, he was inwardly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Shen to be able to dodge the poison needles of Old Tu. Old Tu's needle techniques were known as one of the greatest in the martial arts world. Even masters at his level might not necessarily withstand his moves. However, Lin Shen not only blocked them, but also managed to turn it around to kill. How powerful must this strength be? Regaining his composure, a cold gleam appeared in the eyes of the head of the Lu family. "Take me to see Old Tu. Let's bid farewell to him first." After bidding farewell to Old Tu, it will be that kid's time to die. The head of the Lu family finished speaking in an icy tone and immediately rose to walk outside. As the two came out, Zhang Xiuyun and Lu Yinxian had already knelt before Lu Tianfeng, crying uncontrollably, their tears streaming down. "Dad, why did you have to die so tragically? You haven't even seen your daughter get married yet." Lu Yinxian shouted loudly while crying. Seeing the blood hole smashed into her father's chest, she imagined how much pain he must have endured. Added to the fact that Lu Tianfeng died unwillingly, this scene was unbearable for Lu Yinxian. A moment later, a glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she growled ferociously. "I want revenge for my father. I will kill Lin Shen with my own hands." After speaking, she got up and was about to go to Jiang City to find Lin Shen. At this point, Lu Jiangtao rushed over to stop her. "Cousin, you can't fight Lin Shen. You are no match for him. This vendetta will help Uncle Tu to settle it. Lin Shen from now on is the enemy of our entire Lu family. We won't let him live peacefully." "That's right, Yinxian, calm down first. Let's bury your father first, then we'll talk about avenging. Anyone daring to kill our Lu family deserves severe punishment. I, Lu Tianba, usually train 100 elite warriors. This time they'll finally serve their purpose. I'll take this guy's head to honor Old Tu's soul." Chapter 249, False Apology. "Uncle, Yinxian has a request. If we capture Lin Shen, please hand him over to me for disposal. I want to personally chop off his head to avenge my father." Lu Yinxian's eyes flashed with a cold and fierce light as she clenched her fists and spoke to Lu Tianba. "Don't worry, you're my good niece. Of course I'll do everything you ask. I'll leave him alive and hand him over to you for disposal." Lu Tianba readily agreed. Upon hearing his father's words, Lu Jiangtao couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Now there was hope for revenge. How dare this young Lin Shen offend the Lu family? The 100 death knights of the Lu family were not to be trifled with. My son, my son." At that moment, Grandpa Lu slowly shuffled out from the room to the front gate. As soon as he saw Lu Tianfeng sprawled on the ground, he instantly cried out in agitation. Lu Tianba quickly rushed over, supporting Grandpa Lu, and said, "Father, don't grieve. I will certainly avenge my younger brother. At the appropriate time, I will bring the young man's head as an offering for my younger brother. We must kill him, kill him." Grandpa Lu's trembling hands gripped tightly, and the anger in his eyes seemed about to burst forth. Lu Tianba firmly grasped his hand and said, "All right, father, your son will definitely fulfill your wish." After helping the old man back into the hall, he quickly instructed his subordinates to set up a memorial hall for Uncle Lu and have the whole family bid him farewell one last time so he could rest in peace. Meanwhile, in a valley, Lin Shen quickly ascended to the peak of a deep mountain and started meditating atop a massive rock. This time during his meditation, he absorbed all the spiritual energy from the meteorite that he had struck earlier into his body. After absorbing it, he felt a great sense of relaxation throughout his entire body, and the spiritual energy within his dantian became more abundant than before. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing that the meteorite had lost its color, transforming entirely into a useless stone, having no further value. To continue improving his strength, he would need to search for new celestial meteorites. Let me try and see how much stronger I've become this time. Lin Shun began gathering force in his fist, sharply focusing on a centuries-old tree far away. Suddenly, releasing all his force, there came a loud roar. The 2-meter diameter tree was instantly split apart, its solid trunk crashing aside while raising a swirl of dust around. Indeed, my strength has increased greatly once again. Though the improvement isn't as much as last time, it seems I'm getting closer to the next level. Lin Shen stared at his own fist, secretly pleased. Apparently, as long as he continued to gather new meteorites, he could break through to his current realm. As for what strength the next level might bring, he wasn't yet clear. Coming back to his senses, Lin Shun retracted his punch, ready to descend the mountain and return to Rongtian City. But just then, he suddenly heard waves of residual palm power nearby at the foot of the mountain. The fluctuations were powerful enough to distort the air, causing visible disturbances even kilometers around. Trees several kilometers away were swaying violently. This could not fail to shock Lin Shen. What happened down the mountain? Could it be a martial arts expert practicing in the forest? Curiosity stirred within him, so he descended to investigate, wanting to see who caused such a commotion. But when he arrived at the source of the sound near the foot of the mountain, all he found were broken stones scattered everywhere in succession and a mess of crisscrossing footprints. Beyond that, nothing else remained. Lin Shen squatted down and picked up a handful of stone powder, rubbing it between his fingers, astonished. This palm force was even stronger than today's encounter with Lu Tianfeng. There were actually experts of such caliber in Rongtian City? It seemed this little place truly concealed tigers and dragons. Lin Shen looked around carefully, but found no clues as to where this person had gone. He decided not to waste further time searching and descended alone. Once Lin Shen left the mountain, 3 kilometers away in a cave, Li Qin clothed herself in black, disheveled hair flowing around her, red light flashing between her palms as she exuded a powerful bloodshot presence. She appeared incredibly imposing. In just half a day of practice, she was already unrecognizable compared to before. The footprints Lin Shen discovered earlier were indeed from Li Qin practicing her skills here. Her current light step technique surpassed ordinary human limits, and after training, she returned to the cave to rest. The master who guided her in these exercises had already left, leaving behind only a training manual. Before departing, the master told her that if she trained hard for a month in this place, she could then go down the mountain to seek revenge against Lin Shun. Li Qin remembered these words deeply. For now, driven by her thirst for revenge, she trained tirelessly night and day, solely for the chance to kill Lin Shun. Of all this, Lin Shun was completely unaware. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he thought about how Mr. Long would likely face trouble next. Someone like Master Li would not yield easily. Perhaps, he would bring even more powerful feng shui masters to retaliate against Mr. Long. After pondering, Lin Shun decided to check on the situation with Mr. Long. Lord Long, I apologize for my previous disrespect towards you. I hope you can forgive me. In the Long family villa, Long Si was sitting on the sofa, accepting Li Yunfeng's apology. He had come to apologize to Long Si today and prepared a lavish gift, a stone carving that he currently held in his hand. This stone carving was an ancient treasure used to suppress evil, intricately carved with a Kylan beast and adorned with 2 rare red gemstones. The item was invaluable, beyond monetary measure in terms of its value and status. Long Si took a great liking to it upon seeing it. However, considering the previous incident where Li Yunfeng had sent people to deceive him with antiques, he couldn't help but worry that there might be something wrong with this piece too. Therefore, he had already invited a gemologist to personally appraise it for him. If there were no issues with it, he would accept it. If there were any problems, he would make sure Li Yunfeng met his end today. His position in Rongtian City was absolutely not to be challenged. According to what Li Yunfeng had done, he should have been dead a long time ago. It was only because the Long and Li families had traditionally lived peacefully side by side, and also because Li Yunfeng had explained earlier that he didn't intentionally mean to harm Long Si's life, but instead caused accidental damage. What he wanted was just the feng shui luck from the Long family, not Long Si's life. And Long Si actually believed him. Lord Long, there is nothing wrong with this stone carving. This object belonged to the Qiyu tribe in ancient times and was used to ward off evil and disasters. Placed in the home, it is a fortunate wealth-attracting item, explained a provincial-level gemologist whom Long Si had invited over after inspecting the carving carefully. If so, I will keep this stone carving. Li Yunfeng, you may rise. Today, since you've apologized sincerely, I, Long Si, will spare your life. But if you dare to show disrespect to me again, I will not forgive you. Long Si warned sternly. Chapter 250, The Secret in the Stone Sculpture. Yes, my Lord Fourth, please rest assured. In the future, I will be more cautious and absolutely not harm you again. A sly smile flickered across Li Yunfeng's face as he slowly stood up and said, "Hold on." Just as his words trailed off and he rose from the ground, preparing to bid farewell and leave, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Long Si and Li Yunfeng turned their heads at the same time, only to see Lin Shun walk in expressionlessly. When Long Si saw Lin Shun, surprise lit up his face, and he curiously walked over and asked, "Mr. Lin, why have you come? Aren't you supposed to be busy with other matters? How could I possibly miss the fun here at your side, Lord Fourth?" Lin Shun cast a chilling gaze towards Li Yunfeng and sneered, saying, "Lord Li, it seems you keep your word quite well. Just yesterday, I had your son persuade you to apologize to Lord Fourth, and here you are today. However, the gift you presented to Lord Fourth seems rather lacking in sincerity. Are you Lin Shun?" The moment Li Yunfeng looked at Lin Shun, an evident flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He had already learned yesterday that Lin Shun had killed the feng shui master he sent out, and even taught his son a lesson. The enmity between Lin Shun and him was no longer as simple as yesterday. He wanted Lin Shun's life. "Yes, congratulations, you guessed right. I am Lin Shun. Surely you've been wanting to see me for a long time." Lin Shun watched him coldly and shrugged, asking, "Does my appearance disappoint you? Do you feel that I'm younger than what you imagined?" Young man, always so haughty. Today, I came to apologize to Lord Fourth because I recognized my mistake. It has nothing to do with you." Li Yunfeng gave a contemptuous snort and paid no heed to Lin Shun at all, instead coldly threatening him. "Young fellow, you bullied my son yesterday, and I haven't avenged him yet. After I apologize to Lord Fourth, we'll settle accounts slowly. Li Yunfeng, dare you?" Before Lin Shun could respond, Long Si immediately shouted over. After all, Long Si was extremely protective of Lin Shun. In his eyes, Lin Shun was an incomparably precious person. Li Yunfeng paused, startled, and looked toward Long Si, never having expected that Long Si would speak up for Lin Shun. It seemed their relationship ran deep. "Lord Fourth, let me and him resolve this matter ourselves. But before we settle our issue, there's probably more complexity in what these two have gotten into." Lin Shun glanced toward the stone sculpture prepared by Li Yunfeng and explained to Long Si, "If you place this stone sculpture in your home, it will likely absorb good luck just like before and start being consumed by negative energy. Moreover, inside this sculpture is hidden a malevolent talisman. It seems Lord Li has gone all out this time, not coming to apologize but to seek revenge." "What? Revenge? Mr. Lin, are you saying this thing might take my life?" Long Si was startled when he heard Lin Shun's words, shocked and asked, "Exactly. I advise Lord Fourth to quickly hand this item over to Lord Li. This talisman, once it absorbs human essence, will begin draining your yang energy. When your yang energy is almost exhausted, it will be the moment of death." Lin Shun explained seriously. "This?" Long Si was terrified, his complexion changing drastically. He didn't expect Li Yunfeng, that beast, to still find opportunities to harm him. As he prepared to explode in anger, suddenly the appraiser stepped forward and said sternly, "Complete nonsense. Lord Fourth, you mustn't believe his ridiculous claims. With my decades of experience in appraising treasures, how could I not tell if something is problematic? I guarantee this antique brings good fortune and is certainly not some evil object. This boy is deliberately trying to fool you, and most likely intends to embezzle this item for himself. Senior Zhang, Mr. Lin is my benefactor. He has helped me many times and would definitely not deceive me. You claim this object can bring good fortune, but where is your evidence that it is not an evil artifact?" In front of the both of them, Long Si naturally trusted Lin Shun's words more. He had witnessed Lin Shun's abilities with his own eyes, and Lin Shun had helped him more than once or twice. Zhang Lao was momentarily stunned, his eyes darting back and forth before he bitterly laughed. "Lord Fourth, how exactly can one prove that this object of good fortune doesn't contain any evil aura? I think Lord Fourth should have this young fellow prove that it does. If he can prove it, then I, old Zhang, admit my inadequacy and am willing to withdraw from the antique circle forever. But if he cannot prove it, today I respectfully request Lord Fourth to entrust this young fellow to me for punishment. I will cut off his hands according to the rules of the antique world to set an example for others. Senior Zhang, it's just a small stone sculpture. Why take it so seriously?" I think, after hearing his words, Lord Fourth thought that the authenticity of the stone sculpture no longer mattered. He did not want to risk Lin Shun's safety. After all, this elder Zhang was also a highly renowned figure in the appraising circles of the provincial capital. His appraisal skills were unparalleled in the city, and he was a senior-level elder in the Provincial Appraisal Association. But just as he finished speaking, Lin Shun suddenly interjected, "Lord Fourth, I don't mind. Indeed, I do have a way to prove that there's a streak of bloody malevolence hidden within this stone sculpture. Right now, I only need you to get some blood from innocent girls and some cinnabar. Once prepared, I can make the blood chi within it manifest." "Good, if Mr. Lin wishes to prove, then I agree." Lord Fourth, seeing Lin Shun's confident assurance, agreed readily after a brief consideration. Shortly, Lord Fourth's men fetched some cinnabar and the pure blood of young girls, personally handing them over to Lin Shun. Lin Shun poured the cinnabar into the blood and lightly dipped his fingers into it before quickly drawing a blood talisman on the surface of the stone sculpture. As soon as the stone absorbed the blood, 1 minute passed, but no abnormal changes appeared on the sculpture. Elder Zhang couldn't help but sneer derisively. "Young man, you said you could prove this sculpture is flawed. Why hasn't anything happened yet? Don't rush, you'll see shortly." Lin Shun remained calm as he spoke, then focused his gaze once more on the sculpture. Just then, an ominous red light abruptly burst forth within the sculpture. A towering beam of crimson light erupted from inside. Like a fiery beast roaring, it surged straight toward Lord Forth's head. At this moment, Li Yunfeng was full of anticipation, wishing desperately for the bloody energy to instantly devour Lord Forth. But unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, Lin Shen appeared right before Lord Forth, unleashing a golden palm strike, which instantly shattered the red bloody energy. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated through the air. The moment the bloodshot chi dissipated, the sculpture split cleanly in two. A yellow blood malevolent talisman tumbled out from inside. Chapter 251. You will die a horrible death. What? It's actually true. Zheng Lao, in disbelief, stared at the talisman, completely shocked and speechless. Long Xi's brows furrowed instantly as he cast an icy glare at Li Yunfeng and roared menacingly. Li Yunfeng, you actually tampered with this stone carving. You daredevil. Humph. Who would have thought that even such a subtle method couldn't escape your eyes? Upon seeing his plan exposed, Li Yunfeng no longer played along with Long Xi. He clapped his hands, and suddenly a fast black shadow appeared from outside the door, standing before everyone in an instant. This person wore a Taoist robe, held an 8 trigrams mirror in hand, and wore a blue ceremonial hat on his head, revealing that this person was not of low rank. Lin Shen could immediately see his abilities clearly. His strength surpassed yesterday's feng shui master. Li Yunfeng, are you planning a rebellion? How dare you set an ambush on my territory? Today, I will make sure you have no place to bury your body. Seeing the unexpected intruders, Long Xi's face turned furiously red. He clenched his fists tightly and immediately summoned the security guards outside to rush in, quickly surrounding Li Yunfeng and the Taoist. Li Yunfeng smirked disdainfully. Long Xi, do you think I came here unprepared? Let me tell you, this master's strength far exceeds that of any grandmaster in the martial arts realm. These guards around you can't even touch him when they work together. And this boy, he killed one of this master's disciples yesterday. Today he's also doomed to meet the same end. After speaking, he stepped back 2 steps and looked at the Taoist priest saying, Master Wang, it's up to you now. Make sure you kill everyone here. If you succeed, I'll double what I promised you. Mr. Li, please step back a few more paces so you don't get caught in the crossfire. It's just these handful of ignorant vermin. It's child's play for me to slaughter them all. As Master Wang finished his words, he pulled out a stack of talismans, and with a gesture of his fingers began reciting a strange incantation under his breath. The talismans quickly scattered around the room. Swish, swish. Long Xi's guards lunged forward, attempting to snatch the yellow talismans, but were unsuccessful. Instead, the talismans lightly attached themselves to their foreheads. With a snap of Master Wang's finger, the talismans exploded simultaneously. Blood gushed from the faces of everyone there as they let out anguished screams and retreated while clutching their faces in pain. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Xi couldn't help but feel frightened by the sheer power displayed. But Lin Shen remained unperturbed, for this level of skill meant nothing to him. Lin Shen coldly chuckled. You, Taoist priest, have too much malice. Your practice of evil feng shui techniques does not make you a good person. Today, I shall carry out heaven's justice and send you down below to join your disciple. Quite a big talker. Master Wang gave a frosty laugh, then immediately hurled another talisman toward Lin Shen while muttering a spell. Unexpectedly, as the talisman neared Lin Shen extended his fingers, started chanting an incantation, causing the talisman to hover in front of him. At this moment, Master Wang's heart dropped. He never imagined that this young man could also grasp the art of feng shui. His eyes grew fierce as today he intended to discover whose feng shui technique was superior. As the incantation from Master Wang sped up, the characters on the talisman started emitting a red glow. However, Lin Shen showed no concern. Increasing the speed of his own chant, he jabbed his fingers forward, instantly shattering the talisman and sending a powerful burst of spiritual energy straight into Master Wang's chest. Caught off guard, Master Wang leapt away, narrowly avoiding being struck by Lin Shen's spiritual force. Following that, Master Wang swiftly fired off dozens of talismans, forming an array that surrounded Lin Shen. The many talismans spun rapidly around Lin Shen. Each talisman had its own unique power and effect, and if any one of them successfully touched Lin Shen, he would fall under Master Wang's control. However, Master Wang severely underestimated Lin Shen's abilities. As he continuously chanted his incantations, hoping to trap Lin Shen using the wheel battle tactic of the talisman array, Lin Shen had already begun manipulating the talismans himself, chanting faster than Master Wang. In a short while, the talismans gradually moved away from Lin Shen's body and began encircling Master Wang instead. What? Master Wang's face showed immense surprise. He couldn't believe that Lin Shen possessed the ability to control the talismans better than him, showcasing superior mastery over the use of talisman formations. Realizing he was struggling to hold against Lin Shen's offensive, Master Wang decided to use real chi to destroy all the yellow talismans. However, Lin Shen saw through his scheme before it even unfolded. Letting out a mocking chuckle, Lin Shen instantaneously released all the talismans just before Master Wang switched his formation tactics, causing each talisman to adhere to different pressure points on Master Wang's body. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the yellow talismans exploding could be heard one after another, just like fireworks going off on Master Wang's body, leaving him with bloody wounds all over. In the end, his bodily joints were completely destroyed, and a mouthful of blood spewed from his lips. With a thunderous crash, he fell to the ground, trembling violently, nearly losing his life. How could this happen? Li Yunfeng was terrified. He never thought that Master Wang, a feng shui master comparable to a grandmaster in the martial arts realm, would lose to Lin Shun. Before Lin Shun could finish his move, Li Yunfeng already anticipated trouble and quickly turned around, intending to escape amidst the chaos. However, before he could even reach the door, Long Si leapt forward swiftly, grabbing Li Yunfeng's shoulder tightly and asked icily, Li Yunfeng, where do you think you're going? Spare me. Please spare me, Lord Long. I've realized my mistake. I promise I won't dare again. Let me go. Li Yunfeng stammered in fear. Today, he had clearly fallen into Long Si's hands. Long Si coldly questioned, I have no grudge against you. Why have you repeatedly tried to harm me? What is your purpose? I have no specific goal. I just want to take away your blessings. That way, I could become one of the top families in the provincial capital, Li Yunfeng explained. Is that all? Long Si asked with an icy expression. Obviously, Long Si didn't believe his words. Yes, I truly only want to obtain your fortune. If you die, it will be more beneficial for my development. But now I realize my mistake. If Lord Long can forgive me, I will definitely not harm you again. I've already recognized your power. Even if you gave me 100 chances, I wouldn't dare to bother you again. Li Yunfeng appeared very sincere as he spoke. Long Si had already been tricked by him twice and would not be so easily deceived. As seen, Long Si did not loosen his grip, holding on to Li Yunfeng's collarbone and gradually applying force, coldly sneering. You still dare to put on an act in front of me? You'd better confess everything truthfully. Why do you want to kill me? If you don't tell me the real reason, I'll make your death very painful. Chapter 252, Troubles Never Come Singly. I really didn't lie. Cold sweat was streaming down Li Yunfeng's face. The pain and tension had rendered his speech incoherent. Long Si's gaze remained resolute, clearly unwilling to let him off until he got an answer. If you don't speak up, then die. With that cold sentence from Long Si, Li Yunfeng felt as though his bones were about to be crushed. Finally, he could not contain himself and screamed out loud. Don't kill me. I'll talk. Finally, upon seeing the lethal intent in Long Si's eyes, Li Yunfeng chose to surrender. Ignoring the sweat dripping down his face, he hastily explained. Actually, it was Mr. Zhao who wanted to deal with you. You know the strength of my family. Compared to your Long family, we're still far behind. How would I dare to deliberately go against you without any backing? The feng shui master was introduced to me by Mr. Zhao. Which Mr. Zhao? After racking his brain for a long time, Long Si could not think of anyone surnamed Zhao with whom he had a feud. It's Zhao Tianlai, one of your old acquaintances. He has returned from overseas, bringing back some miraculous prescriptions. He heard that your new drug will soon be on the market and that its efficacy conflicts with his. These few prescriptions are his trump cards for turning things around. Hence, he must have you eliminated so he can be sure everything goes smoothly, Li Yunfeng explained. Zhao Tianlai. How could it be him? At the sound of this name, Long Si's eyebrows immediately furrowed, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lin Shen noticed the change in his expression and curiously asked, Fourth young master, do you know Zhao Tianlai? Not only do I know him, but I also know him very well. With a deep sigh, Long Si continued, I grew up playing with him since childhood. We graduated from the same university, and after graduation, each of us started a pharmaceutical company. My path was smoother. In just 3 years, I took my company public, whereas it took him 5 years before his company eventually went bankrupt. Afterward, he told me he wasn't satisfied with me and said he would definitely surpass me. Thus, he abandoned the domestic market, left home, and developed abroad. I've been waiting all these years for his news, but I never imagined it would turn out like this. It seems that over these past dozen years, he has succeeded abroad, but he is no longer the person he was more than 10 years ago. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Lin Shen fully understood. This Zhao Tianlai, who could use such methods to target an old friend, showed just how ruthless and crazy he had become. Since his plan failed today, Zhao Tianlai will undoubtedly return with greater force. As for Li Yunfeng standing before them, he was indeed a puppet who had been used, serving no purpose whatsoever. Li Yunfeng, let me ask you, how did you come to know Zhao Tianlai? How long has he been back? After a moment, Long Si regained his composure. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and he asked reluctantly, Mr. Zhao has been back for 4 years now. He's been quietly developing all this time, aiming to surpass you. It was during a random networking event where I first met Mr. Zhao. We talked well, and he gave me a big order that helped me get through a company crisis. In gratitude, I've been helping Mr. Zhao ever since. Li Yunfeng explained earnestly. Where is Zhao Tianlai now? Is he still in Rongtian City? Long Si continued asking. Yes. The Haoyu Pharmaceutical Group in Rongtian City is Mr. Zhao's company. Although neither the legal representative nor the directors are him, Mr. Zhao has always been calling the shots behind the scenes, Li Yunfeng added. Boom. Upon hearing this, Long Si was shocked once again, as if a massive rock had struck his heart. The Haoyu Pharmaceutical Group was precisely one of the deeply collaborating pharmaceutical companies that Long Si frequently dealt with. He hadn't expected that Zhao Tianlai had returned 4 years ago, already plotting against him. What treacherous hearts people could possess. Fourth young master, every word I've said is true. I hope you take pity on me and show me leniency. I swear I won't oppose you anymore. Seeing Long Si's expression becoming particularly cold, Li Yunfeng hurriedly pleaded for mercy. He feared that in a fit of anger, Long Si might prevent him from leaving alive. Get out of here. Go back and tell Zhao Tianlai that I, Long Si, am his irreconcilable enemy. From this point forward, our former friendship is severed forever. After releasing Li Yunfeng, Long Si roared furiously, frightening him so much that he forgot about the pain and scrambled away on all fours. After he left, Lin Shen walked over and said, "Fourth young master, I wouldn't have thought there were so many schemers around you. Their threats against you are significant. We absolutely cannot be merciful towards these kinds of people. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Lin. I will keep it in mind." After expressing his gratitude to Lin Shen, Long Si was preparing to invite Lin Shen for dinner when suddenly, the pharmaceutical company called. After answering, a dreadful disaster came from the other side of the line. What? A batch of drugs has been tampered with, and now we're facing suspension for rectification. Frowning deeply, Long Si thought to himself that there was indeed no peace. As soon as one problem was settled, another arose. He had just resolved the matter with Li Yunfeng and now faced an issue with his pharmaceutical company. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Lin Shen and said, "Mr. Lin, I originally planned to invite you for dinner, but now there's a problem with the company. Someone has tampered with my new batch of drugs. People from the drug supervision department have already arrived at the company, and I must go and handle it. I'll come with you. I have extensive professional experience in herbs. Perhaps I can help you out." Hearing about Long Si's trouble, Lin Shen felt internally that such coincidences should not happen so easily. They had barely sent Li Yunfeng away when issues arose at the pharmaceutical company. Looking across the entire Rongtian city, there were very few people daring enough to challenge fourth young master. After pondering for a moment, Long Si nodded and said, "All right, Mr. Lin, would you please come with me? We'll go check the situation at the company." Wasting no time, the two immediately got into the car and headed quickly towards the company. Upon reaching the pharmaceutical company, Long Si promptly made his way to the warehouse where the drug inspectors were located. "Director Hong, now that the evidence is irrefutable, what do you have to say? Even if Long Si comes here, today you cannot escape responsibility. No one can save you. A large company like yours actually earns money by selling counterfeit drugs. This is a direct violation of consumer trust, and I must impose strict punishment on you." A team leader from the drug regulatory department sternly shouted at the pharmaceutical company manager. "Captain Li, I sincerely apologize for the major mistakes our company has committed, and I formally express our remorse to you and all consumers. However, this is definitely not as you imagine. Someone is deliberately defaming us and framing us. We hope Captain Li will thoroughly investigate before punishing us. We will certainly give the general public a proper explanation," Director Hong promised seriously. "Humph, do you take me for someone else? As a drug supervisor, I have no obligation to investigate the truth. I only believe what I see." Captain Li sneered and then ordered his subordinates to seal the company. "Not so fast." At this moment, Long Si rushed over with Lin Shen. Chapter 253, Overwhelming Evidence. "Oh, Lord Si is here too. It seems this matter will be easier to handle." When Detective Li turned around and saw Lord Si arriving, a smirk of disdain involuntarily appeared on his face. He looked at the hastily approaching Lord Si and directly handed him the issued fine notice, continuing, "Lord Si, a small pharmaceutical company shouldn't be considered a significant business for you, right? This time our drug regulatory efforts have been impartial. Such a minor punishment should just be a sprinkle of rain for you. I'm not against you, so I hope you don't make it difficult for me. Captain, my household may indeed be prosperous, but I cannot tolerate injustice. This is someone tampering with our goods which led to these issues. We hope you can give us some time. We will personally investigate this matter thoroughly. After finding the real culprit, it won't be too late for you to impose penalties." Lord Si said seriously, "That's absolutely impossible." Detective Li said firmly, "Lord Si, the evidence is clear before my eyes, and I've recorded all the evidence with my phone and uploaded it into the system. If I do not penalize you, how can I report back to them? So please, Lord Si, don't make this difficult for me. We are merely carrying out orders. What we see is exactly what happened. If Lord Si thinks this isn't fair or it's not as described, an investigation can take place after the sealing. Once the facts come to light, I will personally remove the seal." "Do you mean there's no room for discussion?" Lord Si's gaze deepened, realizing that this Detective Li was obviously targeting the company, but he could not figure out who exactly gave the order behind this move. "Lord Si, I apologize. Discussing this with me won't help much. If you have objections, you can go to our general office. He received a complaint and sent me here to seal off the premises," Li said coldly and ordered his subordinates to place the seal on the medicine warehouse without mercy. At this moment, Lin Shen suddenly walked forward, smiling, and said, "Captain, hold on for a second. Who are you?" Detective Li turned back, surprised, and asked Lin Shen. "My name is Lin Shen. I am one of Lord Si's friends, and these medicine prescriptions were made by me, so I can clearly tell whether these drugs are fake or real. Captain Li, can you let me check the problematic goods?" Lin Shen said, "So you're the mastermind behind providing the fake prescription formulas? I've been looking for you, and you actually walk right into my trap." After hearing this, Detective Li scoffed and waved his hand, saying, "Take him away too. Afterward, I'll personally hand him over to the Sixth Department. To dare create counterfeit drug prescriptions, the crime is unpardonable." "Yes, Detective Li." Two subordinates approached Lin Shen together, preparing to take him away on the spot. However, at that moment, Lord Si sternly spoke up. "Whoever dares touch Mr. Lin will find themselves crossing me, Lord Si." Tung tung tung. The moment Lord Si finished speaking, the present subordinates immediately moved, shielding Lin Shen and preventing him from being taken away. Detective Li frowned tightly, gazing severely at Lord Si, and asked, "Lord Si, are you planning rebellion? I am here performing official duties. Do you believe me incapable of contacting the Sixth Department right now for handling this matter? When they arrive, every troublemaker obstructing my performance of duty will end up under arrest. So try it then. Mr. Lin is my friend, As long as he remains in Rongtian City, no one shall bully him, not even you, a petty pharmaceutical regulation captain. Even if you are city-level personnel, you won't touch him today. Lord C declared resolutely. Lord C, say that again. This time, Detective Lee showed no more courtesy toward Lord C and coldly scoffed. You really have nerve. For this little man, you dare challenge authority, thinking your billions and underground businesses in Rongtian City will shield you forever. Our general office explicitly required the immediate sealing of your company today. If anyone obstructs this order, I'll command the Six Fans Department to arrest everyone here. Ho ho, why don't you call the Six Fans Department right now and see if they possess the courage to come here and arrest people. Normally, Lord C had a great relationship with the members of the Six Fans Department, and his business heavily emphasized righteousness without engaging in any illegal activities. As the saying goes, a righteous person has nothing to fear from their shadow being crooked. Lord C, having committed no wrongdoings, did not fear investigations. Seeing his unwavering determination, Detective Lee also became unrelenting, pulling out his phone to contact members of the Six Fans Department. Lin Shun had initially planned to offer a kind explanation, but seeing the situation escalate, decided to wait for the arrival of the Six Fans Department to resolve the matter. 10 minutes passed, and Captain Liu of the Six Fans Department personally arrived with a group of men at Long Pharmaceutical Company. After seeing them, Detective Lee immediately walked over and voluntarily said, Captain Liu, you've finally come. You must help me uphold justice. I came here to enforce the law, but they deliberately obstructed me. They didn't only prevent me from sealing the company, but also slandered civil servants. Is this true? Captain Liu looked toward Lord C's side, couldn't help but appear somewhat troubled. He walked over and asked Lord C, Master 4, what exactly is going on? If there are issues with your pharmaceutical factory, you shouldn't be blocking Detective Lee from enforcing the law, right? Captain Liu, based on your understanding of me, do you think I would deliberately block him? If it weren't for his excessive behavior, I would have cooperated with him a long time ago. Lord C was waiting for Captain Liu's arrival, earnestly looking at him and demanding, since you're here, it's best for all involved. All my herbs have been tampered with by someone else, and we're still unclear who did this. This Detective Lee wouldn't listen to my explanation, nor allow my friend to verify these herbs. Make sure he takes his subordinates away immediately. I've already said I will give them an answer, and I will definitely provide one. This. Upon hearing Lord C's words, Captain Liu, of course, believed everything he said. Once he clearly understood the situation, he turned back and suddenly seriously questioned Detective Lee. Detective Lee, is what Master 4 just said true? Why didn't you let his friend inspect the medicine? Also, do all the goods in the warehouse have problems, or is it only this small batch? If it's just this small batch, then have you thoroughly verified whether these medicines were actually produced by their company or not? Captain Liu, what do you mean by that? Detective Lee, upon hearing those words, immediately realized he was favoring Lord C. With a cold laugh, he remarked, Captain Liu, I've long heard about your good relationship with Lord C. It seems like it's indeed true. When his company gets into trouble, you're already showing favoritism towards him. Is there even such a thing as the rule of law in your eyes? I'm merely dealing with cases fairly. Are you now questioning me too? Captain Liu adjusted his uniform, fidgeted with the handcuffs on his hand, and arrogantly declared, if you dare utter another false word, don't blame me for taking you back for interrogation. Chapter 254. Hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. Dare you? Officer Lee immediately widened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Officer Liu as he said, I am also a public official. On what grounds do you have the authority to arrest me? The Six Fans Agency does not belong to your system. We have the independent right to investigate cases. Whoever slanders people of our agency, we have the right to take them away. You're just a small captain. I advise you to watch your words, or I'll make you regret it. Officer Liu declared confidently. Officer Lee did not expect that the people of the Six Fans Agency would be so rude. But after careful consideration, if Liu Yong really wanted to arrest someone, he indeed had the power to take him back for questioning. The most important task today was to seal off the company. It wasn't necessary to quarrel with this brash man. With this in mind, he disdainfully looked at Lin Shun and said, all you want is to inspect the drugs, right? Then please proceed. I've already thoroughly checked these drugs. The composition of the drugs will severely damage the human brain nerve. Severely substandard products, and you actually dared to develop them to let Long C put them on the market. You will all face consequences. Whether a crime has been committed is not determined by you. At this point, Lin Shin gained support from Officer Liu, allowing him to step forward to examine the quality of the drugs. He walked to a box of problematic drugs, squatted down, and took out a reagent. He then broke the glass cap on the spot, smelled the drug before his nose, and unexpectedly found that the ingredients in this syringe were indeed very different from his previous prescription. One could even say, this was something completely unrelated to the original medicine. These things absolutely couldn't be produced by the Long C production workshop. After a short while, he stood up very seriously and looked at Officer Liu saying, I've finished my inspection. There indeed is a problem with these drugs. However, I suggest you people from the Six Fans Agency find out the source of these drugs. They are certainly not products from Fourth Master's company. Is that so? Can you provide evidence? Upon hearing this, Officer Liu's heart eased a bit. As long as Lin Shen could prove that Long C's drugs had been switched, then Long C would naturally bear no responsibility. Lin Shen said very firmly, it can be seen that producing these drugs requires a production line. Once through the production line, there will inevitably be residual traces on the instruments on the production line. I suggest Officer Liu and Officer Lee jointly inspect the production line in Fourth Master's workshop. If such drug residues can be detected, it proves they were made in Fourth Master's workshop. If they can't, then they weren't. That makes sense. Upon hearing this, Officer Liu decisively turned back and said to Officer Li, "Officer Li, why don't we cooperate and inspect the machines in Fourth Master's production workshop? If any residue is found, I will not favor anyone today, and I'll support you sealing off this company." Who knows if they didn't clean the machines after producing those drugs? This cannot serve as evidence. Officer Li insisted firmly. "Captain, are you insane?" Lin Shen couldn't help but criticize, walking over and saying, "Do you know how high the cost is to produce this small batch of drugs using a special production line, and then cleaning the instruments? These drugs aren't highly profitable because they contain no prohibited drugs. They are merely ordinary drugs that don't meet the standard and are entirely different formulas from those produced by Fourth Master's company. In such a low-profit situation, randomly opening a production line and switching the drug formula costs far more than the profit. Would you willingly do it if you were in their shoes? Also, if they had opened a line to produce these drugs, why only produce such a small batch? This much probably would be done in half a day." Mr. Lin is correct. I, Long Mao, am not foolish enough to bother doing thankless work. If I wanted to make money from counterfeit drugs, all the goods in this warehouse would definitely be fake drugs. Long Si stepped forward solemnly, explaining to Officer Liu. "Officer Liu, Mr. Lin's analysis can already fully prove that these drugs were not produced by my company, but by someone intentionally framing us. I hope Officer Liu will look into the source of this batch of drugs and give me justice. Fourth Master, rest assured, anyone who plays tricks under my watch, I won't let get away easily." Liu Yong readily agreed, then turned to look at Officer Li, saying, "Officer Li, now I suspect your intentions for coming here today. Since you claim you came based on reports, who reported it? What evidence does he have to prove that Fourth Master's drugs are problematic? How can he prove that the drugs are produced by Fourth Master?" Officer Li's eyes darted around. Clearly, he couldn't explain properly. After hesitating for a moment, he argued cunningly, "Our general team, let me come. The person who received the report is from our general team. I am just an executor. How would I know if you ask me? How dare you not know? As an officer executing public duties, you actually dared to seal a company without evidence. Your courage is too big." Liu Yong looked at Captain Li and found him more suspicious, so he said coldly, "Now call your general team. Let them bring the evidence over. If you cannot present any evidence to prove this matter, then don't blame me for being rude to people in drug supervision." "Liu Yong, do you dare?" Captain Li glared at Liu Yong, pretending to be angry as he yelled, "Do you know who my second uncle is? He's the secretary of the city leader. If you dare touch me, your captaincy will end here. I'd rather quit than be intimidated by your threats. Since you can't provide any evidence, that means you are deliberately slandering and framing the Fourth Master. Please follow me." Liu Yong decided to take him away first, planning to investigate this matter after they returned. Unexpectedly, when Liu Yong sent someone to enforce on him compulsorily, a piece of paper fell out of his pocket. His expression suddenly became panic-stricken. Before others could react, he quickly bent down to pick it up, but before his hand could reach the paper, Lin Shen had already grabbed it first. Lin Shen opened the paper, took a look at its contents, and instantly everything became clear. He handed the paper to Long Si and said, "Fourth Master, the truth has been revealed. These drugs were not switched by your company's people, but by this man working with Captain Li." "What?" Long Si hurriedly glanced at the content on the paper, and saw written on it was actually a detailed list of these fake drugs, even including the procurement price and channels afterwards. Such crucial evidence. He hadn't even destroyed it yet he dared to come and enforce the law here. What a reckless act. "Captain Li, so the original culprit is you. That drama you staged just now really made it hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood." Long Si snorted coldly,